Your resource point balance is insufficient. Please wait for the quota to refresh or upgrade to the paid version. HTTPS, console, Valsenjin, Conca Z Pro. Let me tell you, I was there at the time, and everyone was dumbfounded. Right in the center of the Hidden Leaf Village, that orange-eared fox, larger than the Hokage Rock, the Ninetales, was going crazy with output like it had gone berserk. It opened its large mouth, and a purple-black energy ball appeared, looking like a small sun, seemingly ready to wipe out the entire Leaf Village in one go. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that golden flash, was about to show off his skills, and guess what happened? With a whoosh, a flash of golden light blinded my eyes as a person clad in golden armor appeared in front of the tailed beast ball. With a casual lift of his hand, that energy ball capable of flattening the village was gone with a pop. Just like a magic trick, it vanished into thin air. Everyone was dumbfounded at the time, including me. But if you ask who that armored person was, well, of course, it was me. Let me start from the beginning. I, Uchiha Han, an ordinary reincarnator, had been an orphan in the Leaf Village for 6 years. My parents had early on met their end on the battlefield. But fortunately, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was quite nice and would occasionally come to offer some warmth. During these 6 years, aside from eating and sleeping, I did one thing, charging the mysterious system in my head with my thoughts. Who understands the struggle, right? That progress bar moved slower than a 2G network downloading a movie, making me want to die. A full 6 years. On the morning of the Ninetales incident, it finally went ding. 100%. Unlocking Flame Dragon Armor. Goodness. My mind went boom as a stunning set of fiery red armor appeared out of nowhere. The Flame Dragon Armor. My golden finger I had waited 6 years for finally arrived. But the problem was, I had no summoning device. How was I supposed to transform? I tried closing my eyes and communicating with it. And guess what? The feeling came instantly. My DNA stirred, and I blurted out a cringy line. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. The next second, I was enveloped in flames, and a physical set of armor clanked onto my body. I looked down, and to my shock, my height shot up from 3 meters to 9 meters. I was filled with explosive power, and my chakra doubled, easily surpassing a low-level ninja. If I went out and bumped into a Chunin, I could probably knock his headgear askew. But I had to keep a low profile. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. If I got targeted by Danzo or Orochimaru and their crew, my little frame wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just as I was enjoying my newfound power, the system spoke again. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Flame Dragon Armor. Current compatibility: 1. Newbie gift package. 2. Emperor Armor experience cards. I was instantly taken aback. Emperor Armor. The Moutai of armors, the Rolls Royce of warriors. Although they were experience cards, the system said that during the usage period, compatibility would jump to 50. If one of the Flame Dragon Armor made me this strong, wouldn't 50 of the Emperor Armor allow me to stomp on the 6 paths and punch Kagaya? Just as I was getting excited, a sudden realization hit me. Wait a minute, I was the same age as Itachi, and Sasuke had just been born. This timing, the tense atmosphere in the village. The Ninetales incident. Isn't it tonight? Minato and Kushina are about to perish. This won't do. If Minato survives, there might be a chance to ease the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, and perhaps the later massacre could be avoided. Although my parents were gone, Uncle Fugaku's family had been really nice to me. I had no choice tonight, was all about defying fate. As night fell, an ominous feeling washed over me. I quietly climbed onto the rooftop and saw Uncle Fugaku patrolling the village perimeter with a guard team, each face showing clear signs of being marginalized. It was obvious the third Hokage was on guard against the Uchiha again. At that moment, a loud boom echoed through the center of the village as the Ninetales, that enormous disaster fox, appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying chakra instantly swept across the entire leaf. Roar! A roar shook the ground. Without a second thought, I pulled out that shiny experience card from my pocket, focused my thoughts, and a devastating power surged through me. Emperor Armor, merge. With a burst of golden light, I transformed into the King of Light and charged onto the battlefield. Just in time to see the Ninetales launching a tailed beast ball, and Minato was about to show off on the Hokage Rock. I thought I couldn't let him steal my thunder, so I raised my hand and executed Heavenly Shift, and that tailed beast ball vanished in an instant, faster than when I blocked my boss on social media. Minato was immediately on guard, and I turned around, using a magnetic voice that asked, "Have you ever experienced despair?" To say to him, "Don't worry, I'm a friend, not an enemy. Go, Minato Namikaze, find that man in the tiger mask, leave this to me." Minato probably felt he had no choice, thanked me, and disappeared with a flying thunder god. Wow, that flying thunder god is really cool. After sending off Minato, I turned around and saw the third Hokage and a group of Umbu trying to deal with the Ninetales. Their barrier broke like paper with a bang. The Nine Tails swatted them all away, raising its paw to smash the third Hokage into a pancake. Could I let die? Of course not. Orochimaru would need him for the Edo Tensei in the future. I hovered in midair, my Aurora sword in hand, and struck down towards the Nine Tails' descending paw with a heavenly slash. Emperor Demon Sealing Slash. A golden beam fell, and the Nine Tails' gigantic paw was sliced in half, dissipating into chakra particles. It howled in pain, looking at me with eyes full of fear. The Umbu and the third Hokage below all looked up, jaws dropped wide enough to fit a chicken egg. They must have been wondering when such a powerhouse appeared in the ninja world. I ignored them, taking steps in the void, the pressure belonging to the Emperor directly overwhelming the Nine Tails, making it gasp for breath. I figured I couldn't really kill it. Naruto was counting on it for his power-up. So I decided to seal it. Emperor would seal. I raised my left hand, the world changed color, and a gigantic wood character formation descended from the sky. Countless chains formed from the aura of what bound the Nine Tails tightly, rendering it immobile. The Nine Tails probably remembered the fear of being treated as a pet by the first Hokage and gave up all resistance. I instantly jumped to its head, leisurely sitting down, and deliberately mimicked the first Hokage's tone to annoy it. You are too strong, so I cannot allow you to do as you please. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes in anger, but didn't dare to move. The third Hokage looked up at me, his expression fluctuating, probably calculating how to deal with this suddenly appearing father figure. On the other side, Minato had already engaged with the mysterious masked man. No wonder you are the yellow flash famous in the ninja world. The masked man's voice echoed as his body reappeared in front of Minato. He had just attempted a sneak attack, but was easily dodged by Minato's flying thunder god. Who are you, and why are you attacking the leaf? Minato gripped his kunai, his expression extremely serious, his mind racing to analyze the opponent's strange space-time ninjutsu that pierced through his body. I can't land any attacks on him, but he can attack me at any time. Is this also space-time ninjutsu? And who the heck is this guy? I quickly ran through the list of big shots in the ninja world in my mind, and after thinking hard, I blurted out, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" But I immediately denied it myself. No way. Absolutely impossible. Madara was long dead, beaten to death by the first Hokage, and the grass on his grave was 3 meters high. So guess what happened? The guy on the opposite side leisurely took off his hat, tilted his head, and said in a tone that was just ridiculous. Well, who knows, wow. Is he trying to play mysterious with me? Fine, I won't talk about that anymore. I asked him directly, what exactly does he want? Making such a big fuss in Konoha? He acted all high and mighty, like I'm an artist. Don't ask if you don't understand, saying it was both a Spiro-Themed decision and a long-planned scheme for war and for peace. My head was spinning. Isn't this just pure madness? As soon as he finished speaking, several chains fell out from his sleeve with a whoosh. My heart sank with this kind of posture. Someone must go down today. I quickly realized that this guy could control the Nine Tails. His space-time ninjutsu was even better than mine, and his thoughts were so dangerous. If I don't take him down today, he will definitely become a greater threat than the Nine Tails in the future. I could only leave the village to the third Hokage. I must get rid of him right here, right now. I tightened my grip on the kunai and charged at him. He charged back at me. I thrust my blade forward, but what happened? Same old story. I went right through him like stabbing at air. But at that moment, the chains behind him swished and wrapped around me. Flying Thunder God. I instantly dodged. Does anyone understand? Physical attacks are ineffective against him, but when he attacks me, he becomes solid. My mind suddenly clicked. I understood. The opportunity is in the moment he attacks me. That second is my only chance. Come on, let's bet on this wave. I charged at him again, kunai in hand, and he did the same, preparing to use the same trick again. I stabbed at his head with the kunai, and, as expected, I went right through him again. Meanwhile, my left hand had already started forming a Rasengan. Seeing me miss, he was probably smiling under his mask, reaching out to grab me. He thought he had one as long as he could pull me into his alternate space. The game would be over. My Rasengan? He didn't take me seriously because he thought he was faster than me. But I won. That's definitely what he was thinking. Just as his hand was about to touch me, at the moment my kunai completely pierced through his head, he materialized. Now's the time. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. I tell you, I just disappeared in an instant. He grabbed nothing but air and was stunned at that moment. The next second, I appeared right above his head, holding the kunai that he had just ignored, which had already pierced through his body. I teleported myself to the location of that kunai. Get down, old man. A massive Rasengan, fueled by all my anger, crashed down on his back with a bang. The scene was incredible. The ground was smashed into a huge pit, and the shockwave uprooted the surrounding trees. Taking advantage of his weakness, I also left a flying thunder god mark on his back. He was sent flying by my attack, clutching his arm, and then with a tearing sound, that arm surprisingly turned into a puddle of white liquid and fell down. What is this thing? It's too bizarre. Truly worthy of a yellow flash. Yet he still talks tough. I couldn't be bothered to waste time talking to him. While he was speaking, I instantly used the flying thunder god technique to appear right in front of him, and with a swift motion, I stabbed a kunai into his chest. Just now. He marked me. That's right. I activated the chakra in my hand and directly carved the contract seal onto him. Goodbye. From now on, the Ninetales has nothing to do with you. Almost at the same time, the Ninetales in the village suddenly let out a loud roar, and the Sharingan pattern in its eyes instantly disappeared. The shackles on its body were gone, and just as it wanted to savor the fragrance of freedom, that golden guy above stomped down and told it to behave. What a situation, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. The Ninetales must have been stunned. The masked man sneered coldly, his body turning intangible as he slipped away. After I finished solving the problem here, I immediately used the flying thunder god technique to return to the village. When the third Hokage and the others saw me, it was like seeing a savior. Minato. Kushina also ran over with the child. She looked extremely weak. After all, the Ninetales had just been extracted, and it was impressive enough that she was still alive, considering the strength of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. I held her, looking at our newly born son Naruto, and my heart felt so soft. But this wasn't the time for tenderness. As I turned around, I saw the enormous Ninetales, along with that guy in the golden armor on its head. That guy was even more anxious than I was, standing on the Ninetales' head and shouting at me. Minato Namikaze, hurry up and seal it once you're done over there. What are you dawdling for? I was puzzled at the time, wondering who this guy was. He had been helping us all along, and now he was urging me to seal the Ninetales. What was his motive? The third Hokage was also nearby, reminding me that this guy was ridiculously strong. And even with all of us combined, we might not be able to defeat him. I hesitated, and it seemed that the armor guy was getting impatient, his tone turning cold. I hope you can seal the Ninetales as soon as possible. Fine, this was a final ultimatum. I thought that since he meant no harm, I shouldn't ruin our relationship, so I agreed. But the problem was that Kushina's condition definitely wouldn't allow her to be the Jinchuriki anymore. Looking at Naruto, who was sleeping in my arms, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, but there was no other choice. For the sake of the village, I could only let my son become the next Ninetales Jinchuriki. The third Hokage patted my shoulder, looking guilty. His wife, Buwako, was killed by the masked man while giving birth to Kushina, and I understood the pain he was feeling. Although Kushina was weak, she understood my decision. She was reluctant, but trusted me. Using her last bit of strength, she initiated the adamantine sealing chains, which quickly bound the Ninetales. The Ninetales howled wildly, but it was useless. The armor guy stepped down firmly, suppressing it completely. The sealing process went unbelievably smoothly. After it was done, the armored guy gave me a meaningful smile. Minato Namikaze, we shall meet again. After saying that, he vanished like the wind. Wow. Naruto woke up and started crying loudly. Kushina quickly held him and comforted him. The third Hokage and I exchanged glances. The amount of information we had received tonight was overwhelming, with two powerful beings appearing. And the ninja world was about to change. On the other side, Uchiha Han, suddenly appeared in the room, just as the Imperial armor disintegrated. Phew. That was close. If I had been a second slower, the experience card would have expired. Let me tell you, this Imperial armor is too powerful. Dude, your experience card is a bit too intense. I felt like I could easily take down the third Hokage just now. But the next second, damn, it hurts. My whole body feels like it's been thrown into a fire. Every cell is screaming. System, why didn't you say earlier that this experience card has side effects? The host's current physique is too weak to support the immense energy of the Imperial armor. Strong side effects will occur after the armor disintegrates. I rolled on the ground in pain for a full 20 minutes before I could recover. In the days that followed, the village slowly returned to peace. Watergate became Hokage, busy and overwhelmed, completely unable to find any clues about those two mysterious individuals. One day, my dear Uncle Fugaku brought Itachi to my house. See, Yohan, school is starting soon. Let Itachi teach you some basic ninjutsu. Great. I was just worried about not having anyone to teach me. Although I have the armor system. Since I'm in Hokage world now, I still need to learn ninjutsu. It would be so cool. I followed Itachi to the training ground, where he first taught me the simplest fire technique, the Great Fireball technique. With a quick hand sign and a puff of his cheeks, he shouted, "Fire style, Great Fireball technique." A huge fireball shot out. I watched with envy, noted the hand signs, channeled my chakra, and imitated the technique. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Hey, a fireball almost the same size as Itachi's shot out of my mouth. Itachi was shocked at that moment. Han-kun, you're amazing. You learned it after just one look. I felt quite pleased inside, while modestly saying, you're the one. You must have learned it in one go too, right? As a result, Itachi looked at me with wide, curious eyes and asked, how do you know I learned it in one go, Han-kun? Oh no, I slipped up. I quickly laughed it off, saying if I could learn it in one go, your talent must be better than mine, so you definitely learned it in one go too. After all, Itachi was still just a 6-year-old child and didn't think much of it. Seeing that I learned so quickly, he hesitated for a moment and said he wanted to teach me something difficult. Han-kun, the next technique consumes a lot of chakra, so you mustn't push yourself. As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. There's more tough stuff? No worries, bring it on. IAO took a deep breath and formed a hand seal. Shadow, clone jutsu. With a bang, there was suddenly another identical him beside him. Wow, B-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect Itachi to know this already. He asked me to give it a try, and I nodded, forming the hand signs shadow clone technique. Bang! A clone identical to me appeared. I did it. Excited, I went up and pinched the clone's face. This little face is as handsome as mine. But after just 2 pinches, with a pop, the clone disappeared. I ran out of chakra. Itachi was really impressed with me, saying it took him a lot of effort to learn this back then. Before long, he said he had to go take care of Sasuke and dashed off. Truly a devoted brother. In the evening, during dinner at the Fugaka household, Itachi told his dad about my talent. Fugaka was so shocked that he stopped using his chopsticks and was filled with joy, repeatedly saying it was great and encouraging Itachi to communicate more with me in the future. In the following days, I kept practicing ninjutsu, and my chakra level rose to that of a genin. Finally, the day of a ninja school opening arrived. I am in the same class as Itachi. As soon as I sat down, the little girls around me gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, look at them, they are so handsome. I secretly felt amused. Jokingly speaking, when it comes to looks, I'm the top of the Uchiha clan. Not even Itachi and Sasuke combined can match me. Next to me, Itachi looked completely calm. As expected of you, Itachi, always mature for your age. Meanwhile, in the crowd, 2 boys with Byakugan, no, I mean from the Hyuga family, were looking at us with displeasure. The Uchiha clan just loves to show off. One of them snorted coldly. The school bell rang, and our homeroom teacher, Yamashita Kento, walked in, rambling on about the glorious history of Konoha, which made me yawn. After finally enduring until school was over. As Itachi and I just stepped out of the school gate, we bumped right into those 2 Hyuga brothers. Uchiha, the 2 brothers frowned, looking quite displeased. As soon as I saw those iconic white eyes, I couldn't help but smile. Hyuga? Well, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have never really gotten along, so it looks like there will be a good show to watch now. Let me tell you, those 2 little brats from the Hyuga family are simply the chosen ones for trouble. They directly blocked my way in front of Itachi. The leader, named Hyuga Hinata, approached us as if interrogating criminals. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha can, right? I was thinking at the time, what's going on, checking the household registration? My partner, that Uchiha Han, also had a bad temper. With just a lift of his head and a raise of his eyebrow, it was clear what he meant. If there's something to say it. If not, don't waste my time before I get to go home after class. As a result, that one gesture completely set off the guy across from us, who had cataracts. He came up and said, this school is not your security teams. Don't be so arrogant. I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Arrogant? Dude, I just took a nap in class and that makes me arrogant? What kind of logic is that? My partner immediately snapped back. Are you sick? Did we offend you? After saying that, he pulled me along and was about to leave. You dare to curse at me. You dare to curse at my brother. That day, the 2 brothers were like 2 door gods, instantly blocking the way. Family, who understands? A 6-year-old kid playing this kind of blocking game, I really laughed. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. These 2 guys definitely won't survive more than 3 episodes in the original story, purely cannon fodder faces. My partner Han didn't bother to waste words. His gaze turned cold, and his hand moved to form a seal. In that moment, I could clearly see that Hinata Yoko on the opposite side shivered slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and glared back. After all, he was a genius from the Hinata clan, and he couldn't lose face. Just at that critical moment, my brother Itachi reached out and stopped Han. I understood what Itachi meant. At school, don't make the first move, or else even if you were right, you will lose your reason. As a result, the younger brother on the opposite side, named Hinata Suki, saw Han's movement stop and immediately burst into laughter, pointing at my partner and shouting, "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you can unleash ninjutsu?" Those two probably thought it was ridiculous for 6-year-old kids to learn ninjutsu. So naive. Just when the deadlock was about to continue, our savior arrived. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, actually came to pick us up personally. As soon as the Hinata brothers saw the clan leader, they exchanged glances and instantly backed down, running away in a hurry. My dad asked what was going on, and my partner Han just waved his hand. "It's nothing, just ran into 2 annoying guys." My dad didn't ask much, thinking it was normal for kids to play around. Then he invited Han to our house for dinner. After dinner, Han and I were sitting in the yard. Suddenly, this kid started to get emo, looking up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, and asked me, "Han-kun, do you think life is meaningless?" I felt a jolt in my heart. Wow, this familiar formula. Orochimaru's toxic soup mixed with battlefield PTSD. This kid's thoughts are very dangerous. I must turn him around. I went up and tapped him on the head. "What are you daydreaming about? The meaning of life has to be found by oneself, and everyone's answer is different. But it definitely isn't meaningless." After saying that, I patted my backside and slipped away, hiding my achievements and name. I left Itachi alone in the yard to ponder life, only to be summoned away by his younger brother Sasuke's cries. My partner Han left my house and didn't go straight home. He stopped halfway to buy something to eat. Guess who he ran into? Kakashi, that iconic white-haired guy with half an eye mask. It's hard to mistake him. However, Kakashi was in terrible shape at the time, looking lost. He walked past the bookstore, his hand just touching a book, when suddenly he jumped back as if shocked, clutching his chest and gasping for air. My partner immediately understood. He must have been reminded of Rinnegan. Sigh. There's nothing he could do about it. As a 6-year-old kid who wasn't familiar with Kakashi, if he went up to comfort him, he would probably be seen as a spy. Anyway, since the Minato couple is still alive, this kind of psychological counseling should be left to them. So, Han didn't bother and went straight home. Once he got home, he started studying his golden finger, the armor system. Checking the panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Unlocking armor. Flame dragon armor. Compatibility. 1. Who understands this, family? After so long, the compatibility has been stuck at 1, as if it's welded there, not budging at all. How on earth do you level this thing up? My partner Han was almost pulling his hair out. He thought about it. He practiced fire release, his chakra increased, but it was all useless. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered something from his previous life. That's right, the virtual battle room. They all trained in the virtual battle room. Congratulations. Virtual battle room unlocked successfully. The system's voice suddenly rang out. I was speechless at that moment. So this system is voice activated? I mention it and you unlock it? Can I get a demon suppression tower then? Fine. The system didn't respond. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. He had a thought, and a light door appeared before him. He went in and saw a flame dragon armor that looked exactly like him, ready for battle. Got it. It's asking me to fight myself, right? Flame dragon armor, merge. My partner, without saying a word, took the initiative and threw a punch. After merging, his strength increased more than tenfold. But guess what happened? The enemy, wearing the flame dragon armor, casually lifted one hand and easily caught his fist. My partner felt like he had hit a concrete wall. Damn, so strong. Just when he was in shock, the flame dragon armor suddenly vanished from sight. The next second, my partner was plunged into darkness and was instantly killed, his consciousness bouncing back to reality. But here comes the key point. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the compatibility with the flame dragon armor had increased to 2. So this is how it works. Goodness. It turns out the only way to increase compatibility is to get beaten up in this combat room. The system also indicated 3 opportunities each day. My partner was thrilled at that moment. 3 a day? Wouldn't that max out in a month? However, reality was cruel. In the next 2 attempts, he was still 1 punch to death, and combined, he only increased his compatibility by 1, reaching a total of 3. So, is this thing still diminishing returns? My partner's mentality began to crumble. In the following days, he mostly slept in class, but in reality, he was training hard in the virtual combat room. The homeroom teacher was a commoner ninja and didn't dare to manage us Uchiha, so he let it be. One day, I poked him awake. Han-kun, it's time for practical class. He groggily followed me to the playground. Today's lesson was throwing shuriken. The teacher even used the 4th Hokage as an example, saying that Lord Minato used shuriken. My partner silently complained. Their shuriken is a special version made for Flying Thunder God. How can yours compare to this junk? The target was several meters away, and for a bunch of little kids just starting school, hitting the target was already impressive. Sure enough, after 1 round, most of the kids missed the target. Even the 2 Hyuga brothers only managed to hit once. My partner's sharp eyes immediately noticed the veins popping at the corners of their eyes. Tisich, cheating with Byakugan, he muttered quietly. Who knew that, Hinata? You heard him and exploded. Uchiha Han, what are you so proud of? At least we hit the target. You didn't throw anything for a long time. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself? My partner shot back directly. Even if I completely missed the target, it's still better than you cheating. What cheating? What nonsense are you talking about? The two of them lied without even blushing. I saw it all. Their veins were bulging, and it was nothing but rolling their eyes, right? When they were exposed on the spot, they became even more spirited. So what? Rolling eyes is something we're born with. Why can't we use it? The things we ninjas do, how can they be considered cheating? I'm telling you, this is simply the latest model of stubbornness in 2025. It's like an electronic trick. Such shamelessness at such a young age. I couldn't take it anymore. So I walked over and coldly looked at the two of them. Are you two trying to compete? When Yang heard this, he immediately laughed and sarcastically said, Sure. Let us witness the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Show us your eyes. He was certain that we couldn't awaken the Sharingan at 6 years old. My partner rolled his eyes and said, Sharingan? Just you two? Do you think you stand a chance? Hanjun, let's show them the power of our Uchiha clan. I spun a kunai on my finger and gave him a look. All right. He nodded. Now, it was lively. All the classmates gathered around, especially a group of girls whose eyes were sparkling. Itachi is so cool. Hanjun is so cool too. I'll go first, for shurikens are pinched between my fingers. I take a deep breath, and with a sudden flick of my wrist, woos, 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 bang, 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 fall glitz shouts, fall that. All four hits the bullseye. The audience gasps in surprise. Even the teacher is stunned. That day, the two brothers turned green with envy right on the spot. My partner patted me on the shoulder. As expected of you, Itachi. Those two with cataracts are still not giving up, yelling at Han. Itachi is impressive. But don't get too complacent. Hurry up and throw. I don't believe you can be this accurate too. All right, just wait to be slapped in the face, you two. My partner Han slowly walked forward, and the girls around started to scream again. Han is so cute. Even if he misses the target, he's still impressive. My partner was so impressed that he exclaimed, wow. He rummaged through his bag for a while and pulled out a piece of cloth. Look closely, he said in a low voice, dramatically declaring, this is the power of the Uchiha clan. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he covered his eyes with that strip of cloth. That's right, he was going to throw blindfolded. The Nara brothers must have thought my partner was just putting on a show, making excuses to avoid embarrassment. My partner took a deep breath, with 4 shurikens pinched between his fingers, recalled the target's position, then unleashed his chakra and flicked his wrist. Bang! Only one sound was heard. Hinata Yang laughed at that moment. TSK, only hit one? The two of them looked at the target with disdain. The next second, the whole place fell silent. 4 targets. 4 bullseyes, all neatly stuck with 4 shurikens. Because they hit at the same time, there was only one sound. No way. It can't be real. The Hinata brothers' jaws nearly dropped. Oh my god, is this what the Uchiha are like? The teacher murmured to himself. The surrounding girls completely went crazy, shouting Hankuin's name. The 2 Hinata members looked as if they had eaten something disgusting, clenching their fists and vowing to practice gentle fist techniques hard when they got back. That night, my partner Han lay in the yard looking at the stars and casually checked his panel. After being defeated crazily over the past few days, his Fire Dragon armor compatibility finally reached 10, and he unlocked a special weapon, the Flame Blade. There was finally something to look forward to. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Konoha, at the root base, Danzo was giving a new mission to a boy named Kei. Put Kakashi on hold for now. Go investigate the Uchiha of this generation secretly to see if there are any talented kids without backgrounds. It turned out that Danzo originally wanted to snatch Kakashi's Sharingan. But now that the Nine-Tails incident had just settled down and my father Minato was free, he didn't dare to act rashly. So, he turned his attention to our Uchihas juniors. This old man really never gives up. A few days later, Konoha's upper management held a meeting. Minato presided over the meeting, mainly discussing the arrangements for the residences of various clans after Konoha's reconstruction. Then, that old man Danzo jumped in. He pointed at the map with a small wooden stick, clearly arranging the Shimura clan, Sarutobi clan, and so on, and finally, the stick snapped down at the edge of the map. The Uchiha clan. Let's stop here. My father, Fugaku, stood up immediately, his face darkened. Danzo, this is clearly targeting our Uchiha clan to the death. Our Uchiha compound hasn't been affected much. There's no need to relocate. Besides, how can the guard team maintain village security if they move to the outskirts? My father reasoned passionately, hoping to seek support from the heads of other clans. And what happened? Those people just sat there pretending not to see or hear anything, completely ignoring us. Of course, our guard team enforces the law. How many people have we offended in the process? It's a miracle they didn't take the opportunity to kick us while we're down. My father can only place his last hope on the water gate. Danzo is still there, making sarcastic remarks. Moving over is just right. It helps us guard the Konoha barrier. My father clenched his fists in anger, but in the end, he still sat down helplessly. He knew that once this matter was settled, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would be irreparable. Just when Danzo thought his scheme had succeeded and was ready to continue making arrangements, Minato spoke up. Lord Danzo, I don't think the arrangements for the Uchiha clan are very appropriate. My father's eyes instantly brightened. Danzo's face immediately fell, seeing that the cooked duck was about to fly away. Minato stood up, his voice not loud, but heavy with meaning. The Uchiha's residence has not suffered much damage and has now been rebuilt. Suddenly asking them to move out is out of line. The Uchiha clan should remain as is. Minato. Danzo was so angry he wanted to curse. But Minato was the Hokage after all, so he couldn't openly defy him. He looked to the side for help from the third Hokage. But the old man seemed as if he was in deep meditation, slowly shaking off his ashes without saying a word. Oomph. Danzo had no choice but to let out a cold snort and sit back down. My father, Fujitake, finally breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully looking at Minato, feeling that the relationship between the village and the clan finally had hope of easing. As soon as the meeting ended, Danzo was the first to leave, fuming. Once everyone had left, the third Hokage leisurely asked Minato, Minato, do you really think that mysterious person behind the Nine Tails incident has no connection to the Uchiha clan? Minato shook his head from the battle. The one who resembles it the most is Uchiha Madara, but Madara is definitely dead, no doubt about that. But let me tell you, the third Hokage doesn't think so. Before he left, he was lecturing me, saying, the Uchiha clan's bloodline is inherently this way. You need to be careful. Goodness, the prejudice is practically ingrained in their DNA. He himself had an Uchiha teammate he trusted, named Uchiha Kagami, and he still talks about him, saying something like, I wonder how that kid is doing under Danzo's training. It's simply double standards, clear as day. Minato felt overwhelmed, pondering that the relationship between the village and the Uchiha was indeed a tangled mess. Trying to unravel, it was difficult. But for now, these high-level issues wouldn't affect us kids. The scene shifted, and we arrived at a small grove where Itachi was practicing shuriken techniques with a boy a few years older than him. He was so impressive. Itachi leaped into the air, and the kunai in his hand flew like a machine gun, all hitting the bullseye. The older boy next to him clapped his hands in applause. Let me tell you, this is the famous Uchiha Shursui. That little brat Itachi is also quite mischievous. After finishing his training, he turned to Shursui and asked, Brother Shursui, can you throw shuriken with your eyes closed? Shursui replied, of course, but it requires high control over chakra. Why? Itachi then hit him with a bombshell, saying my classmate, Uchiha can hit the bullseye with 4 shuriken while blindfolded in today's practical class. At that moment, I saw Shursui's jaw drop. It almost hit the ground. 6 years old. To be able to control chakra with such precision at that age is not just genius. It's like he's hacking the game. Shursui sighed right then, saying that our Uchiha clan actually has such a monster among us. It seems the ninja school can't teach us anything anymore. You know what? He was right. The next day in practical class, we were paired up for practice again. I was just about to team up with Itachi when those 2 Hyuga brothers I had dealt with last time buzzed over like flies, wearing that annoying smile that says, I've gotten stronger, and today I'm going to avenge my previous humiliation. The one named Hyuga Hayashi directly called out, Uchiha can, do you dare spar with us? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself that this face was delivered right to my doorstep, so why not take the shot? So the 2 of us stood in the middle of the arena. That guy gave the order, opened his Byakugan, and the veins around his eyes bulged. Feeling like he was invincible, he looked at the flow of my chakra, and his mouth almost stretched to his ears, babbling on. When it comes to taijutsu, your Uchiha clan can only bow down at the feet of my Hyuga clan. After saying that, he gathered his chakra and swung his fist towards my face. Family, who understands? Did he think that just by activating his Byakugan, he was invincible? My taijutsu level was almost 30, and at most, he could barely reach 5. The gap was bigger than the East African rift. Just as his fist was about to hit me, I suddenly vanished. Despite his 360-degree Byakugan vision, he completely lost sight of me. The whole arena was stunned. I was above him. My teasing voice came from above his head. He suddenly looked up and saw me hanging upside down in midair, a pitch-black shuriken's tip just a couple of centimeters away from his scalp, even cutting off a few strands of his hair. Let me tell you, that scene was all about physical intensity. The kid turned as pale as a ghost and sat down on the ground in shock, as if he had lost his soul. The teacher hurried over to help him, but he didn't respond for a long time. The little girls around had gone crazy, screaming Hanjun, Hanjun, with stars in their eyes. I walked up to his younger brother Hinata, and the kid was so scared that his face turned pale. I raised an eyebrow at him and said, "Your brother lost. Are you going to come?" He shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. I don't need to. TCH, how boring. After school, Itachi mysteriously told me he wanted to take me to meet someone. My DNA was already reacting, thinking, does he have other close friends besides me? Wait, could it be that man? I got excited instantly and urged Itachi to hurry up. Itachi laughed, seeing that I was more anxious than he was. Hankoin, why are you more flustered than I am? Of course, how could I not be anxious? Following Itachi to a small forest outside the clan grounds, I saw a figure jump down from a tree, smiling and asking, "Are you Uchiha Han?" Damn, it's really him. Uchiha Shursui. He was the first high-level A-rank ninja I managed to gather in my previous life playing the game. I was so excited inside, but I had to keep a calm exterior. "Hello, I am Uchiha Han." Shursui smiled and introduced himself, radiating kindness, completely lacking that cold, icy vibe from the root. Itachi directly suggested, "Brother Shursui, Hankoin and I are planning to spar a bit. Can you be the referee?" That works perfectly for me. I stood facing Itachi, and this time I couldn't afford to be careless. Itachi was not like those weaklings from the Hyuga clan. As soon as the battle began, we clashed head-on. Shuriken against shuriken, sparks flying. In a pure physical confrontation, we were evenly matched, but my strength was a bit greater than his. Itachi noticed this right away and quickly created some distance, forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball came crashing toward my face. Could I let him have his way? I retaliated with an identical great fireball technique right back at him. The two fireballs exploded mid-air, instantly filling the area with smoke. Shursui, watching from the side, was stunned. A 6-year-old using C-rank ninjutsu against Itachi. Was that even reasonable? As the smoke cleared, we clashed once more. Realizing he had no advantage in close combat, Itachi created distance again and used the shadow clone technique. Two Itachis charged at me from the left and right. I squinted my eyes and began to form hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Although it's also a C-rank ninjutsu with dispersed damage, the range is huge. In an instant, several small fireballs flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, maximizing the AoE damage and accurately taking out Itachi's shadow clone. Shursui beside me was already shocked to the point of numbness, thinking, are these two kids monsters? When Itachi saw his clone destroyed and his chakra nearly depleted, while I still had plenty of energy left, he decisively put away his kunai. I lost. Shursui also realized that if they continued fighting, Itachi would lose. So he didn't say much. We formed the reconciliation seal, and Shursui excitedly ran over to pat both our shoulders, saying, I originally thought Itachi's talent was astonishing, but I didn't expect you, Hankoin, to surpass him. May heaven bless our Uchiha. He immediately invited me to train with them in the future. How could I refuse? Of course. However, I was also calculating in my mind that according to the original plot, Shursui would be betrayed by that old schemer Danzo in a few years. So I had to find a way to prevent this tragedy. In the following days, I would go to find Shursui after school, every day to train. With someone to guide me, my strength was increasing rapidly. I secretly glanced at my information panel. Chakra 156, Taijutsu 31, Ninjutsu 20, and my Fire Dragon armor compatibility had also reached 14. This data had already surpassed that of an ordinary genin, and even against a freak like Kakashi, who was a genin at 5 and a chunin at 6, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Life at school became increasingly boring. One day at lunch, while eating the heartfelt bento made by Aunt Michiko, I lay on the grass and let out a big burp, saying to Itachi, how boring the things taught at school are so easy I could figure them out with my toes. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and leaned close to Itachi's ear. Itachi, I think we were wasting our lives at school. Why don't we skip class? You should have seen Itachi's little face then. Written all over it was I'm a model student. I can't do this. I shot him a glance and thought to myself, aren't you going to use shadow clones to go to school next year? Why are you pretending with me now? I directly pointed it out to him. Think about it. Don't we all know the shadow clone technique now? Plus, we have enough chakra to maintain it for a day. We can let the clones attend class for us while the real us goes off to train. Isn't this what they call cyberclone literature? Itachi's eyes instantly lit up, and he slapped his thigh, thinking my idea was simply brilliant. There was even a hint of admiration in his gaze. In the end, he nodded seriously. Okay. That night, I went to Itachi's house for dinner and noticed that Uncle Fugaku was looking troubled. It was probably another issue with the clan and the village. At the dinner table, he suddenly asked Itachi, what do you think the village thinks of our Uchiha clan? Itachi hesitated for a long time before cautiously answering that the village's higher-ups have always targeted us, and our relationships aren't good. Fugaku then asked if he had any solutions, to which Itachi shook his head. Then, Fugaku turned his gaze to me. Xiaohan, what do you think? How can I be polite? I just put the bowl down and gave him a top-notch political lesson. I said to him, Uncle Fugaku, the village is ostracizing us, and the root cause lies with the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara. But now that the fourth Hokage is in power, it's an opportunity. The biggest problem is that from top to bottom, no one likes us. Why? It's because of the guard team. That thing is a hot potato. We have power, but it also isolates us from everyone else, making us a target of hatred. Fugaku's eyes lit up, signaling me to continue. So my plan is simple. Power sharing. Allocate some of the guard team positions to other clans and let our people join the Umbu. Also, the position of Hokage emphasizes inheritance. The third was the apprentice of the second, and the fourth is the grand disciple of the third. We need to learn from this too. Send our clan's jonin out to form three-man teams with children from other clans, establishing mentor-student relationships. In less than 10 years, the reputation of the Uchiha in the village can be completely turned around, and then the Uchiha can truly produce a Hokage. I deliberately emphasized the words Hokage. Fugaku and Itachi were both stunned, as if they were hearing a scripture. Fugaku looked at me with a different gaze, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Extremely excited, saying that my insight was something he hadn't even thought of. He immediately decided, Xiaohan, you should also participate in the clan meetings from now on. I was suddenly overjoyed. Fujiwara then said to Itachi, you join us too. It seemed he really considered both of us as the future of the Uchiha clan. After dinner, I lay on a tree trunk, happily opened my personal panel, and hey, my data had increased again. Chakra 170, Taijutsu 33, Ninjutsu 22, Jinjutsu 18. And the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor had also reached 15%. This feeling was amazing, and let me tell you, this 15% compatibility wasn't given for nothing. It directly unlocked the fire attribute chakra amplification for me. This means that when I perform a great fireball now, its power is directly doubled, and the chakra cost is discounted. It's simply too exhilarating. I was thinking if I unlock all 5 sets of armor in the future, wouldn't that mean I could amplify all 5 elemental chakras? Wow, wouldn't that be unstoppable? No, wait. Armor is metal, wood, water, fire, earth, while Hokage is fire. Water, lightning, wind, earth. The attributes don't match. Oh, why think so much? Just enjoy it. As I was happily imagining the future, a sudden ominous feeling surged in my heart. Sure enough, as soon as I returned to school, trouble found me. That defeated Hinata Yang, actually brought 2 of their clan members to confront me. I took a glance, and wow, they were almost a head and a half taller than us. Wearing the Konoha headbands, strutting around like they were some big shots, afraid others wouldn't know they were genin. The surrounding classmates immediately started whispering, wow, they are ninjas. Why are they back at school after graduation? Those 2 didn't care at all, arrogantly walking up to me. I rolled my eyes and lazily asked, what is up? Hinata Yang didn't bother to waste words. He knew he couldn't out-talk me. So he pointed at me viciously and yelled at his 2 big brothers. It's him. The 2 immediately understood, cracking their knuckles ominously and surrounding me with malicious intent. Without a word, they swung their fists, delivering 2 heavy punches that whistled through the air. Let me tell you, if that punch landed, an ordinary kid would at least be bedridden for half a month. But who am I? I ducked down, slid beneath their fists, and swiftly dodged like a rabbit. What? The 2 were stunned. They were proper genin, and even if they were inexperienced, hitting a newly admitted little brat like me was like a dimensional strike. Yet they missed. This is interesting. The 2 exchanged glances, smirking, realizing they had underestimated me. Then, chakra began to flow through their bodies. A faint blue light emanating from their fists, and their momentum surged instantly, causing the surrounding onlookers to step back in fear. Many boys were gloating, wishing for me to get beaten up. Some girls were anxious, covering their mouths with worried expressions, and a few clever ones ran straight to the teacher's office. Minato noticed and panicked. "You two, hurry. Someone's going to tell the teacher." Upon hearing this, the two genins' expressions hardened, veins popping at their temples. Byakugan, activate. Wow, they actually needed to activate Byakugan to hit a 6-year-old kid. How much face do they want to save? However, the next second, they froze. With Byakugan activated, they stared at me fiercely, but guess what? They could clearly see the chakra within me, but they couldn't find my chakra points. That chakra wasn't even flowing. Just a lump, very strange. Anyone who understands would know. Their CPUs were almost overheating, probably wondering if the human body structure had bugs. Minato was jumping in frustration behind them. "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and attack." The two had no choice but to charge forward, delivering 2 heavy chakra punches with great force. I, however, swayed my body, jumped back several times in quick succession, instantly creating a distance of more than 10 steps. They were dumbfounded. This speed was something ordinary genin couldn't react to. Just as they were shocked, I stumbled and, unfortunately, collided with the wall behind me, falling to the ground with a bang and instantly transforming into a puff of smoke. The whole scene fell silent. The two genin looked at each other, their faces displaying 4 big characters. Who am I? Where am I? Just then, our homeroom teacher, Yamashita-kan, rushed in and happened to witness this scene, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. This is the shadow clone technique? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and without another word, turned around and sprinted toward the principal's office. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was sitting in his office, smoking his beloved pipe. Yamashita-kan burst in, and he calmly shook off the ash. "No need to panic, I saw everything." Though he said this, his wrinkled face appeared calm, but inside, a storm was already brewing. I'm currently enjoying a brief respite with Itachi outside, when suddenly, it hits me. "Oh no, my shadow clone at school got blown up. What happened?" Itachi asks curiously. My shadow clone was exposed. I angrily punched the tree, damn it. That Hinata Hayashi, just 1T, let it go. Itachi immediately panicked upon hearing this, looking flustered and helpless, like a good student caught skipping class for the first time. I patted him. All right, why are you panicking? When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block. It's not a big deal. Who knows, maybe I could even use this opportunity to apply for early graduation. Just as we were talking, a hoarse voice suddenly interrupted us, startling both Itachi and me, as we hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Turning around, we saw an old man with a pipe smiling at us. Itachi's eyes widened, and he quickly called out respectfully, "Lord Third." I hurriedly bowed as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked me over and cheerfully asked, "You must be Uchiha Han, right? Can you tell me why you used a shadow clone to go to school?" I scratched my head and honestly admitted, the knowledge taught in school is too simple for me, and it's no longer useful. Sendai nodded, and only then did he notice Itachi beside him. "Are you Uchiha Itachi? Aren't you supposed to be in school as well?" He suddenly thought of something, gasped in surprise. "Could it be that you are also using the shadow clone technique?" Itachi's little face turned red, and he nodded shyly. Let me tell you, the expression on the third generation's face at that moment was absolutely brilliant. He was probably shouting in his heart, "Wow, buy one get one free. Is the Uchiha clan cheating? One unparalleled genius isn't enough, and now they're giving away 2. The way he looked at us was like he was staring at 2 rare treasures. Ahem. He snapped back to reality and looked at us seriously. "Han, Itachi, since you feel like you can't learn anything at school anymore, have you considered graduating early?" As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I don't want to stay at this broken school for another day. Itachi was a bit hesitant and wanted to discuss it with his family. The third Hokage was reasonable and let us go back to consider it, asking for our response by tomorrow morning. That night, Itachi talked to his father, Fugaku, who was also taken aback, but immediately grasped the key point. This is a tremendous opportunity. He immediately decided, "Itachi, if you're confident, go ahead and apply for early graduation with Shaoan." The next morning, we stood in front of the third Hokage and said in unison, "Lord Third, we want to apply for the early graduation assessment." The third nodded in satisfaction and took us to the playground. In the center of the playground stood a cold-faced Chunin. The third explained that because it was an early graduation, the assessment difficulty was upgraded, and our task was to endure for 3 minutes under this Chunin's command. I looked at that Chunin, and the guy seemed quite unhappy, probably imagining himself as the main character in a grand drama titled Me. Chunin, future Hokage, completely disregarding us. At that moment, Everyone in the school came to watch the excitement. Minato was down below, looking pale, probably stuck in a loop of the clown as me. The little girls were cheering us on while reluctant to let us go, with tears in their eyes. Let's get started. With a command from the third Hokage, I exchanged a glance with Itachi and dashed forward, catching that Chunin completely off guard. He staggered and barely managed to draw his kunai to block. After a few exchanges, he was shocked, probably thinking, are kids nowadays raised on beef? Their strength is incredible. After a round of probing, we immediately retreated and formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two massive fireballs roared forward, almost singeing his eyebrows. He hurriedly formed seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a loud boom, a wall of earth rose up to block the fireballs, and smoke instantly filled the area. The opportunity had come. Itachi and I immediately used Shadow Clone Jutsu, with both the main body and clones charging into the smoke. The third Hokage nearby had bright eyes, probably marveling at the Uchiha clan's ridiculous chakra levels. The Chunin was almost going crazy in the smoke. Good grief, more shadow clones? He finally took it seriously and started frantically attacking. Itachi's two clones vanished with a couple of pops, and the main body was pushed back several steps. Just when he thought he was temporarily safe, he suddenly felt something was off. Where was I? In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back as a gust of wind swept past his neck. I peeked out from behind him, smiled at Itachi, and had my kunai firmly pressed against his neck. I thought, we should have one, right? I triumphantly withdrew my kunai. The Chunin's legs went weak, panting heavily, his face filled with disbelief. The entire place went silent, then erupted in gasps of amazement. The third Hokage walked over with a smile, pulling out two brand new forehead protectors and handing them to us. I excitedly took them, tied one around my forehead, and from today on, I was a real ninja. But then a problem arose. It wasn't graduation season, so we couldn't form a three-man team. The third was troubled when suddenly an old schemer showed up. Danzo. He immediately wanted to take us to his route, saying we were geniuses and shouldn't waste time on D-rank missions. Who doesn't know what his route is for? Once you go in, you get brainwashed into an emotionless tool. Fortunately, the third stood firm and issued an eviction order. Danzo stormed off in anger, his dead fish face even more sour. After shaking off the old schemer, I quickly took my future brother-in-law, good brother Itachi, to celebrate. I dragged him to the snack street and bought him a box of his favorite dango. Just look at his eyes. They were almost glued to the dango. He carefully took a bite, and that little expression was simply blissful. Family, who would have thought the cold Itachi is actually a die-hard sweet tooth? I was joking with him, and suddenly felt a chill down my back, as if someone was watching me in the dark. JPG. I turned around abruptly, and not far away on the rooftop, it seemed like a shadow flashed by. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Something fell off. I greeted Itachi and immediately slipped away, but instead of going home, I headed straight towards the small woods on the edge of the village. I told you, this place is dark and gloomy, perfect for doing something. I stood still, cleared my throat, and directly spoke into the mic. Stop hiding. Come out and chat. As soon as I finished speaking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared right behind me. I quickly turned around, my hand already gripping a kunai tightly, my heart pounding like a drum. The guy in front of me was wearing a mask, dressed in black, looking like no good. Umbu? No, Umbu members aren't this sinister. The chill radiating from him. Wow, two words instantly popped into my head. Root. Those shadowy operatives under Danzo. Who understands? I just graduated a few days ago, and I've already caught the attention of Konoha's top troublemaker. But then again, it makes sense. Itachi and I leveled up and took down a Chunin. Such talent is explosive throughout Konoha's history. If that old guy Danzo's surveillance didn't catch me, that would be a real ghost story. The masked man didn't waste any time either, pulling out his weapon in one swift motion. I squinted my eyes, my nerves taut like guitar strings, cursing myself for being reckless, thinking I shouldn't have lured him here alone. The root members are all crazy, killing without blinking, regardless of whether you're from Konoha. Well, since I'm here, let's just do it. Strike first, suffer later. My hands instantly began to move at lightning speed, forming hand seals so fast they almost left after images. Fire style, great fireball technique. Let me tell you, the fireball I shot out this time was even bigger than the one I teamed up with Itachi to unleash before. About 3 to 4 meters high, like a little sun smashing down. And guess what happened? That masked man clasped his hands together, and suddenly a wooden wall sprouted up from beneath his feet. When my fireball hit it, good grief, it was like scratching an itch. He didn't budge an inch. I was dumbfounded at the time, my mouth wide, open enough to fit an egg. What? Would release? Isn't this the exclusive skill of the first Hokage? In the entire ninja world, besides Hashirama himself, the only one who can use this technique, if you think about it, is that unfortunate guy Yamato, who was created using Hashirama's cells. No wonder. Does anyone understand? The first Hokage's would release is the ultimate transformation, truly 1,000 hands. But by the time it reached Yamato, it became would release, deluxe 3-bedroom apartment technique, focusing on post-war reconstruction. But even if he's not that great, it's still not something a mere genin like me can handle. I was complaining when suddenly everything went black, and a huge shadow loomed over my face. It happened so fast. I was so scared that my soul almost left my body, and I instinctively stumbled backward. With a loud bang, the spot where I'd just been standing was smashed into a big pit. Oh my goodness, if I had been half a second slower, I would have turned into a 2-dimensional flat image by now. My legs went weak with fear. This was the biggest crisis I had encountered since my time travel. Yamato didn't give me a chance to catch my breath. He created a wooden clone, and the two of them charged at me with big wooden sticks. The momentum was incredible. Damn, I was panicking and was just about to call for my cheat when suddenly, stop! A hoarse shout rang out, and immediately 5 huge shurikens flew in, forcing Yamato back. I turned my head and saw, wow, isn't it the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? How'd he get here? The look in the third's eyes was sharp as knives, fixed intently on Yamato's mask, and he must have been feeling a storm brewing inside. Would release. Who exactly are you? When he saw the uniform, he instantly understood, his beard bristling with anger. Danzo, is this how you use would release? Seeing his superior arrive, Yamato didn't say a word and instantly vanished into the night. I quickly got up from the ground and expressed my gratitude to the third Hokage. Thank you, Lord Third, for saving my life. The third came to his senses and asked if I was okay. I shook my head, still puzzled about how he arrived so promptly. Later, I learned that the old man didn't trust Danzo at all. As soon as I left, he immediately turned on his 40-inch high-definition crystal ball to live-stream the situation, watching the whole thing unfold. Sure enough, I saw that the old 6, Yamato, was secretly observing. The third urged me to hurry home while he angrily went to confront Danzo about his actions. This situation was partly Danzo's own fault. He originally intended to test whether I had awakened my Sharingan, but he didn't expect me to be so resilient, nor did he anticipate that the third was watching. The talented Yamato, whom he had invested heavily in, couldn't even defeat a Kakashi, and now he was caught red-handed by the third. So he decided to abandon him as a pawn. On the other side, my father, Fugaku Uchiha, wasn't idle either. He went directly to the 4th Hokage, Minato, and got straight to the point. 4th, the guard team we Uchiha manage is offending people every day, and it's becoming a village-wide enemy. I was thinking if this continues, we should reform it, expand it, and bring in other clans so that everyone shares the burden and the power. Minato was shocked to hear this. The guard team was a lucrative position, and Fugaku was willing to give it up, but he quickly realized that Fugaku was trying to show goodwill, wanting the Uchiha to fully integrate into Konoha. Minato naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Fugaku seized the opportunity and added, also, I want to select some elite members from our clan to help your Umbu. This made Minato very happy. After all, the Uchiha Sharingan was a godly asset in the Umbu, proficient in reconnaissance and combat. The two quickly reached an agreement, and the matter was settled. Soon, the news about the expansion of the guard team spread throughout Konoha. Let me tell you, during those days, the threshold of my house was nearly worn down from all the visitors for various clans bringing gifts. My father was grinning from ear to ear. As for me, the first thing I did when I got home was to open my system panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 206. Unlock armor. Flame Dragon armor. Compatibility 20. Hey, guess what? The compatibility reached 20. The system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, you've unlocked special training. Windhawk armor training. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Finally, I could unlock a new skin. Without saying a word, I jumped straight into the trial. Flame Dragon armor, combine. I grabbed the flame blade and charged forward. As a result, the Wind Eagle armor on the opposite side swayed and suddenly flashed dozens of meters away. I'm completely stunned. Is this the speed of the Wind Falcon hero? This is outrageous. I was just about to chase, and the Wind Falcon sword already appeared in his hand. Then I heard a voice faintly say, Wine-piercing strike. The next second, a dense rain of swords hit me right in the face. Damn, he opened with his ultimate right away. Don't you usually start with basic attacks against small monsters? Why'd he go straight for the R flash against me? I didn't even have time to react. Everything went black, and my consciousness returned to the room. What a letdown. This difficulty is way harder than when I faced the flame dragon armor. However, it's not a total loss. I feel like there is an extra trace of wind attribute chakra in my body. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Taking a beating to gain a new attribute is a great deal. I was happily thinking that with the dragon armor's 20 unlocking of the wind eagle, wouldn't that mean the wind eagle's 20 unlocks the black rhinoceros? By then, I'd also have access to water attribute chakra. It would be like a fully automatic attribute refining machine. My future looks bright. The next day, I went to report to the third Hokage's office with Itachi, ready to meet our leading jonin. I was still excitedly guessing who it would be, but as soon as I walked in, I was stunned. I tell you, in the office, besides the third Hokage, there are two more people standing. One is Kakashi with a head full of white hair, and the other, well, isn't that the guy who wanted to take me back to my hometown last night, Yamato? Now he's changed his name to Tenzo. The third Hokage smiled and introduced us. This is Hitaki Kakashi, your team leader. This is Tenzo, your teammate from now on. At that moment, I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a fly. Having someone who wanted to take me out just yesterday as a teammate. That old man from the third generation really has a big heart. Kakashi led the three of us to a small grove and took out the chakra test paper. Tenzo was water and earth, Itachi was fire and water, and I was fire and wind. Kakashi was a bit surprised, not expecting that the three of us would start with dual attributes. Then Kakashi taught me a C-rank wind release, Gale Palm, and taught Itachi a water release, Water Chaos Wave. After that, our first mission came, trimming someone else's flower garden. I tell you, it was so boring. I casually sprayed the shower head a few times and then sat down to fish. Suddenly, a dead fish face popped up in front of me. It was Kakashi. He said in a low voice, "The reward for this mission is 100 taels." 100 taels? I instantly got excited. That's a lot. Enough for me to have many meals of barbecue. I immediately transformed into the god of gardening and worked like crazy. The mission was completed, and it was time to collect the payment. But Kakashi expressionlessly took away 40 taels from the 100, saying it was the share for the leading jonin. Then he divided the remaining 60 taels among the three of us, giving each of us 20 taels. The look I had at that moment, if I weren't afraid of losing to him, I would have definitely made him understand why the flowers are so red. Holding the heavy 20 taels in my hand, this was the first bucket of gold I earned in this world, and I felt a little excited. Kakashi announced the dismissal, and then he vanished. The next day, when we gathered, Kakashi still looked like he hadn't woken up, and he casually dropped a bombshell. I received a B-rank mission to track down Orochimaru's whereabouts. Are you in? I was shocked along with Itachi. Goodness, we were just repairing the flowers yesterday, and today we're going to look for S-rank rogue ninjas? That's quite a leap, but I was so excited inside. Finally, something thrilling is happening. Kakashi explained that we are just conducting an outer investigation, and as soon as we find any traces, we'll call for reinforcements. The main force will be the Umbu. Besides us, there are several other teams acting together. We soon arrived at the border of the Land of Fire and met up with other teams. As a result, a guy with a cocky look on his face and a dogtail grass in his mouth walked over to us. Seeing that we were young, he looked unfriendly. "Hey, brats, how did you get in here?" he said, with his hands on his hips and his nostrils flared. I raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up?" That guy immediately exploded. "What kind of attitude is that? How many D-rank missions have you completed to dare take on a B-rank mission? Where's your team instructor?" He scanned the area and completely ignored Kakashi, who was about the same age as us. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself that this guy looked pretty handsome, but he had a sort of foolishness that AI couldn't replicate. I silently muttered, "Kakashi-sensei, it's time for you to show off." Sure enough, Kakashi walked out with his hands in his pockets, moving slowly, and looked at the other guy with his signature deadpan stare. "I'm their team leader." "What's the matter?" The guy was instantly stunned. "You? Are you kidding? Do you think you're Kakashi?" Before he could finish his sentence, their team's leading jonin came over, saw the white-haired guy with an eye mask, and exclaimed, "Kakashi?" The guy was instantly petrified, his mouth agape, and only then did he turn around to size up Kakashi, his expression worse than someone who just ate 10 pounds of bitter melon. Guess what the guy said next? He actually reached out enthusiastically, introducing himself as Watanabe Naruto, saying he fought alongside me on the battlefield. Goodness, who fought alongside you? Kakashi didn't even acknowledge him, his eyelids drooping as he turned and walked behind the three of us, leaving that guy awkwardly standing there with his hands still raised. Folks, you wouldn't believe the tension in the air. I almost felt like I was going to lose it right there. Watanabe's face turned from pale to green, awkwardly retracting his hand, probably cursing Kakashi 1,000 times in his head while still forcing a smile. After those people left, the Umbu finally jumped out from the woods, handing us a map and a flare, saying that as soon as they spotted Orochimaru, they would signal for immediate support. Kakashi put away the items and simply said, "Let's go." Then whoosh, he dashed into the forest. I'll tell you, this is where things started to feel off. We were following Kakashi as he ran along the treetops, and then he suddenly stopped like he hit the brakes. Itachi quickly asked him what was wrong, and Kakashi was staring below, saying he sensed a disturbance in the chakra. We jumped down to take a look, and to our surprise, there was a half-person high opening hidden in the grass, dark and hard to notice unless you look closely. Kakashi said he heard something inside and wanted to go take a look. My heart sank at that moment. This place was chilling and damp. A perfect setting for a horror movie. We hadn't gone far inside when a puff of white smoke floated over. Kakashi instantly became alert and shot out a bolt of lightning, but the smoke dispersed and then reformed, proving useless. Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Run." As soon as I heard the anxious noise, I ran back. Suddenly, my ankle felt like it was tightly grabbed by something, and I fell hard, landing in a heap. "Hinyun." I heard Itachi calling me from behind, but just as he tried to come over to help me, the entire cave began to shake violently, rumbling, with large stones falling from above like dumplings. Kakashi swiftly grabbed Itachi and pulled it back. I watched helplessly as huge boulders separated me from them, and in the end, I couldn't even hear Itachi shout anymore. Damn it, don't. I'm not a Beto. What S with the rock crushing? It felt like a mountain was pressing down on my back, but clearly there was nothing there and my feet couldn't move. I desperately channeled my chakra and slammed a gale palm on the ground, finally shaking off the binding on my feet. When I got up and looked around, that strange smoke was already gone, replaced by an absurdly thick stone wall. I used all my fire release techniques, calling upon Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire, but the stone wall didn't budge. I was contemplating whether to summon the Flame Dragon armor for a direct confrontation when suddenly, a denser cloud of smoke appeared behind me, enveloping me in an instant. I barely managed to take a breath before my vision went dark and I lost all consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself tied up tightly to a tree stump. Dozens of villagers surrounded me, all looking at me with unfriendly eyes. They were chattering away, and I vaguely heard the name Orochimaru, which made my heart drop. A big bearded man leaned in close and asked me fiercely what I was doing here. I said I was just passing by. Do you believe me? Of course. He didn't believe me. With a sinister grin, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke and wrapped around me, diving straight into my nostrils. Smoke technique. A voice exploded in my head. I'm going to blacken your entire chakra, blood, muscles, organs, and nerves. I tell you, that feeling is simply unbearable. It's like being roasted over a fire, with my internal organs being scorched by cigarette, but the pain making me roll on the ground, my nails digging deep into the earth. But I grit my teeth and refused to say anything, claiming that we were just passing by. Those villagers were arguing on the side, and one guy even believed it, thinking that a little kid like me couldn't hold out for long and must be telling the truth. As a result, the guy who was inside me seemed to lose face and actually increase the pressure. Damn, do you really think I'm an easy target? I'm sweating profusely, feeling like I'm about to collapse, and I can't even use my chakra. There's no other way. I have to call for help. Flame Dragon armor. Mirje. In an instant, a wave of scorching power surged into my body. Bling. I was instantly covered in a layer of incredibly cool red armor. The smoke that had invaded my body let out a roar, and I was expelled, turning back into human form. Everyone around was dumbfounded, staring at the metallic gleam of my armor. Their leader shouted for everyone to attack together, and they all transformed into smoke and charged at me. Hey, is that effective? Their smoke couldn't penetrate my armor at all. It was like crashing into a wall. These people belong to the Iburi clan and can only use this smoke technique. Once it fails, they're no different from ordinary people. No way out now. I felt so good inside. It's my turn. The flame blade appeared in my hand in an instant, and I felt like I was on fire, a wave of heat sweeping through the entire cave. Those people were so scared they fled in a panic, transforming into smoke and scattering. I jumped up and slashed twice with a massive flame blade, cutting through, and several who were slower were directly hit back into their original forms, fainting. Soon, I was the only one left standing in the entire cave. I grabbed one of the unconscious ones to ask for directions, but after slapping him 7 or 8 times with no response, I realized I might have been a bit too rough. Now I was at a loss. With so many passages, who knows where the exit is? I could only randomly pick one based on my instincts and walked in. As soon as I walked for a bit, I heard a series of moans coming from ahead. I thought I finally found someone alive and rushed over, but when I got there I was stunned. The ground was covered with the corpses of those villagers, each one with a shriveled body, white-faced, as if they had been drained dry. The only one standing was a long-haired guy, his face as white as if coated with 10 layers of putty, holding a snake that was sticking out its tongue. This iconic look. I could tell with my toes who it was. Orochimaru. He greedily licked his lips, turning his head 180 degrees to look at me, and his gaze was instantly captivated by my flame dragon armor, filled with greed and possessiveness, like a rogue who had just seen an unparalleled beauty. I instantly felt every cell in my body tense up. The flame blade crossed over my chest. No way, sir, I just graduated, and you're throwing me into an S-rank boss battle right off the bat? This is too much. Orochimaru gave a strange smile, and his figure disappeared. The next second, I felt a chill on my body as a giant snake had already wrapped around me, its cold tongue hissing right next to my ear. I suddenly struggled and threw it off. It landed on the wall like a gecko, its eyes even more excited, muttering something about an interesting bloodline limit. Then came the whirlwind, venomous snakes, and various ninjutsu raining down on me like they were free. Fortunately, my armor was tough enough to block all his attacks. After fighting for a while, Orochimaru seemed to be getting a bit tired. He was already injured, had just absorbed some from the Iblis clan to recover a bit. And after fighting me, his condition had worsened. He probably felt anxious, knowing he couldn't take me down quickly, and if he dragged this out, the Anbu would catch up with him, which would be disastrous. He ominously dropped the line. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, he turned and fled. Can I let him run away? He must know where the exit is. I immediately followed him. Orochimaru was startled by me, probably thinking, how did this kid catch up? He didn't want to fight anymore and increased his speed a bit. I was gradually falling behind, but fortunately, it wasn't long before a bright light appeared ahead. I was overjoyed to see Orochimaru leap out, and I quickly followed suit. Finally, we made it out. After confirming that Orochimaru's presence had disappeared, I took off my armor and began searching for Itachi and the others. On the other side, Kakashi had already called in 5 Anbu skilled in Earth Release, and the 6 of them launched a fierce attack on the blocked entrance with Earth Flow spears. The rocks were shattered, but when Itachi rushed over to take a look, there was still a thick layer of rock inside. One Anbu said, there is too much rock. Even if we exhaust our chakra, we can't break through. Kakashi silently lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly. Upon hearing this, Itachi's body went limp, and he also lowered his head. The atmosphere was suffocating. The one called Tenzo beside them remained expressionless, simply providing companionship. Just then, my lively voice came from not far away. 1 against 7. Kakashi-sensei. Itachi suddenly looked up, and upon seeing me waving and running over, his eyes instantly turned red with disbelief. When I reached them, he hugged me tightly and cried, I'm so glad you're okay. Kakashi asked how I got out, and I had already prepared my answer, saying I went in, took a long detour, and came out from another exit. As for that mysterious fog, I said I didn't encounter it. I absolutely couldn't mention the armor and Orochimaru. Before I finished speaking, a loud bang sounded as a signal flare exploded in the distance. Something is happening. Kakashi immediately reacted. It was another team that had encountered Orochimaru. We all rushed towards the direction of the signal flare. By the time we arrived, the scene was devastating. The entire forest was destroyed, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Several teams were sprawled on the ground, missing arms and legs, and a few were already lifeless. The previously arrogant Okikawa lay in a pool of blood, his neck bitten through by something, a gruesome sight. An injured Jainin with a severed arm struggled to say, Orochimaru, for some reason, has regained a significant amount of strength. The Anbu's faces turned pale, and the medical ninjas hurried to save the injured. They looked in the direction Orochimaru had fled. Beyond, that was the national border, and they could no longer catch up. The mission was a complete failure. We could only return to the village with the wounded and the dead. Although the mission failed, we still received a bit of hardship compensation, which amounted to a meager 400 ryo in my hands, but it was better than nothing. I happily counted the money, feeling quite satisfied. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato and the 3rd Hokage also received the news. Minato wore a worried expression. Orochimaru's defection was a huge loss for the village. The 3rd Hokage, though looking dejected, seemed to subtly breathe a sigh of relief, as if he were glad that he didn't have to clean up the mess himself. As for me, life wasn't going to be much better. After meeting up with Itachi and Shursui, I told them about Orochimaru's incident, and Shursui also looked fearful, saying we were lucky not to have confronted the legendary 3 Sannin head-on. I thought to myself, isn't that right? I summoned my flame dragon armor, but it still couldn't break through their defenses. If it weren't for the fact that my armor is as tough as a turtle shell, I probably would have been sliced up by Orochimaru for research by now. Brother Jishue saw that we had all become genin, so he casually gave us a little extra training and talked about tracking techniques. I listened with great seriousness. If I had learned this earlier, why I've been running around like a headless fly in Orochimaru's cave? After finally making it through the training, I went straight to the snack street and indulged myself. No joke, after taking such a brutal beating today, I had to use good food to recover. But then, after I finished eating and contentedly pushed open my front door, wow, a cold wind blew in and gave me a start. I tell you, that feeling is like walking in a graveyard in the middle of the night. Eerie and cold. My hair stood on end, and in an instant I pulled out my weapon. The room was pitch dark when suddenly, a hoarse voice said, "No need to be nervous." With a snap, the light turned on. I focused my eyes and saw an old man sitting by my desk, half of his face wrapped in bandages, with only one eye exposed, staring at me ominously. My mind buzzed, and only one name came to me. Shimura Danzo, the #1 schemer of Konoha. My goodness, how did this old guy come to my house? My feet have already started to quietly move back, ready to make a run for it at any moment. I am Shimura Danzo. He actually stood up by himself and walked in front of me. That gaze, let me tell you, was like falling into a deep well that hadn't seen light for hundreds of years, dark and cold. I forced a smile that was uglier than crying, saying, "Lord Tuan." "Tuanzo." He nodded and surprisingly gestured for me to sit down. I felt 1,000 angry horses galloping through my mind. Damn it, this is my home. Why are you acting like the owner? But I dared not express my anger and had to tremble as I poured him tea, my hands shaking so much that I almost spilled it all over him. "I heard that Hyzen arranged a team for you?" He spoke up. Yes. The team leader is the famous genius ninja, Kakashi Senpai," I quickly replied. However, upon hearing the name Kakashi, the old man's expression changed to one of disdain, his nose scrunched and eyes narrowed. "Kakashi? Forget it. His talent is good, but in my opinion, he is far from being a true ninja. It's inappropriate for him to teach you." At that moment, I wanted to laugh. What does it mean to be a true ninja? Do I have to stab Sasuke with a kunai to be considered qualified? But I had to put on a face of eager curiosity. "Lord Danzo, what is a true ninja?" The old man immediately perked up, picked up his teacup to wet his throat, and began to lecture me. "A true ninja," he said, "must first be dark." Why? Because only by being sufficiently dark can one discard unnecessary emotions and maintain absolute calm at all times. He started to put down Kakashi, saying that Kakashi had become the way he is now because he was burdened by emotions. Then he began to pour his twisted logic into me. The world needs light, but beneath the light, there must be roots. The roots absorb nutrients from the dark, filthy soil for the big tree to grow strong. Our roots are the roots of Konoha. After he finished, he closed his eyes, looking self-satisfied, probably waiting for me to bow down and weep, expressing that I had finally found my organization. "Dude, have you been watching too many toxic motivational videos? Are you here to empower me? And what is this about roots supporting Konoha? I think you want to harvest this little chive of mine to use as fertilizer for your Sharingan arm." I couldn't be bothered with him and just sipped my tea, after waiting for a long time with no response. He opened his eyes and saw me acting as if nothing was wrong, and his face turned dark. He was probably thinking, this can't be right. My brainwashing techniques can even fool a genius like Jishue, so why are they failing with you? Are you even listening? The old man, frustrated, slammed his hand on the table. I shivered in fear and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'm listening. Only then did he realize he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and returned to his enigmatic deadpan expression. "Since you agree with my words, would you be willing to come my roots?" I directly picture an old man on the subway looking at his phone. But what did I agree to? When did I agree? I still shook my head decisively. Are you kidding me? Going to the roots? ISNT, that equivalent to walking into a trap? This old six loves to collect Sharingan. And with my Uchiha identity, ISNT is just waiting to be picked once I mature. Itachi hasn't made a move yet, and he has seriously lacking eyes. Am I just delivering myself to him like a pure fool? Why? Danzo's gaze suddenly turned cold, staring at me intently. He couldn't understand why going to his place for an assassination wasn't more appealing than weeding and catching cats every day. I swallowed hard, afraid that this old guy would get angry and take me out. Lord Danzo, I'm already in Kakashi's team. Leaving like this would be irresponsible to my teammates. I made a righteous excuse. Danzo stood up, his expression as cold as ice. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me anytime. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Damn, I'm not going. That old guy has been eyeing me. I have to get stronger fast. Otherwise, one day, I might really get caught and turn into an accessory for the Sharingan. The next day, during training, I still had a surge of energy inside me. When sparring with Kakashi, I sent a Gale Palm his way. But he simply used Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall to block it. Looking at the two dog heads protruding from that Earth Wall, I couldn't help but complain in my mind, always crying poor about not having chakra. Yet when he puts up a wall, he has to make it look all fancy. You've got some artistic bacteria on you. Just when I zoned out, Kakashi suddenly popped up from right under my feet. My pupil shook. When did he? I instinctively blocked with a kunai, and the Kakashi in front of me transformed into smoke with a bang. Shadow clone. Not good. My heart skipped a beat. The entity must be behind me. In an instant, I tensed up, and a terrifying image flashed through my mind. No way, no way. He can't be planning to use that move on me, right? I stiffly turned my head and saw Kakashi behind me, striking that classic pose, hands forming seals, fingers coming together. No, don't. I felt a storm rising in my heart, my entire life as innocence at stake. Who understands my family? Just at that critical moment. Wood style, wood pillar wall. Tenzo made his move. A row of wooden pillars erupted from the ground, forming an arched shield around me. Kakashi's deadly fingers struck the wood with a bang. At the same time, Itachi's fireball jutsu came flying in, forcing Kakashi to dodge. I gasped for breath, pounding my chest. That was close. I almost didn't make it. I cast a grateful glance at Tian Song, and you, my teammates, really came through in a critical moment. I was anxious at that moment, pointing in Kakashi's direction and shouting at Tenzo. Tenzo, hurry, use cuttings on him. The whole place fell silent instantly. Tenzo, Itachi, and Kakashi all looked at me with puzzled expressions. Cuttings? What kind of jutsu is that? I awkwardly smiled and said, ahem. It's nothing, just something I said casually. I've been playing too much. After the training, I quickly asked Kakashi, Sensei, why haven't you been taking missions lately? If I don't earn some money soon, I'm really going to be eating dirt. Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his pocket and said, there's a C-rank mission tomorrow. So gather early. The next morning, we met the client. An old servant got off the carriage and, upon seeing us, immediately frowned. You sent us for kids? This is a C-rank mission. Kakashi coldly replied, I'm the team leader. Is there a problem? The old man instantly wilted. We escorted all the way until we set up camp in the evening. Besides the old servant in the cart, a girl about 11 or 12 years old also got down. She had fair skin and big, sparkling eyes, curiously observing us. We started a fire to hunt, and I took out my treasured cumin powder and sprinkled it on the roasted meat. It smelled amazing. It made the neighbor's kid. No, it made the neighbor's old servant drool. Kakashi brought roasted meat and grilled fish to them, and a little girl sweetly said thank you. But Kakashi still had a deadpan expression, looking incredibly cool. In the middle of the night, it was Kakashi's turn to keep watch. Suddenly, he shouted, Alert! The three of us instantly sprang up, kunai in hand. In the next second, dozens of kunai shot out from the woods, heading straight for the carriage. Kakashi swiftly moved and deflected all the kunai with a clatter. Immediately after, a massive fireball encased in magma came roaring towards us, carrying a wave of scorching heat. Damn, if I get hit by this, I won't die, but I'll definitely lose some skin. Kakashi immediately formed hand seals, water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon soared into the air and crashed violently into the fireball. Boom! With a loud bang, steam instantly enveloped the entire area. Itachi immediately activated his Sharingan. From within the smoke, a woman's voice came, Oh, I didn't expect to see a kid from the Uchiha clan. As the smoke cleared, a voluptuous female ninja stood there, wearing the forehead protector of Sunagakure. Several other ninjas followed behind her. Kakashi's expression turned serious. What does Sunagakure mean by this? The woman chuckled lightly. Sorry. We're also on a mission. You're the genius Kakashi from Konoha, right? She glanced at us again, her eyes filled with unabashed killing intent. You must be the hero of Sunagakure, the Scorch Release user. YK? As soon as I heard that name, my heart sank. This girl is a fierce character who became famous after 3 battles. She's on a completely different level compared to Kakashi, who has only just become a ninja. Our rookie team just ran into a world boss. Yakura looked at us, her eyes shining as if she saw KPIs and year-end bonuses. She thought taking down the 4 geniuses of Konoha would be a huge profit. She waved her hand to her subordinates. Go, take care of those 3 brats. Han, Itachi, you guys take the others and go. Kakashi shouted. Without hesitation, Itachi and Tenzu jumped onto the carriage and ran away. Although I was worried about Kakashi, I could only follow and jump on. Kakashi used a shadow clone and lightning release to instantly take down one pursuer, but Yakura reacted quickly and punched the clone, keeping him tightly restrained. The carriage was racing forward, but those three Chunin were getting closer and closer. Kunai rained down like a storm. Gritting my teeth, I jumped onto the roof of the carriage and unleashed a fireball to blow away the Kunai, then jumped down from the carriage. Hon-kun, Itachi shouted from the carriage. I turned back and smiled at him. You guys go ahead, I'll give them a bit of a challenge. The three Chunin looked at me staying behind and couldn't contain their joy. Their expressions practically screamed, "Is that all you've got?" Such clueless little brats. One Chunin stayed behind while the other two continued to chase the carriage. I stood directly in the middle of the road. The next second, I tell you, I felt every cell in my body burning. A hot and explosive chakra burst out from within me. The mocking expressions on the faces of those Chunin instantly transformed into a "Who am I and where am I" meme. Wow, just a second ago they thought they could take me down easily, and now they looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out. I can feel that the three of them are stunned, probably already imagining some kind of Uchiha Ultimate Bloodline Limit plot in their heads. They exchanged glances, and I thought, so this is going to be 3 against 1, huh? Fine, bring it on. 3 shurikens came flying straight at me, and the speed was so fast that I could hear the sound of the wind. I directly unleashed my inner power and shouted, "Flame Dragon Armor, merge!" In the next moment, a stunningly cool set of fiery red armor covered my entire body with a clang. Those 3 shurikens were knocked away, causing them to feel the impact in their hands. Does anyone understand this feeling? The key is that it's indestructible. The 3 of them jumped back several meters, their expressions completely out of control of my appearance. Could I give them time to react? No way. Despite how cool my armor looks, I wasn't entirely confident about taking on 3 CH-nin at once. I had to finish this quickly. The flame blade instantly appeared in my hand, and with a surge of chakra, I swung it backward, unleashing 2 fiery blade waves. The momentum was as if I had activated a special skill. They reacted quickly, hurriedly forming hand seals as 3 earthen walls rose up in front of them. But guess what? My blade waves sliced through them like a hot knife through butter, piercing right through with a satisfying sound. It was smoother than cutting tofu. What the heck? All 3 of them exclaimed, scrambling to dodge. But they still got grazed by the residual force of the blade waves, instantly drawing blood. However, CH-nin are CH-nin. They didn't just sit back. Suddenly, 3 deadly sharp earth spikes shot up from beneath my feet, aiming straight for my face. I blocked with my sword, and there was a loud bang. Although I managed to stop them, the immense force still pushed me back half a step. Good grief, even with my armor, my strength was doubled. It was still this difficult. It seems that last time, Orochimaru really did go easy on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. I suddenly exerted force and shattered the earth spike. Just then, 3 shadowy figures appeared in front of me. Want to get close? Dream on. Flame Fist. I filled my fist with fire chakra and shot out 2 powerful punches. 2 massive fireballs directly hit them, sending all 3 of them flying like bowling pins. The intense heat burned their clothes on their stomachs, turning them char black. I could smell the scent of roasted flesh from a distance. This move took them down. They initially planned to launch a sneak attack, pouring all their chakra into the attack without any defense, but they were countered by my series of moves, rendering their combat power to 0. No good, retreat. One of the leaders shouted, and the 3 of them, dragging their half-dead bodies, tried to escape. Want to run? Did you ask the knife in my hand? With my flame dragon armor on, my speed was far beyond theirs. In one leap, I blocked their path. Now you want to run? Isn't it a bit late? I sneered, and the flame knife in my hand blazed even brighter. Don't, they pleaded, terror reflecting in their trembling pupils. Even ninjas are human and fear death. Unfortunately, my only response to them was a single strike. The flame-imbued blade glared in their desperate eyes, and then there was nothing more. 3 charred corpses thudded to the ground. Done and dusted. I had resolved my side quickly, but let me tell you, what was happening with Kakashi-sensei was truly heart-stopping. At first, Kakashi-sensei was genuinely being overwhelmed by that woman named Yakura. Her scorching release was pouring out like it was free, and a massive lava fireball nearly melted his earth flow wall. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, and he was probably panicking in his mind, thinking about what to do. Just at that critical moment, a twist occurred. His left eye, which had always been covered by an eye mask, suddenly started to heat up. Let me tell you, that was the external assistance that Obito had sent him. A warm current surged through his body, sweeping away all fatigue. In that instant, thoughts of Rin's death, Obito's entrustment, and all the scars he had been afraid to confront flashed through his mind. But this time, he didn't dodge. He faced it head-on. Good man. This is how a man should rise up. With a change in his gaze, his entire aura transformed. Yakura, on the opposite side, sensed something was off. She felt a chill in her heart and decided not to waste time, directly unleashing her ultimate technique. She raised both hands above her head, instantly conjuring several small fireballs around her, and on top of her head, she created a super giant fireball comparable to a meteor. The energy fluctuations were astonishing. Just as that world-destroying attack was about to come crashing down, Kakashi-sensei slowly lifted the eye mask off his left eye. A crimson three-tomo Sharingan opened. The Sharingan? Yakura was instantly stunned. She certainly knew this was a treasure of the Uchiha clan, but Kakashi wasn't even an Uchiha. She was completely bewildered. Once the Sharingan was activated, that woman's ninjutsu appeared in his eyes as if he had X-ray vision. The chakra flow and structural weaknesses were crystal clear. The massive fireball that had seemed so powerful was met with Kakashi-sensei's quick counter of an earth spike, which accurately detonated it. Yakura was dumbfounded. Her most prized ninjutsu had been broken just like that. This Sharingan was way too overpowered. She had initially thought that Kakashi would be inexperienced and hoped to stall for a bit longer until her 3ch Nin subordinates took care of us. But now, seeing the situation completely reversed, she realized that continuing to fight would mean her own demise. Kakashi wouldn't give her the chance. He saw through her next ninjutsu and immediately retaliated with a water dragon bullet. Yakura was choked and gritted her teeth, decisively choosing to flee, thinking that her 3ch Nin subordinates had surely dealt with us three little kids by now. Kakashi saw her escape, but didn't pursue. His greatest concern was still us. He hurriedly rushed over to our side and ended up colliding with me. Han, upon seeing me, he visibly relaxed. What about those 3ch Nin? I'd already prepared my excuse and said with a relaxed expression, "Oh, those guys? They seem to have been injured already and ran away after I scared them off with a few explosive tags." Although this reason was full of holes. Kakashi was eager to confirm our safety and didn't think much of it. Soon we found Itachi and Tenzo, and everyone was fine. When we returned to the carriage, that old man was nodding and bowing to us. Later, I found out that we had taken on a C-rank mission, but ended up doing an A-rank job. The girl in the carriage, Takaruro, was the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water, and she was caught up in a power struggle for succession. Her brothers had spent a lot of money hiring people to take her out. When we arrived at the daimyo's residence, a smiling tiger of a brother came out to greet us. His acting was so good, he could have won an Oscar. Kakashi-sensei and I exchanged a glance, and we understood. This place was too deep. Complete the mission, get the money, and leave without staying a second longer. On our way back to the village, in the Hokage building, the fourth Hokage, Minato, was in a meeting with Jiraiya. The core topic was the Chunin exam. On the surface, it was an exam, but in reality, it was a way for the major ninja villages to assess each other after the war, to see who had recovered quickly and what geniuses had emerged. Of course, Minato was also worried about the mysterious masked man and the defector Orochimaru, and there were plenty of issues in the village. He even specifically included the Uchiha guard team in the security forces, clearly trying to win over our Uchiha clan. When we returned to Konoha, Kakashi called us over and said with a serious expression, "The Chunin exam is coming up soon, and this time it's being co-hosted by the 5 great nations, with a hellish difficulty level. Although you just graduated, your talents are strong enough. Do you want to participate? If you do, I can sign you up tomorrow." I exchanged a glance with Itachi, our eyes blazing with determination. What is there to be afraid of? We must participate. That guy Tens had a nonchalant expression, since he had to follow us anyway. Kakashi-sensei, we are in. In the next 2 days, I crammed some theoretical knowledge. After all, the first stage was a written exam. On the day of the exam, the scene was packed with people. Ninjas from all villages had come, and each of them looked several years older than us. I quickly spotted the future proud Azure Beast of Konoha, guy with his watermelon head. Then I noticed a big sister with reddish-brown hair from the Mist Village. She must be the future Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Next to her stood a fierce character, with blue skin and sharp shark teeth. Wow, ISNT, that Kisame Hashigaki. This moment was truly witnessing history. Itachi noticed I was staring at him and asked what was wrong. I quietly told him, "Remember, in the ninja world, the stranger you look, the stronger you are." He was taken aback by that. Soon, as the bell rang, we entered the exam room. When the papers were handed out, let me tell you, out of over 100 people present, everyone, without exception, was dumbfounded. Let me tell you, that exam paper had only 9 questions, but each one was like a foreign language, completely beyond the syllabus. At that moment, someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "Teacher, there's a problem with this question, right? Who can solve this?" And guess what happened? The invigilator shot a cold glare and said, "There's no problem with the exam questions. Please answer quietly. If caught cheating, your qualification will be immediately canceled." Family, who understands? Just that sentence made my mind go blank for a moment. What he meant was not that cheating is not allowed, but that if you get caught cheating, your qualification will be canceled. Isn't this a clear indication? The exam isn't about solving problems at all. It's about how to get the answers right under the watchful eyes of the top invigilators and also arranging for your slacker teammates. I took another look at the questions and thought, hey, I actually know how to solve them. Who told me to focus on a thorough review back then? Not letting any knowledge points slip by. I started writing, and before long, I was done. The guy next to me, Itachi, was the same. The world of top students is so unpretentious. But then there was our teammate, Tens, who looked completely lost, scratching his head and nearly chewing his pencil in frustration. This exam has a collective penalty rule. If he scores 0, Itachi and I would have to pack up and go home too. We had to help him. But how? The proctor was particularly strict. Making any small moves in front of him would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet. Suicide, right? Itachi finished as well. And he clearly thought of this too. We exchanged a glance, both knowing what to do. Now we just needed a chance, an opportunity to divert the proctor's attention. Time ticked by, and finally, a guy from the hidden cloud village couldn't sit still anymore and made too big of a move, getting caught immediately. The proctor went straight over. The opportunity had come. Let me tell you, the weasel's moves are incredibly fast. The Sharingan opened in an instant, and the 3 Tomo in the pupil spun. With a small piece of paper in his hand, he shot it out in a flash. Throughout the process, he also used a Genjutsu as a visual filter, drawing the proctor's attention entirely to that poor guy, completely unaware of our little trick over here. Tianzong was also clever. As soon as he got the paper ball, he understood it immediately and copied it at lightning speed. Just like that, we managed to get through the first round of the written test without any major issues. About half of the participants were eliminated, which was fewer than I expected. After a brief rest, the examiners for the second round arrived and took us directly to the forest of death. Let me tell you, this CHNEN exam is no joke. People can really die. The rules are simple. Each team is given a scroll, either heaven or earth. Within 5 days, you must obtain the other type of scroll, combine the two, and make it to the central tower alive to pass. Our team got the earth scroll. Once we entered the forest, the 3 of us found a hidden spot to crouch down. Itachi has sharp eyes. He said he just caught a glimpse of those teams from the Hidden Mist Village, and it seemed like they all had the Heaven Scroll. As soon as I heard about the Hidden Mist Village, my heart sank. This edition of the Hidden Mist Village is like a battle of gods, with the future Mizukage, Kagaya-Mei, and members from the 7 ninja swordsmen, including Kisame Hashigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki, all present. This lineup will be a top-tier national team, even in 2025. However, we are not to be underestimated either. With me, Itachi, and Tenzu emerging from the root, we have a solid T0 level lineup. So we decided, let's not hide. Let's go have a friendly exchange with the Hidden Mist Village. Just as we were discussing this, the other side took the initiative to approach us. There was a hot-headed kid on Kagaya-Mei's team, named Kei Yuzu Tsugumi, who immediately fixed his gaze on us, thinking we were 3 little kids. Easy targets for his KPI. He kept pushing Kagaya-Mei to take us on. Kagaya-Mei was actually quite cautious. Her instincts told her we were not easy to deal with, but she couldn't resist her teammate, who was a burden. Moreover, from an efficiency standpoint, attacking us was indeed the optimal solution, so they really came over. Before long, 3 figures appeared in front of us. That Kei Yuzu Tsugumi had his chin nearly pointing to the sky, looking at us with disdain, and started to mock us. 3 little brats hand over the scroll obediently, or you'll suffer some pain. I activated my cyber eye and scanned the data of the opposing female leader. Wow, her chakra level was nearly 1,000, far surpassing mine. However, her basic attributes like ninjutsu and taijutsu were still lower than mine. The most concerning part was that she had already mastered 2 bloodline limits, melt release and boil release. This girl was a real anomaly in terms of stats. Without summoning armor, this battle wouldn't be easy. As for her 2 teammates, they were complete weaklings. Either I or Itachi could easily handle them. Kurenai was quite polite, saying, "Why don't you hand over the scroll? It will save you energy, and you can go steal from other teams." That suggestion sounded good, but what a joke. The word surrender doesn't exist in Uchiha's dictionary. I coldly replied, "Sorry, but that's not possible." As soon as I finished speaking, the idiot named Koguchi Tsurin charged at me with a loud shout. Great, now there was no avoiding a fight. I directly confronted Kagaya, Itachi, and Tenzo to deal with those two little rascals. I came in like a blazing fireball, but they doused me with a water technique, a clear case of attribute restraint. No way around it. She even advised me, "Little brother, you Uchiha are good at fire techniques, but we're just the right counter for that, so give up." Where did I hear this? With a reverse move, she unleashed another powerful fireball. As a result, she directly used the water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared and came charging at me. The pressure was overwhelming. I barely managed to block it with two big moves, but my chakra was instantly running low. There was no other choice. I had to use my cheat. I focused my gaze and shouted, "Flame Blade." In an instant, a burst of fire erupted from the palm of my right hand, and a long knife, entirely red and engulfed in raging flames, appeared directly in my hand. I told you, Kirigikure-me was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Her expression was like she'd seen a ghost, staring fixedly at my sword, probably thinking it was also a legendary weapon like the 7 ninja Swords of Mist. She reacted quickly, immediately forming hand seals and spitting out a mouthful of acidic liquid. It was dissolution. This move can melt Susanoo, and I wouldn't dare take it head-on, so I quickly dodged with a swift movement. I noticed that she wasn't very skilled with this technique, and her speed was slow. Opportunity. Taking advantage of her skill's recovery time, I dashed forward in a single leap. In terms of physical combat, I completely overwhelmed her. She was still forming hand seals while I was already in front of her. A flash of crimson blade shadow passed, and her hand movements instantly froze. My flaming knife was firmly pressed against her fair neck. At the same time, Itachi and Tens also finished their battle effortlessly. The previously arrogant Kurama-Sukerin sat on the ground with a dazed expression, his worldview shattered. Kagaya Otsutsuki glanced at her two useless teammates and sighed helplessly. We lost. I retracted the flame blade, smiled at her, and extended my hand. She, looking displeased, took out the heavenly scroll from her waist and threw it to me. As I caught the scroll, this girl left a harsh remark. "Uchiha Han, right? I'll remember you." I thought to myself, you might as well give it a rest. Your family is about to enter the era of blood mist. You'll be busy. How could you have time to remember me? Although we gathered all the scrolls, we just had a fight, and both mine and Itachi's health bars aren't looking too good. We can't afford to be reckless. We decided to find a place to rest for a bit, and once our health is back to full, we'll head to the central tower. That night, we made a fire, and Itachi curiously asked me where that knife came from. I casually brushed it off and said it was a coincidence. As we chatted, Itachi suddenly mentioned the candidate in this exam wearing a green jumpsuit, my guy. When he said that, I suddenly realized, right, no matter how flashy ninjutsu is, it fears a kitchen knife. In this world of ninjas, if you practice taijutsu to the extreme, you could almost kick out the finale with one kick. It seems that just having ninjutsu isn't enough. I need to quickly max out my taijutsu as well. I was just pondering over this matter when the first person that popped into my mind was that man, my guy. After all, who wouldn't be dazzled by that kick? As I was thinking about it, lo and behold, just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. While I was mulling it over, suddenly Itachi's Sharingan seemed to be equipped with radar, and he lowered his voice to say someone was coming. My heart skipped a beat, and the three of us instantly entered stealth mode, sneaking over like ghosts. When we got closer, wow, a familiar scene. Might Guy's team was in a brawl with a group from Sunagakure. The leader on the opposite side was a puppeteer wearing a look that seemed to say, no matter how impressive your taijutsu is, can it compare to my unfeeling iron puppet? It was infuriating. They were clearly already targeting Guy, just waiting to snatch the scroll. I quickly opened my system overlay and took a glance. Oh my gosh. Nay, Might Guy. Taijutsu, 116. Does anyone understand? This value is off the charts. You have to know, our Kakashi-sensei, a proper jonin, only has a taijutsu of over 80. Guy, how terrifying. But then I noticed Jinjutsu, and I almost laughed out loud. This attribute is just so lopsided. Any random Jinjutsu could easily take him down. On the battlefield, Guy's two teammates were really abstract, getting taken down in no time. Now it had turned into Guy single-handedly facing three opponents. The puppet master had already started popping champagne and was mocking him like crazy. I was anxious watching, thinking, hang in there, Guy. Just then, Guy's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and a green light burst from his body. 8 gates. First gate, open. Wow, that chakra amount shot up instantly like it was on a rocket, breaking through the Chunin barrier and reaching the edge of Jonin level. The 3 Sand Shinobi across from him were completely stunned, their legs going weak. They wanted to struggle and gang up on him. But what happened? With a single move, Leaf Great Whirlwind Guy sent one flying over 10 meters high, and when he came down, boom! With one kick, two of the little guys were KO'd, and the puppet master's prize puppet was shattered on the spot. That guy instantly questioned his life choices, threw the scroll over without a second thought, and ran off faster than a rabbit. Once they left, Guy plopped down on the ground, his face twisted in pain. I saw my chance. I jumped down from the tree, pulled out my treasured pills, and went up to him, showering him with compliments. "You're amazing, Guy. I'm telling you. Kakashi-sensei talks about you every day." When Guy heard Kakashi's name, his eyes lit up, and he instantly felt no pain, almost jumping up in excitement. Itachi and Tens behind me exchanged glances, their faces full of question marks, probably wondering when Kakashi-sensei mentioned him. Haha, a little white lie for emotional value. After saying goodbye to Guy, we headed straight for the central tower. Just as we were about to arrive, I felt a sudden sense of unease. Sure enough, 3 people were standing at the tower entrance, wearing the forehead protectors of the Mist Village. The leader, with white hair and shark-like teeth, smiled widely and said, "Just leave the scroll, and you can go." He introduced himself as Gazuki Mangetsu from the Mist Village. I gasped in shock. Gazuki Mangetsu, one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen. This was getting serious. Plus, his 2 teammates were also named Gazuki and could use the physical immunity technique, water transformation. None of us could use lightning release. So how were we supposed to fight? They really didn't play fair and came right at us. Itachi and I launched fire style, fireball jutsu at their faces, but they easily dissolved it with a water barrier technique, a clear counter. Tens retaliated with wood release, wood pillar technique, and good grief, it completely threw Gazuki Mangetsu off, his face showing that the script was not going as planned. As soon as I saw it, I thought opportunity. Tianzong Itachi, those 2 little ones are up to you, this big one is mine. I directly summoned my divine weapon, the blazing blade, and without a second thought, I put all my chakra, note all of it, into it. I unleashed 2 devastating slashes at Ghost Lantern Full Moon. I thought to myself, this should definitely take him down, right? But when the smoke cleared, there was just a puddle on the ground. And then that water reformed into Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Damn it, he really can turn into water. My chakra bar is empty. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I was preparing to fight hard, and guess what? He actually backed off. He said, "You guys go ahead." I guess he realized that even though my ultimate move didn't take him out, it scared him quite a bit. If we kept going, he would definitely take some damage. So he decided to cut his losses. This guy we can work with. After entering the central tower and handing in the scroll, I immediately dove back into my mental time chamber to keep grinding. I had been stuck on that fiery dragon armor boss for a while. But after battling with the Ghost Light Full Moon today, I suddenly had a new idea. I poured all my chakra into my blazing sword and unleashed an ultimate slash on the boss. This time, I finally saw cracks appear on the boss's armor. It looked promising, but just at that crucial moment, bam, I was forcibly logged out. I opened my eyes and quickly opened the panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 368, Chunin 1000. Ninjutsu, 54, Taijutsu, 58, Jinjutsu, 35. I tell you, my panel is simply the ultimate specialized student. But the next second, the system prompt sound exploded in my head, and I was dumbfounded. Who understands, family? The compatibility of the flame dragon armor shot up to 50%. Goodness. I was just like, wow. What's the difference between this and being given the answers in an open book exam? The system also chimed in to tell me that I had unlocked new weapons, the flame dart and the flame bow. Along with that, I also got the multi-flame dart skill. At that moment, I could hardly breathe. My heart was beating like a drum. This happiness came so suddenly. I thought to myself, with this flame dragon armor equipment, except for that last ceiling ultimate move, I basically have everything. Wait, no, it seems like I'm still missing a Zen seal. Let me tell you, that thing is super OP. If I unlock it, Cough, cough, stop right there, I am a gentleman. I was secretly amused over there when the weasel beside me suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Hanjun, what's wrong?" He looked at me with a puzzled expression, probably because my face looked like I had just won 5 million. I quickly held back my laughter and replied, "It's nothing, nothing. We just passed the exam first." A little excited, the weasel responded with an "oh" and closed his eyes to continue his training. This kid is really sincere. In the next 2 days, it felt like we were on vacation in the central tower. Several teams arrived one after another, and the second team to arrive was the Ghost Lantern Full Moon team. I glanced over and saw that most of the entrants were elites from the 5 great nations, not a single one from the small ninja villages. The Chunin exam is really intense. Soon, 5 days passed, and the 3rd round of the exam was about to begin. The location was in the largest arena in Konoha, and the stands were packed with people. The head examiner was changed to Rikuju, who is Shikamaru's father. The rules were simple and straightforward. A knockout tournament, one-on-one battles, with opponents drawn by lot. Since there were a few injured and withdrew from the competition, there were exactly 32 people left, resulting in 16 matches. My first round opponent was a guy from the hidden cloud village. I immediately activated a hack to check his stats panel. Name, Juan Debian. No way. Is that name for real? I almost laughed out loud. Chakra, 411. And the other stats were even worse, pure cannon fodder. I couldn't be bothered to take it seriously. One shadow clone, 2 great fireballs, and a couple of shurikens later, the guy on the other side went black in the eyes. Next. It was the same with Itachi and Tenzu. They easily took down their opponents. While I was slacking off on the observation platform, I suddenly felt a chill behind me. I instinctively turned around and locked eyes with a pale-faced boy. He was wearing the headband of the hidden mist village, and his gaze was eerie, making me feel uneasy. As soon as I looked at him, he immediately turned and vanished into the shadows. What the hell? I felt something was off. This guy gave me a really creepy vibe. I racked my brain for any character like that from the Naruto plot, but couldn't recall anyone. The scene shifted to a small hill outside Konoha, where Obito and White Zetsu were gaming. Obito, hands in his pockets, asked in a hoarse voice, "Is everything arranged?" White Zetsu popped up from the ground. All set. But bro, that's the chakra of the 3 tails. Is it a bit wasteful to just... Before he could finish, Obito yelled him back. Enough. It seemed he was reminded of Rin and got all emo again. That bit of chakra was useless. Just like setting off fireworks to probe Konoha's defenses and check out that mysterious person from that day. Obito claimed it was just a pawn, but who would believe that? White Zetsu mischievously asked, "So when will the 4th Mizukage make a move?" Obito chuckled lightly. "No rush, the 4th Mizukage is quite a treasure." The two exchanged banter about the 9 tails, Nagato, and the Akatsuki's recruitment, nearly finishing the script for the next decade. Finally, Obito waved his hand impatiently. "All right, let's deal with this Chunin exam first. I tell you, nothing good comes from these villains meeting." Soon, the second round of the elimination match. I looked at the matchup chart and, wow, Itachi's opponent is that pale-faced guy from the Mist Village. My heart sank, and I quickly activated my hack. Checking his information panel. Name, Ryujetsu. Chakra, 456, special, 4,000. I was so shocked that my eyes were about to pop out. What is this? 456 chakra, and a special 4,000 in parentheses with 3 question marks? The standard for Chunin is only 1,000, and this 4,000 is almost on par with Kage level. This kid definitely has big issues. I was anxiously stomping my feet in the stands, but Itachi had already left the arena, and I had no way to warn him. Just then, there was a huge roar from the entire arena, shaking violently. Watergate and the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage building changed their expressions at the same time and looked over in our direction. They sensed a terrifying chakra that made even them feel uneasy. The next second, the entire observation platform was thrown into chaos. Dozens of White Zetsu emerged from the ground, biting anyone in sight. The audience was crying and fleeing in all directions. In the center of the arena, Itachi looked at the monster in front of him with a terrified expression. That Ryujitsu, completely enveloped in a layer of blood-red chakra, was growing larger, and even white bones sprouted from its back. Tailed beast transformation. My mind buzzed, and I understood everything. The White Zetsu have all appeared, and the mastermind must be that kid Obito. This guy is a man-made Jinchuriki. The monster let out a roar and lunged at Itachi. The speed was so fast that Itachi couldn't react at all, and he was instantly knocked to the ground. Itachi let out a scream as the claws formed from the monster's chakra pierced through his arm. The monster howled at the sky, and a black-purple chakra ball began to form in its mouth. At that moment, I was in the stands, and everyone was stunned. That was going to be my future brother-in-law. I watched as that many-tailed beast ball was about to hit him in the face. How could I bear it? Riku and a few Jonin tried to save him, but they were pushed back by the chakra beams erupting from that monster. It's over. Riku was sweating profusely, watching the completed tailed beast ball aimed at Itachi's face. Once that was fired, not only Itachi, but the entire exam venue would be blown to pieces. Roar. The monster let out a furious roar and lowered its head to spit out the tailed beast ball. In Itachi's eyes, there was only that increasingly large ball of death. His mind went blank, and he even gave up resisting. There was no time left. Riku felt a chill in his heart. Just at that critical moment, a golden light suddenly enveloped the entire exam venue. When the light dissipated, the tailed beast ball in the monster's mouth had vanished, and Itachi slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was being held by a figure clad in golden armor, exuding immense authority. You are. That's right, the person who came is me. In a moment of urgency, I summoned the Emperor's armor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save Itachi at all. I jumped back to the viewing platform with Itachi in my arms and set him down, seeing that he only had a few superficial injuries. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I used my technique, the reversal of stars, in time, directly transferring the tailed beast ball to another space. I turned around and glared at the monster below that was still roaring. Damn it, forcing me to use this experience card. Today I'll make sure you pay for it. I cursed this monster's ancestors in my mind. Once I used this trump card, how would I show off in the future? Just then, a flash of yellow light appeared next to me. Watergate had arrived. He looked at me, then glanced at the monster below, his expression suddenly serious. That's tailed beast transformation? I directly blocked him. Watergate, don't move. This guy is mine to deal with. After saying that, I clenched my fist, and in a flash, I appeared right in front of that monster. Crow perched on a plane, lion catching a rabbit, big axe chopping a tree, tornado destroying the parking lot. With my set of old traditional Chinese medicine combo punches, I directly beat that guy back to his original form, leaving him lying on the ground, unconscious. I moved my wrist, and with a pull of my palm towards him, a surge of blue chakra was drawn out. It turned out to be the chakra of the three tails. I knew it. It was probably a part that leaked out when Rin died back in the day. Minato jumped down, walked up to me, and extended his hand amicably. Hello, I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. I shook his hand, secretly pleased that, wearing armor, I was half a head taller than him. I knew. The yellow flash, right? I replied, then let go. What's the point of holding a man's hand? Minato started probing into my background. You have helped Konoha multiple times, but I don't know your name. The opportunity arose. I cleared my throat and, using the echo effect from my armor, spoke in a deep voice. I am the leader of the Shadow Light Village, the Emperor of Light. Families, this move is all about creating something out of nothing. I'm making myself a backing. Minato was momentarily stunned. Shadow Light Village? Emperor of Light? He racked his brain, but couldn't remember such a village in the ninja world. I continued to deceive him. The Shadow Light Village has long become history. Minato looked shocked, thinking that such a powerful village could be destroyed. He quickly asked me what I was doing in Konoha. I kept fabricating. I am searching for the descendants of the Shadow Light Village bloodline, and coincidentally, I found a child. Shadow Light Village bloodline. Minato's breathing quickened. He probably thought my armor was some extraordinary bloodline limit. He suppressed his excitement and asked, which child is it? I pretended to think for a moment. It seems to be called Uchiha Han. Minato was shocked again, and then he was overjoyed. My disciple just happens to be his leading jonin. He must be over the moon inside. Isn't this just a perfect match? I nodded, raised my hand, and waved the newly extracted three tails chakra in front of him, then fell silent. Minato understood immediately and began to win me over. Sir, since we have found a successor, why not settle down in my Konoha? Of course I can agree. Thank you for your kindness, but I still have to continue searching for other descendants. So I won't disturb you any longer. What I say is also to leave myself an escape route. I've used up my last experience card, so I need to keep a low profile from now on. For now, I'll set up a persona of having a powerful backer to intimidate that old schemer Danzo and his gang. As for that child, I hope you can take good care of him. I will come back to check on him in the future. Minato immediately patted his chest and assured me, don't worry. Uchiha Han is also a part of our Konoha. As Hokage, I will definitely protect him. Thank you very much. I nodded, finished my act, and then ran off. With a flicker, I disappeared from the spot, leaving no trace of chakra fluctuations. Minato looked at the place I vanished from and couldn't help but exclaim, it truly is. Like coming without a shadow and going without a trace. At that moment, the third Hokage and Dan arrived. After Minato explained about the Light Shadow Village and Uchiha Han being a descendant, the old man's eyes lit up. He added, I've investigated, and Uchiha Han's mother was a war orphan adopted by his family, so it must be from her bloodline. Now, not only do we have a powerful ally, but we also gained a potential asset for free. The third Hokage must be overjoyed. He then remembered the main character and quickly asked, where is Uchiha Han? Dan's immediately sent someone to find him. Soon a ninja ran back. Third Hokage, fourth Hokage, we found Uchiha Han. At that moment, in the small grove outside the exam venue, I was lying on the ground, unconscious. Itachi was shaking me with a worried expression. Hankuin, wake up. Dan's and several Umbu were standing nearby, and Minato and the third Hokage also walked over. I said, let me tell you, my head feels like it was used as a bowling ball by the 10 tails. It's buzzing. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, I was instantly struck silent. I was surrounded by layers and layers of people. It was so packed that not even water could seep through. If someone didn't know better, they might think I was holding a fan meeting here. Itachi was the first to come over, his face full of anxiety. Han-kun, are you all right? Why are you lying here? I instantly switched to my acting emperor mode. Let me tell you, my eyes were full of confusion, and my expression was so sincere. I think I saw a bunch of white monsters, and then the guy who was fighting you turned into a monster too. I thought about going to help you, but then everything went dark. When I woke up, I saw all of you. Family who understands. This acting is so convincing that I almost believed it myself. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, walked through the crowd directly towards me. His gaze was like a CT scanner, examining me up and down, making me feel extremely uneasy. Xiaoan, do you feel any changes in your body? I felt a jolt in my heart, and I understood that he was waiting here for the official announcement of my bloodline limit awakening. Brother, your vision is too small. Let me give you something bigger. I pretended to close my eyes, seriously feeling the changes. It seems. I feel a bit of heat in my body. In the next second, I unleashed the energy of the flame dragon armor. Boom! A wave of scorching heat suddenly exploded, forcing everyone around to retreat. Let me tell you, even Minato and the third Hokage were startled. Their expressions looked like they had seen a ghost. Hanjun, Itachi was almost in tears from worry. I couldn't care less about so much. I directly increased the power and let out a special sound in coordination. Then, a towering pillar of fiery red light directly engulfed me. The whole scene looked like the sun had fallen down. Itachi, don't worry, this might be Xiaoan's opportunity. The third Hokage was still pretending to be benevolent, holding Itachi back and not letting him come over. I was almost laughing crazily inside. Opportunity? This is the power of technology. Old baby. As the light gradually faded, I stood there in my incredibly cool flame dragon armor. The aura, the amount of chakra, completely overwhelmed all the Jonin present. Minato and the third Hokage had their mouths open wide enough to fit a Rasengan inside. A 6-year-old kid, who was just a Genin moments ago, now directly transformed into a Jonin plus high-end version, their worldview was almost collapsing. I give myself a perfect score for this operation. Naturally, the CHNIN exams were called to a halt. The exam venue was almost demolished by me. On the way home, Itachi insisted on supporting me, which made me feel a bit embarrassed, especially since he was injured too. But there was no choice. The side effects of the Emperor Armor experience card hit me again, and my whole body felt like it was falling apart, hurting so much that I wanted to curse. Han-kun, you've turned misfortune into fortune this time. Itachi rarely smiled, and he was genuinely happy for me. I gave him a mysterious smile. Itachi, I seem to have other gains. I slowly raised my hand to cover my eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Blood-red pupils, with a pitch-black Tomo in the center. Sharingan, activate. Itachi was taken aback. Could it be? I nodded. Upon careful consideration, it was probably because I had seen him nearly being blasted to pieces by the tailed beast orb, and my emotions got the better of me. It seems that this thing relies not only on pain, but also on explosive emotions. I quickly focused to bring on my information panel, and wow, my illusion points shot up. Although I lost a trump card, I gained the ability to use armor and Sharingan openly, and I also saved Itachi. This round was not a loss. It was a big win. After sending Itachi away, I returned to my room and threw myself onto the bed. Alright, I had a trophy. I opened my hand, and a small ball of Three Tails chakra gathered in my palm. Although it wasn't much, it was a significant boost for me at this moment. I slowly absorbed it into my body, and the pain I felt eased quite a bit. My acting skills should be able to fool that old fox Danzo, right? If he dares to pull any more tricks, he'll know why the flowers are so red. But suddenly I remembered a critical issue. Obito. Damn, I completely forgot about that. I am both the Emperor Hero and the Flame Dragon armor. I've ruined his good deeds several times, and he must have noted me down in his little book. His divine might is simply the ultimate cheating skill. Capturing me is just a matter of minutes. Minato said he would protect me, but as a Hokage, he's too busy to be my personal bodyguard every day. No, I must seize the time to improve my strength. Oh right, I should also try the Wind Eagle armor. The next day, the results of the Chunin exam were announced. Riku stood at the front, deliberately prolonging his tone, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Finally, he loudly announced, the one who passed this Chunin assessment is Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's face instantly lit up with joy. I went up and gave him a pat on the back, congratulating him. Itachi, now you're a Chunin. You have to treat us. Even Tenzu, who usually has a stoic expression, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. That guy from the Mist Village, named Ki Tsukurin, lost to Itachi, and now his face is as dark as a pot bottom. His gaze could kill. The beautiful Mei Terumi beside him shot him a disdainful glance, with an expression that said, "You're such a noob." Then, her gaze fell on me, and that look. I tell you, something fell off, just as the three of us were about to go grab a meal after the dismissal. A crisp voice came from behind. Wait a minute. I turned around and saw Mei Terumi. She walked over alone. Oh, it's you. What is up? I thought this girl would still be unconvinced and was looking to practice with me again. But instead, she walked right up to me and said something that made my CPU overheat. Hey, Uchiha Han, can you take me around Konoha? I'm full of questions. Sister, do you have a crush on me? Although I am indeed handsome, the problem is, I'm only 6 years old. Itachi stood right in front of me, like a protective hen. This exam was ruined by you people from the hidden Mist Village, so don't push your luck. I quickly pulled them apart, knowing that this had nothing to do with Konoha Mei, and that it was actually Obito pulling the strings behind the scenes. All right, we're going to celebrate later, so why don't you come find me tonight, and I'll take you out for a stroll. That night, I was sleeping soundly when there was a knock on the door. As soon as I opened it, wow, Konoha Mei had changed into a dress and even put on some makeup, looking very youthful. You actually fell asleep? She said, hands on her hips, pouting adorably. We found a dango shop and sat down. I have to tell you, the 3-color dango is really delicious. It was her first time trying it, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. Oh right, remember to pay. I said vaguely. She was taken aback and said, huh, shouldn't you be the one treating? You, a boy, are actually asking a girl to pay? Why should I pay? I'm your tour guide. Shouldn't you treat me? She said this with such intensity. I rubbed my head where she had hit me and subconsciously muttered, no wonder you're not getting married. You, what did you say? She instantly blew up, feeling both embarrassed and angry. I grinned, but don't get too confident. Of course, I've read the script, and in Naruto, you're still single. Although we argued fiercely, I ended up paying. Hypocrisy, that's me. When we reached a fork in the road, she stopped. I'm going back to the Hidden Mist Village tomorrow. And she seemed a bit shy, saying, next time, you come to the Hidden Mist Village. I'll take you around. Under the lights, she smiled like a flower. And to be honest, I was momentarily mesmerized. I nodded and said okay, but inside I was shaking my head frantically. Go to the Hidden Mist Village? What a joke. I bet T is sharpening his knives right now. The Hidden Mist Village is about to enter the era of blood mist. And if I go, won't I be delivering my head to him? Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. Bro sigh, I feel a bit sorry for this girl. But right now, I'm struggling to save myself. On my way home, I happen to see Itachi and Izumi on a date by the lake. This kid finally gets it. With a flap of my butterfly wings, the night of the massacre will definitely be averted, and who knows, maybe in 10 years, I'll be able to hold my big nephew. After training with Sure Sway for an afternoon, I stood in the courtyard, feeling the breeze. Refreshing. It's time. I closed my eyes and focused my thoughts. Do you want to enter the training for the Wind Eagle armor? Yes. The world before me changed in an instant, and I entered the virtual combat room. Opposite me, the Azure Wind Eagle armor stood quietly. This time, I was not empty-handed. Flame Dragon armor, combined. Let me tell you, this feeling is absolutely amazing. The Flame Dragon armor, with a 50 compatibility, is giving me a huge sense of power. I feel like I'm the boss of Light and Shadow Village right now. But that Wind Eagle armor from the trial on the opposite side, wow, something's off. As soon as I completed the fusion, it swooped in at lightning speed. Let me tell you, I almost couldn't keep up even with my Sharingan activated. No wonder it's specialized in speed, it's just ridiculous. Bang! With a loud crash, my blaze blade clashed hard against its Wind Eagle sword, sparks flying everywhere. At that moment, I felt confident. Hey, its strength really isn't as strong as mine. But the next second, I was sent flying back dozens of steps by a clever force. Struggling to regain my balance. Looking over at the opponent, they just lightly stepped back 2 or 3 paces. Damn it, I messed up. I felt a bit embarrassed at that moment, like a clown. Damn it, so it's about skill, huh? Alright, watch me crush you with my skills. I leaped forward and poured all my chakra into the flame blade. The blade hummed and shone like a little sun. I delivered a devastating slash downwards. Boom. The entire space shook. When the smoke cleared, I focused my gaze and saw the Wind Eagle armor still standing there. But the right half of its body was covered in cracks, like a porcelain doll that had shattered. I thought to myself, this should be the end, right? But then, let me tell you, the most bizarre part came. A gust of wind suddenly whipped up around me. At first, it felt quite nice, but it grew stronger and stronger, eventually slicing across my face like a knife, hurting like hell. To make matters worse, I felt as if the air was being sucked out, and I couldn't catch my breath. It felt like someone had put a plastic bag over my head, and I was really about to suffocate. Just when I thought I was done for, everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was back. I slumped on the bed, gasping for air, my heart pounding wildly. Then the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Wind Eagle armor. Good heavens, I couldn't believe it. What kind of hellish beginner's guide is this? Unlocking an armor almost sent me to my grave. The craziest part is that it also told me the training times for the Wind Eagle armor are shared with the Flame Dragon armor. Only 3 times a day. Is this system trying to bug me? How am I supposed to allocate my armor in the future? Aiming for equal distribution. Huh? Forget it. I won't think about it for now. With a thought, I called out, Wind Eagle armor merge. The next second, a surge of powerful and sharp energy enveloped my entire body. I looked down and saw it. Cool. This blue armor, with its streamlined design, was simply stunning. Unfortunately, there was no mirror, so I couldn't see my own heroic figure. What a shame. But the best part was yet to come. I suddenly felt a crackling energy inside me. I raised my hand and saw electricity sparking from my palm. Thunder attribute chakra? I figured it out in an instant. The Wind Eagle armor corresponds to wood in the 8 trigrams, and wood represents both wind and thunder. Hee. Our ancestor setup is way cooler than your average Hokage. Another type of chakra, for free. What a steal. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck me. What if I used shadow clones, with each one wearing a suit of armor, and formed an Armored Boy band to debut? Wouldn't that sweep the ninja world? Just thinking about it got me excited. So, I decided to take action. I immediately entered the virtual battle room again, this time challenging the Flame Dragon armor. I was feeling cocky, thinking that since I could crack it last time, this time I would definitely disarm it. But as soon as I entered, I was dumbfounded. The Flame Dragon armor on the opposite side was actually holding a flame blade. This isn't fair. I shouted out loud, Hey buddy, let us negotiate. How about we skip the blades and just practice some punches? But it didn't even acknowledge me. Just walked over step by step, slowly raising the blade. My heart sank. I had a bad feeling. The next second, a cold voice rang out, Sealing Demon Slash. A red light flashed in front of my eyes, and then the screen went black. By the time I regained my awareness, I was completely dazed. What the hell? I jumped up from the bed. I just hit you once, right? Is it necessary to go all out right away? I was at full health. You took me down at full health? Does anyone understand this? This is simply an electronic trap. I'm feeling so frustrated. I thought I was doing well, but then I was knocked back to square one with a single move. Just as I was sulking, Itachi came and knocked on my door. I opened the door and teased him. Oh, went on a date with Izumi in the afternoon? This guy's face turned red instantly. Huh, such an innocent boy. But he was actually there to deliver a message. Kakashi wanted us to go to the Hokage building immediately. Once I walked in, wow, there were so many people, Minato, Asuma, Guy, and a bunch of others. Minato said that because this Chunin exam was too difficult, they opened a back door for us little guys, a whole B-rank mission, and completing it would count as passing the assessment. Then came the key part. The Jonin leading the team, what's his name, Sarutobi Asuma, had a permanent scowl on his face, looking down his nose at us, and he spoke so harshly. After announcing the mission, he saw me discussing with Itachi and even sneered. You don't know your own limits. My temper flared up right away. I was originally planning to stick with the main group, but now I decided not to tolerate it anymore. Itachi Tens, let's go. Let him play by himself. That Sarutobi sensei turned pale on the spot and ran to complain to Kakashi. Guess what Kakashi sensei said? He didn't even turn his head and coolly dropped the line. I believe in them. Then he followed us. So cool. Absolutely amazing. The 3 of us broke away from the main group and stealthily made our way into the bandit's lair. We crept along and easily reached the room of the leader. Guess what happened next? The bandit leader was kneeling on the ground, bowing his head to another person. I was still complaining about how poor these bandits were when Itachi suddenly turned pale, took out a small notebook, and handed it to me. I looked down and saw the photo of a person with a few big words written underneath. Class A Rogue Ninja, Shimura Tami. I was dumbfounded at the time. What happened to the B-rank mission to eliminate the bandits? How did an A-rank Rogue Ninja suddenly appear? Is the mission ranking in Konoha assessed with feet? I quickly took a glance at his stats. His chakra was 4 times mine, but his genjutsu value was pitifully low. Alright, it's you. I had Itachi and Tenza deal with those bandits while I charged straight at that Rogue Ninja. That guy saw us as 3 little kids and still wanted to show off, leisurely licking his kunai and muttering something interesting. I wasn't going to give him a chance to show off. I threw a kunai to interrupt his jutsu, followed by a massive fire style fireball jutsu right in his face. That guy was startled by my fireball, which was comparable to a B-rank jutsu, and his face was filled with shock. Hey, look at you trying to show off. Watch me give you a psychological scar today. But guess what? This guy turned out to be tough as nails. As a jounin, his hand signs were incredibly fast, and with a swish, he conjured up a massive water wall right in front of him. My fireball crashed into it with a sizzling sound, and suddenly, the whole room turned into a sauna, filled with steam. I tell you, that guy's mouth curled up into an extremely strange arc. It's unbelievable. The angle of that crooked smile is something even human medical miracles can't explain. He dropped a line saying, "Little brat, I'll play with you," and in the next second, he swooshed into the thick fog. My eyes were as wide as copper bells. This speed was simply like using a teleportation hack. When he emerged from the fog, the shuriken in his hand was almost shoved right into my face. I was so scared that I rolled back and retreated, countering with a phoenix fire technique, sending several fireballs chasing after him. He was quite nimble, dodging them like a monkey in just a few moves. I was sweating cold sweat on my forehead. Who understands? Family? Is this the power of an A-rank rogue ninja? It seems that not wearing a disguise and confronting him head-on is still too risky. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw Itachi and Tenzin tangled in a fierce battle with a few other weaklings. I couldn't delay any longer. It was time for a swift resolution. My gaze sharpened, and flames ignited in my pupils as I activated my ultimate move. Flame Dragon Armor. Combine. A blinding golden light instantly enveloped me. The guy opposite me was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. His face displaying a "what the hell is this" expression. Not willing to give up, he threw a shadow clone shuriken. And 5 or 6 shurikens hit me with a bang. And the result? Was that a massage? Not even a mark was left. Now he was completely panicked, swallowed hard, realizing physical attacks were futile. But he was tough. His expression turned serious as he jumped into the air, and his hands crackled with electricity. Lightning release. Lightning flow blade. Let me tell you, his self-created B-level ninjutsu is definitely more powerful than B-level. According to his own bragging, even Danzo praised him for having the style of his younger days. A violent lightning slash came crashing towards me. I frowned, feeling that this thing was a bit formidable. Even wearing armor, I couldn't take it head-on. I gathered my chakra and unleashed 3 fiery punches at that bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, the whole room shook 3 times. At that moment, the guy's figure flashed in front of me like a ghost, crouching down, his arms transforming into lightning blades. And another lightning blade was aimed right at my face. I quickly drew my flame blade and blocked it horizontally. Bang! A deafening crash echoed, and the entire mountain stronghold heard it. Those small-time bandits who had just rushed in were sent flying, along with their weapons, by the shockwave of our clash, crying out for help. Meanwhile, that guy named Shimura Tanji looked pale. He was probably thinking, I've used my strongest trump card, so why can't I budge this tin can? What kind of monster is this? He must now think that I'm from Konoha sent to capture him. I don't have time to waste with him. With a strong push, I sent him crashing into the corner. Then I stomped down hard, launching myself into the air, pouring most of my remaining chakra into my flame sword. The blade buzzed and radiated a bright red light. Die for me. I raised the flame blade high and struck down fiercely at him in the corner. A massive beam of flames instantly engulfed him. With a loud roar, this grand mansion was split in half by my blow. The place where he had been crouching was instantly buried alive by the collapsing beams and rubble. I just finished here and shouted at Itachi and Tenzo, "Quick, catch that bandit leader, don't let him escape." The guy named Kanaibu originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to slip away, but my shout scared him so much that he shivered. Itachi immediately created a shadow clone to block his escape route, and Tenzo used wood release to tie him up tightly. Now, he can't fly away even with wings. I took off my armor and walked over with a grin. I looked at Kanaibu, who was trapped by the wood, and suddenly had a whimsical thought to ask Tenz. "Hey, can your wood release control vines?" Tenz shook his head and said no. This is wood release, not grass release. Well, a bit disappointed. Just then, Kakashi-sensei appeared from some corner, arms crossed, lazily complimenting that the task was completed well. He then walked into the ruins and used earth release to dig out Shimizu Tamaki. My goodness, that guy had a huge charred scar from his face to his thigh, and even Kakashi gasped at the sight. He muttered, "Luckily, most of my energy from that strike went into the house. Otherwise, this guy would have been cut in half." Kakashi wiped his face with water, took out a wanted notice to confirm his identity. At that moment, another examiner, that guy with the surname Sarutobi, also came in. He saw Kakashi holding someone, and when he saw that face, he was instantly shocked. Shimizu Tamaki. How could he be here? This guy seemed to be his old teammate and rival, who later defected. He froze for a moment, then directed all his anger at Kakashi, shouting, "Kakashi, you're breaking the rules. We're judges, not here to help them cheat." Goodness, he thought that Shimizu Tamaki was taken down by Kakashi. Well, how could an A-rank rogue ninja be defeated by 3 little kids? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, almost getting his face up to Kakashi's. Kakashi still had that dead fish eye look and coldly asked, "Did you see me make a move?" The guy with the surname Sarutobi exploded even more. "Do you think I'm stupid? Just because they could defeat Shimizu Tamaki?" At this point, I was annoyed and lazily spoke up. "Hey, you're not wrong. Shimizu Tamaki was indeed not defeated by the 3 of us." Upon hearing this, that guy was delighted. Thinking he had found a handle, his face almost twisted with excitement. "Humph. Kakashi, see, your student admitted it." I rolled my eyes and looked at him with a naive expression as if he were a fool. "What did I admit to? Didn't you say it was the 3 of you who defeated him?" "Yeah." I nodded and then gave a wicked smile, telling him slowly, because Shinomura Tami was taken care of by me alone. The entire place fell silent in an instant. That guy with the surname Sarutobi was stunned for a while, then burst out laughing, looking at me as if I were crazy. "What a joke. Just you." He didn't believe it at all, snorted coldly, and threatened to report this matter to the Hokage, saying he would strip us of our ninja identities, and then stormed off angrily. TCH whatever. I happily walked over and struggled to carry Shinomura Tami. Time to go back and collect the bounty. An A-rank rogue ninja. This is another windfall. The next day, that guy really ran to report to the 4th Hokage, embellishing the story and accusing Kakashi of favoritism. As a result, Minato just listened calmly and then took a piece of paper from his drawer and pushed it to him. "This is the list of those who passed the Chunin exam. Inform them." He picked it up and his eyes widened. My name, Itachi's, Ten's, and guys' names were clearly on it. He panicked right there, saying we cheated. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table, and told him, "First, you acted separately and didn't see the whole process. Second, the final decision lies with me." Finally, Minato's voice turned cold, and a single sentence made him fall silent. "Besides, I am the Hokage now." In the afternoon, Kakashi-sensei called us together and announced the good news that we had become Chunin. He was a bit emotional, encouraging us to aim for the Hokage. I immediately lay down on the grass and disdainfully said, "Hokage? I don't want to be one. Didn't you see that mountain of documents on the 4th desk? So much, I would really be overwhelmed." Itachi was a bit curious and leaned over to ask me why. I counted on my fingers how tiring it is to be Hokage. Then I changed the subject and asked him, "Itachi, do you want to be Hokage?" He paused for a moment, then nodded, saying his dad always hoped that Uchiha would become Hokage. I looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, smiled, sat up, and gently said one word, "Good." Once we became Chunin, Kakashi-sensei started thinking about finding us summoning beasts. I tell you, I got really excited when this was mentioned. Kakashi first showed off his ninja dog. Pakin. That little dog looked so lazy, lying on Kakashi's head, and surprisingly, it could talk. I went up to tease it, asking why it didn't go make puppies, and it stubbornly replied that it had seen through the worldly affairs, which made me laugh so hard. Kakashi asked us what we thought. I thought for a moment. Although the summoning beasts of the 3 legendary ninjas were strong and could learn sage techniques, I already had armor, and the risks of learning sage techniques were too great compared to the benefits. I wasn't too fond of frogs and snakes, but I could consider slugs. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and asked Kakashi, "Sensei, do you know where I can sign a contract with a panda?" Kakashi looked completely confused and said he had never heard of that. Well, I was a bit disappointed. I then asked Itachi, and after thinking for a while, he said he preferred crows. I was familiar with that. It was a perfect match. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Finally, it was Ten's turn, and he looked bewildered, saying he didn't know. I looked at him, and suddenly a brilliant idea popped into my head. The first Hokages would release combined with sage technique would be earth-shattering. If Tianzong could learn it too. I immediately leaned over and asked him mysteriously, Hey, Tianzong, do you like frogs? Or snakes? Slugs are fine too." He was taken aback for a moment and said he neither liked nor disliked them. I smiled meaningfully and said, "It's okay. Not having encountered them is no big deal. I'll help you out, buddy." Over to the side, Kakashi-sensei's gaze seemed to see right through my little scheme. Let me tell you, those three summoning beasts, the toad, the slug, and the giant snake, are just the standard configuration of the legendary three ninjas. I'm just giving Naruto a heads up on the menu in advance. Once this is settled, I'm going home. At the dinner table, I was fiddling with the rice in my bowl, and with a mischievous heart, I asked my uncle Fugaku, "Uncle, you have a wide network. Can you help me find out where there are pandas in the ninja world?" Uncle Fugaku paused with his chopsticks, looking at me with a "what are you talking about" expression. Pandas? They can be summoning beasts? Wow, this knowledge is beyond the syllabus. But he still agreed, saying he would let the clan members keep an eye out for me. I understood. He was just having a laugh. After all, a summoning panda is much rarer than a wild giant panda. After dinner, I quickly dragged Itachi to the side of the bed where Sasuke was. Little Sasuke was lying there, his chubby little hands flailing in the air. When he saw us, he grinned with his toothless smile. Oh my, family who understands? Little Sasuke was just too cute to resist. I couldn't help but reach out and poke his bouncy little face. The feeling was incredible. Little Sasuke started calling out and grabbed my finger with both of his big watery eyes, sparkling as he looked at me, incredibly happy. Itachi, watching from the side, had a loving expression and said, "Sasuke seems to really like you, Han-kun." Of course. Earlier, when Izumi came over wanting to touch him, Sasuke immediately cried out and opened up, wailing loudly, clearly signaling that strangers should keep their distance. I chuckled and shamelessly said, "Of course. It's definitely because I'm too handsome. He wants to stick close to me and grow up to be a big handsome guy like me." Itachi didn't refute me, just rested his chin on his hand and looked at his little brother gently. At that moment, Uncle Fugaku came over with a scroll, telling us not to tease him anymore, or else little Sasuke would get too excited and we'd have to stay up late training him again. We hurried over, and he handed us the scroll, saying, "You both have good eyes. The Jinjutsu talent must be stronger than average. This is the most basic Jinjutsu in the clan. Take it and practice." I went back to my room and opened the door, and wow, it was indeed basic, almost like a sleight of hand. Compared to Itachi's later Tsukuyami, it was like comparing a kindergarten to a postdoctoral researcher. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So I picked two that I found pleasing and learned from them. By the way, I took a look at my panel, and the compatibility of the Wind Eagle armor finally increased to 60. Although it was as slow as a turtle, it was still better than the Flame Dragon armor, which just knocked me out right from the start. The next day, I went out to enjoy myself with the money I earned from my tasks. First, I had a big bowl at Ichiraku Ramen. I have to say the uncle skill is truly authentic. After eating and drinking enough while I was shopping, I caught a glimpse of a white-haired uncle sneaking into the women's bathhouse out of the corner of my eye. My heart skipped a beat, and a bold guess surfaced in my mind. Oh my goodness, could it be? I immediately followed along, and from a distance looking at that figure, I silently thought, "System, scan him for me. Name, Jiraiya. Chakra, 9469. Sage Chakra. Ninjutsu, 1019. Wow, it's really Jiraiya. This panel. The numbers are so high, I almost thought the system was glitching. It's simply outstanding. No wonder he's one of the legendary three ninjas. I was so excited inside. This is the living Jiraiya. Although his current behavior, well, it's a bit lewd. I saw him quickly climb up the partition in the middle of the hot spring, his movements incredibly skilled. On the other side of the partition is the women's bath. All steamy. He didn't even need to use chakra. Perfectly invisible. I lean over to take a look, and wow. He was lying there with a lewd grin on his face all flushed, mumbling something about inspiration. Endless inspiration. I couldn't help myself, and leaned close to his ear to ask softly, "Uncle, is it good looking?" He didn't turn his head, just nodded repeatedly, "Good looking, good looking." After saying that, he suddenly realized, He turned around abruptly and saw me resting my head on my hand, smiling at him. He was startled and quickly pressed my head down, saying, "Little brat, who are you? You're young and not learning properly, sneaking around to peek." I gave him a big eye roll and swatted his hand away. "Hey, old man, who is really spying on whom? Don't you have any self-awareness?" I jumped down from the partition and looked up at him. "Stop looking, or I'll call the security team." "You little brat." Jiraiya, infuriated, jumped down, his inspiration completely interrupted by me. He still had the nerve to argue. "Don't say that. What's spying? I'm sacrificing for art. For creation, you understand? Creation. Creation? What have you written?" I scoffed. Upon hearing this, he immediately became smug, pulling out a small book with an orange-red cover from his pocket. The title Paradise of Passion boldly written on the front. "This book is my masterpiece," he boasted, although I've only written a third of it. I guarantee that once it's published, it will definitely sweep through the entire ninja world. As soon as I heard it, My eyes lit up. This is a masterpiece that could make Kakashi lose his mind. I instinctively reached out to grab it. However, Jiraiya quickly pulled the book back, cradling it like a protective parent, and looked at me warily. You little brat. This isn't for you to see. Besides, I haven't finished writing it yet. It absolutely can't leak out. What if someone copies it? Well, he has quite a strong sense of copyright. I pouted and turned to leave. All right. If you don't leave, I'm really going to call someone. He had no choice but to follow me out, fuming. Just as we stepped outside, a gentle voice called out, Jiraiya-sensei, you really are here. When I turned around, it was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya instantly froze, looking as if he had seen a ghost, awkwardly greeting him. It's you, Minato. Minato smiled. I heard someone say you returned to the village, so I guess you might be here. He was a bit surprised to see me. Oh, Han, why are you here too? I immediately reported, I went out to shop and saw this uncle sneaking into the bathhouse. I followed him in, and indeed he was stealing. Before I could finish my sentence, a big hand tightly covered my mouth. Jiraiya covered my mouth while awkwardly laughing at Minato. Minato, this little brat is quite mischievous. Well, I have important business to discuss this time. Let's talk back at the office. After saying that, he dragged Minato towards the Hokage building. I looked at their backs and felt quite emotional. Being able to see these legendary figures in person is truly a wonderful feeling. On the other side, Danzo at the root is probably sneezing in anger. He had personally come to recruit me, but was rejected, and now he's furious. His subordinate reported that the injured Shimura Danzo has awakened. Upon hearing this, his face darkened, and he rushed over immediately. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya was discussing serious matters with Minato, mainly about Orochimaru's defection. Jiraiya held the wanted notice tightly, his eyes filled with determination, vowing to bring Orochimaru back. Minato casually suggested, if possible, Jiraiya-sensei, could you also bring back Lady Tsunade? Jiraiya was taken aback, coughed a few times, and found an excuse to go look for the third Hokage, then dashed away. This left Minato alone sighing at the mountain of documents, thinking, wow, this Hokage job is really intense. Just looking at it is exhausting. That night, I sat cross-legged practicing, and suddenly the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for increasing the compatibility of the Wind Eagle armor to 10%. Unlocking Wind Eagle Sword. I was feeling quite happy when I suddenly sensed a very concealed chakra flash by outside. If it weren't for my recent breakthrough, which sharpened my senses, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. My heart tightened. It seemed I was being targeted. The next day, after completing a mission with Itachi, I noticed that the villagers' attitude towards us Uchiha had improved significantly. This was a good sign. It seemed my earlier suggestion had taken effect. I calculated that as long as nothing unexpected happened, we should be able to avoid the night of the massacre. The only variable was that guy Beto. His Kamui was too overpowered. I wondered if my armor could unlock a divine technique like the Zen Seal in the future. While I was lost in thought, Itachi suddenly excitedly pulled me to a secluded place, formed a hand seal, and with a bang, he transformed into a large flock of crows, circling around me before returning to his original form. Han-kun, how was that? He asked, his face full of anticipation. Wow, it hadn't been long, and he had already signed a contract with the ninja crows and was playing around with shadow clones. Truly, he was Itachi-sama. On the other side, Tens was reporting to the third Hokage. The old man really cared for him and voluntarily offered to arrange a powerful summoning beast for him, the Monkey King clan. Tens scratched his head and shyly asked, do you have any toads? The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, probably thinking how this kid had the same taste as my apprentice. Tens explained that he often joked with him about toads and cuttings, which piqued his curiosity. The third Hokage was amused but agreed to ask Jiraiya for him. Sure enough, a few days later, the Minato couple invited us, along with the newly returned Jiraiya, to their home for dinner. At the dinner table, Jiraiya was playing with little Naruto in the crib, only to be splashed with drool, which made him yell in frustration. After a bit of commotion, Minato asked Jiraiya when he was leaving. Jiraiya replied that he would set off tomorrow to find Orochimaru. He turned around and saw the three of us, calling out to me, "Hey, you little brat called Uchiha Han." I replied to him in annoyance, "What is up? Peeping Tom uncle? You little brat." He got so angry that he puffed out his cheeks and glared at me. I quickly approached him with a grin. "All right, unless you let me take a look at that masterpiece." He immediately clutched the book tightly, saying that I should buy it myself when it's published and that I have to be over 18 to read it. TCH, so stingy. The weasel next to us was almost scared to death, whispering in my ear, "Han-jun, it's not good to talk to Lord Jiraiya like that." I patted him. "It's fine, buddy. I've got under control. Just then, Jiraiya turned his gaze to the quietest one among us. You must be Tens, right? Let me tell you about that guy Tianzong. He was so respectful that he stood up right away, bending his waist like a cooked shrimp. Jiraiya took a look and was pleased, nodding his head. He was probably thinking, look at his attitude, and then think about that brat Uchiha Han. It's like heaven and earth. He cleared his throat, putting on a sage-like demeanor, and said, the old man has mentioned you to me. However, this summoning contract is a serious matter, and I can't just agree to it casually. This is not just my affair. It concerns the entire Myaboka Mountain, and I have to be responsible for our frog family, understand? Tianzong looked so disappointed, but there was nothing he could do but nod and say, all right, Lord Jiraiya. So this matter was set aside for the time being. On the way home, Itachi proposed to me, Han Kakashi-sensei said we have a break these days. How about we go play with Sure Sway tomorrow? Sure. I agreed immediately, then grinned mischievously, but aren't you going to see your sister Izumi? Goodness. Itachi's face turned bright red all of a sudden. She's still in school. How would she have time? I just remembered, oh right. Itachi and I have graduated, and without any missions, it feels like a vacation. Meanwhile, Izumi still has to endure 5 more years in the ninja school. But speaking of Sure Sway, my brows furrowed. I can't shake the feeling that something is off with Sure Sway's recent state. The next day, in the woods. Bang, bang, bang. Itachi, Sure Sway, and I were practicing throwing shuriken like crazy. Honestly, being around these two geniuses has really improved my skills, especially Sure Sway, whose combat experience is incredibly rich. He always manages to give me pointers that are immensely beneficial. But the problem is, I've noticed that he often seems distracted and absent-minded lately. I couldn't help but directly ask, Zhishui, what's going on with you lately? Mainly because his behavior was too unusual, and I was really worried that Danzo was up to some tricks behind the scenes again. Huh. Zhishui obviously froze for a moment, and when he saw me staring at him intently, his eyes immediately started to avoid mine. In nothing. I had a look on my face that said, do you think I believe you? But since he didn't want to talk, it wasn't worth pressing further. Though I had already made a mental note. I've been busy during this time. Unintentionally or not, I've been trying to influence Sure Sway, hoping to bring back some of his mind that was twisted by Danzo's brainwashing. To be honest, Sure Sway is a good person, but his thoughts are too extreme. He always feels that he has to choose between the clan and the village, thinking that one must be sacrificed. Who understand the family? The Uchiha clan has been marginalized by the village's higher-ups, and they aren't allowed to resist. If you lack compassion, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Wanting to stage a coup is forced upon us, okay? In the end, in the original story, he still believed that old conman Danzo. It can only be said that those in power are confused. He was manipulated too badly. All right, that's it for today. Sure Sway suddenly put away his weapon and directly told us. Itachi nodded, but his eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Sure Sway. As Sure Sway walked away without looking back, Itachi couldn't help but ask me, Han, what exactly is wrong with Sure Sway? I shook my head. He didn't say anything, but it was almost certain that it had something to do with that root place. Root? What exactly is that place? Why do I always feel like you have a particular disdain for it? To correct you, I extended a finger. It's not just a little, it's particularly, extremely, and immensely disdainful. Then, I dragged Itachi along and started my half-hour lecture on Danzo's dark secrets. Let me tell you, I described that old man Danzo as a villain of the utmost evil, who does all sorts of bad deeds and is extremely twisted. Do you remember that pig at Uncle Lu Wei's place that was screaming every night? It was Root's doing. And what about that series of underwear thefts in the village? The guards investigated for a long time with no results. It's not that they couldn't find anything. It's that they found out but dared not arrest anyone because it was people from Root who did it. And let me tell you a secret. That Danzo, I've heard, has a peculiar hobby. He likes to collect other people's eyeballs. You better protect your eyes when you see him in the future. In short, if any bad things happen in the village and the culprit can't be found, don't hesitate. Just close your eyes and blame it on Danzo. You won't be wrong. Itachi's lips twitched as he listened. He knew I was exaggerating, but the way I spoke made it seem credible, and his wariness towards that so-called Root reached its peak. Meanwhile, at the Root base, Sure Sway was kneeling in front of Danzo with a worried expression. Lord Danzo, get up. Danzo put down the documents in his hand, his eyes fixed on Sure Sway like a hawk. This was a piece he had nurtured since childhood, with high talent and strong abilities, and most importantly, his mindset was completely under Danzo's control. Are you still hesitating? Danzo's voice was as cold as ice, tinged with suppressed anger. Sure Sway lowered his head even further. Lord Danzo, the opinions from the clan about the village have decreased significantly recently. Sure, Sway, you are too young. Danzo suddenly adopted a serious elder tone, walking over to him and gently placing a hand on his shoulder. How could those old foxes from the Uchiha be so easy to placate? What looks stable now is just because your clan leader is suppressing them. The fire in their hearts will only accumulate more, and once they find an opportunity, it will explode instantly. Their mindset is deeply rooted and irretrievable. Therefore, for the future of the clan, for the stability of the village, there is only one path. Danzo's voice lowered, filled with temptation. Eliminate them for eternal peace. Shirsue's body trembled violently. Danzo pressed down a bit more to stabilize him. Those old stubborn ones are the parasites of the clan. They must be eliminated. But the children are innocent. Once those people are removed, you will guide them, and the Uchiha can welcome a new life. At this point, Danzo suddenly leaned in close to Shirsue's ear, his tone terrifyingly sinister. Or should I say, you don't trust me now? As soon as this was said, Shirsue immediately knelt down, cold sweat breaking out. Lord Danzo, that's not true. In my heart, you will always be the most trustworthy person. Seeing his expression, a strange smile crept onto Danzo's lips. If that's the case, what are you hesitating for? Shirsue fell silent for a long time, his fists clenched tightly, and finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Yes, Lord Danzo. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. I quickly opened my attributes panel and took a glance. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2411. I'll tell you, my current chakra level is just a tiny bit away from the system's criteria for a Jonin, all thanks to the chakra from the 3 tails inside me. It's basically a mobile power bank. But this thing is strange. I've been absorbing its chakra for 3 years. And the total amount is still followed by 3 question marks, probably an astronomical number. Goodness, this is just the residual chakra from the 3 tails. How terrifying must the 9 tails be? That Naruto kid, his cheats are just ridiculous. On another note, my Wind Falcon armor compatibility has also reached 50%, and I've unlocked the Black Rhino armor. But here's the problem. The training difficulty for the Black Rhino armor is simply hellish. Practicing for half a day, the Flame Dragon Wind Falcon might increase by 10%, while the Black Rhino might only increase by 3. I estimate that the next 2 armors will take an eternity to master. Of course, Itachi's progress is flying as well. His Jinjutsu is stronger than mine. But what frustrates me the most is that his Sharingan has reached the 2-tomo level. How'd he manage that? Just thinking about it makes me mad. It was just an ordinary evening. Itachi was cooking, and little Sasuke ran over to play, accidentally getting a small cut from a knife. And because of that, Itachi activated his 2-tomo Sharingan in anger. Who understands family? That cut on Sasuke was smaller than a pimple I popped. It would heal in a couple of days. This is just top-tier operation for those young Idol's brainless fans. It's a pity he is not in the entertainment circle. Meanwhile, I'm here with no progress at all, feeling miserable. Moreover, I've noticed that using the Sharingan too much makes emotion skewed. No wonder every member of the Uchiha clan is like a firecracker. Hankuin, are you still asleep? Itachi walked straight in, and the sunlight suddenly hit my face. What is up? Didn't Kakashi-sensei say we're resting today? I excitedly rolled over, covering my head with the blanket. Workers need rest too. I was on night duty with the guards yesterday, staying up until midnight. Can I sleep a bit longer? It's already noon, and I still haven't had enough sleep. Itachi rushed over to pull my blanket away. What are you doing? I panicked and held onto the blanket tightly. Go away. Go away. I'll get up, okay? Just don't pull my blanket away. I don't know why either, but I just feel very resistant. All right. I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up. Itachi walked out with a puzzled expression. After a while, I groggily came out. Wasn't it fine? Why did you call me? Itachi rolled his eyes at me and took out a piece of paper from his bag, which had my Uncle Uchiha Fugaku's big red seal on it. I took a look and frowned so hard I could squash a fly. What the heck? They even issued me such a formal transfer order. Didn't they say I was just helping out in the security team for a few days? Do they really think of me as one of their own? I've been silently transferred to the security team. The transfer order stated that Itachi and I were temporarily moved from the administrative department to the operations department to participate in the protection work for the Hyuga clan. Oh dear, ISNT it because the team is short-staffed lately? Itachi smiled a little awkwardly and said, well, at least you have me with you. I shot him a glare, annoyed. Of course, the guard team will be yours in the future. What about me? I'm just working for free. The thing I hate most in my life is capitalist exploitation of labor. Oh, don't be angry. You'll definitely be compensated later. Didn't we just throw a birthday party for Sasuke? The funding from the clan is still with the elders. It won't be short of you. It better be. I'm not really angry, just complaining a bit. By the way, are you going to? Sasuke didn't he throw a fit? I'm a bit curious. That little brat is always sticking to his brother. Itachi smiled. In these days, the fourth Hokage brought Naruto over, and the two kids are playing together. That makes sense. Those two little guys always fight when they meet. As we talked, we set off toward the Hyuga clan's territory. Upon arrival, wow, it was quite impressive. Dozens of servants were busy setting up for tomorrow, which is the birthday of their clan's eldest daughter, Hinata. Uncle Ryui. Oh, Han, Itachi, you're here. The one in charge of the security is Uncle Ryui, my uncle's capable assistant, an elite jonin with 3 tomo. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Hyuga family scale is really big. I couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, Lord Hokage specifically ordered it, and the clan leader asked me to personally supervise, Uncle Ryui said. I glanced around and found not only people from Konoha, but also from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a team from Kyomogakure. I suddenly remembered with a buzz in my head. In the original work, it was on Hinata's birthday that the people of the Cloud Village attempted to kidnap her to seize the Byakugan, but they were killed on the spot by Hyuga Hisashi. In the end, the Cloud Village bit back, forcing Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, to take the blame. TSK. Now that Minato is alive and well, and the land of fire is peaceful, these Cloud Village folks shouldn't dare to cause trouble, right? However, I've decided to keep a close eye on them. After all, it's a shame about Niji, and if I can help in any way, I will. I was just thinking when Itachi and I started our patrol. Itachi, your hair is getting smoother. Are you secretly using some conditioner? I reached out to touch it, and it really felt nice. Itachi looked confused. Uchiha Han, Uchiha Itachi. 2 voices came from ahead. I looked up and saw my old classmates, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi. Oh, it's you guys, long time no see. I greeted them warmly, but they stammered, their faces full of embarrassment and shame. After all, they used to trouble me a lot. And now, both of us were CH'ing while they were still in school. The gap was quite big. After a brief chat, we continued our patrol. Itachi suddenly remembered something. All right, Kakashi-sensei said that when Jiraiya-sama comes back, we might have to go on a mission with him. Jiraiya? I frowned. Didn't that old pervert go looking for Orochimaru? Is he back so soon? Could it be that he ran out of inspiration and rushed back for material? Just then, in a small tavern on the border of the land of fire, Jiraiya, who was deep in thought with a pen in hand, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! I feel like someone is talking bad about me behind my back. By evening, at the resting place of the Cloud Village envoy, several guys were huddled together plotting. Boss, are we really going to make a move? Kidnap that Hinata lady? Of course. Look at the reward on top. Can you resist? But those guards outside look tough. The leader slapped him. Tonight, you guys go scout the area and plan the route. Tomorrow, if there's a chance, bring that girl back to the village. The next morning, the entrance of the Hyuga clan was bustling with activity. Families from Konoha, including Tenten and Mito, the 2 old advisors, had all arrived. After waiting for a long time, Minato and my uncle finally arrived with their wives and children. The guys from the Cloud Village saw that both the 3rd and 4th Hokages were there, and their faces turned green, thinking they were doomed. At the banquet, Hinata was so shy that she kept hiding behind screen. Meanwhile, the adults were engaged in a fierce political drama. Hayashi Hyuga was desperately trying to curry favor with Minato and my uncle, leaving the 2 old advisors ignored, which made them fume. By the afternoon, Minato, the 3rd Hokage, and my uncle, all busy with official duties, left early. Hey, boss. The guys from a Cloud Village instantly perked up. The 3rd and 4th Hokages are gone. The Uchiha clan leader is also gone. An opportunity had arisen. The leader grinned. Quick, follow yesterday's plan. The few drunken Cloud ninjas found a chance to sneak out of the banquet and began their operation. And all of this was clearly seen by me, who was patrolling outside. The princess must be saved. I played with the kunai in my hand, thinking leisurely, although that little brat Naruto is a bit annoying. With that, I vanished into the shadows. Inside the room, it was just Hinata and her personal maid. The maid had just tried to get up to heat Hinata's food when suddenly she felt weak all over. Before she could react, a shadow flashed by and she collapsed, caught silently by someone. Hinata's pupils dilated, and just as she was about to scream, a large hand covered her mouth tightly. Genjutsu. Instantly, Hinata's expression became vacant. Success. A few Cloud ninjas excitedly revealed themselves. Let us go. Head back to the village immediately. Holding Hinata, they vanished from the room like ghosts. At this moment, they had escaped the Hyuga clan and were sprinting towards a blind spot in the guard patrol. Boss, this way. As long as we get past here, we can escape from Konoha. Thinking of the huge reward and bright future the village promised, they felt ecstatic. The leader suddenly stopped, because he saw someone waving at them from a short distance away on the wall. Hello. I waved my hand with a smile, jumped down from the wall, and dusted off the dirt on my pants. Did you enjoy the meal today? Little ghost. Who are you? The leader shouted fiercely. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Hurry up and get lost, you punk. Boss, why waste words with a little ghost? Just take him out. One of the guys behind him rushed at me with a knife. Little ghost, if you can't see for yourself, don't blame me. He had a twisted smile of excitement on his face, and his knife came down fiercely. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, it suddenly stopped. Because that strike, wow, hit nothing but air. With a bang, his figure exploded like fireworks, disappearing without a trace. The leading Yunin's eyes narrowed into slits, muttering, Shadow clone? This little ghost has some skills. I tell you, they were completely dumbfounded at that moment, searching everywhere for me. But they couldn't even find the Wi-Fi signal of my chakra. The next second, I was on the rooftop, arms crossed, snapping my fingers at them. Hey, I'm right here. As the moonlight hit me, I looked incredibly cool. The guy who just attacked me turned green with anger, gritting his teeth and shouting, Little brat. Their leader saw the situation and panicked, yelling, Stop talking nonsense. Everyone attack together. Quick battle, quick resolution. As soon as he finished speaking, those few lackeys rushed at me like dumplings, screaming. On my side, I could gather my energy and shouted, Naruto, Sasuke. Guess what? Two little kids suddenly jumped out from behind the wall, and it was none other than them. Then, for my family, who understands, I quickly pulled out a summoning device, crossed my hands, raised it above my head, and shouted with full Chinibyu intensity, Flame Dragon Armor. Combine. Naruto and Sasuke, standing beside me, announced in a childish but very skilled voice, Flame Dragon Summoning Device. The summoner can transform into the armored warrior Flame Dragon Knight. Damn, that scene. A beam of red light wrapped around me, and when the light faded, I was wearing that stunningly cool flame armor. The group of Yunin ninjas across from me had their mouths open wide enough to fit a chicken egg, their brains completely fried, probably wondering why the style of this Hokage suddenly turned into a tokusatsu drama. I shook my wrist and jumped down from the roof with a thud. The sense of pressure instantly peaked. Their leader's voice trembled. Everyone, charge. Don't be afraid. This iron lump might just be a distraction. Though he said that, his body was honest. Everyone's calves were cramping up. But the order was given, and there was no choice. These poor guys could only brace themselves and charge forward with their knives. At that moment, the leader holding Hinata thought about making a run for it. But as soon as he took a step, another person appeared in front of him. That's right, Itachi Uchiha, making a dazzling entrance. The head of the Cloud Village was almost going crazy. Why is there another brat? I called out from a distance. Itachi, that guy's a jonin. Are you up for it? Itachi's little face was tense, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Don't worry. Wow. He is treating a jonin as a practice partner. All right, since he is so confident, I won't hesitate. Looking at the few oddballs rushing towards me, I directly summoned my flame blade. I'm not bragging. I could take them down barehanded, but mainly this sword looks cool. If I don't show off a bit in front of the main character, what's the difference from sneaking around in splendid clothes? I felt my body sink the back of the knife behind me, as several ninja swords, shining with chakra light, slashed towards my face. Slash! I shouted, and the flame blade ignited into a blazing fire. I moved so fast that I was like a red lightning bolt, instantly passing by them. The movements of those few from the cloud hidden were still frozen in midair, while my blade's radiance had already engulfed them like a fiery tornado. With a series of muffled explosions, those guys fell to the ground in unison. With a charred wound on their chests, their blood nearly cooked dry, and they fainted on the spot. Naruto on the wall was so excited that he jumped up and down. Brother Han. So cool. Sasuke, although still crossing his arms and pretending to be aloof, had his bright eyes betraying him. I stylishly blew on the blade, sheathed the flame blade, and directly stepped over the few corpses on the ground to check on Itachi. The two of them were in quite a predicament. The leader of the Cloud Village was holding Hinata back and couldn't unleash his full power, while Itachi was afraid of hurting Hinata and was being overly cautious. It was like two skilled fighters sparring without really going all out. What was the point of that? I shook my head, and my figure flashed before disappearing. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas felt a gust of hot wind sweep by, and when he looked down, his arms were empty. She was gone. He turned his head and saw me wearing the flame dragon armor, holding Hinata, standing on a rooftop. The moonlight shone down on me, making me look incredibly cool. I raised my eyebrows at him and said, "Now you can go all out, right? No need to thank me." After saying that, I glanced down at Hinata in my arms, her eyes blank. Great, she was caught in an illusion. Underneath my armor, I activated my Sharingan and instantly broke the illusion for her. As soon as the little girl regained her senses and saw my armor, her face turned bright red, and she became so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. I put her down, and Naruto rushed over. The leader of the Cloud Village looked at me, cold sweat running down his back. He knew he was done for this time, since he was going to die anyway. He decided to go all out, charging at Itachi with a fierce expression. This time, Itachi had no reservations and was fully engaged in the fight. The two ninjas clashed with their jutsu, fire release against lightning release, and the battle was intense. Itachi's combat experience was indeed impressive, and he almost had the upper hand several times. But after all, a Jonin is a Jonin. That Cloud Ninja unleashed a lightning technique with astonishing power, nearly turning Itachi into a skewer. Just as Itachi dodged the jutsu, feeling a bit anxious for a moment, the Cloud Ninja seized the opening and closed in. His kunai charged with electricity just a few centimeters away from Itachi's neck. Sasuke, watching from the side, screamed in fear, "Oni-chan." However, at that critical moment, the Cloud Ninja's body suddenly froze and the kunai clattered to the ground. I took off my armor and jumped next to Itachi, only to see him gasping for breath. The two-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly fading away. Wow, it turns out that at the last moment, Itachi had used Jinjutsu to control him. Itachi felt a bit scared. I was still too arrogant. I'm still far from the level of a Jonin. I leaned in to smell, and a strong smell of alcohol hit me. That Yun-Yin's face was as red as a monkey's butt. I slapped my thigh and said I knew it. Turns out he's a drunkard. No wonder your illusion can hit so hard. Just then, Hinata's father, Hinata Hayashi, rushed over in a panic, grabbing Hinata tightly, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. When he saw the situation at the scene and then looked at us, he instantly understood. His anger was immense. After treating everyone well, these brats actually dared to steal his daughter, just for that white eye? Thinking of this, Hayashi's face darkened, and his chakra surged wildly. He suddenly thrust his palm forward, and a tremendous amount of chakra slammed into the Yun-In leader, still trapped in the illusion. Boom! With a loud bang, that guy's chest was blasted open, killing him on the spot and even breaking through the wall behind him. I was watching with Itachi, and we couldn't help but swallow hard. That slap was too brutal. Soon, members of the Umbu and various clans arrived. I quickly pulled Itachi, Naruto, and Sasuke away. The next day, news came that the several Cloud Ninjas who were detained had all committed suicide in their cells. Minato received the news and immediately called a high-level meeting. A message from the Cloud Village also arrived, denying the kidnapping and accusing us of killing their envoy, specifically demanding that Konoha hand over the murderer, Hyuga Hizashi. During the meeting, the elders, including Mito Kazan, began to muddy the waters, suggesting that sacrificing a Hizashi for peace was not a big deal. The third Hokage also pretended to be dead with his eyes closed, clearly tacitly approving. Just when Hizashi felt his heart sink, Uchiha Fugaku, my cheap old man, unexpectedly stood up and directly confronted them. Why should we compromise? Do you really think the Cloud would dare to go to war? Minato saw this and felt reassured, directly declaring, Fugaku is right. Konoha does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. This incident is entirely the fault of the Cloud, Hizashi. You bear no responsibility. The third Hokage tried to advise, but Minato shot him down with one sentence. This tough attitude left everyone stunned. Meanwhile, in the root base, Danzo was salivating over a test tube in a lab, filled with blood-red Sharingan, which was chilling to behold. The atmosphere in the Hyuga clan had dropped to freezing point. Hizashi, also known as Niji's father, told Hizashi that Mito Kazan had privately approached him, implying that he, as a branch family member, should sacrifice himself for the sake of the main family's elder brother. Hizashi was so angry that he smashed the table with a palm. But Hizashi suddenly knelt down and banged his head heavily on the table. Brother, Lord Mito's suggestion is not wrong. For the sake of the Hyuga clan, please hand me over. When Richa said those words, Rizu couldn't hold back anymore, and his eyes immediately turned red. He knew that every word his brother said was heartfelt, without a hint of insincerity. Because of this, he felt incredibly uncomfortable, guilt-ridden to the core. Just think about it. Because he was born a few minutes later, one became part of the main family, while the other became part of the branch family. One could casually use a disdainful gaze, while the other had a mind filled with the image of a caged bird. Where could he seek justice for that? Rizu let out a long sigh, walked over, and pulled Richa up with a firm grip, his voice choked. Richa, don't be like this. You've already contributed enough to this family. Don't make things harder for yourself. Besides, the head of the family now is Mizamon, not those old stubborn ones. Since Lord Mizamon is willing to stand up for us, we must trust him. This kindness will be remembered by the Hyuga clan. And if anything were to happen to you, what would Niji do? The moment Niji was mentioned, the tough Richa's heart softened instantly. Niji was his lifeline. His brother's few words were like a little sun, melting away the ice in his heart. He nodded and replied, "Yes, brother." As for what happened later, the noise from the hidden cloud village turned out to be nothing more than thunder without rain. They shouted a few times and then quieted down. It was likely because they saw Mizamon's firm attitude and backed down. Because of this incident, our Hyuga clan completely sided with Mizamon, and our relationship with the Uchiha clan also thawed. There were quite a few more of our Hyuga people in the guard team. I'll tell you, the old man from the third generation has also heard about this matter. He was sitting alone in the ninja school's office, smoking, looking quite emo. He thought to himself that if this were in his hands, he would probably end up giving away the daily difference just to keep the peace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he'd been too soft in the past and had done many things he regretted. Now looking at it, he realized that Watergate was indeed much stronger than him. He walked to the window and looked at the Hokage rock outside, pondering that this office should really be returned to Watergate completely. The scene cuts to the Hokage office. That guy Kakashi is still on sick leave, so Itachi and I have become temporary workers, helping Watergate with miscellaneous tasks. To be honest, there were so many documents that it was almost blinding me. Suddenly, Itachi handed over a file from Yumbu. When Watergate opened it and saw the contents, his face lit up as if he had found money, his smile almost reaching his ears. "Great," he exclaimed, then looked at me, who was slumped on the sofa like a puddle of mud, and said with a smile, "All right, that's enough for today. Let's get off work early." I sat up after a little nudge. "Really? Can I leave work now?" Watergate nodded, but then took a big breath and said, "Well," my face just dropped at that moment, and I knew there couldn't be such a good thing. "Teacher Jiraiya is back. You two should go find him." "Oh, so that's what it is." I thought to myself, if Jiraiya is back, won't he come find you himself? Why'd I have to go? Seeing my expression, Minato rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "Well, if I go find him, he would definitely feel awkward. You know where to catch him, right?" He winked at me with that expression, which was just like, you know what I mean? What else can I say? Got it. I pulled Itachi and headed outside. As soon as we left the Hokage building, Itachi, like a curious baby, asked me, "Han-kun, where are we going to find Lord Jiraiya?" I gave him a glance and said, "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" You paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Are you talking about the bathhouse? Don't you already know that? Why are you asking me?" You chuckled foolishly. Although you often heard me talk about Jiraiya's nonsense, you still had a thick filter in your mind regarding the legendary Sannin. I patted you on the shoulder and said, "Just follow me, and it'll be done. I guarantee you'll see what art comes from life really means." We headed straight to the biggest bathhouse in Konoha. Goodness, even before we got close, we could hear a cacophony of laughter from the women's bathhouse. Ha. Inspiration. This inspiration is pouring out like a spring. It's so wonderful. We quietly climbed up the barrier and saw Jiraiya, that old pervert, crouching on the wall, bleeding from his nose while randomly grabbing and drawing in the air, laughing lewdly with a hee-hee. That scene was so lascivious that even AI couldn't depict it. I quietly asked him from behind, "Is it good looking?" "Yes, it's good looking." He instinctively replied, then suddenly shivered, turned around to see me, and his face turned pale. "It's you again. You little brat. Get out, get out, get out. This is not a place for you." I jumped straight down from the platform and brushed the dust off my hands. "Lord Minato is looking for you." He had no choice but to reluctantly follow us out. When he saw Itachi, he looked a bit awkward and cleared his throat. Itachi's expression, let me tell you, was like he just dropped his phone in the toilet. The filter shattered into pieces. I draped my arm over his shoulder and whispered, "So, I didn't lie to you, right? The legendary 3 Sannin, is this it?" Itachi could only smile bitterly and nod, probably thinking to himself, "This is not a neighborly uncle at all. If he lived next door to me, I'd have to call the police every day." After dropping Jiraiya off at the Hokage building, I quickly slipped away and collapsed onto my bed at home, exhausted like a dog, and hurriedly opened my system panel to take a look. Wow, the compatibility was increasing slower than my salary. The trial for the Flame Dragon armor and Windhawk armor were all stuck at that ceiling finishing move. Once that thing was out, I felt like I was paralyzed, unable to move, just watching helplessly as I got one shot. That sense of oppression, who can understand it, right? I tried several times, using all my chakra to break free from that restraint. Even just for a moment would be fine, but it was completely useless. Sigh. There was nothing I could do, so I had to invest my remaining 2 chances entirely on the black rhino armor, focusing on leveling up my proficiency first. Guess what? Just right, the compatibility for the black rhino armor hit 20%. The system prompted that a new armor training was unlocked, the Earth Tiger armor. I felt a surge of joy, but also a bit of disappointment. I thought I could unlock the Snow Mastiff armor. That one is so cool. But never mind. Let's take it slow. It's better than being stuck. A couple of days later, Jiraiya was preparing to leave the village. Minato gave him a set of documents regarding Tsunade's recent whereabouts. But Jiraiya had a constipated expression on his face as he looked at Minato. You really want me to take those 3 brats with me? He was talking about me, Itachi and Tenzu. The way he looked at me was full of disdain. Minato cleared his throat and said, I think Tenzu might be helpful. Jiraiya thought about it and seemed to agree, so he didn't oppose anymore. All right, I'll go find them and then head out of the village. The 3 of us had already received the notice and gathered at Uncle Fugaku's house. There wasn't much to prepare, just bringing some military supplies and kunai. Naruto and Sasuke were also there. Sasuke was sticking to Itachi like a little accessory, reluctant to let his brother go. Naruto, on the other hand, was different. He turned his big, sparkling eyes towards me and pitifully asked, Kanha, can I borrow your summoning device to play with for a few days? He was talking about the model I had made based on the design of the Flame Dragon armor, which was completely useless, not even making any sound effects. But this kid was envious to no end. I originally wanted to refuse him without a second thought. This little brat was too mischievous. But at that moment, Jiraiya walked in with a cheerful expression. A bad idea instantly popped into my mind. I leaned close to Naruto's ear and lowered my voice. Hey Naruto, you can play with the summoning jutsu, but there's a condition. Really? What is it, big brother Han? Naruto's eyes lit up. I pointed at Jiraiya and smiled mysteriously. Do you see that white-haired old man? He's really lecherous. From now on, you should call him Pervy Sage. Just call him once, and this summoning device will be yours to play with for a few days. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, probably thinking that this request was too simple. Although he was curious why he was both lecherous and a sage, the thought of playing with the summoning device immediately drove him over. Just as Jiraiya recognized Naruto as Minato's child and was about to reminisce, Naruto stared at him with his innocent big eyes and called out in a childish voice. Do you know me? Pervy Sage. Huh, Pervy Sage? Jiraiya's face instantly darkened. As soon as I saw the timing was right, I rushed up and pushed him out. Jiraiya-sama, we have a mission, let's hurry. I casually tossed the summoning model to Naruto. That kid was so happy, hugging the model as if he had found treasure. Once we left the village, Jiraiya exploded at me. You little brat. I'm warning you. Don't try any tricks on me. I quickly put on a pure and harmless smile. Don't worry. Lord Minato has instructed us to cooperate fully with you. How could we cause any trouble? As we walked along the road, Tenzu curiously asked what this mission was about. Jiraiya suddenly turned around, his expression becoming particularly serious. Do you know the legendary Sannin? Besides me, who else is there? Itachi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then immediately realized. You mean, Lady Tsunade? That's right. Orochimaru has already defected. Capturing him would just be a waste of effort for the 3 of us. So the target can only be Tsunade. Jiraiya nodded, his gaze lingering on Tenzu for a few seconds. I guessed that bringing Tenzu along was probably related to his wood release. However, I couldn't quite understand why. With the village in good shape and Minato serving as Hokage, we suddenly needed to find Tsunade to bring her back. We rushed for most of the day and arrived at a village town. According to the intel, Tsunade had been here 2 days ago. We changed into civilian clothes and split up to act. I asked the villagers and headed straight for the nearest gambling house. 2 big men stopped me at the entrance, but I quickly pulled out a thick stack of cash and waved it around, and they immediately let me in. As soon as I entered, I heard a particularly boisterous female voice shouting, Come on, come on. Once you buy, you can't return. I squeezed in to take a look and wow. A woman with blonde big waves, wearing a green coat, was standing with one leg on the table, shaking a dice cup with an excited expression. That figure. Damn, so big. I swear I've never seen such a magnificent sight in my life. No need to ask, this must be Tsunade. I grinned. A big fat sheep delivered right to my door. How could I not take advantage of it? I quietly squeezed to the front, pretended to take a few glances, then retreated back into the crowd and secretly activated my Sharingan. The numbers in the dice cup were like a slow-motion replay in my eyes, crystal clear. I directly bet thousands on the big. Open. 4-6-5 big. I won. In just a few rounds, the money in front of me multiplied by dozens. The surrounding gamblers were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed, and they started to follow my bets. I sneered inwardly and pretended to bet another large sum on the big. Instantly, Those gamblers all threw their entire fortunes into the pot. Tsunade, tipsy, opened a dice cup. 1-3-3? Small. The entire venue fell silent. Then with a bang, it exploded. What happened? Everyone instantly glared at me with murderous eyes. I don't know who shouted. They're in cahoots. Those guys, blinded by their losses, crazily lunged at me. I am agile, weaving through the crowd, and they can't even touch the corners of my clothes. Tsunade seems to be annoyed, pinches her forehead, and slams her fist on the table. With a loud bang, the entire table shatters into pieces. My eyelids twitch at the sight of such pure physical strength. It's terrifying. The next moment, I feel a green shadow flash before my eyes, and I find myself dragged into a secluded alley by her. You little brat, confess honestly, Tsunade says, bending down with a serious look on her face. When she bends down, I tell you, I immediately see that bottomless ravine. My nose gets hot, and I embarrassingly start to bleed. Tsunade gives me a disdainful glare, throws me a few pieces of paper, and then sneers, "You're from the Uchiha clan, right? Using the Sharingan in a place like this is quite interesting." Great, I've been discovered. I quickly wipe my nose and respectfully say, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Hokage sent us to bring you back." TCH. She sneers, "Isn't the village just fine? That kid Minato is doing a much better job than the old man." After saying that, she prepares to leave, showing no intention of coming back with us. I was struggling with how to persuade her when suddenly, a sinister voice echoed at the entrance of the alley. "Tsunade." Tsunade didn't even turn her head, but her tone instantly turned cold. "What are you doing here?" The figure slowly walked into the alley, and when I saw that pale face devoid of any color, a chill ran down my spine, and I tightened my grip on the kunai in my hand. It was Orochimaru, his snake-like eyes fixed on me, and he licked his lips with a long tongue. Laughing hoarsely, "So it's you." Tsunade suddenly turned around and shouted at him angrily. "Aren't you already a rogue ninja? How dare you come looking for me?" I tell you, he didn't even glance at Tsunade, just smiled sinisterly, his snake-like eyes fixed on me. Goodness, my heart skipped a beat. This script doesn't match. In the original story, didn't Orochimaru come to find Tsunade after his hand was incapacitated by the third Hokage? Now he is completely fine. What is he back for? Am I flapping my butterfly wings a bit too fiercely? Tsunade probably noticed too, and asked him sideways, "What? Do you still recognize this little brat?" She looked me up and down, her expression shocked, probably thinking about how I could activate the Sharingan at such a young age. What kind of talent is this? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, smiling even more creepily. Not only do I recognize him, but if it weren't for him back then, my big plans would have almost been ruined. As soon as I heard this, I thought, well, this is a grudge. Tsunade stood up directly after hearing this, exuding an aura of dominance, and impatiently asked him, "So, what exactly do you want from me?" "To help you." Orochimaru arrogantly spat out 2 words. Tsunade coldly laughed. "Help you? You're an S-rank rogue ninja now. Why should I help you?" "I'm injured." Orochimaru said, "As long as you help me, I can help you resurrect your brother and your lover." Boom! Let me tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, Tsunade froze. Her expression was as shocked as if she had seen a ghost. "You, what did you just say?" "I have a way to resurrect them." Orochimaru's tongue extended again to lick his lips. His skill in manipulating people's hearts was simply remarkable, using the forbidden technique left by your great-grandfather. Damn, my mind exploded at that moment. Edo Tensei, does anyone understand? This guy's progress bar is completely full. It's almost 10 years ahead of the original story. He must have stolen this forbidden technique before his defection. Seeing Tsunade's fist clenched tightly, she was caught in an inner conflict, and I panicked. There's no protagonist halo to protect her. What if she really agrees? I shouted, "Lady Tsunade, don't believe him. A person cannot be brought back to life. Even if resurrected, they're not the same person anymore." This shout successfully drew Orochimaru's attention completely to me. The look in his eyes was like that of someone observing a lab rat, excited and greedy. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. He recognized me, recognized that I was the mysterious person who fought him 3 years ago in armor. It's over. Now I've become his primary target. Just when the atmosphere was tense to the freezing point, a familiar voice came from behind. "Long time no see." I turned around and wow, it's Jiraiya. The 3 legendary ninjas are gathered now. Itachi and Tens immediately ran to my side, looking vigilant. Jiraiya walked up to Tsunade, a bit nervous, and Tsunade, with her eyes darting around, just gave a hum in response. Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and said sorrowfully, "Orochimaru, come back with me. I'll plead for you with Minato." Orochimaru looked as if he had heard a joke. "Reform? What wrong have I done?" As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful figures jumped out from behind him, their chakra levels clearly indicating the foundation he had built over the years. It seems today as negotiations 1T go smoothly. Jiraiya's gaze also turned cold as he stood in front of Tsunade and said, "Today, I'm here to take Tsunade back to the village. I'll deal with your matters later." Orochimaru wore that eerie smile again, saying it seems today won't go as planned. Yet there was not a hint of disappointment on his face. In the next moment, he vanished and appeared directly behind me. A huge snake hand suddenly shot out from his sleeve. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Tens reacted swiftly, and a row of wooden walls shot up from the ground, effectively blocking the attack. Wood release, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Tens. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, licking his lips as if he recalled something. Is it one of those test subjects from back then? I don't have time to listen to his nonsense, so I shouted directly, "Flame Dragon Armor, unite." A fiery red light erupted instantly. Orochimaru's eyes lit up immediately. That gaze, I tell you, was like a starving wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years, seeing a piece of juicy meat, greedily, terrifying. He looked me up and down in my flame dragon armor, muttering, "Truly amazing. What a new and powerful bloodline limit." Jiraiya was stunned by my transformation, but quickly regained his composure, standing in front of me and sternly shouting at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, don't go too far." Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, then at Tsunade, who was still conflicted, and realized that today was hopeless. He gave a cold smile, left a remark that we would meet again, and with a bang, turned into smoke, leaving only a piece of snake skin behind. Once he was gone, Jiraiya sighed in relief and turned to Tsunade, speaking as gently as possible. "Tsunade, come back to Konoha with us. The teacher really misses you." Tsunade remained silent for a long time, and just then, Shizune rushed over, panting with a large wallet in her arms. Tsunade ignored her and pointed at Tenzo, asking, "That kid, is he from the Senju clan?" Jiraiya shook his head, telling her to ask the third Hokage when they got back. Tsunade sighed, looking at her slightly trembling hands, and finally relented. "Going back is fine. However, I will only return to the village. Don't arrange anything for me." "No problem." Jiraiya readily agreed, smiling brightly. As long as she returned, everything would be negotiable. We weren't in a hurry to get on the road, so at Tsunade's suggestion, we first made a meal. At the dining table, Tsunade drunkenly asked me how I figured out that the casino owner was cheating. I told her that someone had infused chakra into the dice, and she just went, "Oh," as if she already knew. I felt sorry for her spending that money. The next day, we helped her pay off a huge gambling debt before setting off. I couldn't help but complain. "Lady Tsunade, they were obviously cheating, and you really gave them money?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "Money is just a material possession." Good grief. If she knew what I was thinking about wanting that money, her face would probably fall. When we returned to Konoha, Itachi and I were about to head home when we saw two little kids at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto was holding my flame dragon summoning tool, trying to imitate me and shouting in a melodramatic manner, "Flame Dragon Hero, combine." Sasuke beside him was anxiously pulling at his hair. "Are you done yet?" "It's my turn. You've already eaten a bowl of ramen." Naruto tucked the summoning tool into his arms. "Didn't I say I would think about it?" "Oh, I'm feeling a bit hungry again." Sasuke was so angry that his fists were clenched, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll treat you to another bowl. You have to give it to me after you finish." When Naruto finally ate his fill and leisurely took out the summoning tool, Sasuke's eyes lit up like he had two light bulbs in them. His breathing quickened, and he reached out his trembling little hand. Who understands, for Sasuke, this summoning tool was like an electronic cactus, something he could only look at but not touch, and it was driving him crazy. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, I popped up like a ghost. "Oh, you two still have money for ramen?" I casually snatched the summoning tool from Naruto's hands and tucked it into my pocket. Sasuke's outstretched hand instantly froze in midair. The whole person turned to stone on the spot. The expression on his face, the look in his eyes, was filled with despair. I almost burst out laughing. After I left with Itachi, I heard that Sasuke went crazy on the spot, chasing Naruto all over the street, his eyes turning red with anger. And in the end, he actually forced himself to awaken a Sharingan. Unbelievable. It's strange, though. On the way home, I always felt the summoning device in my pocket was heavy, as if it was carrying some deep-seated grudge. I shook my head, probably just too tired lately. In the following days, I finally could slack off. Every day was just going to the spiritual space to bond with the armors, wrestling with the Earth Tiger armor, but my compatibility was rising slower than a snail. Only at 2%. What a joke. On the other side, Tsunade started training Tens. She had him demonstrate wood release, but after a long time, Tens produced a mini wooden figure about his height, calling it the woodman technique. Let me tell you, Tsunade's expression at that moment was almost shocking. Her grandfather's wooden man could take on a full-body Susanoo. And this, a figurine? Tens even defensively said it was my teaching. By heaven's conscience, I never told him to make such a thing. Later, Tsunade asked him if he wanted a summoning beast and offered to give him a slug. Tens immediately asked, "Is there a frog?" Tsunade turned green with anger and, suppressing her rage, asked him, "Do you know what frogs eat?" Tens thought for a long time and finally blurted out, "Tadpoles?" Tsunade gave up right there, waved her hand, and told him to go find Jiraiya. Tens was still puzzled, blaming me for instilling the idea of pairing would release with frogs, thinking it was unbeatable, and now he had offended Lady Tsunade. As for me, I was sitting cross-legged on the bed, doing something important. I activated the 3 tails of chakra I had previously harvested and crazily injected it into a shadow clone that I had just created. In an instant, the clone burst in a brilliant light, and when the light faded, a body that looked exactly like mine and was extremely solid appeared in front of me. I took it to the yard and directly used the water style, water chaos technique. After the waterfall-like flow washed over, that clone was only slightly blurred and surprisingly didn't disperse. I couldn't help but laugh on the spot. It's done. Finally a success. Now, my Wind Eagle armor finally has a dedicated pilot. The clone solidified with a duong sound, and let me tell you, the feeling was no different from 3D printing a real person. I quickly glanced at my information panel, and wow, what a loss. For the sake of this clone, a quarter of my 3 tails chakra just evaporated. Who understands that the chakra of the 3 tails, something that even top-tier powerful beings treat as a treasure. Losing a quarter of it, my heart was bleeding, but it was worth it. The money spent was worth it. The most crucial step was to infuse the energy into the Wind Eagle armor. This is not some fake wood release made from water and earth release. This is genuine elemental power with a heavenly attribute. Do you understand the value of that? I carefully guided that green energy like I was forming a spirit bomb. And after a long time, I finally managed to stuff it all into the clone. In that instant, my clone came to life. Really came to life. Its eyes, its expression no longer had that silly look of a shadow clone, but were filled with vitality. I dare say, even if the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan came over, they would misjudge it. Now I felt confident. As soon as I focused my mind, wow, both my main body and my clone were being controlled simultaneously with 0 delay. It was just like playing a game with dual-line operation, completely synchronized and incredibly smooth. I had my clone perform a live transformation into the Wind Eagle armor, fusion. With a clang of an eagle's cry, a handsome armored warrior, standing 185 meters tall, appeared right there. It was amazing. All weapon skills were usable, perfectly replicated. After getting everything sorted, I didn't rush to send him out. I first found a corner blacksmith shop, slapped down the blueprint, paid the money, and had him craft a summoning device for the Wind Eagle armor. To be honest, the craftsmanship was pretty good, 90 similar, which was enough. Then I slipped over to the gate of Konoha, chatted casually with the gatekeeper, Uncle Uchiha, saying I was going to the mountains to hunt a wild rabbit to improve my meals. Uncle was quite easygoing, telling me to go early and come back early, and even asked me to bring him some. Once I left the village, I found a secluded spot and released my clone. Great. The script was arranged. My main body would bring back 2 unfortunate rabbits to the village to report, while my handsome clone, wearing a white mask, headed straight for the land of water without looking back. The plan was to split up and act, maximizing efficiency. Let me tell you, as soon as you enter the land of water, the atmosphere is incredibly oppressive. I was mixed in with a caravan, listening to an uncle complain all the way, saying that the land of water is in chaos right now, with the Mizukage implementing reforms and many people dying. They want to come back after this trip. When we reached the checkpoint, wow, the inspection was extremely strict. Even the ninjas were holding wanted notices. I peeked in ISNT that. The guy from the 7 ninja swordsmen, the one wielding the beheading blade, Pipa Tenzo, he defected? It seems the blood mist era of the Mist Village is indeed real. The murkier the waters, the easier it is for me to carry out my tasks. However, looking at the numb faces of the common people along the way, I felt quite uncomfortable. Arriving at the outskirts of the Mist Village, the defenses were tight, with layers of guards. Dozens of CH Neen and J Neen standing like gate gods. Want to sneak in? Not a chance. But I was well prepared. I directly summoned the Wind Eagle armor, which can shield chakra perception. I quietly circled to the edge of the barrier and slipped through like a ghost. Once inside the village, the atmosphere was even more terrifying. Teams of ninjas patrolled with murderous intent, and the entire village felt like a pressure cooker. Suddenly, I remembered at this critical moment. Isn't Orochimaru supposed to come and pick up Kimimaro? No way. I must intercept this good seed. Sorry, Snake Uncle, but your man is mine. I inquired about the territory of the Kagaya clan and quietly snuck in. Wow, their defenses are so strict, it's like they're preparing for war. I remember that Kimimaro was locked away in a small dark room by his own clan members because his bloodline was too powerful. I searched around and finally made it to the roof of the large mansion in the center. Goodness, they were having a meeting inside. One was the Kagaya clan leader, and the other, wait, isn't that the Bijou Shikaku from the wanted poster? He hasn't run far. He's actually hiding here. The Kagaya clan is really bold to dare harbor an S-rank rogue ninja. I perked up my ears and instantly understood. These two guys were plotting a rebellion. Kagaya was there painting a big picture for Pai, saying that the entire Hidden Mist village was after him, which perfectly provided them cover. He asked Pai to help them take down the 4th Mizukage, and once they succeeded, Pai would be part of the upper echelon of Hidden Mist village. I almost burst out laughing on the rooftop. Who understands my family? These two were playing a game of power, and I had already read the script, which ends in a bad ending. Just wait for their total annihilation. Pai, the old sly fox, was tempted rather than being a stray dog. He might as well gamble to turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. The two hit it off and immediately began mutual flattery, making Kagaya's clan leader feel like he was on top of the world with the praise for the 5th Mizukage. But little did I know, while the mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind. There was an even bigger player orchestrating things behind the scenes. The scene shifted to the Mizukage's office, where Obito was lounging with his legs crossed, controlling the 4th Mizukage with a remote-like ease. White Zetsu popped up from the ground and reported Kagaya's little affairs. After listening, Obito didn't even raise an eyebrow and casually said, "Just kill them all. Let me tell you, that's the kind of oppressive presence a top-tier villain has." Kagaya and that guy were merely playing at being clowns. He also casually arranged for Pai to be recruited into the Akatsuki later. After hearing these two clowns' plan, I lost interest and quickly made my escape to find my Kimimaro. After a lot of effort, I finally found a little dark room, and Kimimaro was curled up in the corner like a little bunny. I transformed and burst in, unleashing my full presence, dramatically saying, "Little ghost, I am your savior." You wouldn't believe the effect. Kimimaro's eyes lit up, and the look in his eyes was full of admiration. Without a second thought, he took my hand and followed me out. I was pondering how to sneak him out without anyone noticing when suddenly, an explosion erupted outside. Flames shot into the sky. The sounds of killing echoed everywhere. The dark forces charged into the Kagaya clan like rabid dogs, attacking anyone they saw. The masked man leading them shouted, "Under the orders of Lord Mizukage, the Kagaya clan is suspected of rebellion. Execute them on the spot." At that moment, I had only one thought. Wow, their execution efficiency is simply unparalleled. The Kagaya clan leader was just dreaming of becoming the 5th Mizukage 1 second, and the next second he tried to argue. But they didn't listen at all, disregarding any evidence and directly starting the slaughter. Within a few exchanges, he was stabbed through the heart, dead as a doornail. The remaining people instantly fell apart, being slaughtered unilaterally. That old fox, Pai Pa Shirzong, seeing the situation was bad, was the first to run with his beheading sword, fleeing faster than anyone else. Seeing the scene of blood and fire, I thought, why wait any longer? I grabbed Junmaru's little hand and ran outside. I told you. This little Junmaru glanced back at the hell behind him, and surprisingly, there was not a hint of turbulence on his face. Instead, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness, what kind of life has this kid lived before? He even tightened his grip on my hand, and that little look in his eyes instantly warmed me. However, we didn't run far before we ran into a patrol team from the Mist Village. When they saw my outfit and then noticed Junmaru holding my hand, their expressions instantly changed, and they quickly drew their swords. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Hey guys, I'm just passing by. You all carry on, I'll be on my way." Saying that, I hugged Junmaru closer and slipped away. Those guys chased after us relentlessly, and I felt speechless in my heart. They really wanted to go after me for some achievements, huh? Fine, I'll indulge you. I intentionally slowed down a bit, like walking a dog, leading them into a deserted little forest. As soon as I stopped, the leader on the opposite side, a particularly high-ranking ninja, revealed a villainous smile and said something like, "What's wrong, little brat? Out of chakra? Who understands, right?" This line is so classic. I asked Kimimaro to step back a little, and this kid is quite understanding. He immediately retreated to the side, his little eyes filled with trust. I won't waste any more words. I stretched out my finger and slowly swept my bangs to the sides. Just right, the moonlight suddenly illuminated my face, and the BGM started playing. Do you understand what it means for the main character to make an entrance? I smirked and pulled out the Wind Eagle Armor Summoner with my other hand. Wind Eagle Armor, merge. That special effect, that aura. A blue and white light enveloped my entire body. The few mist ninjas across from me were instantly silenced. Probably their brains were overheating, wondering what this thing was. Without saying a word, I pointed my toes and jumped up over 10 meters high, showing Kisaragi what a highlight moment looks like. The guys below were still trying to bolster their courage, urging each other not to be intimidated. Let's go together. I tell you, before transforming, I might have to maneuver a bit, but after transforming, I launched a direct heavy punch. With a flick of my right hand, the Wind Eagle sword instantly appeared in my grasp. Chakra surged in, and that sword shone so brightly that it was like daytime within 100 miles. I descended from the sky and unleashed a massive sword wave. The whole process was ridiculously fast. The other side didn't even have time to scream, and they were swept away along with the dust. It's all about being eco-friendly and efficient. After dealing with these small fry, I found a safe place to settle down. Kisaragi. This kid was clearly starving. Looking at the table full of dishes, his stomach growled louder than anyone else's. I gave him a piece of meat, and he started to gobble it down. Seeing him like that made my heart ache. This kid has had a tough life. I made up my mind right then and there. My main role is to be a companion. I'll protect you from now on. And we must find a way to conquer that bloodline disease. But before the meal was even digested, I sensed something was off. A strange chakra was swirling nearby. I quietly climbed onto the roof to take a look, and there they were, several white Zetsu sneaking around, trying to use full map hacks to find me. I immediately understood that it must be that guy Obito who located me through the chakra of the three tails. I had just concealed my presence when a masked guy approached with a blood-dripping knife. Family, who understands? That murderous aura made my hair stand on end from 800 meters away. It felt like a top-tier assassin from version T0, capable of killing me with a single glance. This guy was definitely an elite upper ninja, even half a foot into shadow level. Without saying a word, he appeared right in front of me in an instant. The speed was so overwhelming that when I blocked with a kunai, my palm shattered on impact, and the kunai was completely destroyed. What the hell was I supposed to do? Hurry up, Wind Eagle Armor, merge. But this guy didn't play fair, seeing me transform. He cackled and clapped his hands, instantly casting a hidden mist technique. The entire courtyard was plunged into darkness, turning it into a psychological battle. Relying on the mist to conceal himself, he quietly attempted a sneak attack from behind. Hey, you want to play dirty with me? Once my Sharingan activated, you were just a moving target in the fog. I unleashed a wave of sword energy. Although he dodged, he was clearly stunned, probably not expecting I could see him. This aggravated him, and the mist thickened, making it hard for my Sharingan to see. He unleashed a big move, swaying his body and creating 3 blurry clones that merged with the mist, making it dizzying to watch. The next second, 3 cold beams of light from different angles slashed towards my neck, right where the armor didn't cover. I thought to myself, this is bad, and then I heard 3 crisp sounds of clang, 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 as if striking a steel plate. The guy across from me, along with his clone, was completely stunned, and the expression on his face seemed to ask, dude, is your neck made of vibranium? Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. I had mentally prepared myself for the fact that this clone would be scrapped, but the opponent hacked away for a long time and didn't leave a single white mark. Wow, that's when I realized how ridiculous the defense of this armor was. I had been carefully testing it before, using weak kunai and broken ninja tools, but looking back, I was definitely too conservative. This thing is all about absolute defense. In an instant, my mindset completely changed. It was like suddenly activating invincibility in a game. The guy in front of me instantly went from a tough boss to a mere beginner monster in the village. What was there to be afraid of? Just go for it. At that moment, I felt that using a long-range weapon like the Windhawk crossbow was somewhat unfair. Young people should still uphold martial ethics. So, I quickly put away the crossbow and charged forward. The guy on the other side was still questioning his life, and when he saw me dash towards him like a gust of wind, he was left dumbfounded. I'll tell you, my new technique, the Shadow Flicker Leg, is really flashy and looks incredibly cool. I was like a phantom spear user with a split body, leaving after images all over the place, launching a flurry of kicks from all directions. He panicked at that moment, trying to form seals to use water release, but I didn't give him that chance. My speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. He could only swing his broken blade wildly. But what good did that do? Absolutely none. My leg techniques are not only fast, but also incredibly powerful. I estimate that if I were to kick an ordinary upper ninja 3 times, they'd be on the ground, singing conquered. Not to mention his knife, it couldn't even break through my defenses. What a joke. This guy probably realized this too. His mentality completely crumbled, and the expression on his face was as if he wanted to ask me, since you can withstand so much, why were you dodging earlier? Are you toying with me? Hey, I'm just playing around. Before long, he couldn't hold on anymore. I caught him off guard and executed a series of 5 quality kicks, and, with a loud bang, I kicked him into the wall like a sandbag, shattering the entire wall. Just then, the mist in the courtyard cleared up, and I flashed above his head, the wind eagle sword appearing in my hand. 1 strike down, splat, blood spattered everywhere. Are you kidding me? This guy was trying to take my life with every move. I'm no saint. If it weren't for my cheat, I'd be the one lying on the ground right now, along with Kimimaro. After finishing up, I skillfully began looting. Hey, guess what? This guy was quite rich, pulling out more than 10 million ryo in cash, along with several scrolls, probably for ninjutsu. I quickly stuffed everything into my pockets, concealed my presence, and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in a small dark room in the hidden mist village, Obito was discussing this matter with Black Zetsu. Obito casually asked, "Is he dead?" Black Zetsu replied like an echo, dead as a doornail. Obito sneered, as if to say, "Is that it? You have to know, the guy I took down was a top expert, especially under Black Zetsu's control. He fought like a mad dog, and yet he was just gone like that." Black Zetsu added, "He was accompanied by a child from the Kagaya clan. Plus, this guy's ability to conceal his presence is too strong. I can't find him at all now." His tone was filled with grievance, as if his professional abilities had been insulted. Obito didn't care, waving his hand and saying, "Whatever, he was from the hidden mist anyway. The more than that die, the happier I am." However, Black Zetsu was still a bit worried. "I feel that the sage, that old man, seems to be making moves recently." Upon hearing this, Obito pondered for a moment. That sage was indeed a big troublemaker. His strength was secondary, but his seniority and high prestige meant he could rally the village behind him. For him, it was definitely a hidden danger. But right now, controlling the 4th Mizuka Jigura had already consumed most of his energy, and trying to use the Sharingan to control that old man was simply unrealistic. "Keep an eye on them. Don't alert the snake," Obito instructed. "During this time, I still need to clean up those bloodline limit clans." Black Zetsu leaned in and asked mischievously, "So when do we start capturing tailed beasts?" Obito leaned back against the Mizuka's throne, casually crossing his legs, looking relaxed. "No rush, Nagato is on it. Just leave it to him. Just find him some more manpower to improve efficiency." After all, the 2-tailed beasts from the hidden mist were already in his pocket. The old man Noki from the hidden stone with his dust release was troublesome, but it wouldn't stop his might. He just didn't want to get his hands dirty himself. By the way, the host for One Tail has already changed. "Oh, so fast. I think it's the son of the Wind Shadow." Obito couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, why do these guys in power have this habit of stuffing bombs into their sons? However, to him, the Hidden Sand Village was just a weakling. He didn't take the whole village seriously. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the strength of the Hidden Sand was recognized as the lowest. Their geographical position was terrible, and their higher-ups didn't value geniuses. Just a while ago, they sold off a genius from their village, and he ended up dead at the hands of the Hidden Mist. "All right, go arrange for that Pipa Shizuku, and have Nagato speed things up," Obito said coldly. Black Zetsu swiftly dove underground and disappeared. As for me, I had no intention of leaving the Hidden Mist village immediately. As long as I didn't actively expose my chakra, that guy Black Zetsu wouldn't find me in the short term. So, I could still have some fun for a while longer. First, I changed Junmaru's clothes and hairstyle to make him look less like a member of the Kagaya clan. Then I found a new place to settle down and started counting my spoils. Wow, I was shocked to find over 10 million ryo just in cash. Then there were those ninjutsu scrolls, most of which were water-style techniques like Water Barrier and Water Wave, which Konoha also had. But there was indeed a good find inside, a hidden mist technique. This is the signature ninjutsu of the Mist Village, the go-to choice for killing, looting, and escaping. I must learn this. In the last scroll, it wasn't ninjutsu, but swordsmanship, and it seemed to be a family heirloom. Flipping to the end, I found this guy's original sword technique, called the 3-flow combined slash. I took a glance, and at the end of the scroll, he even rated his own technique. Initially writing a big S, but later perhaps feeling a bit insecure, he crossed it out and changed it to an A. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. thinking, is this it? Even my armor wouldn't be scratched by something like this. I would consider a compliment to give you a B level. I sneered and put away the scroll. For the next 2 days, I stayed in the room, having heart-to-heart talks with Junmaro, and the kid slowly began to rely on me. His talent was truly terrifying. At such a young age, he could already extract chakra by himself. Seeing my interest in ninjutsu, he timidly expressed his desire to learn. I casually tossed him the scroll that recorded the basics of water release. After settling Junmaro down and reminding him not to run around, I headed out again. In the original story, Orochimaru took advantage of the Mist Village's blood mist era and picked up quite a bit, acquiring many bloodline limits. If he could do it, why couldn't I? The Kirigakure clan was still too strong to deal with directly. After thinking it over, I decided to visit the Keiki clan, the family of the current Mizukichi. Under the cover of night, I quietly moved across the rooftops and soon spotted a familiar face. Keiki Tsunari, the silly teammate of Terumi Mei from the CH exams. I stealthily followed him into a room. Inside was his father, Keikiya, an elder of the Keiki clan. Tsunari, is there any news from the master? His father asked abruptly. Tsunari trembled in fear and said timidly, I don't know. Terumi Mei has been in touch with us less lately. You useless fool. His father exploded, pointing a finger at his nose and scolding him. You are still teammates. Are you telling me you don't know anything? Besides some talent, you are practically worthless. Tsunari lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. I watched from the rooftop, feeling quite pleased. However, I was also puzzled as to why the Keiki clan was paying attention to the master so early. After his father finished scolding, he sat down, panting, and coldly said, more and more people are dissatisfied with Lord Mizukichi, and they're all contacting the master. Our Keiki clan must stand by Lord Mizukichi. You, no matter what method, maintain contact with Terumi Mei and find out what's going on with the master. Tsunari nodded dumbly and was then sent out by his father. Just after he left, a middle-aged man with a white beard entered. This man was the clan leader of the Keiki clan. Tsunari's father immediately stood up like a grandson, extremely respectful. After the leader sat down, he coldly spoke. The Kagaya clan has been cleaned up, but there are still some significant hidden dangers. During this time, increase manpower for investigation. Once evidence is found, we will eradicate them completely. I hid on the rooftop, my Sharingan already activated. I stared intently at the leader of the Keiyuzu clan, my brows furrowing instantly. Because within this guy, there was a completely different chakra presence. That scent was from White Zetsu. In other words, the leader of the Keiyuzu clan has already been controlled by White Zetsu. Wow, Obito's infiltration work is really thorough. Isn't it? Not only did he control the Mizukichi, but he also placed his own people within the Mizukichi's own clan. I was shocked when I heard the controlled clan leader speak again. Furthermore, it seems that the guys from the Kagaya clan are not very honest. His brother, Keikiya, trembled at the mention. The Kagaya clan, after all, is the family of the second-generation Mizukichi, with formidable strength. Who would dare to provoke them easily? He asked, trembling, brother, is this your decision, or Lord Mizukichi's decision? Naturally, the clan leader pulled out a scroll from his pocket. It's Lord Mizukichi's decision. Keikiya nervously took the scroll and opened it, instantly turning pale. The Mizukichi seal on it looked like a gaping maw to him. Brother, isn't this too cruel? Before he could finish his sentence, the clan leader slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. This is Lord Mizukichi's order. You just need to execute it. No more nonsense. Tomorrow's operation is up to you. All right, take your useless son with you too. After saying that, he left. I lay on the roof. My mind is clear as a mirror. Although I didn't see the contents of the scroll, it was almost certain that Obito was about to make a move against the Akatsuki clan. The Akatsuki clan is going to suffer? That's great. The lost ninja swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen have always been kept by the Akatsuki clan. If I could take advantage of this chaos to get my hands on them, that would be a big score. And their secret technique, the water transformation technique. If I could get that, I happily returned to my room, and as soon as I entered, I saw Junmaru's small face full of excitement. Domu brother, look, Domu is my pseudonym, you know. I saw him forming hand seals, and with a bang, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. I focused and thought, wow, this isn't an ordinary shadow clone technique. It's the water clone technique. This is a skill that even an average Chunin might not master. And he, as a child, learned it from the scroll by himself and mastered it in one night. This talent is simply that of a hexagonal warrior, terrifyingly so. The next evening, I quietly made my way to the outskirts of the Akatsuki clan's territory, where many Umbu had already hidden, and the atmosphere was tense enough to squeeze water out of it. I saw Akari Mangetsu holding a little boy who should be his younger brother, Mizuki. The two brothers were laughing and chatting, with Mizuki looking at his brother with admiration, saying that he would definitely surpass him in the future. Akari Mangetsu also wore a proud expression. After all, he was only 15 or 16 years old and was already a special jonin. Having mastered the summoning scrolls of 7 ninja blades, recognized as the #1 genius in the clan. Seeing this warm scene made me feel a little reluctant. I had originally intended to persuade Mizuki to come with me, but now seeing him so grown up and having such a good relationship with his brother, I thought better of it. As night deepened, with the lights of every household in the Akari clan going out, flames suddenly erupted outside, and a powerful chakra burst forth. The entire Akari clan was instantly awakened, but it was already too late. A group of Umbu surged in like ghosts, killing anyone they saw. Kajitsune had a blank expression as he issued the order to attack, and the sound of screams instantly shattered the peaceful night sky. I took advantage of the chaos to slip into the home of the leader of the Akatsuki clan, specifically Akatsuki Manzuki's house. He and his father had already gone out to confront and fight against the Kumquat Wild, leaving the house empty. I silently reminded myself not to have the scroll on me, then activated my Sharingan and began scanning the leader's room. Soon, I detected a faint chakra fluctuation behind the bookshelf. I approached it and found a mechanism, but it wouldn't open. Not wanting to waste time, I simply slammed my hand down and the entire bookshelf shattered instantly. After all, with the chaos outside, who would care about this? Behind the bookshelf, a small box was revealed, sealed with a simple sealing technique. Just as I reached out to break the seal, I heard the leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, engaged in a fierce battle outside, suddenly gasp and exclaim that something was wrong. In that moment of distraction, a cold blade swiftly cut across his neck. This elite Jonin didn't even have time to use the water transformation technique before he fell with a thud. Father. Ghost Lantern Manuel's eyes turned bloodshot as he watched. But in the next second, his own head flew off as well. I don't have time to deal with outside matters, so hurry up and open the box. Sure enough, there's a scroll inside. I'm sure what is recorded in it is the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, the water transformation technique. I immediately put away the scroll and searched the room again, but still couldn't find the summoning scroll for the 7 ninja blades. Could it be in that kid's room during the full moon of the Ghost Lantern? I was thinking to sneak into the next room when suddenly I felt a cold, sticky, and eerily familiar presence creeping up from behind me like a venomous snake. That smell, I recognized it well. Damn, how did that old snake Orochimaru get here? Wasn't he supposed to be busy experimenting with some forbidden scientific jutsu in the underground lab of Konoha? Why is he here causing trouble too? I shrank back into the shadows, barely able to breathe, fearing that if he turned around, he'd hit me with his shadow, snake hand. Fortunately, he didn't come in. I have to tell you, the scene outside was just unbelievable. A little kid, later I found out his name was Shueiwe, was crying loudly while holding his head, surrounded by blood and corpses. An Umbu member from the fog-hidden village found him noisy and was about to stab him with a knife. Who understands what family means? To attack a child who is just a few years old. These people are really twisted. Just as the knife was about to fall, I watched Orochimaru make his move. Several poisonous snakes suddenly shot out from his sleeve and instantly took out that Umbu member, leaving him cold on the spot. The guy dropped his knife with a clang and just collapsed. Wow, a hero saving the day. No, it was a hero saving a little boy. Orochimaru's cold face even smiled at Shueiwe and then reached out his hand. That scene looked so much like a human trafficker luring a child. And guess what? That silly kid Shueiwe actually reached out his hand. I was really speechless. These two just hit it off. After waiting for what felt like half a century, I finally felt that cold, sinister aura from Orochimaru disappear. Oh my god, that scared me to death. If my clone faced him, it probably wouldn't last 3 minutes. No, I have to get back to business. I quickly slipped into the room of Kiriga Kyure's Mizukage, rummaging around like a mole. Hey, guess what? Under the bed, there was a box neatly containing 4 scrolls. I opened one to take a look, and it was a dull knife. D-Guy. It's a success. What huge profit. I quickly tucked the 4 scrolls into my clothes, feeling a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, the 7 ninja swordsmen should have 5 scrolls left, aside from the beheading sword and the Samahata, so why was there one missing? Forget it, forget it. Getting 4 is already pretty good. What more could I want? Time to make a run for it. Just as I was escaping, on the other side, those fools were still counting heads. An Umbu hurriedly ran to report to their leader, a guy named Keiyuzu, saying that they found a scroll, the twin swords, Flounder. The leader's face darkened upon hearing this. What about the other 4? The Umbu, scared, nearly buried his head in the ground. We searched everywhere, but couldn't he find them? Useless. Kyuzu was furious. How could five-sword scrolls just grow legs and run away? He was so angry that he decided to go look for them himself. But just after taking a couple of steps, the Umbu called him back, saying they found that they were missing one head. It seemed to be the youngest son of the Jizai clan. Kyuzu frowned at this, but didn't he take it seriously? A little brat. Where could he run off to? He must be hiding somewhere. You all look carefully. The most important thing now is those scrolls. Hee little brat? That little brat has already been taken away by your future S-rank traitor ninja. As for the scrolls, they've long been in my hands. I was happily preparing to retreat when suddenly I felt two streams of chakra rushing towards me. What the heck? Have I been discovered? I just took out my kunai and was ready to charge in when two figures landed in front of me. Taking a closer look, wow, isn't that the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi? It's been years since we last met, and she looks even more stunning. I briefly glanced at her and then shifted my gaze to the one-eyed figure beside her. With an eye patch and a Mist Village forehead protector, it was definitely AO. Terumi looked at my face and was momentarily stunned. She probably thought I looked familiar, but couldn't quite place me. I had carefully adjusted my disguise, so it's not surprising that most people wouldn't recognize me. AO, however, was much more vigilant and immediately questioned me. Who are you? He looked at me with no hint of disdain despite my young age, staring at me intently. I grinned widely, playfully flicked my bangs, and prepared for a classic line. I'm just a passerby. Before I could finish, the kunai in my hand shot out with a whoosh. Bang! Ching reacted extremely quickly and deflected the kunai with a single swipe of his knife. In that instant, I instantly closed the distance and pressed my face against his. So fast, Ching's pupils constricted, and he quickly stepped back. My kunai tip was just a millimeter away from cutting him. He must have been in a state of turmoil. As an elite ninja, almost got taken down by a mere kid like me. He couldn't afford to be careless, so he yanked off his eye mask, revealing his Byakugan, with veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. Sure enough, it's the Byakugan. I had a hunch. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. In the original story, he seemed average, but being able to steal eyes from the Hyuga clan and becoming a bodyguard for the Mizukage means he's definitely not a pushover. Coupled with the Byakugan's 360-degree field of vision, his close combat abilities must be quite terrifying. Now, with a whole group of Umbu behind me, I didn't have time to waste with him. Good dogs don't block the way. I let out a cold laugh, unleashing my full momentum. Ching's expression changed instantly. He definitely felt that my aura was stronger than his own. He must have been frantically thinking, what the hell is this monster? Meanwhile, beside us, Terumi was still tilting her head in deep thought. This looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? I shrugged my shoulders with an innocent expression and said, hey, don't be nervous. I'm a good person. Ching sneered, if you're a good person, then come with us to the dark department. Go to the dark department? Isn't that like throwing a meat bun to a dog? I immediately formed a hand seal. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball flew towards him. Ching reacted instantly. Water release. Water barrier. The water and fire clashed, instantly creating a large amount of steam that obscured our vision. But I knew this wouldn't affect his Byakugan. As expected, he charged into the mist with his sword drawn. I wasn't going to hold back either. I created 2 shadow clones to flank him, and shurikens flew everywhere. With the enhancement of his Byakugan, Ching moved like a ghost, slicing through my clones with 2 or 3 swift strikes. I stepped back with the momentum and couldn't help but clap my hands. Not bad, bro. Ching looked at me with a puzzled expression. I revealed a mysterious smile, but I think your knife skills are a bit limited. Here's a suggestion. How about considering a Gatling? Gatling? What's that? Ching was full of question marks, but he didn't fall for it. He thought I was trying to disturb his focus, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he charged at me again. I couldn't play around anymore. If this dragged on, the pursuers would catch up. Wind Eagle armor combined. I directly summoned the armor, and a massive energy erupted instantly, sending Ching flying out. Both he and Konoha Mimi stared wide-eyed at the blue armor on me, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. I leaped into the air, my body transforming into a blue flash of light. The speed, let me tell you, was simply unparalleled. I dashed past the astonished Ching without even stopping. However, when I passed by Kagayame, I paused for just a moment. I leaned close to her ear with a teasing tone and said, didn't you say you'd treat me well when I came to misconcealment? Is this how you're treating me? After saying that, I transformed into a flash of light and disappeared into the night. Koji May froze completely. First, she was scared stiff by my speed, her back covered in cold sweat. And then, upon hearing my words, her whole body trembled. The face from her memories instantly overlapped with my current face. It's him? She finally remembered. When Ching cautiously walked over, Koji Mei was still stretching her neck, looking around. Ching was still marveling. The power of bloodline limits is truly fascinating. But that guy's speed is terrifying. We need to report to Master Yuan quickly. Then Koji Mei blankly said, Uncle Ching, I think I know that little brat. Don't say anything yet. Back at the residence, I excitedly lined up the 4 scrolls. Dull blade, dagger cut, explosive blade, droplet, lightning blade, fong, and long blade, needle. Awesome. I suddenly thought of Jumuru. This child has poor health and always relies on the corpse bone path, which puts too much strain on his body. If he had a kunai, it might improve his condition. I put away the lowest quality dull knife, the dough cutter, and pushed the remaining 3 scrolls in front of Jumuru, saying, Come on, little Jumuru, let us have some fun. Brother is giving you a gift. Choose one for yourself. Consider it like drawing a card. Jumuru's little face turned red with excitement. Although he didn't understand what it was, he knew it was a treasure. He looked around and finally picked up the leftmost scroll, the long knife, needle. This knife can pierce through anything and stitch it back together, has a long attack range, and offers various ways to play, making it perfect for a player like him who relies on skill. I immediately summoned the knife and handed it to him. Jumuru hugged the long knife, which was taller than him, with stars in his eyes. Thank you, Brother Donmu. The next day, I took him out to eat donuts. And guess what happened? We ran into Kagaya again. Such luck is unbelievable. I let Jumuru go back first, and Terumi Mei asked me warily what I was doing here. I shrugged my shoulders and said, Come and experience the exotic atmosphere. Besides, you invited me here. I leaned in a little closer, looked her in the eyes, and said sincerely, Don't worry, I'm not a spy and I won't do anything to the hidden mist. She blushed at my gaze, lowered her head, and said softly, I hope so. Well, shall I show you around? Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha clanland. My body far away in Konoha is attending a clan meeting with an atmosphere that is extremely oppressive. The grave of the 3rd elder has been dug up, and his 3-tomo Sharingan has been stolen. As soon as this was said, the whole place erupted. Some even suspected that there was something suspicious about the 3rd elder's death. I glanced at Shursui next to me. He had his head down, and his expression was a bit abnormally serious. Who understands, my first suspicion falls on him. The clan leader, Fugako, ultimately decided that the guard team should not be involved to avoid giving others a chance to talk. The investigation should be conducted internally first. As soon as the meeting ended, I followed Shursui, and Itachi came along too. Itachi foolishly asked me, Canon, do you suspect Shursui? Shouldn't it be Danzo's doing? I shook my head. Danzo is definitely involved, but there must be an insider in the clan. The 3 of us walked into a deserted alley, and I got straight to the point. Shursui, the elder's eyes are related to you, right? Shursui's gaze flickered, and he smiled while waving his hand. Shaoan, don't joke around. His forced calmness seemed full of flaws in my eyes. I didn't waste words with him, just stared and said word by word. Shursui, I have no evidence. But you know what you've done. Don't trust that old fox Danzo too much. He will only use you. I know you care about the clan, but you need to understand that while we may have conflicts, our goals are the same, for the good of the Uchiha. After saying that, I turned and left, leaving Shursui standing there in a daze, his face pale, completely stunned. Itachi, on the other hand, reacted quickly. As soon as I left, he followed right behind me. Goodness. Itachi directly stood on my side and started to argue with Shursui, saying that my words made sense. This left Shursui completely bewildered, standing there like a frostbitten eggplant, questioning his life. I'm telling you, those 2 are tangled up over there, and I don't have time to play with them. I'm busy over here. I'm currently in the Hidden Mist Village, having barbecue with the future 5th Hokage, the beautiful Mate Terumi, family who understands. My face is almost blushing in front of my future paper doll wife. She too, I don't know why, has a rosy face and keeps stealing glances at me. Sigh. Being too handsome is just unavoidable. This damn charm is simply a walking hormone magnet. How long are you planning to stay? She asked me softly. I was thinking that I had the in hand and had also brought along, so I said, I guess I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Her eyes suddenly dimmed. I felt a bit reluctant to see that, so I quickly changed the topic. I needed to get down to business. By the way, I casually asked, do you know if there are places in the land of water where it snows all year round? I have to go find by, calculating the time, that tragedy is probably about to happen, or maybe it has already happened. After meditating for a while, May's eyes lit up. The few small islands to the north have had quite a bit of snow. Do you want to see the snow? Ah, yes. I nodded crazily, having never seen snow before. curious and wanting to broaden my horizons. This excuse is so bad that I want to laugh at myself. But she actually believed it, looking full of longing, probably already imagining our romantic drama of strolling in the snow. Her face turned even redder, and she whispered that she couldn't leave, otherwise she would take me, and kept reminding me that Wuyin Village is very chaotic right now, urging me to leave quickly and get to a safe place. I was really touched. This girl is quite nice. The next day, I followed her advice and directly took Junmaru to escape. How do we leave? Let me tell you, I found a secluded corner, combined my armor, and with Junmaru in my arms, I zoomed out of the barrier, focusing on being elusive. The Umbu from the Mist Village noticed immediately and reported it. Guess what happened? The fake Mizukage controlled by Obito just replied with 3 words, "Don't worry about it." I laughed. That masked coward was sitting in the office with his legs crossed, probably remembering the fear of being dominated by the Emperor Hero. He knew I had a connection with the Emperor Hero and didn't dare to provoke me, so he could only watch me leave helplessly. He must have been cursing under his breath, thinking that once his Moon Eye plan was completed, he would come after me. Ha! Who knows who will deal with whom by then? Not to mention those bugs. I took Junmaru all the way north, and wow, it was freezing. After walking for most of the day, we finally reached a grand sea crossing bridge. I must say, the bridge was quite impressive. I heard it was built with a foundation dug by ninjas using Earth style. As soon as we got on the island, the temperature dropped sharply, and snowflakes started to fall. Being from the south, I was a bit excited to see snow. Not far into the village, I saw a small village covered in white snow, quiet and looking like a paradise. However, as soon as I entered the village, the atmosphere instantly changed. It felt like I had walked into a werewolf killing scene. All the villagers stopped what they were doing, turned their heads in unison, and stared at us with a hostile glare, their bodies radiating exclusion. I was feeling all tingly when suddenly an old man with a cane appeared, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, and kindly asked us if we were lost. My heart skipped a beat. This old man was definitely not an easy character. There must be something fishy going on. But on the surface, I still pretended to be innocent and naive, nodding my head. "Grandpa, we can't find our way home. It's too cold outside. Can you let us stay for one night?" "Of course." The old man smiled even more brightly and led us to a small stone house behind his home. The place looked like a warehouse, with just a broken wooden bed inside. He even warmly brought us an old quilt and asked if we were cold. I said thank you to the old man with my mouth, but in my heart, I was already on high alert. As soon as he left, I immediately felt something was off. This old man was like an Oscar-winning actor compared to the villagers outside. Sure enough, I quietly sensed that as soon as the old man left the yard, his smile instantly vanished, turning into a sinister look. There were several villagers lurking outside, all clutching hoes and sickles. The old man lowered his voice and cursed at them. "Those 2 kids of chakra, they're not ordinary people. With your scrap metal, you can't even feel their teeth. You plan to keep me calm and strike at night. Fine, I'll play along and see who can outact him." That night, the old man indeed invited us to his house for dinner, and the table was lavishly set, with 2 large plates of meat and a pot of chicken soup. In this desolate snow village, this was almost a banquet fit for an emperor. As soon as I smelled it, I realized that there were still several people hiding outside. This food was definitely problematic. The old man kept urging us, eat up, it won't taste good if it gets cold. I just won't put down my chopsticks." To keep the conversation going, I can only grit my teeth and ask in my most twisted tone, "Grandpa Village Chief, can I ask you something? In your village, are there any particularly beautiful young boys?" I felt that the old man's gaze towards me suddenly changed, as if he was looking at some ultimate pervert, and he instinctively shrank back a little. But he still thought for a moment, and a flash of brilliance passed through his eyes. "Speaking of pretty kids, there really is one. The son of the Keita family, with delicate skin and soft flesh, looks just like a girl." I was taken aback. There's hope. "Where does he live?" I pressed on. "Oh, he lives far away, by the small river outside the village." The old man pointed in a direction. When I asked about the clue, he was more eager for me to drink the soup, personally serving us 2 big bowls of chicken soup. And then he got up to leave. "Hey, that won't do." I immediately got up, holding my bowl of soup, and handed it to him. "Village chief, you've been so busy, you must take the first sip." The old man's face darkened, but he still managed to smile. "You are the guests. You drink first to warm yourselves." No, you are the elder. You drink first." I pushed it back to him again. We started to push each other back and forth. "You drink. No, you drink first." It was like a skit. In the end, the old man couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table, and threw the bowl in front of me, exclaiming, "Why aren't you drinking?" As soon as he signaled, the villagers outside with their hoes rushed in and surrounded us. "You are a ninja. and this has provoked us. The old man finally stopped pretending and looked quite pleased. I let out a cold laugh. Why waste words with these insects? As I unleashed my aura, a terrifying wave of energy erupted instantly, knocking everyone inside and outside the house to the ground. They were stunned on the spot, finally realizing what kind of father they had provoked. I walked slowly in front of the village chief, a shuriken appearing out of nowhere in my hand. I thrust it next to his neck, just a few centimeters from his throat. He was so scared he nearly wet himself. What was the name of that kid you mentioned earlier? I asked coldly. What was it again? He was sweating profusely, shouting at the people nearby. What was that little brat from Keita's family called? It seemed to be. Bye. Got it. I grabbed his collar, lifting him up like a chick. Take me to his house. But the old man stammered that little brat ran away yesterday. Ran away? My heart sank. Had I come too late? I slashed his neck with a shuriken, and he immediately confessed everything. Bai's father discovered that his wife had a bloodline limit, so he brought people to kill her, and then he wanted to kill Bai. As a result, Bai, who went berserk, used ice release to counterattack and killed him. I sighed inwardly. The tragedy had still occurred, but it had only been a day, so they shouldn't have gone far. Before leaving, I had to teach them a good lesson. I pointed at the pot of chicken soup on the table and smiled wickedly at the stunned villagers. Such precious chicken soup must not be wasted. Come on, each person gets a bowl. No one gets to run away. It's all about reciprocity. They dared not refuse, and one by one, with sorrowful faces, they downed the chicken soup laced with the sleeping powder, and then they all fell neatly to the ground. I brought Junmaru to the small cabin by the river. And sure enough, it looked just like the crime scene, with marks from ice picks and dried blood on the walls. Junmaru, are you afraid of heights? I asked him. He shook his head. That's good, I smiled. In the next moment, I summoned the wind eagle armor and soared into the sky with Junmaru in my arms. Activating eagle eye mode, I scanned the entire area. On this snowy night, I was like a blue lightning bolt, darting swiftly above the forest. Finally, under a large tree several miles away, I saw a curled-up small figure. That cold chakra, it can't be wrong. It's white. I felt a surge of joy in my heart, smiled slightly, and quietly descended while holding Junmaru. I slowly walked up to him, and he sensed the movement, slowly raising his head. Let me tell you, that face was so delicate it was unbelievable, with a pair of big eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Like an injured little kitten, my heart almost melted. I reached out my hand to him and asked in the gentlest voice of my life, "Can I know your name?" He stared at my hand for a long time before shyly saying 2 words, "Bye." It really is you. I was overjoyed and took off my coat, draping it over his small frame. Are you cold? He nodded. It was freezing, so I quickly found a cave and used fire technique to start a bonfire. Watching Bai curled up next to the fire, finally showing a bit of color on his face and feeling some warmth, I finally felt at ease. Just 2 days into this stable life, I thought to myself, we can't just stay as cave dwellers forever, right? We definitely can't stay in this broken place of the Water Nation. So I asked them if they wanted to change the map and start anew. The 2 little heads nodded vigorously. I was originally planning to bring them back to Konoha, but then I thought, no, this is too troublesome. With my armor and shadow clones, how am I going to explain this to Teacher Minato? I can't just say I picked them up, right? Plus these 2 kids, one with the corpse bone path and the other with ice release, both have SSR level bloodline limits. If I take them back, who knows which old schemer will set their sights on them? I don't want any more complications. So I decided to take them and avoid all the main roads, choosing to walk through deep mountains and forests where no one goes. In the end, I found a good spot at the border of a land of fire, and I pointed to that empty space, declaring with great ceremony, "From today on, this will be our new home." Wow, Bai and Kimamaro's eyes lit up at that moment. Their little expressions made my brotherly love overflow. Next, I transformed into a contractor and started chopping wood to build a house with the 2 kids. Let me tell you, those few days exhausted me to the point where my back almost broke and my hand were covered in blisters. At that time, I thought if only Tins were here, he could do wood release. For rooms in a flash, unlike me, who had to do everything by hand, emphasizing the hardships of a primitive man. After several days of hard work, we finally managed to put up a small wooden cabin, and I ran down a mountain to buy some pots and pans. This little home finally had some warmth. I hugged the 2 of them and shouted, "We have a new home," seeing the satisfied and happy, silly smiles on their faces. I felt that all the exhaustion of these days was worth it. Once settled, I began my part-time job as a dad and a devilish coach. Jiraiya and I ended up on similar paths. He raised kids, and I did too. However, my 2 apprentices had a much higher starting point than Nagato and the others. Kimamaro is a gifted talent. He was already mastering the corpse bone path, but I was worried he might overuse it and wear himself out. So I had him focus on the sewing needle-long sword I gave him. As for Bai, I equipped him with an exploding blade. Missed. Let me tell you, my tactical design is simply ahead of its time. Just think about it. Once he activates the magic mirror ice crystal, he hides inside the mirror while the exploding blade crazily outputs explosive tags outside. This is basically a damage-free, self-propelled artillery, right? Perfect. I also taught them all the ninjutsu scrolls I had stripped from that Umbu member from the mist, and after a few days, the combat power of the two little ones skyrocketed. While I was enjoying peaceful days, things were brewing back home in Konoha. First, let us talk about our Uchiha clan. It turned out that after investigating for a long time, we found that all the clan members who had died in recent years had their eyes stolen. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Clan leader Fugaku turned pale, realizing this couldn't be kept quiet and had to be reported. On the other side, the most explosive news was about Shui. He finally figured it out and realized that the person he had always admired, Danzo, was the eye thief. Who understands what family means when an idol collapses in an instant? The rebellious clan members he had helped Danzo deal with had their eyes dug out right after their deaths. This truth was more choking than eating 3 bowls of rice. Shui was a straightforward kid. After realizing this, without a second thought, he went straight to the root base to confront them. Teacher Minato was not idle either. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, the biggest client, suddenly issued a document saying he wanted to create a group of 12 guardian ninjas, specifically requesting people from Konoha. Uncle Jiku understood immediately. This was to strip us of our military power and create his own private army. The third Hokage was a seasoned veteran. He took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "We need to send people, but they must be our own." So, he pushed his own son Asuma out there. Teacher Minato was probably also troubled about who to send. This job was exhausting and had no future, just a pure external assignment. As for me, walking on the road with Itachi, I was still worried about that foolish kid Shui not getting tricked by Danzo. When I got home, I took a deep breath. It was time to raise my intensity. I have to tell you, I recently got almost traumatized in the virtual training room by that Flame Dragon Armor's ceiling slash. When that move is unleashed, the space locks you in, and you become a sitting duck just watching the blade come down. But just yesterday, I almost broke free. Today, I must succeed. As soon as I entered the virtual space, without a word, my opponent raised the flame blade, and the sky was filled with blazing light. Here it comes. Ceiling slash. I fought with all my might, my entire body bursting with chakra. I did it. Just as the blade light was about to strike me, I moved. I dodged it. Although I was nearly knocked out by the shockwave of the explosion and my armor almost shattered, at least I managed to avoid it. I was just about to pop some champagne to celebrate when, unexpectedly, my opponent leaped into action without any regard for martial ethics. A dragon-headed motorcycle appeared out of nowhere beneath him. I didn't even see what it was at first, but later found out it was called the Flame Dragon Steed. That thing fired a massive laser cannon with a bayou, and everything went dark again. I was defeated once more. However, it was worth it. When I checked the panel, the compatibility with the Flame Dragon armor had finally increased by 1%. I unlocked the Flame Dragon Steed. There was hope. I decided that from now on, I would dedicate all my training opportunities to the Flame Dragon. After being blasted by the Flame Dragon Steed 3 times in a row, the compatibility didn't increase anymore. But I wasn't in a hurry. This had to be a gradual process. The next morning, Itachi dragged me out of bed, saying that Teacher Minato was looking for me. When I got downstairs, Tenzu was also there, looking utterly despondent. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me he had been struggling against the toads of Maiboka Mountain, but all he summoned were tadpoles, which completely cracked me up. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't lose heart. I dreamt last night that you were planting cuttings with your left hand and summoning toads with your right. Unbeatable in the world." Once we entered the office, Teacher Minato was smiling warmly, which made my heart skip a beat. That smile fell off. He asked right away, "Xiaohan, do you have the strength of a jonin now?" I puffed out my chest and said, "Of course." Itachi was more modest, saying he could take on a special jonin. Tenza nodded in agreement. Teacher Minato looked at us with satisfaction, and that gaze made me feel uneasy. Then he spoke, his tone so gentle it could squeeze out water. "Here's the thing, I have a mission that might require you to complete." I tell you, my mind just went blank at that moment. The 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire? Isn't that the doomed organization with Asuma, which was full of death flags? In the original work, apart from Asuma and the 2 from the Land of Earth, the rest didn't even get a name. They were purely cannon fodder. No way. I absolutely cannot take this job. I immediately got into character, looking at Master Minato with a face full of shame, saying, Lord Fourth, I was just bragging earlier. I'm really just a Chunin level. I can't even beat a special Jonin. I almost believe my own acting. Minato just smiled at me without saying a word, making it super awkward. Itachi and Tens were holding back laughter nearby. Their expressions seemed to say, look, he's at it again. As soon as I realized this approach wouldn't work, I quickly shifted my thinking. Besides, Lord Fourth, at our age, isn't a bit too immature to be a bodyguard for the daimyo. I really don't want to stand guard 24/7 all year round. Nor do I want to be targeted by those two undead combos, Haiden and Kakuzu. I still haven't spent all my money. Teacher Minato still wanted to struggle a bit and began to tempt me with money. Xiao Han. The reward is quite generous. I waved my hand directly. Just kidding. My buddy is now a little wealthy, already out of poverty, and living a comfortable life. Do I still need that little bit of money from you? I am now a pure love warrior, only loving my own life, just wanting to lie flat and enjoy retirement. Just when we were at a standstill, a savior arrived. Uncle Lugio knocked on the door and came in, handing a letter to Mizuki. After reading it, Mizuki's brows furrowed into a knot. He said, the daimyo's residence has replied. They found 10 people themselves, and the Temple of Fire will send one more. We just need one from Konoha. At that moment, I was bursting with fireworks in my heart. Wow, what a stroke of luck. Only one person came from the Leaf Village. Doesn't that mean it's a tailor-made position for Asuma? We can't steal this protagonist's halo. I was feeling quite pleased, finally managing to shake off this heavy burden. Minato probably had a headache too. After thinking for a long time, he could only wave his hand and let us go back first. As soon as we left the Hokage building, Itachi started analyzing, saying that the daimyo might not trust our Leaf Village. Let me tell you, Itachi is truly a genius. He thinks deeper than most adults at just 10 years old. But I couldn't be bothered with these concerns. What daimyo's house? In this world where ninjas reign supreme, as long as your fists are strong enough, who dares to have any thoughts? Did the daimyo's house even have a presence during the time of Madara and Hashirama? I patted Itachi's shoulder and said, all right, let the adults deal with this nonsense. Today, I happened to go to Itachi's house for a meal. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw Naruto and Sasuke, those two little brats, wrestling with each other again. I ignored them and went straight into the house. However, Naruto, with his sharp eyes, quickly spotted me, pushed Sasuke aside, and followed me in, hugging my leg and calling out Han and I. His little eyes were darting around, fidgeting, and I could tell right away that he was after my summoning tool again. I rolled my eyes at him, too lazy to respond, and turned to leave. Hey, Han and I. He got anxious and grabbed me. Before I could say anything, I suddenly felt a chill on my back as a little hand sneakily reached into my ninja tool pouch. My reflexes as a ninja are not to be underestimated. I quickly sprang to my feet and dashed into the courtyard. When I looked back, I was shocked to see two Narutos in the house. One was in front of me, being cute to attract my attention, while the other was using Shadow Clone to sneak around and steal from me. Damn, is this what it means to be a main character? I was still playing in the mud at 3 years old, and this little brat already knows how to use Shadow Clone to coordinate. Just as I was about to teach him a lesson, Naruto looked quite wronged and said, Hananai, this isn't the Shadow Clone technique. I was taken aback. Isn't it Shadow Clone Jutsu? Could be a compressed towel instead. Naruto, looking proud, formed hand seals with both hands. What I have is the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang. Who understands this, family? In an instant, the yellow hair concentration in an entire yard skyrocketed. There were hundreds of Narutos filling the yard to the brim. My CPU was about to overheat. This amount of chakra was simply a walking power bank. So cool. Sasuke beside me was also stunned, his little face pale, probably seeing this for the first time, his previous little arrogance completely shattered. Uncle Fugaku was watching at the door, also looking emotional, probably calculating how to arrange a marriage between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki, to have a yellow-haired Sharingan Super Saiyan. What a pity, both are male, this pairing can't be shipped. After dinner, it was already dark, and Naruto went home with a full belly. But Uncle Fugaku suddenly called Itachi and me aside, his face as dark as a pot bottom. My heart sank, feeling something big was about to happen. Have you two seen Shursui in the past couple of days? I exchanged a glance with Itachi, and we both shook our heads. A bad premonition suddenly rose in my heart. Fugaku sighed and said in a deep voice, we are investigating the case of the stolen Sharingan, and the clues may be related to Shursui. By the time we sent someone to find him, he was already gone. It seems Shursui has disappeared. What? Itachi and I exploded on the spot. Fugaku's meaning was clear. He suspected that Shursui had fled out of fear of being implicated. But that was absolutely impossible. It was obvious that this was the doing of that old Tuanzong. The first law of Hokage. When in doubt, blame Tuanzong. I immediately said, Uncle Fugako, I suspect Shursui has been imprisoned. Fugako looked at me, his expression serious. I will give you 2 days to find Shursui and bring him back. Otherwise, I will have to report to the 4th Hokage, and by then, Shursui will probably be classified as a rogue ninja. The words rogue ninja felt like 2 hammers striking our hearts. Without saying a word, Itachi and I dashed out. First, we went to Shursui's house, but there were no clues at all. I was increasingly convinced that this was definitely Tuanzang's doing. I asked Itachi, are you willing to go to the route? Itachi's eyes showed no hesitation. Yes. Great. We immediately went home, gathered all the explosive tags and kunai we could carry, and under the cover of night, we sneaked to the entrance of the route. This place was heavily guarded, and even during shift changes, there were no signs of weakness. There was no other option. We could only force our way in. After we discussed, I thought, what bad intentions could I have by going up to perform as a little kitten? I'll attract the firepower, while the weasel waits for a chance to strike from behind, controlling 5 targets in 1 second. I pretended to be a poor child who had lost a cat and approached the leading special jonin, chatting with him sincerely. Just at the moment when he felt guilty because I said I was an orphan and let his guard down, Itachi seized the opportunity. A pair of crimson Sharingan flashed before his eyes, and the guy instantly went offline. The remaining Chunin, just realizing what was happening, were also caught one by one in Itachi's Jinjutsu, turning them all into wooden dolls. We quickly took off our 2 sets of clothes and masks, changed into new ones, and sneaked into the roots. Inside, it was like a maze with passages crisscrossing everywhere. We had no choice but to push forward. Not long after we started walking, a man approached us. His whole body was wrapped in bandages, exuding a chilling aura. Damn, Danzo! My heart almost stopped at that moment, and I held my breath, pretending nothing had happened as I walked past him. Just as I brushed past, a cold voice came from behind. Wait. I suddenly thought of a clever trick. I exchanged a glance with Itachi, and one word came to my mind. Gamble. Since we are already here, we can't go back empty-handed, right? I steeled myself and said, charge. Let's go in. Itachi is also a tough guy. Without saying a word, he nodded. Good brothers should have this kind of understanding. We swaggered our way to the core area at the roots, and sure enough, there were 2 guards at the entrance. One of them, seeing us act like we were strolling through our own backyard, immediately became displeased and said in an aggressive tone, New here? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you can come to? I stopped in my tracks with Itachi, but I had no intention of leaving. My mind was racing, and I immediately started acting. Lord Danzo sent us here to take Uchiha Shursui with us. Itachi next to me was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Our collaboration was seamless. The 2 guards, upon hearing this, immediately blew themselves up. Who understands family, right? One of them scratched his head and said, Strange, didn't Lord Danzo just go out? Why does he need to take someone again? Goodness. Itachi and I felt a jolt of excitement. It worked. Shursui was indeed here, and Danzo had just left. Wasn't this a heavenly opportunity? The other guard chimed in exactly. As a result, these 2 guys still had some brains and asked, Do you have Lord Danzo's orders? I was furious at that moment, and the aura I exuded made it seem like the Oscars owed me a little golden statue. A transfer order? Of course. There was one. In the next second, Itachi and I each activated our Crimson Sharingan and slammed it right in their faces. Those 2 Nin-level rookies had never seen anything like this. They couldn't even react and just dropped like they were cut off from power, their heads drooping as they fell asleep. Hurry up, I shouted. Time was of the essence. This was the root's base, and those at the entrance who were caught in the Jinjutsu probably wouldn't last much longer. As soon as we rushed in, we were stunned. There were 5 rooms, all with doors made of high-strength steel, looking incredibly sturdy. Itachi was frantic, banging on each door. Shursui, where are you? However, at that moment, we both felt a massive surge of chakra rushing towards us from outside. It was packed with people. We had been discovered. Our hearts sank. It was over. We hadn't found Shursui, and the encirclement had arrived first. Itachi became even more anxious, pounding on the 5 iron doors like a whack-a-mole. But there was no response from inside. Just as we were about to lose hope, Danzo, with a grim expression, came charging in with a large group of people. His gaze sharp as a knife. Who are you? He must have recognized us and was probably cursing in his heart, thinking how 2 Uchiha could sneak in right under his nose. Without saying a word, I took out my kunai and got into position. There was no turning back. This matter couldn't be small anymore. I glanced around, and wow, the opponents were all Nin at the start, with the leading ones being J-Nin. exuding a strong aura. Not to mention Danzo, that old fox. Although he looked restrained, everyone knew he was the most sinister figure in Konoha right now. Danzo saw that we weren't speaking and let out a cold laugh, directly naming us. Uchiha Han and Uchiha Itachi, right? Of course. Our targets were so obvious that it would be strange if he couldn't guess. But we weren't going to take off our masks. What could he do about it? Seeing us play dumb, Danzo smirked and waved his hand. Attack. Instantly. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. Various ninjutsu were raining down on us like they were free, and shurikens and kunai were falling like rain. There were too many opponents, and reinforcements were continuously coming from behind, leaving Itachi and me in a flurry, sweating profusely. I felt a chill in my heart and thought that it was no use. It seemed I could only go all out and merge with the flame dragon armor, although exposing my identity would be troublesome, and Danzo would definitely make a big deal out of it. It was still better than being caught by that old man. I made up my mind and unleashed a massive fireball, pushing them back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I began to channel the energy within me and was already reciting the incantation, Flame Dragon. Just as I shouted the words Flame Dragon, before my armor could even emerge, there was a loud bang. A steel door behind me was blown open from the inside. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out. It was Jishui. Itachi shouted in excitement on the spot. As soon as I saw it, I laughed. It's Jishui. The savior has arrived. I silently complained to myself. Great, my big move has been thwarted again. Jishui walked over to us, full of guilt. I'm sorry for putting you in danger. I patted him and said, what kind of talk is this? We are friends. Itachi nodded vigorously beside me. After hearing this, Shursui felt warm all over and softly said, thank you. Suddenly, Danzo across from us started to laugh in a strange tone. Shursui, what do you mean by that? Shursui's gaze instantly became incredibly firm as he looked directly at Danzo, showing no fear at all. Sorry, Lord Danzo. Please deduct the repair costs for this door from my salary. As for the remaining salary, I won't take it. He paused for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. Lord Danzo, I want to withdraw from Root. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The surrounding Root ninjas were stunned. What? You can voluntarily withdraw from Root. Each of them started to think actively. Danzo's face darkened, and he began to play the emotional card. Shursui, I poured my heart and soul into training you for so many years, and this is how you repay me? Shursui deeply bowed. I will never forget Lord Danzo's nurturing grace. As soon as I saw Tobi's gaze, I knew this old man was up to something. Sure enough, Tobi stepped forward and said with a cold laugh, if you want to leave, you can, but you have to give me something in return. Leave your Sharingan behind. Damn. I exploded with Itachi on the spot and rushed up to protect Shursui. I pointed at Danzo and yelled, don't go too far. Why should the Sharingan belong to you? This old toad really thinks he can eat swan meat. Do you even deserve it? But when I looked at Shursui, he was actually deep in thought. I panicked and quickly urged, Shursui, don't listen to him. He's been after your eyes from the very beginning. Danzo coldly smirked and ordered everyone attack together. He was sly enough to retreat behind the old man. Just as it seemed we were about to fall into chaos, Shursui's eyes narrowed, and he had no choice. The chakra within him surged wildly towards his eyes, and in the next second, he instantly vanished, appearing right in front of Danzo. Danzo was taken aback, thinking it was bad news, and just as he was about to defend himself, what he saw was Shursui's spinning three-tomo Sharingan, which instantaneously transformed into a complex and bizarre four-cornered windmill pattern. Heavenly God! I tell you, at that moment, Danzo completely crashed, like the CPU overheating. His eyes instantly went blank, his head drooped, and he didn't move. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the last moment of his blurred consciousness, Danzo could only utter this desperate murmur. Huh. Shursui exhaled a breath of turbid air, a tear of blood flowing from one eye, clearly a huge drain on his energy. He immediately drew a kunai and placed it against Danzo's neck, shouting loudly, everyone stop. All the Root ninjas turned around and were dumbfounded. Their leader was actually being held hostage by Shursui. I quickly ran behind Shursui with Itachi, keeping my Sharingan activated and staring intently at Danzo, afraid that this old man might pull a trick like in the original story. However, this time Danzo was clearly caught off guard and fell victim to the strongest Jinjutsu. So it should be fine. Let go of Lord Danzo. A commanding figure shouted harshly. Shursui calmly replied, we just want to leave safely. With that, the three of us, holding onto the wooden like Danzo, slowly retreated. The root members could only watch helplessly, wary of provoking us. Once we were at a safe distance, Shui pushed Danzo away, and the three of us turned and ran, instantly disappearing into the night. The root ninjas surrounded Danzo and tried various methods, but they were completely unable to break the Jinjutsu. They looked at each other, unable to do anything but wait. We ran to a safe place, and only then did Shui reveal everything. Sure enough, he confronted Danzo about the eye-gouging incident, and the two got into a heated argument. Danzo immediately locked him up and even tried to take his eyes. Shui also confirmed that Danzo had several Sharingan hidden in his bandaged arm. Damn it! Itachi clenched his fists in anger. Shui sighed and said that this matter could only be handled by the clan leader. He would accept whatever punishment came his way. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo finally woke up from the Jinjutsu. Let me tell you, he was furious, raging like a storm, and immediately berated all his subordinates, punishing a few guards by docking several months' salary to clean the toilets. His mind was filled with Shusui's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Anger, jealousy, but more than anything, an endless desire. He swore viciously that he would definitely get Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shui to settle the score. At the same time, a crazy thought took root in his mind. If I could obtain a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, then the position of Hokage would be mine, right? The next day, Shui took the initiative to find Uchiha Fugaku and confessed everything. I tell you, after Fujikage heard this, he was stunned and immediately called a meeting with all the high-ranking officials just to discuss the matter of Shui. In the meeting room, two factions quickly formed, arguing fiercely. On Fujikage's side, they believed Shui had been fooled by that old schemer Danzo and that he had returned to the right path, so they could go easy on him. But the other side, those stubborn old-timers, were having none of it, shouting that Shui was aiding the enemy, and regardless of whether he was truly repentant, his dark past couldn't be erased, and he should never be trusted again. Besides, the few pairs of Sharingan that were lost still hadn't been found. To be honest, Shui didn't directly kill anyone or gouge out eyes. Danzo's task for him was just to act as a spy, investigating the aging Uchiha elders and selling the information to Root. Precisely because of this, Fujikage was determined to protect him and didn't want to impose a heavy penalty. But what was the most crucial point? I tell you, Fujikage threw out a bombshell. He said he personally witnessed Shui tie up Danzo in the heart of Root's stronghold. Who understands, family? Who is Danzo? He was the most powerful man under the third Hokage besides the Hokage himself, and he was a fierce character in his youth. Even now, in his old age, he wasn't someone any random Jainin could mess with, let alone being tied up right at his own doorstep. At this moment, Fujikage had a clear understanding. This Shui was hiding too deep. People usually said he was a genius, but he was generally acknowledged to be inferior to our Han and Itachi. Now it seems, that's not necessarily the case. Thinking of this, Fujikage stopped wasting words with those old geezers, slammed the table hard, and decided this matter right then and there. When the elders saw the clan leader getting angry, they could only hold back their objections. After all, Fujikage was now incredibly powerful, and they could only voice their opinions. The final decision was still in his hands. After the meeting, when Shui heard that his punishment was just a few months' salary deduction, he was moved to tears on the spot. Seeing him like this, Fujikage asked him, "Shui, do you have any plans for the future?" Shui shook his head. He had always been used as a tool by Danzo and had never thought about that. Fujikage directly extended an olive branch. How about joining the security team? I tell you, Fujikage offered a great opportunity, and logically, with a single command, Shui should have gone to report immediately. But now he particularly valued Shui, and his attitude was incredibly polite. The security team. Shui was stunned. As a Uchiha, he had never even been to the security team. Without thinking, he nodded vigorously. Of course I'm willing. As a Uchiha, it's my duty to join the security team. Fujikage smiled with satisfaction. The Uchiha clan was thriving now, while the Uchiha were flourishing. What about my unfortunate protagonist Han? He was still at the border of the land of water, taking care of the kids. One day, after training, Han looked at the two little prodigies, Haku and Jinru, feeling a bit conflicted. These two kids had real talent. Just practicing sword techniques, they could already defeat those lower-ranking ninjas who graduated years ago. But their shortcomings were also obvious. They were young, and their strength and chakra couldn't keep up. Especially chakra. Han was deliberately suppressing their training. He was afraid of exhausting their bodies, especially Jinru, who would need to awaken his bloodline limit in the future. If he ended up with bloodline disease, that would be a waste. After hesitating for a long time, Han finally spoke. You two are now strong enough to protect yourselves, and with these two swords, you shouldn't have much trouble against ordinary chunin. Upon hearing this, the two kids felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing something was off. Brother Domu, are you leaving? Jimuru asked anxiously. They knew Han would leave sooner or later, but they hoped they could go with him. Yeah, Hanu did. Then take us with you. The two kids said in unison, their eyes full of longing. Han was in a dilemma. I tell you, Han was feeling the pressure. He was going to the land of lightning, which was no joke. He had the Wind Falcon armor, so escaping wouldn't be a problem. After all, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee hadn't reached their peak yet. But if he brought these two little tag-alongs, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? He couldn't handle it. It was impossible to take them along. The place I'm going is too dangerous for you, Han said, ruffling the kid's hair. If I take you with me, I'll have to split my attention to take care of you, and we might all end up in danger. Upon hearing this, the two kids understood and realized they were a burden, so they could only lower their heads in disappointment. Besides, I'm just going for a short while. I'll be back soon, Han quickly reassured them. After he said this, the two kids felt a bit happier and kept reminding him to be careful and come back early. Oh, and before I leave, remember not to flaunt those two swords outside, okay? The two kids nodded obediently. I bought enough food yesterday for you two to last a while. There's still money on the table. If it's not enough, just go down the mountain to buy some. Be careful. Han sounded just like a father preparing for a long trip, going on and on. After giving all the instructions, Han headed north and set off for the Land of Lightning. Why go to the Land of Lightning? Who understands, family? Because he was broke. After counterkilling that mist ninja assassin, he exploded with a wave of gold coins, and Han suddenly realized working was not an option. He could never work in this lifetime. Robbing was much faster. So who to rob? The Land of Fire was home, so he couldn't touch it. The Land of Water, if he accidentally angered that obsessive Abido, will be troublesome. After calculating, the only option left was the nearby Land of Lightning. Coincidentally, Han didn't have a good impression of those people from the Hidden Cloud Village. They were always trying to steal our Konoha kids, first Kushina, then Hinata, with a notorious record. Who else would he rob if not them? He wouldn't feel guilty at all robbing them. To avoid the Land of Fire, Han purposely took a boat to the Land of Hot Water first, planning to head to the Land of Lightning from there. Upon arriving in the Land of Hot Water, the port city was bustling. Han overheard some passersby chatting and learned that this country had also been unstable recently. The feudal lord had died, and several of his sons fought like dogs over the position, resulting in several deaths before a new one was finally decided. Han listened and thought the palace intrigue was just so, not as intense as the dramas from his past life, and instantly lost interest. What is the most famous thing in the Land of Hot Water? Hot springs. Last time he came on a mission, he was in a rush and didn't get to soak. This time, Han had to experience it. He found out that the hot springs near the feudal lord's residence were the best, so he headed straight there. Upon arriving near the feudal lord's residence, it was almost dark. Han found a nice-looking hot spring inn and decided to stay for the night. Hello, how can I help you? The receptionist was a girl in her 20s, looking quite young. Just for one night, and I'd like to soak in the hot spring. After the young lady registered him, she handed him the key. This is the key to room 203. Also, do you prefer a mixed bath or a private bath? I have to tell you, Han's DNA almost reacted on the spot, and he nearly blurted out a curse. Fortunately, rationality triumphed over desire, and he managed to hold back and just took a solo bath. Sigh, mainly because his body hasn't fully developed yet. He's lacking confidence. Once he entered the room and changed clothes, Han jumped into the single hot spring pool that had been arranged for him. I felt so good. The warm spring water stimulated every inch of his skin, and he felt his fatigue wash away in an instant. But just as he was enjoying it, there was a loud splash, and a person fell directly from the sky, splashing water all over Han's face. Who? Han immediately became alert, jumped out of the pool, put on his bathrobe at lightning speed, and was already holding a shuriken, staring intently at the mist. Damn, is there so much trouble just for a hot spring bath? He sensed that the chakra of the person in the water wasn't strong, probably just a chunin level. Finally, the figure in the water moved. With a splash, a super stunning figure stood up from the water, shaking her wet long hair, and water droplets flew everywhere. It was a girl. Moreover, she was a great beauty. But because of this, Han's vigilance was at an all-time high. He always believed in one saying, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Who are you? Han brandished a shuriken, looking defensive. The girl slowly walked out of the hot spring, the mist dissipating, and her figure. Her curves were perfect, and her wet appearance was simply captivating. If Jiraiya were here, he would probably be bursting with inspiration. Chu, In the Konoha public bathhouse, Jiraiya, who was peeping, suddenly sneezed, and then he was spotted by the people in the women's bath, causing a scream that scared him into a panic. Don't worry. I mean no harm. By the hot spring, the girl's voice was quite pleasant. Han then saw her face clearly and felt it was a bit familiar, like he had seen her somewhere. This is my private bath. Why did you barge in? Han questioned coldly. The girl rolled her eyes and immediately put on a gentle demeanor like a big sister next door. Little brother, I accidentally fell in. It would be bad for a girl's reputation if this got out. Can you help me keep it a secret? However, Han's frown deepened. His intuition told him that this girl definitely had problems. Fine, I won't tell. Han knew did. Thank you. The girl instantly broke into a smile. But Han's tone suddenly turned cold. Please leave now. You've disturbed my hot spring bath. The girl was directly stunned. Stinky brat. She was furious, thinking, how could you be so indifferent when I'm this beautiful? Wait until you develop, then you'll regret it. But when she took a closer look at Han's face, she was stunned again. This little brat looked a bit overly cute. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought, and became even angrier. Just as she was about to leave, she realized her clothes were completely soaked. How could she go out like this? She had to turn back and ask Han for help. Do you have any extra clothes? Han looked at her wet appearance and pointed to the bathrobe he had just changed out of. How about you wear this? The girl's face darkened. It was so cold outside. Wearing a bathrobe out? Don't you have any other clothes? I do, but they're in the room. Then just take me to change. This isn't very good, is it? Han felt a bit guilty. Although his body hadn't developed, he still had some inappropriate thoughts. What are you thinking, you little brat? I'm not worried about you. Why are you worried? The girl was even more frustrated. I heard. There are many perverts who like to bully little boys like us. I'm muttered softly. What did you say? The girl's eyes widened. Do you mean I'm a pervert? I didn't mean that. I'm just very safety conscious. Han quickly waved his hands. In the end, there was no way. Han still took her back to the room. On the way, they ran into the front desk lady, and her gaze clearly suggested she was imagining a restricted scene involving minors. Upon reaching the room, Han found a piece of clothing for her. The girl blushed and asked him to turn around before she changed. However, Han's clothes were too small. Once she put them on, her calves were completely exposed. And the worst part was the front, where the buttons looked like they were about to pop open. Han felt a headache looking at it. It was better not to change at all. The clothes are a bit small. How about you with a bathrobe over it? Just then, Han suddenly sensed several chakras approaching. He instinctively looked at the girl, noticing her expression also turning anxious. The clothes are ready. Please leave now. Han's tone was cold. He didn't want to attract trouble. He guessed that the several presences were coming for this girl. I still don't know your name. The girl clearly wanted to stall for time. Domu. Han replied coldly, getting up to push her out the door. Don't push me. The girl was flustered. Why was he trying to kick her out? She struggled to turn around, face to face with Han. As a result, in this motion, Han, who was originally pushing against her back, accidentally placed his hand precisely on her soft peaks. In an instant, the air froze. Han was dumbfounded. When he looked at the girl again, her face was already red enough to bleed. Sorry. Han awkwardly smiled and quickly withdrew his hand. The girl instinctively covered her chest, looking at him both shy and angry. You little pervert. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Han felt extremely guilty, no matter how you looked at it. He had taken advantage of her. Just then, there was a loud bang, and the room door was blown to pieces by a shockwave. The girl screamed in fright and instinctively hid behind Han. Standing at the door were several tall ninjas, with clear headbands indicating that they were from the Cloud Village. The leader was actually a Jonin. Finally found you. The leader glared menacingly at the girl behind Han. This time, let's see where you can run. Han hid helplessly. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared behind the girl, giving her a push. Hey! The girl was directly pushed out by him. You stay here. You all go out to settle this. Han had an indifferent look. This is my room. If you break anything, you pay for it yourselves. Miss Ryuri, it seems your friend is not very reliable. The leader from the Cloud Village said with a gloating smile. Hey, don't say that. I don't know her. Han quickly distanced himself. However, upon hearing the name Ryuri, he suddenly remembered that the first mission he took out of the village was escorting someone named Ryuri, who was supposedly the daughter of the former daimyo of the Land of Water. No wonder she looked familiar. But even if it really was her, Han didn't want to get involved. They had just crossed paths. No need to bother. The girl was so angry at Han's actions that she rolled her eyes, feeling desolate, thinking that all the stories of heroes saving beauties were lies. The Cloud leader didn't take Han seriously at all, whether you know her or not. You're unlucky to run into us today. He drew the knife from his back, saying fiercely, "This little brat is so handsome at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? He can't be left alive. Cut him down." Huh? Han was completely stunned. What the hell? Just because I'm handsome I'm going to be killed? Is there any justice in this world? What kind of ultimate crazy talk is this? Hey, you're being unreasonable. Han-gu replied speechlessly. Whether I look handsome or not is not something I can control. Besides, you look like a disaster scene yourself. Should I blame you? This remark infuriated the group of ugly Cloud Village ninjas, especially their leader, who hated being called ugly the most. You little brat, I'm going to skin you alive. He licked the tip of his knife, his eyes filled with venom. I didn't want to meddle, but since you're being unreasonable, don't blame me. Han-gu's gaze turned cold as he pulled out a kunai. There was no escaping now, so we might as well fight. One upper ninja and several middle ninjas were a bit troublesome, but if I summoned the Wind Eagle armor, cutting them down would be like slicing vegetables. Oh kid, you have kunai too? Are you a ninja as well? One of them mocked, I'm so scared. I wasn't sure who didn't know their limits. Han-gu smirked wickedly. His words completely enraged the opponent, and the guy's face twisted. You brat. I've decided I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to slice your flesh off piece by piece and torture you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Han-gu with his knife, the blade flashing towards him. But that speed was like a snail in Han-gu's eyes. He stepped back lightly, and the opponent's fierce slash missed entirely. What? The upper ninja was startled and immediately became alert, realizing this kid was not simple. He quickly retreated to his companions. The girl nearby saw this and exclaimed, "Oh, this is a big shot." She hurriedly ran back behind Han-gu for cover. This time, Han-gu didn't push her away, since a fight was inevitable. Saving one more person wouldn't hurt. However, he didn't forget his original intention and turned back to ask the girl, "Do you have money?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically, Yes. I have plenty of money. Just save me, and I'll give you as much as you want." "You said it," Han-gu said with a grin, teasingly scaring her. "If you don't have money later, I'll just pack you up and send you to the Raikage's office. The Raikage is a muscle man, and with your small frame, TSK. The girl trembled in fear. "How dare you slander our Raikage?" The Cloud Village ninjas were furious, their faces turning purple. "Let's go all out and kill him." The leader calmed down and decided to end this quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, the small room was flooded with kunai and shuriken raining down like rain. Wind style, gale palm. Instantly, a violent wind erupted from Uchiha Han's palms, knocking down all the incoming kunai and shuriken in an instant. However, the gale from the gale palm didn't stop there. It charged straight toward the Cloud ninjas. Wind style ninjutsu is characterized by its cutting power. The gale palm was no exception. The powerful chakra spun rapidly, creating a whirlwind with terrifying cutting force. If hit directly, it could slice a person's body into pieces. Earth style, earth flow wall. The leading upper ninja immediately formed hand seals, and a wall of earth rose beneath his feet, blocking Uchiha Han's gale palm. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the walls on both sides trembled from the shockwave of the gale palm, leaving several deep cracks. The Cloud ninjas stared at the cracks, dumbfounded, especially the middle ninjas. Wow, this kid is actually this strong? To be honest, none of them, even the middle ninjas, could perform ninjutsu with such power. Although they only caused a few cracks in the wall, different ninjutsu have different properties and cause varying amounts of damage. Wind style focuses on cutting power, and hitting a hard solid object like a wall would significantly reduce its effectiveness. If they had used earth style, they could have easily broken through a wall. Thus, the Cloud ninjas were so surprised. More importantly, this kid looked like he was only 10 years old. How did he possess such abnormal strength? Damn it. The upper ninja cursed angrily. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Just now, the opponent clearly didn't want to meddle. If he had let him go, they would have captured the target long ago and received a hefty reward. Now, the situation had become tricky. Forget it. Even if he is talented, he is so young. His chakra can't be too much. With so many of us, we can definitely wear him down. The upper ninja became cautious. Yeah, the other middle ninjas nodded. Then, they charged forward. Uchiha Han furrowed his brow slightly. The opponent had the advantage in numbers and, with an upper ninja among them, he couldn't break through them in a short time. Continuing like this, it would be easy to fall into their rhythm and find himself at a disadvantage. He needed to end this quickly. Uchiha Han murmured. So, the fastest way to fight was, of course, Wind Eagle Armor, Merge. Chapter 132. The Front Desk with Endless Thoughts. Added update. wind, eagle armor, merge. As soon as the words fell, the bodies of the Cloud ninjas rushing in were instantly knocked back by a gust of wind. Bang, bang, bang. They were slammed against the wall. They steadied themselves and began to carefully examine the armor in front of them. The first impression was that it looked cool and very powerful. Armor? From the Land of Iron? No, the Land of Iron doesn't have this type. The upper ninja murmured. Since Cloud Village had a long-standing trade relationship with the Land of Iron due to their practice of sword techniques, this upper ninja had some understanding of the forged goods from there. He could be sure that this thing in front of him was definitely not something the Land of Iron could produce. Then, bloodline limit? He squinted, his expression growing more serious. No matter the case, he could be sure of one thing. Under the enhancement of this armor, the kid's momentum had become even more terrifying. Even he felt a hint of fear rising in his heart. I don't believe it. A little brat can turn the tide. Just as he finished speaking, he channeled all his chakra, and the long knife in his hand suddenly burst into brilliant light. Zzz. The currents that resembled wriggling snakes filled the blade. Lightning style lightning. He raised a long knife and slashed at Uchiha Han. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from his hand. Bang! The pain in his hand made him instinctively let go, and the long knife clattered to the ground. Zzz. Without the continuous chakra, the electricity flickered a few times and then dimmed. Zulfust. Only then did he realize that Uchiha Han had somehow appeared beside him, and with one punch, he had instantly numbed his hands. But he had been fully focused just now, and yet he couldn't react in time. How fast could this be? To be clear, he was also an upper ninja. Such a huge gap in strength was something very few people in the entire Cloud Village could achieve. You're not very good, Uchiha Han said, his tone filled with mockery. The man was now filled with fear, unable to feel any anger. Because, wind eagle leg, Uchiha Han flashed in front of him, crouched down, and then delivered a powerful kick. The Janin's body was instantly sent flying into the air, just a hair's breadth away from making intimate contact with the ceiling. Forced into a suspended state, and with time too short, he couldn't react at all. Wind eagle crossbow. Uchiha Han raised his arm, and the wind eagle crossbow instantly shot out a dense array of light arrows. The Janin let out a series of painfully desperate screams as his entire chest was pierced. He was turned into a porcupine by the light arrows. It looked quite bloody and cruel. Captain, several Nin couldn't help but be shocked. Besides the shock, what they felt more was fear. Their captain was a genuine Janin, and he was taken out in an instant, so they were even more. Thinking of this, they instinctively swallowed hard. Looking at their captain who had fallen heavily to the floor, none dared to step forward. Oh, aren't you going to help your captain? Uchiha Han smiled and said disdainfully. At this moment, the Janin had his entire chest pierced, lying on the floor, blood flowing continuously. If it didn't take him to stop the bleeding soon, he would probably be beyond saving. Uchiha Han added. Hearing this, the few of them looked again at their captain lying in a pool of blood, their faces showing struggle and hesitation. In the end, one of them gritted his teeth and rushed over, and then the others followed suit, helping the Janin up. Captain! Captain! They saw that Uchiha Han didn't make another move, so they helped their captain up and wanted to leave. Wait. At this moment, Uchiha Han suddenly called out to them. The few of them trembled violently, their faces instantly filled with terror. You're just going to leave like that? Uchiha Han asked coldly. A simple sentence, but it was like a devil's whisper, making them tremble all over. What do you want? They asked tremblingly, their voices shaking. Uchiha Han extended his hand. Hand over all your money. The few of them exchanged glances, then immediately began to pull out cash from their bags. Although money was important, they worked hard on missions for this, but in the face of life, the priority was clear, no need to think. So, in a short while, a thick wad of cash appeared in Uchiha Han's hand. Can we leave now? One of them asked. No. Uchiha Han shook his head, then slowly walked towards them. What else do you want? The few of them suddenly became incredibly anxious and fearful. Where's your captain's money? Hurry up and search for it and give it to me. Uchiha Han said somewhat impatiently. That guy is a Janin, he must have the most money on him. Uchiha Han couldn't forget that during their mission, Kakashi put in the least effort but took the most money. At that time, it made Uchiha Han feel extremely unbalanced. All right. The few of them didn't hesitate any longer and began to search through the Janin's clothes with several pairs of hands. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was just too ugly, Uchiha Han would have been unable to resist thinking of some adult things upon seeing this scene. In the end, they found another large wad of cash, nearly the total amount they had taken out earlier combined. I knew it. Uchiha Han looked at the rich spoils in his hand. His mood instantly brightened. All right, you can scram now. Hearing this, the few of them let out a sigh of relief and immediately vanished. Uchiha Han removed the winged eagle armor and happily started counting the money. Hoo-hoo! The girl saw that Yin had escaped and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She began to carefully examine Uchiha Han in front of her. This guy is actually so strong. Was that thing just now a bloodline limit? It looks quite cool, she murmured, her gaze like a pool of autumn water fixed tightly on Uchiha Han, with a hint of unusual brilliance in her eyes. I say, how did you make such a big commotion? The receptionist walked up with a tight brow, feeling quite speechless and angry, but she was trying her best to restrain herself due to her professional ethics. However, when she saw the mess in the room, she was instantly stunned. Then, her gaze was drawn to the pool of blood on the floor. Suddenly, some inappropriate images flashed through her mind. In the image, although Uchiha Han was still young, he was imposing, possessing both strength and skill, leaving Takiri with no escape. The latter begged for mercy, but Uchiha Han showed no intention of relenting, until the ground shook and blood flowed. One cannot judge a book by its cover. After a while, she silently retreated. She muttered to herself, this little brat, is he really that powerful? Can't finish reviewing. Chapter 133, No Money. I'll save a hook. 8. Uchiha Han found it strange that the receptionist just left. He was still thinking about how to explain, yet the other party said nothing, not even about the compensation. Forget it. I'll settle it together when I check out tomorrow, Uchiha Han thought. At this moment, the girl took a step forward and gently touched Uchiha Han's shoulder. Thanks for today, the girl said gratefully, her voice very gentle. Don't mention it. Uchiha Han quickly raised his hand to stop her. I just want money. Uchiha Han's stance was very firm. The girl's face instantly froze. She thought to herself, this little brat is still young, yet he has such a greedy look for money. She felt even more disdain for Uchiha Han. All right, I'll give it to you, the girl said helplessly. Thus, Uchiha Han reached out his hand towards her. The girl hesitated, looking at Uchiha Han's hand, and didn't move for a long time. Uchiha Han immediately frowned, thinking that this girl might not have any money. What do you mean? Do you want to eat my meal, even after saving you? Uchiha Han immediately put his hands on his hips, looking angrily at the girl. Of course not. The girl hurriedly denied, and at the same time, she was also angered by Uchiha Han's words. She thought to herself, what kind of identity does she have? Would she quibble over such a small amount of money? How could she possibly default? It's just. The girl was a bit embarrassed, paused, and finally said, I do have money a lot, but I was in a hurry to come out this time and didn't bring a single cent. What? Uchiha Han was instantly speechless. A surge of anger erupted in his heart. Why didn't you say that earlier? Besides, are you still going to save me? Nonsense, without money. Am I going to save a hook 8? Wouldn't that be silly? Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the better they can lie, Uchiha Han muttered quietly. However, he did manage to scrape together quite a bit of money from those Yanin people, so it wasn't a total loss. In fact, if Uchiha Han had chosen to kill them all, the money he could have gotten would probably be even more, as he didn't know if they had hidden any. Moreover, he could also get ninja scrolls and stuff, especially that Jainin. He must have some exclusive Yin ninjutsu. But the main reason Uchiha Han didn't choose to kill was that he was still in someone else's hot spring in. If someone dies, it can complicate things and have a significant impact on others. He doesn't want to create unnecessary trouble right now. Therefore, Uchiha Han thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't necessary to go to extremes. However, if they were in the wild, he wouldn't hold back. Since you don't have any money now, let's go to your home and get the money for me, Uchiha Han said coldly. He thought to himself, if this girl is really Takariro, then money shouldn't be a concern. Even if she isn't Takariro, her sudden appearance here suggests her home shouldn't be too far away. If she escaped from the village hidden in the clouds, that would be even better, as it would be on the way. As for the girl's safety, Uchiha Han didn't consider it all. It's none of his business. The girl looked hesitant. Uchiha Han just watched her. After a long while, the room fell into silence. Finally, Uchiha Han could no longer endure it. Is it really that difficult to make money these days? You're the daughter of a former daimyo, right? Uchiha Han said. The girl trembled violently, her face filled with shock. How do you know? After hesitating for a long time, the girl finally nodded. Now, she could only choose to rely on Uchiha Han. Continuing to hide her identity was no longer meaningful. She could only hope that this would make Uchiha Han willing to help her. That's right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Takariro. The girl smiled bitterly and reached out her hand, which was as smooth as jade. Oh, Uchiha Han's attitude remained indifferent. Domu. Uchiha Han reached out and gave her hand a light shake before immediately letting go. This made it hard for Takariro not to feel that he really disliked her. How did you know my identity? I guessed. Uchiha Han replied, his tone somewhat cold, as he didn't want to reveal his identity now. Although many years have passed and he had carefully disguised himself, his unparalleled beauty could still easily attract attention. If this girl had a good memory and recognized him, it would be troublesome. However, this girl didn't seem particularly smart. Since you know my identity, I really can't pay your remuneration under the current circumstances, the girl said apologetically. She had money, but she couldn't return to the daimyo's mansion now. Is your money in the daimyo's mansion? Uchiha Han asked. Yes. Takariro nodded. After all, she was a princess, and her assets were much greater than those of ninjas. She could easily afford the remuneration for several S-rank missions. Even a small country like the Land of Hot Water was like this, let alone the 5 great countries. This is also why up to now, ninjas still serve the daimyo. Then let's go back to the daimyo's mansion and get my money. Huh? Takariro was stunned, shocked by Uchiha Han's words. Right now, the new daimyo had put a nationwide bounty on her and had hired many capable ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds. The current daimyo's mansion in the Land of Hot Water was a den of danger. Takariro had barely escaped from the daimyo's mansion. How could she possibly walk into a trap again? No way. Do you know how dangerous the daimyo's mansion is now? Takariro said. Dangerous? Are there shadow-level powerhouses stationed inside? Uchiha Han retorted. After all, the Land of Hot Water was just a small country and didn't have shadow-level powerhouses. Other ninja villages wouldn't easily mobilize their shadow-level powerhouses either. So, Uchiha Han estimated that there would be at most a few elite jonin. Anyway, he was just going to get the money, not to fight them. He would take the money and run. What was there to be afraid of? Don't worry, with me around, you'll definitely be safe, as long as you're willing to pay enough remuneration. Uchiha Han patted his chest and assured her. Really? Takariro asked suspiciously. Although Uchiha Han had just demonstrated extremely powerful strength, the daimyo's mansion had more than just a few jonin. There were also many chunin. With such strict defenses, could this kid really handle it? Of course. Uchiha Han knew did. Takariro lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. If you can guarantee my safety, then help me retrieve all my money, and I can pay a large sum of additional remuneration. Chapter 134. I'm worried you'll take advantage of me. Okay. Uchiha Han's eyes lit up immediately. However, you need to agree on a price in advance. Uchiha Han was cautious and wanted to set the price beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. You can't let your guard down with such a beautiful woman. All right. How much do you want? Takariro nodded. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and then slowly extended 5 fingers. He meant 500,000 ryo. This was already the remuneration for a relatively difficult A-rank mission. Uchiha Han thought that he should start with a high price. Otherwise, if the other party negotiated it down, he wouldn't make much profit. Takariro frowned slightly, thinking that 500,000 ryo might be a bit too much. Seeing Takariro frown, Uchiha Han thought he might have been a bit too greedy. He was ready for the other party to negotiate. However, at this moment, Takariro thought about it and realized that since the other party had saved her life, she could only rely on him now. Besides, if she could get back her little treasury, this amount of money wouldn't be much. After considering the pros and cons, Takariro finally nodded. Okay, adding the remuneration for saving me earlier, that totals 500,000 ryo. Uchiha Han raised his eyebrows, his pupils shaking. Wow, is this what it means to be wealthy? Although Uchiha Han knew that people from the daimyo's mansion were the richest, Takariro was only a princess from a small country. Yet she could be so generous. 500,000 ryo. Unimaginable. All right. Uchiha Han forced himself to remain calm and nodded repeatedly, fearing that Takariro would realize something. So when do you plan to act? Takariro asked. Well, how about this tonight? You draw a rough layout of the daimyo's mansion for me, and I'll make a plan. We can act tomorrow night. What do you think? Uchiha Han said. Sounds good. Takariro nodded. That night, Takariro drew a clear map of the entire daimyo's mansion. After all, she had lived there for so many years and remembered every corner clearly. Uchiha Han carefully examined the blueprint, which also marked some of the heavily guarded points. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Han roughly figured out a good action route. Uchiha Han yawned, realizing it was getting late and he was feeling a bit sleepy. All right, you could go book a room for yourself. Uchiha Han said, wanted to sleep. Huh? Takariro was taken aback. You know, I have no money right now, she said somewhat pitifully. Uchiha Han thought the same. But does that mean he had to pay for her? If Uchiha Han hadn't recognized her, he would probably have thought she was a scammer, just like those job seekers looking for part-time work. At first, They would tell you a bunch of benefits to dazzle you, and then ask you to pay some kind of deposit or introduction fee. No doubt, those are definitely scammers. Uchiha Han had been tricked in his previous life, losing over 200. He felt upset for more than a month at that time. How about, I just sleep here tonight? Takiri's pretty face was burning hot, red like the evening glow, with a certain charm. Adding to that, she unintentionally slid her bathrobe slightly down, revealing a few strands of skin as white as creamy fat, which made it even more tempting. However, Uchiha Han was only 10 years old. He was also feeling helpless. Ahem. Uchiha Han felt a bit embarrassed. This is a bit inappropriate, right? After all, there's a difference between men and women. Uchiha Han stammered. What's inappropriate about it? A little kid worrying about these things? Takiri couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Besides, I don't mind, so why should you? Takiri pouted. Although she said that, she actually felt quite shy inside. A few blushes unconsciously appeared on her face. No, I'm worried you might take advantage of me, Uchiha Han said lightly. You. Takiri was suddenly both shy and angry. She never thought Uchiha Han would think like this. What did he take her for? She was a princess, after all, raised with good education. Not to mention she was proficient in various arts. She certainly wasn't like those loose women from the streets. Although she had to admit that Uchiha Han was the cutest boy she had ever seen and had thought several times about pinching his face. That didn't mean she had any other thoughts about him. Besides, how old was Uchiha Han? How could a princess like her be so perverted? All right. Uchiha Han glanced at her impatiently, and then went outside to find the front desk, getting another blanket. However, Uchiha Han found it strange that the front desk looked at him with a somewhat odd expression. He originally thought that seeing the room in disarray would make the front desk a bit angry. But on the contrary, there was no anger in their eyes, but rather a strange glimmer. How to put it? Uchiha Han felt a bit like those perverts from his previous life, looking a hot-bodied beauty. What scared Uchiha Han the most was that when he left, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of drool at the corner of the front desk's mouth. Damn, why do I feel like there are too many perverts outside? Uchiha Han suddenly felt the need to protect himself, even if he was a boy. All right, behave tonight. Uchiha Han threw the blanket over and warned sternly. Then, he lay down to sleep. Takiri was both shy and angry, thinking that she had never been treated this way before. But there was nothing she could do. Under someone else's roof, she had to bow her head. Reluctantly, Takiri had to lie on the other side, tightly hugging the blanket, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The next day, Uchiha Han finished paying for the damage to the room and packed his things to come to the daimyo's residence. Of course, he also disguised Takiri. He smeared some mud on her face, making her look like a village woman at first glance. The loose clothes he specially changed into conveniently covered her exquisite figure, so she wouldn't attract attention. Hey, why didn't you dress up like me? Looking at Uchiha Han, who was dressed in a tight outfit with flowing hair, Takiri felt a surge of anger. Why did you have to look so ugly? Hey, they aren't capturing me, so why do I need a disguise? If you want to get your money back, listen to me and stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Han said coldly. You. Seeing this, Takiri could only stomp her feet angrily on the side. Soon, the two arrived at the daimyo's residence. Keep it up. I estimate that by the end of the month, it might reach 400,000 words. If the results are still not good, I might conduct a title test at the end of the month. Chapter 135, Orochimaru. Extra update, daimyo's residence. At this time, the sky was getting darker. The streets were becoming less crowded. Uchiha Han and Takiri squatted on the roof, just hiding their figures. Uchiha Han took a glance inside. The daimyo's residence was not particularly large. However, it was brightly lit inside, except for a small courtyard in the southwest corner, which was pitch black, and one could even feel a touch of desolate cold. However, outside the courtyard, there were two small teams strictly guarding it. This courtyard was Takiri's residence. The ninjas guarding outside were mostly Nin and Genin, with only two Jonin leading the teams. Uchiha Han felt delighted. With only two Jonin, it would be easy for him, who had summoned the Windhawk armor, to come and go freely. Simple, Uchiha Han said confidently. However, what made Uchiha Han a bit worried was that he had to bring Takiri inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find Takiri's little treasure vault. Takiri had previously been cautious and hid all her money in a particularly concealed place. Otherwise, it would have been taken by her brother long ago. She felt that just talking wouldn't help Uchiha Han find it. Moreover, she was also worried that if Uchiha Han found it, he would run away with the money, and then she would be at a huge loss. So when do we act? Takiri asked nervously. Let's go around to the southwest corner and look for a chance to sneak in, Uchiha Han said, and then the two quietly made their way to the southwest corner. They then climbed in. However, as soon as they entered, Uchiha Han suddenly felt an unusual sensation rising in his heart. He had a bad premonition. Strange. Uchiha Han shook his head, ignoring that inexplicable feeling. Daimyo's residence, main hall. At this moment, the newly appointed daimyo was hosting a banquet for a large group of guests. Some were nobles with considerable prestige from the land of soup, along with powerful ninjas. On the other side were several elite jonin from Cloud Hidden. This time, to secure the daimyo position, he had promised Cloud Hidden great benefits. Otherwise, several elite jonin and a bunch of nin wouldn't have come to the daimyo's residence. However, very close to the newly appointed daimyo, there was a table set up, but no one was sitting there. The Cloud Hidden ninjas looked at each other, glancing at the empty seat, feeling very curious, but also a bit angry. They had traveled all the way from Cloud Hidden, yet they were not received with the highest etiquette by this guy. Who was it that could sit so close to the daimyo, receiving more attention than them? After a while, a servant ran up to the daimyo from behind, bowed his head, and whispered a few words in the daimyo's ear. Immediately, the daimyo's face lit up with joy, and he stood up directly. The Cloud Hidden ninjas quickly looked over, only to see a pale-faced man with long hair walking out from behind. The daimyo greeted him warmly, inviting him to sit down. The other guests curiously observed and scrutinized the long-haired man. Who is this person? A relatively young jonin asked in a low voice. The elite jonin beside him narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the long-haired man. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. That guy seems to be the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. He swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. What? The others were immediately taken aback. Orochimaru, that was a well-known, powerful figure in the entire ninja world. During the Third Great Ninja War, he was indeed formidable, causing many to tremble in fear. How could this guy be here? They were baffled. With Orochimaru's strength and temperament, it didn't seem likely that he could be summoned by this new daimyo. There must be something wrong. The several Cloud ninjas immediately grew vigilant, but they tried to appear normal. Orochimaru-sama, the new daimyo said with a warm smile, raising his wine glass toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely nodded, not even looking directly at him. His face was expressionless, neither warm nor cold, making him seem a bit out of place in this setting. Those two guys, I would trouble Orochimaru-sama to take action against them. The new daimyo was not angered by this, and his enthusiasm did not wane. The two he mentioned were his elder brothers, who had also fled. The main issue was that both of his brothers had powerful ninjas protecting them. As he had just taken office, he needed his own guards, and the number of people he could send out was very limited. However, he was worried that if he didn't eliminate the threat completely, it might come back to haunt him. At that moment, he happened to encounter Orochimaru, and what Orochimaru needed was exactly what he could provide. I've already sent someone to pursue them, but don't forget your promise, Orochimaru said coldly, a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth, as if one could catch a glimpse of his long and agile tongue. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sama, I have already prepared the people and can send them to you at any time, the new daimyo said with a smile, then generously downed his drink. Seeing this, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced at the wine glasses on the table, his eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. At this moment, Uchiha Han and Takiri-ro were hiding outside a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, every side had guards, and there were sentinels at the four corners who could see each other. The guards were very strict. Uchiha Han was quite confused. Since Takiri-ro had already escaped, was it really necessary to make the courtyard so heavily guarded? Wasn't this a pure waste of human resources? With Uchiha Han's current strength, breaking in was indeed a bit unrealistic. It seemed he could only summon the Wind Eagle armor. Uchiha Han murmured. With a thought, an incredibly powerful energy instantly enveloped Uchiha Han. However, he could conceal his presence and was not detected by the guarding ninjas. So cool. Looking at the suddenly transformed Uchiha Han, Takiri-ro's eyes sparkled with little stars. Hold on to me, Uchiha Han said. Huh? Takiri-ro's face suddenly flushed. Even in the dark of night, a blush was clearly visible. Chapter 136. Orochimaru strikes again. Takiri-ro looked shy, but still wrapped her arms around Uchiha Han's neck. Although her touch felt only a fleeting chill, it still made Takiri-ro's heart race. Uchiha Han wrapped his right arm around her, then leaped, instantly disappearing from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In an instant, Uchiha Han had jumped into the courtyard with Takiri-ro in his arms. Strange. Why does it seem like the wind suddenly picked up? A middle-ranked guard murmured. At that moment, he felt a gust of wind that seemed to cut through his face, but it disappeared in an instant. Forget it. He yawned, his eyelids feeling heavy as if weighed down by stones. Once Uchiha Han and Takiri entered the courtyard, he set her down. Fortunately, there was no one in the courtyard, making it very convenient for them to search for things. Quick, go find it. Okay. The two of them tiptoed, afraid to make a sound and to stir the guards outside. They quietly entered the innermost room. That was Takiri's bedroom. Gently closing the door, Uchiha Han lit a small torch to illuminate the room. Fearing discovery, the flame was very dim. Takiri approached the bedside, lifted the mattress, revealing several wooden boards underneath. She then fitted the boards together. Click! A very faint mechanical sound echoed. Then, Takiri restored the bed to its original state, walked to the side, and gently stepped down with her right foot. Click! Another sound of mechanical gears followed. Takiri lifted her foot, and the floorboard slowly rose a few centimeters. She uncovered the floorboard, revealing a small box beneath it. This was Takiri's little treasure trove. What the heck? It's not like it's something shameful. Why hide it so cautiously? Uchiha Han thought to himself, feeling that only bad people like to hide things so carefully. I found it. Let's hurry up and leave. Uchiha Han urged. All right. With that, the two made their way to the door. Creak. However, just then, the room door suddenly opened. Oh no! Uchiha Han and Takiri were taken aback. Ah! The middle-ranked ninja who entered yawned, looking drowsy. He was so tired that he thought about sneaking in to find a place to take a nap, knowing that no one would come in. However, a faint glow of fire illuminated his sight. You, who are you? The middle-ranked ninja was instantly shocked, his drowsiness disappearing without a trace. Someone, just as he was about to shout to alert those outside, Uchiha Han instantly appeared behind him, striking him down with one palm, causing him to collapse to the ground. Quick, let's go. Uchiha Han grew a bit anxious, quickly pulling Takiri out of the room. However, the noise had already alerted those outside. Just as Uchiha Han and Takiri ran out of the room, the courtyard door was pushed open. A jonin entered. I thought I heard something? He murmured. Then in the next second, he saw Uchiha Han and Takiri. Intruders. There are intruders. He immediately shouted, drawing his sword from his waist. Another cloud ninja? Uchiha Han muttered impatiently upon seeing the forehead protector on the other's head. Soon, the ninjas around the courtyard rushed over, surrounding Uchiha Han and Takiri. That girl seems to be Princess Takiri. Indeed, it really is. Several sharp-eyed ninjas immediately recognized Takiri, their faces lighting up with joy. Takiri was wanted, and the bounty was quite substantial. A full 10 million ryo. One should know that outside, something worth that much money was usually a jonin, and it wasn't even the weaker kind. In contrast, Takiri was at most at the level of a chunin, making this bounty particularly easy to earn. Because of this, the cloud ninjas who were driven away by Uchiha Han yesterday did not disclose Takiri's whereabouts after returning. They planned to wait until they healed, find a few trustworthy people, and then pursue her together, splitting the bounty evenly. Otherwise, the more people who knew, the less bounty they would each get. Charged together. With that, everyone immediately rushed forward. Takiri's face turned pale, instinctively retreating behind Uchiha Han. At this moment, their eyes were filled with greed. In their view, the two little ghosts before them were just two large pieces of fat meat. Wind Eagle armor merged. After entering the room, Uchiha Han had removed his armor. Now, the Wind Eagle armor made its appearance once again. What the hell is this? The people who had rushed in suddenly stopped in their tracks, looking at the Wind Eagle armor on Uchiha Han with expressions of surprise and doubt. Uchiha Han did not hesitate and immediately summoned the Wind Eagle sword, preparing for a big fight. The main issue was that there were too many opponents, and he had to carry Takiri, this burden. He needed to find a breakthrough quickly. Otherwise, if the daimyo's mansion reacted and increased their manpower, it would be even more troublesome. After all, Uchiha Han had agreed to this mission, and if he abandoned Takiri at that point, it would somewhat lack professional ethics. Some missions Uchiha Han felt if they failed. There was no need to risk his life. However, some missions were different. If he abandoned Takiri this time, she would most likely not survive. Moreover, returning to the daimyo's mansion was his idea in the first place. If Uchiha Han left her behind, he wouldn't be able to get over that mental hurdle. Uchiha Han focused his mind, and the Wind Eagle sword immediately swung through the air. A high-pitched eagle cry echoed through the sky. In an instant, two powerful sword chi surged forth. Earth-style earth wall. The leading jonin immediately formed hand seals, casting a tall wall that quickly surrounded all of them. The opportunity had come. Let's go. Uchiha Han was overjoyed as he directly picked up Taki Lira and leaped out of the courtyard. That Jonin's ninjutsu had helped him immensely. Originally, Uchiha Han just wanted to create chaos and find a chance to escape. But that Jonin's earth wall had completely isolated all the ninjas from Uchiha Han and Taki Lira. Wasn't that a perfect assist? Huff, huff. Uchiha Han landed outside the daimyo's mansion and set Taki Lira down, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, Taki Lira looked excitedly at the small box in her arms. It contained her savings from the past decade. However, she suddenly noticed that Uchiha Han's body had completely stiffened. What's wrong? Following Uchiha Han's gaze, she saw a tall white figure standing ahead in the moonlight. His note, chapters 47 to 52 have been slightly modified. Many said the imperial armor lacked prestige, so it was changed to I am the Emperor of Light. What do the handsome guys think? Chapter 137. Taki Lira's deep emotions. What the hell? How is Orochimaru here? Indeed, the person in front was Orochimaru. Uchiha Han broke out in a cold sweat, nervously watching the figure not far away. Orochimaru's face remained pale, dressed in a somewhat thin white robe, looking rather emaciated. Interesting. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed, fixating on Uchiha Han. This armor looks somewhat similar to that little ghost's. Orochimaru murmured, curiously observing Uchiha Han. A small yellowish snake slithered out from his sleeve, its long body resembling a dry twig, hissing as it flicked its tongue. It was utterly chilling. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Uchiha Han, feeling somewhat at a loss, casually brought up a topic, attempting to divert Orochimaru's unwavering gaze. However, it seemed Orochimaru didn't care at all about what Uchiha Han said, still staring intently at him. Taki Lira instinctively shrank back, fearfully glancing at Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's outfit appeared elegant, for some reason, Taki Lira felt a chill run down her spine, making her hair stand on end. The moment she saw Orochimaru, she sensed he was not a good person. The moonlight tonight is indeed beautiful. Orochimaru surprisingly responded to Uchiha Han's casual remark. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Han throughout. Uchiha Han's entire body tensed up, holding his breath and focusing, not daring to be careless. Even if the people from the daimyo's mansion combined were less dangerous in Uchiha Han's mind than Orochimaru alone. However, I think there are even more beautiful things. Orochimaru licked his lips and said. That eerie voice clearly conveyed a sense of nearly insane excitement. Uchiha Han shivered all over. More beautiful things? He can't be talking about me, right? Uchiha Han thought to himself. Hadn't he summoned the armor? How did Orochimaru see his face? Then Uchiha Han realized that Orochimaru was likely referring to the Wind Eagle armor. Uchiha Han thought it made perfect sense. Orochimaru had always had a fascination with bloodline limits, especially the incredibly powerful Sharingan. Moreover, seeing the armor now, it was understandable that he couldn't resist temptation. However, this was somewhat dangerous for Uchiha Han. Orochimaru's mouth curled into a barely noticeable arc. It's a pity that the impure world reincarnation technique isn't perfected yet. But it's okay. I'll take it back first. That technique is almost ready. Orochimaru said ominously. Uchiha Han was shocked. Impure world reincarnation. In the original story, this was a technique Orochimaru developed in pursuit of immortality. By transferring his consciousness into another person's body, he could achieve eternal life. To develop this technique, Orochimaru conducted many human experiments, resulting in the deaths of numerous people. When he defected from Konoha, it was largely because these experiments were discovered by the third Hokage and others. To be honest, this technique is essentially a low-tier version of possession. Uchiha Han certainly wouldn't just surrender. Who would want to be possessed by someone else? Sorry, but I can't agree to that. Although Orochimaru was indeed powerful, Uchiha Han was not afraid. After all, this was just a clone. Even if Orochimaru captured him, he would only lose some of the Three Tails chakra. Besides, the energy from the Wind Eagle armor would return to the main body. With the remaining Three Tails chakra within Uchiha Han, he could still form 3 more clones. What was there to be afraid of? However, it was somewhat regrettable that this clone was carrying a lot of money. If the clone was gone, all that money would be lost as well. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Han turned to Taki Lira behind him and said, "You go first." Taki Lira was taken aback. Uchiha Han's words were unexpected to her. In her impression, this Domu had always been a cold and selfish guy. Now, facing a strong enemy, he actually told her to leave first? Instantly, Taki Lira felt deeply moved. But in reality, Uchiha Han was not worried about her safety. He was just concerned about his reward. As long as Taki Lira survived, even if his clone was gone, he could still find Taki Lira later and retrieve his reward. But what about you? Taki Lira began to worry about Uchiha Han's safety. If it had been before, she wouldn't have cared. But now, she felt a sense of concern and worry. You need to hurry. He's after me. Uchiha Han's tone became very impatient. Why has this woman suddenly become so talkative? However, Takaruro still hesitated, but deep down, she understood that leaving was the best choice. If she stayed, she would only become a burden to Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han lowered his head and whispered softly in Takururo's ear, "You take the good stuff and run towards Konoha. There, the minions of the Land of Water won't be able to reach you. I'll come back to find you later." Hearing Uchiha Han's words, for some reason, Takaruro felt a sense of relief in her heart. "Okay, I'll wait for you in Konoha. When the time comes, I'll double your reward," Takaruro said. Uchiha Han was pleasantly surprised to hear this. "All right, for that double reward, I will definitely come and find you," Uchiha Han smiled gently. Unfortunately, after transforming, Takaruro couldn't see Uchiha Han's face through the armor. Otherwise, just that one smile would likely make her fall for him instantly. However, Uchiha Han's unprecedented gentleness made Takaruro feel a warm current in her heart for some reason. Good. Takaruro nodded heavily, gazing affectionately at Uchiha Han. Finally, despite feeling a myriad of reluctance, Takaruro turned around and ran away quickly. Orochimaru stood nearby, gentlemanly not to disturb the two. After Takaruro left, Orochimaru's gaze became more greedy and reckless, the snake in his sleeve hissing and flicking its tongue, and a hint of sparkle seemed to flash at the corner of his mouth. It seemed unavoidable. Uchiha Han steeled himself. Strike first. Chapter 138. Orochi Additional Update. Strike first. Uchiha Han's figure immediately moved, leaping into the air. The Wind Eagle sword emitted a dazzling light, and then two incredibly sharp sword energies instantly shot out at high speed. Orochimaru sneered, his eerie voice sending chills down people's spines. Dozens of snakes emerged from under Orochimaru's feet, quickly spreading toward Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was also taken aback by the two sword energies. The fierce and imposing momentum made even Orochimaru feel a sense of gravity. This armor seems to be quite different from that little brat's. This sword energy is so terrifying that even the guys from the Land of Iron cannot compare. Orochimaru muttered. At the same time, he no longer held the previous underestimation and became much more cautious. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals. Triple summoning. The Gate of Hell. Bang bang bang. 3 gates with fierce faces and gaping mouths descended from the sky. The triple summoning gate, originating from the first Hokage's 5 gates of hell, was summoned as an absolute defensive barrier to absorb all attacks. The first gate bore the brunt of the attack, the second reduced the power of the attack, and the third diffused the attack pressure. With these 3 gates, the power of any attack reaching the user would be significantly reduced. It's known that summoning 1 gate requires a large amount of chakra, and Orochimaru surprisingly summoned 3 at once. Since the Konoha incident, only Orochimaru in the entire Konoha could perform this absolute defense technique. At that time, Orochimaru used this move to withstand Naruto's tailed BeastBomb. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 sword energies struck the first gate. The sword energy collided violently with the gate's fierce face, instantly creating sparks. 2 seconds later, the originally fierce expression on the first gate's face turned into one of pain and unwillingness. In an instant, the sword energy broke through and continued forward. However, the power of the sword energy was clearly weakened a lot. Next, the sword energy struck the second gate. The face on the second gate was obviously different from the first, but the expressions were similar, both incredibly fierce with gaping mouths. Like before, the second gate eventually fell. However, Uchiha Han's 2 sword energies, which were originally solid, became much weaker after being reduced by the second gate. The third gate of hell. The sword energy fell. The gate fell. At this point, the power of the sword energy had diminished to less than 1/10. Yet even so, this shocked Orochimaru greatly. The Gate of Hell is an absolute defense. Such a powerful technique couldn't withstand the opponent's sword energy. This means that the seemingly casual 2 sword energies from the opponent already had a power close to that of a tailed BeastBomb. Terrifying. Even the usually confident and calm Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit nervous at this moment. But because of this, he became even more excited. Such a powerful bloodline limit is just perfect for becoming my new vessel. Orochimaru nearly went mad with excitement, then immediately formed seals. A massive earthen wall instantly rose from beneath him. Bang! With a loud noise, the earthen wall instantly turned to dust. Uchiha Han frowned tightly. This sword energy had condensed a lot of his chakra. Its power was definitely not comparable to the usual sword energy. Being able to break through the defense of 3 gates of hell surprised Uchiha Han. However, Orochimaru's increasingly excited demeanor made Uchiha Han feel a chill in his heart. At that moment, Uchiha Han noticed the more than 10 poisonous snakes at his feet. The snakes were less than 10 centimeters away from Uchiha Han, jumping up with their gaping mouths open. Uchiha Han reacted quickly, immediately leaping and using the Wind Eagle Sword to slash out 2 arcs of sword light, directly cutting the dozen or so poisonous snakes in half. However, at that moment, Uchiha Han's brow suddenly raised. His heart tightened suddenly. Uchiha Han looked up and noticed in his peripheral vision that Orochimaru had somehow advanced to right in front of him. He extended his long, flexible tongue, wrapping around a sharp, fine sword. Orochimaru's right hand took the sword and thrust it straight at him. Danger! Orochimaru's speed was extremely fast. The dozen or so poisonous snakes released earlier had just attracted Uchiha Han's attention. Meanwhile, he used the dust from the shattered earthen wall as cover, leaving Uchiha Han unprepared. At such a short distance, and with such speed, Uchiha Han couldn't react in time. Bang! A crisp metallic collision sound. The sharp fine sword pierced directly into Uchiha Han's chest. Sparks flew everywhere. Orochimaru's pupils shook. His sword, after piercing Uchiha Han's armor, couldn't go in even a millimeter deeper. What? Orochimaru was filled with shock. Impossible, this is the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru quickly pushed back, his expression serious, staring intently at the spot he had just stabbed. He saw that Uchiha Han's armor remained smooth and shiny. The spot he had just stabbed didn't even have scratch. It left not a single mark, which was simply unbelievable. Orochimaru was extremely shocked, but simultaneously became even more excited. The stronger this armor is, the more thrilled he became. At this moment, in his eyes, Uchiha Han was like a piece of fat meat, making him drool. As long as he could capture this little brat in front of him and make him his new vessel, then this powerful armor, this powerful bloodline limit, would all belong to him. Orochimaru's eyes revealed no concealment of his greed and desire. Then, his neck twisted grotesquely. This level of distortion was something that no human could achieve. It was more like a snake, as if there were no bones in its body, so soft. I underestimated you, Orochimaru said coldly, and then the chakra within him became extremely violent. Uchiha Han furrowed his brows, clearly realizing that Orochimaru was about to unleash a big move. It couldn't be the Yamada no Orochi, right? Uchiha Han swallowed hard in fear. Yamada no Orochi is considered the most powerful monster in Japanese mythology. Although in the original story, it was beheaded by Itachi's Susanoo and eventually sealed. There was no doubt that Uchiha Han currently had no way to fight back against it. Damn, he must not be allowed to unleash it. Although Uchiha Han had prepared for the worst from the beginning, he was determined to fight with all his might, whether it was chakra or physical strength. Uchiha Han leaped into the air. The Wind Eagle Sword slashed twice, sending 2 massive waves of sword energy howling forward. Then, the Wind Eagle Sword transformed into the Wind Eagle Crossbow, shooting a dense barrage of light arrows. Chapter 139. The Serpent Array Facing the Howling Sword Energy. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. The triple Rashomon technique required a large amount of chakra, and he still wanted to perform other techniques, so he didn't want to expend too much. There was no choice. He bit his palm, and a drop of blood appeared in his palm. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a long blue snake appeared in front of Orochimaru. This is... Uchiha Han's pupils trembled. The blue snake was enormous, coiling up and towering several meters higher than the nearby wall. Thankfully, it wasn't the Yamada no Orochi. Uchiha Han let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru had signed a summoning contract with the Serpent Clan. Among them, the clan leader, Yamada, was his favorite summoning beast. However, due to Yamada's unruly nature and extraordinary strength, each time it appeared, Orochimaru had to prepare 100 living sacrifices. In the original manga, Yamada had a record of single-handedly battling both Gamabunta and the Slug Beast. Although it lost, its overwhelming strength was evident. This snake was much smaller than Yamada, probably less than 1/10 its size. This was considered good news for Uchiha Han. Lord Orochimaru. The blue snake was very respectful to Orochimaru. Then, it swung its tail fiercely, deflecting a considerable amount of sword energy and light arrows. However, a significant portion still struck its body. Its blue form immediately showed streaks of crimson blood. The blue snake's expression also became extremely pained. The serpent clan itself did not possess any particularly outstanding strengths. Unlike the toads of Miyaboka Mountain, which had various strange techniques, or the monkey clan, which also had some ninjutsu, the serpent clan primarily relied on its massive body, strength, and defense. The defense of the serpent clan, even when facing the monkey clan with their diamond skin, wouldn't be much weaker. However, even so, the blue snake was battered and bruised by Uchiha Han's sword energy and light arrows. This indicated that Uchiha Han's attacks had reached an incredibly formidable level. But Uchiha Han did not feel any joy from this. At this moment, Orochimaru's aura had reached its peak, and that terrifying, boundless pressure instantly filled the surroundings. Uchiha Han frowned tightly, an uncontrollable fear rising within him. This, feeling shouldn't be Yamada no Orochi right? Uchiha Han murmured. He felt that the aura from Orochimaru was filled with a chilling and sinister energy, which didn't quite resemble that of Yamada no Orochi. You can go back, Orochimaru said coldly, slowly opening his eyes, a cold glint shooting from them. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The blue snake lowered its head and spoke slowly. A warm feeling surged within it, causing its voice to tremble. It didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru would let it return after seeing it injured, showing such concern for it. It thought to itself before disappearing. If Uchiha Han knew what it was thinking, he would definitely mock it, saying, "So you're just a lapdog after all." Orochimaru's gaze was firmly fixed on Uchiha Han, and then he opened his mouth. Uchiha Han's pupils gradually widened. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide like a snake, to a degree that a normal person could not achieve. It was wide enough to swallow a whole live chicken. Hisses then, numerous snake heads emerged from his mouth, hissing as they slithered out and immediately fell to the ground, surrounding Uchiha Han from all sides. This is the Serpent Array. This was the ultimate technique of the ordinary S-rank Orochimaru. Damn it, after just a few exchanges, you're already going all out? You think I don't have any big moves? Uchiha Han felt very indignant. One after another, they just unleashed their ultimate techniques at will, while he himself had none. Envious. Uchiha Han could only say he was very envious. He felt that if he could unlock his ultimate technique and the ceiling of his armor's killing move, then even shadow-level strong opponents could be easily defeated. Even those super shadow-level experts, Uchiha Han would have no fear. With 5 pieces of armor, even if the compatibility was only 80%, he might already possess super shadow-level strength, which was only Uchiha Han's conservative estimate. But right now, Uchiha Han only had a 50% compatibility, and he didn't know when he would unlock the ceiling-killing move and a light shadow steed. Uchiha Han did not continue to think about it, as there was no time left. Poisonous snakes were crawling from all directions, and they moved extremely quickly, reaching Uchiha Han's feet in the blink of an eye. Moreover, these snakes had astonishing jumping ability, leaping several meters high, sealing off the space above Uchiha Han's head. His countless poisonous snakes instantly filled the space around Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han immediately swung the Wind Eagle sword, unleashing waves of sword energy. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the snakes were cut in half by the sword energy, blood splattering onto the ground. Even Uchiha Han's Wind Eagle was stained with blood. However, it seemed as if the snakes were endless. For every one he killed, another would come, and Uchiha Han was constantly surrounded by poisonous snakes. Damn it! Why are there so many snakes? Isn't Orochimaru afraid of them going extinct with all this summoning? Uchiha Han couldn't help but complain. Then, through the gaps between the snakes, he saw Orochimaru outside. The latter had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, an extremely eerie grin. It seemed that these snakes would never end. He had to take down Orochimaru to break this ninjutsu. Uchiha Han's heart tightened, and he immediately channeled all his chakra. The vast chakra within him quickly filled the Wind Eagle sword under his guidance. Slash! Uchiha Han shouted, and then 2 massive waves of sword energy surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, dozens of poisonous snakes in front of Uchiha Han were sliced down. A large gap appeared ahead. Uchiha Han immediately gripped his hands on his shoulders. Wind Eagle rings. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 piercing sounds of breaking the air resonated through the heavens and the earth. 2 blue light rings instantly shot out from Uchiha Han's shoulders, soaring towards Orochimaru like missiles. What is this? Orochimaru's heart trembled as he looked at the 2 blue rings charging towards him, sensing a powerful aura. The Wind Eagle rings spun rapidly, carrying a violent and fierce airflow. That terrifying cutting power was not inferior to those elite Nin skilled in wind manipulation. Even some shadows might not be able to withstand it. NS. Have everyone gone to school? It feels like the data has become more bleak these days. Crying, Chapter 140. Woodwind Eagle Orochimaru's pupils trembled. Looking at the two rapidly approaching rings of light, he genuinely didn't want to take them head on. However, there was no choice. The speed was too fast for him to dodge. Multiple snake hands. Orochimaru suddenly raised his right hand, and dozens of venomous snakes gathered together, forming two wooden planks to block in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed. In an instant, blood was splattered everywhere in front of Orochimaru. The more than 10 headless snakes that had extended from his sleeves were reduced to half their bodies. The two wind eagle rings then flew back to Uchiha Han's shoulder. What was strange was that the wind eagle rings were not stained with a single drop of blood. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sneer, and his gaze grew colder. The chakra within him also became quite chaotic. The 10,000 snake formation was thus interrupted. Uchiha Han continuously slashed down several sword energies, cutting down all the surrounding snakes. Huff, huff, huff. Uchiha Han gasped heavily. At this moment, the ground around him was littered with numerous snake corpses, most of which were cut in half at both ends. In a narrow alley, blood flowed like a river. There was not a single clean spot under Uchiha Han's feet. Looking at Orochimaru in front of him, the latter was also stained with quite a bit of blood, especially on his sleeves, which were still dripping blood. Headless snake bodies slowly fell from his sleeves onto the ground. Orochimaru gently brushed his sleeve, seemingly indifferent to the blood on him. I wonder what your bloodline limit is called? Orochimaru asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Han. Bloodline limit? Uchiha Han paused, then replied gravely, Armor. Armor? It was unexpectedly simple and straightforward. Orochimaru was taken aback. He didn't expect such a powerful bloodline limit to have such a simple name. Then, he extended his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth fiercely. What is your name? It seems there hasn't been anyone like you in the ninja world. Orochimaru continued to ask. My name? Uchiha Han thought for a moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up. Accompanying the wind that blew against Orochimaru's face was Uchiha Han's voice. Woodwind Eagle, Donmu. Uchiha Han stood tall, the bright and hazy moonlight pouring down, illuminating his majestic armor, making it shine brilliantly. The reflected light was extremely dazzling. Even Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Woodwind Eagle, Orochimaru muttered. At this moment, several children ran over from behind Orochimaru. They all looked to be around 6 years old. Lord Orochimaru. One little girl ran the fastest. What's wrong, Doyu? Orochimaru asked, his tone slightly displeased. He was busy at the moment. At this time, Doyu and the others came over, not only being unhelpful, but could also become a burden to him. If they affected his capture of this guy, named Donmu, it would be troublesome. Lord Orochimaru. Someone is looking for you, Doyu said. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's brows furrowed tightly. Who? Orochimaru asked. A man and a woman. They are wearing the same outfit, black with red clouds, and they look very strong. Xiangling sensed that they have very powerful chakra, even. Doyu hesitated to continue. Speak quickly. Orochimaru was becoming impatient, thinking that Doyu had become quite slow. He didn't like this. Xiangling said she didn't sense such terrifying chakra from you. What? Orochimaru's body shook instantly. Chakra more terrifying than his? A storm surged in his heart. It should be known that his current strength could be said to be at the top of the ninja world. Aside from Hokage, the old man from Iwabikure was somewhat troublesome, but he didn't take the other 3 Kage seriously. How could 2 individuals with chakra, even stronger than it suddenly appear? Orochimaru did not doubt Xiangling's words. Because of her Uzumaki lineage, Xiangling's sensing ability was extremely outstanding. Black with red clouds? A man and a woman? Beside him, Uchiha Han also heard Doyu's words. Isn't that the Akatsuki organization's clothing? Uchiha Han's heart began to race with excitement. If one were to talk about the most oppressive villain in Naruto, Pain would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Many believe that Pain's invasion was the pinnacle of Naruto. The Akatsuki organization, although they are villains, many people admire them. Are they coming for me? Orochimaru asked. He thought to himself, when did he provoke 2 mysterious strong individuals? Yes. Xiangling finally ran up, out of breath. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, they have been following us for half a day. Why didn't you say so earlier? Orochimaru glared coldly at her, his tone full of blame. I'm sorry. Xiangling quickly bowed 90 degrees. I wasn't too sure before, so I didn't say. Her voice trembled with fear. You. Orochimaru was instantly furious. However, he quickly calmed down. These few people had only recently been found by him and still needed to be trained well. Orochimaru looked again at Uchiha Han standing in front of him, various emotions flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru began to think. Although the armor in front of him was very tempting, his current body still had a long way to go before it could be replaced. No need to rush. However, the sudden appearance of these two mysterious, strong individuals made Orochimaru very worried. If the other party had murderous intent toward him, escaping with his perfect vessel would be extremely difficult. Should I? Forget it, Orochimaru thought. With his excellent intelligence-gathering ability, he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to find this guy later. Soon, Orochimaru made a decision in his heart. Forget it, let's go, Orochimaru said somewhat helplessly, then immediately leaped back with several people, quickly disappearing. Uchiha Han watched their disappearing figures and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a narrow escape. That man and woman should be Pain and Conan, right? Although Pain was indeed handsome, he wasn't as good as the handsome brother in his explosion suit. However, Uchiha Han was quite interested in Conan. It seems Orochimaru is about to drop from S rank to a rank. Uchiha Han muttered, then left. Chapter 141. Approaching the pigpen, to be honest, Uchiha Han had also considered whether to join the Akatsuki organization. In armor form, his strength was enough to join the Akatsuki. However, Obito was still watching in the shadows. Moreover, those guys in the Akatsuki were all extremely dangerous. If Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki and he joined as well, wouldn't that'd be like walking right into Orochimaru's hands? Who knows when Orochimaru might come at him with a snake hand from behind. It was simply too dangerous. He still had so much money on him. After thinking it over, Uchiha Han decided it was best not to get involved with the Akatsuki organization for the time being. Of course, in 2 years, Uchiha Han might consider it. As for now, he definitely needs to get Takiri-Ro back and claim the double reward. Thus, Uchiha Han immediately chased after the direction Takiri-Ro had escaped. Land of Fire, Konoha Village, Uchiha Ryuei's home, Pigpen. Two shadows crouched behind the wall. Looking around, Naruto, are you sure the Gaidanzo will come? Sasuke said, pinching his nose tightly with a disgusted expression. The air in the pigpen was filled with a foul, nauseating smell. He will definitely come. Naruto also pinched his nose tightly, but his face was full of anticipation and excitement. I heard from Brother Han that the Root members had already harmed Uncle Ryuei's old Sao before, so it must be them causing trouble these days. In recent days, the old Sao from the Uchiha Ryuei family had started making strange noises in the middle of the night again. Ryuei had been complaining to Fugaku about it frequently. Naruto and Sasuke happened to hear this, so they decided to investigate. But I heard my father say it might be because of breeding. Sasuke mumbled. Breeding? What is that? Naruto asked, as it was the first time he had heard that term. I don't know. Sasuke shook his head. Just when he wanted to ask Fugaku, he was ruthlessly interrupted. Naruto fell into deep thought, and after a while, he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I got it. According to what Brother Han said about the first law, everything unknown is related to Root, so this breeding must also be closely related to Root. Naruto said firmly. TCH. Sasuke scoffed. To him, Naruto had completely become Uchiha Han's #1 fan, unwaveringly believing everything Han said. Just because he let you play with the summoning device a few times, you believe Brother Han so much? What if he was just joking? Sasuke crossed his arms in front of his chest, getting angry just thinking about the summoning device. He hadn't even touched it yet. Oh, come on. Next time I get the summoning device, I'll definitely lend it to you. Naruto coaxed. TCH, how many times have you said that? Sasuke turned his head away, looking disbelieving. How many times? I haven't even touched it a few times myself. Naruto complained, thinking he hadn't done anything wrong. Naive. Do you really think Brother Han is that easy to deal with? You know, even my brother has said that Brother Han's strength is above his. With us, we probably couldn't even defeat him with one finger. Sasuke said, splashing cold water on Naruto. Really? Damn. It seems Brother Han is also a formidable opponent on my path to becoming Hokage. Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Hokage? Sasuke was slightly taken aback. Why did you suddenly want to become Hokage? None of your business. Naruto didn't want to tell Sasuke. This was a little secret in his heart. It all started when Uchiha Han tricked him into vandalizing his father's Hokage stone. It was a beautiful evening. Hey, Naruto, look. Do you think your dad's Hokage stone looks like him? Uchiha Han pointed to Minato's Hokage stone. Naruto looked carefully and shook his head in the end. Not at all. Dad is terrified of Mom at home. He never looks that serious. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Han chuckled mischievously and then pulled out a bucket of paint from who knows where. I think as the son of Hokage, you need to help your father correct the wrong Hokage stone. However, Naruto was not that easy to fool. The Hokage stone was an important symbol of Konoha village. He wouldn't. But just then, Uchiha Han pulled out the summoning device for the flame dragon armor. Naruto's gaze was instantly drawn to it. As long as you complete this great task and uphold the ninja's virtue, keeping secrets, I'll make an exception and let you play with this summoning device for a few days. Uchiha Han said in a very tempting voice. Naruto's heart was immediately moved. Okay. Therefore, Naruto immediately picked up the paint bucket and rushed towards the Hokage stone. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Uchiha Han stopped him. What is it, Brother Han? Naruto looked at him in confusion. I forgot to mention. Uchiha Han returned to his usual gentle smile. He settled down and gently rubbed Naruto's head. If in the future, this Hokage stone is engraved with your likeness, I will give you a summoning device. Uchiha Han said softly. Really? Naruto's body was instantly filled with joy and excitement. The twilight light fell, stretching the shadows of the two. A gentle breeze blew. At this moment, all that remained in Naruto's eyes was Uchiha Han's gentle, smiling face. Those tender words also lingered in his ears. As the breeze carried the sound away, they were deeply engraved in his heart. A spark of belief was quietly planted. Just as Naruto was fantasizing about the glorious moment of becoming Hokage in the future, Sasuke suddenly became alert. Someone's coming. Sasuke quickly pulled Naruto over and signaled him to be quiet. Naruto also came back to his senses. The two held their breath and quietly observed. They saw two figures looking around carefully, cautiously approaching the pig pen. The moonlight is really nice tonight. Naruto and Sasuke also took advantage of the moonlight to see the outfits of the two figures clearly. Both were wearing masks, dressed in black vests, and had black gloves on their hands. It was the first time Sasuke and Naruto had seen such a costume. But if Uchiha Han and Itachi were here, they would definitely be surprised, because this was the uniform of Root. In S, it was originally said that if 10 yuan was rewarded, there would be an additional update the next day, but actually only 2 or 3 days had 10 yuan. After thinking about it, I decided to just do 3 updates every day. I write this during breaks while practicing driving. In the afternoon and evening, I need to review, and the official exam starts on the 20th. I'm so anxious with my desk mate. 3 updates are already very hard. I really don't feel like I could do more. I hope everyone understands. Let's see if the data can warm up a bit before the end of the month, if it gets better after the 6th level exam. I'll try to add more. Chapter 142. I will definitely give a Huan explanation. Under Naruto and Sasuke's watch, the 2 Root ninjas quietly climbed into the pig pen. Be careful, one of the Root members said. Got it. The 2 tiptoed toward the sleeping old Sao. That Uchiha Ryuei is a strong man with a 3-tomo Sharingan. If he finds us, we're done for. Don't worry, last time they came, that old Sao kept making noise, and Uchiha Ryuei didn't come out, so it should be fine. I hope so, but it's really troublesome. Can't we find someone to buy this old Sao? Why do we have to take such a big risk to sneak it? Do you think we haven't tried to find someone to buy it? That old lady treats this old Sao like a treasure. She won't sell it no matter what. It's just a pig. What's so hard about selling it? I don't know. All right. Let's just hurry up and do it. Okay. Saying this, the 2 walked up to the old Sao, extending their wicked claws. Stop. At this moment, a somewhat childish voice suddenly rang out from behind. The 2 turned their heads to see a yellow-haired kid. Naruto couldn't help but jump out. He couldn't bear to watch the old Sao suffer at the hands of the 2. Naruto, you. Sasuke saw this and could only step forward. However, he felt that Naruto was a bit reckless. He shouldn't have jumped out so early. Uncle Ryuei, someone is trying to plot something against your old Sao. Sasuke immediately shouted towards the house. Instantly, the 2 Root ninjas were taken aback and hurriedly tried to escape. Naruto blocked them. Leave it to me. Naruto's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a very confident expression. Then he crossed his hands as a sign. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of Narutos filled the pig pen. What the hell? The 2 Root ninjas were shocked. They knew that even for them, being able to use 2 or 3 shadow clones at once was already the limit. How could this 3-year-old kid release so many? How much chakra does this kid have? However, they didn't have time to be shocked. The lights in the house had already turned on. Seeing this, the 2 became anxious and wanted to escape. If they got caught, it would be over. After all, Uchiha Ryuei had significant power in the guard team. He was Fugaku's right-hand man. If they got caught by him, things could escalate. They couldn't be caught. Absolutely not. This thought arose simultaneously in their minds. So, they immediately threw out several shurikens and kunai. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, Many of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared, but there were still many left. Because they were too close, they couldn't perform any jutsu, and they weren't good at taijutsu. In their panic, they were actually approached by Naruto's shadow clones. At the same time, Sasuke, not knowing when, had several threads in his hands, directly binding the two's bodies. This is bad. The two felt a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, dozens of shadow clones pinned them down. At this moment, the old Sao was also awakened, looking at the scene in front of her with a terrified expression, then letting out a heart-wrenching scream. What's going on? A groggy Ryuei came out, and upon seeing the situation in the pig pen, he was startled, fully awake. Ryuei, what is happening outside? At this moment, an old lady walked out from another room. She was Uchiha Ryuei's mother. My pig. She saw the old Sao curled up in a corner, trembling in fear, and became furious. Not knowing where she got a wooden stick from, she charged towards the pig pen. Mom, don't be impulsive. Ryuei quickly grabbed her. Calm down, calm down. I'll handle it. Uchiha Ryuei hurriedly reassured his mother. Uncle Ryuei, these two sneaky guys broke into the pig pen, trying to plot something against the old Sao. I stopped them. Hurry and take them to the guard team. Sasuke said quickly. Ryuei stepped forward, and then Naruto released the shadow clones pinning the two root ninjas. At the same time, Ryuei immediately sealed their chakra. Sasuke also used the previous threads to firmly bind them. Root? Ryuei naturally recognized the identity of the two. What? They are from Root? Both Naruto and Sasuke were greatly surprised, not expecting them to indeed be from Root. See, I told you, Brother Han's first law must be accurate. Naruto couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking he was indeed clever and quick-witted. If it were Sasuke, these two perverts might have continued to run free. I can't believe they really are from Root. Sasuke murmured, thinking that this so-called first law seemed to have some merit. Ryuei's face was extremely serious at this time, not paying attention to Naruto and Sasuke's words. He was filled with confusion. Root? Why would they sneak into my family's pig pen in the middle of the night? Ryuei thought about how his old Sao had been screaming in the middle of the night recently. He had thought it was because of breeding and had ignored it. It seemed. The people from Root couldn't be that perverted, could they? Ryuei felt a wave of disgust in his heart. What is your purpose for coming here? Ryuei questioned with a face full of disdain. The two Root ninjas turned their heads away, showing no intention of speaking. Ryuei didn't ask again. The ninjas from Root were known for being tight-lipped. It wouldn't make much sense to ask a few more times. Sasuke, Naruto, you two go to the guard team and call over a few people on duty. Okay. Sasuke and Naruto immediately ran toward the guard team. My poor child. At this moment, Ryuei's mother was kneeling beside the frightened old Sao with a face full of concern. Ryuei, you must give me an explanation for this. Ryuei's mother suddenly exploded, pointing angrily at Ryuei with a wooden stick. Mom, don't forget, it was all thanks to Ahua's mother that I was able to raise you this big. A few years ago, the clan's management wasn't good, and your salary in the guard team wasn't high either. It was all thanks to Ahua that you could start a family. You can't be ungrateful, Ryuei's mother said, getting emotional. Ahua and its mother were all raised by me with great effort. Everything you eat and use comes from its siblings and children. Now that it has suffered this kind of grievance, I feel heartbroken for it. Ryuei felt a bit guilty in his heart. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely give Ahua an explanation. Only then did Ryuei's mother calm down, squatting down to comfort the frightened Ahua. She gently murmured, It's okay. It's okay. After this litter, you can almost retire. Ns. Today I reached 300,000 words. Let us see if Tomato Daddy can give me some more volume. Chapter 143, Rinnegan Guard Team. Fugako hurried over at night. What is going on? Ryuei walked over with a very serious expression. They said nothing. However, Ryuei extended his hand, and in a plastic bag were 2 test tubes and a needle. This is... Fugako frowned, staring at the items in the bag, feeling an ominous premonition rising in his heart. After all, they are from Root, so I can't use torture, Ryuei said with some frustration. Fugako also had a worried expression. Ryuei was right. After all, they were members of Danzo's faction. If they mishandled it, it could lead to trouble. Forget it. You continue to interrogate them, but don't use torture. I'll go see the 4th Hokage early tomorrow morning to report this. After Orochimaru returned to the daimyo's residence, he helped the new daimyo deal with the other 2 potential threats. Xiangling said that the 2 mysterious strongmen had disappeared. Regarding this, Orochimaru thought for a long time and decided to return to the base first. With Xiangling around, some of his chronic ailments had also been resolved. Now, he had plenty of time to develop and learn ninjutsu. Also, he had to cultivate the several children he had found during this time. Each of them had exceptional talent. With careful training, they would definitely become a great asset in the future. In addition, Xiangling's special physique was worth studying, and there was another one. Orochimaru recalled the little kid he had locked up in the northern base. In that state of frenzy, he could unleash nearly 10 times his strength. At the same time, a special mark would appear on that little guy. Orochimaru referred to it as a cursed seal. I should go back and study it carefully, Orochimaru murmured. But first, I need to find a way to suppress that little guy's killing impulse. After confirming that the new daimyo had sent the experimental subject he requested to the base, he chose to leave. No matter how the new daimyo tried to persuade him, Orochimaru remained unmoved. However, not long after leaving the daimyo's residence, Xiangling sensed those two powerful auras again, and they were getting closer. What should we do, Lord Orochimaru? Xiangling asked anxiously. At this moment, Orochimaru also felt the two powerful auras behind him. One of them was especially strong, enough to shock even Orochimaru. You all go first, Orochimaru said. He had put a lot of effort into finding these kids and couldn't afford to lose them easily. Although he sensed that the two auras were terrifying, Orochimaru was very confident in his escape skills. In the entire ninja world, there were probably not many who could catch him. Lord Orochimaru. The others were anxious but felt deeply moved. They didn't expect that in such a critical moment, Orochimaru would let them leave first. They immediately felt even more respect and loyalty towards him. Hurry up, Orochimaru urged. He didn't like dawdling. Yes. They stopped their chatter and quickly continued to flee. Just a few steps after they left, two figures slowly emerged behind Orochimaru. One man and one woman. Their expressions were stern, without a hint of emotion. They were dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, giving off a cold aura. Who are you? Orochimaru asked warily, not daring to let his guard down. The young and beautiful woman seemed less threatening. Orochimaru sensed that her chakra was on a similar level to his own. But the man beside her, Orochimaru frowned, sensing a boundless ocean. This man was unfathomable. Orochimaru's heart tightened, realizing the situation was worse than he had thought. Who are you? Orochimaru asked again. This time, the stern-looking man stepped forward slowly. Akatsuki. Pain, he said, gazing deeply at Orochimaru. Akatsuki? Orochimaru frowned. This was the first time he had heard that name. However, he didn't have time to ponder it further, as his attention was firmly drawn to Pain's eyes. Those were the legendary Rinnegan? Orochimaru's heart surged with excitement. The Rinnegan was said to be the eyes of the sage of six paths. It was legendary, yet now Orochimaru was seeing it in person. A snakehead suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, hissing eagerly. Orochimaru extended his tongue, lightly licking his lips, his face filled with an insatiable greed. Pain just watched him, his expression still showing no sign of emotion. I wonder if you two have any urgent matters to discuss with me? Orochimaru said ominously, his eyes fixed on Pain's Rinnegan without moving. We invite you to join us, Pain said coldly. His icy tone did not sound like an invitation at all. However, Orochimaru paid no mind to it. Join Akatsuki? Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body suddenly lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Pain, his snake-like hand darting towards Pain's Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is mine. Orochimaru's face twisted with excitement. His long tongue whipped around him with tremendous force, saliva splattering everywhere. Yet Pain remained as still as a statue, showing no sign of fear. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a rush of pride. It seemed this guy was all talk and no action. He couldn't even react to my surprise attack. Orochimaru's contempt for Pain grew. At the same time, his pupils constricted as he looked at the Rinnegan, less than an inch from his snake hand, his heart racing with excitement. The Rinnegan, the legendary power. At this moment, Orochimaru's mind was no longer filled with the Sharingan or the armor. In his understanding, nothing could compare to the Rinnegan. Of course, that was because Orochimaru had yet to experience the might of the Emperor of Light directly. However, just as Orochimaru's snake hand was about to touch Pain, he slowly raised a hand, palm facing Orochimaru. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from Pain's body. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 144, putting on the clothes, turning S into a Shinra Tensei. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sending Orochimaru flying. Puffed. Orochimaru was knocked far away, spinning more than a dozen times in the air before barely stabilizing himself. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Orochimaru landed on the ground, slowly standing up, his expression extremely serious, still filled with greed and desire as he looked at Pain. However, this time he concealed all those emotions. He clearly felt that the energy he had just encountered was beyond his capacity to contend with. At least, he did not currently possess the ability to defeat pain. He kept pondering the details of what had just happened. That guy instantly repelled me, but it seemed he held back and didn't injure me. That power felt strange, like pure repulsion. The power of the Rinnegan. Waves of emotion surged within Orochimaru. Can we consider it now? Pain slowly lowered his raised hand, his expression still calm and unruffled. Even after sending Orochimaru flying, it seemed like just a trivial matter to him. Joining Akatsuki? What benefits would that bring me? Orochimaru retorted. Since the other party wanted to invite him, he figured he would be safe for the time being. We could provide you with relevant experimental materials. Additionally, you would only need to occasionally follow the missions assigned by the organization. Pain said slowly. Experimental materials? Huh. Orochimaru murmured. On one hand, he indeed needed experimental materials, otherwise he wouldn't have helped the daimyo of the Land of Soup. On the other hand, Orochimaru glanced longingly at Pain's Rinnegan. He instinctively licked his lips, still not willing to give up. At the very least, if he joined this so-called Akatsuki, there would still be opportunities in the future. After some thought, Orochimaru finally nodded. All right. Pain's expression remained unchanged. This struck Orochimaru as somewhat strange. Even the coldest person wouldn't be completely devoid of expression, would they? The man before Orochimaru gave him a feeling akin to that of a lifeless object. Welcome to the Akatsuki, Tendo. Pain nodded, then took out a set of Akatsuki clothing and a ring. Orochimaru took them, glanced at the ring which had the character for empty engraved on it. I'll give you a day to sort out your affairs. I'll come back to find you tomorrow. After saying this, Tendo, Pain, and Conan's figures vanished. Orochimaru looked at the clothes and the ring, lost in thought. Well, at least I have a powerful teammate for the time being, Orochimaru murmured. After all, he had become a rogue ninja and was being hunted by Konoha. Having an organization as a backing would allow him to develop for a while. With this in mind, Orochimaru put on the ring, which fit quite well, and then donned the coat, which was also a good fit. Thus, Orochimaru set off in the direction where Xiangling and the others had escaped. At this moment, Uchiha Han had not caught up to Takariro. Damn, how fast is this woman running? I can't even find her. Uchiha Han was quite speechless, wondering how fast Takariro was. He remembered that when he was looking for Bai, he found her in no time in such a large area. Although luck played a part in it. Forget it. Uchiha Han sighed. Although that woman had been somewhat annoying, she probably wasn't the type to run away without paying. The land of water borders the land of fire. So perhaps Takariro has already entered the land of fire. He would look for her when he returned to Konoha. Otherwise, if he chased into the land of fire and ran into someone he knew, it would be troublesome. Moreover, he would have to return to the land of lightning, which would be too much trouble. Therefore, Uchiha Han decided not to pursue any further and turned towards the direction of the land of frost. He hitchhiked on a merchant convoy and after half a day, finally entered the land of frost. After another half day, he finally reached the border of the land of lightning. The geographical environment of the land of lightning was very different from that of the land of fire. Many areas were crisscrossed with gorges, and the towering mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds, from which the faint sound of thunder could be heard. The inspections in the land of lightning were not as strict as those in the land of water. After a simple registration, the merchant convoy that Uchiha Han was in was allowed to enter. As per the usual practice, since he had hitched a ride, Uchiha Han left behind 200 ryo as fare and then headed alone towards Kumogakure. This time, Uchiha Han did not plan to enter as a ninja. It was mainly troublesome. He was still quite young, and wearing a forehead protector would draw attention. With his already stunningly handsome face, it would be too unsafe. So, all the way, Uchiha Han was thinking about what identity he could use. He needed to make full use of his advantages. Uchiha Han thought a good idea, and his eyes lit up. At the gates of Kumogakure, a tuning guard looked down at Uchiha Han and asked, "Hey kid, what are you doing in Kumogakure? Where's your guardian?" Uchiha Han gently raised his right hand, placing it near his mouth, making a gesture as if holding a microphone, while his other hand began to dance uncontrollably. "I've seen the meteor fall to the ground. Hey. I've seen the darkest desires. Hey. I've suffered from the piercing sword to my back. Hey. I've gone through countless trials. Hey. I've experienced sudden changes. Hey. I understand that life is a theater. Hey. Perhaps everything I've endured, hey, is for the moment I meet you. Hey." As the guards listened, their bodies unconsciously began to sway with the rhythm. "Kid, what are you doing?" Finally, one of the guards snapped back to reality first. "Can't you tell? I'm a rapper." Uchiha Han's style shifted to a hip-hop vibe. The others exchanged glances, and a certain dark figure appeared in their minds. "What are you doing in Kumogakure?" "Joe, I heard hip-hop is popular in Kumogakure." "Joe, I came specifically to help spread hip-hop culture, Uchiha Han said while dancing. The corners of the guard's eyes twitched. After a pause, the leader of the group helplessly covered his forehead. All right, let's get you registered. Uchiha Han was instantly overjoyed. Success. Chapter 145. Kakashi's infiltration in Konoha village. In the Hokage's office, Minato wore a troubled expression once more. Minato's eyes twitched continuously, unsure of what to say. Fugaku stood somewhat awkwardly in front of him. So, it shouldn't be something with a special preference, right? Minato asked. I don't think so. Fugaku shook his head. He then took out a transparent bag containing test tubes and needles. Fugaku handed it to Minato. Minato looked at it, lost in thought. Fugaku continued. I wonder if they might be conducting some kind of experiment? Experiment? Minato's body trembled slightly. It should be noted that the main reason Orochimaru defected was that he was discovered conducting human experiments. Since then, Konoha had implemented very strict management over various experiments. Are you suggesting that the root might be conducting some secret experiments? Minato frowned. Currently, all experiments in Konoha needed the Hokage's approval. Yet, Minato had not received any requests or plans from the root. With this in mind, Minato started to feel worried. Well, this is just my guess, Fugaku said. Although Fugaku said this, Minato still had a bad feeling in his heart. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed that Danzo had been behaving too calmly lately, which was not like his usual style, especially since Minato was gradually forcing him to relinquish power. Additionally, Orochimaru had once been part of the root and had done a lot for Danzo. It seemed that Danzo had a hand in the experiments Orochimaru conducted back then. Minato fell into deep thought while Fugaku quietly stood beside him, not disturbing him. After a while, Minato slowly raised his head again. All right, I'll send someone to bring those two over to the Umbu. I will get to the bottom of this matter. And as for Lu Wei's mother, I will give her a satisfactory answer. Fugaku nodded heavily, feeling a bit moved inside. He hadn't expected the fourth Hokage to care so much about Lu Wei's mother's feelings. With that, Fugaku stepped back. At the root, outside the laboratory, several root ninjas were anxiously pacing back and forth. Those two useless fools. They actually got caught by the guard team. One of them said angrily, "What should we do? Should we report this to Lord Danzo?" The others asked, equally anxious. Damn it. The leader clenched his fists. There's no choice. I'll go find Lord Danzo. You all don't make any moves for now. Also, pause the experiments and pack everything up. I'm worried they might come to investigate. After saying this, the person immediately ran towards Danzo's office. The others quickly moved into the laboratory. When Danzo learned of the situation, he immediately flew into a rage. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Tuanzong was filled with immense anger. It was bad enough that the experiment had made no progress, but now you all managed to create such a huge mess. What use do I have for you? The ninja reporting to him was still half kneeling, head bowed, not daring to raise it even a little. Tuanzong calmed down. There was no point in being angry now. He had to quickly think of a countermeasure. Pack those things up immediately. We absolutely cannot let anyone find out. Back up the relevant experimental data and hand it to me. Then clean up everything else. Tuanzong immediately gave the order. It had to be done quickly. He knew that Fugaku would most likely tell Minato about this. Given Minato's personality, he was probably already on high alert and might soon send someone to investigate him. But in reality, it wasn't immediate. At that moment, outside the root laboratory, a white-haired boy wearing a mask had appeared. Although he was dressed in root's attire, he looked noticeably cautious. He was Kakashi. Kakashi glanced around and then looked at the busy figures inside the laboratory. Kakashi straightened up, forced a calm demeanor, and walked in. Lord Tuanzong said to collect the relevant experimental data and then hand it over to him for safekeeping, Kakashi said. All right. A few people nodded, not thinking much of it. Since someone had gone to report to Lord Tuanzong earlier, it was perfectly reasonable for him to give this order. Kakashi quietly surveyed the area. The laboratory was filled with huge test tubes, each containing various liquids. Inside, small pieces of solid material were soaking. Kakashi wasn't sure what those things were. However, he still saw some things that shocked him. In one of the test tubes, there was a pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi suppressed his shock and anger, trying to appear normal. Now, he had to safely take this information out. Hurry up. Lord Tuanzong said that the Umbu might be coming soon, Kakashi urged. All right, we'll be done soon. The few people hurriedly gathered a stack of documents. And that pair of Sharingan. We need to take it as well. Kakashi pointed to the Sharingan soaking in the test tube. Upon hearing this, the few people immediately stopped what they were doing. All eyes suddenly turned to Kakashi. Kakashi's body stiffened instantly. Oh no, could it be that I exposed myself? Kakashi's mind immediately became tense. He regretted being too reckless earlier. The Sharingan was such an important thing, and Tuanzong must have special arrangements for it. What he did might have already raised their suspicions. Kakashi became alert, and the chakra within him quietly began to circulate, ready for battle at any moment. Can we wrap in cloth? One of the earlier people asked tentatively, as the previous containers had all been taken. Kakashi was taken aback, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a question of how to store the Sharingan. That's fine, Kakashi nodded. Soon, the few people handed over a large stack of organized documents and the wrapped Sharingan to Kakashi. In front of them, Kakashi stored these items in a special summoning scroll for keeping belongings. Then I will go hand it over to Lord Tuanzong, Kakashi said, and immediately left the laboratory. The few people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Tuanzong did not blame them. Yes, they nodded. All right, the data has been backed up. Let's burn the remaining files. After saying this, they proceeded to destroy all those source files and data. At this moment, the person who had gone to report to Tuanzong walked in. You all pretty quick, huh? He smiled, unexpectedly comforted by how swiftly these few acted. Not bad. However, where are the backed up data and files? Hand them over. Lord Tuanzong wants to keep them personally, he said. But the few who had just been dusting themselves off all froze in unison. Didn't someone just come to take them away? Chapter 146, Pursuit of Kakashi. Didn't someone just come to take them away? The few looked at each other in confusion. Someone has been here. The man suddenly felt a bad premonition. How could someone have come here in advance after he reported to Lord Tuanzong and received his direct order? This is bad. He immediately reacted. A bunch of fools. He quickly ran outside to chase. Captain. The others quickly realized the situation as well. Oh no, that one wasn't sent by Lord Tuanzong. They immediately followed him out. Soon, the entire route was mobilized, fully pursuing Kakashi. At this moment, Tuanzong also learned of the news. He walked out with a gloomy expression, leaning on his cane. Lord Tuanzong. Everyone quickly half-knelt, especially the few responsible for the laboratory. Their heads were bowed so low that they almost touched the ground. Tuanzong glanced coldly at them. A bunch of useless trash. His tone seemed less angry than before, and his face was stiff. But precisely because of this, he appeared even more terrifying. They knew that Lord Tuanzong had reached the peak of his anger. Suddenly, the few felt a surge of fear and dread, their bodies shaking involuntarily. We cannot let that guy escape from Route. We must catch him. Tuanzong stomped his cane hard on the ground, producing a few dull sounds. Yes, the densely packed Route ninjas responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire Route base. In an instant, the surrounding Route members rushed towards the main gate. At this moment, Kakashi had passed through multiple checkpoints and was only a few barriers away from the Route gate. Kakashi began to feel a bit nervous, but he understood that the closer he got to the final moment, the more he needed to relax his mindset and not be overly tense. If he became nervous and didn't adjust his mindset, it would be easy to reveal flaws. That would ruin everything. Kakashi took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked towards the front checkpoint, going out to carry out a mission. Kakashi took out a mission scroll from his waist to indicate. The two guards glanced at it and let him through without any suspicion. Kakashi nodded to the two and walked out. Stop him. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency came from behind. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and dashed out. What's going on? The two were momentarily stunned. However, seeing Kakashi suddenly rush out, they quickly reacted. Chase. The two immediately charged toward Kakashi. Stop him. They shouted to the guards at the front checkpoint. The guards at the two front checkpoints heard the call and rushed over to block Kakashi. Kakashi stopped. He was blocked in the front and back. He had been discovered. Damn it. So close. Kakashi began to feel anxious. If he got caught en route, it would be troublesome. He might not die, but he would definitely suffer. Hand over what you have. A member of the Route ninja stepped out, glaring fiercely at Kakashi. Kakashi kept looking around, increasingly surrounded by more and more people. This was getting a bit troublesome. Kakashi put away the scroll containing the data and Sharingan, then took out a kunai from his bag. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, everyone knew he wouldn't surrender voluntarily. They charged at him together. Suddenly, the surrounding Route ninjas rushed towards Kakashi. Feeling the mass of people coming at him, Kakashi's heart tightened. They had the numbers, and he needed to find a way to break through quickly, without hesitation. Kakashi quickly scanned his surroundings and immediately locked onto the direction of the Route's main gate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a faint blue light erupted from his hands. Streams of crackling electricity enveloped his hands. At the same time, under the mask, his crimson Sharingan began to spin quietly. Raikiri. In an instant, Kakashi's body moved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards the root ninja by the main gate. Lightning flashed. The terrifying power erupted instantly, shattering the armor of the dozen or so people standing closest. Their bodies were immediately sent flying. The once impenetrable wall of people suddenly had a huge gap. Not good. Stop him. A special Jounin shouted immediately. Upon hearing this, the others rushed towards the gap, attempting to close it. However, under the influence of the Sharingan, Kakashi's reaction speed far surpassed theirs. Wind release, wind explosive wave. A Jounin stepped forward, completing 5 hand seals in an instant. A massive wind bullet shot towards Kakashi. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from behind, Kakashi frowned. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi immediately turned and formed hand seals. And a wall of earth shaped like a dog's head suddenly protruded from the ground. It blocked the wind bullet filled with massive chakra. Boom! A loud sound reverberated throughout the root. The energy from the wind bullet exploded, shaking the roof above to the brink of collapse. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the roof came crashing down. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased. Perfect. Kakashi quickly stepped back, and the falling roof effectively separated him from the root ninjas inside. Thus, Kakashi immediately turned and ran. At this moment, the root ninjas inside looked at each other in confusion, especially the Jounin who had used the wind release. His eyelid began to twitch. It's over. It's over. It's over. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and panic. Just now, his wind explosive wave inadvertently helped the opponent escape. Now he was the one to blame. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this time, various severe punishment from the root flashed through his mind. No. Chapter 147. Minato's Decisiveness. The Encirclement of Danzo. Kakashi quickly arrived at the Hokage's office. At this time, Minato and Fugaku had been waiting here for a long time. Kakashi, how did it go? Minato asked. Minato-sensei. You see, Kakashi took out the summoning scroll and then revealed the experimental data and the wrapped Sharingan. This is their experimental data, which I obtained before they could destroy it. Minato took it and glanced at the top few pages. His expression changed instantly. This contains all the experimental data of Danzo's previous collaboration with Orochimaru. Further down, there were experiments conducted by Danzo privately. Most of them focused on researching Hashirama's cells. Damn it, I didn't expect Danzo to be conducting this experiment as well. Minato was extremely angry. Ever since Orochimaru's human experimentation was exposed, the third Hokage had completely banned related experiments in Konoha. I didn't expect Danzo to be doing this. However, Danzo was not as radical as Orochimaru. He first used animal cells as a carrier and had not yet reached the stage of human experimentation. Of course, Minato estimated that this was largely because Danzo had no one who could compare to Orochimaru, and his experimental progress could not keep up with Orochimaru's. Minato rubbed his forehead. This matter would probably need to be reported to the third Hokage in advance. Thus, Minato was about to speak to ask Kakashi to inform the third Hokage. However, at this moment, Kakashi handed over the wrapped Sharingan. What is this? Minato asked. Fugaku suddenly frowned, sensing a very faint but familiar aura from it. Kakashi paused, then looked at Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, please don't be too angry. After saying this, Kakashi slowly unfolded the cloth. What? Fugaku's pupil shook. What? Minato was equally shocked. Danzo. Minato slammed his fist on the table in anger. Beside him, Fugaku's expression gradually darkened. Because Shursui had already mentioned this, he had been mentally prepared. But seeing the scene with his own eyes, he was still filled with immense anger. Minato immediately searched through the pile of data and indeed found the experimental data on the Sharingan. This Danzo was secretly collecting Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Minato was immediately enraged. Damn it! Minato slammed the papers down on the table. Then, he looked at Fugaku beside him. I will definitely give you and the Uchiha clan an explanation for this. Minato placed his hand on Fugaku's shoulder, speaking firmly. Thank you, fourth Hokage. Fugaku replied. Then, Fugaku informed Minato about Shursue's situation as well. He didn't expect Danzo to be so lawless now. Minato's eyes also turned somewhat fierce. Although he had always had significant ideological conflicts with Danzo, he still respected the older generation of Danzo and his peers. Continuously diminishing their power and positions, Minato felt somewhat guilty in his heart. But now, Minato only regretted not being more decisive, not stripping Danzo of his power earlier, and not incorporating Root. If he had done so, this situation would not have arisen. Kakashi, Immediately mobilize all the Umbu members in the village and encircle Root, not allowing anyone to escape. Minato decisively ordered, no longer hesitating. Yes, Kakashi immediately ran out. Fourth Hokage. I will also go and bring some elite guards over. Fugaka said. All right. Minato did not refuse. After all, Danzo and Root had been entrenched in Konoha for a long time. Even with Minato and the entire Umbu, it would not be simple to completely take them down in a short time. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Danzo could no longer contain his anger at this moment. Looking at the numerous Root ninjas kneeling in front of him, Danzo was furious. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, he felt that everything he did was going wrong. Experiments had made no progress, and his personal connections had been rescued. Even trying to extract some pig cells had led to being caught by the guards. Now, such important data had been so easily deceived away. Who wouldn't be frustrated in his position? Danzo took a deep breath, calming his anger. He paced back and forth, feeling extremely anxious. Now those documents are likely on the Hokage's desk, and with those Sharingan eyes, Minato will definitely not hold back. That old man Sarutobi will surely not come forward to protect himself either. Danzo began to ponder. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any way to save himself. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. If Minato catches me, not to mention losing my power and status, I might even be imprisoned. The more Danzo thought about it, the colder his heart became. In the end, he made a decision. Danzo's expression became extremely dark. All of you, go to the entrance of the Root immediately. If anyone tries to force their way in, even if it costs you your life, you must hold them back. Remember, no matter who it is, you cannot let them in. After saying this, Danzo quickly jogged toward his office. Yes, everyone replied in unison. At this moment, Danzo suddenly turned around and glanced at the crowd, looking at the two somewhat small figures. Tori and Fu, you two come with me. Upon hearing this, the two turned and ran to Danzo's side. Soon, a large number of Umbu and guards gathered outside the Root entrance. The third Hokage was also notified and rushed to the scene. Minato, the third Hokage's face was filled with disbelief. After all, Danzo was his old teammate, and their bond was incredibly deep. Lord Third, look. Minato directly handed the documents to the third Hokage. The third Hokage reached out his hand and trembled as he flipped through them. In fact, he already knew the outcome, but was still unwilling to believe it. However, after just flipping through 2 or 3 pages, he stopped. I understand. The third Hokage said helplessly. His favorite disciple had defected because of this issue. He never expected this scene to play out again. This time, it was still his closest comrade. Minato stepped forward and addressed the Root members guarding the entrance. Danzo's actions are reprehensible and have seriously violated the village's regulations. I have dismissed Danzo from all his positions in the village, and now, the Root is no longer under Danzo's control, and you no longer have to follow his orders. Lay down your weapons, and I can be lenient. Minato's voice echoed throughout the entire Root entrance like it was amplified by a loudspeaker. Ines, why does it feel like there aren't many recommendations, even during the holidays? Chapter 148. Danzo's defection, lay down your weapons, and I can be lenient. Minato's voice echoed in the ears of every Root ninja. Although the Root could be said to be Danzo's personal guard, most of them had little contact with him. They merely obeyed orders and had some fear of him. Therefore, upon hearing Minato's words, those with lower strength began to entertain thoughts of surrender. After all, in their hearts, the village was the most important. I'm sorry, Lord Fourth. We were unaware. A Chunin stepped forward, dropping his sword. Seeing this, the Chunins behind him also laid down their weapons. They didn't want to go against the village. Minato smiled slightly at this. You all, take them away, Minato said. Then, some Umbu stepped forward to take those people away. Now, only a dozen or 20 Jonin and special Jonin remained at the Root entrance. They looked at each other, their hearts beginning to waver. Compared to others, they were more loyal to Danzo. But right now, Danzo had already done something harmful to the village. They had already stood on the opposite side of the village. What to do? For a moment, they were filled with hesitation. Don't resist stubbornly. Danzo is no longer worth following. Think of your loved ones. They wouldn't want you to become criminals of the village. Minato's words echoed in their ears once again. After struggling in their hearts, they ultimately chose to lay down their weapons. Only a few of Danzo's loyal subordinates remained. They were all Jonin, and some were even close to elite Jonin level. I'm sorry, Lord Fourth. We only follow Danzo's orders, they said coldly, glancing at their former companions who chose to surrender, feeling an immense sorrow in their hearts. Minato's gaze was deep as he stared at them. To be honest, Minato felt a bit of respect for them. It was rare to firmly hold onto one's beliefs in such a situation, even if they were indeed in the wrong. However, if Uchiha Han knew Minato's thoughts, he would probably roll his eyes. Being a lackey for the tiger is unacceptable. Take them down, Minato said lightly. Immediately, a group of Umbu charged forward. With the assistance of the guards, soon, those few stubborn root ninjas were subdued. However, they still had not seen Danzo, and Minato felt a bit worried. Are there any secret doors in the route? Minato asked the ones who had surrendered first. They shook their heads. These individuals didn't hold high positions within the route. And even if there were secret doors, it would be difficult for them to know due to their status. So Minato looked at the last few subdued individuals. Seeing this, they turned their heads away resolutely. Minato sighed helplessly at their firm attitude. Ibiki, you come and pry their mouths open. At this moment, a man with 2 long scars on his face stepped forward. He was Marino Ibiki. Although he was currently only a chunin, his ability to extract information was particularly strong, and he was specially recruited into the interrogation department of the Umbu by Minato. Moreover, Minato valued him highly and intended to train him. Then, Marino Ibiki took one of the guys aside. The others enter the route. The objective is to capture Danzo alive. If we encounter fierce resistance, a necessary moment, lethal force is permitted, Minato said coldly. Minato, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly trembled. Lethal force? Wouldn't that? However, Minato immediately interrupted him. Lord Third, you should understand, Konoha cannot allow another Orochimaru to appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. When Orochimaru defected, did he really escape so easily when Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the team to capture him? Even with Danzo assisting Orochimaru in secret, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had been a bit more ruthless at that time, he would have had the chance to kill Orochimaru. But looking at his most favored disciple, he couldn't bring himself to do it. In fact, he subconsciously hoped Orochimaru would defect and leave Konoha. However, as the 3rd Hokage, he couldn't face his inner desires. Now, the scene was so similar. Moreover, although Orochimaru had great talent and terrifying strength, his defection only made Konoha have one extremely dangerous S-rank rogue ninja. But Danzo was different. As a high-ranking member of Konoha during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, he could undoubtedly be considered Konoha's second-in-command. If he defected and joined an opposing force, he would possess various secrets of Konoha, which would cause great harm to the village. The threat posed was incalculable. Of course, this was just the thought process of Minato and the 3rd Hokage. At this moment, they still had not realized the terrifying aspects of Orochimaru. I understand. However, I still hope to persuade Danzo one more time. If he is willing to plead guilty, I hope to reduce his punishment for my sake. The 3rd Hokage said helplessly, his face seemingly adding several more wrinkles in an instant. He felt he had aged a bit more. He couldn't bear to sever the bond with Danzo so easily. All right, Minato eventually nodded. However, he understood, and he knew that the 3rd Hokage actually knew as well. Wanting Danzo to plead guilty? It was simply a fantasy. Minato was now worried that there was a secret door in the route, allowing Danzo to escape. Danzo was also well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the Konoha barrier. Escaping the village wouldn't be very difficult for him. Minato had also sent out a lot of people outside to step up patrols to prevent Danzo's escape. At this moment, Uchiha Han, Itachi, and Tens were patrolling in Konoha. They were temporarily dispatched by Minato. Danzo was likely to defect. Uchiha Han murmured, and they had learned about today's special situation. Itachi instinctively frowned. He was very worried that if Danzo really escaped, it would be a huge threat to Konoha, even greater than Orochimaru. After all, Danzo knew more classified information. Tens also had mixed feelings. After all, he was raised by Danzo. If he really encountered Danzo, he mustn't show mercy. Uchiha Han said solemnly. He always had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 149. Unlocking Flame Dragon Armor. Root. 4th Hokage. We have discovered a secret door. Danzo should have escaped from Root. An Umbu reported. Minato's expression suddenly became more serious. Immediately search the entire village, increase the barrier defense, and absolutely must not let Danzo escape from Konoha. Minato said sternly. Yes. The members of the Umbu and the guard team immediately sprang into action. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a chill in his heart. Now, Danzo's defection was almost a foregone conclusion. There was no chance of turning things around. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated again in his heart. He knew that once Danzo escaped, it would be a huge threat to Konoha and the Land of Fire. He had to stop him. But, thinking of those past scenes, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't make up his mind. Sigh. Danzo was right. I am indeed too indecisive. At this moment, Uchiha Han and the others slowly turned to a small grove on the edge of the village. Hankuin, why are we searching further and further away? This place is so far from Root. Danzo shouldn't come here, right? Itachi said. This grove was almost in the completely opposite direction from Root. At this moment, time was money for Danzo. He would definitely prioritize breaking through the barrier to leave the village. That was the most advantageous. The longer he stayed in the village, the higher the success rate of his escape would be. Uchiha Han's face stiffened for a moment. He came here just to take a nap, to slack off. He was not interested in catching Danzo. Moreover, Uchiha Han was also unsure if Danzo could use his Anaji now. If he could, then he really couldn't fight back. So, Uchiha Han thought it was more comfortable to slack off. Mainly, he had been too tired these past few nights. Don't get me wrong. It was because he had been beaten up in the virtual combat room. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2511. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 311. Taijutsu, 314. Jinjutsu, 281. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm. Great Breakthrough. This is not a technique, Nariku's technique. Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Thunder Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Unlock Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 54. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 22. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 6. Fortunately, the efforts of these past few days had not been in vain. Soon, the compatibility of the Flame Dragon Armor increased to 54. Although it was much slower than before, he had been stuck at 50 for a long time. During this time, he had increased by 4, which could be said to be rapid progress. Moreover, with a few more tries, he could raise the compatibility to 55. Uchiha Han estimated that by then, he might unlock something new. He was somewhat looking forward to it. So, Hankuin, what should we do next? Itachi asked. Uchiha Han found a comfortable spot to lie down, the dense leaves just blocking the sunlight overhead. Wait for the rabbit, Uchiha Han said lightly, then closed his eyes. Hankuin, are you slacking off? Itachi and Tens both leaned in close to Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han raised his index finger and gently placed it on his lips, making a shushing gesture. Don't say it out loud. Uchiha Han leisurely turned over. Itachi and Tens exchanged glances, somewhat helpless. So, the two of them sat down beside him. At this moment, Uchiha Han did not actually fall asleep. He still had one more chance to enter the virtual combat room. Originally, he intended to use it up early in the morning today, but before he could, he was called out. Just right, taking advantage of this gap. He would use his last chance. If he was lucky, he might just increase his compatibility by 1. So, Uchiha Han closed his eyes and directly entered the virtual combat room. At the beginning, the Flame Dragon Armor on the opposite side directly unleashed the Ceiling Slash. After so many days of battle, Uchiha Han had already learned to dodge it skillfully. Ceiling Slash, that terrifying blade light, which seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth, slashed directly toward Uchiha Han. Following his previous experience, Uchiha Han skillfully mobilized all his chakra. Finally, a slight breakthrough occurred in the surrounding spatial blockade. Uchiha Han's body instantly leaped several meters away like a startled rabbit. Boom! As usual, a massive shock wave spread out, and the scorching heat penetrated the armor, striking Uchiha Han's heart. However, after being roasted like this many times, Uchiha Han felt as if he was starting to become immune. Of course, it was just a feeling, or rather, a psychological self-comfort. That scorching sensation struck Uchiha Han's soul. But at this moment, Uchiha Han dared not show any signs of fatigue, because he knew that the upcoming attacks would be even harder to resist. All previous battles had ended here. Under Uchiha Han's gaze, the Flame Dragon Armor leaped into the air, standing over 10 meters high. In an instant, a dazzling light completely enveloped Uchiha Han's vision. The Flame Dragon steed shot out a beam of light with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening roar instantly reached Uchiha Han's ears, and the terrifying energy surged toward Uchiha Han's face. That beam of light not only had terrifying penetrating power, but also an extremely intense burning sensation. It was even comparable to the damage Uchiha Han had just sustained from the residual wave of the Ceiling Slash. However, this burning sensation was merely less than 1/10 of the full power of the beam. Having learned from so many previous failures, Uchiha Han had already infused all his chakra into the flame blade. Then, Uchiha Han immediately leaped forward and swung out, unleashing a massive blade of light toward the oncoming wave of light. Of course, Uchiha Han's blade of light was naturally not comparable to the ceiling slash. It probably didn't even reach 1% of its power. However, this was already the strongest attack Uchiha Han could muster. In the virtual battle room, he couldn't use any ninjutsu. The ability to mobilize chakra was already beyond his expectations. The blade of light clashed head-on with the light wave shot by the flame dragon horse. But it was only for a moment. The blade of light that Uchiha Han swung was instantly obliterated by the powerful shockwave. It didn't even reduce the power of that light wave by a fraction. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly filled Uchiha Han's vision. Then, he exited the virtual battle room. Congratulations, host. The compatibility with the Flame Dragon armor has surpassed 55%. Unlock Flame Dragon Horse. In S. After waiting for a long time, the Flame Dragon Horse has finally arrived. Chapter 150 Unexpected Encounter. Unlock Flame Dragon Horse. Uchiha Han's body jolted. He instantly sat up. What's wrong, Han-kun? Tenzu and Itachi looked at Uchiha Han in confusion and asked. It's nothing, just suddenly remembered something happy. Uchiha Han replied quietly. However, a storm of excitement was already surging in his heart. The Flame Dragon Horse. He had been eagerly waiting for it, and it had finally come. Although it didn't appear much in the Kamen Rider series, and didn't have particularly impressive performances in the context of the Kamen Rider universe. The Light Shadow Horse was also a form of armor beast. For example, in the movie, the Emperor Horse could transform into the Light Emperor Dragon after passing through the Light Shadow. The other 5 armors should also be able to do the same. Just right, it could fill the gap of Uchiha Han's summoned beast. In fact, Uchiha Han had considered various summoning beasts before, such as the 3 Great Sage races, the Monkey Demon Clan and Ninja Cats and Dogs, etc. But he felt they were not suitable. Summoning an armor and having another unrelated summoning beast beside him felt a bit out of place. However, armor beasts were different. They naturally complemented the armor the best. Moreover, unlike other summoning beasts, armor beasts were completely unfamiliar with the concept of armor, and it would require Uchiha Han to spend a lot of time to adapt. But armor beasts were very familiar with the armor. Uchiha Han even felt that with the armor beast, his understanding of the armor could reach a new level. Another point was that armor beasts could directly communicate with Uchiha Han. Among all summoning beasts, those who could speak human language were quite rare. Uchiha Han was now very excited and couldn't wait to summon the Flame Dragon Horse. However, he felt it was a bit strange to suddenly summon the Flame Dragon Horse now. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and looked at Tenzu beside him. Hey Tenzu, can you summon the toads now? Uchiha Han asked curiously. I can, but... Tenzu began to hesitate halfway through. But what? Uchiha Han asked. I can summon them. But they seem to be a bit busy lately, and I've been told not to summon them for the time being, Tenzu said awkwardly, scratching his head. Uchiha Han sighed helplessly. He had initially wanted to take the opportunity to let Tenzu demonstrate summoning, and he would summon the Flame Dragon Horse at the same time. That would have been very natural and smooth, without raising any suspicions. What could those toads be busy with? Uchiha Han found it a bit strange. In the original work, nothing happened in Mayaboka Mountain, right? Why have they gotten busy during this time? However, at that moment, a few extremely faint footsteps suddenly echoed not far ahead. Uchiha Han and the others immediately became alert, standing up abruptly, gripping a kunai tightly without realizing it. So it's you 3. A shadowy voice came, and Uchiha Han and the others focused their eyes. They saw a man in a trench coat walking out from the jungle. Half of the man's face was bandaged. Who else could it be but Danzo? Behind him were 2 young boys, looking about the same age as Uchiha Han and the others. It was none other than Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino. Danzo. Uchiha Han's heart sank, thinking he was a bit unlucky to run into Danzo. This old schemer was running in the opposite direction. With time, shouldn't he have already broken through the Konoha barrier? However, in reality, if that was the case, Danzo wouldn't have taken the long way around. Ever since Shursui was rescued by Uchiha Han and the others from the route, Danzo had felt a bit uneasy, so he had already made arrangements in several corners of Konoha in advance. The closer ones were all positions known to those in the route. Although Danzo believed those few trusted subordinates would not easily betray him, the Umbu interrogation department was not to be trifled with. To be safe, Danzo came here, where the barrier breach was personally created by him. Danzo let out a series of eerie, chilling laughs, his eyes darkly fixed on Uchiha Han and Itachi. Just in time, I haven't settled the score with you 2 yet. Today, I'll just take care of you. Whether it was due to the forced affection, Danzo now seemed a bit deranged. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. The current Danzo was even more dangerous. In the past, Danzo was still somewhat restrained. Otherwise, he could have recklessly killed them and sure sway in a route. Now that Danzo had defected, he was no longer bound by the village's constraints and had become even more bloodthirsty and terrifying. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo immediately formed hand seals with incredible speed. Even Uchiha Han felt ashamed. No wonder he was an old schemer who had been single for decades. Then, a terrifying stream of air surged toward Uchiha Han and the others. The rapidly spinning airflow carried an incredibly terrifying cutting force. Being grazed by it would result in blood splattering and flesh flying. Would release, would block wall. Tenzu shouted loudly. Wooden planks instantly rose from beneath the three of them, blocking them solidly. Boom! With a loud bang, Tenzu's wooden block wall shattered instantly. But Danzo's vacuum wave was also blocked. Danzo's shadowy gaze slowly shifted to Tenzu. Don't forget, you were raised by me. If it weren't for me, you would have long died in Orochimaru's lab. Danzo shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Lord Danzo, but I am also a Konoha ninja. You have betrayed the will of fire, Tenzu said firmly, showing no signs of being swayed by Danzo's words. Danzo was right, but after so many years of Uchiha Han's brainwashing, he had slowly come to understand that Danzo had only valued his wood release. But when he later found out that his wood release was quite average, he abandoned him. Therefore, Tenzu no longer felt much belonging to Danzo. Fine. I must have been blind, raising you this white-eyed wolf, Danzo said furiously. Hearing Danzo's words, Tenzu felt a bit hurt, but soon he no longer felt that way, because Danzo immediately released his terrifying killing intent. In the original work, Danzo was also close to taking the position of Hokage, so his strength goes without saying. Even without Izanagi, his strength is above that of elite Jonin. Torian, take off your gloves, let's go together, Danzo said coldly. The reason he called Torian was simply that he thought it would be faster, as his current situation was extremely urgent. Torian nodded and took off his gloves, revealing a pair of purple-black hands. Just one glance made it feel as if those hands were filled with deadly poison. Chapter 151. Summoning Technique, Dream Eater, be careful. Don't touch that guy, Uchiha Han said gravely. Torian's ability was terrifying. He housed nano-level poisonous insects within him, which were far more dangerous than the other poisonous insects of the Yamanaka clan. Once someone was infected by these insects, they would die due to cellular destruction. The mode of infection only required Torian to touch the person's skin. Moreover, the spread was incredibly fast, leaving no chance for treatment once infected. It was precisely because of his special ability that Danzo cultivated him as a personal bodyguard. Although Torian was still young now, his strength was certainly not as powerful as during the later reanimation, but his terrifying insects were still very dangerous. Uchiha Han felt a sense of worry. With Itachi and Ten's current strength, if they were infected, they would likely be in life-threatening danger. Thus, Uchiha Han immediately reminded them. Itachi and Ten's nodded, their gazes fixed firmly on Torian's hands. Although they didn't know what it was, just one look made them feel extremely vigilant. A thought arose in their minds. They absolutely couldn't let him touch them. Without hesitation, Uchiha Han immediately summoned the Flame Dragon Armor. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. Even though Torian's poisonous insects were nano-level, they definitely couldn't penetrate the Flame Dragon Armor, so Uchiha Han was worried about that. Therefore, for Uchiha Han, the biggest threat remained Danzo. You two coordinate and take care of those two brats. As for Uchiha Han, you probably have no way to deal with him. So I'll handle it myself, Danzo said. Thus, Torian and Yamanaka F immediately dashed out. You must be careful, and don't let that Yamanaka clan guy ambush you, Uchiha Han reminded with concern. Don't worry, Itachi and Ten's nodded. Then, Uchiha Han charged towards Danzo. In the current situation, it was definitely best for Uchiha Han to attract Danzo's full firepower alone. Although Torian and Yamanaka F might also be quite tricky, there was no better way. You little brats, I remember what happened last time. Danzo's expression immediately turned cold, and he quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, wind side jutsu. Instantly, Uchiha Han was bombarded from all directions by fierce gusts of wind, like sharp blades. Earth release, earth flow wall. Uchiha Han formed hand seals, and several tall earthen walls immediately surrounded him. After unlocking the Earth Tiger armor, Uchiha Han also possessed Earth Attribute Chakra, and as the most classic Earth release ninjutsu, he naturally learned it immediately. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds. Danzo was proficient in wind release, and this technique was naturally powerful. Uchiha Han's earthen walls were actually shattered directly by the wind release. Uchiha Han was greatly shocked. To be honest, Danzo didn't showcase any exceptionally strong combat power in the original work. The only highlight was his battle against Sasuke. But at that time, Danzo relied heavily on the Sharingan to constantly use Izanagi. As for his actual strength level, it was completely unrepresented. However, at this moment, Uchiha Han deeply felt that as a disciple of the second Hokage, a teammate of the third Hokage, a high-ranking member of Konoha, and the leader of Root, how could Danzo's strength be weak? Uchiha Han had underestimated him. Even if Danzo's strength had declined with age, it was still above that of elite Jonin. Of course, perhaps he had already slipped below the level of shadow. Uchiha Han leaped into the air, channeling all his chakra into the flame blade. The flame blade immediately emitted dazzling flames, as if it was burning fiercely. Slash! Two massive blades of light instantly whistled out, enveloped in roaring flames. The momentum was overwhelming, instilling fear in anyone who beheld it. Danzo was startled. Uchiha Han's blade of light shocked him. If he hadn't known in advance, he would have never imagined that this was something a 10-year-old child could unleash. Damn, such a genius. Yet I cannot use him. Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of regret and anger. Then, his expression turned extremely fierce, and his eyes filled with resentment. He now only had the option to defect from Konoha. A talent like Uchiha Han would only pose a threat to him as he grew, with no benefit at all. Thus, Danzo had long harbored murderous intentions. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo's chakra instantly condensed. A massive wind sphere shot out. Uchiha Han's pupils shook. This technique could be considered one of Danzo's more powerful wind releases. The fact that Danzo used this technique indicated that he had already developed a murderous intent. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Uchiha Han quickly took a deep breath to calm his heart. Perfect. It was also a good opportunity to test his own strength, he thought. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. In armor form, Uchiha Han's fire release was even more powerful. Chakra gathered directly on the surface of the armor, and in an instant, several fire dragons coiled around, glaring at the incoming vacuum great sphere. They surged forward instantly. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted. Uchiha Han's fire dragons and Danzo's vacuum great sphere completely canceled each other out. Damn it! I didn't expect this little brat to be so difficult. Danzo clutched his bandaged right arm. Damn, if it weren't for this arm not having adapted yet, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. For Danzo, being unable to inflict any substantial damage on Uchiha Han within 10 moves was already quite embarrassing. After all, Danzo had trained for many years. While Uchiha Han was only 10 years old, Danzo had also been a genius in his youth. Otherwise, he would have been accepted as a disciple by the second Hokage. However, compared to Uchiha Han, he felt inferior and far behind. I didn't expect to be pushed to this extent. Uchiha Han, I have to admit, your talent is something I've found hard to match over the years. With his pride, Godi, Danzo's face twisted. Then, blood suddenly appeared on his fingertips, which he pressed against the palm of his other hand. Summoning Technique. Dream Eater. Chapter 152. The Flame Dragon Steed shows its might summoning technique. Dream Eater, Danzo shouted, pressing his palm forward into the void. Instantly, a massive, elephant-like creature appeared before him. This was his summoning beast, Dream Eater. Uchiha Han instinctively swallowed hard. Looking at the colossal creature before him, a sense of panic inevitably arose in his heart. The dream demon resembled an elephant, its entire body a shade of yellow, with two enormous tusks exuding a terrifying aura. Perhaps due to Danzo's influence, there were several places on the dream demon wrapped in bandages. In the original work, Danzo had summoned the dream demon to fight against Sasuke. The dream demon's wind release, Great Typhoon, was so powerful that even Sasuke in his Susanoo form found it hard to escape. Its might was undoubtedly formidable. One must not underestimate it. Otherwise, it would certainly be oneself who suffers. Uchiha Han thought to himself, immediately retreating several dozen steps to maintain a safe distance. However, Danzo would not fail to anticipate Uchiha Han's thoughts. Dream Demon, suck him in. Upon receiving Danzo's command, the Dream Demon instantly opened its massive mouth. Boom! The sound of air currents roared throughout the small forest. In an instant, a small tornado formed, and Uchiha Han was strongly drawn toward it, as if countless hands in the Dream Demon's mouth were pulling him in. The powerful storm quickly engulfed Uchiha Han. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. However, just as Uchiha Han breathed out a fireball, The immense gust of wind instantly extinguished it. What the hell, this doesn't make sense. Why could Sasuke injure it with fire release? Uchiha Han was greatly puzzled, but the current situation was extremely urgent, leaving no time for Uchiha Han to contemplate where he fell short compared to Sasuke. There was no other choice. Uchiha Han thought to himself, seizing this opportunity to test the power of the flame dragon steed. Please don't let me down. Uchiha Han murmured. He then immediately twisted the button at his waist. At the same time, Uchiha Han also made the sign for the summoning technique. Summoning technique. Flame dragon steed. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared beside Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was slightly surprised. He remembered that the shadow steed seemed to come flying from the horizon. Did I remember it wrong? Uchiha Han murmured. What kind of summoning beast is this? Danzo's brows instantly furrowed. His gaze was fixed on the flame dragon steed. This little brat. Not only is this bloodline limit inexplicably powerful, but where did he also get this mysterious summoning beast? Danzo felt quite frustrated. He looked at the flame dragon steed and could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from it. The form of the flame dragon steed appeared quite strange to the people of this world. However, it matched perfectly with the armor. Thus, accepting Uchiha Han's possession of the armored bloodline limit, Danzo stopped overthinking. After all, in the vast ninja world, it was quite normal for some mysterious summoning beast to remain undiscovered. Even if he has a summoning beast, wanting to break my dream demon's ninjutsu is simply wishful thinking, just as Danzo confidently spoke halfway. His mouth suddenly fell wide open. What? How is this possible? He looked in disbelief at the scene before him. As soon as Uchiha Han summoned the flame dragon steed, it immediately emitted a powerful laser wave. With a boom, the massive laser shot straight into the dream demon's mouth. Ugh! The dream demon let out a cry of pain and immediately closed its mouth, halting its wind release. Great typhoon. Ugh! The dream demon rolled in agony for a few rounds. The surrounding trees were instantly crushed by its enormous body, sending dust flying. Dream demon. Danzo couldn't believe it. Watching his beloved summoning beast in such pain, feeling both shocked and anxious. Bang! The dream demon instantly transformed into a puff of smoke, its massive body disappearing into the woods. The dream demon, heavily injured, chose to cancel the summoning technique on its own. Damn it! Danzo clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to look at Uchiha Han. Now, even his summoning beast, the dream demon, was helpless, and Danzo's own body had not yet recovered. At this point, he began to panic. Damn it, I was careless this time. I didn't expect this little brat to be so tricky. Danzo regretted deeply. When Uchiha Han and Itachi had intruded into the route, it was such a great opportunity. If he had been ruthless back then, there wouldn't be so many troubles now. There was no way around it. If he continued to waste time like this, Minato and the others would soon come looking for him. Danzo was anxious. After all, he was still being pursued by the entire Konoha. Thus, Danzo immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Balls of wind shot towards Uchiha Han. Each of these wind balls contained terrifying energy filled with visible wind blades. Uchiha Han immediately swung the flame sword in his hand, slicing out several arcs of light to fend off the wind balls. Once Uchiha Han focused again, he saw that Danzo had taken the opportunity to dash into the woods. This old sneaky guy, running away when he can't win, huh? Uchiha Han gritted his teeth. Then, he smirked slightly, looking mockingly at Danzo's retreating figure. Now that I have the flame dragon steed, let us see where you can run. At the same time, Uchiha Han glanced at Itachi and Tenzin not far away. At this moment, Itachi had already subdued Oil Girl Torian with a Jinjutsu. Only the Mountain Man F was left. Since F had a strong sensory ability, he had been wary of Itachi's Jinjutsu from the start, so he had not been controlled. However, even so, facing the combined attacks of Itachi and Tenzu, he was quickly defeated after just a few exchanges. Alright, you guys take these two back to the 4th Hokage, but be careful not to touch that guy's skin. Uchiha Han specifically pointed at Oil Girl Torian, reminding Itachi and Tenzu. Han-kun, you're not planning to chase after Danzo, are you? Itachi asked with great concern. After all, Danzo was an old powerhouse, and it might be too dangerous. Itachi wanted to persuade Uchiha Han, believing that the best course of action now was to quickly notify the Umbu and the guard squad. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Uchiha Han still didn't dare to confirm whether Danzo had mastered his Izanagi. However, he felt somewhat unwilling to let Danzo escape just like that. This old sneaky guy had done so many despicable things secretly, he couldn't just let him go easily. So, Uchiha Han mounted the flame dragon steed, transforming into a fiery red light and charging forward. Tenzo looked at the red light trail and instinctively murmured, "So cool." Chapter 153, Izanagi, so cool. Tenzo murmured. Meanwhile, Itachi frowned. However, seeing Han Koen's summoning beast moving at such speed, he thought that even if he couldn't defeat Danzo, he could escape. Tenzu, let us go find the fourth and the others. Okay. Itachi and Tenzu carefully tied up Oil Girl Toryun and Mountain Man F. Of course, they paid special attention not to touch Toryun's skin. At this time, Uchiha Han quickly caught up with Danzo. Danzo had already broken through Konoha's barrier, just a few hundred meters away from the village. This thing, it can actually fly? Looking at Uchiha Han flying on the flame dragon steed, Danzo couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, Uchiha Han's figure landed right in front of Danzo, blocking his path. Master Danzo, why do you look so disheveled? Uchiha Han looked at Danzo's current state and felt a sense of satisfaction. Firstly, in the original story, Danzo was also a villain who would stop at nothing for the position of Hokage. He used the banner of protecting Konoha to keep Sarutobi Hiruzen at bay. Therefore, Uchiha Han had never had a good impression of Danzo. Furthermore, Danzo had once sent Tenzo to assassinate him, secretly collected the Uchiha clan Sharingan, imprisoned the water prison, and even had the audacity to extend his wicked hands towards the old sow of the Ryuei family. With the opportunity at hand, Uchiha Han would not let Danzo off easily. Initially, Uchiha Han thought he might not be Danzo's match. But now, with the Flame Dragon horse, he was no longer afraid of him. Moreover, it seemed that Danzo's right arm had some issues. Uchiha Han noticed that whenever Danzo made hand seals, his right hand seemed a bit sluggish. Compared to his left hand, it lacked coordination. Uchiha Han observed this detail keenly and concluded that Danzo must have already transplanted that arm. According to the original work, Danzo's arm, filled with Sharingan, was a gift from Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru had long defected, Danzo's current arm must be the transplanted Sharingan arm. As for the Sharingan on it, initially, it was not clearly pointed out in the Shippuden, and everyone thought Danzo collected them on the night of the Uchiha massacre. However, this was not the case. It was revealed in Boruto that Danzo's Sharingan all came from Orochimaru's test subject, In. Therefore, Danzo likely had already mastered would release and Izanagi. However, Danzo might not have fully adapted to it yet. In any case, with the Flame Dragon horse, if he wanted to escape, Danzo would not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, Danzo would not dare to pursue him. Thus, Uchiha Han was now completely unconcerned and was looking forward to having a fight with Danzo. Uchiha Han, I've already let you go once, and you dare to chase me. Danzo's tone remained strong and sinister. But Uchiha Han knew that this guy was definitely more flustered than he was. Danzo, you have committed countless evils. Today I, Uchiha Han, will act on behalf of heaven and bring you to justice. Uchiha Han shouted loudly, placing one hand on his waist and glaring at Danzo. Oof. Danzo snorted coldly. Acting on behalf of heaven, what an obvi little brat. Danzo's evaluation of Uchiha Han dropped slightly in his heart. However, even so, Danzo did not want to waste time with Uchiha Han here. What he needed to do most urgently was to escape from the Land of Fire. Back then, when Orochimaru defected, he had helped a lot in the shadows. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru have escaped the Land of Fire so easily? But now, he was on the same path, yet no one could help him. But now the problem arose. Uchiha Han's summoning beast was extremely fast and quickly caught up to him. There was simply no way to escape. Therefore, Danzo's expression turned sinister. Even if he did not want to get entangled with Uchiha Han, he had no choice but to kill him to escape. With that thought, a hint of resentment flashed in Danzo's eyes. Brat, you brought this upon yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo immediately formed hand seals. Would release. Tree root explosion. Uchiha Han's brows instantly furrowed. He sensed a powerful yet familiar aura. This is would release. Uchiha Han thought, as expected, Danzo had already transplanted that arm. Now he could use would release. Uchiha Han looked and saw Danzo's body suddenly appear in front of him. Then Danzo's right arm instantly swelled and roots burst out from the bandages. In less than a breath, it transformed into a giant tree. The giant tree's countless branches became soft and lunged towards Uchiha Han, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. A sense of terrifying crisis flashed through Uchiha Han's heart. If he got entangled by this tree, he might really be in danger. However, in his armored state, Uchiha Han's various metrics had already reached the level of a Kage. Since Danzo was still not able to skillfully use the abilities of this right arm, he was still a bit slower. Uchiha Han moved like a swallow, taking a quick step back, and his whole body immediately retreated dozens of meters, escaping the range of Danzo's technique. Boom! With a loud bang, when the branches of the giant tree converged, a violent explosion occurred. The spot where Danzo had just stood was now a nearly 10-meter deep crater. Fortunately, Uchiha Han had jumped far enough. Otherwise, he would have been caught in that explosion. A suicidal attack? Uchiha Han looked at this scene and thought of the attack methods he had seen in the news in his past life, those used by terrorists in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. However, Uchiha Han's brows furrowed again, because as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Danzo's body was actually unharmed and appeared in place. It should be known that Danzo was at the center of the explosion. Even the strongest ninja, after all, is still flesh and blood and would be blown to bits. Uchiha Han's eyes were fixed on Danzo. His expression was extremely grave, but under the armor, no one could see it. There was only one possibility. Uchiha Han took a deep breath and muttered, "Izanagi." Chapter 154. The third takes over Izanagi. Uchiha Han's gaze became even more serious. Then, Uchiha Han looked at Danzo's right arm. Because the previous use of wood release, tree root explosion had caused the bandages on his right arm to be completely destroyed. On it were a full 10 Sharingan. One of the Sharingan was closed. Each time Izanagi is used, it consumes the full ocular power of one Sharingan. Unexpectedly, this old schemer actually knows Izanagi. Uchiha Han felt a bit unfair in his heart. He, a genuine Uchiha, still did not know Izanagi, while this old schemer had already mastered it. After the third Hokage took control of the village, he gathered all the secret techniques and forbidden jutsu of the major clans of Konoha onto that sealing book. Uchiha Han estimated that Danzo might have learned Izanagi from there. Unexpectedly, you were able to dodge, Danzo said with some surprise. At the same time, he felt it was a great pity to waste a Sharingan in vain. It should be known that every pair of Sharingan is incredibly precious. 10 3-tomo Sharingan are not so easy to obtain. Although they were artificially copied, they still possess the abilities of 3-tomo Sharingan. Originally, Danzo wanted to transplant a 3-tomo Sharingan into his right eye. However, ever since he was controlled by Shurisue's Manjikyu Sharingan last time, he no longer wanted any 3-tomo. He wanted the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, the 3-tomo Sharingan he obtained earlier was placed in his laboratory. Now, Danzo regretted it a bit. If he had known, he should have swapped one out first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive now. Izanagi is indeed a heaven-defying divine technique, but he currently cannot even touch Uchiha Han. What use is it? Unexpectedly, I find myself helpless against a little brat. A wave of desolation rose in Danzo's heart. He never thought he would end up in such a pathetic state. At this moment, a hint of despair slowly emerged in Danzo's heart. He had already sensed the presence closing in behind him. There were at least a dozen people, and each of them was at least of special Jonin level. Even with Izanagi, it would be difficult for him to escape the encirclement, let alone this detestable little brat in front of him. Uchiha Han was delighted upon seeing this. Was Danzo planning to give up the struggle? However, Uchiha Han did not let his guard down. Yet the next second, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on Danzo's face. Unexpectedly, it was that old guy Sarutobi leading the team. Soon, a dozen figures appeared behind Danzo. Leading them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by several elite Umbu. However, there was no sign of Minato. The third Hokage? Uchiha Han felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. How could Minato and Fugaku not be present? What was going on? To be honest, with the earlier betrayal of Orochimaru as a precedent, Uchiha Han worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen, facing his old comrade, would never be able to act against his own. Han, leave this to me. You should go back first, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uchiha Han. Lord Third, I can stay and help, Uchiha Han replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. Immediately, a hint of displeasure flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, which Uchiha Han keenly noticed. All right. Uchiha Han nodded and had no choice but to leave on his fire dragon steed. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the fire dragon steed and looked at Uchiha Han's departing figure in shock. The other Umbu also looked up, curiously watching. It seems to be that brat's summoned beast, Danzo coldly remarked. Now that Uchiha Han had left, Danzo's expression became much steadier when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or rather, he felt much more relaxed. He had always been adept at handling this old friend. This is a perfect opportunity. Danzo, why are you doing these things? The experiments with the first Hokage cells and other human experiments I have long since prohibited, Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded. Hiruzen, you must understand that power is the root of everything. Only by possessing sufficient power can we better protect Konoha, Danzo said with righteous fervor, as if he had become a generous and just hero. Danzo, were you also secretly involved in Orochimaru's matter back then? The third Hokage questioned. At that time, he found it strange that although Orochimaru was his disciple, he had no real power in the village and could still conduct so many human experiments without his knowledge. He had been immersed in grief and did not think much of it. Now it seemed that Danzo was likely helping him in the shadows. That's right. Danzo nodded, directly admitting it. At this point, there was no need to lie. But Hiruzen, you must understand that everything I do is for Konoha. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately interrupted him. You keep saying it's for Konoha, but look at what you have done. Orochimaru defected, and you also betrayed us. And what about the Sharingan you secretly stole? Is this all for Konoha? However, Danzo merely sneered a few times. Hiruzen, don't forget that all these years, everything I have done has been for you. Otherwise, do you think your position as Hokage would be so glorious? Danzo retorted angrily, his tone showing no sign of retreat. However, he did not directly respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier question. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Danzo's point was indeed correct. The existence of Danzo and Root was to accomplish some tasks that he couldn't easily handle. If it weren't for Danzo's help, he wouldn't have managed Konoha so easily over the years. Go back, confess to Minato, and I will request him to be lenient. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softened. Go back. Hiruzen, you're still as Navi as before. Now Minato has taken control of the village, and with me and Root, he would love to take this opportunity to crush me. Rather than be like you, a leisurely old man, or even spend my life under surveillance, I might as well become a rogue ninja, Danzo retorted angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and after a while, slowly opened them. He took a deep breath. It seemed there was no point in continuing this conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out the adamantine staff of the Monkey King. On the other side, Minato and the Umbu were cleaning up Root's documents. Fourth Hokage. This is the list of spies Root sent to various countries. Minato took it and looked it over. Inside was a list of casualties marked in red. There was a long list of names. Yakushi Nanoyu Kabuto. Minato muttered. Unexpectedly, Root had placed so many spies in the 4 great countries. Fourth Hokage. I seem to have heard of this Yakushi Nanoyu, an Umbu said. This Yakushi Nanoyu was the head of the orphanage before. It is said that he served in Root and had a title, the Walking Priestess. Minato nodded, then asked, are all the names on this list confirmed casualties? The Umbu shook his head. No, some spies have been missing for a long time, and Root wouldn't spend so much effort investigating, so they would also be treated as casualties. The Umbu said, this information was obtained from Root members. Minato found the technique to remove the curse mark from the tongues of those Root members using the sealing technique, which allowed him to gather much information about Root. Organize this information, and, after Root is restructured, use some manpower to see if we can find any survivors. Minato handed the list to him. Then, he slowly looked in the direction where the third Hokage had gone. Just now, Itachi and Tenzu arrived to inform them. Sarutobi Hiruzen assured that he would bring Danzo back, allowing Minato to handle Root here, and then he chased after them. Although the third Hokage had practically issued a military order, Minato still felt worried. He always felt that it was somewhat unlikely that the third Hokage would bring Danzo back. Sigh. Minato sighed softly, unsure if his earlier decision was right or wrong. At this moment, in the land of lightning, in Kumobikure, Uchiha Han found a place to stay and began wandering around the streets. The purpose of Uchiha Han's trip was simple, robbing. However, Uchiha Han also had a moral bottom line. He wouldn't rob just anyone. First, Uchiha Han's targets were those who had killed many members of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. Secondly, those who held malicious intent towards Konoha. Finally, those who Uchiha Han found displeasing. For the first 2 categories, Uchiha Han, due to his usual laziness and lack of diligence in reviewing relevant information, had no specific targets. He could only focus on the last category of people. This was the reason why Uchiha Han was wandering outside. Walking down the street, someone as handsome as me is bound to attract most girls, right? With the personalities of those brutes from Yunin village, they would definitely not be able to help but develop hostility towards me. Uchiha Han thought that as long as the other party felt hostility towards him, he wouldn't feel guilty about taking action against them. However, the actual situation was quite different. Those women indeed glanced at him more than a few times, and some even boldly winked at him. But those men seemed to not care at all. Groups of men occasionally squeezed each other's muscular arms, their eyes filled with envy. Uchiha Han felt speechless. At the same time, he was quite disappointed. What should he do? Uchiha Han was a bit troubled. He couldn't just go looking for trouble, right? That would make him feel a little guilty. Just as he was thinking, Uchiha Han suddenly felt like he bumped into something. He looked up and saw a man with dark skin, a scar on his face, and wearing a white tank top, glaring fiercely at him. Sorry, I didn't see you just now, Uchiha Han apologized. He had indeed been distracted and not paying attention. Hey, this little brat looks quite cute. A woman standing behind the man said joyfully. Uchiha Han looked over. The woman was beautiful with straight, light brown hair braided down to her waist. Although the woman's expression was somewhat joyful, Uchiha Han still sensed a faint air of arrogance about her. TCH, what is the use of being cute? This little brat wouldn't be able to take a punch from me even if he ate for another 10 years. The man scoffed, immediately dismissing the woman's words. Uchiha Han rolled his eyes at this. However, the man just happened to see Uchiha Han's expression and became furious. You brat, what kind of expression is that? The man's eyes turned fierce as he stepped forward, intending to grab Uchiha Han by the collar. However, the woman quickly reacted and hurriedly pulled him back. Yuelu, what are you doing? The woman seemed a bit angry, her brows slightly furrowing. Yuelu. Uchiha Han noted this name down. Just when he was worried about not finding a target, he decided it would be you. However, Uchiha Han noticed a small problem. This guy's surname, Yue. The Yue clan is the most prominent family in Yunin. Unlike Konoha, where the strongest and the first are all self-proclaimed, the Yue clan is recognized as the #1 in Yunin. So far, all 4 generations of Reikage have come from the Yue clan. Moreover, the B who formed the AV combo with Reikage also comes from the Yue clan. Kurabi is also from the Yue clan. Therefore, sneaking into the Yue clan at night does carry some risks. That little brat's expression was really infuriating, Yuelu said angrily. But seeing the woman's slightly angry demeanor, his tone softened. Uchiha Han noticed that Yuelu seemed somewhat afraid of this woman. However, Uchiha Han sensed that both of their chakra levels seemed to only be at the special Jonin level, and the man's chakra presence was even stronger. It seemed that the woman's status should not be low. Uchiha Han thought to himself, Hey, uncle, how was he doing on purpose just now? Is it really necessary to get so angry? Uchiha Han asked, his bright eyes looking innocent. Who are you calling uncle? Yuelu became even angrier. He was only 23. How did he become an uncle? Is it just because I look more mature? Yuelu gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the woman beside him, he still didn't raise his clenched fist. Oomph. In the end, he let out a cold snort and walked past Uchiha Han. Little brother, next time try not to be so direct. The woman smiled gently at Uchiha Han before leaving with Yuelu. Uchiha Han locked onto Yuelu's presence and quietly concealed himself in the shadows. It was my first time accompanying my girlfriend shopping, and I can only say it was really exhausting. We agreed to shop for half a day, but in the end, we shopped for a whole day, and I didn't write a single word. Chapter 156. Do you like dango? In the afternoon, Uchiha Han returned with Itachi. Tobi's side was handled by the 3rd Hokage, and the root side was personally taken over by Minato and the Umbu. They didn't have much to do. However, on the way back, Uchiha Han ran into Izumi. Uchiha Han's home happened to be on the way from Izumi to Itachi's house. So, without thinking, Uchiha Han knew that Izumi was definitely going to find Itachi. Uchiha Han noticed that Izumi was holding a box, which he recognized as the packaging for dango. Hon-kun? Izumi, are you going to find Itachi? Izumi's face turned slightly red as she shyly nodded. Uchiha Han suddenly smiled mischievously. Han-kun. Izumi looked at Uchiha Han's inexplicable smile, her heart racing slightly. She felt that Uchiha Han was probably up to no good. Let me ask you something. Uchiha Han said, Do you like Itachi? Izumi's body trembled violently. Han-kun. You. Izumi's face turned bright red, like a blooming red rose. Han-kun, how did you know? Izumi did not continue to hesitate and admitted generously. Of course, anyone could see that only Itachi, that wooden block, pretends not to notice. Uchiha Han talked prudently. Oh, Han-kun seems to understand a lot. Huh? Of course. Uchiha Han confidently patted his chest. By the way, Han-kun, do you know that Mina, Naiko, and Kyuka like you? Uchiha Han was taken aback. The names Izumi mentioned were all girls from the Uchiha clan around their age. Uchiha Han had never interacted with them, so he had no idea that they liked him. I really don't know about that. Uchiha Han said awkwardly. Then why are you acting like you know everything? Izumi covered her mouth and giggled. TCH. Uchiha Han rolled his eyes. All right, you should think about how to confess to Itachi. Han-kun? What? What confession? Izumi suddenly lowered her head. Her face flushed again. Confession. The word had appeared in her mind many times, but she had never thought about actually doing it. Being pointed out by Uchiha Han, she naturally felt extremely shy. What are you shy about? Uchiha Han gently patted her shoulder. In a Naruto world, most people mature early. At their age, many are already dating. Of course, it's a very innocent kind of love. For example, Asuma pursued Kurinai even before graduation. After graduation, under his father's arrangements, they were placed in the same team, which ultimately allowed Asuma to successfully pursue Kurinai. However, unfortunately, Asuma is still working as a bodyguard in the Fire Country's daimyo residence. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to be with Itachi? Uchiha Han asked seriously, his expression solemn. Izumi looked into Uchiha Han's eyes and then nodded heavily. She dreams of being with Itachi all the time. Isn't that it? Go confess your feelings. You know how popular Itachi is in the clan? Second only to me. If you wait any longer, you might be taken by another girl, Uchiha Han said. Upon hearing Uchiha Han's words, Izumi's heart tightened. Images of Itachi embracing other girls affectionately unconsciously flashed through her mind. No, no, no. Izumi quickly shook her head. She couldn't accept seeing Itachi with another girl. Han-kun, what should I do? Izumi asked pitifully. Uchiha Han smiled faintly. Isn't it simple? Just confess. Izumi's face turned red again. But if I confess like this, will Itachi agree? Besides, I don't even know if he likes me. Izumi said anxiously. If Itachi rejects me, I won't be able to visit him as often as I do now, and it would be awkward when we meet. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and suddenly noticed the three-colored dumpling in Izumi's hand. He got an idea. Uchiha Han quietly leaned towards Izumi's ear. You should say this. Izumi arrived at Itachi's house. Today, Fugaku was still dealing with the aftermath of Danzo's defection in the guard team. Makoto was working at the Konoha hospital. Sasuke. Well, he didn't know where he and Naruto were off fighting again. So it was just right. Izumi and Itachi sat in the yard together. Izumi, do you have a fever? Itachi looked at Izumi's face, unable to help but asked with some concern. No. Izumi, who was still lost in thought, suddenly came to her senses. She kept recalling what Uchiha Han had said earlier. Her cheeks were flushed and hot. Then why is your face so red? Itachi gently stuffed a three-colored dumpling into his mouth and asked again. It's nothing. Maybe it's just a bit hot today. Izumi smiled awkwardly and quickly took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. All right. Itachi didn't ask any further, but he still found it a bit strange. It was clearly so cool today. He felt that Izumi seemed a bit odd today. However, since she didn't seem inclined to say anything, he wouldn't press her. Itachi leaned back on his hands, slightly reclining, and closed his eyes to feel the cool breeze coming his way. The gentle wind brushed against his face, lifting his hair softly. The few strands of hair in front danced in the wind, occasionally brushing against his prominent nose. Izumi's gaze was instantly drawn to him. At that moment, Uchiha Han's words echoed in her ears once more. Her eyes were fixed on Itachi. At this time, Itachi picked up another dumpling and gently placed it in his mouth. Looking at the three-colored dumpling, Izumi took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Go for it. If it doesn't work out, I'll give Han-kun a good scolding when I get back. At worst, I'll just be a bit thick-skinned. She thought to herself. If she got rejected, she could just be thick-skinned, and as long as she didn't show any awkwardness, Itachi probably wouldn't reject her. Finally, she made up her mind and gently leaned towards Itachi. What's wrong? Itachi looked at Izumi, who suddenly leaned closer, slightly taken aback. The dumpling he was chewing also stopped. Itachi, do you like three-color dumplings? I do. Then do you like me? Chapter 157. Kind Uchiha Han ni-san. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. As soon as the words were spoken, Sasuke pushed open the door and ran in. He happened to see Izumi and Itachi gazing at each other. Instantly, he felt something was off. Sasuke, you're back? Itachi quickly stood up, his expression slightly panicked. Ni-san, what are you two doing? Sasuke's eyes became somewhat complicated, scanning Itachi and then glaring suspiciously at Izumi. He had never liked Izumi. Even though she was always nice to him, Sasuke felt that this woman had ulterior motives. No, we weren't doing anything. Izumi immediately stood up and waved her hands. But with her guilty expression, how could Sasuke not see through it? All right, Sasuke, let's go make dinner. Itachi quickly pulled Sasuke into the room, feeling extremely awkward even though he was usually calm. Then Itachi, I'll head back first. Izumi lowered her head in disappointment, placed the remaining three-colored dumplings on the table, and fled. She knew that today a situation probably wouldn't yield any results. But at least Itachi hadn't explicitly rejected her. Still, she felt very upset. Itachi watched the door, looking at Izumi's quickly fleeing figure. His eyes filled with emotion. He didn't know what he was thinking. Ni-san. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve forcefully, looking somewhat angry. Itachi finally came back to his senses and quickly went to the kitchen with Sasuke. However, Itachi secretly and carefully put away the box of 3-colored dumplings from the table. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Night fell. Uchiha Han changed into a night suit and quietly infiltrated the territory of the Yazuki clan. In the afternoon, he followed Yazuki-Ru to find his residence. The rest of the time, he gathered information about the Yazuki clan. The 4th Raikage A and Killer B generally wouldn't return to the clan's territory. This was great news for Uchiha Han. The entire Yazuki clan likely only had a few elite Jonin-level strong individuals. At most, their clan leader could barely reach the level of Kage. If it was just this kind of configuration, Uchiha Han could easily come and go as he pleased. However, he still had to be cautious. Like most ninjas, at this time, everyone had finished dinner and was gradually preparing to rest. Outside, only a few patrol teams remained. Uchiha Han easily reached the rooftop of Yazuki-Ru's house. Uchiha Han, chuckled softly and then summoned the Wind Eagle armor. Inside the house, Yazuki-Ru finished tidying up and was about to go to bed. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing across his face. Strange. Yazuki-Ru walked to the window and looked closely. The window was clearly closed. Where did the wind come from? Yazuki-Ru mumbled in confusion, shaking his head and turning back, intending to go to bed. However, at the moment he turned around, he found someone sitting on his bed. The yellow light cast over the person's body, reflecting a dazzling glow. The blue and white armor was vividly reflected in Yazuki-Ru's pupils. Who are you? He immediately became alert, gripping a kunai tightly in his hand. Don't worry. I mean no harm. Uchiha Han said softly. I just want to borrow some money. Hearing this, Yazuki-Ru was instantly filled with rage. Damn! How dare you ask for money from your grandfather? Yazuki-Ru felt deeply insulted, and his anger surged. I am a legitimate special jonin. You have the wrong person. Yazuki-Ru shouted, then tightened his grip on the kunai and charged forward, his powerful chakra immediately radiating out. However, with his level of chakra, it was nothing but a drizzle for Uchiha Han. With a thought, Uchiha Han's figure instantly vanished from bed. Night Moon Lu was left grasping at air. Zulfust. Night Moon Lu was shocked. He never expected this suddenly appearing guy to be so quick. After all, he specialized in lightning release and came from the Night Moon clan, practicing the secret techniques of lightning since childhood. Although he was far from reaching the level of Raikage, he was still much faster than other ninjas of the same rank. This meant that the mysterious person in armor before him was at least at the level of 8J Nin in terms of speed, and not just an ordinary J Nin. Oh no! Night Moon Lu began to regret his earlier carelessness. He should have called for help immediately. Sure enough, the next second, Night Moon Lu felt a tremendous force at the back of his neck. Then his vision went black, and he fainted, watching Night Moon Lu's limp body. Uchiha Han couldn't help but curl his lips. Oof, weren't you so arrogant before? If I had known you were this weak, I wouldn't have summoned any armor. Uchiha Han. However, summoning the armor was still better. At least it helped him avoid suspicion. He was only here to make a little money, and he didn't want to harm anyone's life unnecessarily. So, Uchiha Han carefully searched Night Moon Lu's body and then scoured the room, finding a total of 4 million Ryo. An especially high-ranking J Nin actually had so much money. Uchiha Han. In fact, this money wasn't that much, considering it was most of Night Moon Lu's savings. But for Uchiha Han, to get so much loot in one night made him grin from ear to ear. This is a fast way to make money. What era is this, and who still does traditional missions to earn money? Uchiha Han cheerfully counted the money, then glanced at the unconscious Night Moon Lu lying on the floor. Sigh, it's a bit embarrassing to take so much money from you. Uchiha Han said, as he immediately stuffed all the money into his bag. Who told me to be such a good person? Uchiha Han. Then picked up Night Moon Lu and tossed him onto the bed, throwing the blanket over his face. This should prevent him from catching a cold. No need to thank me too much. Uchiha Han. Then he opened the window, leaped out, and vanished into the night. Midnight. Ashu. Night Moon Lu suddenly sneezed and woke up from his unconsciousness. Hiss, it's so cold. He instinctively curled up. Then, he glanced at the window. He saw that both windows were wide open, and the cold wind was blowing in continuously. Chapter 158. Reviving hip-hop culture, it's our duty. The next day, Uchiha Han continued to look for targets in the streets. Wandering around, he saw someone handing out flyers in front of him. Uchiha Han approached to take a closer look. The person was quite tall, with dark skin, wearing small sunglasses, and surprisingly carried 7 swords on him. Uchiha Han observed closely and noticed that there was an iron character on his right shoulder and a strange pattern resembling horns on his left cheek. Uchiha Han immediately recognized this person's identity. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Yo, this stylish little brother. I see your fashion is on point. Are you interested in coming to my concert? Killer Bee approached Uchiha Han with a rap tone, handing him a ticket. Yo, the incredibly handsome Killer Bee's debut concert. Tickets are only 1,000 Ryo. Uchiha Han was taken aback. 1,000 Ryo? So expensive? Uchiha Han felt a bit speechless. He thought to himself, does Killer Bee not have any self-awareness about his rap skills? No wonder Uchiha Han saw Killer Bee fussing around for a long time without selling a single ticket. Yo, I say, Uncle, this ticket is way too expensive. Uchiha Han pouted, gesturing in a rap style as he spoke. Upon seeing this, Killer Bee thought, finally, a kindred spirit. Uncle, I'm curious about your skills. Before Killer Bee could respond, Uchiha Han began to question him. Killer Bee, who had been somewhat pleased, suddenly became angry. Yo, you little brat fresh out of the nest. Let me show you what top-tier rap is. Killer Bee quickly stepped back, creating enough space to showcase his body, and began his performance. Yo, please watch my performance closely. After a simple 2 minutes, Uchiha Han felt as if time had dragged on for years. To be honest, when Killer Bee earnestly tried to rap, Uchiha Han could only describe it as a pile of nonsense. He couldn't even force a rhyme. As for the lyrics, they were all just gibberish. Uchiha Han felt they couldn't even be called lyrics. Yo, are you shocked by my superb rap skills? Killer Bee stood proudly in front of Uchiha Han, looking down at him. Uncle, aren't you being a bit too flashy? Uchiha Han couldn't help but say. What did you say? Killer Bee immediately exploded with rage. It was the first time someone dared to say he rapped poorly to his face. Even his brother had never said that. Seeing Killer Bee's furious expression, Uchiha Han wasn't surprised. After all, he knew how much Killer Bee loved rap. It was only natural for him to be angry when someone said that. Your skills don't even compare to 1/10,000th of mine, Uchiha Han said calmly, exuding a hint of overwhelming confidence. Killer Bee raised an eyebrow, and for some reason, a trace of respect arose in his heart. This guy might actually be something. Killer Bee dared not underestimate him, and his expression turned serious as he re-evaluated Uchiha Han. Then, please showcase your skills, sir, Killer Bee said earnestly. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Han shifted to the side, cleared his throat, and began his performance. I'll trade your old clothes and bag. Let us not fight yet. Just listen carefully. I admit I was drunk last night, but that wasn't tea strawberries. It was mosquito bites. Although she sent me roses, I really didn't sleep with her. Just ordinary friends, really just ordinary friends. After a little over a minute, Uchiha Han ended his performance. This song had been somewhat popular in his previous life, leaving a deep impression on Uchiha Han. Although it was mostly mocked, it was still enough to crush Killer Bee's performance. This. Killer Bee was dumbfounded. He couldn't even retort with his usual rap. Sir, you truly are remarkable. At that moment, Killer Bee completely forgot about selling tickets and rushed to Uchiha Han's side. How was it? Uchiha Han asked proudly. Your grand performance is truly extraordinary. Seeing Killer Bee able to speak normally, Uchiha Han was a bit surprised. But then he thought about it. It made sense. Killer Bee loved rap, so he naturally mixed rap into his everyday speech. But now that he realized he was much better than him, it would be a bit embarrassing for him to continue speaking like before. Wouldn't it? Anyone would feel awkward in that situation. I initially heard that the hip-hop culture was flourishing in Yunin Village, but I was disappointed to find that it was not the case at all, and the level was so low. Uchiha Han pretended to shake his head in disappointment, constantly sighing. It's really disappointing. Revitalizing hip-hop culture seems like a long and arduous journey. Uchiha Han slightly raised his head, and within his small body, there seemed to be a tremendous and lofty momentum. Killer Bee was inspired by this, revitalizing hip-hop, although he didn't know when hip-hop used to flourish. Upon hearing the word revitalize, he immediately felt a huge responsibility on his shoulders. What, do you think this has anything to do with you? Uchiha Han asked disdainfully. At that moment, he resembled a melancholic yet highly skilled master, full of ambition but unable to realize his dreams. Of course it does. Although Killer Bee was exceptionally talented and could be said to be one of the top few powerful individuals in present-day Yunin Village, in his heart, rap was also extremely important. Besides training, rap was all he had left. I know my own limitations, so I hope you will not hesitate to teach me. I also want to contribute to hip-hop culture, Killer Bee said solemnly, no longer carrying his previous frivolity. Uchiha Han didn't rush to respond but silently stared into Killer Bee's eyes. The latter's gaze was full of sincerity. Given your earnestness, for the sake of the rap cause and hip-hop culture, I can teach you. However, if you want to receive my true teachings, it won't be so easy. Uchiha Han said slowly. However, upon hearing that Uchiha Han was willing to teach him, Killer Bee was instantly overjoyed. Next, I need to observe you for a while. First of all, I won't teach you for free. Every afternoon, I will wait for you here, imparting various skills to you, and there will be a fee of 1,000 ryo per day. Uchiha Han said slowly. Why 1,000 ryo a day? Because Uchiha Han was disgusted by Killer Bee's 1,000 ryo ticket. He planned to make a good profit off him. 1,000 ryo? Killer Bee was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He thought this was too cheap. Uchiha Han saw him hesitate and mistakenly thought he was concerned about the money. So, Uchiha Han stepped forward, strained to tiptoe, patted Killer Bee's shoulder, and said with a serious expression, "Revitalizing hip-hop culture is our duty." Chapter 159. Cautious Rakage AI Revitalizing Hip-Hop Culture is Our Duty. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee's body jolted. In an instant, he felt as if a raging fire had ignited in his chest, and all the cells in his body were extremely excited. This passionate feeling reminded him of the last time he felt this way was when he successfully executed the lightning release, absolute bull lightning plow with his brother. Revitalizing hip-hop culture is our duty. Killer Bee's expression instantly became serious and solemn. At that moment, he felt the immense responsibility on his shoulders. Simultaneously, in his eyes, the youth before him seemed to become incredibly grand and radiant. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Killer Bee deeply understood the meaning of this phrase this time. Still unaware of your name? Don't move. Thus, during the following period, Killer Bee continuously sought guidance from Uchiha Han. As Uchiha Han taught more, Killer Bee grew more and more respectful of him. He finally understood that what he previously thought of as hip-hop rap was merely superficial. Therefore, in rap, rhyme is very important. Many rappers often forcefully squeeze in some nonsensical words just to rhyme. However, while rhyming is indeed crucial, it is only the surface. Rap is still music. Music naturally needs to touch the soul. While rhyming is good, if it can resonate with people, then that's true music and genuine hip-hop culture. Uchiha Han, hand behind his back, paced back and forth like a teacher, shaking his head and nodding. I see. Killer Bee nodded heavily, suddenly enlightened. Subsequently, he quickly jotted it down in his small notebook, touching the soul, creating resonance. Next, Uchiha Han began racking his brains, recalling the rappers he had seen while surfing the internet in his previous life. He could still see several related variety shows while scrolling through Douyin. So, after these few days of learning, give me a freestyle. Uchiha Han said, hand behind his back, slightly lowering his head, peeking at Killer Bee from above the sunglasses. All right. Killer Bee instantly perked up, quickly putting away his notebook and pen. Yo, yo, yo. In Raikage's office, Mabui slowly walked in, the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor clearly reaching Raikage AI's ears. What has Killer Bee been doing lately? AI couldn't help but ask. He hadn't seen Killer Bee around for the past few days. Lord Killer Bee has been learning to rap with a little brat, Mabui said, placing a stack of documents in front of AI. A little brat? Learning to rap? AI frowned, his face showing unmistakable anger. What background does that little brat have? AI asked with concern. Mabui shook her head. We haven't found out his background. Upon hearing this, AI's frown deepened. No background? That is somewhat intriguing. AI lightly tapped his fingers on the table, falling into thought. Generally speaking, if it were a spy, they would have arranged a very reasonable identity beforehand. At least, they wouldn't be so easily exposed. Yet this little brat-esque background couldn't be found at all, which was quite unbelievable. This little brat shouldn't be a spy, right? AI thought to himself, but then he immediately shook his head. One cannot be so hasty. What if they don't play by the rules and deliberately use this method to confuse him? That is also possible. So keep an eye on him, and if there are any unusual movements, capture him immediately. The Raikage always acts decisively. Understood. After saying that, Mabui retreated. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Danzo has defected. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not bring Danzo back. For this, the third felt immense guilt and remorse, leading to a profound introspection, after which he resigned from the position of the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Now, the third has completely lost power. This means that from now on, he has no authority other than the title of third Hokage. Simultaneously, due to the third's complete withdrawal, Tsunade and Mido Kaien also chose to retire. They weren't fools. Danzo's defection would undoubtedly have a huge impact on them. Even the third could not escape blame. Their power would eventually be taken back completely by Minato. Now, being sensible might allow them to retain some dignity. Minato would not make things difficult for them and would ensure they could spend their old age comfortably. Thus, the transfer of power in Konoha was completely completed. Accompanying this was the rising status of the Uchiha clan and the Nara clan. During this time, the faces of the Uchiha clan members were filled with joy. Uchiha Han felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. When he first came into this world, most people in the clan had gloomy expressions. Although they were quite caring towards Uchiha Han, he could clearly feel the sorrow emanating from them, especially from Uchiha Fugaku. After this, there shouldn't be any major events, right? Uchiha Han thought for a moment. Now, under his intervention, he had completely deviated from the original plot's trajectory. Uchiha Han couldn't be entirely sure what would happen next. Now that the Flame Dragon armor had been unlocked, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against Danzo without his Izanagi. He could even overpower him. Uchiha Han was very satisfied with his current strength. His natural talent was outstanding. Even without the Sharingan, he was already stronger than an average J-Nin. With the Flame Dragon armor, he could now easily defeat some Kaga-level experts. To reflect this more directly, Uchiha Han classified the strength levels again based on information from various forums in his past life. J-Nin were divided into ordinary J-Nin and elite J-Nin. Generally, 10 ordinary J-Nin might not be able to produce one elite J-Nin. Kaga-level experts were classified into strong Kage, medium Kage, and weak Kage. Above that was the super Kage level, followed by the Six Paths level. In S. Looking at those who used to struggle together, some have taken off. It's really making me envious. It feels like the recent surge in fanfiction is just too hot. Chapter 160. Initial thoughts on the armor team regarding the strength of the Flame Dragon armor in its combined state. Uchiha Han roughly estimated that it should be able to match a medium Kage. As for whether it could reach strong Kage, Uchiha Han was still unsure since he hadn't fought with a strong expert at that level yet. He was not clear on the actual differences in strength. However, Kage-level experts could basically walk unchallenged throughout the ninja world. Even in the 5 great nations, each ninja village would probably only have 2 or 3 Kage-level experts. Konoha had relatively more. Among the living Hokage, the previous Danzo could barely reach weak Kage, while Jiraiya was undoubtedly a Kage level. Tsunade also had Kage level strength, but due to her hemophobia, she couldn't fight. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku certainly had the strength of a Kage level expert. His own strength was already far beyond most elite J-Nin, almost comparable to a weak Kage. Coupled with his Manjiki Sharingan, he was undoubtedly a Kage level expert. Whether he was a strong Kage or a medium Kage would depend on the abilities of Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. Then there was Sure Sway. Once Kotoe Mitsukami was used, even Kage-level experts would have no way to resist. During the 5 Kage Summit, the transplanted Eyes Danzo could control Mitsuki without him noticing. Not to mention Sure Sway himself personally using it. Moreover, the other I Sure Sway entrusted to Itachi was even more powerful, able to directly alter others' will and thoughts. Therefore, Uchiha Han found it hard to understand why Danzo would take one of Sure Sway's eyes. It can only be said that Sure Sway perhaps trusted Danzo too much. Calculating this way, Konoha could be said to have reached the peak of strength now. Even with Pain's invasion, Naruto probably wouldn't need to enter Sage mode. Konoha shouldn't face any crises now. Just in time to go out and have some fun. With Danzo gone, another hidden danger for the Uchiha clan's extermination crisis was eliminated. Now, the only concern was Obito. In the original story, it was Itachi who actively sought Obito's help to carry out the extermination night. Given the current situation, Uchiha Han felt that Obito probably wouldn't take any action now. However, Uchiha Han thought it was still necessary to be cautious. Therefore, the current goal should be set for the long term. Akatsuki. Uchiha Han needed to find a way to restrain the Akatsuki organization. Additionally, Uchiha Han also became interested in Tailed Beast Chakra during the Nine Tails incident. One reason was his attachment to the original story and not wanting to steal Naruto's spotlight. The second reason was that he was worried about whether he could suppress the Nine Tails without the Emperor Armor experience card. Third, if his Nine Tails chakra was sensed by someone, his identity would undoubtedly be questioned. For Uchiha Han, who was still developing in the early stages, this was undoubtedly a very risky behavior. But now, Tailed Beast Chakra could help Uchiha Han condense shadow clones, allowing him to carry other armors around the ninja world. This suddenly became very useful. Moreover, with Uchiha Han's strength now, there were not so many concerns anymore. Therefore, Uchiha Han also wanted to see some tailed beasts. Of course, Uchiha Han only wanted to absorb some tailed beast chakra. He didn't intend to completely extract the tailed beast from their Jinchuriki like Akatsuki did, absorbing them into the outer path golem. But the question was, how could Uchiha Han absorb tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki? That was a problem. However, regardless of how it went, as long as Uchiha Han wanted to obtain tailed beast chakra, he would inevitably come into conflict with the Akatsuki organization. If that were the case, I might as well create 4 shadow clones, form an armor team, and stand against the Akatsuki organization. This way, I could stop their plan to resurrect the 10 tails, and I could also use this to obtain tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Han thought to himself. Currently, besides Nagato and Konan, the members of the Akatsuki organization should also include Kakuzu, Sasori, and Orochimaru. As for Deidara, Kisame, and Haiden, they joined after Itachi entered the Akatsuki. Oh, and there's also Zetsu and Obito. Whether these 2 guys joined Akatsuki or not didn't make much difference. They would definitely be observing in the shadows. Calculating this way, the 4 armors against the current Akatsuki organization, although there was still a gap, wouldn't be too significant. However, the compatibility of the other armors was somewhat low. Uchiha Han murmured. Since the Flame Dragon had been unlocked, Uchiha Han had begun to enhance the compatibility of the other 2 armors. Because the Wind Eagle armor had divided, Uchiha Han couldn't enter the corresponding training. Since this was the case, he would first enhance the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor and the Earth Tiger armor, aiming to raise the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 50% as soon as possible, and then for the Earth Tiger armor, he would raise it to 20% to unlock the Snow Mastiff armor. Uchiha Han had formulated his next plan. By then, all 4 armors would be unlocked, and with the remaining 3 tails chakra, he could just condense out 3 shadow clones. In Uchiha Han's mind, visions were already running wild. The Wind Eagle armor, Black Rhino armor, Earth Tiger armor, and Snow Mastiff armor stood on a tall rocky peak. The high-hanging sun cast its radiance, making their armors shine brilliantly. Each person emitted an incredibly powerful aura, making their opponents feel an endless pressure. The 4 armors slowly lowered their heads, looking down at the dense crowd of trembling ninjas below. "Who on earth are you?" the enemy ninja asked, shocked and terrified. The Wind Eagle armor slowly glanced at him. Armor, a simple word, yet it seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth. At the moment the Wind Eagle armor uttered the word armor, the world changed color in an instant. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast. The dark clouds seemed to settle over the heads of everyone below, making it hard for them to breathe. Armor? Obito, hiding in the distance and observing everything, murmured, his expression extremely grave as he looked at the 4 distant figures, small yet dazzling to the point of being hard to look at, filled with shock in his heart. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying aura of the 4 figures, and for the first time began to doubt himself. Compared to them, could he still be called a god? He felt a bit down. Xiaonin, seeing this, was very worried but didn't say a word. Danzo tightened the kunai in his hand, staring at the 4 figures, his gaze fixated on the dazzling armor. This was definitely not something a kunai could pierce. At this moment, that thought was the only one in his mind, and he slowly relaxed his grip. The kunai clattered to the ground. Chapter 161. Lost Zabuza at the border of the land of rivers and the land of fire. After Danzo escaped from Konoha, he fled southwest. Over the decades, Danzo had established several secret bases in the surrounding small countries through the Root organization. The base in the land of rivers was the most hidden one. Of course, with the entire Root organization wiped out, this base would eventually be exposed, so Danzo planned to rest for a while and gather some money before leaving. Now he had become a rogue ninja, wanted by Konoha. If he ran out of money, things would become difficult. Danzo couldn't help but feel very despondent. Just yesterday, he was the high and mighty leader of the Root, a senior figure in Konoha. Yet today he had fallen to such lows. Those fools. He thought about how his experiments were exposed just because he went to retrieve a sow's cells, and he felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a ninja trained rigorously in the Root, yet he was caught by 2 little brats. Useless. A bunch of useless people. His experiments had made no progress. Even such a simple task as procuring materials had gone awry. Danzo felt incredibly frustrated. He thought it was much easier when he was collaborating with Orochimaru. All he had to do was provide some materials and give him cover. The key was Orochimaru's experimental results. Efficient and quick. The Sharingan arm and the Hashirama cells he had were all things Orochimaru helped him obtain. But ever since Orochimaru defected, he had spent so much manpower and resources. Yet he hadn't made any progress. Sigh. Danzo sighed deeply. Suddenly, he thought of something. Hey, since I have already become a rogue ninja, why not look for Orochimaru? Danzo had a sudden burst of inspiration. He thought this idea was quite good. Collaborating with Orochimaru was much more comfortable than dealing with the useless people en route. So, Danzo made up his mind to take the money and seek out Orochimaru's whereabouts. However, finding Orochimaru was not an easy task. If it were easy, the ANBU would have already found him. Soon, Danzo found this abandoned base and rummaged around, still managing to find tens of thousands of Ryo. He looked at it with some disdain. In the past, he wouldn't even glance at money lying at his feet. Times have changed. Danzo dejectedly stowed the money and headed towards the land of Rivers Daimyo's mansion. This amount of money was still too little. He needed to find a way to get more money. The Daimyo's mansion was a good place. At the border of the land of water and the land of fire, Bai and Jumaru came to town to buy some daily necessities. At that moment, a tall man walked down the street, looking very conspicuous. He wore a Mist Village forehead protector, carried a sword on his back, and had a scar on his face. Just from a distance, he was enough to send chills down one's spine. That guy. Bai's gaze was firmly locked on the man. Very dangerous. Jumaru carefully observed the man and sensed the massive and murderous chakra within him, his heart instantly tightening. This guy is terrifying. At least he has the strength of a Nin. His power is probably not simple. It's best we don't get involved with someone so dangerous, Jumaru said, holding tightly to the items they had bought, pulling Bai to leave. Bai glanced back at the man before following Jumaru away. That little kid looks quite pretty. I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. The man naturally noticed Bai and Jumaru. He had just caught a glimpse of Bai's appearance and was momentarily stunned. He had never seen someone so beautiful before. However, he didn't dwell on it, looking up at the overcast sky, feeling very heavy-hearted. He tightened his grip on the mission scroll in his hand, feeling very conflicted. What I'm doing, is it right or wrong? He felt lost. After a while, he slowly lifted his foot and walked forward. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the tip of the long sword on his back. At that moment, a girl with reddish-brown hair walked over. It was Terumi Mei. That guy did you kill? Terumi Mei naturally noticed the blood dropping from the man's foot, and her brows instantly furrowed. His expression turned extremely cold, devoid of the earlier confusion. This is a mission issued by Lord Mizuki's, and I must complete it, he said coldly, his icy tone sounding like an emotionless machine. Do you think they deserve to die? Terumi Mei questioned. I'm a ninja. I only need to obey Lord Mizuki's orders. The man replied. Ninja? Terumi Mei sneered. Being a ninja doesn't mean you lack your own feelings and thoughts. These people are innocent, and killing them does not benefit the village at all. Lord Mizuki's decisions are not always correct, Terumi Mei said. However, the last sentence was whispered. After all, they were still within the land of water. If certain ill-intentioned individuals heard this, it would probably cause significant trouble. Yet the man remained unfazed, showing no signs of emotion. Zabuza, think carefully. Do you believe those people deserve to die? Do you think Lord Mizuki's orders are correct? After saying this, Terumi Mei turned and walked away. Once Terumi Mei completely disappeared from view, Zabuza's expression finally relaxed. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his palms. In that moment, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his hands stained with blood. Then, scenes of crimson images flashed through his mind. The severed heads, the innocent and tragic expressions on their faces, once again pierced Zabuza's heart. Over the years, he had killed too many people, and every face he had personally beheaded was often one of confusion and fear. Yet in the past 2 years, he had seen too many innocent expressions. Those people seemed to accuse Zabuza in their final moments. Regarding the conclusion that Lord Mizuki's bloodline limit is evil, Zabuza didn't dare to agree, but he also didn't care. However, being forced to personally kill those innocent people, Zabuza slowly clenched his fists, his gaze becoming clear. They shouldn't have died. Chapter 162. Danzo joins Akatsuki, Country of Rivers. A forest path outside the hidden hot water village. Danzo changed into a black trench coat and walked slowly along the road. Suddenly, he frowned. He sensed 2 powerful chakra signatures approaching him rapidly. They are coming for me. Danzo immediately became alert. Minato? Hizashi? No. Their chakra signatures aren't like this, Danzo murmured. Better run first. Regardless of the current situation, Danzo felt it was wise to be cautious and decided to flee. However, just as he ran a short distance, a flurry of flying paper suddenly came at him. Danzo stopped and quickly pulled a kunai from his sleeve. The flying paper slowly coalesced into the form of a girl. The girl wore a black robe with red clouds, her expression cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. She was Conan. Who are you? A storm surged in Danzo's heart. The girl before him emitted a powerful chakra, although it didn't feel much stronger than his own. This paper technique looked quite strange. Then, a figure slowly stepped out from behind him. Orochimaru, it's you. Danzo turned around, shocked. As a small snake slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeve, flicking its tongue. Long time no see, Danzo. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips and giving a sinister smile. At this moment, Danzo also noticed that Orochimaru was wearing the same clothes as the girl, black with red clouds. What is this, another secret organization? Danzo asked. Although he remained wary, he felt slightly relaxed upon seeing Orochimaru. No. Orochimaru quickly denied it. I was just invited and joined the organization. Danzo was startled. So it wasn't Orochimaru's organization. Orochimaru was invited to join. What kind of organization is this? Danzo began to carefully observe the cold girl in front of him. I, representing Akatsuki, invite you to join us. Conan said. Akatsuki? Danzo murmured. At the same time, he felt curious. An organization that could get Orochimaru to join must have someone stronger than him. Stronger than Orochimaru. Even Danzo himself wouldn't dare to say he could defeat Orochimaru. Thus, Danzo was tempted. If he could have a powerful organization as a backing, it would definitely be beneficial for his life as a rogue ninja. But the key point is that Danzo didn't really want to be dependent on others. Danzo, for you right now, joining Akatsuki is definitely the best choice, and Orochimaru grinned ominously and continued. Our leader is beyond your imagination and strength. Hearing this, Danzo began to carefully consider. Orochimaru was right. Given the current situation, joining was undoubtedly the best choice. Wandering alone in the ninja world was indeed quite difficult. Danzo pondered for a long time. Conan and Orochimaru remained silent, waiting for him to make a final decision. Of course, if Danzo refused, they would definitely continue to persuade him. So what I need to do? Danzo asked. The establishment of an organization naturally has its purposes, and joining this organization and gaining its protection also requires corresponding contributions. We will take on some missions, and you just need to complete them, but rest assured, we will consider the difficulty. Conan said. In the early days of the Akatsuki organization, they needed to accumulate initial capital. Therefore, they needed to take on some high-difficulty tasks from the major countries to earn substantial rewards. Only later did they set their sights on capturing the tailed beasts. Just doing missions? Danzo murmured. With his strength, even completing some S-rank missions would be a piece of cake. All right. Thus, Danzo agreed. Very good. Conan nodded, then handed Danzo a set of Akatsuki clothing and a ring. The ring was engraved with a red character. However, I have a question. Danzo said. What question? Conan looked at him and asked. How did you find my whereabouts? Danzo's eyes fixed intently on Conan. He had been extremely cautious along the way and hadn't left a trace. Otherwise, he would have surely been caught by the Umbu. Yet, under such circumstances, they found him so quickly, which left Danzo puzzled. Hey. Because in the organization, there's someone skilled at gathering intelligence. Orochimaru smiled and answered this question for Conan. Skilled at gathering intelligence? Danzo was somewhat shocked. To be able to locate him so quickly and accurately, this intelligence-gathering ability was indeed terrifying. Even the combined efforts of the Umbu and Root would probably not achieve such results. It seems this organization is even more mysterious and powerful than I imagined, Danzo murmured, looking at the robe in his hands, no longer hesitating. Thus, Danzo put on the Akatsuki robe and donned a ring. Does this red character have any special meaning? Danzo asked, noticing that both Conan and Orochimaru also wore rings with different engravings. Orochimaru's was void, and Conan's was white. It doesn't have any special meaning. It's just that the leader thinks these characters look cool. Conan said coldly. Danzo's eyelids twitched slightly, suddenly feeling that his earlier decision might have been a bit hasty. Then, under the guidance of Conan and Orochimaru, the three of them made their way to the Akatsuki gathering place. Pain stood at the front, his figure hidden in darkness, only a pair of swirling purple eyes visible. Just a glance could convey the terrifying pressure and aura contained within. Conan stood beside Pain. The others included Sasori, Kakazu, Haiden, Orochimaru, Danzo, and Zetsu. Pain looked at everyone. Next, form pairs. Orochimaru and Danzo will be responsible for the areas around the Land of Fire. Zetsu will team up with Sasori. As for Kaku, you will team up with Haiden. The group exchanged glances. Kakuzu looked at Orochimaru and Danzo, his eyes filled with greed. Like a hungry beast seeing a delicious piece of meat. Chapter 163, Second Clone, black rhinoceros armor originally. Kakuzu thought that his former teammate had been killed by him from behind, so he was secretly delighted that one of the newcomers would team up with him. But now, those two were grouped together. However, it's still good. There's still profit to be made. Kakuzu secretly glanced at his new teammate, Haiden, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Land of Water. Although the bounty was not as high as Orochimaru and Danzo's, it was still in the tens of millions. Kakuzu glanced at Zetsu again. This guy, who knows where he came from, had no bounty listed on the black market at all. Kakuzu thought to himself. Kakuzu had immediately run to the black market to investigate every member of the Akatsuki organization. He only heard from the leader that it was from the Grass Ninja Village, but he did not find any bounties related to the Grass Ninja Village. Scorpion indeed has a high bounty, but the wanted poster clearly shows a handsome young man, not at all resembling this ugly creature on all fours. As for Orochimaru and Danzo, the hidden leaf village in the Land of Fire is the richest, and the bounties are higher. Regarding the leader and Konan, Kakuzu still hasn't found any information about the two of them. All he knows is that the Land of Rain seems to be under the control of the leader and his group now. As for that demigod, the Salamander Hans, there's no news at all. Kakuzu did not look at Pain and Konan anymore. His mind started to calculate how to take someone's head to claim the bounty. Konan's expression was indifferent, but her gaze quietly fell on Danzo. There seemed to be a hint of anger in her brows, but she hid it well. After the disbandment, Danzo followed to a nearby base. Unexpectedly, you have quite a few bases here. Danzo carefully surveyed this base, although it was not very large. It was quite decent as a temporary base. How's that arm feel? Orochimaru asked, a faint smile seemingly always present on his face. But it didn't come off as friendly. Not fully accustomed yet, Danzo replied. Those would release techniques feel quite awkward to use, but the Sharingan is okay. Previously, when fighting Uchiha Han, Danzo used wood release, tree root explosion. This technique is very powerful, but the effect when Danzo used it was quite lacking, mainly because the speed of casting this technique was a bit slow. Logically, many giant tree branches should appear, surrounding the opponent and leaving no gaps. Then there would be a violent explosion. However, Uchiha Han easily dodged it. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded, then turned around to the experimental table and began to fiddle with things. I'll help you with the rest, but I need to take someone from you. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Take someone? Danzo was taken aback. He had become a rogue ninja now. The only two he wanted to take, Aburame, Toryun, and Yamankase, were also in a panic escape due to Uchiha Han's group and could not be taken away. Now, he had no one in hand. Orochimaru chuckled. Then, Danzo felt a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Danzo turned around and saw a figure slowly stepping out from the shadows. The light reflecting off their glasses was a bit dazzling. It's you. In the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Han sensed that he was being watched. These days, apart from teaching Killer Bee, he had no other actions. During this time, Uchiha Han was also thinking about whether he could get some tailed beast chakra from Killer Bee. However, he could never sense the 8 tails chakra within Killer Bee. There is no doubt that Killer Bee is the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. It seems that the seal within him is very strong. Or perhaps because he has almost achieved perfect Jinchuriki status, he can control the leakage of tailed beast chakra at will. This left Uchiha Han at a loss. It seems there won't be much opportunity with the 8 tails. Uchiha Han thought. Firstly, Killer Bee's strength is strong. Being a perfect Jinchuriki, he almost effortlessly defeated Team Hawk. Thus, Uchiha Han began to ponder. The Hidden Cloud Village has 2 tailed beasts. Besides the 8 tails, the other is the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. In the anime, she has little screen time, just a brief mention. She was captured by the immortal duo Kakuzu and Haiden. However, being from the same village, Yujito ni and the 2 tails have a very good relationship. Yujito ni is also a perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee has once said that the synergy between Yujito ni and the tailed beast is even better than that between him and the 8 tails. Therefore, Yujito ni's strength should not be weak. The main reason she lost to the immortal duo was probably due to Haiden's bug-like ability. To be honest, without information, with Haiden's ability, even the shadows might not be able to retreat unscathed, especially since the Hidden Cloud Village likes close combat. It is inevitable that there will be a few wounds. I should find an opportunity to get close to Yujito ni. If that doesn't work, I'll have to send another clone to the Hidden Stone Village to try. Uchiha Han murmured. He now regretted it a bit. Had he known, he wouldn't have engaged with Killer Bee. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been targeted so easily by the Hidden Cloud Village. This past few days would have been enough for him to earn several million Ryo. Now, he can't earn money, and there's no lead-on tailed beast chakra. leaving him empty-handed. In the nearly a month that followed, Uchiha Han frantically trained in the virtual combat room of the Black Rhino armor. He finally raised the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 45%. Damn! Uchiha Han collapsed onto the bed. After working hard for more than a month, he was still 5% short. Although it seemed like a small amount, Uchiha Han knew that the difficulty of improving would only increase from here on. It might take another month to even reach 50%. Uchiha Han hesitated. The clone on the side of the Land of Lightning still had no progress. But Uchiha Han couldn't bear to leave. After all, he had established a relatively deep relationship with Killer Bee. Otherwise, I could just condense a clone of the Black Rhino armor and wait to unlock the Snow Mastiff armor before improving the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor. Uchiha Han became conflicted. Stop hesitating. Uchiha Han slapped his forehead and made up his mind. After all, they're just clones. If they disappear, they disappear. Tailed Beast Chakra can surely be obtained later. If Uchiha Han remembered correctly, after the Hidden Mist Village discovered that the 4th Mizukage was being controlled, they lifted the Blood Mist policy, and the 4th Mizukage should also be dead. Consequently, the Three Tails became wild. Wild-tailed beasts, although powerful, are also easier to extract chakra from. Uchiha Han was still confident that he could borrow some chakra again. Thus, Uchiha Han no longer hesitated and began to condense the second clone. Black Rhino Armor. Chapter 164. The Invitation from the Daimyo's Mansion. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2553. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 331. Taijutsu, 334. Genjutsu, 296. Master Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. Technique of Not Here, Technique of Falling into the Abyss, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Lightning Flowblade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 6. The compatibility of the Black Rhino Armor reached 45%, and aside from the Sealed Ultimate Technique, all other skills were unlocked. All weapons were also unlocked. This means that compared to the Wind Eagle Armor, there's actually not much difference anymore. Of course, that 5% difference in compatibility will still cause some differences in the armor's amplification effects. But overall, the Black Rhino Armor and Wind Eagle Armor are now on the same level. The chakra of the Three Tails is still at 3,000? That is about 3 million. Just enough to condense 3 shadow clones. Let us get started. Uchiha Han slowly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the water power within him. Having the experience of condensing the Wind Falcon armor, this time, Uchiha Han was much more proficient. He used his own chakra to mobilize the energy of the Black Rhino armor, then activated the Three Tails chakra within him. The Three Tails chakra surrounded the outside, forging the shell of the clone, and then, using his own chakra as a guide, infused the Black Rhino armor into the clone. Soon, in less than half an hour, the clone was fully formed. Looking at the information panel again, the Three Tails chakra was down to 2,000. Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Uchiha Han sent the clone to a Wagakure. Then, Itachi ran over and brought Uchiha Han to the Hokage building. Is there a new mission? Uchiha Han asked, puzzled. At the same time, he thought that since Minato personally sought them out, it was probably a tricky task. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Tens and Kakashi had already been waiting for a while. The reason I called you here today is mainly for a rather important mission, Minato said as he handed over a mission scroll. Do you remember the 12 guardian ninjas that the daimyo requested to be formed? Minato asked. I remember, the others nodded. Back then, Uchiha Han and the others were almost sent by Minato. Luckily, that daimyo was not at ease with Konoha and did not allow too many people from Konoha to join. After a few months, the 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo's residence had been formed, and the daimyo was quite satisfied. So he held a banquet to invite various countries for an exchange meeting. An exchange meeting? Uchiha Han thought it was a bit strange. What does the daimyo mean? Does he think that having the 12 guardian ninjas makes him somewhat arrogant? It should be known that the military power of a country has always been controlled by major ninja villages, even though the daimyo might have some private guards. And the behavior of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Han felt it was hard to say. This is a slippery slope that shouldn't even be touched. The other major and minor countries in the S were also on the invitation list, and so were the major ninja villages. We have also been invited. After saying this, Minato took out an invitation letter and lightly tapped it with his knuckles. His brows furrowed slightly. He could see the underlying issues behind this matter. This is not a good sign. To put it bluntly, if Minato and the others do not handle this matter well, this exchange meeting could greatly change the landscape of the ninja world. If the 12 guardian ninjas perform exceptionally well, other daimyo might have some thoughts. Even if the daimyo trust the village, it certainly won't be as good as cultivating ninjas personally. At that time, it is likely that daimyo from various countries will demand to form their own guardian ninja groups. If the situation continues to develop, it might not just be a dozen people. The daimyo might gradually cultivate their own lower ninjas. When that time comes, the current system of the ninja world will face a huge impact. Once conflicts arise between the villages and the daimyo, war would likely sweep through the entire ninja world again. Moreover, this time, it might not just be a war between a few countries, but a war between the entire ninja world, the daimyo, and the ninja villages. The scale would likely be the true meaning of a great ninja war. Thinking about the horrific scenes of rivers of blood and corpses everywhere, Minato felt immense sorrow. In fact, Minato also understood that this world is so cruel largely because of the distorted system of ninjas. However, he felt helpless. For this, Minato could only pin his hopes on the future, hoping that an unparalleled individual would emerge to completely change this world. Therefore, your mission is to represent Konoha at this exchange meeting. What? Uchiha Han and the others were shocked. Kakashi, on the other hand, appeared not too surprised, probably having known or guessed in advance. Representing Konoha? Us? Isn't that a bit hasty? Although Uchiha Han felt that his appearance was unmatched, his identity was not really suitable for attending such high-end meetings, right? After all, he still looked like a child on the outside. Such an important meeting shouldn't be attended by middle-aged and elderly people in suits, should it? This is a decision we made after careful consideration, Minato said, looking at Uchiha Han. Although his gaze was gentle, it also revealed a hint of firmness. Uchiha Han knew that he probably couldn't avoid this. Your mission is very simple. First, suppress the 12 guardian ninjas. Do not let their actions give the other daimyo any strange ideas. Second, don't go too far. Give the daimyo some face, Minato said. After all, the daimyo is still the daimyo. It would be inappropriate to embarrass the other party in such an important occasion. Understood. Kakashi immediately responded solemnly. Itachi and Tens also straightened up immediately, looking very serious. Only Uchiha Han pouted, helplessly shrugging his small hands. Kakashi took the scroll. Then you should set off now. Yes. Chapter 165. Deidara and Kuratsuchi Kakashi-sensei. What level do you think the 12 guardian ninjas are? On the way, Itachi began to inquire about important information regarding the mission. The 12 guardian ninjas were undoubtedly the most crucial information to understand. Kakashi had naturally prepared in advance. Moreover, there was some important information in the mission scroll. The 12 guardian ninjas are, as the name implies, 12 individuals. Each of them is at the level of Jonin, but their strength varies from special Jonin to elite Jonin. Therefore, they're still quite powerful. Uchiha Han and the others nodded. Although they had reached the Jonin level at such a young age, for most ninjas, reaching the Chunin level was the endpoint, and becoming a Jonin was even rarer. In any country, Jonin are the elite of the elite. Among these 12 individuals, the only ones with clear backgrounds are Asuma and the ninja from the Fire Temple, Dilu. Kakashi continued. This Dilu hails from the Fire Temple, and according to the intelligence Asuma sent back, he doesn't have a particular bias towards the daimyo or Konoha. Asuma has a good relationship with him. As for the others, they all seem to be fervent supporters of the daimyo, and their gazes towards Asuma seem to carry some hostility. It seems Asuma isn't having a great time at the daimyo's residence, Uchiha Han said. That's not the case. Kakashi closed the scroll. He knew that Asuma would likely gain a lot from executing this mission. Kakashi then continued to discuss the banquet. On the surface, the daimyo is holding this banquet to celebrate his youngest daughter's full moon. In reality, he wants to show off his power and flaunt it in front of other daimyos. The general process of the banquet should be quite simple. There should be a segment in the middle of the banquet similar to a martial arts duel to showcase the strength of the 12 guardian ninjas. So, our goal is to defeat all the other 12 guardian ninjas in this duel, Kakashi said slowly. At this moment, Uchiha Han felt somewhat confused. Didn't Minato say to give the daimyo some face? Defeating all of them, is that giving the daimyo face? But Kakashi-sensei, didn't the fourth Hokage say we should give the daimyo face? Itachi also recalled Minato's instructions and asked in confusion. That's right. So what I meant was to defeat all the other guardian ninjas. All the others? Suddenly, Uchiha Han understood. The others do not include Asuma. Asuma is one of us. What do you mean? Tenzo looked at the three of them, puzzled, as he didn't quite understand. Kakashi smiled. It means to knock down the other 11, and then lose to Asuma. Uchiha Han explained it. Kakashi nodded. I see. Tenzo finally realized. Tenzo, don't practice your wood release so much that you turn into a piece of wood yourself, Uchiha Han said. Tenzo pouted. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Instantly, a small hill at the edge of the village was flattened. Bang! Noki, who was busy reviewing documents, slammed the papers on the table in anger. Deidara. Naka's anger caused both of his mustaches to float up. Someone, Lord Tsuchikage. A few ninjas rushed in from outside, very respectfully. Now, immediately, bring that bastard Deidara to me, Noki said angrily. Yes. The few responded and immediately rushed out. At the edge of the village, near the small hill that had just been blown flat, Deidara with his yellow hair was dancing with excitement. I did it! I did it! My art! Deidara howled to the sky. At this moment, a petite figure walked out from behind a rock. Her big eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Deidara. How about it? Kuratsuchi, isn't my art amazing? Deidara smiled proudly at Kuratsuchi. At this time, Kuratsuchi was only 4 or 5 years old and had just refined her chakra for the first time not long ago. Seeing Deidara's terrifying explosion, she was naturally very envious and looked up to him. MHM, MHM, MHM. Big brother is so amazing. Kuratsuchi nodded repeatedly, her watery eyes sparkling. Deidara, Kuratsuchi. A rough voice came from behind. Oh no. Deidara frowned and immediately turned to run. However, before he could take 2 steps, a giant stone hand grabbed his ankle. Bang! Deidara fell face first to the ground with a heavy thud. Dad! Kuratsuchi looked up at the incredibly burly man who walked up to them and started to feel a little scared. Kuratsuchi, why are you following Deidara to mess around? Noki frowned, looking displeased at Kuratsuchi. Dad, we weren't messing around. It was Big Brother who was showing me his powerful ninjutsu. Kuratsuchi said excitedly. Exactly. This is my art. How is it messing around? Deidara's foot was tightly gripped by that stone hand, and he couldn't even stand up or turn over. But even so, he wouldn't allow anyone to insult his art. All right, art, that's enough. Noki glanced at his naive daughter and didn't want to reprimand Deidara too harshly in front of her. Otherwise, if he lost his temper and Kuratsuchi saw it, what would she think? Noki affectionately patted Kuratsuchi's little head. You should go back now. Your mom has made delicious food waiting for you at home. Okay. After all, Kuratsuchi was still a child, and as soon as she heard there was good food, she immediately bounced back home. You brat, come with me to see Lord Tsuchikage. After Kuratsuchi left, Noki walked up to Deidara with a fierce expression. Hey. Noki lifted Deidara up. Noki was already huge, and Deidara was only 10 years old. Compared to Noki, he looked like a small child. You brat, get ready to be dealt with. Noki said fiercely. Uncle Noki, can you put me down? I'll go apologize to the old man myself. Deidara began to struggle, but it was of no use. After all, the gap between them was too great in every aspect. I believe you, my foot. Last time you tricked me and just ran away, causing me to get scolded. This time, don't think you can pull any tricks. I promise, there won't be a next time. I believe you, my foot. Chapter 166, The Daimyo's Mansion in the Land of Fire. Because they were attending a banquet and had plenty of time, Minato specially arranged a carriage for Uchiha Han and the others. Therefore, the speed was not as fast as if they were traveling on their own. It took nearly half a day to reach the Daimyo's mansion. The city where the Daimyo's mansion was located was very prosperous, rivaling even Konoha. The group did not linger and went straight to the entrance of the Daimyo's mansion. Kakashi handed the invitation to the guard. The guard took a look and respectfully invited them in. So it's the representatives from Konoha. As soon as Uchiha Han and the others entered, a butler-like person came over. You must be Kakashi, right? That's right. Kakashi nodded. The butler's face was filled with joy and excitement. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known throughout the ninja world. Now, as a disciple of the 4th Hokage, even the butler of the daimyo's mansion treated Kakashi with utmost respect. Therefore, the butler warmly took Uchiha Han and the others on a tour of the daimyo's mansion. As the ruler of a country, the luxury of the daimyo's mansion was naturally not something Konoha could compare to. The entire daimyo's mansion covered an area that was probably several times larger than that of a major clan in Konoha. Moreover, it featured many courtyards and water decorations, giving it a very classical and elegant look. After the tour, the butler took them to a resting area. It was a small courtyard with 4 independent rooms. The butler gave them a few simple instructions and mentioned the banquet in the evening before leaving. After all, there were important figures from other countries arriving, and he was very busy. Kakashi-sensei, should we go find Asuma first? Itachi said. After all, the banquet would start in the evening, and they needed to discuss the action plan with Asuma as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if anything went wrong during the banquet. Uchiha Han felt that Itachi's concern was quite reasonable. However, Kakashi shook his head. No need, we could just wait for him here. So, the four of them sat in the courtyard and drank tea. Sure enough, after a while, a knock came from outside the courtyard. Uchiha Han opened the door and saw that it was indeed Asuma. I didn't expect you guys to be sent here this time, Asuma said, slightly surprised to see Uchiha Han and the others. Originally, Minato-sensei wanted to have Lord Third or Lord Jiraiya lead the team, but because they had to deal with Danzo's defection, they couldn't spare anyone. Kakashi said, in fact, Rikuji is indeed too busy to attend. But the third Hokage has been idling at home, and I've heard he's been cooped up inside, sleeping every day while holding a crystal ball. Sigh. Kakashi let out a deep sigh. He thought about how painful the third situation must be right now. All the bonds he had formed over the years had been ruthlessly severed. Oh man. Asuma felt a bit pained at the thought of his father as well. A few years ago, during the Ninetales incident, his mother sacrificed herself. And now the old man's closest comrade has defected. The old man has truly become a lonely person now. Let's finish this mission first, and then I'll see if I have time to visit him, Asuma said, gently extinguishing the cigarette he had in his mouth. After that, the group entered the room. You should all be aware of the general process of the banquet, so I want to go into detail about that. Let me talk about the information on the other 11 people. Besides me, the strongest is definitely Rikuji, who hails from the Fire Temple. The monks of the Fire Temple possess a special sage chakra that is extremely powerful. Moreover, he can use this to perform a very powerful technique. I'm not entirely sure of its specifics, but it's definitely not to be underestimated, so you all must be careful. Uchiha Han nodded. He had read the original work and had a rough idea of the technique Asuma was referring to. It should be the Kaminari no Jutsu, Senju killing. This ninjutsu is incredibly strong, and if it weren't for Kakuzu and Haiden-S extraordinary abilities, it might not have been so easy to defeat Rikuji. Asuma continued. And then there are Beizi, Nengu, Shidu, and Dongmao, who are also relatively inclined towards our Hokage. These four have a separate title as the Four Lightning Ninjutsu users. It is said that they can combine to execute a very powerful ninjutsu, but you don't need to worry about that for now. The competition at this banquet will be in a one-on-one format, so there is no need to worry about their combined ninjutsu. As for the remaining people, most of them have some prejudices and are quite radical, seemingly hostile towards us Hokage supporters. Among them, there is one called Hama, who is somewhat dangerous. At this point, Asuma subconsciously furrowed his brow. Have you already divided into two factions? Kakashi asked, somewhat surprised. Although he knew there were conflicting views among the 12 Guardian Ninja, he was surprised to see it so openly displayed so soon. Asuma nodded. The Rikuji I mentioned earlier, along with the 4 lightning ninjutsu users, actually belong to the Hokage faction, while the remaining 6 are radicals who support the daimyo even more. In fact, I once overheard them saying that the Hokage should be abolished and that the daimyo should take over all military power. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, shocked. Uchiha Han was somewhat calmer. In the anime, Hama had once initiated a plan to attack Konoha, using the Doton, ultimate creation, dead soil to resurrect and control the 4 lightning ninjutsu users. He then used them to launch that combined ninjutsu, Raiton, Ugi, Raime Raijin. If this technique were successfully deployed, it would likely cause destruction on par with the Pain Invasion. Of course, the downside of this technique is obvious. It requires 4 people. Asuma had defeated one of them at the time, which resolved the crisis. The most dangerous among the radicals is Hama. He is the strongest among those 6 and is adept at Earth-style ninjutsu. If you encounter him, be very careful. He can be quite ruthless, and coupled with his hatred for Konoha, he might go for the kill, so be sure to stay alert. Asuma repeatedly reminded them. Don't worry, Uchiha Han did. In the original work, Hama's performance was actually quite average. He eventually died at Asuma's hands. So, Hama's strength is at most that of an elite J-nin. Chapter 167. The two who are watching Hama's actual strength is really only average. He relies on the Doton, ultimate creation, dead soil technique to pose some threat to Konoha. Alright, Uchiha Han almost forgot. This guy seems to have also sealed some of the Nine-Tails chakra into his son's body. Uchiha Han began to recall. The Nine-Tails chakra leaks only occur during the night of the Nine Tails. This means Hama began plotting at that time. However, Uchiha Han remembered that he had summoned the Imperial armor and only severed one of the Nine Tails' hands, causing the chakra to leak. But this chakra quickly returned to the Jinchuriki's body, which is Kushina's body. Uchiha Han didn't sense that this chakra had been stolen and sealed by outsiders. In the Imperial armor state, no one could hide anything from him. Perhaps it was because of his interference that things changed. All right, prepare yourselves and don't underestimate the enemy, Asuma advised. He knew that the four before him were rare talents, and Uchiha Han and his companions were young. So it was natural they would have a sense of overconfidence. Don't worry, Kakashi said. As the leader of Uchiha Han's team, he understood their personalities well. None of them were the arrogant type. Among them, Itachi and Uchiha Han were very cautious, and their thinking far exceeded that of their peers. Tenzo, while not as smart as Uchiha Han and Itachi, was also very grounded and not the frivolous or arrogant type. Kakashi naturally had no worries about them. That's good. Asuma nodded. All right, the Daimyo's side will probably be looking for us. If we stay away too long, we might give them something to talk about. So I'll take my leave now. With that, Asuma left. You all should go back to your rooms and rest. We'll see how you perform tonight. Kakashi told the three of them. Uchiha Han and the others nodded and returned to their respective rooms. Outside the daimyo's residence, on a nearby, small hill. Here, one could see the entire view of the daimyo's residence. Danzo and Orochimaru stood on the hill, gazing down at the daimyo's residence. Are you sure you want to take on this mission? Danzo frowned, seemingly worried. Of course, this is a mission issued by the leader, so it must be taken seriously. Orochimaru replied, still wearing that eerie smile. Huff. Danzo let out a long breath. He then took out a scroll from his pocket. This scroll contained detailed information about the prominent figures participating in this banquet. All of this was gathered by Zetsu. Danzo looked at the incredibly detailed information on the scroll, feeling utterly shocked. Although Orochimaru had told him that Zetsu's intelligence-gathering ability was formidable, Danzo never expected it to be this outrageous. It felt as if every corner of the ninja world had his eyes. It was truly terrifying. Danzo couldn't help but feel a chill. Fortunately, this guy is on my side. Otherwise, if he were an enemy, it would be hard to sleep at night. At this moment, Danzo suddenly realized that during his time en route, he had never noticed such a person existed in the ninja world. He initially thought that his ability to gather intelligence at the root was unparalleled in the ninja world. But little did he know that there were always people beyond the ordinary. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the Akatsuki organization from the bottom of his heart. During the previous gathering, he could clearly sense that, apart from Zetsu, the chakra signatures of the others were not weaker than his own. And that leader was even more terrifying. Just the sight of his eyes left him feeling alarmed. The purple irises had circles of patterns, and he knew without a doubt that they were no ordinary eyes. Orochimaru, do you know the leader's background? Tuanzong couldn't help but ask curiously. Orochimaru shook his head. I'm not too sure about that either. The only thing I know is that they seem to secretly control the Land of Rain. Tuanzang's body jolted. He recalled that he had heard the name Akatsuki somewhere before, and now, with Orochimaru's mention, he remembered that there had been quite a few new powers emerging in the Land of Rain, and he had collaborated with Hanzo to help eliminate various new forces in the country. Akatsuki was one of them. It shouldn't be that unfortunate, right? Tuanzong felt a bit tense inside. However, Orochimaru suddenly smiled meaningfully. I advise you, it's best not to have any ideas about the leader. To put it bluntly, if the leader wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tuanzang's body suddenly trembled. After all, he was an established powerhouse, and among the ninja of the same era, only Sarutobi Hiruzen could barely suppress him. To say he was like an ant in front of the leader? But Tuanzong naturally knew Orochimaru's personality. He wouldn't say such things lightly. Really, is he that terrifying? Tuanzong paused before speaking. Naturally, Orochimaru nodded. Don't be embarrassed. When he invited me to join Akatsuki, I foolishly made a move. Then, Orochimaru extended a finger. Just one move, and I was no match for him. Orochimaru couldn't help but recall that moment. Although the leader merely deflected his attack at the time, Orochimaru could still feel the power of that technique. If the leader had chosen to attack him then, that technique filled with a sense of destruction could have annihilated him instantly. Hiss! Tuanzong instinctively gasped. He was well aware of Orochimaru's strength. If even Orochimaru said so, then Tuanzong understood completely. This leader was powerful enough to be on a different level from them. To be honest, Tuanzong had always harbored great ambitions. He had initially entertained some inappropriate thoughts about the leader's eyes, but now it seemed better to let it go. Otherwise, not only would his ambitions be thwarted, but he might also lose his life. It's better to think about how to complete this task tonight, Tuanzong murmured. The reward for this task was exceptionally high. A full 9 million Rio. This was almost the sum of several S-rank mission rewards. The tasks taken by the Akatsuki organization were all of such high rewards that no one dared to accept them. That's right. Aside from the village hidden in the mist, not sending anyone, the feudal lords of the 5 great nations and the 4 great shinobi villages have all come. Just the Jonin-level ninja already exceed a dozen. Orochimaru said. A few feudal lords from smaller nations have also arrived. Like the land of river and the land of hot water. They should be arriving soon. Tuanzong looked at the information in the scroll. Feudal lord of the land of hot water? Orochimaru lowered his snake-like pupils and pondered for a moment. He slowly raised his head and smiled slightly. Have you got an idea? Tuanzong asked. Orochimaru nodded, then slowly walked down the mountaintop. Tuanzong was a bit puzzled, but followed him nonetheless. Chapter 168. The banquet, the land of river, feudal lords' provocation time, flew by, and the afternoon passed. Just as the sun was setting, a maid rushed over, bringing Uchiha Han and the others to the banquet. The banquet was held very grandly. The entire hall was already resplendent and dazzling, looking extremely luxurious. In the hall, there were nearly 40 to 50 tables on either side, each for one person. After all, it was their own country's ninja village. So Uchiha Han and the others were seated closest to the feudal lord. The Uchiha clan quickly took their seats. There were nearly 7 or 8 dishes on the table, along with a pot of fine wine and a plate of fruit. Each table had the same arrangement. Uchiha Han looked around. Aside from their group, people from other countries and ninja villages could only sit if they were representatives or at least Jonin level. The other Chunin and Jinin who came had to stand behind. It seemed that no one from the village hidden in the mist had come. Uchiha Han carefully observed and found that only the feudal lord of the land of water had brought a few ninja, while no one from the village hidden in the mist had shown up. This was somewhat expected for Uchiha Han. After all, the mist was still in chaos. Then, aside from the 5 great nations, some smaller nations were also on the guest list. Sure enough, Uchiha Han spotted the feudal lord of the land of hot water. If Uchiha Han remembered correctly, this guy seemed to be the young man who had walked out from the feudal lord's residence when Uchiha Han and his companions completed the escort mission for Takiri Roro. He was also Roro's brother. So this kid has become a feudal lord now. Uchiha Han murmured, then withdrew his gaze. First, the feudal lord's wife brought out their full-month princess for a brief introduction. After all, this banquet was nominally to celebrate the full month of the feudal lord's daughter. Basically, it was just those guys toasting each other and flattering one another and so on. Of course, compared to them, the ninja appeared much more composed. Moreover, most of the ninja had a hint of sorrow on their faces. Many of the feudal lords came out of curiosity regarding the 12 guardian ninja, and they had no political foresight. They were mostly relying on a few trusted retainers for advice. However, the visiting ninjas were different. They were the more outstanding talents from their respective ninja villages, and the higher-ups had certainly informed them of the potential threats of this event. Therefore, they had no mood to drink and eat. Not long after, the feudal lord of the land of fire put down his wine cup and chopsticks. His face showed a hint of impatience. This time, he wanted to show off in front of the other feudal lords. Recently, I had a sudden idea and gathered 12 powerful ninjas to form the 12 guardian ninja. The feudal lord of the land of fire slowly said. But no matter how hard he tried to maintain his composure, he couldn't hide the triumphant look on his face. Then, he lightly clapped his hands. 12 figures walked out from behind the screen in sequence. All the gazes in the hall instantly focused on those 12 figures. Each of them wore a badge with the emblem of the land of fire at their waist. The faces of the other ninja from different villages turned serious. Among those present, the strongest were just Jonin. But the 12 guardian ninja, at the very least, had the strength of special Jonin. Moreover, although Asuma and the others might only be at the level of regular Jonin, they were young. Such talents were hard to gather, even among the other major ninja villages. The land of fire truly has a wealth of talent. A Jonin from the village hidden in the rock murmured softly, then took a small sip of wine. Then, the feudal lord of the land of fire stood up. Today, taking this opportunity with so many powerful ninjas present. He smiled, and at some point, a fan appeared in his hand, covering the lower half of his face. Perhaps he couldn't suppress the smile on his face anymore, so he used it to block a bit. I hope everyone can help assess my strength as one of the 12 guardians of the Hidden Leaf. After saying this, he led the 12 people to the entrance of the main hall. The 12 guardians then stepped down from the hall and stood in the broad square in front of it. Each person was spaced about 5 to 6 meters apart, lined up in a row. Everyone else also followed and came out. The daimyo of the Fire Nation had also sent people to bring chairs in advance. Looking at the 12 people standing solemnly with their hands behind their backs, Uchiha Han secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, I didn't come earlier. It would have been too embarrassing, Uchiha Han thought. As a powerful ninja, having no status at all in front of these daimyos, the 12 guardians had completely become bodyguards. Everyone took their seats. Who would like to come up and give it a try? The daimyo of the Fire Nation looked around and couldn't help but smile slightly, unable to suppress his pride. The jonin from the ninja villages did not move. However, the daimyos were very curious. Finally, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers could no longer sit still. Looking quite excited, he glanced at a ninja beside him. That ninja was also his bodyguard and had the strength of a special jonin. However, he was more experienced and stronger than an ordinary special jonin. Then I'll throw out a brick to attract Jade. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers said with a smile, and the ninja beside him stood up. This ninja from the Land of Rivers had a very serious expression. He was in his 30s, but due to limited talent and the poor resources of the Land of Rivers, he had never become a true jonin. However, his strength was comparable to many ordinary jonin. Just pick anyone. The daimyo of the Fire Nation nodded with a smile. The ninja slowly scanned the crowd. He was very cautious and cherished this opportunity. As long as he won one, the daimyo would be pleased. And perhaps he would be rewarded with a lot of money and also gain recognition. Maybe this was his chance to become a true jonin. He took a deep breath, and a determined light shone in his eyes. It's him, he thought as he walked towards Dilu. Because among everyone, he could not sense this monk's chakra at all. The other 11 people, including Asuma, did not hide their powerful chakra. The ninja from the Land of Rivers felt uncertain about the other 11. So he chose this monk who seemed to have the weakest chakra. Good, the daimyo of the Fire Nation nodded. Then, the other 11 stepped aside, leaving enough space for Dilu and the ninja. TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy really doesn't know how to pick, Uchiha Han murmured. He could tell at a glance that this ninja from the Land of Rivers was a special jonin, close to jonin. Although Dilu was young, he had already learned the secret techniques of the Fire Temple, and his strength was not something an ordinary jonin could compare to. Chapter 169. Uchiha Han takes the stage in less than 10 minutes. The special jonin from the Land of Rivers was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Dilu didn't even use his signature technique, the Thousand Hands Kill. One can imagine how great the gap was between the two. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers didn't look too bad. He could clearly feel the sudden surge of chakra from the monk, which was significantly stronger than that of his bodyguard. Given that the Land of Rivers was generally at the bottom in many aspects, it wasn't too surprising that their ninja strength was lacking. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers was originally just a small fish and didn't care too much about it. Wow, I didn't expect this monk to be so powerful. At the edge of the square, many maids and guard from the daimyo's mansion were watching. The daimyo had specially allowed them to observe the battle. After all, this was a great opportunity to show off, and the more people watched, the better. The ninja from the Land of Rivers was indeed too weak. In fact, upon closer inspection, the monk was quite handsome. A few maids began to stare at Dilu's stern face, becoming infatuated. The daimyo of the Fire Nation was brimming with uncontrollable joy. Who else among the ninjas would like to come up and give it a try? He said slowly, looking around again. TCH. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was quite displeased with his smug expression. So, he sent a jonin from the Cloud Village to challenge. To strike a blow to the arrogant demeanor of the Fire Nation's daimyo, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning instructed that ninja to continue challenging Dilu. This time, the two fought back and forth, but in the end, Dilu still defeated the opponent without using the Thousand Hands Kill. However, Dilu was not in good shape either. He was exhausted, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Although it was a narrow victory, it still made everyone present feel Dilu's strength. Dilu, you should rest for now. But since Dilu was already exhausted, the daimyo of the Fire Nation allowed him to step down and rest. Of course, the daimyo was very satisfied with Dilu's performance. He felt that he should reward Dilu well after returning. Next, several more jonin came forward to challenge, and without exception, they all lost. In particular, one who challenged the monk lost quite badly. After that, many daimyos no longer sent anyone, and the representatives from those ninja villages looked gloomy and serious. The daimyo of the Fire Nation chuckled, feeling very comfortable. Seeing the crowd fall into silence, he felt even more relaxed. With so many of you here, I only have 12 people. Please don't be too modest, the daimyo of the Fire Nation continued. At this moment, the representative from the Rock Village suddenly looked at Kakashi and the others. Shuden T. Konoha, as the ninja village of the Fire Nation. Show off a bit? As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Kakashi and his three companions. Yes, yes. Immediately, the other daimyos and ninja village representatives echoed. Seeing this, Kakashi frowned. Then he looked at Uchiha Han beside him. Honestly, after watching for a while, Kakashi had roughly figured out the strength of the 12 Guardians. It was likely that Itachi and Tens could defeat 3 at most. Beyond that, they would be exhausted. To better showcase Konoha's strength, it seemed that Uchiha Han had to take the stage. Uchiha Han felt a bit speechless when he saw Kakashi looking at him intently. All right, Uchiha Han said helplessly. After all, this mission was quite important. Moreover, Kakashi said that this mission was rated as S rank, worth a full 1 million ryo. And Kakashi also said he wouldn't take a cut this time. Whoever worked hard would get the bigger share. Uchiha Han certainly wouldn't refuse. Thus, Uchiha Han walked to the front of the square. He scanned the crowd. Let's start with the weaker ones, Uchiha Han thought, and began with the weakest. Uchiha Han sensed a few chakra signatures, starting from the nameless extras. This kid looks so young. They actually wanted to fight? The surrounding daimyos were quite surprised. Mainly, Uchiha Han looked far too young. In their perception, a ninja's strength was usually tied to their age. Middle-aged ninjas looked more reliable. However, the ninjas from those villages furrowed their brows, casting serious glances at Uchiha Han, because at that moment, they found that they could not clearly sense this kid's chakra at all. What does this mean? It means that this kid's strength might be above theirs. But this is clearly just over 10 years old, at most 11, and yet it has the strength of a J-nin. They looked at Itachi and Tens, only to find that these two little brats also possessed strength not inferior to special J-nin. They were even more shocked. The leading Kakashi was also a renowned genius in the ninja world, having become a J-nin at 12 years old. Unexpectedly, Konoha had produced 3 such geniuses. People from various ninja villages were all extremely envious and jealous. Not to mention 3. They might not even be able to find one who could possess J-nin's strength before the age of 15. After the war, various countries and ninja villages were recuperating. Places like Sunagakure and Iwagakure, which had relatively scarce resources, still had not fully recovered. The new generation of ninjas was also mixed. TCH, Konoha really is arrogant. The daimyo of the Land of Fire cast a displeased glance at Uchiha Han. He thought to himself that he would definitely make this little brat suffer later. Bang, bang, bang. Several huge fire dragons and great fireballs were unleashed in succession. Coupled with Uchiha Han's ghostly speed and powerful taijutsu, he quickly defeated one person with ease. This person's strength was average, just at the level of a special J-nin. This little brat, surprisingly strong. Several daimyo were very surprised. They initially thought that Konoha sent this little brat deliberately to cooperate with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, just to go through the motions. Now it seemed that Konoha truly had hidden talents. Damn it! The daimyo of the Land of Fire felt a bit angry and quietly clenched his fists. Oomph. Anyway, Riku is also the weakest in strength. If he loses, he loses. I don't believe this little brat can defeat Homa. At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Water was staring at Uchiha Han, and suddenly, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Moreover, the arc of the smile was quite strange, almost at a 45-degree angle with his nose. Hissed faintly, it seemed like the sound of a snake hissing. However, the sound was extremely weak, and no one present heard it. Chapter 170. Arrogant Homa. Next, Uchiha Han continued to easily defeat several more people. Only the 4 from the lightning release, Homa and Asuma, were left. Delu, having already fought 2 intense battles, did not need to participate in the subsequent fights. The lightning release 4 were skilled in lightning techniques. Uchiha Han used wind techniques, which happened to counter them in terms of attributes. However, after all, they were 4 J-nin, and such a wheel battle was also a huge drain on Uchiha Han's chakra. After dealing with the lightning release 4, Uchiha Han turned his attention to Homa. Aside from Asuma, this guy was the only one left. Asuma was very wary of this guy, although in the original work, he also planned an operation to destroy Konoha. His performance was indeed quite average. However, when facing him, Uchiha Han was still very cautious. This Homa could make Asuma so wary, which naturally showed that he had his own strengths. This little brat is quite impressive, Homa said with a slight smile. But the smile was not friendly at all. Uchiha Han narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Homa. Uchiha Han felt that the aura of Homa in front of him was somewhat strange. How to say it? It gave him a feeling somewhat like Orochimaru. Of course, he was definitely not comparable to Orochimaru. Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Han smiled. Homa snorted coldly, slowly raising his head, and glanced at Uchiha Han with disdain on his face. You have the guts to challenge me, not bad. But unfortunately, you will soon regret this decision, Homa said, his tone full of arrogance. Uchiha Han curled his lips. This guy. Let us see how arrogant you are a moment. Originally, Uchiha Han did not take this mission too seriously. However, since Homa was showing off to him, he couldn't tolerate it. He had to give him a severe blow. His name is Homa, a powerful ninja, considered the strongest among the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire said to several daimyo around, his brow full of pride. Homa was highly favored by him, so the daimyo naturally helped to build Homa's reputation. Indeed, just standing there, one could feel Homa's powerful aura. Not bad, not bad, it really feels impressive. Everyone echoed. Homa activated his chakra, forming a strong momentum that pressured everyone. Those daimyo were just ordinary people, but their positions were very noble. How could any ninja dare to release such strong pressure in front of them? Therefore, feeling this kind of momentum for the first time, they thought that this Homa was definitely a top expert. TCH, all show and no substance. The stronger Nin naturally saw through the tricks and were very dismissive. Their evaluation of Homa in their hearts dropped significantly. However, they were still very curious about Uchiha Han, having won against so many people. Even elite Nin should be running low on chakra, right? Therefore, almost no one held out hope for Uchiha Han. Little brat, it's better to admit defeat early. In this situation, a one team make it too difficult for you. A violent chakra continuously leaked out, and Homa's momentum reached a very powerful level. Because very few people would do this. Such bluffing in the eyes of most ninjas had no meaning at all. Uchiha Han felt a bit strange in his heart. What special purpose did this guy have for consuming chakra to create momentum? However, what this guy said was truly the standard villain talk. Uchiha Han thought to himself. Seeing Uchiha Han silent, Homa instinctively frovnid. What's wrong? Are you too scared to speak? As soon as Uchiha Han heard this, he immediately curled his lips. Then, Uchiha Han took out a summoning scroll. With a bang, a ninja knife appeared in Uchiha Han's hand. Don't get me wrong, this is not one of the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Han would not dare to take that out in front of so many people. This ninja knife was made for him by someone, and the material was quite ordinary, far inferior to those 7 swords. Uchiha Han had learned a lot of sword techniques from the elite Nin who tried to assassinate him from Kirigakure. In order to teach Haku and Kimimaro, he also learned a lot. While teaching, he was also improving himself. Now Uchiha Han's swordsmanship was definitely not comparable to that of the samurai from the Land of Iron, but it was already stronger than that of ordinary ninja who practiced with swords. But in terms of swordsmanship, Uchiha Han estimated that he had probably reached the level of Yakushi Kabuto in the original works Shippuden. Perhaps he was still a bit lacking, but it didn't matter. Oh, you still practice swords? Homa raised an eyebrow, mainly because Uchiha Han had won against those guys without using a sword earlier. This little brat, could it be that he has hidden skills? Homa couldn't help but withdraw some of his contempt. In this case, the strength of this little brat in front of him might be somewhat difficult to gauge. Originally, he didn't want to draw his sword, but since you talked so much nonsense, Uchiha Han said coldly, and then charged forward. Oomph. Homa snorted coldly and immediately formed hand seals. Doton, Dorigon. In an instant, the ground beneath him bulged up in succession and then formed a huge spike. Like a sharp spear, it shot straight towards Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han leaped and easily dodged it. However, the spot where he originally stood was directly penetrated by that earth flow gun, creating a hole that was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. Hiss! All the daimyos present gasped in shock. If that had hit them, they would probably have been split in half. He dodged quite quickly. He snorted coldly, then immediately formed seals again. However, Uchiha Han would not give him another chance. In an instant, Uchiha Han's body began to shine, as if covered by a faint halo. The next second, 3 identical shadow clones appeared, each wielding a ninja knife. Cut! Shadow clone technique? He was extremely disdainful. He thought to himself, this kid is indeed too young. Splitting into 3 shadow clones all at once is quite a burden on chakra. He reasoned that since Uchiha Han had already fought with those guys, his chakra should be low, and using the shadow clone technique like this must be a desperate gamble. With that thought, he believed he had seen through Uchiha Han's intentions and started to sneer. Fine, I'll play with you and see how long your chakra can last. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly trembled, because 3 sharp, icy knife lights suddenly attacked him. What? He immediately took a big step back, trying to dodge Uchiha Han's 3 knife lights. But soon, he realized that those 3 knife lights perfectly blocked his movement space. Earth release, earth flow wall. He quickly formed seals. 3 tall earth walls blocked his front. However, just when he thought he had blocked Uchiha Han's 3 knife lights and breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if a gust of wind had blown in from behind. He instantly froze. But soon, he reacted immediately. He quickly turned around, gripping a kunai tightly. He intended to use the kunai to defend. However, how could Uchiha Han's sharp knife lights be blocked by mere kunai? Even if Danzo came, his kunai would only shatter under the sharp blade. Achoo! At this moment, a man wearing a mask behind the daimyo of the land of water sneezed. Chapter 171, Surprise Attack. Orochimaru, the daimyo of the land of water, turned to look at him, frowning slightly. Sorry, the man said softly. This scene went unnoticed by anyone. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of tearing echoed throughout the square. Hama's upper body was instantly torn apart by the knife lights. There were 3 deep wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were all on the edges and did not hit any vital spots. Hiss! All the daimyos present gasped in shock. How frightening! The daimyo of the land of river was somewhat frightened. He had always lived a life of luxury and had hardly managed his own country. He had never seen such a bloody scene. Although most daimyos were pampered, those like the daimyo of the land of river were quite rare. Some who saw the blood even became a bit excited. Only the daimyo of the land of fire's expression gradually became grave. He could see that Hama seemed to be gradually falling into a disadvantage. Moreover, he noticed that Uchiha Han appeared to be quite relaxed. In the square, Uchiha Han stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the somewhat disheveled Hama. This kid, Hama, quickly glanced at his wounds. He was incredibly angry, but had no time to glare at Uchiha Han, because Uchiha Han's 3 shadow clones were still surrounding him, watching him closely. Uchiha Han naturally would not give Hama a moment's respite. With a thought, the 3 shadow clones immediately charged toward Hama. The chakra of the shadow clones was minimal and could not perform any ninjutsu. The 3 knife lights he had just released had almost exhausted their chakra. So after 2 ninjutsu from Hama, the 3 shadow clones dissipated. Bang, bang, bang. However, the 3 shadow clones left a cloud of smoke. Hama immediately raised an eyebrow. He sensed an aura rushing toward him. Oh no! Hama quickly formed seals, knowing that he was likely unable to dodge. However, even as he formed seals, his speed slowed. Lightning release, lightning flow blade. In an instant, the sizzling sound of electricity reached Hama's ears. Then, a massive blue light appeared before him. Boom! With a loud bang, Hama's body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a wall over 10 meters away. Phew! Hama tasted blood in his throat, unwillingly glancing at Uchiha Han before collapsing, losing consciousness. Uchiha Han slowly stood upright, the blade of the long knife in his hand still crackling with electricity. Hiss! The daimyo of the land of fire watched this scene, feeling extremely shocked, but at the same time, he became incredibly angry. Damn it! The ninja I painstakingly trained can't even compare to a little brat from Konoha. He clenched his fists, the fan slowly covering the lower half of his face, trying to hide his angry expression. He glanced at the subordinate beside him, signaling, and a few guards ran over to carry Hama away. Do you want to continue challenging? The daimyo asked slowly. To be honest, he was now somewhat afraid that Uchiha Han alone would overturn the entire 12 guardians. This was a slap in the face for him, especially in front of the daimyos of various countries and the representatives of the ninja villages. Of course, there's still one left. Uchiha Han smiled at the daimyo. However, Uchiha Han's innocent smile appeared quite annoying in the daimyo's eyes. The daimyo chuckled, saying nothing more. However, his already somewhat pale face appeared even more ghastly. Uchiha Han naturally didn't care about this. It's your turn. Uchiha Han walked in front of Asuma, smiling slightly. Not bad. Your strength indeed exceeded my expectations. However, if you want to defeat me, that's still a bit wishful thinking. Asuma slowly put away the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth, which was not lit. TCH, what are you pretending for? Uchiha Han felt disdain in his heart. Asuma was taking this opportunity to get cocky. According to the plan, he was supposed to lose to Asuma, but Asuma was actually trying to show off. Uchiha Han felt a bit angry. Forget it. Uchiha Han thought it was better to finish the mission and return to the village, not wanting to bicker with Asuma. So, Uchiha Han picked up his long knife and charged at Asuma. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Han and Asuma engaged in close combat, and after several exchanges, It was difficult to tell who was winning. Then, the two distanced themselves and used several large-scale ninjutsu against each other. After that, they resumed close combat. Bang! With a crisp metallic collision sound, Uchiha Han's grip loosened, and the long knife clattered to the ground. Then Uchiha Han covered his chest, staggering back a few steps. With a thud, he sat down on the ground, one hand still propped up. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be this strong, Asuma. This time, I lost. Uchiha Han's face was filled with unwillingness, and then, gritting his teeth, he returned to his seat. Although the acting was somewhat clumsy, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire did not notice and felt overjoyed. Asuma is still reliable. He decided that he would definitely reward Asuma greatly when he returned. If it weren't for Asuma, this banquet would probably have become a laughingstock. After that, there were not many challengers, and the banquet was entering its final stage. Finally, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire shook hands with the other feudal lords, the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, the feudal lord of the Land of Earth, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, the feudal lord of the Land of Water. Soon, it was the turn of the feudal lord of the Land of Soup. Thank you for attending my daughter's full moon celebration. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire repeated several times with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the other party extended their hand and smiled. He frowned, feeling something was strange. He seemed to hear a strange sound. His chapter 172, the hidden battle group hiss. In an instant, a sinister voice spread throughout the entire hall. Kakashi and Uchiha Han immediately reacted, their gazes turning to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and the feudal lord of the Land of Soup. They saw that the feudal lord of the Land of Soup had extended a hand from which more than 10 poisonous snakes were writhing together. Bang! A blue light flashed. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire was pushed back several steps. Asuma gripped his chakra knife tightly, looking seriously at the feudal lord of the Land of Soup. Hoo. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire immediately got up and quickly shrank back to hide. The 4 members of the Earth and Lightning teams immediately protected the feudal lord. Uchiha Han had not used heavy attacks during the previous battle with them. At this moment, the entire hall was in chaos, mainly because those feudal lords were running around in fear. The ninjas from other villages carefully protected their own feudal lords, vigilantly watching the feudal lord of the Land of Soup. Uchiha Han and the others also stood beside Asuma. This guy, Uchiha Han frowned, looking at the snake hand extended by the other party, quickly guessing in his heart. The person in front of him was probably not the feudal lord of the Land of Soup at all. He was actually Orochimaru, disguised as the feudal lord of the Land of Soup, using a technique to erase his appearance. In the original work, Orochimaru used this ninjutsu to infiltrate the Chunin exams. But why would Orochimaru come here? Shouldn't he have already joined the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Han was very puzzled. Who are you? Asuma shouted loudly. Seeing this, Orochimaru no longer hid his identity, slowly removing the human skin mask and clothes from his face. Oh, Orochimaru. Instantly, Asuma and Kakashi's bodies trembled violently. For them, Orochimaru was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying existence. The others from the ninja villages were also shaken. Orochimaru. That was a well-known figure during the Third Great Ninja War. Now he had become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha with terrifying strength. How could they, a group of Jonin, compete with him? Therefore, the ninjas from other countries began to have the thought of retreating. Anyway, it seemed that Orochimaru was targeting the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. What did that have to do with them? Why risk stepping into this muddy water? So, they cautiously moved toward the hall's entrance. Long time no see, Kakashi, Asuma, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, his gaze falling on Asuma and Kakashi. Asuma was the son of his teacher, so Orochimaru was naturally familiar with him. Orochimaru did not rush to attack. He seemed to enjoy the terrified expressions of the crowd. Both Kakashi and Asuma began to sweat profusely. However, they would not take a step back. Let's go together, Kakashi said, then immediately rushed towards Orochimaru, with intense blue light erupting from his hand. Raikiri, Asuma was not to be outdone and immediately followed behind Kakashi. He opened his mouth, and dense black smoke erupted from it. Fire release, ash accumulation burning. Kakashi's Raikiri was extremely fast, and in an instant, he reached Orochimaru. His Orochimaru's face still wore that pale smile. However, his body was as agile as a snake. With a slight movement, he dodged Kakashi's Raikiri. It should be noted that Raikiri was originally in a high-speed movement state, and with the assistance of the Sharingan. Its speed could be said to have reached an incredibly terrifying level. Yet even so, it was still dodged by Orochimaru. Kakashi, with a shocked expression, passed by Orochimaru. At this moment, seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, Orochimaru licked his lips with interest. Although I look down on your transplanted eyes, they would be just right for Danzo. Orochimaru smiled, and a poisonous snake immediately coiled around his neck, then suddenly lunged towards Kakashi's Sharingan. However, at that moment, thick ash smoke surrounded Orochimaru, and the poisonous snake that had lunged forward immediately retreated. Interesting, Orochimaru smiled, immediately sensing the energy contained in this ash smoke. If nothing unexpected happens, an explosion will occur soon. Orochimaru's body became snake-like agile again, and with a simple movement, he jumped out of the range of the ash smoke. Self-created ninjutsu? Not bad. Orochimaru smiled, giving a positive evaluation to his teacher's son. However, this ninjutsu still fell a bit short in his eyes. Damn it! Kakashi immediately retreated to Asuma's side. The two looked serious, not knowing what to do for a moment, just staring at Orochimaru. At that moment, a shuriken suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Han, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, leaped to Kakashi's back. Bang! Uchiha Han's long knife blocked the shuriken. The sharp shuriken and blade collided violently, sparking. Uchiha Han and the others looked, only to see the opponent put away the shuriken, leaping back to the entrance of the hall and slowly removing his mask. Danzo! Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow. Kakashi and the others were also shocked. They did not expect that the two would actually cooperate. Kakashi immediately felt a sense of impending doom. One S-rank rogue ninja was already extremely troublesome, and now another one had appeared. Moreover, these two were not ordinary S-rank rogue ninjas. Both had the strength of a Kage, which was terrifying. What to do? Asuma began to sweat coldly, feeling a bit flustered. At this moment, Uchiha Han straightened up and slowly sheathed his long knife at his waist. Leave Danzo to me, Kakashi-sensei. You all focus on dealing with Orochimaru. Itachi, Tenzu. You also go help Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Han said calmly, then walked slowly towards Danzo. Han-kun. Itachi looked at Uchiha Han with concern, but then swallowed his words. He knew Uchiha Han would not easily take risks. Uchiha Han's gaze was firm as he walked step by step. At the same time, it seemed as if a flame had appeared within his body, burning more and more fiercely, and everyone present could almost feel that heart-burning heat wave like heavenly fire. Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to write this because I need something for the plot. Chapter 173, Defeating Danzo, Flame Dragon Armor, combine. With a soft chant from Uchiha Han, the Flame Dragon Armor appeared in the main hall. What is that? The various feudal lords looked at the Flame Dragon Armor on Uchiha Han with shock and curiosity. They could sense the impressive aura emanating from the armor. However, they were just ordinary people and didn't understand the immense power behind that aura. Thus, their focus was more on the armor itself. So cool. No way. I have to find a craftsman to make me a set when I get back. The feudal lord of the land of rivers thought. His head that had originally shrunk behind the guards, now peeking out a bit more. Danzo narrowed his eyes, looking at Uchiha Han with a lot of anger. This little brat. To be honest, after the previous battles, Danzo felt somewhat powerless against Uchiha Han. However, during this time, with the help of Orochimaru's experiments, his right arm had been significantly enhanced, and the power of his would-release techniques had greatly increased. This gave Danzo a bit more confidence. Still, seeing the armor on Uchiha Han made him feel quite annoyed. Without that armor, with his methods, he might have been able to gouge out Uchiha Han's eyes during their fight. Although it was just a Sharingan with one Tomo, it could still be used as a consumable for his Anaji. Of course, Danzo also carried some personal grudges. Unfortunately, with the protection of the armor, unless Danzo could completely defeat Uchiha Han and force him to remove it, he would probably find it very difficult to take action. In that case, let this little brat experience the former shadow of Konoha. Danzo's anger surged, and he began to channel the overwhelming chakra within his body. Although he was nearly 60, thanks to the nourishment of Hashiroma's cells, he had somewhat regained a youthful appearance. He quickly formed hand seals, his speed even faster than before. Sexy son brother. A massive wind-release vacuum sphere instantly condensed and then howled toward Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han frowned slightly. This time, Danzo's jutsu seemed to be stronger than before. However, just a few extra points didn't make much of a difference to Uchiha Han. He gripped the blazing blade tightly and then swung it fiercely at the incoming vacuum sphere. A massive blade of burning flames instantly devoured the vacuum sphere. In just that moment, Danzo's vacuum sphere disappeared completely. How is that possible? Danzo frowned deeply. With the enhancement from Hashiroma's cells, his chakra was now much more abundant than before, and the power of his jutsu had naturally become stronger. But why did Uchiha Han seem to be blocking it even more easily than last time? This little brat. Could it be that he's gotten stronger during this period? Danzo was very shocked. It should be noted that he had significantly improved his strength in a short time due to Orochimaru's modifications to his right arm. Looking at Uchiha Han, this little brat's talent is simply terrifying. Danzo started to feel a bit fearful. He sensed that if things continued to develop like this, Uchiha Han might become the next god of ninjas. No, he must be eliminated. Danzo panicked. If Uchiha Han grew for another 2 or 3 years, he would probably completely outmatch him. Now that Danzo had already become a rogue ninja of Konoha, he could not accept anything that could increase Konoha's power. Thus, Danzo's gaze turned extremely fierce once again. His prideful wind shield seemed to not pose much of a threat to Uchiha Han. So, Danzo decided to use Wood Release. Wood Release, exploding gun tree. A massive dead tree instantly sprouted from Danzo's right arm. The branches were chaotic, resembling rubber arms. Then, those dancing branches immediately gathered together. Uchiha Han quickly took the blazing shuriken from his chest and threw it fiercely. The blazing shuriken spun rapidly, its sharp edge slicing through the air, and the piercing sound of the airflow demonstrated its tremendous power. What is this? Danzo frowned, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. He could clearly sense that the rapidly spinning blazing shuriken was flying toward him, containing terrifying power. Like a bomb, its smooth exterior concealed destructive strength. I can't let this thing hit me. Danzo immediately used his chakra to guide the giant tree that had grown from his right arm to spread its branches, then connected the roots to form a massive wooden shield. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Immediately, a powerful shockwave burst forth from Danzo's wooden shield. The terrifying aftermath spread throughout the entire hall, making it seem as if the hall would collapse. Even Orochimaru, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi and the others nearby, instinctively glanced over. He was somewhat surprised that after not seeing Uchiha Han for a while, he had grown to such an impressive level. Danzo was uninjured. However, the giant tree on his right arm had shattered like debris, scattering into fragments on the ground. Danzo gasped heavily, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? Danzo found it hard to accept, wondering if Uchiha Han had held back last time. In reality, ever since Uchiha Han's last battle with Danzo, he understood that taking down Danzo would not be simple. Therefore, he infused a large amount of chakra into this attack. But he didn't expect that Danzo's wooden shield was not as solid as Uchiha Han had imagined. Good opportunity. Uchiha Han's eyes lit up, instantly aiming at the momentarily distracted Danzo. He didn't expect this old man to make such a low-level mistake. After all, there was no time to calm the waves in one's heart on the battlefield. Uchiha Han's blazing blade immediately transformed into the form of a blazing bow. Then, Uchiha Han aimed at Danzo's right arm. In an instant, 9 sharp light arrows shot out. Not good. Danzo finally came back to his senses and wanted to form hand seals immediately. But the speed of the light arrows was much faster than that of the blazing shuriken. They had already exceeded the speed of sound, and the explosive sound made Danzo's heart tremble with fear. Oh no, this guy is aiming for my Sharingan. Danzo realized that the trajectory of the light arrows was aimed directly at the 9 remaining Sharingan on his arm. However, due to the extreme speed, he found it extremely difficult to dodge. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds of 9 blades piercing into flesh echoed. Streams of blood shot out from Danzo's right arm, splattering everywhere. Today was the first final exam of the subject, and I completely didn't understand the last question. When the results came out, everyone said it was the original question. I was so frustrated. Chapter 174. Rough Tsunade my eyes. Danzo was taken aback, and he hurriedly covered his other eye with his hand. However, with a total of 9 eyes, he didn't know which one to cover first. Hehe. Uchiha Han smiled triumphantly, thinking that this was karma for you enjoying gouging out others' eyes for no reason. Danzo was furious, but without his 9 Sharingan, he could no longer use his Anaji. Without this reliance, Danzo would not dare to continue fighting Uchiha Han. Danzo steeled his heart and immediately summoned blood to his palm. Summoning technique. Dream Baku. The enormous Dream Baku instantly appeared behind him. Wind release. Great windstorm. The Dream Baku opened its mouth, and a massive tornado spiraled up from it. The tremendous suction instantly enveloped everyone in the Great Hall. Protect the daimyo. Dilu and the 4 lightning users quickly shielded the daimyo in front of them, using their defensive ninjutsu to counter the powerful suction. Seeing this, Uchiha Han immediately formed hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. According to the principle of attribute counteraction, fire counters wind, combined with the enhancement of Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor. The simple dragon fire technique instantly possessed terrifying power close to that of a forbidden technique. The enormous flames intertwined with the chaotic airflow. The tornado from the Dream Baku's mouth was instantly ignited. Realizing the danger, the Dream Baku quickly shut its mouth, and the storm abruptly ceased. Then, with a bang, the massive body of the Dream Baku vanished without a trace. When Uchiha Han looked again, Danzo's figure had long disappeared. That old sneaky guy. A fire ignited in Uchiha Han's heart. He initially wanted to chase after him. As with the flame dragon steed, Danzo surely couldn't escape. However, Uchiha Han suspected a trick, because today Danzo's performance was even below his previous level. Uchiha Han was puzzled. Before the fight, Danzo seemed very confident. Uchiha Han had prepared for a tough battle, but the result was too easy. Uchiha Han felt that Danzo, this old sneaky guy, might be intentionally luring him to chase. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han felt it was safer not to pursue Danzo. Sensing Danzo's fleeing aura, Orochimaru's expression turned cold. He was fighting by himself, yet Danzo lost faster than he did. No, he wasn't at a disadvantage yet. He still had a good chance of winning. But now, Uchiha Han was free. He felt the aftermath of the battle between Uchiha Han and Danzo, and it was astonishing. If he faced 5, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. I didn't expect there would be a day I fail a mission. Orochimaru coldly mocked himself. Since he became a genin, he had never failed a mission. Even the first 2 missions he took in the Akatsuki were completed perfectly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he teamed up with Danzo, the first mission completely failed. However, Orochimaru also felt some regret. He should have taken it more seriously from the beginning. Forget it. Orochimaru sighed deeply. Then, his body twisted grotesquely, and moments later, his entire body seemed to lose its bones, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi cautiously approached to take a look. He found that only his skin was left on the ground. Orochimaru had also escaped. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, slowly saying. Upon hearing this, the entire great hall seemed to fill with heavy, breathing sounds. Asuma immediately ran to the side of the daimyo. "Daimyo, are you okay?" Asuma asked with concern. After all, he was still one of the 12 guardian ninja. I'm fine. The daimyo steadied himself, forcing himself to calm down while gently fanning himself with a fan. "Thanks to you all this time." The daimyo looked gratefully at the few people in front of him, Asuma, Dilu, and the 4 lightning users. The other few had disappeared somewhere. As for Hama, he was injured by Uchiha Han and was still lying in the room, unconscious. Asuma felt a surge of joy. This time, he would likely gain the daimyo's trust. After all, he had saved his life. Seeing this result, Kakashi and the others felt happy as well. Outside the daimyo's residence, Danzo fled quickly into a forest. Damn, how is that kid so strong? Danzo leaned against a tree, catching his breath. All the way, the more he thought about it, the more something fell off. He felt that Uchiha Han's attacks didn't seem much stronger. Why did he lose so thoroughly this time? Earlier, Orochimaru had enhanced his right arm, and the Hashirama cells were activated more fully. How could this happen? Danzo was full of doubts, unable to understand. He looked at his blood-stained right arm, where all 10 Sharingan had vanished. Damn! Danzo angrily pounded the tree trunk. Then, he turned to look around and didn't see that fiery figure. It seemed that the kid didn't chase after him. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. But this was within his expectations. After all, Orochimaru was still there. Uchiha Han would surely stay to help Kakashi and the others. There was no time to pursue him. He had to thank Orochimaru for buying him time. With Orochimaru's abilities, escaping should not be a problem. I should return to the base and wait for him. Danzo muttered, then quickly fled again. This mission ended successfully. The only problem was that the group from the Land of Water was assassinated by Orochimaru and his team. But that was not something Uchiha Han needed to worry about. Asuma and Dilu, leading the Pro-Hokage faction, gained the daimyo's trust. Meanwhile, Hama, leading the radical faction, was gradually marginalized. This made Minato very happy. Given the outstanding performance of Uchiha Han and the others, the reward for this mission was raised to 1.5 million by Minato. Just right, 500,000 each. Without Kakashi's share, this made Uchiha Han feel very good. On the way home, Uchiha Han was in high spirits. However, just after turning a corner, a black hand suddenly appeared and pulled Uchiha Han in. "Tsunade, Lady Tsunade?" Uchiha Han was a bit surprised. looking in astonishment at the two snow-white peaks before him. Who else but Tsunade? Kid, help me with something. Tsunade's slightly flushed face lowered as she looked into Uchiha Han's eyes. As she leaned closer, Uchiha Han caught a strong smell of alcohol. Clearly, Tsunade had been drinking again. Help with what? Uchiha Han felt that the favor Tsunade was asking for probably wouldn't be anything good. Help or not? Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of a threatening tone. Uchiha Han swallowed hard. Then a powerful hand immediately pressed down on his head, forcing it down with strength. Uchiha Han's head was compelled to nod under this immense force. Just agreeing is fine. Chapter 175. The Ninja World Kill, just agreeing is fine. Tsunade smiled, then immediately dragged Uchiha Han out. After a short while, they stopped. Uchiha Han looked ahead and saw a gambling house. He had a bad premonition. Then, Tsunade's face leaned close to Uchiha Han's again. She smiled meaningfully, with ill intentions. You should understand what I mean, right? Probably I should. However, Uchiha Han was still somewhat confused. Even if he activated the Sharingan, he couldn't see through it. He would need to find Hinata for that. But, Lady Tsunade, mine is the Sharingan, not the Byakugan. I know. Tsunade transformed into a young girl, standing just under half a head taller than Uchiha Han, and then pulled him inside. Once inside, Uchiha Han understood. Goodness. It turns out that the Konoha gambling den also resorts to such lowly tactics. Uchiha Han was greatly shocked. He could understand the Uchiha Han from the small town outside. After all, those places might not have many ninjas entering in a year. But with so many ninjas in Konoha, these guys actually dare to cheat using chakra. Uchiha Han could only say these guys were really bold. However, thinking carefully, apart from Tsunade, there probably wouldn't be many proper ninjas coming to the gambling den. Thus, with Uchiha Han's help, Tsunade successfully won back hundreds of thousands of Ryo. This was already the total reward for an A-rank mission. Hey kid, the people in this gambling den aren't honest. Are you interested in teaming up with me to deal with them? After coming out, Tsunade excitedly pulled Uchiha Han close. In an instant, Uchiha Han was overwhelmed by her ample bosom, which was as bouncy as AA candy. For a moment, the pure and innocent Uchiha Han felt a little dazed. His head was spinning, although a strong smell of alcohol wafted from Tsunade's body, facing her snow-white bust. He still caught a faint scent of milk, leading to endless fantasies and heart racing. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Han turned his head, forcefully breaking free from Tsunade's overwhelming waves, forcing himself not to be lost in the temptation before him. Uchiha Han really didn't want to help Tsunade do anything bad, although it was the gambling den that cheated first and he was on the side of justice. If word got out that he profited using his Sharingan at the gambling den, wouldn't he be nailed to the pillar of shame? What's wrong? You're unwilling. Tsunade's face instantly turned cold, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Han. Her other hand had already clenched into a gigantic fist, seemingly ready to come crashing down on Uchiha Han's head. Of course not. Uchiha Han hodiyadidiniyit. Then what does your hesitation mean? Tsunade questioned, her expression appearing to have sobered up from her drunken state. This made Uchiha Han's legs tremble even more. Gulp. Uchiha Han instinctively swallowed. If Tsunade's fist came down, his handsome face would probably turn into a pig's head. Uchiha Han still had some image to maintain. What I mean is, I just feel that this dice-rolling thing, if there's no cheating involved, relies entirely on luck, which really lacks any technical content. Uchiha Han stammerit. Lacks any technical content? Tsunade slightly furrowed her brows. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha Han nodded repeatedly. First of all, gambling is essentially a game, and something that relies solely on luck is just too ordinary and uninteresting. A truly fun game should test strategy. Uchiha Han had an idea in his heart and immediately became confident. Then tell me, what game could possibly be more exciting than dice? Tsunade asked curiously, while her clenched fist slowly moved in front of Uchiha Han, as if to say that if he couldn't come up with something, this merciless iron fist would come crashing down. Uchiha Han swallowed again. Lady Tsunade, how about this? Give me a day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, come find me, and I'll let you experience the most fun and addictive game in the world. Uchiha Han confidently thumped his chest. Tsunade looked at him suspiciously. She found it hard to believe that there could be a game more interesting than dice in this world. At least, that was how it was for her. All right, then I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning. Saying this, Tsunade gently brushed her ponytail, turned around, and walked a few steps. Suddenly, she turned her head back, glancing at Uchiha Han with the corner of her eye. If this new game you speak of doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for being rude. Tsunade's tone was very cold, and as she spoke, she tightened her fist. The cracking sound of her bones made Uchiha Han shiver all over. Scary, violent woman. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Han immediately assured. Uchiha Han didn't hurry home, but instead went to a bathhouse. Sure enough, he caught Jiraiya again. The old pervert hadn't left Konoha yet. You little brat. You scared away my inspiration, Jiraiya said angrily. Uchiha Han told him there was a great opportunity tomorrow to get him and Tsunade together. Although Jiraiya was skeptical, he agreed to come to Uchiha Han's house tomorrow morning. Next, Uchiha Han went to find Itachi, Tens, and Izumi. He initially wanted to find Kakashi, but now that Kakashi had returned to the Umbu and was busy with missions, Uchiha Han thought better of it. 7 people. That should be enough. Uchiha Han murmured, then bought a pile of blank cards and returned home. His skill seems to be like this. Oh no, wait, what is the effect of this card? I can't remember. What was his skill again? Forget it. Just make something up. Hey, are these cards not enough? 1, 2, 3, 11, no, it seems like there are a few too many. Uchiha Han fiddled around all night. Finally, a brand new card game was born. On the table, a row of cards with the same back, each with different words on the front. Lord, Loyal Minister, Traitor, and Spy. Another small stack of cards had character portraits on the upper half and text on the lower half. That's right. This was the new game made by Uchiha Han. In fact, it was the well-known tabletop game from his previous life, Three Kingdoms Kill. Chapter 176. Tsunade obsessed with tabletop games. Early the next morning, Itachi, Izumi, and Tens were the first to arrive. Then came Jiraiya. Hey kid, where are all these? Jiraiya noticed the thick stack of cards on the table and asked curiously. This is the game we'll be playing shortly. Uchiha Han smiled. Itachi and the others also leaned in with curious expressions. Game? At this moment, Tsunade finally arrived. Bang! Uchiha Han's yard gate was instantly smashed open with a punch. Creak! The fragile door shook slightly, the creaking sound seemingly accusing it of being treated roughly. Tsunade paused there for a moment, her ample bosom swaying, instantly attracting Jiraiya's gaze. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popping out as he stared at the snow-white sight, drooling. Izumi looked at Tsunade's bosom, swallowed in shock, then lowered her head, inexplicably feeling a sudden sense of inferiority. Hey kid, what about the new game you mentioned? Tsunade walked in and moved beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya was still lost in that snow-white sight, unable to extricate himself. Bang! Tsunade delivered a heavy punch. Ah! Jiraiya screamed, immediately covering his head. Uchiha Han smiled awkwardly. Shindao. Indeed, in this world, those who are like myself, with a heart as clear as a mirror and remain unperturbed, are ultimately a minority. Lady Tsunade, this is the new game I specially prepared for you. Uchiha Han immediately brought Tsunade to the table, picked up the cards, and began to introduce it. First, this game is different from traditional card games. The elements of gambling and luck are greatly reduced, while the elements of strategy and operation are significantly increased. I believe this is a groundbreaking product. Calling a card game feels inappropriate, so I refer to it as a board game. Uchiha Han was excitedly promoting his achievement. Tsunade grew impatient. Stop with the nonsense. Uchiha Han awkwardly smiled and had to stop. Ahem. Then let me introduce the rules of the game. First, there are identity cards. In each game, there's only one Lord card, and the rest include several Loyal Minister cards, Rebel Ninja cards, and Spy cards. The Lord and the Loyal Ministers belong to one faction, and their victory condition is to eliminate all the Rebel Ninjas and Spies. On the other hand, the victory condition for the Rebel Ninjas is to kill the Lord. Therefore, the Loyal Ministers must protect the Lord well. The Spies are special. They need to eliminate all players except themselves to win, including other spies. The identity cards are drawn in turn before the game starts. The player who draws the Lord identity must reveal their card, while others cannot indicate their identity in any way. Therefore, players need to judge each other's identities based on their performance during the game. Just knowing the identity rules, everyone seemed to envision a bloody battle of deceit. Oh, this is interesting, Tsunade murmured, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Next, there are role cards. Each role has its own skills and different health points. Some have 3 chakra points, and some have 4 chakra points. Additionally, the player who draws the Lord identity will receive extra chakra. Uchiha Han took out the health point cards. Each card has 3 points on one side and 4 points on the other. This one is the exclusive health card for the Lord. Uchiha Han took one out, which is 4 points on one side and 5 points on the other. Then, it comes to the hand cards. Each person draws 4 hand cards in turn, starting with the Lord, and then clockwise. When it's their turn, they draw 2 more cards. Hand cards also have various categories, each serving different functions. Uchiha Han spent quite a bit of time explaining the functions of various cards. Although the gameplay might be a bit complex for them, who were encountering board games for the first time, they all felt a sense of excitement. From Uchiha Han's introduction, they could sense that this new game would be incredibly fun and invigorating. Even Tsunade started to feel a bit of anticipation. Finally, Uchiha Han clarified the basic rules and the functions of the cards. However, Izumi and Tenzu still seemed a bit confused and didn't fully understand. After all, digesting so much information at once is quite challenging. How about we try a round first? I will guide you to help everyone understand quickly. So, under Uchiha Han's guidance, they tried a round. After this round, everyone gradually became familiar with the game. Now, let's officially start this round. First, draw the identity cards. Oh yeah, I'm the Lord. Tsunade excitedly raised her identity card, which had the word Lord written on it. For a moment, the others had different thoughts. Half an hour later, Jiraiya. Why? Tell me why. Aren't you my loyal minister? Tsunade angrily threw her card on the table, looking furiously at Jiraiya. Actually, I'm a rebel ninja. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed as he said this. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. So, your earlier help was to deliberately confuse me? There's nothing I can do. It's just a game. Jiraiya quickly tried to soothe Tsunade's anger. No. Tsunade quickly shook her head, her two ponytails hitting Jiraiya's face. All right. Then they started another round. Tsunade drew the Rebel Ninja card, and Tenzu drew the Lord card. After some competition, sorry you lost. Tsunade played the last kill against Tenzu, knowing he had no more dodge or other protective means left. Tenzu looked at his hand cards, feeling hopeless. Sigh. Tenzu sighed and lowered his head helplessly. Tsunade was excited. However, at that moment, Bing Liangwen, Jiraiya suddenly played a card. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Sorry. Actually, I'm not a rebel ninja. Jiraiya smiled. He's a spy. Jiraiya. In the end, Tsunade was eliminated by the joint efforts of Tenzu and Jiraiya, with Jiraiya taking advantage and ultimately eliminating Tenzu to achieve the final victory. Jiraiya. No matter what, let's play again. Again. Chapter 177. Third Emperor Armor Experience card. After a month, Uchiha Han finally raised the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor to 20%. Uchiha Han unlocked the last set of 5-element armor in Snow Mastiff armor. Finally, he unlocked the last set of armor. Uchiha Han let out a long sigh of relief. He checked his information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2621. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 351. Taijutsu, 364. Jinjutsu, 316. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Violent Wind Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not. Nariku S-View Technique, Water Chaos Wave. Water Bullet, Thunder Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 20. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 1. His overall stats hadn't increased much, since deciding to use the Three Tails Chakra to condense clones. Uchiha Han hadn't absorbed any of this chakra. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Uchiha Han's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the 5-element armor. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward. 1 Emperor Armor Experience card. Note, the compatibility of the summoned Emperor Armor for this experience is 60%. Uchiha Han was instantly overjoyed, as he hadn't expected to receive an Emperor Armor Experience card. With the increase in his strength, the compatibility with the armor was also steadily rising, allowing Uchiha Han to better realize the terrifying power possessed by the Emperor Armor from the 2 experience cards at the beginning. At first, Uchiha Han didn't have much understanding of power. During the Nine Tails night, he could only sense that Minato's aura was much weaker than his own, and the same was true for the Nine Tails. At that time, Uchiha Han was still unclear about which level the Emperor Armor belonged to. He conservatively estimated it to be at the Super Shadow level. But now, Uchiha Han has a clearer understanding of power. That is definitely not a strength that a Super Shadow can possess. Even Madara would not be able to handle it. The Emperor Armor is absolutely at the 6 paths level, or even above 6 paths. But the most terrifying part is that his compatibility is only 50%. Now, with his 60% compatibility experience card, Uchiha Han couldn't even imagine how powerful the Summon Emperor armor would be. Hoo. Uchiha Han's breathing became rapid. This card absolutely cannot be used lightly. To be honest, he felt quite regretful for using the second experience card against that half-tailed beast Jinchuriki, the Three Tails. But he did not regret it. If he hadn't used it, Itachi would have been in grave danger. Uchiha Han made up his mind. This experience card must be kept well and cannot be used lightly. Uchiha Han lay on his bed and began to think about what to do next. Recently, he had been frequently called by Tsunade to play Three Kingdoms Kill, and aside from virtual combat, his training had become a bit slack. However, it seems that there hasn't been much movement in the ninja world during this time. In the hidden Cloud Village, the Windhawk armor clone basically mixed in with Killer Bee, and the Raikage gradually lowered his guard. As for the Hidden Stone Village, it was a bit troublesome. The Black Rhino armor clone encountered Deidara and was thus secretly monitored. Therefore, there was currently no progress regarding the tailed beast chakra on both sides. Suddenly, Uchiha Han thought of Haku and Kimimaro at the border of the Land of Water. He wondered how those two kids were doing. Uchiha Han still felt a bit worried, mainly because there were only two of them. According to the usual style of the Hokage, there would always be three together, two males and one female. When the Genin team was first formed, Uchiha Han never thought that the other teammate would be Tenzo. Traditionally, it should have been a girl. Who? Should he find a partner for Kimimaro and Haku? Uchiha Han began to ponder. In Naruto, those with relatively high talent and slightly younger than him. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If only he had found Mizuki back then. Hey, wait. Speaking of Mizuki, Uchiha Han suddenly thought of someone. The Hawk Squad in the original work. Besides Mizuki, there was also J-Nin and Karui. Uchiha Han wasn't quite sure about J-Nin's exact whereabouts, but he had a rough idea of Karui's location. Karui survived the destruction of the Whirlpool Country and became a ninja in the Hidden Grass Village, also participating in the later Nin exams, and afterward, she defected to Orochimaru. Based on the timeline, Karui should be in the Hidden Grass Village now. The Hidden Grass Village isn't too strong, and there aren't any powerful ninjas there. Uchiha Han could easily come and go. However, Uchiha Han was worried about that guy Zetsu. Uchiha Han vaguely remembered that Zetsu seemed to have joined Akatsuki as a defector from the Hidden Grass Village. Zetsu was backed by Obito. Forget it. He could check it out later when he had the chance. Uchiha Han wasn't in a hurry anyway. As for the present, Uchiha Han thought for a moment. Now that the 5 Elements armor has been unlocked, the next should be the Emperor armor. To unlock the Emperor armor, it would definitely be linked to the compatibility with the previous 5 armors. Therefore, Uchiha Han planned to spend the next period of time improving the compatibility of the Snow Mastiff armor. Uchiha Han had already begun to envision the demeanor he would have after fully unlocking the Emperor armor. With every gesture, he would embody the ultimate meaning of heaven and earth. When Uchiha Madara saw it, he would quickly retreat back into his coffin, releasing the Edo Tensei and shrinking back into the Pure Land. As for Kaguya, if she broke the seal, he would directly give her a 5 Saints killing move. That old man, Hagoromo, would definitely obediently lie low, staying safely in the Pure Land, let alone the entire ninja world. Even if the Tsutsuki clan mobilized their entire army to face him, they would only kneel down and beg for mercy, praying for him to spare their lives. Haha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han couldn't help but laugh heartily. Uchiha, a somewhat rough female voice suddenly rang out, followed by the door to his room being kicked open. Tsunade stood at the door. Come on, let's continue our big fight today. I don't believe we can't win a single round. Chapter 178, Unexpected Visitor in the Land of Rain. Are you really going to let that guy Danzo off just like that now that he hasn't died? Conan frowned and asked the pale-faced Nagato. Having made some adjustments before, it was somewhat a light punishment. Since he returned alive, he would be spared this time. Once he has outlived his usefulness, I will not let him off again. Nagato said slowly. Does he hate Danzo? Of course he does. He wishes he could cut Danzo into 1,000 pieces. However, he understands that the cause of all these tragedies is not just one person or one group of people. It is this damned world. Only peace is the ultimate redemption. For this final goal, he can only temporarily set aside his hatred. Conan didn't have the same big-picture thinking as Nagato. She had always been working hard to help Yahiko and Nagato achieve their ideals. Therefore, her pursuit of this goal was not as intense as Nagato's. She now wished she could directly kill Danzo. But since Nagato has said so, she could only temporarily let Danzo go. Fine. Conan said softly. She understood that Nagato's words made sense, but the fire in her heart still could not be extinguished. Inside Orochimaru's base, Danzo's right arm was removed. Orochimaru spent nearly a month repairing it for him. I don't have Sharingan either, so there's nothing I can do. Orochimaru shrugged, looking a bit helpless. The Sharingan on that arm came from one of his former test subjects, Shin. Because he didn't think much of this clone test subject, he didn't keep many Sharingan. And that test subject had escaped. Damn it. Danzo angrily pounded the table, his wrinkled face twisted in extreme anger, looking somewhat terrifying. That little brat, Uchiha Han. I swear I won't rest until I get my revenge. Danzo roared. Orochimaru, seeing this, still wore that eerie smile. However, I have strengthened the Hashirama cells for you. It will definitely be much stronger than before. Saying this, Orochimaru picked up the repaired and enhanced arm, wanting to attach it to Danzo. Oomph. You said the same thing last time, but I feel like it's even weaker than before. Danzo coldly snorted. Orochimaru quickly reassured him. How could that be? Perhaps it's because the strengthening has made the rejection reaction stronger, preventing you from exerting your true power. Is that so? Danzo murmured. But he didn't think Orochimaru would lie to him. Don't worry. This time I have found a solution that can not only eliminate your rejection reaction, but also allow you to reattach your right arm as quickly as possible. Orochimaru said confidently. Hearing this, Danzo became somewhat curious. Continuing, Orochimaru attached the right arm to Danzo, then gently clapped his hands. At that moment, a little girl with red hair walked in. Danzo squinted his eyes, sizing up the girl as her bright red hair caught his attention. And he couldn't help but ask, the Uzumaki clan? Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, this little girl was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Then, Orochimaru glanced at Karui. Karui immediately understood, walked up to Danzo, and extended her arm. On it, there were numerous bite marks, which were gradually fading. It was evident that they had been made with great force, as even after a long time, they could still be clearly seen. What does this mean? Danzo looked confused, staring at Orochimaru with a face full of question marks. Her physique is quite special. By biting her skin, others can quickly recover from injuries and replenish their chakra. Therefore, she can perfectly solve the rejection of your right arm, Orochimaru said with a smile, gently walking over to Karui as if showcasing his proud work. Is that so? Danzo looked at Karui with suspicion. He had never heard of such a special ability. However, since Orochimaru said so, Danzo gently took Karui's arm and bit down on a spot that didn't have bite marks. The moment his teeth touched Karui's skin, Danzo felt a gentle yet powerful chakra flowing within him. Guided by this force, the chakra within him surged toward his right arm. Soon his right arm, which had been somewhat itchy and uncomfortable, suddenly became warm. Before long, Danzo felt as if his right arm had completely merged with him, just like his real right hand. I can't believe it's really this magical. Danzo opened his mouth in astonishment, feeling the strange change within him. He looked at Karui, then at Orochimaru. Danzo couldn't help but admire Orochimaru. He always managed to find all sorts of people with unique abilities. How did you find this little girl? Orochimaru smiled, but didn't answer the question. In fact, according to the initial plan, when he defected, he was supposed to head to a base in the land of hot water. However, after encountering Uchiha Han in the cave, he changed direction to escape toward the land of grass and encountered Karui. That's how he brought Karui back. At dusk, the setting sun cast a soft, hazy glow over the entire Konoha. On the rooftop, the last rays of the sun elongated the shadows of three figures into narrow lines. The adult was a man with spiky black hair, his bangs covering one eye, dressed in a black trench coat. On the left was a boy with yellow hair, his blue eyes complemented by two whisker-like marks on his cheeks. On the right was another boy with spiky black hair, though his hair was a bit longer, and he looked quite cute, albeit with a somewhat aloof expression. Both children appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. The three of them kept looking around, their expressions gradually changing from confusion to doubt, and finally they were left in shock. The young man observing all this had already grasped the situation and was extremely astonished. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired boy frowned slightly, observing the surrounding streets with a puzzled look. Strange. Why has the street become so narrow? Why are these houses so old? Where are the rickshaws? Why can't I see any rickshaws? His gaze slowly shifted to the Hokage rock in the distance, and he froze in shock. What the hell? Where's Dad's Hokage rock? Who has the guts to steal it before me? Wait, why are there only 1, 2, 3, 4? Why are there only 4 Hokage rocks? Chapter 179. The three from the future, huh? Uchiha Han, who was playing a game of Three Kingdoms Kill in the courtyard, suddenly shivered. What's going on? Uchiha Han frowled. he suddenly felt a powerful and very familiar aura. It wasn't chakra. It was the energy of the heavens and the earth. 5 elements fire, flame dragon armor. That is the aura of the flame dragon armor, exactly like his own. However, compared to his own, that aura was much weaker. Uchiha Han, it's your turn. Can you hurry up? Tsunade urged impatiently from the side. So soon, it's my turn? Uchiha Han quickly drew a card. Then, in this round, he eliminated the character Silent. Damn it, you traitor, you actually eliminated my loyal minister. Tsunade was furious. She drew the character Daimyo again. However, Uchiha Han flipped over Silent's identity card. 2 prominent characters, spy. Silent you. Tsunade was shocked and filled with rage. She had been deceived once again. Jiraiya had tricked her. Uchiha Han had tricked her. Itachi and Tenzu had also tricked her. So she had brought Silent over. Good grief, even Silent had deceived her. Can't people be a bit more sincere with each other? Tsunade felt like crying. It's okay. Uchiha Han stepped forward to comfort her. Next is you. Uchiha Han changed the subject and directly pulled out a card for the Konoha destruction plan, requiring all players to play a kill card. Damn it. Tsunade looked at her hand cards with an expression of discontent. Damn it. Why do I keep losing at this? Tsunade was speechless, wondering if her luck was just that bad. It's okay, Tsunade. You can make up for the luck gap with skill and wisdom. Keep it up. Jiraiya encouraged. Tsunade shot him a glare, thinking that Jiraiya was definitely gloating. Immediately, her fist clenched tightly. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly ducked to the side. All right, it's getting late, so we won't disturb you any longer, Tsunade said, her tone still somewhat unwilling and dissatisfied. After saying that, she turned around and took a few big strides away from Uchiha Han's courtyard. Silent hurriedly followed her. Then we'll head back too. Tenzu, Itachi, and the others also left. Uchiha Han put away the ninja world kill he had created. Then, Uchiha Han walked into the courtyard, slightly tilted his head back, and gazed into the distance at the other side of the village. There was an aura like raging fire. The same flame dragon armor as his own. What on earth is going on? Uchiha Han was extremely shocked and puzzled. In this world, besides him, could there really be someone else who could summon the flame dragon armor? Could it be that I'm not the only one who traveled through time? I'm not the only one with a system? Uchiha Han's brain began to operate rapidly. At the same time, Uchiha Han also ran toward the direction from which the aura was coming. In the dim alley, 3 figures hid in the darkness. Suddenly, the black-haired youth trembled. Someone's coming. Moreover, it seems their aura is similar to mine, and much stronger. Is the flame dragon armor? Is it my father? The spiky black-haired boy said, his expression turning somewhat shocked. The man in black instinctively stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Hearing the black-haired boy's words, he could easily guess the identity of the newcomer. Because of this, he became even more worried and anxious. Have we been discovered so soon? The blonde-haired boy furrowed his brows and said. He felt that their concealment was perfect, as even several patrol teams had passed by without noticing anything unusual. After all, with the Konoha barrier in place, the patrols in the village were only for maintaining order during normal times. Then, the blonde boy turned his head to ask the man in the black coat, Uncle Sasuke, what should we do? At this moment, if anyone else had heard this sentence, they would have been extremely surprised. Sasuke? It seemed that only 2 people in the entire Konoha had that name. One was the father of the 3rd Hokage, who had been dead for many years. The other was, of course, Uchiha Sasuke. However, neither of them matched the black-coated man. One was long dead, and the other was just a 3-year-old child. The man furrowed his brows. He sensed the gradually approaching aura. Why were they discovered so quickly? He couldn't understand either. Then he saw the black-haired boy beside him. Was it because of Hina? He quickly guessed. In that case, hiding was useless. His mind raced, contemplating the various consequences of this situation. Soon, he made a decision. Let's wait for him to come here. The blonde boy obviously paused for a moment. But didn't that turtle say that if we come into contact with the person from the past, it could have unpredictable effects on the future? The blonde boy said. The black-haired boy beside him nodded in agreement. He shared the same concern. Boruto, Hina, perhaps. He is the key to whether we can resolve Pushi. The man in black said slowly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Hina, do you remember the fishing rod your father often used? The man suddenly asked the black-haired boy. Fishing rod. Hina thought for a moment. He remembered that his father liked fishing, but that rod. Wasn't it just an ordinary fishing rod? He hadn't paid much attention to it. I once saw your father use that fishing rod, and it was exactly the same as Pushi's. When I first saw Pushi, I was puzzled. His fishing rod had such a similar aura to your father's. Now, I might have guessed the reason. The man in black slowly said, looking in the direction of the familiar aura that was approaching, his gaze incredibly deep. Huh? What reason? Boruto looked at the man, seeing him only half explaining, and immediately became very curious. However, Hina lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Soon, a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. He understood what the man meant, but at the same time, he was still a bit shocked. Uncle Sasuke, are you saying that my father's fishing rod actually came from Pushi? Hina exclaimed in shock. Regarding this speculation, he suddenly felt it wasn't impossible. But if it were true, it would be quite surprising. Huh? Boruto understood as soon as Hina said this. Then Uncle Sasuke, should we go find Uncle Han for help? Boruto asked. Sasuke fell into deep thought. Should he seek Uchiha Han's help? That was a question. Although Sasuke estimated that Uchiha Han might be the key to defeating Pushi. Should he tell Uchiha Han the truth? Would it affect the future if he did? If he didn't say anything, how could he get Uchiha Han to stop Pushi? Sasuke estimated that with Uchiha Han's current strength, he was only at the Jonin level. How could he defeat Pushi? Just as Sasuke was contemplating, a figure appeared in front of them. Uchiha Han slowly stood up, cautiously sizing up the three. Blonde hair, blue eyes, with two whisker-like markings on each cheek. This appearance looked very familiar. Uchiha Han then looked at Sasuke, who had black hair and bangs covering one eye. It felt. Uchiha Han's gaze finally fell on Hina. Uchiha Han was startled. This was the first time he had seen someone whose appearance could rival his own. Of course, the other person couldn't compare to him, but it was already astonishing. However, what puzzled Uchiha Han even more was that this guy bore a striking resemblance to him. 6 or 7 parts alike. What the heck? Could it be that I have a twin brother? Uchiha Han was very confused in his heart, but he didn't dare to let his guard down at all, because he clearly sensed that the guy had the same flame dragon armor within him. That was a resonance from the source, but it was much weaker than his own. Uchiha Han instinctively furrowed his brows. Who are you guys, exactly? Sasuke fell silent. He didn't know what to do. After all, he had never experienced such a situation before. Hina was also observing Uchiha Han. Is this the father from his youth? Hina was very shocked. At this moment, Uchiha Han looked about the same age as him, but he could clearly feel that the energy of the flame dragon armor within him was far inferior. No wonder he is my father. Hina felt a bit disappointed, but more than that, he felt proud and honored to have such a powerful father. Meanwhile, Boruto was also curiously observing Uchiha Han. He didn't expect Uncle Han to be telling the truth. He really had been handsome since childhood. Boruto felt a bit jealous, thinking why he wasn't as handsome as Uncle Han and Hina. Uchiha Han sensed their gazes and immediately became alert. If you can't provide proof of your identity, then I have reason to suspect that you are spies from another country. Uchiha Han said coldly, simultaneously pulling out a kunai, ready to charge at any moment. Boruto, Hina, you two go first, Sasuke said with some concern, wanting the two to leave first. After all, he wasn't sure how to explain, and even if he did, whether Uchiha Han would believe it was a big issue. However, Boruto was a bit worried. Although he felt that Uchiha Han at this moment could not possibly be a match for Sasuke, they were still in Konoha village. If the guard team or the Umbu were alerted, it would become troublesome. If those big shots took notice, it would be hard to explain. Let's go first. Hina was very calm at this moment. Hina felt that since Uncle Sasuke had said so, he must have confidence. At least, it should be fine to escape safely. So, Hina hurriedly grabbed Boruto's hand and fled. At this moment, Uchiha Han's pupils shook, and his previously tense body suddenly stiffened. Boruto. Hina. Boruto was clear to Uchiha Han. He had watched some of Boruto's story in his previous life. Although it was full of nostalgia, forcibly weakened Naruto and Sasuke, and the anime production team had messed it up, the reputation had always been poor. But out of nostalgia for Naruto, Uchiha Han still watched some episodes. There was a plot where Boruto and Sasuke traveled back to the past, especially with Jiraiya added. The emotional appeal attracted many Naruto fans to watch. Uchiha Han was no exception. Therefore, Uchiha Han immediately understood. The three people in front of him were Sasuke and Boruto, who had traveled back from the future. As for that Hina, a different emotion suddenly rose in Uchiha Han's heart. Hina must be my child, right? No wonder I can sense the aura and energy of the flame dragon armor. Everything makes sense now. Uchiha Han suddenly felt enlightened. The 5 elements armor of Kai is summoned through the bloodline of the 5 elements village. His own armor was bestowed by the system, but his bloodline must also possess the power to summon the corresponding armor. It wouldn't be a problem for his child to inherit it, but it just happens to be named Hina, and it just happens to be the flame dragon armor. Uchiha Han thought his child should possess the bloodline of the 5 elements armor. So why does he only sense the energy of the flame dragon armor within Hina? After thinking for a moment, he had no clue. Uchiha Han decided not to dwell on it. However, another doubt followed. According to Uchiha Han's remaining memories in Boruto's story, Sasuke and Boruto traveled back just after Sasuke defected from Konoha. But now, Sasuke and Naruto haven't even gone to school yet. This is nearly 9 years early. Why is that? In fact, according to the original timeline, Kaguya intended to seize the Nine Tails at this time. The changes caused by Uchiha Han's appearance eliminated the error that delayed their time travel. Well, actually, we are from a circus performing. At this moment, Sasuke finally thought of a response, but he was still sweating slightly. He was always very calm and composed. But only in front of Uchiha Han did he feel extremely nervous. A circus. Uchiha Han chuckled, while also contemplating whether to expose Sasuke. After thinking it over, Uchiha Han decided to let it go. If Sasuke hadn't revealed anything yet, and he guessed their identities, wouldn't that be too unbelievable? A circus, huh? I see. But why did you let those two go first? Uchiha Han suddenly kirifunet. That's because we were in a hurry to buy something. So, I'll let them go first, Sasuke quickly explained. Uchiha Han nodded. Since he guessed their identities, he wouldn't make things difficult for Sasuke. However, given that Konoha wasn't stable during this time, for safety's sake, I need to monitor you for a while. Chapter 181, Otsutsuki Kaguya. However, given that Konoha wasn't stable during this time, for safety's sake, I need to monitor you for a while, Uchiha Han said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke frowned. Monitor us? Yes, so for the time being, you'll probably have to stay in my place. Uchiha Han said. Sasuke's frown deepened. If they stayed at Uchiha Han's place, it would be easy to run into Itachi and the others. Since they were time travelers, they needed to avoid too much contact with others, especially those who were closer. Like Itachi. Fine. Sasuke finally nodded. At this point, he was worried that if he refused again, it would seem very suspicious. He could only silently pray that he wouldn't run into Itachi and the others during this time. The next morning, Sasuke sat in Uchiha Han's courtyard with a bewildered expression. Itachi was curiously examining him. This guy feels so familiar. Sasuke felt extremely nervous, and sweat was beginning to bead on his forehead, too anxious to move. Then, Itachi began to look at Boruto and Hina. These two guys. Why do I feel like they resemble Naruto and Han? On the side, Tsunade wasn't thinking too much, her eyes fixed intently on the cards in her hand. Jiraiya, however, seemed to have a flicker of unusual light in his eyes as he looked at Sasuke's face. Sasuke felt speechless. He thought, don't these guys have missions to do? Why are they playing Ninja World Kill so early in the morning? Speaking of which, has Ninja World Kill already appeared at this time? Oh, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed excitedly. 5 layers of the Primordial Gate. She excitedly placed a card next to her character card. 5 layers of the Primordial Gate. Black Kill is ineffective. The effect is still quite powerful. At this, Jiraiya's gaze returned to his hand, and he frowned slightly. Go ahead. Tsunade smiled and waved her hand, not expecting her luck to be so good in the first round. This round is definitely mine. She felt incredibly confident. Next round, it was Hina's turn. Hina casually played a card. S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 cards. Then he played another S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 more. And then played another S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 more. What the hell? Are you cheating? How can you draw 3 S-rank mission rewards in a row? Tsunade jumped up. She couldn't understand how someone could be this lucky. Luck. Hina awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Seeing this, Tsunade looked unconvinced but had no choice but to sit down. Hina's turn wasn't over yet. He placed a card next to his character card. Kusanagi Sword. Multiple kills can be played in one turn. Tsunade's eyes nearly popped out, thinking how could this guy be so lucky? But it's okay. I have 5 layers of the Primordial Gate. I don't believe this guy can have 5 red kills. This round is mine. Tsunade thought confidently. However, 1 minute later, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she looked at everyone with a pitiful blink. However, even Shizen could only shake her head helplessly. Seeing this, Tsunade had to move her character card again, covering the last bit of chakra she had left. You little brat. How come you have exactly 5 red kills? Tsunade was extremely frustrated. How could it be so coincidental? I also didn't expect you to have no flashes at all. Hina said somewhat awkwardly. Normally, he wouldn't play like this in the first round. But seeing that everyone seemed to be new players, he decided to play a bit casually. But the result still eliminated Tsunade. Damn it. Then, Tsunade pouted angrily and questioned the others. Don't you have a single food pill? Food pill. can restore a bit of chakra. At this moment, Jiraiya silently pulled out a card from his hand, turned it around to face Tsunade. The card was indeed a food pill. I have one, but I'm a rogue ninja, you know, Jiraiya said with a cheeky grin. Tsunade's eye twitched. She couldn't hold back anymore and punch him hard. Jiraiya's cards scattered all over the floor as he tightly hugged his head with both hands. Damn it. Again. I'm not going to believe it. I won't win a single round today. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and said angrily. Sigh. Sasuke sighed helplessly. He started to regret his decision from yesterday. If he had known, he should have avoided Uchiha Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragged here to play the ninja world-killing game all morning. He had more important things to do. If this continued to drag on, it wouldn't just be a ninja world-killing game. The entire ninja world would be in danger. In the sky above Konoha, a man dressed entirely in white floated there. His white clothes and pale skin made him look like a corpse, but his hair was a light blue. The overall appearance was chilling, and his eyes were actually Byakugan. He was holding a red fishing rod. If anyone saw this scene, they would be extremely shocked, not only because this man was floating high in the air, but more importantly, he had completely bypassed the Konoha barrier. Even during Pain's invasion, they had entered from within using summoning techniques. He slowly closed his eyes, as if feeling something intently. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and those Byakugan eyes burst with excited brilliance. The Nine Tails at this point is truly weak. Hey. Nine Tails, I'm coming. Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth curled into a strange and charming smile. In the next second, his body disappeared. A cool breeze swept through Konoha, mixed with faint bird calls. However, the cheerful bird song suddenly turned urgent and panicked, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Chapter 182. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto, still in deep sleep, suddenly shivered all over. Naruto rubbed his blurry eyes, looking confused. He glanced around and found nothing strange. So sleepy, Naruto mumbled, then fell back down, continuing to sleep soundly. In the yard of the Uchiha clan, everyone was still in fierce battle. Even Sasuke and the others were slowly immersed in the intense fighting. It was Itachi's turn. Itachi thought for a moment and played a card. True Tree, Thousand Hands. True Tree, Thousand Hands. Each player must play a flash card. However, this was exactly the card that Sasuke did not have. Just right, he only had a little chakra left. Flash. The others played their cards one after another. Only Sasuke was left, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Seeing Sasuke's stunned expression, they immediately understood that he couldn't play a card. Sasuke was a bit speechless. Based on previous actions, it was clear that Itachi and he were both rogue ninjas. But as a result, this card had no effect on the daimyo and loyal subjects, but took him away instead. Brother, Sasuke blurted out, wanting to blame Itachi. However, in the next second, he realized his mistake and instinctively covered his mouth. Boruto and Shinin beside him looked confused. They were quite surprised. They never expected that the usually calm and composed Uncle Sasuke would also make such a rookie mistake. Itachi was stunned, looking at Sasuke. Brother? Is he calling me? A strange emotion surged in Itachi's heart. He felt that this brother sounded very familiar. Not because of the voice, but because of the emotions and tone contained in those two words. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sasuke quickly said. That was a slang curse from our side. I'm sorry, I got carried away and couldn't control my emotions. Sasuke kept apologizing. Oh, it's fine. Itachi said, but he still felt a bit puzzled. Wow, indeed a rogue ninja. Itachi, you kill him and draw 3 cards. Tsunade urged. Now that a rogue ninja had died, the situation was extremely favorable for her. She was eager to win this game. Don't rush, Tsunade, with me here. We will definitely win this round. Jiraiya patted his chest and said, Oomph, I don't believe it. It feels like you're helping me so clearly. You're probably a spy. I won't be fooled this time. Tsunade's face was full of self-satisfaction, thinking she had seen through everything. More than 10 minutes later, Tsunade finally eliminated Jiraiya as she wished. Sigh. Tsunade, why don't you trust me? Can't there be a little more trust between people? Jiraiya said helplessly. TCH, you're still pretending. Tsunade naturally didn't believe him and stepped forward to reveal Jiraiya's identity card. In an instant, Tsunade was petrified. The revealed identity card clearly displayed the words loyal subject. How is this possible? Tsunade couldn't accept it. Not because she mistakenly eliminated Jiraiya, but because she was heartbroken over her hand of cards. She still had 2 soldier pills in her hand. Soon it was noon. Everyone had to go home for lunch. The game was over here. I estimate I need to go to Konoha Hospital to handle some important matters, so I won't be coming to play for the next few days. Tsunade said. After returning to the village, although she had been mingling in gambling houses and taverns, she still held a position at Konoha Hospital in name. That's good. I will continue my creation. Mastery comes from diligence, and neglect comes from play. I can't delay my work. Jiraiya said, although he was also immersed in the strategic pleasure of the ninja world killing game. He had not sought inspiration for so long and was starting to miss the snow-white towering peaks and the delicate curves. Then I will go help out at the security team. Itachi said. During this time, he had been dragged by Tsunade to play the ninja world killing game and had not gone to the security team. Itachi felt a bit embarrassed to face his father. Oh, I see. Then let's wait until everyone has time to play together again. Uchiha Han said. However, Tsunade didn't seem very satisfied. Han, can you make more of this thing? Tsunade asked. Huh? Uchiha Han was a bit embarrassed. Making this thing doesn't actually require much technique. It's just that the gameplay needs innovation. However, this is my brainchild, although I copied it. Uchiha Han felt a bit guilty. But compared to those who traveled and casually plagiarized, he felt better about himself. Besides, can the actions of a traveler be called plagiarism? What? Is it difficult? Tsunade frowned slightly. No, but I'm still preparing this matter, so please don't rush, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Han smiled awkwardly and said, okay, seeing this. Tsunade naturally wouldn't force Uchiha Han and turned to leave with Shizen. Then the others began to leave one after another. Sasuke and a few others helped Uchiha Han tidy up. Naruto and Hinata ran into the house to start preparing lunch. After all, they were living in Uchiha Han's place. It would be a bit inappropriate if he had to cook all the meals himself. As for Sasuke, he couldn't cook either. So, Uchiha Han and Sasuke sat in the courtyard. By the way, why did you just call him Itachi Nizan? Uchiha Han suddenly asked. Sasuke's pupils widened, and his body stiffened for a moment. Didn't I just say that? That was a hidden language. Sorry. Sasuke hurriedly replied, but a bad premonition rose in his heart. Hidden language? Are you from Litong? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Litong? What kind of place is that? Sasuke was taken aback. Litong. Sounded like a beautiful place where the people living there should be very innocent. Sasuke didn't know why he suddenly thought that perhaps those two words, that place, held some special magic. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Uchiha Han's expression suddenly became serious and grave, leaning directly in front of Sasuke. Uchiha Han's gaze was sharp like an eagle, and under such a stare, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Han paused and said heavily, word by word, You are. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 183. Shock Minato you are. Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as these words were spoken, the air around seemed to freeze instantly. Sasuke's pupils jolted again, and he instinctively swallowed. Did he really guess it? He was shocked. Although he knew that Uchiha Han was very clever, such a wild guess would probably not be believed by anyone, right? Uchiha Sasuke? That one from the Uchiha clan? Who is that? Sasuke started to play dumb. Uchiha Han just smiled meaningfully. It's nothing, I was just saying it casually. Uchiha Han got up and walked toward the kitchen. Has he already sent something? Sasuke murmured as he watched Uchiha Han's departing figure. He wouldn't believe that Uchiha Han was just speaking casually earlier. Unconsciously, Sasuke frowned and lowered his head, beginning to think deeply. That night, Uchiha Han lay in bed, starting to think about the situation of Sasuke and the others. Their purpose for coming was to deal with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kinshiki's goal was to seize the Nine Tails within Naruto. Although Konoha's strength now was far stronger than in the original world, facing Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Minato would probably be at a loss. In the original story, the reason they could defeat Kinshiki relied on the Rasengan created by Boruto and Naruto. This had a bit of a plot twist in it, but the key point is, whether it was because of his own reasons, they arrived too early, and Naruto still couldn't use Rasengan now. What should he do? Uchiha Han was quite worried. No matter how you looked at it, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was still from the Otsutsuki clan, and his strength was unfathomable. His eyes were normally Byakugan, but he could switch to Blue Rinnegan and 6 Tomo Rinnegan at will. And his red, glowing fishing rod and basket could instantly absorb others' chakra. This was truly terrifying in battle. At the same time, he also possessed the same bloodline limit as Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Yomi's Road. Unlike the naive Kagaya, Kinshiki's combat experience was completely different. His application of his abilities was also quite frightening. To be honest, if it weren't for the plot reasons, Kinshiki might not be something Sasuke and the others could deal with. Of course, this was also because Sasuke and Boruto was significantly weakened. Could a normal person even come up with something like Uchiha Body Slam? Even genin fights weren't this pathetic. Sigh, if it really comes to that, I'll have to step in. Uchiha Han murmured. Then, Uchiha Han sat up. He needed to prepare for what was to come. Uchiha Han slowly closed his eyes and began to circulate the chakra within his body. Soon, the chakra of the three tails surged up. In no time, an identical clone was formed, just like the previous two clones. Due to the special chakra structure, it was almost impossible to distinguish. This time, Uchiha Han did not inject the armor's energy into it. This clone had other uses. Uchiha Han calmed the surging chakra inside him and adjusted his breathing. I hope I won't need it, Uchiha Han murmured, while at the same time, he retracted this clone. After a clone is formed, it can be retracted back into the body, and as long as the chakra is not retracted, it can be summoned again immediately later. After finishing all this, Uchiha Han slowly lay down, closed his eyes, and entered into a dream. Late at night, at the Minato household, Naruto was sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. At that moment, a space crack suddenly appeared above him. From within the crack came several different auras. A white figure emerged from the crack. A little brat of just over 3 years old, Kinshiki laughed heartily. He thought to himself that he couldn't win against Naruto in his prime, but against 3-year-old Naruto, that would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Kinshiki felt a powerful aura coming from behind him. Poof! A kunai shot straight at him. However, just as it was about to stab into Kinshiki's flesh, his body instantly appeared several meters away. Quite fast, huh? Kinshiki muttered, somewhat surprised by the speed of the man before him. Who are you? Minato carefully scrutinized Kinshiki, feeling extremely shocked, because he could clearly sense that the chakra within this smiling guy was unfathomable. Hey. Kinshiki smiled, but did not answer Minato's question. Although Minato's speed did indeed surprise him, it was still not enough for him, who possessed space-time ninjutsu with a bloodline limit. His gaze remained fixed on the sleeping Naruto. The Nine Tails was his true target. Now that Minato had suddenly appeared, Kinshiki planned to take Naruto to a safe place and then absorb the Nine Tails chakra. Seeing Kinshiki's gaze fixed on Naruto, Minato naturally understood the other's intentions and felt even more anxious. Who is this mysterious person, and why is he after the Nine Tails? Minato was deeply shocked. Why have so many mysterious people been appearing in the ninja world lately? All powerful and all targeting the Nine Tails. Aren't there still 8-tailed beasts? Why not go after those 8 instead? The situation was urgent, and Minato could no longer afford to think too much. Minato's expression became serious, and he tightened his grip on the kunai. Flying Thunder God. Minato's body instantly appeared behind Kinshiki, and the kunai pierced directly into Kinshiki's body. What? Space-time ninjutsu? Kinshiki was shocked. He never expected that this blonde young man would also possess space-time ninjutsu. After the lessons learned from the previous Nine Tails incident, Minato had placed Flying Thunder God seals in every corner of his house. Naruto has now become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Minato has almost filled his room with Flying Thunder God marks. Damn it! Pusher's body instantly flashed several meters away, activating his Byakugan to see clearly the chakra flowing within Minato. Is it a space-time ninjutsu cast through a certain mark? Pusher was somewhat surprised. After all, his own space-time ninjutsu, Huangquan Birizaka, was derived from the bloodline limit, while the technique of this guy in front of him was entirely a man-made invention. Even Pusher couldn't help but admire this blonde youth who managed to invent such a ninjutsu. However, he still wore his usual fake smile. But this is of no use. Chapter 184. Naruto is kidnapped. But this is of no use. Pusher revealed a very eerie smile. Minato felt a tightness in his heart upon seeing this expression, sensing something bad was about to happen. Pusher instantly appeared next to Naruto, and then a spatial rift appeared beneath his feet. In just a moment, Pusher took Naruto into the spatial rift. Minato's pupils contracted, and the spatial rift vanished in an instant. Minato. At this moment, Kushina hurriedly ran in. She saw the bed empty, with no trace of Naruto. Kushina's heart raced with anxiety. Minato, what on earth is going on? Minato's face was equally anxious, his expression grave. A mysterious guy appeared and took Naruto away. He said, "What?" Kushina couldn't believe it. Someone managed to take Naruto away right in front of Minato. His space-time ninjutsu is above mine. Moreover, that guy is Byakugan, Minato said, his eyes swirling with unusual colors, as if deep in thought. Byakugan. Then I'll go ask the Hyuga clan for clarification. Kushina still had that fiery temper. Minato immediately grabbed her. This guy probably has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan. He shook his head and said, Because although the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is powerful, it could never produce a man as strong as this. Furthermore, if this matter got out, it would not only cause panic among the people of Konoha, but the surrounding major nations might also become restless. Kushina, you need to go find Jiraiya-sensei and the others now, Minato said, handing a flying thunder god kunai to Kushina. Kushina understood Minato's intention, and without hesitation, she rushed out. Then Minato's body immediately vanished from the room. Sasuke had not been able to sleep. It wasn't that he wasn't tired or didn't want to sleep. He just couldn't. Although, according to that turtle, Pusher had arrived a little later than them. A whole day had already passed, and they still hadn't found Naruto. The whole day had been taken up by Uchiha Han, leaving him no time to search for Naruto. No, I must find Naruto quickly, or else it will be bad, Sasuke murmured. After thinking for a moment, he quietly got out of bed and left the room. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Han's room. Seeing no signs of movement, he felt relieved. Glancing at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could something have happened? A bad feeling crept into Sasuke's heart, and he immediately headed toward Naruto's house. Just as Sasuke closed the gate, the door to Uchiha Han's room creaked open. In a cave outside Konoha village, Naruto had woken up. However, he was tightly bound by ropes all over his body. Woo-woo. Naruto's mouth was stuffed with some unknown messy substance. He was very panicked, thinking to himself, wasn't I just sleeping in bed? How'd I end up bound in this cave in the blink of an eye? And who is this man in front of me, looking like a corpse in a morgue? That smile on his face looks so creepy. Naruto was extremely anxious, but the ropes tightly binding him left him helpless. Damn, Sasuke, who can come and save me? Naruto cried out in his heart, mainly because his mouth was blocked. He could only make muffled sounds. Pusher sat on a rock, crossing his legs, watching Naruto struggle in agony with great interest. Keep struggling? Pushi wo hamukin smile. He felt extremely satisfied seeing Naruto in such a predicament, just thinking about the helplessness he faced against Naruto before crossing over. And the current disparity where he could crush him like an ant brought him immense comfort. It's all right, struggle a bit more. Perhaps I can let you live a little longer, Pusher said lazily. Since he didn't notice Sasuke and the others following, he wasn't in a hurry. As for that pineapple-headed youth earlier, even if he had space-time ninjutsu, how could he possibly find this place instantly? However, just then, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly emerged from behind him, accompanied by the sound of a violent wind cutting through the air. Neizenken, a massive Rasengan smashed into Pusher's back in an instant. In a moment, the terrifying power erupted, and a powerful shockwave spread out, causing the entire cave to shake violently. The object in Naruto's mouth was also blown away by the shockwave. Dad! Naruto exclaimed with joy, quickly shouting. Naruto, don't worry. I'll save you right back. Minato gripped the flying thunder god kunai tightly, first reassuring Naruto, then warily surveying Pusher. At this moment, Pusher had teleported several meters away, feeling the injury on his back, and was exceedingly shocked. Even with his strong physique, being hit by a Rasengan was still no small matter. His Rinnegan could absorb or reflect ninjutsu and sage arts. However, that didn't mean his physical body was immune to ninjutsu and sage arts. He truly hadn't anticipated the Rasengan and hadn't reacted in time. How'd he do that? Pusher was filled with confusion. He had already roughly understood the principle of the ninjutsu of the blonde youth before him. It was achieved through a special mark to realize space jumping. Unlike his own Huangquan Birizaka, it couldn't traverse time and space at will. Therefore, Pusher never expected the other party could teleport directly behind him. Wait, a mark? Pusher suddenly thought of something and quickly sensed his back. Sure enough, there was a special chakra on his back. It was a mark. So that is how it is. Did he plant the mark on me while I was in the room? Pusher's heart grew even more vigilant. Although he did not believe that an ordinary ninja without the Otsutsuki bloodline or tailed beast chakra could pose any threat to him, he still could not let his guard down against the opponent's terrifying combat thinking. In that case, I should take this seriously. Let you experience the power of our Otsutsuki clan. In preparing for a title test, I ask all the handsome guys to help me think of a more attractive title, within 15 characters including punctuation, and also help me see how to modify the synopsis to make it more appealing. Chapter 185. Helpless Watergate let you feel the power of our Otsutsuki clan. Pusher's face became somewhat frenzied. Watergate's heart was weighed down with a heavy stone, filled with immense worry. Then, under Watergate's shocked gaze, Pusher's eyes instantly transformed from white eyes to blue Rinnegan. That is, Watergate instinctively swallowed hard. Could it be the Rinnegan of the legendary sage of 6 paths? At this moment, even Watergate felt an indescribable emotion arise within him. The Pushur before him emanated an even more terrifying pressure, even during the Ninetales chaos. That masked man was like a firefly compared to the brilliance of the full moon when compared to him. However, despite this, the flame of battle in Watergate's heart did not diminish in the slightest. I originally didn't want to have anything to do with you. But since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me. As long as I don't kill Naruto, it shouldn't affect his vessel. Pushi looked maniacally, his eyes looking at Watergate filled with mockery and derision. It seemed that in his eyes, Watergate was merely a little dog that could bring him some interest, and all he needed to do was to move his hands slightly and tease. Watergate took advantage of the fact that Pushur had not yet taken him seriously to start recalling and analyzing Pushur's abilities. The ability to tear through space and travel was clearly a more powerful space-time ninjutsu. However, Watergate had previously noticed that the time the space closed was instantaneous. There was a buffer time. Watergate referred to this as the skill cooldown. Watergate always believed that no jutsu could be perfect. Every technique must have its flaws. However, there was an even more troublesome factor at hand, this guy's eyes. If that really was the Rinnegan of the legendary sage of 6 paths, then what kind of power would it possess? With this thought, Watergate's heart grew increasingly anxious, and his expression became extremely serious. He had never felt this tense, even when facing that masked man last time. Pushur noticed that Watergate showed no signs of fear and couldn't help but feel displeased. So he snorted coldly and immediately charged toward Watergate. So fast, Watergate raised an eyebrow and quickly pulled out a Hiraition kunai, throwing it forcefully onto the ground, covering the entire cave. Then, Watergate's body instantly appeared on one of the kunai, nearly 10 meters away from his previous position. Pushur missed his mark. This distance was not far for a quick-reacting ninja. However, Pushur's speed was simply too fast. No matter how agile or quick you were, it was hard to evade him. That's why Watergate chose to use the Hiraition technique. For him now, this amount of chakra consumption wasn't too much. Is this all you have, relying on these kunai? Pushur sneered coldly, tilting his head slightly, looking somewhat eerie. I wonder how you'll perform your broken ninjutsu when you've run out of chakra. Before his words fell, Pushur directly threw his red fishhook, aiming straight at Watergate. Watergate raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the approaching fishhook, along with a strong pulling force. It felt as if he had become a fish in Pushur's pond. Once hooked, there would be no escape. I can't let that fishhook catch me. Watergate was extremely vigilant and immediately used Hiraition to evade. However, the red fishhook acted like a homing missile. Every time Watergate used Hiraition to teleport, the fishhook would automatically adjust its direction and continue flying toward Watergate. This won't do. I must quickly bring Naruto back. While dodging, Watergate observed Pushur and Naruto. Soon, Watergate's gaze became resolute, and at the same time, a powerful chakra gathered in his palm. Hiraition, Watergate's body instantly appeared behind Pushur. The massive Rasengan emitted a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Watergate smashed it down towards Pushur's back. However, at that moment, Pushur's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident expression as if everything was within his grasp. His Rinnegan turned red, and suddenly 6 Tomo appeared beside his pupils. Then, his red fish basket appeared right in front of Watergate. Rasengan, Watergate shouted, the Rasengan only a centimeter away from Pushur's body. What is this? However, at that moment, an incredibly strong pulling force emanated from Pushur's body. Watergate felt as if his Rasengan had struck a mass of cotton, instantly losing all its power. It was also like hitting a steel door, unable to advance even an inch. His Rasengan was entirely absorbed by the red fish basket. Immediately after, the fishing rod rushed towards Watergate. Watergate quickly snapped back to reality from his shock and used Hiraition to teleport several meters away. Pushi looked triumphant. His red fish basket was specifically designed to absorb chakra from ninjutsu and sage techniques. The chakra he caught with the fishhook was also absorbed through this basket. This was why he completely disregarded Watergate, a ninja without bloodline or tail beast. As long as he was cautious, Watergate could never harm him. How about it? Do you still want to resist? Pushur slowly floated in midair, retracting the fishing rod, and looked at Watergate with great interest. Of course. However, right after that, his smiling face suddenly turned sinister. Even if you want to leave now, you won't be able to escape. Watergate's eyes were fixed on Pooh Shiur, but he showed no emotional change at all due to the sudden shift in Pooh Shiur's expression. His mind raced, thinking of countermeasures. That fishhook emitted a very dangerous aura, feeling somewhat similar to the ninja sword Samahata from the Hidden Mist Village. However, it was much more terrifying if hooked. It could probably drain most of my chakra in an instant. His fish basket seemed to be able to absorb ninjutsu, or chakra. My attacks were almost impossible to be effective. If I used taijutsu, firstly, I'm not good at it, and secondly, close combat would probably make it difficult to dodge his fishhook. What should I do? Watergate was extremely anxious. Then his gaze solidified. Since I can't fight, I can only try to move Naruto away. Chapter 186. The powerful Pooh Shiur, since I can't fight, I can only try to move Naruto away. Watergate made a decision in his heart. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, especially one with hostility towards Konoha, Watergate initially intended to eliminate him. But now that he realized he might not be a match, he could only find a way to retreat temporarily. There were many powerful ninjas in the village. Jiraiya-sensei, the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and so on. However, escaping would definitely not be an easy task. That guy's space-time ninjutsu seemed to have no limitations, able to travel freely. Unlike Hiraishin, which required his own mark as a coordinate for instant movement. There was no other way. He could only try. Watergate clenched the kunai tightly, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Oh, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Pooh Shiur chuckled with interest, not caring about Watergate's defiance. To him, what difference was there between a dead ant and a moving one? Meanwhile, his red Rinnegan slowly transformed back into Byakugan. There's no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I want to see how long this little fish can keep jumping. Pushi snorted coldly, and then the red glowing fishing rod in his hand shot towards Watergate again. The sharp fishhook seemed to carry a deadly aura, sending chills down one's spine. In an instant, Watergate's figure vanished from a spot. Has he teleported again? With the enhancement of Byakugan, Pooh Shiur's vision had no blind spots, and his eyes began to rotate rapidly. Let me guess, which kunai will you appear next to? Pooh Shiur became a bit excited, like a child playing whack-a-mole in an arcade. However, he possessed a coldness and cruelty that ordinary people did not have. Watergate's figure appeared next to a kunai a few meters away, but Pooh Shiur was already prepared, and the fishing rod instantly lunged towards Watergate. At the same time, to restrict Watergate's movements, Pooh Shiur released the overwhelming chakra from his body, forming a powerful pressure. The gravity in the entire cave seemed to double. But this would not affect Watergate's movements. What could truly affect Watergate was the chakra power contained in the pressure Pooh Shiur emitted throughout this space. It could disrupt the flow of chakra within Watergate's body. At first, Watergate felt as if his chakra was being interfered with, and he thought he might have fallen under a genjutsu. But as time passed, he realized that this was not an illusion. The opponent's chakra, which was capable of overwhelming him, was directly and brutally pressing down on him. This was no longer a power that a ninja could possess. At least, in Watergate's many years of experience, he had never encountered such a terrifying method. Gradually, as Pooh Shiur's pressure grew stronger, the flow of chakra within Watergate became slower and slower. This enemy, perhaps only the Light Emperor could defeat him. Watergate understood that he appeared very weak in front of this man, and probably only the Light Emperor possessed the strength to match him. Although he had never fought the Light Emperor, just from their conversation, the latter's aura was quite intimidating. If that Light Emperor locked onto him, that terrifying aura could probably freeze the chakra within him in an instant. I didn't expect it to hold on for so long. Quite interesting. Pushi murmure. To be honest, it was his first time releasing his own aura pressure. Even before he crossed over, he had never used it. First, he had no regard for those ordinary ninjas. Second, against Sasuke and Naruto, this aura pressure had little effect. However, as long as he could absorb the nine-tailed chakra, then for him, Sasuke and Naruto would be no different from those ordinary ninjas. Just like a stronger ant compared to a regular one, but ultimately still an ant. Thinking of this, Pooh Shiur couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After playing with you for so long, I'm a bit bored. Let's end it here. A hint of impatience flashed across Pooh Shiur's face. Saying this, he glared, and the pressure emanating from his body suddenly increased another level. If chakra was used normally, it would flow smoothly like water. In that instant, Watergate felt that the chakra within him was turning to sludge. If this continued, it might even turn to cement, gradually solidifying. I must break this situation quickly. Otherwise, this time it could really be dangerous. Watergate felt anxious. The level of danger this time was several times higher than the Nine-Tails Knight. Thus, Watergate gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination and resolution. "Oh, are you going all in?" Pusher smiled upon seeing this. He guessed Watergate's intention. In an instant, Watergate's body immediately vanished from spot. At the same time, Pusher's lips curled up slightly, positioning the red glowing fishing net behind him. Sure enough, a massive Rasengan appeared behind him. Using the same trick again? It seems you're truly out of options. Ninja, so boring. However, his sarcastic words were abruptly cut off. Hiss! A piercing sound of air suddenly appeared in front of him. Pusher looked down. Watergate's figure had flashed over at some unknown time. The gigantic Rasengan had already slammed into his abdomen. Poof! The tremendous cutting force and impact shattered his abdomen into pieces, revealing a massive cavity. Pusher immediately retreated more than 10 meters, clutching his abdomen. Damn it! Pusher's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The initial appearance was a clone to confuse me? Pusher quickly understood. Watergate had intentionally used a clone to attract his fishing net, while his real attack took the opportunity to rush into his front. These Kanai, they are really in the way. Pusher looked at the scattered flying thunder god Kanai on the ground, his brow furrowed. It was precisely because of these Kanai that the blonde youth in front of him could move back and forth. However, just as he was furious, Watergate's figure immediately flashed to Naruto's side. Flying Thunder God. In the blink of an eye, the two bodies vanished into thin air. Pusher's gaze instantly darkened. But just 2 seconds later, he returned to his nonchalant expression. Then, the chakra within him circulated, directly repairing the gap in his abdomen. Quite interesting. Chapter 187. The Shock of Absolute Power. Inside Konoha Village, Sasuke happened to see Kushina, who had a worried look on her face. Something happened? Sasuke was instantly shocked, his heart racing with anxiety. He couldn't help but start to worry that Pusher had already obtained the Nine Tails chakra. Moreover, once the tailed beast was extracted from the Jinchuriki would die as well. At this moment, Kushina hadn't noticed Sasuke. She hurriedly found Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama. What's wrong, Kushina? Jiraiya rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawning as he asked. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto has been captured, Kushina said anxiously. What? Jiraiya suddenly woke up, his whole body shivering. What happened? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Naruto was not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also incredibly important to the village. To him, Naruto was also the child of his disciple, and even though he often clashed with Uchiha, Jiraiya still cared about Naruto deeply. Watergate has gone to rescue Naruto. Also, this is what he gave me before he left, Kushina said, taking out a flying Thunder God Kunai. Jiraiya took it and held it tightly in his hand. After the Nine-Tails incident, Watergate not only handled village affairs and took over village power, but also did not neglect his training. He even made some improvements to the Flying Thunder God. As long as he infused chakra into the Flying Thunder God Kunai, Watergate could sense it no matter where he was. Jiraiya knew all of this. Jiraiya quickly infused chakra into the Kunai. However, after a while, there was still no response. Minato, could something have happened? Kushina became even more anxious. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly reassured her, Kushina, don't worry. You know how fast Minato is. He will definitely be fine. Although he said this, Jiraiya also began to feel very worried. He infused chakra into the Kunai, but received no response from Minato. This was definitely not a good sign. Moreover, someone capable of taking Naruto right under Minato's nose was likely no ordinary foe. After the incident with the Nine Tails, Minato had almost filled his house with flying Thunder God marks. Yet even so, Naruto had still been abducted. Jiraiya found it hard to believe. Even he, who was usually very confident, wouldn't dare claim he could successfully take Naruto away from a room full of flying Thunder God marks. Not even in front of Minato could Jiraiya say he could escape Minato's tracking, let alone take away a living person. Could it be that mysterious masked man from the Night of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya speculated. Although he wasn't in Konoha at the time, he had heard Minato talk about it after returning. That person possessed very strange space-time ninjutsu. If it was space-time ninjutsu, it was indeed possible to abduct Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke was hiding his presence, quietly lurking in the shadows. Hearing their conversation, he understood the current situation. Damn, I didn't expect to delay the main event. Sasuke regretted deeply. He should have just kept an eye on Naruto from the beginning. In his view, the strength of Uchiha Bito mainly stemmed from his 2 different Rinnegan and the red light fishing net and fishing rod. Minato alone would definitely not be a Bito's match. This meant that Naruto had probably encountered misfortune. No, he had to find Naruto as soon as possible, with a determined heart. Sasuke's chakra surged to his brain and flowed into his eyes. The evening breeze blew through, lifting his bangs slightly. A purple Rinnegan looked eerily beautiful in the dark night. Sasuke infused all his chakra into the Rinnegan, and the tomo beside the pupil began to spin rapidly. He forcibly activated the Rinnegan, expanding his perception range, trying to locate Naruto's whereabouts. The consumption of the Rinnegan was already significant, and now, with his forced overuse, it was even more taxing on his chakra. However, at that moment, it seemed like a breeze passed through. Along with the wind, two figures approached, Kushina and Jiraiya. Minato appeared before Jiraiya and Kushina, half squatting and holding Naruto. Mom, perverted sage. Naruto jumped down immediately, crying with a face full of grievances and fear. Then he pounced into Kushina's arms. Kushina was also overwhelmed with joy, tightly holding Naruto in her embrace. It's okay, it's okay, she comforted repeatedly. Minato, are you alright? Jiraiya gently patted Minato's shoulder, asking with concern. He could clearly sense that Minato's chakra seemed to be in a very blocked state, like a stagnant pool of water. I'm fine, Minato said, but his tone uncontrollably became weaker. Don't worry, I'll recover after resting for a bit. At this moment, seeing this scene, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rapidly spinning tomo gradually stopped, and the purple Rinnegan quickly faded, returning to normal. The bangs that had been lifted by the wind fell down as if they had lost weight. Thankfully, it's okay. Sasuke let out a long sigh. Outside Konoha village. Puff! A white arm suddenly emerged from the ground, followed by a head, torso, and finally the entire body. It was White Zetsu. However, there was clearly intelligence in his eyes. Then, a completely black figure approached him, making it hard to discern any human features except for the two eyes. The White Zetsu then fused with the black figure. It was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu felt the information transmitted back from White Zetsu, and the shock on his face grew stronger. That guy actually has an aura very similar to Mom's. A fire suddenly ignited in Black Zetsu's heart. This guy might have some connection to Mom. His aura and chakra are incredibly powerful, even rivaling tail beasts. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, White Zetsu could have gathered more information earlier. Black Zetsu murmured. He pondered for a moment, then slowly sank back into the ground. At the same time, White Zetsu released clusters of white spores, all of which also burrowed underground. Chapter 188. Obito's resolution at Minato's home. Kushina went to coax Naruto to sleep. Minato and Jiraiya sat together in the living room. Minato, what exactly happened? Jiraiya asked, frowning. Minato calmed down and began to speak. It was a man with a pale face. His chakra felt much stronger than mine, and more importantly, his eyes. They seemed to have three forms of change. First, a Byakugan, then a blue Rinnegan, and finally, it seemed like they could also turn into a red Rinnegan with Tomo. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's body jolted. Rinnegan? In an instant, he thought of his three disciples. Nagato also possessed the Rinnegan. However, unfortunately, he had received news a few years ago that those three children had already died. Is it really the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked solemnly, staring intently at Minato. Minato nodded heavily. If the legendary sage of 6 paths truly exists, then that must be the Rinnegan. Jiraiya lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. Then he asked, you just said that his Rinnegan can also change forms? Although he had seen the Rinnegan before, due to Nagato, neither Nagato nor the legends about the sage of 6 paths mentioned that the Rinnegan could change forms. That's right. Moreover, it seems that with the changes in his eyes, he also possesses some other abilities, Minato said gravely. He could clearly sense that the opponent had barely exerted any effort, and fighting with him felt like playing with a pet. Minato then added, with an even more serious expression, also, he has a red fishing hook with extremely strange speed that seems to absorb chakra, and a red light fishing net that can absorb ninjutsu and extract chakra. My Rasengan was absorbed like this. What? Jiraiya swallowed hard. The ability to absorb chakra was incredibly terrifying. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the reason Samahata was the strongest sword was that it could absorb the enemy's chakra. In battle, even the slightest bit of chakra could pose a huge risk. Therefore, even high-level ninjas would carefully and reasonably allocate their chakra. Thus, the ability to absorb chakra was undoubtedly very frightening. Finally, he seems to have some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Minato added, what? Another space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya was so shocked that he stood up directly from his sofa. It is widely recognized in the ninja world that among all types of ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu is the most troublesome and the hardest to learn. Therefore, space-time ninjutsu is extremely rare throughout the ninja world. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. It seems that only the second Hokage and Minato's Flying Thunder God have appeared. Especially Minato, with his Flying Thunder God, could easily toy with all enemies. Even when fighting alone against the AB duo from the Cloud Village, he could still maintain the upper hand. One could say that half of Minato's current achievements are due to the Flying Thunder God, this powerful space-time ninjutsu. A mysterious person who could perform space-time ninjutsu appeared only on the night of the Nine Tails, and now another one has come. Jiraiya said helplessly, thinking that although the ninja world was not peaceful in the past, it was at least not like now, with mysterious powerful enemies popping up from time to time. That's right. Moreover, this time, the man's level of space-time ninjutsu seems to be even higher, tearing apart space for traversal. Minato added, his expression becoming even more serious. He recalled the earlier scene and felt a lingering fear. This enemy is unprecedentedly powerful, although he successfully rescued Naruto this time. What about next time? The enemy's target is clearly the Nine Tails within Naruto. This time, the opponent was careless and underestimated him, which allowed him to seize the opportunity to escape. But next time, if the opponent is on guard, there would be almost no chance of winning. For a moment, Minato was extremely worried. Don't worry, when soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with earth. Now that both Tsunade and I are in the village, along with the old man, we can definitely win against them together, right? Jiraiya quickly reassured him. Minato nodded and smiled, but that smile was somewhat bitter. He actually wanted to say that even if they all combined, they might not be able to win against the opponent. In the Mist Village, is something happening in Konoha? Obito asked coldly. Zetsu's half-body emerged from the ground. A terrifying guy has come, and even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seems not to be his opponent, Zetsu said. He had weighed some matters in his heart and did not intend to inform Obito about certain things. Oh, a wave of emotional fluctuation appeared in Obito's voice. The fourth Hokage is not his opponent? Obito was very shocked. During the night of the Nine Tails, he had clearly felt Minato's powerful strength. Although he was still very inexperienced at that time, lacking in combat awareness and other aspects compared to Minato, even so, Minato's ability to bridge the gap with the Sharingan was already terrifying. However, even with that, Minato actually has an unbeatable opponent? Obito found it hard to accept. It should be known that with the Mangekyo Sharingan he possesses now, he could be said to be overflowing with confidence, believing he could rampage through the ninja world without being defeated. Yet this suddenly emerging mysterious guy made Obito sense a hint of crisis. Who is this guy? Obito's gaze turned somewhat cold. I don't know. Zetsu shook his head, thinking that if he knew who the other party was, he wouldn't be here now. However, one thing can be confirmed. This guy is also after the Nine Tails, and he seems to have a way to extract tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki. What? Obito finally became genuinely tense. Are you sure? He can extract tailed beast chakra? Can he prevent the chakra from dissipating? Obito quickly asked. So far, the entire ninja world could only seal the tailed beasts inside the Jinchuriki using sealing techniques. Apart from that, there were no other methods to store tailed beast chakra. Of course, situations like the Gold and Silver Brothers were very special cases, involving a lot of luck. That is why Obito had not rushed to collect tailed beasts and had let Nagato develop his power first. But now, the situation was not looking good. If that guy could really take away the tailed beast chakra and was stronger than him, then even Nagato with the Rinnegan might not be able to win easily. At that time, it would definitely affect the Moon Eye plan. Obito lowered his head, falling into deep thought. Zetsu did not speak, but he was also jumping through various thoughts. After a while, Obito finally raised his head. His gaze reflected a decisive and cold determination from beneath his mask. Tell this news to Nagato, and you can add a little embellishment. We must make Nagato implement the tailed beast capture plan as soon as possible. Chapter 189. Free food and drink. We must make Nagato implement the tailed beast capture plan as soon as possible. Obito immediately commanded. Zetsu nodded and then slowly sank into the ground. Obito sat in the position of Mizukage, turned around, and looked at the bleak and desolate night scene outside, feeling a hint of annoyance. He suddenly felt that this was meaningless. Obito muttered to himself, "What do you think?" He suddenly turned his head to ask Shui, who was standing aside. However, Shui had completely turned into a puppet, lacking his own consciousness. How could he answer Obito? Obito stared at Shui's lifeless face for a long time, and his disgust grew even stronger. Meaningless, he murmured, then seemed a bit displeased as he stood up. After pacing back and forth in the room a few times, he suddenly paused. Then his figure became ethereal, disappearing from the room. Early in the morning, The door to Uchiha Han's room was pushed open. Uchiha Han suddenly jolted awake and quickly wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. After seeing who had come, Uchiha Han said irritably, "Itachi, what are you doing here so early in the morning?" Itachi showed no surprise at Uchiha Han's attitude. However, looking at her face, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. "Han, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? What were you doing last night?" Uchiha Han was taken aback for a moment, then quickly denied, "What else could I do? Of course I was sleeping. Maybe I've been too tired lately, so the dark circles are a bit heavy. That's why I need to sleep well, so hurry up and get out." Uchiha Han wanted to kick him out. Itachi always came looking for her early in the morning and never brought good news. Moreover, he had clearly said just yesterday that he was busy and wouldn't be able to come. Something was wrong. Uchiha Han had a bad premonition in her heart, feeling that she was about to be exploited again. "I don't know what happened, but I received orders early this morning that the village's security forces need to be strengthened several times. The guard team is a bit short-staffed, so my father asked me to find you," Itachi said. He was also somewhat puzzled. Even during Danzo's defection, Minato had not relied too much on the guard team's strength. However, this time, not only the guard team, but even the merged Umbu were almost fully mobilized. Moreover, he had learned that many who were on missions outside had also been ordered to rush back to the village. Although I'm not quite sure what exactly happened, judging by the urgent mobilization of all parties, something terrifying is probably about to occur again. "No way." Uchiha Han directly turned over and buried his head in the quilt. However, the expression on his face hidden under the covers became very serious. He certainly knew the reason. Pushi. It seems that Minato might not be Pushi's match. Uchiha Han thought. "Han-kun, this is really urgent," Itachi said with a worried expression. Uchiha Han reluctantly poked his head out, looked at Itachi's serious face, and finally sighed helplessly. All right, I got it. You can go back first. I'll get ready and join the guard team in 10 minutes. Itachi nodded and left. Uchiha Han slowly got dressed and walked out. He saw Sasuke and the others already sitting in the yard, leisurely drinking tea. "You guys are up so early?" Uchiha Han yawned as he walked over. He poured himself a small cup and took a few sips. "Well, there isn't much to do anyway," Sasuke said, seemingly emphasizing that there was nothing to do. "Oh, nothing to do?" Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Sasuke's heart trembled, and he tensed up. He felt that Uchiha Han's smile was very strange and wondered if he was plotting something bad again. He couldn't help but regret saying so much just now. "What's wrong?" Sasuke forced himself to calm down and asked. Uchiha Han smiled and said slowly, "It's nothing. But if you have nothing to do, why not come help out in our guard team?" Sasuke's pupils visibly shook. He had many acquaintances in the guard team, and if he really went, he would probably be suspected by many. Think about it. You guys eat my food, use my things, and stay at my place without paying. Helping me with this little task is quite reasonable, right? Uchiha Han continued. Upon hearing this, the corners of Sasuke's eyes twitched slightly. Sasuke thought, wasn't it you who insisted on monitoring us and making us stay here? However, he had to admit that Uchiha Han's words made sense. The yard suddenly fell silent. Sasuke didn't speak, while Boruto and Heinen silently drank their tea, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Han and Sasuke. After a while, Uchiha Han could only feign a helpless expression and sighed. He was just saying this to tease Sasuke. How could he really let Sasuke go to the guard team? When faced with Fugaku, Itachi, Shursui, and so many close relatives, it would be even easier to be recognized. Uchiha Han slowly stood up and took out several bills from his bag. I might not come back today, and there isn't much food at home. Take this 1,000 ryo as today's meal money. Suddenly, Uchiha Han's gaze fell on Sasuke again. You probably won't need your money. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body jolted. Boruto and Heinen didn't understand what this meant and were somewhat confused, but Sasuke immediately understood. Each bill had a unique serial number, and their money came from over 20 years in the future, basically all with new serial numbers that hadn't appeared yet. Uchiha Han didn't pay attention to Sasuke's expression, smiled, and left for the guard team. So it's been discovered, Sasuke murmured as he watched him leave. After Uchiha Han left, Boruto and Heinen stared at the few bills on the table. Isn't it a bit wrong for us to eat and drink for free here? Boruto said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Sasuke paused and put the bills away. What is there to be embarrassed about? Han often eats and drinks at our house for free. Heinen nodded in agreement. It's normal for a son to spend his father's money. I'm still not of age. My dad has the obligation to support me. Chapter 190. Naruto's first entry. It's normal for a son to spend his father's money. I'm still not of age. My dad has the obligation to support me. Boruto was taken aback, thinking that Heinen and the others were right. But he had no excuse for eating and drinking for free. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Heinen, "But isn't Uncle Han also underage now?" Heinen was momentarily stunned. His dad was also underage and still had to support him. Ahem. Heinen paused, pretended he didn't hear, and continued drinking tea. However, Sasuke was not as calm as he appeared. He knew that Naruto had already gone through a crisis once. Even if Minato mobilized the village's defense forces, there was no threat to a powerhouse like Pushi. The highest level of combat power, cannon fodder, was of no use. No matter how many there were. "You all stay here. I'll go take a look." After thinking for a moment, Sasuke stood up and placed the earlier bills on the table, keeping only 100 Ryo for himself. "No, Sasuke uncle, take us with you." Boruto quickly grabbed Sasuke's hand. "No way." Sasuke refused. He planned to secretly protect Naruto. If he brought Boruto and Heinen along, he would likely be discovered by Minato easily. With Minato's intelligence, it wouldn't be easy to pull the wool over his eyes. Heinen roughly understood Sasuke's concerns, so he didn't ask Sasuke to take him along. "All right, Boruto, if we go, we'll just be a hindrance," Heinen advised. Boruto could only helplessly shrug. To be honest, he knew he could do little to help. It's just, he really wanted to know what his dad was like when he was younger. The entire Konoha was feeling a bit tense at this moment. However, whether it was the Umbu or the members of the guard team, most of them actually didn't know what was happening. They were just responsible for executing orders from above. Lord Jiraiya. Several members of the guard team were patrolling the streets when they saw Jiraiya with a serious expression. They quickly greeted him respectfully. Jiraiya nodded and waved his hand. "I'm here. You guys go patrol elsewhere." Jiraiya said. "Yes." They didn't think much and immediately left. "Pervy Sage, where are we going?" Naruto asked with some confusion. He thought, since his dad asked Pervy Sage to protect him, why did Pervy Sage bring him out? "Don't worry. The mysterious person I'm taking you to see will definitely not show up," Jiraiya said confidently, but his expression became a bit lewd. Naruto squinted at Jiraiya, especially seeing the latter's lewd and mischievous look, which raised a bad premonition in his heart. "Here we are." Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and pointed at the sign above, Konoha Great Bathhouse. Why is a bathhouse? Why would that mysterious person definitely not come? Does he fear water? Or does he just not bathe? Naruto was very confused. Jiraiya smiled smugly. That mysterious person definitely won't enter the women's bath. Women's bath? Naruto was even more confused. He thought to himself, what does that mysterious person have to do with them entering the women's bath? "Don't just stand there, let's go." Jiraiya pulled Naruto in. Pervy Sage, is this really your reason for saying it's absolutely safe? By the women's bath, Naruto and Jiraiya displayed the qualities of a ninja, disguising themselves as the surrounding rocks. The corners of Naruto's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He thought, no wonder Pervy Sage said that mysterious person would never come here. What the? Jiraiya's mouth was already starting to drool, his eyes almost popping out as he stared at the graceful, snow-white bodies in the bath. His eyes seemed to be shooting fire. Naruto was desperately trying to cover his eyes, but driven by curiosity, he still slightly opened a gap to peek. No, I can't be a peeping Tom. Mom said boys shouldn't look at girls without clothes on. Naruto recalled his mother's teachings, and guilt filled his heart. He tried hard to look away, but for some reason, he felt a force inside him compelling him to keep watching. That force seemed to come from his genes, making it hard for Naruto to resist. Pervy Sage, what we're doing is wrong, Naruto said, seemingly wanting Jiraiya to take him away quickly. But he didn't want to leave that badly. Hey, what's wrong with it? This is a special situation. Your safety is more important, so we can't worry about these little details. Jiraiya was fixated on the bath. Even though the steam was thick, they couldn't actually see any key parts. But it was this hazy feeling that made Jiraiya unable to stop, his imagination running wild. Suddenly, inspiration flooded his mind. Ha, I've got inspiration again. Jiraiya's face was instantly filled with an excited smile. However, at that moment, it looked extremely lewd. Pervy Sage. Naruto still couldn't get past that mental barrier, but the gap between his hands covering his eyes unconsciously grew larger. Because of the steam rising from the bath, Naruto couldn't see the enticing scene inside. Yet, the vague curves and whiteness began to make Naruto's imagination run wild. Slowly, he sketched a delicate and graceful figure in his mind, along with that enchanting expression. The chakra within him seemed to start surging. The originally calm chakra now felt like it was stirring up a storm. Naruto couldn't control it, feeling as if he was being hit by waves of intense impact. In that moment, a very bold thought suddenly surged into Naruto's mind. Because of the previous exams, I have no drafts left, feeling awful. The data from the last 2 days hasn't improved, and the final exams were particularly terrible. I'm really at risk of failing. Feeling extremely anxious, and my state has been very poor these days. Chapter 191. Naruto is captured again. Now no one should come to disturb me, right? Jiraiya thought smugly, not bothering to hide his greedy gaze. He thought to himself. This time he boldly entered the women's bath. Even if that little brat Uchiha Han wanted to catch him, he wouldn't dare enter the women's bath, right? Ha ha ha. Jiraiya greatly admired his own wisdom. However, just as he was fully focused on admiring, a strong hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Jiraiya turned around in confusion. Tsunade? Jiraiya was so scared that his entire body shivered. Naruto, seeing this, also came back to his senses and instinctively moved aside. You bastard. Tsunade's fists were clenched in anger, and she finally couldn't hold back, exploding with a punch to Jiraiya's face. A mouthful of blood shot out from Jiraiya's mouth, reaching a height of 1 or 2 meters. Naruto's pupils suddenly shook. His entire body tensed up, filled with fear. Tsunade. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Tsunade had no mood to listen. Naruto, come with me. Tsunade said to Naruto, then grabbed Jiraiya's clothes and dragged him out of the bathhouse. Tsunade, can you be gentler? It hurts. Jiraiya quickly covered his head. Tsunade's face was filled with exasperation and anger as she threw Jiraiya at the entrance of the bathhouse. Minato told you to protect Naruto, and you brought him here, right? Tsunade put her hands on her hips, glaring as she questioned. Oh, I was just completing the task Minato assigned to me, right? You think, in a place like the women's bath, how would the enemy think of this? This is undoubtedly the safest place. Jiraiya quickly said with righteous indignation. TCH, who would believe your nonsense? Tsunade's anger did not diminish at all. Instead, it grew even more furious due to Jiraiya's excuses. Tsunade, enough. Tsunade didn't want to argue with Jiraiya anymore. It was purely a waste of time. That little brat Uchiha Han was right. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. Your perverted habits are probably hopeless, Tsunade said with a look of disdain. Hey, what does that little brat Uchiha Han know? Jiraiya became anxious, as if he had been greatly slandered. What do you mean perverted? I'm clearly doing this for art, for creation. How can you say I'm so lewd? Jiraiya gritted his teeth, thinking that if Uchiha Han were in front of him, he might not be able to resist giving him a face full of noodles. This was a great insult to him, the great hero. TCH, art my foot. With that time, you might as well honestly help Minato reinforce the barrier. Tsunade waved her hand. At this moment, Uchiha Han and Itachi happened to walk over. Yo, Jiraiya-sama, sneaking a peek at the women's bath again. Uchiha Han couldn't help but mock when he saw Jiraiya being scolded by Tsunade. You little brat. Jiraiya instantly became furious, gritting his teeth and glaring at Uchiha Han. You actually came out to patrol today? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Han in surprise, as she was also clear about his temperament. No choice. They were short on people, and I got dragged in as a laborer. Uchiha Han said helplessly. I ran into a patrol team earlier, and they said that Jiraiya-sama was personally inspecting this area. So they asked them to search another area. I found it a bit strange, so I came to check it out. Turns out, Jiraiya-sama just wanted to make it easier for himself to peep, so he specifically sent away the patrol team. Uchiha Han said. At first, he thought someone was pretending to be Jiraiya and deliberately sent away the patrol team to do something bad, so he rushed over with Itachi. Jiraiya. Tsunade became even angrier. She couldn't suppress her anger any longer, stomping her feet heavily as she walked up to Jiraiya, then delivered another heavy punch. At this moment, can't you be a little more sensible? However, Jiraiya, feeling somewhat wronged, held his head and looked at Tsunade with pleading eyes. In fact, he brought Naruto to the bathhouse because he genuinely considered that the mysterious person wouldn't enter the women's bath. Of course, he was also looking for inspiration. You really make me want to die of anger. Tsunade had a look of disappointment, but in fact, her anger is largely due to her inability to help. Because of her hemophobia, she cannot use her powerful abilities and advanced medical skills. She feels helpless when her village is in crisis. She's filled with self-blame and guilt. I'm sorry. Jiraiya knows that Tsunade is genuinely angry, and he also notices a hint of disappointment and guilt in her, so he quickly apologizes. Sigh. Tsunade shakes her head and lets out a sigh. However, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appears next to Naruto. The crowd's pupils widen in shock. They instantly feel a powerful chakra, aura, emanating from that spatial rift. This aura is formidable even when facing tailed beasts. Naruto, get out of the way. Jiraiya reacts quickly and immediately lunges towards Naruto. Based on Minato's previous description, he is certain that this spatial rift is the ability of that mysterious person. Sure enough, a white figure emerges from the spatial rift. Then, the red, glowing fishing hook instantly wraps around Naruto, binding him tightly. Perverted sage, help! Naruto shouts loudly, struggling continuously. However, the fishing rod binding him seems to have magical powers. The more he struggles, the tighter it becomes, making him feel increasingly unable to breathe. Naruto! Jiraiya is ultimately a step too late and cannot grab Naruto. This is bad. Everyone feels a jolt of fear. Is this Pushi? Uchiha Han stares intently at the Pushi that has emerged from the spatial rift, examining him closely. Pushi chuckles ominously. Then his figure flashes and instantly disappears into the spatial rift, taking Naruto with him. Naruto! Jiraiya, who is closest to them, quickly jumps in after them. Because there is a very brief moment when Pushi activates and closes his Yomi's Birisaka, there is still some room for them to act. Not good. Uchiha Han is also relatively close to Naruto, and upon seeing this, he quickly leaps into the spatial rift. Hankuin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Itachi rush over with worried expressions, but they're a step too late and cannot catch up. However, just as the spatial rift is about to close, they seem to catch a glimpse of a figure flashing by. Chapter 192, Where's My Big Knife? Taking a day off in another space. The surroundings are a void. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sounds ring out in succession. Kid, how did you get in here too? Jiraiya stands up and looks at Uchiha Han, who has jumped in after him, and at that moment, he realizes that another person has followed him in. It's you, Jiraiya exclaims in surprise. Uchiha Han stands up and turns around to see that it's Sasuke. When did you come in? Uchiha Han is quite surprised, as he had just jumped in at the very last moment before the spatial black hole closed. Now is not the time to talk about this. Saving Naruto comes first. Sasuke quickly says, the situation is extremely urgent, and he doesn't have time to explain. Jiraiya looks at him suspiciously. Who is this guy? And why does he seem so worried about Naruto? But he's right. Saving Naruto is the most important thing right now. Jiraiya looks up and surveys the area. This place. He has never seen a scene like this before. He soon notices a black hole above that is gradually shrinking. Quick chase. Sasuke immediately rushes forward, and Uchiha Han and Jiraiya follow suit. These little bugs are really annoying. Pushi senses the 3 following him and frowns in irritation. There's nothing he can do. His current abilities are still limited, and using Yomi's Birisaka has many flaws. However, as soon as he absorbs the 9 Tails chakra, his overall strength will instantly rise to a new level. At that point, he will be able to use Yomi's Birisaka without transforming into the Red Sharingan, and the speed of activation and closure will be much faster, almost instantaneous. However, extracting the 9 Tails chakra still requires some steps. Pushi senses the chakra within Naruto and discovers that there is a seal inside him. This seal isn't difficult for him, but it will take some time to unravel. If someone interrupts him, it will affect his ability to lift the seal. It seems that he must first deal with these bugs. Pushi mutters. Through Yomi's Birisaka, Pushi travels from the other space to a forest outside Konoha village. There's a nice open space here. Pushi's lips curl into a wicked smile. This place is just spacious enough. Let's see how you bugs escape. Pushi's expression becomes cruel and menacing. Woo-woo-woo. Naruto is tightly bound by the red, glowing fishing rod, which is getting tighter and tighter. Puff, puff, puff. Uchiha Han and the others jump out from the other space. Jiraiya stares intently at Pushi, his brow furrowed. Who is this guy? What was that space just now? Is it his space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya is shocked. He feels that the ability that created that space has already surpassed the realm of ninjutsu, right? This kind of ability is truly unfathomable. But right now, Jiraiya doesn't have time to think about these things. His gaze is fixed on the struggling Naruto, filled with deep worry. Uchiha Han also looks very serious. Although he mocked the scenes involving Sasuke and Pushi when watching Boruto, like the famous Uchiha Hug Slam and Otsutsuki Elbow Strike, he realizes that most of the criticisms are essentially original content from the TV adaptation, and the original manga is much better. Moreover, Uchiha Han doesn't quite understand. Both Otsutsuki Pushi and Otsutsuki Momoshiki have a feeling of plot armor. Logically, their displayed abilities shouldn't be so weak. And now, facing Otsutsuki Pushi and sensing his unfathomable aura, Uchiha Han finally realizes just how powerful Pushi truly is. I wonder if Sasuke and the others can win. Uchiha Han swallows hard. In the original story, Otsutsuki Pushi and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were defeated by Naruto and Boruto with their Rasengan. For Uchiha Han, following the original story is certainly the safest approach. But for some unknown reason, the timeline has diverged, and they have arrived many years earlier. Right now, Naruto can't even perform a Rasengan, let alone a beef meatball. How can they fight? Will Minato and Boruto resonate and create a grandfather-grandson Rasengan? Uchiha Han suddenly thinks of this idea, but then he shakes his head. The resonance of chakra produced by the bloodline within Naruto and Boruto is incredibly rare. Even for biological fathers and sons, reaching such a condition is 1 in a million. As for Minato, who is a generation removed, the probability of chakra resonance is probably 1 in a million squared, or 1 in 100 million. Moreover, Minato and Boruto are not even here. Uchiha Han sighed helplessly, his right hand slowly reaching for his waist, wanting to draw his blade and prepare for battle. However, Uchiha Han suddenly found nothing. Looking down, there was no blade at his waist. Huh, where's my sword? My huge sword? Uchiha Han's pupils dilated as he incredulously stared at his empty waist. He remembered clearly that before the patrol, everyone had been given a ninja sword, and he had been carrying his all along. It couldn't have just disappeared. At that moment, Sasuke, seeing Uchiha Han searching frantically, nervously shifted his gaze elsewhere. Uchiha Han caught a glimpse of Sasuke and instantly figured it out. He must have had a sword. It couldn't have been stolen or lost. Uchiha Han slowly turned his gaze to Sasuke. I see how this guy got in. He must have used the body flicker technique to switch places with my sword, right? Damn Sasuke. It's one thing to be arrogant, but to screw me over like this. Once this is over, I'll find a reason to deal with you. No, just dealing with you isn't interesting enough. I want to kill you mentally. A very bad idea rose in Uchiha Han's mind. He wanted to make Izumi and Itachi engage in some rather intimate behavior in front of little Sasuke. Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling Uchiha Han's gaze, suddenly feeling an eerie chill run down his spine. Oh no, this guy's probably thinking about how to get back at me. Damn it. I feel like I'm getting sick again. I've been sick for several days, and out of the 4 people in the dorm, 3 of us are sick. The one who just started showing symptoms yesterday seems to be pretty serious. Today, he looks almost half dead. It's bad, and I'm worried too since classes start tomorrow. Chapter 193, Arrogant Pushi Hihihi. No matter how many ants there are, what use is it? Pushi looked down at the 3 people below, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Huh. At that moment, he caught sight of Uchiha Han. He sensed a powerful and terrifying energy within Uchiha Han. Although it wasn't as much as his chakra, the qualitative difference was enough to completely crush him. Who is this little brat? He couldn't help but frown slightly. Pushi was quite shocked. You see, their Otsutsuki clan is a dimensional strike against ninjas. And now, he felt the energy within Uchiha Han actually surpassing his own. How could he not be shocked? Even Naruto and Sasuke, who he found quite troublesome, didn't give him this feeling. It was just that their chakra wasn't beneath his, or their ocular powers could match his. For a moment, an uneasy premonition surged in Pushi's heart. It's just a little brat. What is there to fear? Pushi encouraged himself in his heart, but he had already started to be wary of Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han, you'd better run. This is not a place you can handle. Jiraiya said. He learned from Minato about Pushi's strength and naturally didn't think Uchiha Han could help much. Perverted old man, don't underestimate me. Uchiha Han said, and then a burst of flames instantly enveloped him. Immediately, Pushi's attention was completely drawn to him. What is this? Pushi was greatly shocked. Unlike others, what stunned Pushi was the energy aura emitted by Uchiha Han. That scorching flame was not a change in chakra's properties, but more like the primal force of heaven and earth. That was the world's origin power, comparable to the chakra of the 10 tails. How is this possible? Pushi couldn't believe it, but he truly sensed it. Their Otsutsuki clan had plundered so much of the world's origin. How could he be mistaken? Seeing Uchiha Han in his armored form, Jiraiya merely frowned and said nothing further. At this moment, he could feel that Uchiha Han's strength was probably already approaching the level of a Kage. While he was greatly shocked, he also felt that Uchiha Han should be able to help quite a bit. At the same time, Jiraiya suddenly found a kunai in his hand. It wasn't an ordinary kunai. It was a specially made flying thunder god kunai from Minato. Jiraiya immediately infused chakra into the kunai, and it began to emit a faint glow. Whoosh! Minato's figure instantly appeared beside Jiraiya, and the kunai returned to Minato's hand. Dad, save me! Naruto shouted as soon as he saw Minato appear. Naruto, don't worry, we'll get you back soon, Minato said quickly. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Pushi. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Sasuke out of the corner of his eye and began to feel a bit puzzled. At the same time, as a ninja, he was also very alert, keeping his guard up. "Don't worry, fourth Hokage. He's the helper I found," Uchiha Han said quickly. Right now, Naruto's situation was extremely urgent, and they needed to work together. If they started to be wary of each other, their fighting power would absolutely decline. They would be even less of a match for Pushi then. Sasuke quickly nodded. He was now even more certain that Uchiha Han had guessed his identity. Good. Minato nodded. Although he still had some doubts about where Uchiha Han found his helper, he realized he could hardly sense this person's aura, which indicated that this person's strength was probably on par with his own. However, he didn't have time to think about that now. Minato's gaze was fixed tightly on Pushi, and his brain began to work rapidly. At that moment, he noticed the red light fishing rod binding Naruto. Using that fishing rod to bind Naruto is actually a good opportunity for us, Minato said. Since he needed to bind Naruto, Pushi could not use the fishhooks to absorb their chakra. Jiraiya nodded. His biggest concern was the opponent's ability to actively absorb chakra. This relieved him a bit. However, Sasuke frowned beside him. "Minato, I'll go entangle him. You try to see if you can take Naruto away," Jiraiya said, and then immediately charged forward. "Jiraiya-sensei, be careful," Minato said. "Then let's go help," Uchiha Han said, exchanging glances with Sasuke before also charging forward. Toad oil bomb. Jiraiya formed hand signs and immediately spat out a pile of oily substance. "Oomph." Pushi snorted coldly, stepping aside in the air to dodge. However, at that moment, Sasuke suddenly appeared beside him, striking down with a blade. With no choice, Pushi could only retreat. Jiraiya's toad oil bomb instantly soaked his entire body. The yellowish oil stains combined with some black gooey substance looked as if he crawled out of a cesspool. Pushi frowned tightly, feeling extremely disgusted. But before he could make any moves, a figure suddenly flashed before him. Uchiha Han gripped the blazing flame sword tightly and swung it fiercely. Flame slash! A high-pitched dragon roar instantly echoed through the heavens and earth. A massive blade of flame, filled with endless fire, surged toward Pushi. Pushi's pupils constricted as he understood the terrifying power contained within. His heart raced. Not good. I absolutely cannot be hit. Pushi was horrified. This time, he was genuinely a bit flustered. All along, Pushi had not thought much of the attacks from these ninjas. After all, they were just weak chakra, easily absorbable, and anything he couldn't absorb wouldn't cause much harm to his body. The reason was simple. Their chakra was too weak, unless they could reach the level of Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they were the ones who were personally sent to their demise by the Sage of Six Paths. However, now, there was a new development. That was Uchiha Han. Pushi could clearly sense the power contained within that blade's aura. It was not chakra. It was a power similar to the ability he had used to plunder so many worlds' origins. In an instant, Pushi's white eyes transformed into blue Rinnegan. Chapter 194, Heavenly Hand Power, Rinnegan. Pushi's body instantly received a tremendous boost. Previously, he had been surrounded by Jiraiya and Sasuke, trapped with no room to dodge. But now, with just a thought, he instantaneously escaped the encirclement of the three. So fast, Jiraiya was extremely shocked and focused. It really was the Rinnegan. Jiraiya was even more astonished. Could this person be related to Nagato in some way? A terrifying suspicion arose in Jiraiya's heart. After all, from the distant legend of the Sage of Six Paths to before meeting Nagato, he had never heard of anyone possessing the Rinnegan. And now, besides Nagato, he actually saw another pair of Rinnegan. Coupled with the news of Nagato's death that Jiraiya had received not long ago, it was hard not to connect the two. "What is your relationship with Nagato?" Jiraiya questioned loudly. "Nagato?" Pushi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "Ants." He did not directly answer Jiraiya's question. After all, in his eyes, the clamoring of a group of ants was not worth his attention. However, Pushi's demeanor made Jiraiya feel something was off, further confirming that this pair of Rinnegan was definitely intricately related to Nagato. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression became very serious and tense. He was determined to find out the cause of death of his three disciples from Pushi. A group of ants. Pushi hovered above the three. Looking down at them with disdain, he pulled back the red glow fishing rod, sealing Naruto's chakra tightly in his arms. This way, his red glow fishing rod was freed up. Not good. The expressions of the few immediately changed. Ugh. Naruto began to struggle continuously, but his chakra was sealed. And Pushi's power was absurdly strong, so no matter how much Naruto struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Pusher's expression became extremely deranged, resembling the murderers he had seen in Uchiha Han's past life. Whoosh! That red glow fishing rod instantly flew toward the group like a swimming dragon. The sharp fishhook wrapped in red light was terrifyingly captivating. Everyone knew the horror of this fishing rod, and for a moment, they scattered in all directions to dodge. Run! Run! A bunch of stinking rats that only know how to scamper around. Pusher laughed wildly, watching Uchiha Han and the others dodging frantically, feeling very pleased. Suddenly, he sensed a faint cool breeze blowing from behind. Not good. A bad premonition rose in Pusher's heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of high-speed rotating air currents was so piercing. Pusher raised his brow and immediately activated the red glow fishing basket to block behind him. Whoosh! The sound of the rotating air currents immediately weakened and completely dissipated in less than a second. Pusher had already retracted the fishing rod and turned sharply, swinging the fishhook behind him. Flying Thunder God, Minato, who had originally been behind Pusher, immediately appeared on the ground. Beneath his feet was a kunai. What happened? Didn't I already clear his mark? Pusher was very puzzled. Previously, when he sensed that Minato had marked him, he immediately cleared it. Although the Flying Thunder God mark was said to be impossible to remove, after all, this was still a use of chakra power, no matter how clever. In the face of Pusher's higher dimensional power, it was nothing at all. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Pusher's eyes as he thought of something. His gaze slowly shifted to Naruto in his arms. Could it be that this little brat has his mark? Pusher muttered, just as he wanted to sense carefully. A cold light suddenly flashed before his eyes, revealing a sharp blade. Oof! Pusher snorted coldly and immediately lifted Naruto to block in front of him. Naruto hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly saw a blinding blade light before him, and his whole body tensed up. No! Naruto was so scared that he quickly shut his eyes, and if his hands weren't tightly held by Pusher, he would have probably already jumped in front. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and immediately withdrew his attack, stepping in midair to counteract the inertia of the impact, suddenly retreating back several meters. Whoosh! 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 3 shurikens instantly shot out. A minor technique. Pusher sneered disdainfully. The trajectory of the 3 shurikens was very clear and slow as a turtle in his eyes. He easily dodged by slightly shifting his body in midair. However, just as he dodged the shurikens, Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by a rapidly spinning shuriken. Not good. Pusher's heart tightened, and he immediately tightened his grip on the fishing rod, swinging it back fiercely. Bang! The red glow fishhook and Sasuke's Kusanagi sword instantly produced intense sparks. At this moment, Sasuke's left eye had transformed into the Rinnegan, although cleverly obscured by his bangs. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have thought even more. Pusher's eyes turned cold, and the fishhook instantly coiled around the Kusanagi sword like a snake, then stabbed fiercely toward Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils trembled. With a thought, he instantly switched places with the previous shuriken. This was the power of his Rinnegan. Tenshin. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. However, he quickly suppressed that shock deep in his heart. After all, time was of the essence, and there was no room for any waste. At this moment, Uchiha Han's figure leaped forward, suddenly appearing before Pusher. Slash! Another extremely sharp blade, aura, accompanied by raging flames. Pusher did not dare to be careless against Uchiha Han's attack and hurriedly activated all the power in his body to dodge. However, he still had to allocate part of his attention to control Naruto, making it somewhat difficult for him. Just when he thought he could dodge Uchiha Han's blade, aura, he heard the sound of high-speed rotating air currents from behind again. Rasengan. Minato's body reappeared behind Pusher, and a massive Rasengan charged at him again. Bang! To avoid Uchiha Han's blade, aura, Pusher had no time to dodge Minato's attack. But if he had to choose between the two, he would rather take a hit from the Rasengan than let Uchiha Han's blade, aura, touch him even slightly. Thus, Pusher dodged Uchiha Han's blade, aura, and was heavily struck in the lower abdomen by Minato's Rasengan. The immense impact instantly surged through Pusher's entire body. Although it was not fatal to him, it still made Pusher's body relax. The strength in his arms holding Naruto instantly vanished. Chapter 195. Toad, Winta. In just that moment, he released Naruto from his embrace. Minato immediately activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting behind Naruto and grabbing him. Dad, it's okay now. Naruto. Minato held Naruto tightly, and then used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the ground, creating a considerable distance between them and Pushi. Soon, Pushi regained his composure. and the part that Minato had shattered with his Rasengan began to recover gradually. What an annoying bug, Pushi exclaimed with distaste, and then the originally blue Rinnegan instantly turned red. The six paths Tomo slowly appeared, spinning beside his pupils, looking incredibly eerie and sinister, exuding a terrifying aura like that of a hellish Azura. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Just looking into Pushi's eyes, they seemed to feel a tremendous pressure stemming from their bloodline. Of course, Uchiha Han felt nothing. Not good. Minato and the others suddenly panicked. They could clearly sense that the flow of chakra within their bodies was becoming increasingly sluggish. Minato, you take Naruto back first, Jiraiya quickly said. Protecting Naruto and the Nine Tails is the most important thing. Teacher Jiraiya, what about you guys? Minato said with great concern. He had Flying Thunder God, so escaping was not a problem for him. However, for Jiraiya and the others to escape, it wouldn't be that simple, especially with him leaving. Their combat power would be greatly diminished. Escaping from Pushi's grasp would be even more difficult. Don't worry, Minato. You just take care of Naruto first, and then come back to support us, Jiraiya said. Minato nodded. After all, he had Flying Thunder God, and the time to come back and forth was very short. All right. Minato immediately mobilized the chakra within his body, wanting to use Flying Thunder God. However, how could Pushi let Minato have his way? Want to run? No way. Pushi's body instantly vanished. Almost simultaneously, a black hole appeared beside Minato. A powerful force emanated from it. Not good. Minato frowned deeply. He felt his chakra had actually solidified for a moment. But in that brief moment, he couldn't perform Flying Thunder God. Minato's Flying Thunder God was indeed unmatched in the ninja world. However, Pushi's space-time ability, Yellow Springs Hirizaka, completely crushed Flying Thunder God. This was a qualitative difference. This is bad. Jiraiya and Sasuke's pupils trembled, but under Pushi's overwhelming pressure, their movements and chakra were greatly suppressed. They couldn't react in time. At that moment, only Uchiha Han remained unaffected. Flame Fist. Uchiha Han gathered power in his right fist and struck at Pushi with a fierce blow. A massive fist-shaped flame roared forward. Pushi's pupils trembled. The hook that was initially aimed at Minato had to be retracted. His body immediately hid back into the other space of Yellow Springs Hirizaka. Then, the black hole appeared on the other side, and Pushi's body reappeared. Damn it, it looks like I need to deal with this guy first. Pushi glared at Uchiha Han fiercely. All other attacks from everyone posed no significant threat to Pushi. Only Uchiha Han could genuinely harm him. If he got entangled with Jiraiya and Minato, and Uchiha Han managed to land a surprise attack, that would be problematic. Thus, Pushi planned to eliminate Uchiha Han first. Uchiha Han sensed Pushi's cold and ominous gaze fixed on him and understood the other party's intentions. Not good. Uchiha Han felt a sense of dread. Although Pushi had been dodging his attacks earlier, Uchiha Han knew that it wasn't because Pushi was truly incapable of defeating him. With the Rinnegan's enhancement, Otsutsuki Pushi, along with the red glowing fishing basket and fishing rod as his two major treasures, was at least a super shadow or even six paths level powerhouse. This had already surpassed the combat power he could handle at present. Minato, hurry and go, Jiraiya shouted urgently and rushed to Uchiha Han's side. He knew that Pushi's target had now shifted to Uchiha Han, so it was a good opportunity for Minato to leave. You guys be careful. Minato did not hesitate. He believed that with Jiraiya there, Uchiha Han would likely not be in danger in the short term. Thus, with a thought, Minato immediately used Flying Thunder God and vanished from the spot. Pushi saw Jiraiya and Sasuke surrounding Uchiha Han and sneered mockingly. It seems I've given you the illusion that you can fight against me. Pushi's smile suddenly ceased, replaced by a sinister and resentful expression. The six paths Tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Uchiha Han and the others held their breath, not daring to be careless. His eyes, the Tomo spinning, is it an enhancement of his ability? Jiraiya pondered while also making a decision in his heart. No matter what, we should first try to interrupt him. Jiraiya murmured, and with a flick of his finger, a streak of blood appeared in his palm. Summoning technique. Poof! A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared and quickly dissipated. A massive figure appeared beneath Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya, have you run into trouble? Toad Winta, with a huge pipe in its mouth, said slowly. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, looking quite regal and imposing. Winta, this enemy is extremely powerful. We cannot be careless, Jiraiya said solemnly. At this moment, Toad Winta looked at Pushi, who was floating in the air, with a frown. It could clearly sense that the strength of the person before them was far beyond its own. Even from such a distance, Just a few glances made it feel a surge of panic and disarray in its heart. For a moment, it felt as though a giant mountain was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. This guy, his aura is terrifying, Toad wouldn't have thought, feeling shocked. It didn't expect that the enemy Jiraiya encountered this time would be so formidable. Toad would have felt a bit flustered. It was known for its imposing presence in the entire Mayaboka mountain. Yet this time, the pressure from the opponent was even slightly stronger than that of the great Toad Sage. Even if Fukasaku and Shima, the two Toad Sages, came, they would still feel the pressure. Thus, Toad, when it timidly, said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, should we summon more people?" Chapter 196. Shinra Tensei Jiraiya. Should we summon more people? Upon hearing Toad win his words, Jiraiya was taken aback. Jiraiya thought for a moment. The saying that more people means more power was indeed true. He then pressed his palm into the air. Summoning technique. With two loud bangs, two more gigantic toads appeared next to Toad Winta. The one on the left had a large bead hanging from its neck, with a character for loyalty engraved on it. It was Toad Sage. The other one was a bluish-green toad, most notably carrying two massive swords on its back, looking highly combat-ready. It was Toad Hero. Three massive bodies filled the entire open space. Both Gamma Zo and Gamma Hero felt the unfathomable aura of Pushi Na and naturally understood why they were specifically summoned. Hee. Do you think calling two slightly larger ants can change the situation? Naive. Pushi coldly said, not taking the three giant toads seriously at all. For a powerhouse of his level, summoning beasts had little effect. Pushi's gaze turned chilly, his eyes locked onto Uchiha Han. In his view, the others were like ants and not worth his attention. Only Uchiha Han mattered. With a steely resolve, Pushi planned to quickly eliminate Uchiha Han and then use the yellow springs to capture Naruto. Thus, without hesitation, the tomo beside his pupils began to spin faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant, Pushi's body vanished. Uchiha Han and the others only caught a glimpse of a black hole crack left behind, but it sealed up in an instant. So fast, everyone was shocked. Pushi's speed in using the yellow springs had increased. In less than a breath, a dark crack appeared in front of Uchiha Han, and a red fishhook shot towards him, radiating an eerie glow. Uchiha Han immediately raised his flame blade to block, but the fishhook, like a nimble snake, coiled around and stabbed towards Uchiha Han's vital points. Everything happened too quickly. It exceeded Jiraiya's reaction speed. Sasuke, under the enhancement of the Rinnegan, managed to see Pushi's movements, but making a corresponding action was still somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Uchiha Han's defense bought him some time. Amaterasu. Sasuke's eyes widened, and a shallow trace of blood flowed from under the bangs covering his Rinnegan. Black flames instantly ignited from Pushi's body. Pushi immediately retracted the red fishhook, retreating backward. He frowned, watching the spreading black flames on his body. This is the eternal fire of Amaterasu, a flame that cannot be extinguished. However, for Pushi, this unquenchable fire was merely a nuisance. Again with this, Pushi said somewhat impatiently. Then with a thought, the red fish basket appeared in front of him, absorbing all the black flames on him. This process took only 2 or 3 seconds. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that Pushi's clothes were still intact. Hiss! Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. Even he felt a deep unease from that black flame. But such a powerful flame was so easily dismissed by Pushi. TCH. Pushi smirked, lightly dusting off his sleeves as if they had accumulated dust. Too weak, a bunch of ants, even using all their strength, cannot harm me at all. Pushi's gaze turned cold again. Before his words had left his mouth, his body once again vanished in an instant. Immediately after, Jiraiya and Sasuke were hit by a heavy punch one after the other. Bang! The two flew backward, tumbling off the giant toad. As Sasuke lost his balance, he quickly reacted, pulling out a kunai and throwing it at Pushi. Heavenly hand power. Sasuke's body exchanged places with the kunai, suddenly appearing in front of Pushi. Bang! Sasuke's Kusanagi sword struck down rapidly, directly hitting Pushi's fishhook. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood atop Gamma Hero's head. Let's go. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, quickly forming a Rasengan in his hand, taking a few steps in midair to also appear before Pushi. The three giant toads also drew their blades, stabbing towards Pushi. The tomo in Pushi's Rinnegan spun rapidly. Activating the yellow springs, once again, his body immediately dove into the black hole. At the same time, Sasuke pulled out a large handful of kunai from his bag, throwing them in all directions. Hiss! A spatial crack appeared next to Uchiha Han. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, significantly enhancing his perception, quickly sensing Pushi's aura. Heavenly Hand Power. Sasuke turned to look at a kunai, flying toward Uchiha Han, activating his ocular power, instantly swapping places with the kunai. At the same time, Uchiha Han would not simply surrender. Bang! The flame blade clashed again with Pushi's red fish rod. However, unlike before, this time, the flame blade directly engaged the sharp fishhook. This kid's sword surprisingly held its ground. Pushi was shocked. He knew very well the level of his red fish rod and red fish basket. Even within the entire Otsutsuki clan, they were extremely precious and powerful. The fact that Uchiha Han's flame blade could produce an equal force in a direct clash astonished Pushi. However, Uchiha Han's strength was still far from Pushi's level. After merely a few breaths of resistance, he was knocked back by Pushi's immense power. Pushi then raised his right arm to block beside him. Bang! Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, filled with fierce momentum, instantly stopped, unable to advance an inch. However, Sasuke braced against Pushi's force, temporarily drawing his attention. Simultaneously, Jiraiya and the three giant toads attacked Pushi fiercely. Rasengan, Flame Slash, and the formidable attacks from the three toads. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. TCH, ants. Yet Pushi sneered disdainfully. He held something in his hand that looked like a red fish basket, then swallowed in one gulp. Instantly, an incredibly astonishing aura erupted. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 197. Pushi, Sage Crane formed Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force instantly sent all of their attacks flying away. Even Uchiha Han's Flame Slash was similarly negated. Everyone was forced back several steps, looking at the center of that terrifying aura, their hearts trembling. The original Pushi was a somewhat slender youth, but now his body had inflated. Pushi's arms transformed into two massive wings, and horns shaped like wings sprouted from his head, though part of them was damaged. What shocked everyone the most was the eye that appeared on Pushi's forehead, a pair of golden Rinnegan. It was evident that Pushi's aura had become even more powerful. If Pushi had been somewhat wary of Uchiha Han's attacks before, now, to him, Uchiha Han and Jiraiya were not much different. The gap was simply too vast. Even if his armor's energy surpassed chakra, allowing it to directly harm Pushi. But Uchiha Han's strength was too weak. This level of damage was insignificant. Meanwhile, Minato had also returned. This guy had just swallowed that red fish basket and then transformed into this form. Jiraiya quickly explained to Minato. Minato nodded, his expression growing extremely serious, as he too could sense that Pushi's aura had sharply risen a notch. Has he gained any special abilities in this form? Minato asked. After all, every change in Pushi's eyes seemed to enhance his power. He just used a technique that seems capable of reflecting all ninjutsu, Jiraiya said solemnly. Reflecting ninjutsu? Minato murmured, instinctively gripping the kunai of the flying thunder god tighter. At this moment, Sasuke beside him also tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. In this form, Pushi's strength was incredibly powerful. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Given his current exhaustion and injuries, even with Minato and the others, it would be difficult to withstand Pushi's attacks. Well, since you little bugs love to play so much, I'll play with you, Pushi said coldly. In his current condition, he could actually traverse space and grab Naruto. In this enhanced form of Huangquan Bayusaka, he was far beyond what Minato's Flying Thunder God could compare to. However, Pushi was confident enough in his strength, not believing that these people could affect his plans. Plus, he was angered by their previous actions, so he wanted to deal with them harshly. Even killing them wouldn't matter. As long as Naruto wasn't dead, then the container of Tao sure wouldn't be significantly affected. Thus, Pushi's white eyes instantly became chillingly cold. In the crane's sage state, his Rinnegan merged onto his forehead, while his eyes returned to the state of white eyes. Everyone be careful, Minato immediately said. However, just as his voice fell, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. So fast, Minato's pupils shook, and he immediately activated his chakra to use the Flying Thunder God, teleporting to the kunai he had left behind. However, Pushi's sensing ability at this moment was far beyond what it had been before. It was as if he knew Minato's landing point in advance, following Minato's appearance closely. This was no longer just speed, it was also the ability to teleport. In other words, in his crane's sage state, Pushi could teleport without using Huangquan Bayusaka. Not good. Jiraiya quickly noticed that Minato's Flying Thunder God was unable to escape from Pushi, and he became anxious. He had to find a way to control that guy's movements. So, Jiraiya charged forward with the toad. Then, he leaped and immediately formed hand seals. Earth-style, Huangquan Swamp. A huge swamp suddenly appeared beneath Pu Shi's feet. At the same time, a great sucking force came from below, as if there were pairs of hands pulling him down. Pu Shi frowned. The attack that was about to hit Minato stopped. Taking this opportunity, Minato once again used Flying Thunder God to teleport several meters away. From the moment Pu Shi launched his attack until now, not even half a second had passed. Seeing that Jiraiya's Huangquan Swamp seemed to have an effect, Uchiha Han and Sasuke immediately launched their attacks. Flame Bow. In terms of long-range combat, Uchiha Han had long since transformed the Flame Blade into the form of a Flame Bow. Uchiha Han exerted all his strength, pulling the ethereal bowstring to its maximum. Visible energy instantly gathered on his bowstring, and that little bit of brilliance seemed to coalesce into a sharp arrow feather. Take this arrow, Indra's arrow. Uchiha Han halted instinctively, then suddenly released his right hand, and the light arrow shot out with a whoosh. This arrow contained terrifying power and was accompanied by fierce airflow, making Pu Shi instinctively raise his eyebrows. Although he was very confident, he was not a masochist. He would naturally try to dodge any damage he could avoid. Almost in an instant, the light arrow had already reached his face. The terrifying energy made Pu Shi's heart tremble. However, with the Rinnegan on his forehead, he could almost instantly activate Huangquan Bayusaka. Thus, Pu Shi's body immediately shrank into the spatial rift created by Huangquan Bayusaka. Therefore, he dodged Uchiha Han's light arrow. The light arrow passed through and directly struck the force behind. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow. This kid. That arrow just now felt even more powerful than my big ball Rasengan. Jiraiya was quite shocked. At this moment, Sasuke looked at the scene before him with an expressionless face. But then, he seemed to become somewhat puzzled, turning to look at Uchiha Han. What was the name of that technique you just used? Uchiha Han instinctively replied, Indra's arrow. Why? Uchiha Han suddenly realized. Indra's arrow. Sasuke nodded, not saying anything more. However, his brows still instinctively furrowed. At this moment, Uchiha Han became quite nervous. Indra's arrow was a skill of Sasuke's after activating Susanoo. He was now using it, and he hoped it wouldn't raise any suspicions in Sasuke's mind. Chapter 198. Jiraiya, Danger. After Pu Shi dodged Uchiha Han's arrow, he immediately used Huangquan Bayusaka, appearing behind Uchiha Han in an instant. His sharp claws struck fiercely toward Uchiha Han with incredible momentum. Now that Pu Shi had used Huangquan Bayusaka to enter another space, Uchiha Han guessed that this guy would most likely take the opportunity to attack him. Because he had been on guard, he immediately reacted, turning around and placing the flame blade in front of him. Bang! A crisp metallic clash echoed loudly throughout the entire forest. Pu Shi retracted his claws and stumbled backward. He looked at the flame blade in Uchiha Han's hand with great curiosity. This kid's weapon can actually change forms at will, and its power is so strong. It definitely isn't something that the ants of this world could create. Could it be? Pu Shi had a guess in his mind. He became even more vigilant towards Uchiha Han. If at first he distinguished Naruto and Sasuke from other ninjas because they also had a trace of Otsutsuki bloodline within them. Although it was very thin, it still far exceeded that of others. Uchiha Han, however, gave him the feeling that the strength of his bloodline was on par with that of the Otsutsuki clan, even surpassing it. This shocked him immensely. Impossible. How could there be a bloodline stronger than that of the Otsutsuki clan? Pu Shi couldn't accept this thought in his heart. Their Otsutsuki clan fought across various worlds, victorious every time, standing at the pinnacle of all worlds. I understand. Pu Shi suddenly realized. This guy must also have the bloodline of our Otsutsuki clan, and the concentration of that bloodline is not beneath mine. His bloodline must have mutated, and it mutated in a good direction. It must be. Pu Shi's expression became frenzied again. He seemed like a scientist who had devoted his life to finally solving a world problem, excited like a madman. Is this guy insane? Uchiha Han looked at Pu Shi's inexplicable appearance, feeling utterly confused. Did you even start to recall what you had done to Pu Shi before? However, no matter how hard he tried to remember, Uchiha Han could only recall that he had used the flame blade to block his claws. Surely that wouldn't drive someone insane, right? This guy probably had some serious mental issues to begin with, Uchiha Han thought, quickly clearing himself of any responsibility. However, the smile on Pu Shi's face gradually faded, and then returned to its previous fierce and ruthless expression. So what if he was from the same clan, lost in the world? Anyone who dared to obstruct my plans should be killed. A hint of malice flashed in Pushur's eyes as his body instantly vanished from the spot. Not good. Uchiha Han's pupils trembled, and he immediately amplified his perception, constantly observing his surroundings. However, Uchiha Han could never find Pushur's figure. Strange. Although only a moment had passed, it was enough time for Pushur to launch several attacks. Therefore, Uchiha Han felt a bit confused not having observed Pushur attacking him for so long. At the same time, he had an ominous premonition. Jiraiya. Suddenly, Gamabunta shouted. Uchiha Han and the others looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Jiraiya's chest pierced by a claw. Pushur's face slowly emerged from behind Jiraiya, a look of triumph plastered across it. First, let me eliminate all the ants around. Pushi looked ominously. His strategy remained unchanged. First, he would clear away the troublesome insects around him before finally killing Uchiha Han, who posed a threat to him. If he had previously fought with a somewhat nonchalant attitude, at this moment, Pushur, in his sage state, was already firing on all cylinders. For Jiraiya and the others, the gap between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. Thus, with just one move, he instantly took them down. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato was extremely anxious and rushed forward. Annoying, Pushur glanced at him with great irritation, then instantly used the H-Zuki technique to escape. Thud! A massive hole appeared in Jiraiya's chest, blood gushing out. Minato hurriedly rushed over to hold him. Jiraiya instinctively clutched his chest, his vision starting to blur. Minato, remember to help me, cough cough. However, Jiraiya didn't finish speaking before losing consciousness, his head drooping to the side. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's eyes welled up with tears, his expression shifting from worry to anger. He gently placed his hand on Jiraiya's nose and paused for a few seconds. Minato's body instantly stiffened. Jiraiya-sensei, just rest for now, Minato said slowly, his tone very heavy. He lowered his head, completely obscuring his expression. But Uchiha Han knew without thinking. Rest? You should rest too. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind Minato. Pushur's figure appeared silently once again. However, this time, Minato's reaction was incredibly swift. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport a few meters away. Then, Minato quickly threw out more than 10 prepared kunai surrounding Pushur. This guy's space-time technique is beyond me, and it even feels like it has surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. However, just like that mysterious man from last time, I can only counterattack when he attacks me. But his space-time technique is truly unpredictable and hard to grasp. I can't clearly perceive his landing points. His landings seem to be at will, with no trace to follow. By the time I sense his presence, it may already be too late to react to defend against his attack. What should I do? Minato's mind raced, feeling extremely anxious. This enemy was countless times more troublesome than any previous ones. On the night of the Nine Tails, when facing the mysterious masked man for the first time, Minato could analyze the opponent's weaknesses in an incredibly short time and quickly devise a corresponding strategy. It's easy to imagine how terrifying Minato's combat talent is. But this time, the enemy's power is just too strong. Without absolute strength, relying on tactical strategies to win is simply wishful thinking. Still thinking about how to defeat me. Ants. Chapter 199. Make your move. Still thinking about how to defeat me, ants? At that moment, the mocking voice echoed from behind Minato again. Minato instantly tensed up. Although he'd been deep in thought, his gaze had remained fixed on Pushur, not daring to look away for a moment. Even so, he lost sight of Pushur's figure and heard Pushur's voice almost simultaneously. Before Minato could use the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt a warmth in his chest. A warm liquid slowly soaked through his clothes. Minato looked down and saw a blood-stained claw piercing through his chest. In an instant, Minato felt all his strength drain away. Then, his vision began to blur. Lord Fourth, Uchiha Han rushed over immediately. At the same time, Sasuke also charged from the other side. However, Pushur used the H-Zuki technique again to slip into another dimension. Sasuke quickly supported Minato to prevent him from falling to the ground. At this moment, Gamabunta also hurried over. Damn it! Uchiha Han furiously punched his fist, full of anger. You all take Lord Fourth and Jiraiya back. Uchiha Han said to Gamabunta. What about you guys? Gamabunta asked, carefully placing Jiraiya and Minato in his arms. Don't worry, he shouldn't be able to break through my armor. Uchiha Han said confidently. But in reality, he wasn't that sure. Although Uchiha Han was very confident in his armor, its strength was definitely linked to his compatibility and strength. Given his current compatibility and the overwhelming aura he sensed from Pushur, he truly didn't have much confidence. but he said that only to urge Gamabunta and the others to leave quickly. First, to save time to treat Minato and Jiraiya, and second, Uchiha Han also planned to use his final trump card. However, the three of them hesitated, clearly aware of Pooh Shi's power. They, usually so confident, also knew that they hadn't been much help this time. But precisely because of this, losing even one more person would worsen the situation. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry back and save Minato and Jiraiya, Uchiha Han said anxiously. Upon hearing about saving Minato and Jiraiya, the three frogs immediately reacted. Looking at the two in a near-death state, the three frogs could only grit their teeth. But if we want to use the reverse summoning technique, all three of us need to return, Gamabunta said worriedly. After all, they had been summoned by Jiraiya's summoning beast, and to bring Jiraiya back to Mount Mayaboku, all three of them needed to use the reverse summoning technique together. It's fine. You all hurry back to save Jiraiya and Lord Fourth. They absolutely cannot afford to wait any longer, Uchiha Han said urgently. He wished that all three of these frogs would leave right away. This way, I won't have to worry about exposing the Emperor's armor. As for the two remaining people on the field, one is Sasuke and the other is Pooh Shi. There's no need to mention Pooh Shi, right? He summoned the Emperor's armor, so he has no way out. The dead are the best at keeping secrets. As for Sasuke, he's from the future anyway. Once I deal with Pooh Shi, I can just kick him back. So what is there to worry about? All right then. Fukasaku nodded, thinking that since Uchiha Han said so, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. Thus, the three toads decisively performed the reverse summoning technique, and along with Jiraiya and Minato, the five figures instantly vanished. Both summoning and reverse summoning techniques are essentially space-time ninjutsu, almost instantaneous. At this moment, Pooh Shi's body was slowly floating in midair, only about 10 meters away from Uchiha Han and the others. But whether it was 10 meters or several hundred meters, it made no difference to Pooh Shi now. It was just a thought away. After dealing with Jiraiya and Minato, especially Minato, that extremely annoying bug, Pooh Shi felt much better. Therefore, he didn't care that the three toads took them away. After all, those two bugs were already severely injured, and whether they lived or died wouldn't affect his later extraction of the Nine-Tails chakra. So, Pooh Shi naturally didn't think it mattered. Now it's just the two of you left. The corners of Pooh Shi's mouth lifted again, and his transformed appearance was already extremely cold and eerie. With that smile, it made him even more spine-chilling. Who do you think should be next? Pooh Shi said with great interest, his face filled with excitement and madness. It was as if there were not two people in front of him, but two delicious fat sheep. Uchiha Han and Sasuke immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. The Kusanagi sword and the flame blade reflected a sharp sheen under the sunlight. Especially the flame blade, from a distance, it seemed to emit faint flames burning. You think. Suddenly, Pooh Shi's teasing voice came from behind Uchiha Han. It's your turn next, how about it? Before his words fell, he immediately thrust out his incredibly sharp 5 claws, directly aimed at Uchiha Han's heart. Bang! The speed was so fast that Uchiha Han couldn't react. But Pooh Shi's claws couldn't penetrate his chest as before. How is that possible? Pooh Shi looked in disbelief, as his claws couldn't pierce through Uchiha Han's armor. So, Pooh Shi immediately used the yellow spring Hirazaka to escape. Uchiha Han was also a bit surprised. Although Pooh Shi didn't break through his armor, he could still feel a tremendous pain coming from his back. This was unprecedented. This means that Pooh Shi's current form can cause damage to his armor. I think it's your turn next. Uchiha Han smiled faintly and suddenly said. Pooh Shi was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous. Although I can't do anything to you for now, can I not deal with him? Before his words fell, Pooh Shi's body instantly appeared behind Sasuke, his massive wings like 2 blades, directly stabbing towards Sasuke. Heavenly hand power. Sasuke was fortunate to have prepared in advance, immediately switching places with Minato's kunai on the ground, evading Pooh Shi's attack. However, Sasuke's face looked very grim. His chakra was now running low, and it was very difficult to use heavenly hand power a few more times. Han, I know you have a way, make your move. Chapter 200, Emperor's Armor. Fusion. Han, I know you have a way, make your move. Sasuke said to Uchiha Han with a serious expression. He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately said it out loud. He also knew that Uchiha Han had probably guessed his origins, and now that the situation was so critical, he could only rely on Uchiha Han. This was their only hope. Hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Han was stunned for a moment. Does he mean that he knows I have other trump cards? Then, Uchiha Han's doubts were resolved. After all, Sasuke came from the future. With his growth rate by that time, It would be unreasonable if he hadn't reached the peak of the ninja world. The fact that Sasuke could be so certain only meant that in the future, they must know that he was actually the summoner of the Light Emperor. This was the only reasonable explanation. Oh, could it be that you think this little brat has any other trump cards? Pusher naturally heard Sasuke's words and couldn't help but laugh even more mockingly. He didn't think that Uchiha Han, a teenager, could pose any strong threat to him. He felt that Sasuke might have reached the point of desperation. However, the more this was the case, the more excited he became. Well then, since that's the case, I'll personally crush your hope. Pusher's laughter became even more unrestrained. He mobilized all of his chakra. The fish basket absorbed into his body also emanated endless chakra. That overwhelming momentum instantly made the entire space seem to tremble. Then, his momentum continuously increased, and the surrounding air gradually solidified. Sasuke felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, and the weight was constantly increasing. He was becoming more and more breathless. Finally, Pusher's momentum reached its peak. In an instant, Pusher's figure disappeared again. Uchiha Han only felt a gust of wind blow past him. Zulfust. Uchiha Han didn't dare to hesitate, because along with the breath that blew across his face, there was also a terrifying aura. Uchiha Han had a premonition that this strike might directly shatter his armor. Use the Emperor's Armor Experience card. Please confirm. Do you want to use the Emperor's Armor Experience card? Confirm. Confirm. If I don't hurry, I'm going to be done for. Uchiha Han was going crazy in his heart. He could feel that dangerous aura was about to pierce through his armor. Usage successful. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, a golden light burst forth from Uchiha Han's body. What is this? Pusher's claws were about to pierce Uchiha Han's armor, and this time, he was very confident that he could penetrate it directly, but his smile abruptly stopped. He clearly sensed that a terrifying aura was emanating from Uchiha Han's body. That aura, which only revealed for a moment, already far surpassed his own. Boom! The blazing sun hung in the sky, illuminating the world. The entire sky seemed to flicker violently. Emperor's armor, fusion. The flame dragon armor on Uchiha Han automatically disassembled, replaced by the golden Emperor's armor. A massive shockwave instantly radiated out, directly sending Pusher flying. Puffed. Pusher spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he suffered direct damage to his essence. Pusher hurriedly stabilized his body, then looked in astonishment at the scene before him. What is this? His face no longer held the previous indifference, replaced by endless seriousness. In an instant, the once very weak Uchiha Han seemed to transform into a colossal being in his eyes. The enormous gap in power left him gasping for breath. Uchiha Han felt a long-lost sense of strength within him, and instead of rushing to act, he slowly raised his head and looked at Pushi with a cold gaze. Uchiha Han now had a clearer understanding of power. A compatibility rate of 60% might seem like just a 10% increase from the initial 2 experience cards. But in reality, it was worlds apart. To put it this way, without needing any other unlocking items, Uchiha Han could easily defeat 5 Emperor armors with a 50% compatibility rate. His current strength completely surpassed that of the 6 paths. What happened to this kid's momentum? How did it suddenly increase so much? Pushi was baffled and still hadn't regained his composure. This overwhelming sense of pressure even felt greater than that of their Otsutsuki clan leader. Such a heavenly-like pressure made him instinctively want to retreat. No matter how many times he had seen it, he would still be shocked. Sasuke's gaze was somewhat dazed as he stared blankly at Uchiha Han's figure. That golden silhouette had long been firmly etched in his mind. Memories from the past surged back. At this moment, Uchiha Han also roughly understood the abilities of the Emperor armor with a 60% compatibility rate. His gaze instantly locked onto Pushi. In that fleeting moment, Pushi felt as if the space around him had frozen, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Damn it! Pushi cursed inwardly, thinking that this kid's momentum had suddenly risen to such a terrifying level. Just this pressure alone was enough to instantly freeze the space around him. Pushi immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy, his entire body tense, completely different from his previous nonchalant demeanor. Pushi quickly gathered all the chakra in his body to the golden Rinnegan on his forehead, attempting to use the yellow spring Hirasaka to escape. However, he discovered that even in his sage crane form, the almost instantaneous yellow spring Hirasaka was still slower to activate than in a regular Rinnegan state. This is bad. I didn't expect his momentum to reach such a level that it could hinder the flow of my chakra. Sweat beads instantly appeared on Pushi's forehead. For the first time in his life, he felt a surge of fear. He could sense that the pressure emanating from Uchiha Han was continuously increasing, and the flow of chakra within him was slowing down more and more. In just that brief moment of contemplation, the speed of his chakra flow slowed down again by half. Pushi gritted his teeth and forced himself to activate the yellow spring Hirasaka. A spatial fissure appeared beneath his feet. Oomph. Now you want to leave? No way. NS. 200 chapters. So exciting. Chapter 201. The fearful Pushi. Now you want to leave? No way. Pushi's actions naturally did not escape Uchiha Han's eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Han coldly watched everything, snorting disdainfully. Then he slowly extended his hand and suddenly clenched it violently in the air. In an instant, the spatial fissure beneath Pushi's feet disappeared. Pushi's pupils shook. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could escape. After all, as long as he entered the alternate space of the yellow spring Hirasaka, he could move freely. However, he did not expect Uchiha Han to be able to forcibly close his yellow spring Hirasaka. Even when facing those weak ninjas, he could only disperse and absorb their jutsu, unable to fundamentally stop them from casting. Yet Uchiha Han could interrupt him even after he had already activated it. Such power likely required transcending several levels to possess. At this moment, Pushi was left with nothing but endless fear in his heart. How is this possible? My yellow spring Hirasaka has actually failed. His yellow spring Hirasaka was similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya's, both belonging to the bloodline limit. Even among the entire Otsutsuki clan, it was considered very powerful. Therefore, Pushi had long been trembling in fear at Uchiha Han's ability to forcibly interrupt him. Now, even if the leader of the Otsutsuki clan came, it wouldn't lessen his fear in the slightest. Gulp. Pushi instinctively swallowed hard. His voice echoed clearly in the dead silence around him. Are you scared? Uchiha Han's voice, enhanced by the Emperor armor, carried a commanding hoarseness. The booming voice reached Pushi's ears, causing him to tremble all over. His Byakugan was now filled with fear. He could feel the pressure around him growing stronger. The flow of chakra within him was also slowing down, almost solidifying, just like how he had dealt with Minato earlier. Seeing this, Uchiha Han coldly smiled, then waved the Aurora sword in his hand and casually unleashed a slash. Although Uchiha Han merely waved it lightly, as if without much force, the blade's aura contained the power to devour heaven and earth. The blade's aura, carrying an extremely terrifying might, swept toward Pushi. The speed of the blade was so fast that even someone like Minato, who possessed space-time ninjutsu, would not have time to use Flying Thunder God to evade under such immense pressure. Now, Pushi was even more so, as the space around him had been locked down by Uchiha Han's momentum, and his yellow spring Hirasaka had been sealed by Uchiha Han. What did he use to dodge? Pushi's pupils widened as he watched the terrifying blade aura approaching, his mind trembling. Thus, his chest began to heave violently, as if something was surging from his abdomen, rising up and being expelled from his mouth. Boom! A loud crash. The might of the blade's aura was unleashed without reservation. The terrifying aftermath spread throughout the entire forest, even forcing Sasuke back several steps. Just such a casual slash, just one residual force. Sasuke stabilized his stance and looked in shock at the golden silhouette hovering in midair, his eyes filled with fervor and longing. Oh, Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. He now had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Given the power Pushi had demonstrated, he should not have been able to withstand this slash. However, after the blade aura dissipated, although Pushi's body looked somewhat disheveled, it was only due to the residual force, and he had not sustained any fundamental damage. Oh, is that the red light fish basket? Uchiha Han murmured. He sensed a familiar aura spreading around him. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be the red light fish basket that Pushi used to absorb ninjutsu earlier. Unexpectedly, Pushi was so willing to part with it. It should be noted that besides his Rinnegan, Pushi's most powerful and precious items were that red light fishing rod and red light fish basket. It was surprising that Pushi had no hesitation in directly using the fish basket to block the attack. However, Uchiha Han did not pay much attention to it. After all, how many red light fish baskets could Pushi have? For him, he could unleash dozens of attacks of that magnitude in an instant. At this moment, Pushi's face looked extremely grim. His heart was bleeding. Earlier, he felt the terrifying might of Uchiha Han's blade aura, which was something he could not resist. So he thought of using the red light fish basket to block some damage. After all, the materials of the red light fishing rod and the red light fish basket are so special that almost no force can destroy them violently. Therefore, who sure dare to take them out? However, The result greatly exceeded his expectations. Uchiha Han's blade aura did indeed help him fend off the attack. But the cost was that his red light fish basket was directly shattered into pieces, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. How is this possible? My fish basket. It actually just disappeared like this? Pusher couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. He could clearly sense that the aura of the fish basket had indeed completely vanished. But this is too outrageous. How could someone possess such powerful strength? However, Pusher was also an elite of the Tsutsuki clan, and he quickly calmed down. He had to accept this reality. Because the crane form was created by Pusher absorbing the power of the red light fish basket and the fishing rod. Now that the fish basket was gone, his external form had already undergone some degradation. The wings on both sides had significantly shrunk, and the horns shaped like wings on his head had also become much smaller. His claws were similarly dulled and lacked their previous sharpness. Besides the changes in appearance, his various hidden attributes had also suffered a significant reduction. Whether it was chakra, strength, explosive power, speed, etc., they were far inferior to before. At most, he was only slightly stronger than his initial form. How could this guy be so powerful? Why didn't I encounter him when I came decades later? Pusher was puzzled. He came to this world to seize the source of the world, to fulfill the mission that Kagaya did not complete. The primary task was to seize the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto. However, he faced a united resistance from Sasuke and Naruto, and even he and the others were defeated. So he thought of traveling back to the past, taking advantage of Naruto's immaturity to seize the Nine Tails chakra. But he couldn't understand why such a powerful guy would appear at this time. What on earth is going on? Chapter 202. Zenseal, what on earth is going on? However, there was no time for Pusher to think anymore, because the life and death crisis was already in front of him. What he should consider now is how to survive. What should I do? How can I break the deadlock? Pusher's mind raced, constantly thinking of countermeasures. This was the first time he felt so nervous. In the past, he followed other clan members, constantly plundering the source of the world, dominating and rampaging. How could he have experienced such a thing? Gulp. Pusher swallowed again, his face full of fear. At this moment, he felt time passing extremely slowly, as if days were like years. The more he thought like this, the more anxious he became. Whether it was due to the Imperial armor or not, Uchiha Han felt a sense of indifference growing in his heart, originally harboring great resentment towards Pusher. Looking at him now, he felt less anger, more indifference, like someone on top of a cloud looking down at ants on the ground. Forget it. Let us be straightforward. Uchiha Han thought of many ways to torment Pusher in his mind, but after considering it, he decided to end it quickly without the need to torture a pervert. Uchiha Han slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, it was as if the momentum of the entire world gathered towards him. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and a strong aura of slaughter emerged between heaven and earth, chaotic and violent, raging through the entire forest. Sasuke, standing on the ground, felt the fierce wind coming towards him and instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. Just raising his arm could generate such a powerful momentum. Sasuke struggled to open his eyes amidst the fierce wind, looking at the figure in midair that seemed to dominate the entire world. It was as if the whole world was obeying his commands. Such powerful strength was truly unimaginable. Sasuke couldn't help but marvel. Even with the power of In and having activated the Rinnegan, he clearly sensed his own insignificance in the face of this towering figure. Even if Sasuke was at his peak, he did not dare to harbor even a hint of provocation. Although he had always considered himself high and mighty, he felt no defiance in front of the Imperial armor. He understood that there was an insurmountable gap in strength between them. Pusher began to struggle violently as he felt the aura around him continuously condensing, his heart filled with more fear. Uchiha Han did not intentionally release pressure. At first, he harbored some resentment towards Pusher, so when he focused on him, he carried some personal emotions. But at this moment, Uchiha Han was already in the Imperial armor. Every move and thought carried the momentum of the world. The entire world would obey his will. Therefore, Uchiha Han's subconscious actions directly led to the space surrounding Pusher being gradually sealed off by the will of heaven and earth. However, in reality, because Uchiha Han did not do it intentionally, this sealing was not very strong. Especially as Uchiha Han's state of mind gradually became indifferent, the resentment dissipated, and the anger in his gaze towards Pusher was no longer there. This might be the influence of the original heavenly power of the Imperial armor. Although the compatibility only increased by 10%, the power of the might it possessed grew exponentially. Uchiha Han momentarily found it difficult to stabilize his own state of mind. However, fortunately, Uchiha Han was very perceptive and had noticed this early on. Because of this, Uchiha Han was worried that if he continued to drag it out, the Imperial armor would likely have some irreversible effects on his state of mind. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Uchiha Han thought, his eyes turned cold, and he instantly exerted force, tightly gripping the Aurora sword. The power of heaven and earth that had long been on standby seemed to surge into the Aurora sword like soldiers receiving orders. The Aurora sword suddenly emitted an incredibly dazzling light. Accompanying this light was an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. However, this aura also contained endless vitality and hope. 60% compatibility, and I still can't use the sealing ultimate technique? Uchiha Han was somewhat puzzled. He originally thought he could unlock the sealing ultimate technique, but it turned out that he only gained the light Emperor Battle Dragon compared to the previous 50% compatibility. Right. There is also the Zen Seal. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, and I don't know if I can get the experience card for the Imperial armor next time. So let us try this skill first. Uchiha Han murmured. Then, the Aurora sword, which had already been fully charged, suddenly dimmed, and the energy gathered inside slowly dissipated into the world. Pusher naturally sensed this and paused slightly. However, he didn't think that Uchiha Han intended to let him go. Pusher was not naive enough to think that way. Regardless, this might be my only chance to escape. Pusher's eyes brightened as he felt the surrounding constraining force weakening. Immediately, Pusher mobilized all the remaining chakra in his body. Although he had lost the red light fish basket, the large amount of chakra he had left earlier was still there. Therefore, this power should not be underestimated. Taking advantage of the moment Uchiha Han was pondering, Pusher suddenly spread his chakra throughout his body, attempting to break free from the surrounding confinement. There's hope. Pusher felt that under his impact, the confinement had loosened considerably. He was instantly overjoyed and began to desperately push against the surrounding confinement. Uchiha Han certainly noticed Pusher's small movements, but he didn't take them seriously. He was still feeling the information about performing the Zen Seal within his body, although this was something the armor directly gave him, something he could do without learning. Uchiha Han still wanted to experience and digest it himself. Pusher struck continuously 2 or 3 times, and finally, he completely broke the spatial blockade around him. Ha ha ha! Pusher laughed wildly in his heart. He initially thought he was doomed this time, but unexpectedly, the guy in front of him suddenly seemed to space out. Pusher thought to himself, this kid is indeed just a kid, even with such powerful strength. Without enough cunning mind, he would suffer a great loss. Once I go back and gather enough helpers from the clan, your power will be ours. The fear in Pusher's eyes had long vanished, replaced by endless desire and ambition. At the same time, the remaining chakra in him gathered towards the Rinnegan on his forehead. Kwankwan Bayusaka. A spatial rift appeared beneath his feet. Oh no, he wants to run. Sasuke naturally noticed this scene and became anxious and puzzled. If he let the opponent escape during the spatial shift, it would be hard to catch him. At this moment, Uchiha Han slowly lifted his head, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Uchiha Han nodded in realization. He had completely mastered the Zen Seal. Thus, Uchiha Han slowly raised both hands. Both palms came together. Zen Seal. Chapter 203. End of Pusher the Zen Seal. Uchiha Han's palms came together. At this moment, the world stood still. Uchiha Han slowly glanced around. The falling leaves froze in midair, and the flapping wings of the birds were also frozen. Looking at Pusher again, his face was frozen in an expression of smug greed. Uchiha Han's gaze lowered, looking at the spatial rift below him. The aura emanating from it also solidified. Still trying to run? Uchiha Han snirrade disdain fully. Although time had stopped now, maintaining it would also be a huge drain. This kind of consumption would gradually erode his mind. I need to hurry, Uchiha Han murmured. He originally wanted to take another look at the Emperor of Light's War Dragon, but now Uchiha Han felt that he was nearing the limit of his mental endurance. The indifference towards all things contained in this heavenly way made Uchiha Han very nervous. He was too weak now. Once affected, it would definitely lead to severe consequences. Let's solve this directly, Uchiha Han murmured, then immediately raised his arm, and the Aurora sword once again emitted a loud sword cry. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered and poured into the Aurora sword. Boom! The Aurora sword burst forth with dazzling light. Then, a light shadow plate appeared at the tip of the Aurora sword. It had a golden character written on it. Although he couldn't use the Emperor Armor's sealing ultimate technique, he could still use the 5 smaller skills separately. 5 elements of metal. Metal's purification. The Aurora sword shot out like a missile, piercing through the light shadow plate. Then, the power of metal gathered at the tip of the Aurora sword, forming a dazzling light ball that instantly fell onto Pooh Shiur. This light ball sealed all the space around Pooh Shiur. Even if Pooh Shiur could now freely use Huangquan by Usaka, his spatial jump would immediately fail. Moreover, under the condition of time, standing still, how could Pooh Shiur have the strength to resist? After being sealed by the power of metal, the Aurora sword instantly struck Pooh Shiur's body. The Aurora sword penetrated Pooh Shiur in an instant. A huge blood hole was left in his chest. At the same time, Uchiha Han released the Zen seal, and time resumed its normal flow. What on earth is going on? Pooh Shiur's pupils dilated as he slowly lowered his head to look at the blood hole in his chest. He couldn't understand how he had just performed Huangquan by Usaka and was about to escape, yet suddenly his chest got pierced. Was the opponent's speed really that fast? Clearly, Pooh Shiur would never find the answer, because his time had forever stopped at this moment. Soon, Pooh Shiur's vision blurred, his crane form faded away, and he returned to his original appearance. The Rinnegan on his forehead disappeared, and his eyes turned back to the original Byakugan. The red light fishing rod he swallowed also appeared in front of him. Then, Pooh Shiur completely lost consciousness. The Aurora sword passed through, but the remaining power of metal erupted, directly shattering Pooh Shiur's body into pieces. With the wind, he dispersed into the heavens and the earth. Uchiha Han's gaze landed on the red light fishing rod. Uchiha Han gently raised his hand, and with a thought, an inexplicable force wrapped around the red light fishing rod, gently floating it into the palm of Uchiha Han. This thing, I remember, can directly extract chakra. Even a Jinchuriki can pass through seals to directly extract tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Han was delighted. He was worried about how to borrow some chakra from those Jinchuriki, but unexpectedly, Pooh Shiur just delivered equipment to him. Although he hadn't warmed up the experience card he just got, he used it again. But at least there was some gain. It was a consolation. At this moment, Sasuke stared blankly at all this. His expression still faintly showed the tension, anxiety, and worry from before. This speed is terrifying. Like Pooh Shiur, Sasuke was also amazed by Uchiha Han's speed. Mainly, the existence of the Zen seal, which stopped time, was truly beyond comprehension. How could they have thought of that? I never expected that Pooh Shiur, who caused me so much headache, would be so casually killed by Uchiha Han. Sasuke murmured. Then a hint of desolation flashed in his eyes. However, this moment of desolation was quickly replaced by fighting spirit. It seems that my ninja way is far from reaching its end. The limits of a ninja are far beyond this. I still have a long way to go. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with determined brilliance. Uchiha Han put away the red light fishing rod and looked at Sasuke. Now that Pooh Shiur was resolved, the remaining issue was the aftermath. How should he and his companions be dealt with? I think you should handle the next things well, right? Uchiha Han asked. At this moment, Uchiha Han's voice, under the enhancement of the Emperor armor, was like a bell, making it hard for people to feel any disrespect. Sasuke nodded. That's good. Uchiha Han breathed a sigh of relief. Then his figure immediately disappeared. He was a bit anxious. Mainly, he had a premonition that the pressure from the disintegration of the Emperor armor this time would probably be dozens of times greater than before. Whether he could bear it steadily was uncertain. At the very least, he had to hurry home. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be rolling on the ground in pain outside. At the border of the land of fire, Obito and Zetsu stood on a mountain peak, looking in the direction of Konoha. Then a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, transforming into a white spore that merged into Zetsu's body. How is it? Obito asked coldly, but there was still a clear sense of urgency in his tone. The Emperor of Light seems to have appeared, Ju said with some seriousness. The Emperor of Light? Obito murmured. He had sensed this guy's aura from afar before, and combined with Ju's description, that power was indeed above his own. The guy who had tried to seize the Nine Tails chakra was dealt with by the Emperor of Light. Ju continued, feeling quite shocked in his heart, while also feeling a bit lost. However, he hid it well and did not let Obito notice anything unusual. Dealt with? It seems that the relationship between this Emperor of Light and Konoha is probably not that simple. Obito murmured. Chapter 204. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Black Zetsu felt a bit depressed. He didn't expect that guy to just disappear like that. He had originally thought about getting closer to him to extract some information about his mother. It seems he was ultimately one step too late. But Ju was worried about more than just this. He was even more concerned about that powerful Emperor of Light. He was well aware of the entire history of the ninja world, knowing all the bloodline limits and powerful beings that had been born. However, this Emperor of Light seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Also, he had never heard of the armor bloodline limit related to the Emperor of Light and Uchiha Han. He couldn't even sense his mother's bloodline or chakra from this bloodline limit. Most importantly, the Emperor of Light was excessively powerful. Even in his prime, Uchiha Madara would definitely not be his opponent. Black Zetsu began to worry that this suddenly emerged Emperor of Light would surely obstruct the Moon Eye plan. If the Moon Eye plan failed, he would not be able to save his mother. He wondered if Uchiha Madara, in the state of the Rinnegan, could defeat this Emperor of Light. Black Zetsu silently thought. Although Uchiha Madara had activated the Rinnegan, he was already quite old at that time and could not fully utilize the power of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Black Zetsu didn't know how strong Uchiha Madara would be after being resurrected and regaining the Rinnegan. But this was his only hope. With this in mind, Black Zetsu felt that the plan needed to be expedited. Should we urge Nagato over there? Black Zetsu tentatively asked. Obito lowered his head and thought for a moment. After a while, he slowly spoke. Of course we need to urge him. This time, the Emperor of Light is clearly on Konoha's side. His strength is so formidable that we probably can only defeat him after obtaining the chakra of the remaining 8 tailed beasts. So, let Nagato start the tailed beast capture plan immediately. Ju nodded, then his whole body quickly sank into ground. Obito gazed into the distance. The faintly red evening glow illuminating his tiger pattern mask, seemingly adding some warmth to his face. Sigh, he sighed softly, but soon, a look of determination and resolution surged in his eyes. Uchiha Han's house. Sinan suddenly raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Sinan? Boruto asked curiously while fiddling with the tea set on the table, feeling bored. Sinan shook his head. It's nothing. I just felt a familiar aura pass by. I must have misjudged it. Oh, Boruto leaned on the table, extremely bored. At this time, how about we go eat some Ichiraka ramen? Boruto suggested as he got up. Sure. Sinan nodded. Thus, the two walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, Uchiha Han's figure suddenly appeared in the room. Huff. Huff. Uchiha Han took a deep breath. He was ready to disassemble. However, he knew that this time the pain brought by disassembly would probably be dozens of times more intense than the last time. Based on the experience from the previous 2 times, the pain of disassembly was definitely related to the compatibility with the summoned Emperor armor. It was also related to one's own strength. However, this 10% compatibility compared to the power that the Emperor armor would enhance was like the difference between the stars and the moon and the light of a firefly. Therefore, the pain of disassembly was likely unimaginable. Because of this, Uchiha Han hesitated to disassemble. Hiss, huff, hiss, huff. Uchiha Han continued to take deep breaths, adjusting his emotions. But no matter what, the experience card for the Emperor armor had less than an hour left. Once the time was up, no matter how afraid or pained Uchiha Han was, he would be engulfed by it. Forget it. Pain is pain, whether early or late. Uchiha Han took a deep breath. Then, he focused his mind throughout his body. Disassemble. In an instant, the energy of the Emperor armor vanished without a trace. Accompanying it was an endless, bone-gnawing pain. Just like before, every nerve in his body was transmitting pain. Uchiha Han felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Although Uchiha Han had never experienced it, he believed that even enduring the 10 most severe tortures could not compare to his current suffering. It was truly more painful than death. However, Uchiha Han knew that this pain would only last a relatively short time. As long as he could endure it, his physical quality would gain some improvement. So no matter what, he had to grit his teeth and get through it. The suffering is what makes one superior. It hurt so much. Uchiha Han couldn't take it anymore and directly fell onto the bed, tossing and turning, rolling around. As he had expected, the pain was indeed dozens of times worse than before. I can't take it. I really can't take it anymore. I want to die. At this moment, Uchiha Han really wanted to smash his head against the wall. What peak of a ninja world, what beautiful future. He didn't want any of it now. He just wanted to immediately escape from this agony. This was truly unbearable for a person. Every cell in Uchiha Han's body felt as if it were in a sea of lava. At the same time, it felt as if countless sharp swords pierced through him. An intense, heart-wrenching pain sweeping through his entire body. Uchiha Han let out a heart-wrenching scream. That scream shook the very house. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and there was no one in the surrounding houses, so no one heard his pig-like cries. Otherwise, others would probably have rushed to call the guards immediately. Then, A surge of chakra instantly flowed into his brain, converging in his eyes. Uchiha Han suddenly widened his eyes, blood seeping from his eye sockets. It looked very eerie. His eyes instantly turned into the crimson Sharingan, and a single tomo began to spin rapidly. After nearly a second, the spinning speed gradually slowed down. If someone were present at that moment, they would be shocked to see Uchiha Han's eyes, as 3 tomo appeared beside his pupils. 3 tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, Uchiha Han's eyes lost focus, his eyes closed, and he collapsed on a bed. Chapter 205. Sasuke leaves. Near evening, Uchiha Han felt something on his face, and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Boruto and Sinan's faces close to him. "You're awake." A voice came from beside him. It was Sasuke. Uchiha Han sat up and recalled what had happened earlier. "How long was I unconscious?" Uchiha Han asked. In novels and TV shows from previous lives, it often happens that someone faints and remains unconscious for several months or even years. However, since they were still around yesterday, it shouldn't be too long. "It's only been half a day," Sasuke said. "Oh," Uchiha Han nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. "If they slept for too long, that would be troublesome. Since you're already awake, it's time for us to leave." Sasuke stood up and said, "Leave?" Uchiha Han was taken aback, but then thought it made sense. Since Pushi had been dealt with by him, Naruto was no longer in danger, and they should leave. Soon, Uchiha Han followed the 3 of them to the yard. "By the way, aren't you going to erase our memories?" Uchiha Han asked with some concern. Although Sasuke's identity had not been exposed, Uchiha Han was wondering how to cover up the matter of Pushi being dealt with. This would be a bit troublesome. The best solution would be to directly erase everyone's memories. After all, only a few people like Minato knew of Pushi's existence. The villagers mostly just followed the warning orders and did not know the truth of the situation. Well, Sasuke hesitated. He did have a way to erase memories. Moreover, it only required casting it on one person, and that person could spread the memory erasing technique to others with whom they came into contact, making it quite easy and convenient. But the key point was that this technique also consumed a significant amount of chakra. Moreover, Sasuke felt that his identity had not been exposed. "No, wait." Sasuke's eyes lit up, slowly raising his head to look at Uchiha Han. "That's true." Then, Sasuke began to channel chakra within his body, slowly flowing it to his eyes. Afterwards, Sasuke and Uchiha Han locked eyes. Poof! Uchiha Han's vision went black, and he fell down. Taking advantage of this moment, Sasuke and the others quickly hid. After a dozen seconds, Uchiha Han regained consciousness and crawled up from the ground. "Seriously, I just woke up, and now I'm knocked out again." Uchiha Han complained softly, then dusted himself off and walked into the house. Just as he crossed the doorway, Uchiha Han suddenly jolted. "Huh, didn't you say you would erase my memory? Why do I still remember?" Uchiha Han hurriedly ran out to the yard, looking around to try to sense the presence of Sasuke and the others. He thought that maybe Sasuke had made a mistake and wanted him to cast that illusion technique again. However, just then, Sasuke and the others had already arrived at a remote location and opened a time-space passage. "Mr. Sasuke, didn't you say you would erase their memories? Why does it seem like my dad hasn't been affected at all?" Hina asked in confusion, while Boruto also leaned in curiously, pricking up his ears. Sasuke lowered his head and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have already cast the memory-erasing illusion. I'm quite sure the illusion has taken effect. But for some reason, it seems my technique didn't disrupt his chakra. It's as if there is some power preventing him from being affected by external forces." Boruto and Hina nodded, somewhat understanding. "Since the memory wasn't erased, shouldn't we just leave like this? Aren't we worried about any future consequences?" Boruto asked with some concern. "It should be fine." Sasuke continued, "My illusion has taken effect, and as he comes into contact with Jiraiya and Minato, this technique will spread to them, sequentially erasing their memories while also providing reasonable mental supplementation. As for Han, I think just knowing about the 3 of us shouldn't have too much impact on him." Upon hearing this, Boruto and Hina naturally had nothing more to say. The giant turtle of the time-space tool departed. The 3 returned to their own timeline. "Wow, we're finally back." The 3 appeared on a rooftop, and Boruto quickly ran to the railing, stretching and feeling the refreshing breeze coming towards him. This is the familiar feeling. Boruto instantly felt invigorated. Hina smiled at his appearance, and then shifted his gaze to the distant Hokage rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 faces on the Hokage rock. Hina looked at the 7th one, whose face resembled his by about 70 to 80%, with a slight smile. Uchiha Han carefully sensed and found no trace of Hina. This indicated that Sasuke and the others had indeed left. "Forget it. Uchiha Han waved his hand and then returned to the house. Although he didn't know why his memory couldn't be erased. Sasuke hadn't exposed his identity in front of Minato and the others, so he could still cover it up. He wondered how Minato and Jiraiya were doing. Uchiha Han recalled the scene of the two being pierced through the chest by Pushi's claws and shuddered. That scene was quite bloody and terrifying. Fortunately, he had armor. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Minato and Jiraiya. Uchiha Han slowly opened his hand, and a strange chakra flowed into his palm, gathering together. Then, this chakra flowed out, forming a red fishing rod. This was the red fishing hook that Uchiha Han obtained from Pushi. This thing could be considered a Six Paths ninja tool, and it felt even stronger than the Six Paths ninja tools in the hands of Ken and Jin. But that wasn't what Uchiha Han cared about the most. What he was most concerned about was the function and effect of this fishing rod, extracting chakra. Just like in the original work, if it weren't for the special seal that Jiraiya and Minato placed on Naruto, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra would have been extracted the moment he was captured. As for the other Jinchuriki, their sealing techniques weren't as strong as Naruto's. This red fishing hook should be able to directly extract the tailed beast chakra from other Jinchuriki. Now that I have the tool for extracting chakra, I need to find a time to take the fishing rod out to give it to my clone. It's a bit troublesome. Uchiha Han. Thinking that having the clone come back was quite troublesome, and leaving the village was even more troublesome. Forget it. Maybe I should wait until I gather the next clone and then take this fishing rod out. Uchiha Han murmured. However, Uchiha Han was somewhat worried. If the clone became weaker, it would be troublesome if this fishing rod fell into someone else's hands. Therefore, this fishing rod still needed to be considered carefully. Chapter 206, Minato and Jiraiya unconscious soon. Uchiha Han went to the guard team and explained the situation to Fugaku. He spoke ambiguously, only briefly mentioning that Minato and Jiraiya were injured and unconscious. Following that, the higher-ups of Konoha held an emergency meeting. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was called in urgently. Now, everyone was extremely anxious about Minato's injury and unconsciousness, momentarily neglecting Uchiha Han. Well, let us try to contact Miyaboka Mountain first. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Due to Jiraiya, Konoha had a frog specifically responsible for contacting Miyaboka Mountain. In the past, when Jiraiya was away, Konoha communicated with him in this way. However, now that Minato was in charge, that contact frog was naturally managed by Minato. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know how to contact that frog. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. He remembered that Tenzu seemed to have signed a summoning contract with Miyaboka Mountain. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took his men to find Tenzu. At this time, Tenzu and Itachi were in Uchiha Han's courtyard, enjoying some tea. No one knew if the fourth Hokage's current coma would give the third Hokage another chance to seize power. Uchiha Han casually crossed his legs, holding a teacup, and said leisurely. Although he said this, he was not worried about such a situation at all. After all, Danzo had already defected, and even if the third Hokage returned to power, it would still be unrealistic to reverse the current trend in a short period of time, unless Minato remained in a coma. But how could that be possible? Uchiha Han chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just then, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. Uchiha Han turned his head to look and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen walking in with a gloomy expression. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark face, Uchiha Han's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the old man might have heard what he just said. Uchiha Han quickly sat up straight, pretending to be nonchalant as he sipped his tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with several umbu, glancing at Uchiha Han out of the corner of his eye. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked straight up to Tenzu. Third Hokage. Tenzu and Itachi both stood up and bowed. The third Hokage nodded. Tenzu, have you signed a summoning contract with Miyaboka Mountain? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. Tenzu nodded. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, both Itachi and Uchiha Han immediately understood the purpose of his visit. Do you need me to contact Miyaboka Mountain? Tenzu was not foolish. He naturally knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was mostly here to contact Miyaboka Mountain. I want to know the current situation of Minato and Jiraiya. At this moment, Kushina rushed in. Kushina? Third Hokage. Kushina looked anxious. How is Minato? She asked urgently. Don't worry, Tenzu will contact Miyaboka Mountain soon, and we will know the situation of Minato and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently, then gestured to Tenzu. Tenzu nodded, then quickly formed seals and pressed into the air. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a puff of smoke, a large toad appeared in Uchiha Han's courtyard. Gamakichi. Tenzu was somewhat puzzled, thinking to himself, am I really this powerful now? I can actually summon such a large toad? Sarutobi Hiruzen had some impression of this toad. Uchiha Han somewhat distressed. The size of Gamakichi was still too big for his courtyard. After all, his courtyard was just that small. Suddenly having such a large creature enter. How could it withstand it? Uchiha Han looked around with a pained expression and finally sighed helplessly. Just at the moment Gamakichi landed and shared the same space with Uchiha Han, Gamakichi suddenly felt a jolt in its spirit. Then, it suddenly felt like it had forgotten something. Strange. At this time, Kushina couldn't wait to run forward and ask, what happened to Minato? Only then did Gamakichi come back to its senses and hurriedly lower its head to look at Kushina. Please don't worry, Minato and Jiraiya are no longer in life-threatening danger. But I'm afraid they won't be able to wake up in a short time. Kushina lowered her head, her eyes becoming moist again. However, upon hearing that Minato was not in life-threatening danger, she felt somewhat relieved. She had been extremely worried before, even unable to help but think about how she would live if something happened to Minato. Then, can I go see Minato? Kushina couldn't help but ask. This. Gamakichi hesitated, as normally, Miyaboka Mountain did not allow others to enter. Even Tenzu and Minato had to obtain permission to enter after signing the summoning contract with them. I'll go back and ask. Gamakichi thought for a moment and felt that such a special situation should be allowed. However, since it could not make decisions on its own, it would still need to ask. Gamakichi turned to Tenzu beside it and said, in half an hour, summon me again with the summoning technique. Then, it transformed into a puff of smoke and returned to Miyaboka Mountain. Just when Gamakichi landed on Miyaboka Mountain, the other toads also suddenly felt a tremor in their spirits. Why do I suddenly feel like I've forgotten something? How did Jiraiya and Minato get injured? Oh, it seems they teamed up to deal with a strong enemy, but in the end, both were seriously injured. At Uchiha Han's home, Kushina was extremely nervous. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and began to think. First of all, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Minato and Jiraiya were not in life-threatening danger, but it was estimated that they would not be able to wake up in a short time. However, the village could not be without a Hokage for even a day. As long as Minato was absent, it would have a huge impact on the entire Konoha and even a land of fire. It would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other nations, and it was not impossible for a war to break out taking this opportunity. At this moment, to stabilize the situation among the nations, the top priority was to secure the Hokage position. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated over this point. To be honest, as the third Hokage, it would not be impossible for him to temporarily take power, but thinking of what Uchiha Han said earlier made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it. Let's see the specific situation of Minato and the others before making arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Chapter 207. Sarutobi Hiruzen's considerations then, following Gamakichi's instructions. Tenzu summoned Gamakichi again half an hour later. This time, a few other toads and Minato and Jiraiya also came along. We have done our best to treat them. From now on, it depends on you, Sage Fukasaku said. Then, several toads left. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent people to take Minato and Jiraiya to the Konoha hospital. At the same time, he quickly asked Shizune to bring Tsunade over. Lady Tsunade, can you save Minato? Kushina asked anxiously, looking at Tsunade with hope. Tsunade's medical skills were top-notch in the entire ninja world. This was Kushina's last hope. Tsunade looked at the scene before her, feeling a mix of emotions. At that time, she watched as Jiraiya and the others rushed into that space-time rift. Damn, if only I could overcome my fear of blood, I could have helped at that time. If that were the case, Jiraiya and Minato might not have been so seriously injured. Tsunade felt a deep sense of guilt and self-blame, instinctively clenching her fists. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the hospital room was focused on Tsunade. Tsunade lowered her head, remaining silent. After a while, she slowly walked up to Jiraiya and Minato and checked them one by one. Sigh. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Kushina felt extremely disappointed and lowered her hands. However, fortunately, Minato ultimately was not in life-threatening danger. The toads from Miyaboka Mountain were not wrong. The injuries they suffered were indeed very severe. However, the physical injuries were not the main issue. Rather, the chakra within them had almost been drained, which was the main reason they could not wake up. The residual chakra in their bodies was too little, and it would probably take a considerable amount of time for them to recover on their own. Tsunade said heavily, "What should we do now?" Kushina asked. If there were a way to help them restore their chakra, no matter how difficult, she would definitely do it without hesitation. Tsunade shook her head. Inputting external chakra would not only fail to help them recover, but would also cause the little chakra they had left to become chaotic, potentially endangering their lives. So, all we could do now is wait. Upon hearing this, Kushina could only silently walk to Minato's bedside, gazing at him with tender eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked over and gently patted Kushina's shoulder, wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't find the words. Let's go. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Everyone understood his meaning and followed him out of the room, leaving only Kushina and Tsunade behind. In a land of rain, Conan, what do you think of the information from Tobi? Pain handed the information in his hand to Conan beside him. Conan glanced at it, frowning. For such a long time, Tobi's information had never had any issues, so it should be trustworthy. However, Conan hesitated. But what? I feel that his understanding of strength is unclear, leading to a misjudgment of the enemy's information. If they were truly that strong, they wouldn't have been defeated by the Leaf Village, Conan said, but in reality, she was still a bit anxious. Although she spoke confidently, she truly valued the power of the Leaf Village, especially their teacher, Jiraiya. However, Tobi's information mentioned that it seemed that Guy had already been killed by Minato and Jiraiya. Pain murmured. His tone indicated that he was deep in thought, but his expression remained as lifeless as a stagnant pool. Moreover, it seems that teacher Jiraiya has also sustained serious injuries. Pain murmured, his tone showing a hint of emotional fluctuation, no longer the cold and lifeless demeanor from before. So what should we do? Should we adopt Tobi's suggestion? Conan asked. Although she was still worried about Jiraiya's condition, she felt that some matters shouldn't be made public at this time to avoid putting Nagato in a difficult position. She thought to herself, Tobi makes a valid point. Suddenly, someone has begun to covet the tailed beast chakra, creating a direct conflict with us. Previously, we were not in a hurry to capture the tailed beasts because there was no method to extract their chakra, so we took our time. But now that we have competitors, we need to act quickly. If the enemy is also organizing, we might truly find it difficult to seize the tailed beasts if we delay. Pain said solemnly. Thus, he ultimately made a decision. Gather everyone. The tailed beast capture plan will start early. A determined light suddenly shot from his Rinnegan, and in that moment, it seemed as if his previously lifeless body had come back to life. Yes, Conan replied, her gentle voice sounding exceptionally firm and resolute. Also, have Tobi investigate the ninja world thoroughly to find out where that mysterious guy came from, and whether he has any organizational power. We must uncover everything. Pain commanded. Yes. Conan nodded heavily and then retreated into the darkness. Despite the Umbu's efforts to conceal it, the news of Minato's injury eventually leaked out. Soon, the various countries' ninja villages received corresponding documents. In an instant, several forces began to emerge at the border of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the various messages coming from the border, his brows furrowed. He sighed helplessly. If it were in the past, he would have truly wanted to regain power. However, since his retirement, Hiruzen found that rather than exhausting himself daily handling various documents, it was better to fish and enjoy good food. Occasionally, he would use a crystal ball to watch beautiful scenes. Hiruzen promised that he really only looked occasionally. After all, he was getting old, and too much viewing would take a toll on his health. So, after thinking for a moment, Hiruzen made a decision. He sat beside the makeshift desk in the Hokage's office, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Looking at the Hokage seat next to him, Hiruzen shook his head. Someone come. He called out to the door. As soon as his voice fell, an Umbu half-kneeled in front of him. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, paused, and slowly spoke. Go get Tsunade. Note, this part ends somewhat abruptly because I've been quite busy lately, so I cut out some side plots. I'll see if I have time to add them in later. Chapter 208. The fifth Hokage go get Tsunade. Yes. The Umbu responded and immediately disappeared. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. Kumin, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. The door opened, and Tsunade walked in. Old man, did you call me for something? Tsunade entered and sat down directly, not being polite at all. Tsunade, it's like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression suddenly became very gentle. He resembled a kind elder, making people feel a sense of warmth. Right now, Minato's condition is not good, and after the various countries receive the news, they have also become watchful, even beginning to exert pressure on the border of the Land of Fire. The current situation of Konoha and the Land of Fire is not optimistic. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively furrowed her brows. What do you mean? She thought the old man probably had no good intentions. So, old man, what exactly did you call me here for? Tsunade asked impatiently, thinking that these matters should be what the old man needed to worry about most. Why was he looking for her? Cough, cough. Hiruzen paused, and then said, Tsunade, you need to learn to see through the phenomenon to the essence. What has caused Konoha and the Land of Fire to face such a crisis? Tsunade continued to frown, thinking why? Isn't it because Minato is injured and unconscious? Exactly. Hiruzen continued. It is precisely because Minato is injured and unconscious that what kind of identity does he hold for Konoha? Hokage. Exactly. It is because Minato holds the special identity of Hokage that his unconsciousness has caused other countries' ninja villages to become watchful. Therefore, to solve the current problem, there's actually a very simple and effective method. Hiruzen intentionally prolonged the last few words. Tsunade's frown deepened, and she instinctively leaned back, distancing herself from Hiruzen. What method? Tsunade blurted out. The method is to elect a new Hokage. In an instant, the air in the Hokage's office became solidified. Tsunade looked at Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. She said somewhat speechlessly, Why should we elect a new Hokage? Aren't you here? Why don't you just take the position temporarily? When Minato wakes up, you can step down. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, his face etched with fatigue and helplessness. Tsunade, you know that I'm getting old and feeling somewhat powerless. Moreover, in my current state, it's probably difficult for me to pose a deterrent to the other ninja villages. So, I'll be direct. Right now, only you can take on the role of Hokage in Konoha. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at Tsunade, his eyes filled with hope and expectation. Me? Tsunade pointed at herself in surprise. To be honest, although she had a premonition that the old man called her over with this intention, she was still shocked to actually hear that she was being asked to become Hokage. More than that, anger stirred within her. Sarutobi's words reminded her of some painful memories she did not wish to recall. One day, I will become Hokage, just like Grandpa and the others. I don't want to die yet. I haven't become Hokage. I still have so much to do. The familiar faces and voices replayed in her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The black and white images flashed before her like a movie. Heavy rain, blood, darkness. That innocent sunshine, the lively and cheerful smile. That gentle, handsome, strong, and charming face, her lifelong promise. Various emotions surged within Tsunade, and all the nights she had suppressed came flooding back. She lowered her head, her hands beginning to shake involuntarily. Hokage. Heh. Tsunade scoffed, her face devoid of color and extremely grim. Whoever wants to be Hokage can take the position, I want. She lifted her head, her body steady now, her eyes reflecting an unusual determination and resolve. With that, she stood up and walked straight out of the Hokage office without looking back. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Tsunade's retreating figure, leaning back against his chair with a sense of desolation. He understood Tsunade's predicament. However, as he had said, he was now too old and frail to intimidate other nations like Minato could. Moreover, after these years under Minato's leadership, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit that his previously soft policies had indeed been mistaken. His character and consistent style were no longer sufficient to lead Konoha toward a better future. What Konoha needed now was not a weak leader like him, but a strong and decisive one like Minato, considering personal strength and background. Tsunade was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. One of the legendary three, the princess of the Senju clan, and his own direct disciple. No one was more fitting than her. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, but still refused to give up easily. He thought carefully and then called for the guard outside. Lord Third, what can I do for you? Go summon Kakashi, he ordered. Yes. After a while, Kakashi arrived. At this time, Kakashi was still serving in the Umbu. And since Sarutobi Hiruzen had temporarily taken over Hokage duties, Kakashi naturally had to follow his orders. Lord Third, Kakashi said respectfully. However, even with the Umbu mask on, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Kakashi was somewhat worried. After all, his teacher was injured and unconscious, which was a huge blow to Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. After all, with Minato still in a coma, was it appropriate to ask Kakashi to persuade Tsunade to take over as Hokage? However, given the current situation, Kakashi and Tsunade were the only ones who could have a conversation about this matter. After a long hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly spoke, Kakashi. The situation around Konoha is not very optimistic, so the most urgent task now is to elect a new Hokage. Kakashi was taken aback. He originally thought the Third would temporarily take back control of the village, but he didn't expect that they would actually be selecting a new Hokage. However, thinking about his teacher still lying unconscious in the hospital, it was reasonable to elect a new Hokage under the circumstances. Kakashi felt somewhat uncomfortable about it. But since Tsunade was unwilling and there were no other candidates, he hoped Kakashi could take Tenzo and the others to persuade Tsunade to agree to take the position. Are you willing to take on this task? Chapter 209. Tsunade's Dilemma. Are you willing to take on this task? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Kakashi lowered his head, and his expression was hidden beneath the mask. After a few seconds of silence, Kakashi finally nodded heavily. I will complete this task. Although Kakashi felt uncomfortable, he understood that the village's situation was dire, and only by electing a new Hokage could they get back on track for stable development. Therefore, he had to complete this task and convince Tsunade to agree to become the 5th Hokage. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubled expression finally eased somewhat, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, you can also go find Tenzo and the others to help with this task. They might be able to assist you. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Kakashi nodded and then left the Hokage office. After leaving, Kakashi went straight to the Uchiha compound. Sure enough, Tenzo and Itachi were there. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? The 3 Uchiha looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Kakashi rarely visited the Uchiha compound. I have an important task, Kakashi said, his expression serious. After leaving the Hokage building, he had changed out of his Umbu attire. Another mission? The Uchiha trio frowned, feeling a bit displeased. At the same time, they were also worried. They were aware of the current situation in the village. Minato's injury and coma had caused a series of upheavals in the ninja world. The borders had begun to stir. Some members of the guard had been dispatched elsewhere. Therefore, Uchiha felt that this mission might also involve going to the borders. This mission is very important, so I hope you can help me with all your strength, Kakashi said with utmost seriousness. The Uchiha trio understood the gravity of the situation. Kakashi-sensei, tell us, Itachi said. Kakashi then relayed Sarutobi Hiruzen's request in detail to the 3 of them. After listening, the Uchiha trio fell into deep thought. To complete this task, we need to understand why Tsunade-sama is unwilling to take on the role of Hokage, Itachi said. To be honest, he was somewhat puzzled that someone would refuse to inherit the title of Hokage. Considering the desire within his family for this title and position, he found it even more strange. I've heard that it was because during the Great Ninja War, Tsunade-sama lost her close relatives in battle, Kakashi explained. After all, he was several years older than the Uchiha trio and held a relatively high status in Konoha, so he was aware of some news. However, he also knew that he didn't have detailed information beyond that. Actually, Lady Tsunade's refusal to inherit the position of Hokage should be due to 2 reasons. Uchiha Han hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. 2 reasons? Han-kun, do you know any insider information? Immediately, Itachi and the others focused their attention on Uchiha Han. Ahem. I also heard this from Shizune when we were playing Ninja World Kill before. It is said that Lady Tsunade has a younger brother who aspired to become Hokage from a young age. To encourage him, Lady Tsunade even gave him a necklace left by the first Hokage, but just a few days later, her brother died in battle. Additionally, Lady Tsunade had once promised her lifelong love, who also had the dream of becoming Hokage. However, he also died in the war, and right in front of Lady Tsunade. Because of this, Lady Tsunade developed hemophobia. Therefore, I believe that the first reason Lady Tsunade does not want to take on the Hokage position is that the deaths of 2 close relatives have caused her to develop a psychological aversion to the role of Hokage. The second reason is due to this hemophobia. Just imagine, if you were unable to perform at your best because of some illness, would you accept such a heavy burden? After listening to Uchiha Han's words, the others suddenly realized. Indeed, considering this, persuading Lady Tsunade to take on the Hokage position is quite a challenge. Itachi said. However, in reality, the first reason can be easily resolved. Uchiha Han said confidently. Oh, Han, why do you say that? Kakashi asked in confusion. Itachi and Tenz also looked at Uchiha Han with curiosity. Think about it. The 2 people Lady Tsunade cares about the most both had dreams of becoming Hokage. Although their deaths caused her to develop a psychological aversion, it would also inspire her to take on their dream, wouldn't it? After Uchiha Han finished speaking, Kakashi and the others nodded in agreement. So, Uchiha Han continued. The key to getting Lady Tsunade to take on the Hokage position is to resolve her hemophobia. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, if hemophobia were that easy to treat, Lady Tsunade, being the best medical ninja in the ninja world, wouldn't have been troubled for so long, right? Itachi said with concern. That's right. However, hemophobia is different from other illnesses. It is more of a psychological disorder. Uchiha Han added, even if Lady Tsunade is an outstanding medical ninja, Her expertise is only in treating physical ailments, and for psychological disorders, she might be at a loss. But Han-kun, Itachi frowned, still not quite understanding. Even if you said so much, and it's all correct, if Lady Tsunade is at a loss, what good methods do we have? Kakashi and Tens nodded in agreement. Uchiha Han had anticipated that Itachi and the others would have such doubts, but he had already thought this through. Well, Uchiha Han smiled slightly, looking confident. There's a clever plan. Oh no. The party ideology exam is on Thursday, and I haven't memorized anything yet. I completely forgot about this. Chapter 2:10, I might have a solution in fact. Does Uchiha Han really have a clever plan? No. However, coincidentally, Uchiha Han had a friend in his past life who had a similar condition. For example, some people are afraid of needles, and some faint at the sight of blood. These conditions are essentially the same as hemophobia. Because of his good friend, Uchiha Han had specifically researched treatment methods for these psychological disorders. Currently, besides medication, the most commonly used and effective method is exposure therapy. What is exposure therapy? Its underlying assumption is that anxiety is difficult to maintain through avoidance of feared stimuli. And the essence of exposure is to actively engage with stimuli that provoke anxiety in the patient and to maintain this contact until the patient begins to realize that their anticipated negative outcomes do not occur. In simple terms, it is about helping the patient gradually adapt to this psychological stimulus. By gradually increasing external stimuli, the patient can adapt over time, ultimately overcoming their psychological fear. Of course, the premise for achieving this is that the patient must actively cooperate with the treatment. So, Uchiha Han shared his idea. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances. Their expressions clearly showed some uncertainty. Han-kun, can this really work? Itachi asked. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, this method is definitely effective. Uchiha Han confidently patted his chest in assurance. There was no choice. After all, Kakashi and the others couldn't think of any other useful methods and could only choose to trust Uchiha Han. So, the group carefully discussed Uchiha Han's method and then set off for Tsunade's residence. Konoha Hospital. Minato and Jiraiya were each placed in the best hospital rooms, and there were trustworthy people to guard and care for them. Of course, Minato had no shortage of caregivers. Kushina was almost by his side day and night. Kushina leaned over Minato's bedside, gently holding his somewhat cold hand, her eyes already red from crying. Naruto sat beside them, head down and silent. However, his eyes were also red. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Komein. Kushina straightened up, gently wiping the corners of her eyes. The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Uchiha Mikoto walked in, holding Sasuke's hand. Mikoto was carrying a basket of fruit, while Sasuke was holding a small flower basket. Kushina. Mikoto walked over, looking at Kushina's haggard appearance, feeling a bit heartbroken. Iemme fine. Kushina forced a smile, accepting the fruit basket that Mikoto handed her. Then, Mikoto sat down beside Kushina and gently hugged her. Kushina leaned into Mikoto's embrace. Sasuke walked up to Naruto. Here. Sasuke handed the flower basket to him. Thank you. Naruto looked up and took the flower basket. The two looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Sasuke averted his gaze and walked to the bedside, stuffing his hands in his pockets. His face still wore that aloof expression, but one could faintly see a hint of something unusual. Naruto placed the flower basket on the table and then hugged his knees, squatting there, looking very dejected. Sasuke turned his head, quietly watching Naruto's forlorn back, his face seeming to struggle for a long time before finally walking up to him. Thank you, Naruto said. So, you all plan to persuade me to become that Hokage thing? Tsunade swung the sake bottle in her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking a bit tipsy. She looked at Uchiha Han and the others in front of her, and suddenly found it a bit amusing. Lady Tsunade, the current situation in the village is indeed not optimistic, and you are the only one capable of taking on this heavy responsibility. Kakashi earnestly tried to persuade her. However, Tsunade naturally would not take these words to heart. Enough, don't say any more. Whoever wants to be Hokage can go ahead and do it. Don't bother me. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently, signaling for them to leave and not disturb her drinking. At this moment, Uchiha Han stepped forward and said, originally, I was thinking of having Kakashi approach this indirectly, allowing Tsunade to express her inner struggles on her own. But right now, it seems that's not going to work. So, I'll just get straight to the point. Lady Tsunade, I know that your resistance to becoming Hokage stems from the reasons related to your brother and Lord Cat. However, I believe that even if they had to choose again, they still wouldn't give up on their goal of becoming Hokage. Uchiha Han said. To be honest, he was somewhat anxious. By bluntly mentioning Tsunade's inner thorn, he estimated that she would probably fly into a rage and might even beat him up in her drunken state. However, to Uchiha Han's surprise, Tsunade merely frowned, but did not take any action. She simply held onto the sake bottle silently. Seeing this, Uchiha Han steeled himself to continue. Lady Tsunade, although their lives have ended, their will does not dissipate. Shouldn't we, the ones still here, carry on their beliefs? We ninjas, or rather we humans, have prospered today through the passing down of beliefs and spirit from generation to generation. So, Lady Tsunade, shouldn't you pass on the beliefs and will of your loved ones? Once Uchiha Han finished speaking, the whole room fell into dead silence. The air seemed to freeze. Tsunade's expression didn't seem too good. Kakashi and the others turned their heads stiffly, looking at Uchiha Han with a mix of fear and sympathy. At this moment, they all had one thought in their minds. It's over. Uchiha Han is done for. They were well aware of Tsunade's temper, not to mention anything else. When they were playing Ninja World Kill together, Jiraiya had taken quite a beating from Tsunade. Just watching it had made them feel terrified. However, to everyone's surprise, Tsunade did not get angry. Her expression actually relaxed. She quietly set down the sake bottle, and the redness in her face from the alcohol slowly faded. After all, as a powerful ninja, it was easy for her to dispel the effects of alcohol if she wanted to. Kid, persuading someone requires skill. Your words don't touch the heart at all. Tsunade shook her head, her expression seeming somewhat amused. Well, I really am not good at speaking. Uchiha Han scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I understand your point, but you should also know my situation. I don't want to become Hokage for another very important reason. Right now. Don't mention Hokage, I'm not even sure I qualify to be a ninja. Tsunade said bitterly. Uchiha Han looked at Tsunade, his eyes filled with joy and determination. As long as Tsunade could subjectively accept the idea of becoming Hokage, then the external obstacles could be easily resolved. Regarding your hemophobia, I think I might have a way. Chapter 2:11. Treating Tsunade. When Uchiha Han said this, Tsunade, who had been feeling very dejected, suddenly brightened up. Are you serious? Tsunade was shocked. She knew that if hemophobia could be cured so easily as the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, she wouldn't have been troubled by it for so long. Lady Tsunade, you know that I never boast. In all of Konoha, who doesn't know that I, Uchiha Han, am a trustworthy young man? I would never make empty claims. Uchiha Han patted his chest confidently. Really? Tsunade still couldn't quite believe it. Really? More real than pearls. Uchiha Han knew did Havidi. Then, Tsunade's expression became extremely serious. This hemophobia had troubled her for so many years. She wanted to get rid of it at all times. If it weren't for her hemophobia, she wouldn't have been helpless during the crisis that Minato and Jiraiya faced earlier. If she had been able to help back then, Jiraiya and the others might not have been so severely injured. Tsunade had been feeling very guilty these days. Other than going to the hospital to see Jiraiya and Minato, she spent all her time drinking in her room. How do you plan to help me treat it? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Han smiled and straightened his chest. First, we need to understand that hemophobia is a psychological disorder. Therefore, this illness is hard to treat with medicine or medical ninjutsu like chakra. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Uchiha Han continued. Psychological disorders, on one hand, are easier to treat than physical injuries because they don't rely on medication. But on the other hand, they are much harder to treat because they require overcoming one's own psychological barriers, which is nearly impossible. So, to treat your hemophobia, Lady Tsunade, my method is to have you confront the fear in your heart. Tsunade was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Confront the fear in my heart? Tsunade didn't quite understand what Uchiha Han meant. Exactly. Generally, the most effective way to treat psychological disorders is to continuously increase external stimuli so that the patient gradually adapts and overcomes their fear, achieving recovery. Tsunade frowned slightly. She still didn't fully grasp it. However, she felt that what Uchiha Han said seemed quite reasonable. So what should I do? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Very simple. Whatever you fear, we'll have you face it. Tsunade paused, then blurted out, you mean blood? Exactly. Uchiha Han nodded. First, let us start from the most basic level. Uchiha Han rummaged through his bag. Blood has a very distinct characteristic. It is red, so let us start with the color. As he spoke, Uchiha Han's hand that was rummaging in the bag stopped because he had found what he was looking for. Lady Tsunade, please get ready. I'm coming. Tsunade closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew what was about to face her. 2 seconds later, Tsunade slowly exhaled and opened her eyes. Bring it on. As soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Han's hand pulled something out of the bag. At the same time, he held up a piece of crimson paper. The color looked as if it was a layer of thick blood. In Tsunade's eyes, it transformed into moving red monsters, twisted and disgusting. Tsunade's spirit began to tremble, and her stomach churned. Ugh! Tsunade instinctively felt nauseous. Seeing this, Uchiha Han hurriedly put the red paper away. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? The others rushed forward, asking with concern. At the same time, they were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Tsunade as hemophobia to be this severe. Just the color alone elicited such a strong reaction. Mifine. Tsunade calmed her emotions and took a deep breath. Let us try again. Tsunade said. Okay. Uchiha Han nodded, then placed the red paper in front of her again. And so, throughout the afternoon, they went back and forth over 10 to 20 times. Tsunade's reaction evolved from initially feeling nauseated at just a glance to gradually stabilizing, and she was barely able to suppress her discomfort. It seems that it indeed has some effect, Tsunade said. She felt that after the repeated stimulation from Uchiha Han, she had developed some resistance. Not bad, the first phase went very smoothly. Uchiha Han was also quite satisfied. Tsunade was even more cooperative than he had expected, which made things much easier. Although they were currently only using the red color for stimulation, achieving noticeable results in just one afternoon was already quite good. After all, those with more severe psychological disorders often take years, sometimes even decades, to treat. This process is much longer than the treatment for most physical illnesses. Well then, let's stop here for today, Uchiha Han said as he put away the red paper. Aren't we continuing? Tsunade asked, feeling that she could still do it a few more times. Uchiha Han shook his head. Like medication, the treatment process must be gradual and cannot be rushed. Even if the effects are quite obvious, this process is also very taxing on the mind. Lady Tsunade, you need to rest and recuperate well. This will make the treatment more efficient and faster, Uchiha Han said. He made a good point. Tsunade felt that her symptoms seemed to have improved a bit, and she began to trust Uchiha Han a little more. Naturally, she wouldn't argue with him. All right, then let's continue tomorrow, Tsunade said. After that, Uchiha Han and the others left. Unexpectedly, my hemophobia seems to really be curable, Tsunade thought, feeling a mix of emotions. The hemophobia that had troubled her for so many years finally gave her hope for treatment. Now Tsunade felt much clearer. She glanced at the wine jar on the table and seemed to make a certain decision in her heart. Tsunade picked up the wine jar and threw it into the trash can. Chapter 212, I want water. Not really. After returning home, I feel a bit thirsty. I want water. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2691, Shadow 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 373. Taijutsu, 399. Jinjutsu, 401. Mastered Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Not Here Technique, Hell Viewing Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Thunder Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 20. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 6. Uchiha Han had a face full of confusion. He wondered what keywords he had triggered. After taking a sip of water, Uchiha Han lay down on the bed. Since the system had brought up the panel, he might as well take a look. It had been a long time since he had checked his attribute panel. During these days, Uchiha Han had still been enduring beatings in the virtual battle room every day. Of course, it wasn't all about taking hits. Through battles with various armors, Uchiha Han felt he had become more familiar with them. At the same time, his taijutsu had shown significant improvement. Most importantly, the compatibility with the Snow Mastiff armor had also increased quite a bit. For these days, he had mostly been fighting with the Snow Mastiff armor. As for the Earth Tiger armor, to be honest, Uchiha Han felt that among the 5 armors, the Earth Tiger armor was the ugliest. Of course, this was just his personal aesthetic. Moreover, the Earth Tiger armor hadn't had any standout performances in the TV series. Of course, a large part of this was not the armor's fault, but rather the summoner's. However, as the saying goes, first impressions are very important. So, Uchiha Han subconsciously wasn't particularly fond of the Earth Tiger. Therefore, he still preferred the Snow Mastiff armor a bit more. Besides the armors, during this time, Uchiha Han's chakra had also been increasing, although quite slowly. But he was already able to look down on his peers. Even geniuses like Itachi were a bit inferior to him. However, Although the increase in chakra was not significant, the Sharingan had greatly improved. It had directly evolved from 1 tomo to 3 tomo. This also led to a significant increase in his Genjutsu value. But just thinking about the pain he had experienced back then made Uchiha Han tremble. Just a 3 tomo had already caused him unbearable pain. He could hardly imagine how much suffering it would take to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. To be honest, he really didn't want to go through that kind of experience again. Obito and Itachi, when they activated their Mangekyou, how much pain did they have to endure? Uchiha Han couldn't help but murmur. Perhaps, for someone like Uchiha Han, who had lived in modern society for so long, the suffering they endured was truly unimaginable and hard to bear, right? Uchiha Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Now that his Sharingan had evolved to 3 tomo, his Genjutsu ability had greatly increased. That means Uchiha Han was originally hesitating about which method to use for Tsunade's next treatment. Now, with sufficiently powerful Genjutsu, it would be much easier. At that time, Uchiha Han planned to use his Genjutsu to create a tailored illusion for Tsunade to help her overcome her hemophobia. However, while this sounds simple, executing it is quite complicated and tedious. Uchiha Han hadn't used Genjutsu much, so this was also a considerable challenge for him. Therefore, Uchiha Han began to try to call upon the power of the Sharingan to construct a unique illusion. First, he focused his chakra, directing it to his eyes to unleash the power of the Sharingan. The Sharingan, besides its application in Taijutsu, is even more powerful in enhancing Genjutsu. Therefore, the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu abilities are much stronger than those of other clans. To better display a Genjutsu that satisfied him, Uchiha Han specifically found the Genjutsu scroll that Fugaku had given him, which contained some insights from previous generations. Uchiha Han opened the scroll and read it carefully. Almost an entire night passed. Uchiha Han rubbed his eyes tiredly, stretched, and then put away the scroll. He had gained some insights in his heart and had some ideas for constructing the Genjutsu to treat Tsunade. Feeling that he was about done, Uchiha Han lay down. Night. Iwagakure. Brother Bay, are you sure this is more artistic than my art? Deidara followed Uchiha Han closely, curiously searching for anything hidden on him. Of course, your explosions that only go boom 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 can be called art. It's just too low end. Didn't I say before? For art, while power can raise the lower limit, the most important thing is still its visual and spiritual impact and shock. And your explosions, besides being somewhat powerful, what aspect of it qualifies as art? Faced with Uchiha Han's questioning, the young Deidara subconsciously nodded. During this time, he had already deeply admired Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han had also been a serious university student in his previous life, having taken courses related to art. His theoretical knowledge was solid, which quickly left Deidara in awe. After all, Deidara is still very young and is at a stage where he is easily influenced by others. Then, Uchiha Han seized the opportunity and gave Deidara a little artistic shock. Uchiha Han took Deidara to an open space at the edge of Iwagakure. Ahem. Just to clarify, due to time constraints and because my artistic path doesn't lie here, the demonstration I'm giving you this time is merely a template for visual impact. Just to show you. Uchiha Han said, "Okay." Deidara nodded repeatedly, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. He couldn't wait to see what kind of visual impact art Uchiha Han was talking about. During this time, influenced by Uchiha Han's teachings, Deidara began to feel that the art he had previously insisted upon was merely powerful in appearance. This violent sense of shock was far inferior to the emotional impact. What he needed was art with more impact. In S, the title test is over. The best title is Naruto. Now is the Age of Armor, to be honest. I don't really like this name. Chapter 213. The inspiration of fireworks now. Let me show you what true art is. Uchiha Han smiled proudly, and then a summoning scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Next, Uchiha Han pressed both hands together, and a huge box appeared in front of the two. This is the art you mentioned, Brother Beihai? Deidara hurriedly approached, frowning in confusion. That's right, Uchiha Han knew did. But how can a broken box be considered art? Brother Beihai, are you kidding me? Deidara circled the box a few times, but didn't find anything special about it. Heh. Uchiha Han's lips curled up slightly as he pushed Deidara away. Step back, stay a bit further away. Uchiha Han pushed Deidara back more than 10 meters. All right, get ready to appreciate the art I bring to this world. Uchiha Han said excitedly. Then, under Deidara's curious gaze, Uchiha Han took out a kunai from his bag. Next, Uchiha Han infused chakra into the kunai, which instantly emitted a faint blue light. Whoosh! Uchiha Han tightened his brow and threw the kunai out. The kunai shot into the box like an arrow released from a bow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The box suddenly vibrated slightly. Deidara's gaze was fixed, and he vaguely felt a flow of chakra inside the box. It seemed that the kunai, just now, was used to transmit chakra. 3, 2, 1. Uchiha Han loudly counted down. Then, the box began to shake violently. Whoosh! A piercingly sharp sound suddenly rang out. Following that, a fierce burst of flames shot out from the box, soaring into the sky. This is... Deidara followed the firelight with his gaze, tilting his head up. Bang! The flames shot up to the clouds and exploded at their peak. Instantly, it transformed into a colorful firework, imprinting itself against the pitch-black night sky. This is... Deidara's eyes widened. At this moment, his clear gaze was filled with the fireworks blooming in the sky. Colorful and symmetrical. If it were just a pattern drawn on paper, it might seem very ordinary. But this firework illuminated against the night had a different kind of charm. Seeing Deidara's somewhat mesmerized expression, Uchiha Han also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this trick to actually work. Uchiha Han felt a bit fortunate. When he was educating Deidara with modern artistic theories, he had thought about how to show off a little to impress him. Recently, he had discovered that there were actually no fireworks in the current Naruto world. Uchiha Han found it strange. Although he seemed to have never seen fireworks in the original work, the background of Naruto was somewhat similar to the transition between modern and contemporary times. Logically, there should be fireworks, as they were quite common in games. However, after investigating carefully, he found that neither Iwagakure, nor Kyomogakure, nor even Konohagakure had fireworks at the moment. Uchiha Han speculated that perhaps in the timeline of Naruto, fireworks would not be invented for some time. So, he carefully thought about the principles and, with the guidance of chakra, completed this special firework. Moreover, the effect looked very close to various modern fireworks. How is it? Uchiha Han patted Deidara's shoulder. At this point, the fireworks in the night sky had also dissipated, leaving only a few faint traces. Deidara came back to his senses, and a sudden wave of emotion surged within him. What's wrong? Uchiha Han looked at him with some curiosity. Brother Beihai, I finally understand. Deidara looked as if he had found the door to a new world. His face filled with excitement. Huh? Uchiha Han instinctively frovnid. You understand the true meaning of art? Yes, 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 yes. Deidara nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with immense excitement. I finally understand the power of art that can move people's hearts that you mentioned earlier, Brother Beihai. Originally, I thought that my explosions, with their tremendous power, were the most shocking. Now I realize I was somewhat extreme. True art that can move people's hearts should be beauty, whether it's violent or gentle. The most important thing about art should be beauty. At this moment, Deidara felt as if he had cleared the fog and faced the bright sunshine. I understand. I get it. This time, I truly understand. I know how to improve my art now. Deidara excitedly hopped around, looking even more childlike. That's good, as long as you understand. Although Uchiha Han was unclear about what Deidara suddenly understood, he still pretended to be profound, nodding with a gratifying attitude as if he were a mentor. Brother Beihai, I am now bursting with inspiration, and I can't wait to improve my art. I'm heading back now. Deidara couldn't finish his sentence before he dashed off. Uchiha Han watched Deidara's figure disappear in an instant, and his heart suddenly tightened. This guy better not cause any more commotion. Uchiha Han felt a bit worried, mainly because the place he lived was not far from Deidara's home. Just thinking about Deidara's explosive clay made Uchiha Han feel a bit apprehensive. Should I sleep in armor these days? Uchiha Han thought while cleaning up the debris left after the fireworks display. At this moment, not far away, a large and a small figure silently observed everything. This guy, the petite figure floating in the air, looked at Uchiha Han, who was cleaning up the site, and murmured. The voice was somewhat old and deep. That's right, it was Inoki. That little brat Deidara. Why is he suddenly acting like a madman? What on earth did they talk about? Inoki couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, Deidara held a very high position in his heart. After the Great War, the strength of Iwagakure was significantly diminished, and among the new generation of ninjas, there were not many outstanding talents. The only few with potential were Deidara and Kuratsuchi. Among them, Deidara had the highest talent. Therefore, Noki paid special attention to him. Kuratsuchi, keep an eye on this guy for a while, Noki said. The tall figure beside him nodded quickly. Yes. Chapter 214. Old Zetsu leaves the village. Uchiha Han, who was cleaning up the scene, sensed two powerful auras lurking not far away. The armor he wore enhanced his perception abilities, even without activating his Sharingan. Uchiha Han's sensing ability was stronger than that of most sensory-type ninjas in his normal state. However, he could not determine who was secretly watching him. He could only vaguely sense that the chakra of these two individuals was very formidable. Uchiha Han was sure that they were at least J-Nin level, possibly even elite J-Nin. As for the Kage level, Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel worried. Currently, in a Wagakure, the only Kage level expert he could think of was Noki. To be honest, aside from the extraordinary bloodlines like Senju and Uchiha, the limit that ordinary ninjas could reach was similar to that of Noki. Uchiha Han was not very certain about Naka's strength. The terrifying power of dust release should not be underestimated. Plus, Noki was younger now than he was during the Fourth Great Ninja War, so his strength was likely even greater. To be safe, Uchiha Han remained vigilant of Noki at the Kage level. However, even if they were at the mid-Kage level, Uchiha Han felt uncertain about facing Noki. If he had the Flame Dragon armor and Flame Dragon steed, Uchiha Han wouldn't fear Noki. However, with the Black Rhino armor, lacking the Light Shadow steed, and having a lower compatibility than the Wind Eagle armor, this clone's strength was naturally far inferior to his true self. But, he thought to himself, being this honest should not attract Naka's attention, right? After returning to his office, Noki began to continue dealing with the remaining work for the day. The most important matter during this time was the news of the fourth Hokage Minato being injured. In an instant, several major countries around the Land of Fire showed signs of movement. The Land of Earth was no exception. Even a few figures in the daimyo's residence seemed to have some thoughts. Oh, what a troublesome season, Noki sighed softly. However, there was not a trace of worry on his face. On the contrary, there were several uncontrollable smiles. But this is indeed a good opportunity. Noki flipped through the documents, beginning to contemplate the feasibility of certain plans. With Orochimaru defecting, Danzo also defecting, and the fourth Hokage gravely injured and unconscious, it seemed that the only high-end combat power left in Konoha was the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, Naka's mouth gently curled up. He was very clear about the character and style of his old rival. In this case, it was likely that the old man would regain control of Konoha, which would be much easier to deal with than that Minato guy. Then, Noki seemed to think of something and quickly retrieved a specially encrypted document from another pile of files. The seal on it came from the Land of Wind. Just as Noki was reading the contents while thinking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Kuratsuchi rushed in with a worried expression. "What's wrong, Kuratsuchi? Why are you so flustered at this late hour?" Noki glanced at him without paying much attention, his mind focused entirely on the document in his hands. "Father, old Zetsu has left the village," Kuratsuchi said anxiously. "What?" Naka's anger instantly flared up, standing up and slamming his hand on the table. "That old Zetsu, so stubborn. How infuriating." Noki was extremely angry, thinking that old Zetsu had to pull this stunt at such a critical time. Kuratsuchi remained silent, but he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. You have a nerve to call others stubborn. Regarding the conflict between his father and old Zetsu, Kuratsuchi naturally didn't want to say much. "Father, please calm down," Kuratsuchi said awkwardly. "Oomph." Noki snorted coldly and then sat back down. This guy really acts on impulse. Noki still refused to let old Zetsu off the hook. After all, as a Jinchuriki, his value and strategic significance to a ninja village were self-evident. "Father, this is the note old Zetsu left behind." Kuratsuchi then handed over a yellowed piece of paper. Noki frowned as he took it. This guy's handwriting is still as ugly as ever. Noki seemed to not have clearly seen the contents on it before speaking. However, the more he read, the angrier he became. This guy just leaves without a word and leave a note cursing me. How infuriating. Noki became even more furious, his beard bristling. "Fine, anyway, this guy won't leave the Land of Earth, so let him go, acting like a wandering monk. Huh? I'll see how he can't survive out there and has to come back begging." Noki had already harbored a grudge against old Zetsu, and now seeing the insults in the note only fueled his anger. Now, he had more important matters to attend to. If this plan succeeded, then the Land of Earth and Iwagakure, could obtain a large amount of resources and even turn the situation of Konoha's monopoly around. Thinking of this, a warm current surged through Naka's heart. If it really worked, he would undoubtedly become the greatest Suchikage. This made the old bone of Noki feel a bit excited. All right, let old Zetsu do as he wishes. You send a few people to follow him secretly. Don't let him escape the Land of Earth. Anyway, I estimate this guy will come back on his own after playing enough outside. After Noki finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently, signaling Kuratsuchi to leave. "It's pretty late. You should go back quickly," Noki said. Kuratsuchi nodded but still said with concern, "Father, You should rest early too. Noki nodded, his gaze completely absorbed by the document in his hand. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi didn't say anything else, silently withdrawing and gently closing the door. TSK. I didn't expect this generation's Wind Shadow to have a decent mind. These strategies are quite feasible. After reading the contents, Noki nodded in satisfaction. However, even though he thought the suggestions presented by the Wind Shadow were highly feasible, it was a significant matter, and he couldn't decide right away. Let's see what the attitude of the Cloud Village is first. Noki muttered, then picked up another document. Chapter 215. The Mushroom Cloud over Iwagakure in the dawn of Iwagakure. The hazy sunlight had just emerged, and the faint red morning glow gradually spread over the village's houses. Everything was so peaceful and serene. Most of the villagers were still in a half-dreaming state, with only a small number of patrolling ninjas walking back and forth on the streets. However, they were mostly yawning, their entire bodies exuding a lazy demeanor. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise broke the tranquility of Iwagakure, accompanied by a piercing sound wave. A moderate vibration spread throughout the village, waking everyone from their drowsiness. What's going on? The patrolling ninjas, still dozing off, were startled and instinctively turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound and vibration. That was the direction of Deidara's house. Everyone immediately realized and hurried over. Oh no, Deidara had been quiet for so long, and now he is starting again? Ugh, it's really giving me a headache. I thought this guy had finally settled down, but here we go again. Ever since Deidara started playing with clay, he has caused quite a stir in the village from time to time. Deidara, being young and playful, did not understand the consequences of his actions, and Inoki both loved and hated him. At this moment, in the Tsuchikige's office, Inoki, who had been sleeping at his desk, was also startled awake. What is happening? Inoki rubbed his eyes, still a bit dazed. He had been pondering over the documents sent from Kumogakure and Sunagakure all night without going home, so he had simply rested in the office. After all, he had done this many times over the years. Inoki slowly got up and walked to the window. At a glance, he saw that the roof of a small earthen house had disappeared, and there were traces of the explosion all around. This is... Inoki's pupils shook, instantly waking him up. He was very familiar with that house. It was Deidara's home. The key point was that it was not far from Inoki's own house. Deidara. Ah! Inoki was a bit frantic, quickly straightening his clothes and angrily flying out of the Tsuchikage building. Just as he flew out, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky. Looking up, he saw a white-yellow mushroom-shaped cloud forming above his head. Inoki instinctively frowned, feeling something was odd. After all, Deidara had never created such a strange thing before. Forget it, no need to think too much. That guy Deidara had just settled down for a while, and now he is getting restless again. He must be taught a lesson. Various tortures aimed at Deidara flashed through Inoki's mind, imagining him crying and begging for mercy. Deidara. Inoki angrily rushed toward the center of the explosion's ruins. Woo! My art! At this moment, Deidara crawled out of the ruins, covered in dirt and dust. He paid no attention to the mess around him or the dirt on himself. His gaze was completely captivated by the white-yellow mushroom cloud above him. This was his first attempt. He had experienced an art that was completely different from before. Deidara was very excited. Therefore, he didn't notice Inoki flying toward him. Deidara! At this moment, Deidara finally heard the angry roar coming from not far away. His pupils suddenly shook. He was very familiar with that voice. Oh no! Deidara almost reflexively turned and ran. But with his small stature, no, although his body was probably about the same size as Inoki's. With Deidara's short legs, how could he outrun the flying Inoki? Heavy stone technique. Inoki immediately formed hand seals. Instantly, a dozen rocks floated out from the ruins around Deidara, surrounding him. Deidara swallowed hard and turned to Inoki, showing an innocent smile that he thought was naive. Teacher, this was purely an accident. I didn't control it well. And it just... Deidara scratched his head awkwardly. Accident. Inoki floated in front of Deidara, his wrinkled face now even more contorted. Once or twice could be excused. You brat. How many times have you done this in the past 6 months? Huh. Inoki was furious. This. Deidara smiled sheepishly, but his eyes were darting around, looking for a chance to slip away. At this time, many villagers and patrolling ninjas gathered around. Sure enough, it was caused by Deidara again. Sigh. I thought he would finally settle down after more than half a month. It seems I was wrong. Exactly. Playing with clay for a day, and he never change. Uchiha Han nodded in agreement as he stood by. To be honest, Uchiha Han was also startled. Previously, he lived on the edge of the village and didn't feel Deidara's power. He had only recently moved here, and indeed, he had experienced the power of that clay. Although it didn't harm him, it was truly terrifying and made it hard to sleep. No wonder in the original story, when Deidara was abducted by Akatsuki, not many people from Iwagakure pursued him. Similarly, it was also because he was not well received in the village that the young and impulsive Deidara was easily manipulated into becoming a rogue ninja. It was quite a pity. However, Uchiha Han didn't mind. Sigh, I think it's not easy to make Deidara settle down and turn over a new leaf. Exactly. Even Tsuchikage-sama's repeated punishments have had no effect. I think we're going to have a hard time settling down. Exactly, my health has never been good. And if this continues, I'm afraid I'll be scared to death one day. It's time to consider moving. You reminded me. If this goes on, my house might be blown up one day. It's better to sell it now and move to a quieter place. Sound good? You all have thought this through. Our street is bustling, and the housing prices are higher, so we can make some money and settle down. Great idea. For a moment, the surrounding villagers began discussing selling their houses and moving. However, Uchiha Han was very dismissive of this. If you all want to move out, how many people would be willing to move in? You don't think about it. Perhaps even selling the house cheap wouldn't guarantee anyone would want it. Ines, classmate, is thick-skinned, asking for a wave of energy for love. Chapter 216, capture and torture. You guys keep a close eye on this. And don't let anything go wrong. Also, remember, absolutely don't get caught. Huang Tu repeatedly instructed. In front of him stood two young ninjas in their 20s. These two were brought out by Huang Tu and could be considered his disciples. Their talent was quite good in Iwagakure, and they had just recently become special jonin. Therefore, although these two treated Huang Tu with great respect, a hint of arrogance could still be seen between their brows. Rest assured, teacher, how could something so trivial go wrong? Ogawa Shinichi found it somewhat amusing. He was also a special jonin and felt that doing such a small task was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. How could there be any problem? Better be so. Huang Tu glanced at him. He knew the personalities of his two disciples well, but there was no helping it. Today, Akatsuki insisted on going shopping with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't trust these two guys with such a task. For a while, I really couldn't find anyone else. Then I'll leave for now, but you guys better not mess things up for me. Don't worry, teacher. Huang Tu hurriedly left. Kongwen, why did the teacher specifically ask us to keep an eye on that little brat? Xiaochuan Xin, he said, somewhat confused. Just now Huang Tu was here, so he didn't dare to ask directly. How would I know? You asked me, who should I ask? Ito Kongwen waved his hand, looking quite unhappy. I was going to take on a few B-level missions since I haven't had much money lately. I mean, we're special jonin after all, and yet we're being asked to keep an eye on a little kid. The two began to complain. However, since it was a task assigned by their teacher, even if they were reluctant, they had to carry it out honestly. Soon, they concealed themselves outside the house where Uchiha Han lived. The two hid in the shadows and observed. TSK, this Deidara is quite miserable, locked up in a little black room again. Uchiha Han sighed, while shaking his head as he drank tea. After Deidara created a mushroom cloud, Inoki was furious, and after punishing him a bit with Earth Style, he locked him up in the little black room. Uchiha Han had no idea how long he would be locked up. However, he estimated it would be at least several days, possibly even a month. With Deidara locked up, Uchiha Han anticipated he would feel a bit lonely for a while. But coincidentally, he could secretly do some things. Uchiha Han began a plan. Through his observations over the past few days, he had roughly figured out that certain places in Iwagakure had people who were relatively wealthy and also quite disliked. Generally speaking, those bloodline limit clans were powerful, and naturally, they were the wealthiest group. At the very least, those prominent figures in those clans certainly had quite a bit of resources. It was not something that ordinary jonin could compare to. Uchiha Han couldn't help but smile, showing a somewhat charming grin that didn't quite match his 13-year-old youthful appearance. However, he needed to find a way to deal with those two outside. Uchiha Han naturally sensed the two people outside. Although there had been people observing him secretly from time to time before, most of them were just ordinary chunin and genin. This time, Uchiha Han could sense that they were probably two special jonin level. He guessed it was related to the two figures who were secretly watching him last night. He might have already entered the sight of Iwagakure's higher-ups. This was a bit troublesome. However, trouble was only relative. If Uchiha Han wanted, he could directly cause destruction in the village. If Inoki made a move, even if he couldn't win, escaping would not be a problem. Inoki at most could reach the level of a strong Kage with dust release. But as a village leader, he was not like Uchiha Han, who had nothing to lose. When the time came to escape with all his strength, Inoki wouldn't be able to abandon the village's safety to chase after him. However, for Uchiha Han, it was better to avoid trouble. But those two outside wouldn't think so. You think teacher Huang Tu specifically arranged for us to do this task? Is there some deeper meaning? Xiao Chuanjiro suddenly said. Now that you mention it, it really is strange. Why would a little brat require us, two respectable jonin, to take action? Ito nodded in agreement, even omitting the special from special jonin. Xiao Chuan Xn lowered his head and pondered for a moment, suddenly raising his eyebrows as if he thought of something. I get it. How so? Xiao Chuan Xn paused, his expression suddenly becoming very serious and grave, and a glimmer seemed to flash in his eyes. There's only one truth. This little brat is definitely not an ordinary kid. First of all, this kid entered the village not long ago. A little brat who came to a Wagakure all alone and was able to rent such a large house. It's obvious he is not simple. Therefore, his background is quite intriguing. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably a spy sent by another village. And teacher Huang Tu and the others have already gathered some evidence. But for him, capturing such a spy isn't a big achievement. However, for us, that would be a great accomplishment. This time we were promoted to special jonin, and some envious guys said it was because of the teacher's connections, so the teacher let us take the credit. At the same time, to avoid suspicion, teacher Huang Tu also couldn't say it outright. So, our task this time is actually to capture this foreign spy. Xin raised his hand, gently tapping the corner of his eye with his finger, confidently saying, with a glimmer flashing in his eyes again. So that's it. Ito nodded, somewhat understanding, but still feeling the logic was a bit unclear. However, he had always found Xin's deductions to be accurate, so he still trusted him. So what should we do? Ito asked. What else is there to say? How should we deal with a spy? Of course, we should capture him and then torture him. Xiaoshan Xin, he made a slapping gesture with his hand, looking quite fierce. Later tonight, when he lets his guard down, we'll take action. Got it. Chapter 217. Huang Tu and Veil Knight quietly descended. Uchiha Han wandered around a bit today, seemingly aimlessly, but in reality, he was scouting the area. After returning home, he began to plan. He had already chosen a target, the Hongyan clan. Their bloodline limit is explosion release. Iwagakure has a special elite team, the Explosive Corps. This small team has shown immense destructive power in several great wars, achieving remarkable military feats. Most of the members of the Explosive Corps come from this clan. If Uchiha Han guessed correctly, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, there was a guy named Shuri in the Edo Tensei army, who should also be from this clan. However, although explosion release is incredibly powerful, not many people in the Hongyan clan can master it. Most of the clan members are not much stronger than civilian ninjas. As for their current strongest clan leader, he might not even have the strength of an elite jonin. This perfectly matched Uchiha Han's criteria, a big clan wealthy, but with average strength. To be safe and to avoid the Iwagakure patrols to the greatest extent, Uchiha Han needed to carefully plan his route of action. However, Uchiha Han suddenly frovnid. Uchiha Han slightly tilted his head and glanced at the roof with peripheral vision. What were these two guys trying to do? Uchiha Han felt somewhat puzzled. He vaguely sensed that these two were intentionally or unintentionally emitting a hint of chakra. This feeling was like they were ready to act at any moment. Aren't they supposed to be monitoring him? Why do these two seem like they are about to make a move? Uchiha Han instinctively frowned, but to avoid alerting those two, he pretended to know nothing and lowered his head. Uchiha Han began to recall that although his background was somewhat suspicious, he had been behaving honestly these days. Even if the people of Iwagakure were uneasy, they shouldn't be so reckless. With the current intelligence system in the ninja world, there are many merchants and travelers coming and going between the various ninja villages, and the identities of many people are not easy to verify. It's not that it's impossible, but it requires a significant amount of human resources, making it not worth the effort. Therefore, for outsiders in those villages, unless there's solid evidence, no excessive actions will be taken. Could it be that I exposed something? Uchiha Han subconsciously recalled, but had no clues. He quickly thought through the remaining matters and went to bed early. Shinichi, he seems to be asleep, Ito whispered while lying on the roof. The time has come. Ogawa Shinichi smiled slightly, and then, without knowing when, a bundle of ropes appeared in his hand. He tugged at it hard, making the rope taut and straight. Let's go. After saying that, the two transformed into shadows and quietly infiltrated Uchiha Han's room. Uchiha Han turned off the light and pretended to rest. Although the room was dark, the moonlight coming in from the window allowed for a rough view. Moreover, both of them were ninjas, so this little darkness would not affect their actions. The two cautiously approached Uchiha Han's bedside, careful not to make sound. They glanced at the bulging blanket, which roughly resembled a person. They exchanged glances and nodded, then immediately pounced. However, upon pouncing, they discovered the bed was completely empty. What's going on? The two were puzzled and suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, they felt as if something was behind them. Just as they were about to turn around, everything went completely dark. You really want to make a move against me? Uchiha Han was slightly surprised. He couldn't figure out where he might have slipped up. It seemed that I must have exposed myself. Since that's the case, let's do something big tonight. A mischievous gleam flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. First, let us deal with these two ignorant fools. At the same time, he reached out toward the two who had fallen on the bed. Outside, Huangtu quietly arrived at Uchiha Han's house. "I'm exhausted." Huangtu sighed, dragging his weary body. Although he was good at physical techniques and had excellent physical fitness, following his wife and daughter shopping all day truly wore him out. Indeed, for any man, shopping is a severe form of torture. I wonder if Ogawa and Ito are taking their task seriously, Huangtu murmured. He was worried that these two might be neglecting their duties, so he specifically came to check. Were they? Huangtu quietly circled around, but found no trace of the two, which made him somewhat curious. Soon, a surge of anger rose in his heart. These two are really unreliable. Just as Huangtu was fuming and preparing to go to the tavern to find them, the room suddenly lit up. Huangtu turned his head and felt a strange intuition. So, he quietly approached and peered inside the room. At this moment, Uchiha Han was stripping the two of their valuables and storing them in a summoning scroll designed for storage. Are you not planning to show yourself after wandering around out there for so long? Uchiha Han suddenly said. Huangtu outside froze. As soon as Huangtu entered the vicinity of the house, Uchiha Han sensed him. Due to the sudden attack from the two earlier, Uchiha Han was even more certain that he had inexplicably exposed himself. So he stopped hiding. Bang! Huangtu kicked open the door. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack us, Iwabikir ninja? Huangtu questioned angrily, while feeling very shocked. He knew very well that although those two disciples were a bit mischievous, their strength was that of elite jonin. In contrast, Uchiha Han had no signs of having fought, indicating that the opponent's strength was likely far beyond that of his two disciples. Therefore, even though Uchiha Han appeared to be just a 13-year-old boy, Huangtu became very cautious and serious. Oof! Uchiha Han snorted coldly, and then his gaze turned icy as the surging power within him burst forth. Black Rhino armor, combined. 1 minute later, bang! Huangtu's body was sent flying several meters away. The blood he spat out painted a striking crimson line against the dark night. Bang! Huangtu's body crashed into the surrounding wall, and the tremendous impact instantly caused the nearby wall to collapse. Huangtu's body was also buried within. Chapter 218. I almost lost my life just now. Uchiha Han stepped out of the house and slowly raised the meteor spear in his hand. Although his expression couldn't be seen under the armor, one could still feel the indifferent aura. Huangtu's strength was at the elite jonin level. If he hadn't summoned the armor, he likely wouldn't have been able to defeat Huangtu with just his own strength. Therefore, without hesitation, Uchiha Han pulled out the armor. With the armor, the gap in combat power was instantly reversed. In front of Uchiha Han, Huangtu was like a powerless chick, unable to even cast a jutsu, and was instantly defeated by Uchiha Han. However, this simple strike should not be enough to cause fatal harm. But he would definitely need to lie down for a few weeks. Uchiha Han glanced at the ruins in the corner, thinking that he had likely been completely exposed, making time very urgent. While Yagura had not yet made a move, he needed to hurry and loot, or rather. Uchiha Han thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a more elegant term. Forget it, loot it is. After saying that, Uchiha Han transformed into a streak of black light and swiftly flew toward the territory of the Hongyan clan. At this time, it was already quite late, and most people had already fallen asleep. In today's ninja world, even the most bustling Konoha had no entertainment activities. The tedious night was left only for sleeping. Of course, there were still some entertainment activities for couples, but that only lasted for about 20 minutes, and afterward it was back to sleep. Therefore, the concealed Uchiha Han easily entered the home of the clan leader of the Hongyan clan. Hoo. The clan leader of Hongyan was completely unaware that another person had entered the room. Suddenly, his wife let out a terrified scream. What's going on? Is it happening already? The clan leader of Hongyan smiled proudly. A look of extreme pride on his face, and a surge of inexplicable power rose within him. No. Honey, look behind you. His wife swallowed hard in terror. At that moment, her whole body went stiff, and she felt as cold as iron. The clan leader of Hongyan finally realized something was wrong, and hurriedly knelt up and pulled up his pants. Clink! A cold blade suddenly appeared at his throat. The clan leader of Hongyan's pupils dilated, and his legs went weak. Gulp! The clan leader of Han Yin instinctively swallowed. A surge of fear rose in his heart. Although he had just been immersed in ecstasy, his guard was completely down. He was still the leader of a clan and had considerable strength. The ability to silently infiltrate his room is not something an ordinary ninja can achieve. I wonder who you are? Have I offended you in any way? The leader of the Han Yin tribe quickly said, still in a half-turned state, straining to catch a glimpse of who was behind him. The meteor spear in Uchiha Han's hand pressed another centimeter towards his neck. No, no, no. If you have something to discuss, let us talk it over. Please don't use knives or guns. The leader of the Han Yin tribe forced a smile and quickly turned his head back. He was afraid that if he looked back a little more, that cold blade would stab right in. Just thinking about that bloody scene made him shiver. At that moment, the leader's wife also hurriedly hugged the quilt, curling up at the head of the bed. Her eyes, having just been aroused, contained a hint of sensual allure. And with her terrified glimmer, she appeared even more pitiful. However, it did not attract a single glance from Uchiha Han. Money. Uchiha Han coldly uttered a single word. The leader of the Han Yin tribe trembled, nodding repeatedly. Money? Yes, yes, yes. If you urgently need money, I still have some savings. Take as much as you want. The leader said excitedly. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was initially worried that he had offended an enemy on the battlefield, but it turned out the other party was just here for money. In that case, he probably wouldn't have to worry too much about his life. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you. The leader of the Han Yin tribe raised his hands, signaling that he wouldn't make any sudden moves. Seeing that Uchiha Han did not refuse, he cautiously approached the bedside table. Then he squatted down, opened a drawer, and reached inside, as if to take out his money. This is my little savings. The leader of the Han Yin tribe turned around, holding a thick stack of cash, and they were all the largest denominations. At a glance, there seemed to be several 100,000 taels. Only then did the leader notice Uchiha Han's appearance. The black rhino armor was quite inconspicuous in the dark room, but those eyes were chilling. What is this thing? The leader of the Han Yin tribe was very surprised. It was his first time seeing such armor. Nevertheless, he forced a somewhat obsequious smile and cautiously walked up to Uchiha Han. Please accept this, my lord. He presented the stack of cash with both hands. Just then his body suddenly moved. His right hand lunged forward, gripping a sharp kunai. It turned out that he had hidden a kunai beneath the stack of cash, waiting for the moment he got close to Uchiha Han to launch a counterattack. However, such a small trick could not escape Uchiha Han's eyes. Bang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. Uchiha Han didn't even dodge. The kunai struck the chest of the black rhino armor, leaving not a single scratch. In contrast, the leader of the Han Yin tribe suddenly let go, and the kunai clattered to the ground. The impact had shattered his hand, causing blood to flow. What the hell? He quickly retreated a few steps, clutching his right hand, looking at Uchiha Han in terror. Don't be nervous. Uchiha Han sudden loose me lid. His smile sent chills down the leader's spine, making his heart tremble. I just wanted you to see how my spear works, nothing else. Uchiha Han said. The leader of the Han Yin tribe swallowed hard, feeling a surge of frustration. Is this how you show me? The spear was almost stabbing my neck. And what about your comment about money? However, he didn't voice his inner turmoil. Since it was a misunderstanding, then, my lord, the leader of the Han Yin tribe also forced a smile, speaking somewhat fearfully. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Uchiha Han nodded, but suddenly his tone turned cold again. However, what did that kunai thrust at me mean? Did you want to kill me? I almost lost my life just now. Chapter 219, A Fortune in Millions. I almost lost my life just now. Uchiha Han covered his chest with one hand, feigning a look of extreme fear, like a noble girl who had suffered great humiliation and felt extremely wronged. The leader of the Han Yin tribe started to sweat profusely. He thought to himself, my fierce sneak attack couldn't even pierce your armor. How could I almost lose my life? He realized that Uchiha Han's seemingly aggrieved demeanor was actually just a pretext for extortion. But he was still the proud leader of the Han Yin tribe. How could he tolerate such blatant disrespect? My lord, there is no need for such tricks. The leader of the Han Yin tribe calmed down, and he didn't know when he had drawn a long knife. This is the territory of our Han Yin tribe. If you leave now, I can let this go. The leader said, his eyes sharp. TCH, Uchiha snorted coldly. It seemed that this leader of the Han Yin tribe was not very clever. No wonder the Han Yin tribe had little representation in the original work. It was likely that under this leader's guidance, the Han Yin tribe would soon decline in the coming years. Well then, before they squander all their wealth, I might as well help them safeguard their possessions, so they don't go to waste. Let us just take some medical fees and compensation for mental distress. Don't force me to take action. Uchiha Han said coldly. He could see that this leader of the Hongyan tribe was a stubborn man. His earlier pretense was purely an attempt to find an opportunity to ambush him. Unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, the leader of the Hongyan tribe disdainfully snorted. Earlier, he had to comply when the gun was pressed against his neck. Now that he had created some distance, he was confident in his own strength. In the entire Awagakure, there were only a handful of people stronger than him. He naturally had the capital to be proud. However, what didn't he know was that Uchiha Han, standing in front of him, could single-handedly take down everyone in Awagakure except for Onoki. Of course, excluding tactics involving large numbers. Since that's the case, then don't think you can leave. The leader of the Hongyan tribe snorted coldly, then tightened his grip on the long knife, and his body moved instantly. His speed was incredibly fast. In terms of pure speed, he was one of the best, even among elite J-nin. However, even without activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Han could clearly see his movements in the state of armor integration. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Hongyan tribe appeared at Uchiha Han's side, raising his long knife, with chakra flowing along the blade. This kind of technique could be mastered by most sword-wielding ninjas, especially since he was an elite J-nin. Although it couldn't compare to Asuma's chakra blade in the original work, it could still amplify the original blade's power several times. In front of my knife technique that cuts through iron like mud, your broken armor will be as fragile as paper. The leader of the Hongyan tribe was very confident. However, his confident smile quickly froze. Then, his expression shifted to shock. His long knife struck heavily against Uchiha Han's armored shoulder. However, the scene he had envisioned, where Uchiha Han was cut in half and blood flew everywhere, did not occur. His long knife blade had directly dented in a piece. How is that possible? The Red Rock Clan leader was immensely shocked. He was well aware of his own swordsmanship level. Even when facing the warriors from the Iron Country, he was not at all inferior. Even the hardest armor from the Iron Country could not remain unscathed. It would instead damage his own blade. You moved again. Uchiha Han stated that he had not used any force. It was all the opponent's deadly move. He was just defending himself. Asking for some medical expenses seemed reasonable, right? Thinking of this, Uchiha Han smiled wickedly. Since that's the case, you can't blame me. This is all your own doing. After saying that, Uchiha Han immediately raised the meteor spear, the tip of the spear spinning rapidly, a fierce stream of water swirling up from the hilt, gathering at the spear tip in an instant. The entire process took less than a breath. Before the Red Rock Clan leader could react, Uchiha Han suddenly thrust forward, the spear tip instantly piercing into his right shoulder. There was no resistance, like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. The Red Rock Clan leader's wife immediately screamed. Uchiha Han glanced at her and shot her a glare. The woman quickly covered her mouth. She was afraid that Uchiha Han, in a moment of panic, would also kill her. Hand over the money. Hospitals are getting more and more expensive these days. If I'm scared like this, without a few 100 million taels, I'm afraid I really can't be treated. If it leave a chronic condition, it won't be a small amount of money. While saying this, Uchiha Han increased the pressure of the meteor spear even more. The Red Rock Clan leader's brows furrowed deeper, and the pain in his right shoulder intensified. All right, please don't be angry. I will give you all my money. The Red Rock Clan leader begged repeatedly. At this moment, he had no feelings of shock or doubt left. All that remained was fear, and his mind was solely focused on surviving. Whatever Uchiha Han said now, he would comply without question. Thus, the Red Rock Clan leader obediently handed over all the money he could gather, a total of 70 million taels, to Uchiha Han. After receiving the money, Uchiha Han left directly. He still had several targets to go after. Damn it, if it weren't for being in my own home, it would have been inappropriate to use explosive techniques. How could I have suffered such humiliation today? Saying this, he angrily pounded on the bedboard, using too much force, and pulled at the wound on his right shoulder. Ouch, ouch, ouch. His wife, still in shock, instinctively stepped forward to embrace her husband. At the same time, hearing her husband's complaints, she also felt a bit aggrieved. He only knows how to show off at home, and when he encounters an enemy, he gets defeated in one move, yet he still talks tough. It seems all your toughness is just in your mouth, huh? No wonder you're so soft. 10 minutes later, Tsuchiki's office. Onoki had finally finished his work for the day, stretched lazily, and prepared to rest. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Tsuchikage-sama, the Red Rock Clan has been attacked by a mysterious person, the ninja said breathlessly. It was obvious that he had run desperately all the way here. What? Onoki immediately pressed his hands on the table, looking shocked. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in a bloodline limit family? Onoki instinctively linked this incident to the recent international situation and frowned. Go inform Kuratsuchi and have him take the Umbu to surround the Red Rock clan's territory immediately. Onoki instructed. The man responded and immediately went down. Then, Onoki flew out the window, quickly heading towards the Red Rock clan. At this time, Uchiha Han had already left the Red Rock clan and arrived at another bloodline limit family. The clan leader was somewhat older, so he didn't need to exercise at night like the Red Rock clan leader to fall asleep. Of course, it was also possible that when Uchiha Han arrived, the others had already finished their exercises. This time, Uchiha Han didn't waste any words and directly placed the meteor spear against the other's neck. Like the Red Rock clan leader, this guy wasn't so obedient either. After some small movements that were naturally useless, he was poked twice by Uchiha Han with the meteor spear before he became compliant. Thus, Uchiha Han earned another 60 million taels. At the same time, he also looted several ninjutsu scrolls, mostly Earth-style ninjutsu. Just right, after unlocking the Earth Tiger armor, Uchiha Han had refined Earth attribute chakra. He didn't know many Earth-style ninjutsu. However, just as Uchiha Han was about to put away his spoils, a group of people surrounded the outside of the house. This group reacted quite quickly. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, but didn't mind. In his armored state, his perception ability was extremely sharp. He could sense the strength of the people outside with just a slight feeling. 2 were Jonin level, while the rest were all weaklings. Or rather, they were all weaklings. Uchiha Han stopped counting his spoils and directly stuffed everything into the summoning scroll. Initially, he wanted to see if there were any powerful secret techniques among those scrolls. Uchiha Han raised a meteor spear and slowly stepped out of the house. At this moment, nearly 10 clan members rushed into the courtyard. Uchiha Han didn't know how they reacted so quickly. He hadn't seen the clan leader making any small moves to send a warning. Forget it. Uchiha Han stopped thinking too much. It didn't matter. What kind of monster is this? A chunin who looked only 17 or 18 swallowed hard and said with a hint of fear. He looked at Uchiha Han, whose black rhino armor emitted a gleaming sheen, which now appeared to him like a terrifying killing god. Young people always like to overthink. If Uchiha Han knew his thoughts, he would definitely want to argue. I'm clearly a cultured and easygoing person. How could I be so fierce? Then, Uchiha Han swung the meteor spear, and a powerful and terrifying momentum instantly erupted. Although, like the flame dragon armor, he hadn't unlocked the sealing ultimate technique. Uchiha Han could still utilize the original water source to create skills, just like the flame dragon armor's flame slash. It simply combined chakra with the fire source, attaching it to the flame blade, and swung out a terrifying blade light. Don't be fooled by Uchiha Han getting hit often in the virtual combat room. In fact, many times he was just at a bottleneck of compatibility, which is why he would get taken out in a few moves. Normally, Uchiha Han had actually exchanged many moves. During battles, combined with Uchiha Han's own combat talent, he could continuously master the power of the 5 elemental sources. Uchiha Han slung the meteor spear behind him, and then, using the momentum, swung it fiercely. Accompanied by the rotation of the meteor spear, the water source exploded forth in an instant. That sharp momentum was like blades exploding. The entire courtyard was filled with the sound of blades slicing through the air, extremely piercing. But this was just the shallowest damage. The gun momentum accompanied by the water source also carried an incredibly terrifying cutting force. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Although Uchiha Han did not strike with lethal intent, such a terrifying attack would still leave these people with serious injuries. All right, I have no intention of killing you. So let's call it a day and stop chasing me relentlessly. Uchiha Han warned in advance, then leaped up with a meteor spear, transforming into a black streak of light that vanished into the night. Soon, Uchiha Han noticed that the Umbu of Awagakure had begun to mobilize. The 2 clan territories he had plundered were now filled with patrolling ninjas. The number of patrolling ninjas on the village streets had increased several-fold. Uchiha Han concealed himself and couldn't help but frown. Should he continue to loot? That was a question. Should he continue looting? Or continue looting? Lost in thought, Uchiha Han found himself at another bloodline limit clan. However, while he was robbing the last one, the surrounding clans had already gotten wind of it. After all, Uchiha Han's target was quite obvious. Money. This made things a bit troublesome. Uchiha Han found himself in a dilemma. Although he knew he wasn't a good person, he was, after all, someone who had received higher education, and he felt a bit embarrassed not to find an excuse. Uchiha Han quietly concealed himself in the shadows, thought for a long time, and finally sighed. Forget it. It seems Noki should be taking action as well. Earning over 100 million Ryo could already be considered getting rich. Uchiha Han was quite satisfied with his harvest tonight. Although he couldn't find any information about the two Jinchuriki in a Wagakure this time, all that money certainly made the effort of these past few days worthwhile. In fact, Uchiha Han was starting to think he didn't want to spend so much time getting close to the Jinchuriki anymore. He could just loot and leave. It was so comfortable to collect a large sum of money in one night. Just as Uchiha Han was feeling pleased, he suddenly sensed a faint chakra fluctuation behind him. This fluctuation didn't seem strong at all on the surface, even very weak, making it hard for someone with lower strength to notice. However, Uchiha Han could vaguely sense that this aura seemed to be intentionally concealing its chakra fluctuations. Moreover, Uchiha Han discovered that this aura was approaching him directly, as if it had found him. The newcomer was definitely not simple. Uchiha Han's heart tensed up, and he carefully expanded his perception abilities. As the other party approached, he finally sensed clearly. Noki. Chapter 221. Black Rhino Armor versus Dust Release. Noki. Uchiha Han frowned. However, he had no intention of fleeing. Just right. I want to see how big the gap is between me and this old man now. Ever since he felt the terrifying energy of the Emperor armor last time, Uchiha Han was unsure of his own strength level. He thought that in the armored state, he should reach the level of a CH Nin. But that was just his estimation. He didn't know how big the gap was between a CH Nin and AJ Nin. He had never truly fought against AJ Nin level ninja. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Noki was quite old, but among the 5 Kage, he could almost be considered the strongest. Now, he would only be stronger than he was during the Fourth War. Therefore, Uchiha Han was not confident that he could defeat him. He just wanted to use Naki's hand to recognize the limits of his true strength. After all, those without shoes aren't afraid of those wearing them. If he wanted to run, Noki couldn't just abandon a Wagakure to personally chase him down. With that thought in mind, Uchiha Han exerted some strength, gripped the meteor spear, and slowly walked out of the darkness. Just then, a somewhat underdeveloped petite figure floated before him. Naki's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Uchiha Han no longer concealed his aura. Therefore, Noki could clearly sense the aura he emitted. Who on earth is this guy? Noki was shocked and puzzled. Such a powerful aura, although not as strong as his, would definitely not be an unknown character in the ninja world. However, no matter how he searched through the information in his mind, he couldn't find anything that matched. But the distinctly recognizable armor reminded Noki of something. The newly emerged bloodline limit from Konohagakure bore some resemblance. Although Noki hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had received a lot of information. As for the sources of the information, most of it wasn't actually relayed by his own spies. Noki didn't dwell on it any longer. The most important thing now was how to deal with this guy in black armor. Naki's face grew serious. He knew that the person in front of him wouldn't be much weaker than him. Who exactly are you? Why are you looting so brazenly in a Wagakure? Noki questioned coldly. At the same time, he had already begun to gather chakra secretly, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. However, Uchiha Han was not foolish and did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Don't speak carelessly. How can a dignified Sachikuge slander someone without reason? Uchiha Han feigned an aggrieved expression and said, "They were the ones who attacked first. Okay, I need some medical fees. Isn't that reasonable?" Uchiha Han waved his hand. Noki couldn't help but feel a bit angry, thinking how could this guy be so unreasonable? He had already gone to the Red Rock clan leader to clarify the situation. Why pretend to be foolish? Naki's tone became even colder. In that case, I must ask you to come with me to the Umbu. As soon as his words fell, chakra erupted from within Naki's body. His age body was swift in forming hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Instantly, cracks appeared beneath Uchiha Han's feet, and a rock-formed Earth Dragon lunged toward him. Uchiha Han leaped up and then swung the meteor spear down, heavily striking the top of the Earth Dragon's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the Earth Dragon was instantly shattered. However, the massive rocks and dust scattered, temporarily obscuring Uchiha Han's line of sight. Uchiha Han's body fell under the force of gravity. Just then, a tall stone figure suddenly materialized behind him. The stone figure had a somewhat grotesque face, and its two massive, powerful arms immediately moved to strike Uchiha Han. If it were anyone else, they would have no way to dodge and would be crushed into pulp in an instant. Fortunately, Uchiha Han, in his armored state, had significant enhancements in all aspects. Although his vision was blocked, he still sensed the danger behind him immediately. Uchiha Han swung the meteor spear in his hand. The meteor spear once again drew out the water source within Uchiha Han. As he swung the meteor spear, this water power formed a thick water sphere around Uchiha Han. The stone figure's palms slammed down onto the water sphere surrounding Uchiha Han, instantly dissipating its force. Then, with a thought, Uchiha Han's chakra surged wildly, driving the water source to burst forth from the meteor spear. Boom! With a loud explosion, the water sphere instantly shattered. The powerful force erupted, engulfing the stone figure in an instant. The stone figure was obliterated under this terrifying force, turning to ashes. To be honest, Noki really didn't expect that. He was well aware of the strength of his own Earth release jutsu. However, the opponent was able to easily break it. This was definitely an elite ninja. Without a doubt, an elite ninja. No matter which ninja village it was, a Jonin was certainly a high-tier combat force and would not easily infiltrate foreign lands, let alone an elite ninja. Furthermore, even among the 5 great ninja villages, aside from their respective leaders, it would be hard to find a second elite ninja. This guy. Noki became increasingly cautious and serious in his heart. He did not hesitate any longer and slowly extended his hands in front of him. His palms formed a triangular shape. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Han naturally saw Naka's gesture. With such a symbolic movement, how could he not know? Dust release. Uchiha Han did not dare to be careless. The power of dust release was terrifying, with incredible destructive capability. Uchiha Han did not know if his armor could withstand it. However, no matter what, it was definitely better to dodge if possible. Only a fool would choose to take it head-on. So, Uchiha Han immediately activated the strength of all his muscles and began to dodge with all his might. In almost an instant, a white cube shot out from Naka's palm. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, his body moved, and the cube just grazed past him. That was close. Uchiha Han let out a sigh of relief. But then he frowned. The terrifying aura emanating from that cube was something he sensed clearly. No wonder it was dust release. Chapter 222. Take my shot. No wonder it was dust release. Uchiha Han was very shocked in his heart. It was his first time directly experiencing such a terrifying ninjutsu. He had not yet felt the same level of destructive power from the Rasengan. Uchiha Han gripped the meteor spear tightly and became somewhat nervous. He stared at Noki, who was floating in mid-air, and with a push of his legs, charged forward. Since dust release was a powerful ninjutsu that favored long-range attacks, Uchiha Han planned to close the distance. Noki was naturally aware of Uchiha Han's intentions, so how could he let him have his way? Dust release, original world stripping technique. Noki brought his palms together at his chest, and a massive cube shot toward Uchiha Han once more. Uchiha Han stepped into the air, twisting his body to the side to avoid the cube. However, at that moment, Noki slightly shifted his palms to the side. The cube that had been shot out also moved along with his palms. Originally, Uchiha Han had dodged, and the cube had grazed past him, but with this slight shift, it was now directly able to hit him. Not good. Uchiha Han was alarmed. He had just stepped into the air, and his body had not stabilized, making it impossible to dodge effectively in time. There was no choice. He could only take it head-on. Uchiha Han immediately swung the meteor spear. Sky-splitting wave kill. Uchiha Han shouted, somewhat boosting his own morale. The meteor spear spun rapidly as he swung it, with the spear tip and body swirling. Torrents of rushing water surged from the void, instantly forming a mighty wave centered around Uchiha Han. This technique was something he had comprehended himself. The manipulation of the 5 elemental powers, mixed with chakra, leaned more toward the realm of ninjutsu. Therefore, it was certainly far inferior to the ceiling-killing techniques of his armor. However, its power would not be less than those of bloodline limit ninjutsu. The waves surged, instantly enveloping Uchiha Han. At this moment, both of them were suspended in mid-air. If someone looked up from the ground, they would see a turbulent river suddenly appearing in the air, with the water flowing rapidly in a magnificent momentum. Naka's dust release struck this wave and was quickly dispersed by its force. Of course, the disintegration ability of dust release also caused it to touch the water flow and decompose into air, or, from a microscopic perspective, it was directly decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen atoms. The fact that this person could perform such a powerful water release ninjutsu in midair, where there was not a drop of water around, and summon such a terrifying wave was truly incredible. Noki was deeply shocked. It was known that, generally speaking, various elemental ninjutsu would be limited by terrain. A ninja's chakra was finite, and to perform such large-scale water release ninjutsu often required a river or ocean terrain. Yet the area around Iwabikure was filled with rocky mountains. Where would the water come from? Even so, Uchiha Han had directly summoned a surging river. Even a mist village, which excelled in water release, would probably struggle to find a second ninja capable of performing such large-scale water release ninjutsu in this terrain. Even the Mizukage would probably not be able to do it easily, Noki thought. Therefore, Naka's heart became even heavier and more serious, and the wrinkles on his already wrinkled face deepened. At this time, many Umbu members had gathered on the ground. Several elite Nin-level ninjas also began to observe, although they had always prided themselves on their superior strength. Seeing that even their own Tsuchikage was struggling to gain the upper hand, they knew they would be of no help. In battles of this level, they could only act as bystanders. At this moment, Uchiha Han was continuously gathering the surrounding water flow. The waves surged and roared with an overwhelming momentum. As Uchiha Han waved the meteor spear, the water flow increased, and the momentum continued to grow. The originally somewhat dry air under the moisture of the waves made those around feel as if they were at the seaside. Although most of them had never been to the coast, that did not hinder their imagination. The moonlight spilled down, illuminating the rushing water. The waves around Uchiha Han, under the moonlight, transformed into a silver ribbon, dotting the monotonous, colorless night sky. However, such a scene did not evoke any lingering feelings from those present. Instead, it heightened their tension. Even those standing on the ground, at a considerable distance, could feel the terrifying momentum contained within the surging waves. It was as if every drop of water contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. They instinctively sought out sheltered places, worried that the water flow in the air might come crashing down. They had a premonition that even a single drop of water could directly penetrate their flesh. Therefore, everyone was extremely apprehensive. Your strength is extraordinary. I really don't understand why you would covet wealth. Noki shook his head and said, logically speaking, for someone of their level, wealth should be trivial. After all, with their strength, they could easily obtain whatever they wanted. Uchiha Han pouted, thinking that he was a well-fed person who did not understand the hunger of the starving. Moreover, wasn't that Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization also obsessed with money? What's the problem with that? As the saying goes, ninjas love money, and it is taken through proper means. However, Uchiha Han still pretended to agree, nodding heavily. You're right. That makes a lot of sense. But first, take my shot. Uchiha Han quoted lewdly. This shout, though seemingly not rough, carried an overwhelming majesty that echoed through the air, leaving everyone present in a daze. Anoki furrowed his brows, channeling all the chakra within him without holding back. The rocks formed by his chakra instantly shielded him, standing firm like a small mountain. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, feeling the immense power within him, guiding it with his will. Then, as his voice fell, Uchiha Han's right hand suddenly exerted force, using his strength to propel his entire body, and the meteor spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding waves began to surge violently, like a catastrophic tsunami, threatening to engulf the entire world. In an instant, the originally pitch-black night seemed to be shrouded in layers of tsunami haze, dark clouds gathering, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Chapter 223, The Decisive Moment. Uchiha Han stood atop the waves, slowly lowering his center of gravity, with the meteor spear pointing straight at Anoki. The waves roared, and behind Uchiha Han, waves surged one after another, continuously rushing forward. At this moment, everyone held their breath, especially Anoki, who tightly clasped his hands together, trying to make the rock shield in front of him even sturdier. He could sense the terrifying power of Uchiha Han's gathered strike. Although Anoki was very confident in his own strength, facing an opponent who might not be much weaker than himself, he could not afford to be careless with this all-out attack. In fact, if he let his guard down for even a moment, it could cost him his life. It had been many years since he felt this way after becoming the Tsuchikage. The last time he felt such a sense of crisis was the last time, just as Anoki involuntarily began to recall the past. Uchiha Han's body moved in an instant. Anoki sensed it immediately, tightening his mind and focusing all his chakra into the front. Heavenly Wave Kill, Uchiha Han shouted, and the surrounding waves surged even more ferociously. It was as if a ferocious beast had opened its massive jaws, charging straight at Anoki. In just a moment, the meteor spear pierced in front of Anoki. An incredibly turbulent stream of water wrapped around the spear. At the same time, the water flowed in rapid rotation, containing terrifying impact and cutting power. Sizzle. The spear tip and the water struck the rock shield in front of Anoki. The spear tip and the water spun rapidly, and the point of penetration immediately developed cracks around it, quickly spreading outwards. Sizzle. 2 seconds later. Boom! With a loud explosion, the rock shield in front of Onoki shattered instantly. God, that Tsuchikige's rock mountain technique was actually shattered in one blow. This mysterious person is actually powerful to this extent. The ninjas below widen their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. Their strongest ninja, the Tsuchikige who was said to be invincible in the ninja world, was actually at a disadvantage. Unheard of. Could the Tsuchikige actually lose? At this moment, many people felt this thought surge in their hearts. They didn't want to have such thoughts. However, the scene before them made it impossible not to worry. The terrifying momentum truly made it hard for anyone to generate a fighting spirit of resistance. No, look. At this moment, a sharp-eyed ninja suddenly shouted. His tone had shifted from previous disappointment and fear to excitement. Uchiha Han's meteor spear pierced through Onoki's rock shield. However, at the moment the rock shattered, Uchiha Han caught sight of Onoki hiding behind a rock. At this time, Onoki clasped his hands together, forming a triangular gesture. Dust release. Limit removal technique. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, his heart suddenly trembling. Onoki's palms erupted with a massive beam of light. Like the previous cube, it possessed terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the limit removal technique, as an upgraded version of the original world removal technique, not only had even more terrifying power, but also moved at a much faster speed. Unlike the original world removal technique, which took a moment from Onoki's gathering to impact Uchiha Han, the limit removal technique was instantaneous, directly manifesting as a beam of light. Everything it passed through was directly decomposed into atomic state. Furthermore, the resulting explosion would be even more powerful. This is the strongest ninjutsu of the bloodline elimination dust release. It is also the most powerful ninjutsu of Awagakure. Both Onoki and the second Tsuchikage had killed countless strong enemies on the battlefield with dust release. It could be said that the existence of dust release had led to the present state of Awagakure, standing as one of the 5 great nations. The limit removal technique could be compared to Konoha's wood release in status. Uchiha Han focused his thoughts, and the waves swirling around him instantly gathered in front of him, forming a thick wall of water. Sizzle. Onoki's beam of light struck the water wall, erupting with intense sparks. The water flow was continuously decomposed by the dust release, but an unending stream of water continued to gather in front of Uchiha Han. Onoki's limit removal technique was thus continuously consumed by Uchiha Han. Soon, the beam of light began to dim. Damn it! Onoki grunted angrily, feeling an immense shock in his heart. His dust release was incredibly terrifying, and in the past few decades, he had never missed except when facing that one being. As long as he used dust release, any resistance from the opponent would be instantly decomposed and obliterated. Moreover, the limit removal technique had never encountered a foe before. However, today, the opponent had used some powerful ninjutsu to withstand his dust release. The limit removal technique actually could not directly penetrate the opponent's water flow. This was truly unacceptable for Onoki. If that's the case, let's see whose chakra reserves are greater. Onoki scoffed coldly. With his extensive battle experience, how would he be a loss? Although he could not penetrate the opponent's defense, the opponent could not solve his attack either. Once he used dust release, the opponent would have no choice but to dodge or defend, having no opportunity for a counterattack. As long as his chakra was sufficient, he could remain undefeated. The chakra consumed by dust release was enormous. However, the ninjutsu that could withstand dust release would also be an unimaginable drain on the opponent. Onoki thought to himself, as the third Tsuchikage, standing tall in the ninja world for many years, his chakra was naturally not to be questioned. Though he was getting older and his chakra was not as strong as in his youth, Onoki could tell from Uchiha Han's voice that the opponent was not very old. Although he did not know why his strength was so terrifying in terms of chakra amount, as long as he was not a Jinchuriki, it was absolutely impossible for the opponent to have more than himself. Onoki was very confident about this. And indeed, Onoki was correct. The three-tailed chakra within Uchiha Han was mostly used to form his clones, and the chakra possessed by the clones was even less than that of the main body. This was the biggest flaw of having 2 clones. Therefore, in the upcoming battle, the key to victory lay in the amount of chakra each of them had. Uchiha Han was also aware of this. A prolonged battle would be extremely unfavorable for him. Chapter 224, A Life and Death Strike. A prolonged battle would be extremely unfavorable for him. Therefore, for Uchiha Han, a quick resolution was the best way to fight. But can it be resolved quickly? As Onoki speculated, it is very difficult for Uchiha Han to find an opportunity to counterattack against Dust Release. Once he falls into Onoki's rhythm, not to mention holding on until his chakra is exhausted, he might inadvertently fall victim to his Dust Release. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han furrowed his brows tightly. Look, I knew it. Lord Tsuchikage is the strongest. Unbeatable. The gloom on the faces of the rock shinobi below was swept away, and they all began to cheer excitedly, as if they were cheering for Onoki. In a ninja world, regardless of the ninja village, personal worship is somewhat severe. The absolute authority of the Kage is rarely questioned. Most ninjas, even jonin, have a fanatical admiration for the Kage. This is unavoidable. Although Uchiha Han, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, finds this undesirable. He cannot change it for now, and he does not want to change it either. Go, Lord Tsuchikage! Go, Lord Tsuchikage! The young Chunin were very excited and began to cheer loudly for Onoki. However, these voices fell into Onoki's ears, making his old face blush. It's a bit embarrassing. At this moment, the 2 clan leaders who had been robbed by Uchiha Han also rushed over. Seeing Uchiha Han at a disadvantage, they immediately felt a sense of relief. They must catch this annoying guy. The leader of the Hongyan clan clenched his fists, his anger rising, because he found that he seemed to be unable to get hard. Earlier, at the moment when the flood was about to burst out, he was suddenly frightened by Uchiha Han. In an instant, he went soft. Now, he found that he couldn't lift it up. Don't think too much, after all. I'm still injured. Once I'm healed, I can definitely showcase my prowess again. The leader of the Hongyan clan covered his injured right shoulder and involuntarily took a deep breath. Although he comforted himself like this in his heart, for some reason, he felt a strong sense of worry. The leader of the Hongyan clan swallowed hard, instinctively lowering his head to look at the flat area, which even had a slight depression. His wife gently held his hand, her delicate face still a bit shaken. Her own strength was weaker, and encountering such danger for the first time, she naturally couldn't be like the leader of the Hongyan clan. However, the leader of the Hongyan clan looked at his beloved, charming wife and felt a strange anger in his heart. This feeling was very strange. He had never felt it before. Perhaps it was due to a certain part of him. At this moment in midair, the battle between Uchiha Han and Onoki became increasingly tense. Onoki continuously used Dust Release, alternating between the original world separation technique and the limit separation technique, completely restricting Uchiha Han's movements to merely defending against his ninjutsu. Now, Uchiha Han was completely trapped in Onoki's rhythm. However, both of them seemed to have a kind of tacit understanding. They were repeating their techniques, without advancing a step or retreating a step. It was as if they were caught in a certain balance. On the surface, however, Uchiha Han was indeed at a disadvantage. Damn it, I didn't expect my earth-shattering wave of destruction to be resolved like this in the end. Uchiha Han felt a bit unwilling. He had not yet unleashed his strongest power, and he was forced to shift to defense. It felt just as uncomfortable as being forced to stop in the middle of something. Uchiha Han wanted to vent his frustration. However, after several rounds of confrontation, Uchiha Han's chakra was visibly depleting. Of course, Onoki's consumption was also enormous. After all, the power of Dust Release was so strong that the consumption was naturally significant. Both of them were feeling the strain. However, Uchiha Han's chakra was only at the level of a jonin. Compared to Onoki, it was definitely far inferior. After all, Uchiha Han was only 12 or 13 years old. The age difference was obvious. Although there were many geniuses in various ninja villages, and it was not uncommon for a 12 or 13-year-old to become a jonin, those who became jonin did so because their overall strength reached that level, excelling in either physical techniques, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu. However, the amount of chakra was difficult to reach the same level. The refinement of chakra is not only related to one's diligence in training, but is also tied to age. Essentially, chakra is extracted from one's own cells, and this process is closely related to one's development. It increases with physical growth and diminishes with aging. Even Kakashi had less chakra when he became a jonin than Uchiha Han has now. Therefore, soon, Uchiha Han's chakra would be running low. No, I can't drag this out any longer. There's no time. Uchiha Han began to feel anxious. He had originally thought he could wait for Onoki to show a flaw since the opponent was older and his body might not hold up. But unexpectedly, his chakra was the first to give out. Then let's go all out for one last time. Uchiha Han made up his mind. At this moment, a huge cube flew quickly in front of him. It was Onoki's original world separation technique. Uchiha Han's eyes sharpened, and he no longer conserved chakra like before. He directly activated the power within him, and under the guidance of chakra, the surrounding waves surged violently once again. Although the surrounding waves were nearly half less than before, their ferocity was even greater. Go! The rushing water instantly gathered in front of Uchiha Han, and in the blink of an eye, a giant wave over 10 meters high rose up. That magnificent momentum seemed enough to engulf the entire Iwagakure. Boom! With a loud bang, the cube of the original world separation technique exploded instantly, and the giant wave was also shattered into pieces. However, a large portion was directly transformed in a mist by the explosive aftermath. This guy is going all out. Seeing Uchiha Han disregarding chakra consumption, Anoki naturally guessed his thoughts. Anoki did not dare to be careless and no longer cared about his own chakra consumption. He gathered all his chakra into his palms. He knew that after this blow, Uchiha Han would have no strength left to counterattack. What he needed to do was to withstand Uchiha Han's last desperate strike. Chapter 225, The Final Strike. Earth-shattering wave of destruction. At this moment, the entire sky above Iwagakure seemed to be shrouded in a thick haze. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Anoki held his breath. He no longer had time to use dust release to interrupt Uchiha Han's buildup. He could only exert all his strength to operate his chakra for defense. He could feel that the attack Uchiha Han was about to unleash with all his remaining power was definitely terrifying. Even he could not be careless at all. In midair, the waves swirled, completely surrounding Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han crouched down, holding the meteor spear sideways behind him, lowering his center of gravity like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. However, the power he contained was not something a beast could compare to. The surrounding space seemed to tremble under this rushing water, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Anoki held his breath, continuously condensing hard. Towering rocks in front of him. They were at least 4 or 5 times larger than the previous rock shield. Moreover, the defensive power had increased geometrically. It can be said that for many years after becoming the Tsuchikage, Anoki had never been so cautious and serious. The flow of time around seemed to slow down significantly. However, in reality, the entire process of Uchiha Han's buildup took less than a second. At that moment, the chakra and the source of water within Uchiha Han reached an extreme point. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. Heaven-shocking, riptide kill. Accompanied by Uchiha Han's loud shout, the surrounding water converged, forming a colossal wave that swept across the heavens and the earth. The sky above Iwagakure was also filled with howling winds, and the dark clouds overhead instantly unleashed a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The originally cool night suddenly turned cold, making everyone present shiver involuntarily, their bodies instinctively curling up. The fierce wind howled, its sound resembling the roar of a ferocious beast and the screech of a demon, sending chills down people's spines. The air around became incredibly humid and extremely cold. The bone-chilling cold, combined with the raging wind, made everyone feel as if ice spikes were hitting their faces. Whoosh! The giant waves surged. Finally, Uchiha Han's body moved. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Han vanished from his original spot. The surging giant wave rushed forward, like a prehistoric beast opening its enormous maw. An incredibly fierce momentum erupted instantly, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Everyone present felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their backs, making it difficult to breathe. Those with strong abilities felt slightly better, but the Chunin present were dizzy, their blood surging, and their bodies almost unable to move. What a powerful pressure. One person said with great difficulty, and then knelt down with a thud. The cold rainwater instantly soaked him. Following that, the other weaker IWA shinobi also knelt down one after another. A few Jounin nearby, seeing this scene, instinctively wanted to step forward to check on their condition, only to find that even moving was extremely difficult for them. There was no choice but to hope that Lord Tsuchikage could defeat the enemy quickly. This thought filled their minds. In such a battle, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Anoki. The weak had no ability to resist in the face of harsh reality. This was the tragedy of this world. Bang! Finally, the giant wave crashed against the rock shield in front of Anoki. The massive tsunami instantly engulfed Anoki along with his rock shield. The rushing water continuously battered the rock, and under the immense impact, cracks began to gradually appear on the rock shield. Gather. Anoki continued to channel chakra, the surrounding rock shield converging to directly envelop him, forming a hollow rock sphere. Anoki gritted his teeth and increased the chakra flow, not daring to hold back at all, attempting to repair the spreading cracks on the rock shield. Streams of resolute chakra spread across the rock shield, wrapping around the cracks and sealing them. However, even with Inoki's efforts, the speed at which he could repair was not enough to keep up with the spreading cracks. Yet, there was still a noticeable effect. The speed of the cracks spreading visibly slowed down. At this rate, barring any accidents, it would likely take some time for the cracks to completely breach Inoki's defenses. However, Uchiha Han's attack had not yet been unleashed. The real attack was yet to come. Damn, this guy's attack is so strong. Inoki was incredibly shocked, although he had long prepared himself mentally, knowing that Uchiha Han's desperate strike would not be to be underestimated. He did not expect that just the prelude to the attack would nearly overwhelm him. Inoki could see that most of the power in Uchiha Han's final strike was concentrated in that spear. The towering wave was merely a manifestation of the power of the heavens and earth that Uchiha Han had summoned. It was more of a visualization of momentum rather than an attack itself. Inoki felt a chill in his heart, and the once supremely confident him couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Could he really withstand the opponent's final blow? Inoki was genuinely a bit flustered. From the initial calmness, though there was some anger and confusion, he had never doubted his own strength. But now, feeling the terrifying momentum of Uchiha Han up close, the unwavering belief in his heart began to waver. Although it was just for a moment, Inoki knew that cracks had begun to appear in his state of mind. This was incredibly lethal for any powerful ninja. Suddenly, a blue giant figure seemed to faintly appear before his eyes. So it really has become his inner demon? Inoki laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. He thought it was somewhat ridiculous that he associated the current situation with that person from back then. Although he admitted that the person before him was undoubtedly not much weaker than himself, compared to that individual from back then, he was still far behind. At that time, he had no ability to resist at all. Even with his current strength, he understood even more how astonishing the gap in strength was behind the sense of oppression he felt back then. This was far beyond what the person before him could compare to. The towering giant wave continued to swirl. The momentum around surged to its peak. The center of the wave suddenly parted, and Uchiha Han's figure abruptly emerged. A flash of cold light. Heaven-shocking Riptide Kill. Chapter 226. Be annihilated under the dust release. Heaven-shocking Riptide Kill. This time, Uchiha Han's voice was resolute and powerful. These 5 words echoed throughout Iwagakure. Even many villagers who were originally fast asleep were suddenly awakened by this voice. Is it thunder? A villager suddenly sat up, as if he could still hear that cold voice ringing in his ears. Inoki immediately channeled chakra, gritting his teeth, and desperately reinforced the rock sphere enveloping him. This was all he could do at that moment. Uchiha Han's eyes narrowed, radiating an exceptionally sharp and cold brilliance. All of his power converged into the meteor spear. The surrounding giant waves receded from the rock sphere, continuously gathering and compressing, and in the blink of an eye, formed a transparent stream of water containing terrifying power. This stream of water spiraled around the spear body of the meteor spear, and the spear tip refracted several dazzling rays of light under the water's embrace. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, suddenly appearing so glaring that it was impossible to look directly at it. At this moment, the power contained within the meteor spear had reached its peak. If he continued to gather power, it would not only fail to increase its strength, but would even cause the already condensed power to start dissipating. Therefore, this was Uchiha Han's best opportunity. One thrust. Uchiha Han shook his right shoulder, and his entire body, along with the meteor spear, transformed into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the rock sphere. The tip of the meteor spear struck the rock. It paused for a moment. Z. In an instant, from the tip of the spear as the center, countless cracks appeared in an instant. Within a breath, the cracks rapidly spread throughout the entire rock sphere. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the rock sphere instantly exploded. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the originally large boulders were all shattered into fine gravel, even powder. However, Uchiha Han's meteor spear did not stop. The immense power contained within it did not diminish. With the rock balls no longer blocking his path, Uchiha Han's body continued to thrust forward with the meteor spear. At this moment, Inoki was also prepared to respond. Inoki knew very well that his rock balls could not possibly withstand Uchiha Han's desperate attack. Even with the additional earth style, ultra-heavy rock technique applied to the rock balls, his specialty was not defense, but attack. The destructive power of dust release was terrifying. Thus, he had expended a large amount of chakra to form these rock balls just to buy time. The longer he could delay, the more time he would have to prepare. in battles at their level. Even a moment's breath could decide many details. At this moment, Inoki was already ready, a confident smile on his face. Uchiha Han, breaking through the rock balls, naturally saw Inoki's smile and felt a bit tense. However, the immense power coming from the meteor spear made him stop thinking about other issues. In his mind, there was only one will and thought, to thrust forward and break through everything. He felt as if he had the power to pierce through the heavens. Earth-style, rock technique. With a loud shout from Inoki, the dust that had been floating in the air gathered together. This dust was the debris from his earlier rock ball explosion. Then, the falling gravel seemed to be pulled by gravity, immediately changing direction and flying back, merging with the dust once again. In an instant, the dust and gravel coalesced into two towering rock giants, one on the left and one on the right, pinning Uchiha Han in between. Inoki's purpose in doing this was not to rely on the two rock giants to break Uchiha Han's attack. Instead, it was to seal off Uchiha Han's movements. The reason for wanting to restrict Uchiha Han's actions was because Inoki's palms once again formed a triangular gesture in front of him. Earth-style, limit removal technique. A dazzling beam of light shot out from his palms. Accompanying this was an aura of violent destruction. Bang! With a loud crash, the beam collided fiercely with the tip of the meteor spear. To be precise, it was the layer of water surrounding the meteor spear that clashed with the beam. For a moment, the meteor spear could not advance an inch. Uchiha Han was naturally shocked. This old man really had some skills. Uchiha Han murmured. This attack contained all of his remaining power. The momentary burst of power should have had the strength of a Kage, yet he found himself evenly matched against Inoki. It seemed that Uchiha Han had overestimated himself a bit. Of course, a significant part of the reason was Inoki. At this moment, Inoki was much younger than he was during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story, and his combat power was naturally stronger. Even among ninja of the Kage level, Inoki was in the upper echelons. To put it this way, aside from the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows and Ibido, Inoki could almost be considered the strongest in the entire ninja world. However, this did not mean Inoki was invincible. At least, against Minato's Flying Thunder God, Inoki would find it difficult to defend himself. Among these top-tier powerhouses, especially those who excel in a particular field, it is almost impossible to determine a clear winner without encountering obvious counterrelationships. This is what maintains the balance among the 5 great nations. Even as various conflicts and disputes arise, the overall pattern remains intact, because, although their strengths vary, they are still on the same level. Unless someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha appears, clearly not on the same dimensional level as others, that would change the entire landscape of the ninja world. So, even in the original story, Minato understood the roots of the hatred and suffering that continually arose in this world, but he lacked the power to change it. No matter who you are, if you dare to wreak havoc in our Wagakure, I will never spare you. At this moment, Inoki regained his confidence. The two were locked in an evenly matched state. However, Uchiha Han was making a desperate, all-out attack. In contrast, while Inoki was also using all his strength with the earth-style, limit removal technique, it was certainly more sustainable than Uchiha Han's attack. Soon, after a few seconds, Inoki could clearly sense Uchiha Han's power and momentum weakening. The corners of Inoki's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a very smug arc. Beak annihilated under the dust release. Inoki shouted, as if pronouncing Uchiha Han's death sentence. As soon as the words left his mouth, he thrust his palms forward, continuing to channel power. And the chakra within him surged once again, making the beam shooting from his palms even more terrifying. Oh no! Suddenly, Inoki let out a cry of pain. Chapter 227, The End. Oh no! Inoki cried out, and the beam of light gathered in his palm instantly dissipated. He clutched his waist in pain. Damn it! How'd I pull a muscle at this time? Inoki's forehead began to bead with sweat. He felt an immense sense of urgency. In battles at their level, any slight flaw could lead to deadly consequences. For example, now, the advantage he was about to gain had vanished in an instant. Inoki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and tried to gather the earth-style, limit removal technique again. But that moment of disruption had made Uchiha Han's eyes light up. How could he waste such a good opportunity? In an instant, the massive resistance in front of the meteor spear vanished. Though it was only for a moment, it was enough for Uchiha Han to turn the tide of battle. Break for me, Uchiha Han shouted, channeling all his strength once more. The meteor spear erupted with dazzling light, the flowing water at the tip spinning rapidly. The sound of high-speed friction with the air could be clearly heard. The spear shot out like a dragon, The swirling water now seemed to transform into a mighty, coiling dragon, its momentum grand. The meteor spear appeared to carry the might to annihilate the world. This is bad. Inoki's pupils contracted, and he could no longer care about the pain in his body. Although his back hurt terribly, if he couldn't block this spear, he would truly die. Earth-style, limit removal technique. Inoki hurriedly activated it, gathering another massive beam of light in his palms. However, unlike before when he was well prepared, this time, in his panic, the dust release he gathered was naturally not comparable to the previous one. Break for me. At this moment, Uchiha Han's momentum had reached an unstoppable level. The dust release that Inoki hastily gathered had not fully unleashed its power. It only managed to halt the meteor spear for a few seconds before it was shattered by a single thrust. Of course, the terrifying power of the dust release still erupted, offsetting some of the spear's momentum. However, even so, the might of Uchiha Han's spear remained blinding. The pouring rain from the sky seemed to become part of Uchiha Han's momentum. The wind howled fiercely. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Dayanmu's pupils trembled, and his body instantly became stiff. A strong sense of fear arose in his heart. A ninja, no matter how strong, is ultimately just a mortal. Unless they have a few exceptional bloodlines, being pierced by a single shot leaves no chance of survival. Not good. A sense of death surged in Dayanmu's heart. It was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Am I getting old after all? In that moment, Dayanmu's mind became very ethereal. The fear and anxiety that had filled his heart were suddenly swept away by some force. In its place was a long-lost feeling of calm and peace. Suddenly, a very familiar figure appeared in front of him, though it felt somewhat strange due to the long passage of time. His master, the second Tsuchikage Mu. Then, the image flashed by, showing his son, K2, his granddaughter, Kuroto, and his disciples, the ninja villagers of Iwagakure. No, I am a Tsuchikage. How can I give up? Although my body is old, my heart must never grow weak. Dayanmu suddenly opened his eyes, and a resolute light flickered in them. However, he did not explode with power like the protagonists in novels and comics. He simply reignited his fighting spirit. Block it for me. Dayanmu gritted his teeth and immediately used chakra as a medium to summon the two towering rock giants he had called forth earlier. Bang! With a loud noise. The giant hands of the rock giants came crashing down, firmly blocking in front of Dayanmu. Then, their bodies followed closely behind, pressing together to form a hard shield. Bang! The meteor spear instantly pierced the rock giants. Unlike the previous dust release, the rock giants summoned by the earth release, the earth-grasping technique had an astonishing defensive power. In the original work, they even blocked Madara's 8-span shaku, combined with Gaara's Karura's shield. Thus, the two rock giants held out for several dozen breaths before finally being pierced through, turning to dust and floating in the air. However, this time, the power of Uchiha Han's shot was significantly diminished once again. Earth release, earthquake core. Dayanmu's eyes sharpened, and the dust from the shattered rock giants was once more drawn out, condensing into a tall earthen wall to block in front of him. However, its defensive power was far inferior to that of the rock giants. Bang! This time, the meteor spear barely slowed down. Yet, with each impact, the power of Uchiha Han's shot had been greatly reduced. Its momentum was almost gone. The surrounding waves had calmed down, and the heavy rain in the sky had also entered a state of thunder and heavy raindrops. As the saying goes, one burst of energy leads to decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. Uchiha Han's shot, under constant obstruction, had its momentum continuously diminished, and its power naturally could not be sustained. The waves swirling around the spear seemed to dull slightly, and overall, it no longer had the grandeur it once possessed. Ziz. Even so, this was still Uchiha Han's final full-force strike. The speed remained incredibly fast. In an instant, it had already pierced in front of Dayanmu. At this moment, Dayanmu's palm once again condensed a cube. Dust release. Original realm separation technique. His chakra consumption was already quite large. If he overexerted himself further, combined with his old age, it could pose a life-threatening risk. Moreover, Dayanmu sensed that the power of Uchiha Han's shot had been greatly diminished. So he thought that using another original realm separation technique should be enough to block it. However, he did not expect that Uchiha Han's speed was still very fast, and his original realm separation technique had not fully formed yet. Bang! With a loud noise, the meteor spear instantly pierced through the cube. The clash between dust release and the meteor spear created a terrifying shockwave that exploded outward. Chapter 228, Leaving Iwagakure Boom. With a loud noise, The clash of chakra between Uchiha Han and Dayanmu produced a violent impact, and an incredibly powerful shockwave instantly filled the Wagakure. It was as if a giant rock had been dropped into a water tank, creating massive waves. The entire Wagakure was shaken by this shockwave. At this time, in a cave on the edge of a Wagakure, Deidara was squatting on the ground, bored doodling on the ground. How can I improve? Deidara's hands were scribbling randomly on the ground, but his mind was filled with his own art. The previous mushroom cloud made him feel that his art still had great room for improvement. Besides the explosion's power at the moment it occurred, he could also change its shape. It could create a visually stunning effect. However, the previous one created by Buka was really beautiful. How did he do it? The last mushroom cloud was something I accidentally created myself. I should have asked him for advice earlier. Deidara couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. He regretted not asking back then. Now, he was locked up here and had no idea when he could get out. That damned old man. Just thinking about the old man who locked him up made Deidara feel a surge of anger. Just then, the cave suddenly shook violently. Small rocks and gravel kept falling from above. What's going on? An earthquake? Deidara suddenly stood up, bewildered, and looked around. He ran to the cave entrance, which was blocked by an iron grate. Deidara looked out. All he could see were tall rocks, and he could only see a small part of the village, with the view above blocked. What on earth happened? Deidara felt very shocked. He also sensed the terrifying aura coming from above the village. One of the auras was all too familiar to him. It was his master Dayamu's. Is the old man fighting someone? Has it escalated to this level? Deidara knew very well what level of power Dayamu had, and to force his master to unleash such a powerful aura meant that the enemy was also an extremely formidable ninja. The commotion was so great. The old man should be fine, right? Deidara felt a twinge of worry. Wait, with their battle affecting such a wide area, it wouldn't hurt Buka, would it? Deidara suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. In his impression, although he could sense chakra within Buka, his strength should not be strong. If he were affected by the aftershocks of such a battle, he would likely be seriously injured. Losing his life was not impossible either. I hope Buka is okay. Otherwise, once I get out, I won't be able to find anyone to learn art from. Deidara began to pray for Uchiha Han in his heart. In his mind, Uchiha Han had become a guiding figure on his artistic journey. Therefore, Uchiha Han held a very important place in Deidara's heart. Boom! The aftershock hit him, and a fierce wind blew, making it impossible for Deidara to open his eyes. Damn, this aftershock is too strong. Deidara felt deeply shocked once again. He was still a distance from the village, yet the aftershock reaching here still had such a powerful momentum. One could only imagine how amazing and terrifying the power unleashed at the center of the battle was. So impressive. But I believe that one day my art will definitely surpass theirs. Deidara stepped back, where the wind was less intense. He clenched his fists, his face full of confidence and determination. In his clear eyes, the unique yearning of youth for the future blossomed. Returning to the center of the battlefield at this moment, the terrifying momentum had not yet completely dissipated. The surrounding air seemed to be violently shaken apart. The rock ninjas below were all blown away by this force, lying sprawled in corners on the walls, on the roofs, and other places. They had countless wounds on their bodies, as if cut by sharp blades. Many of the surrounding houses had also been significantly damaged. However, long before Uchiha Han and Noki started to fight, the villagers nearby had already fled to what they believed to be safe areas. Therefore, there were no ordinary villagers injured in the vicinity. Only this group of rock ninjas who had come to watch were affected. A few strong Nin struggled to get up, their brows furrowing as they moved, sharp pain immediately shooting from their wounds. However, their injuries were relatively light. When the explosion occurred, they reacted much faster than others, immediately using ninjutsu to defend. Although their defenses crumbled like paper before this residual wave, it was still better than the other Nin who had no resistance at all. The few of them looked around, and nearly all the Nin were lying there unconscious. Where's Lord Tsuchikage? They looked up and saw a vague aura lingering in the air, but there was no figure. They couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Look over there. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Nin spotted Noki collapsed in the nearby ruins. Seeing this, they hurriedly rushed over. Lord Tsuchikage! Lord Tsuchikage! They carefully helped Noki up. Noki groaned in pain. As he moved, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Hiss! Noki couldn't help but gasp. He was still haunted by the power of the earlier explosion. Where is that mysterious person? Noki didn't care about his injuries, feeling extremely anxious. Just now, he had been directly blown away and didn't know what Uchiha Han was like now. Noki was mainly worried that if the opponent still had combat capability, it would be terrible. Among the J-Nin, there was a sensory-type ninja who immediately began to sense the surroundings. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Lord Tsuchikage. I did not sense the opponent's presence. However, Noki still felt uneasy. For powerful beings at their level, it was really too easy to conceal themselves. Immediately dispatch a large number of people to search. Not a single corner of the village can be overlooked. Noki shouted angrily. Then, in his urgency, he pulled at his waist and quickly covered it. Yes. However, at this moment, Uchiha Han had already disappeared from Iwagakure. Chapter 229. After so long of developing in a sneaky manner, I can finally let loose. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Han's body appeared outside Iwagakure. He leaned against a rock, hiding his figure. Damn, my chakra has been completely exhausted, Uchiha Han said in shock. Earlier, with that astonishing tidal wave technique, he had spared no effort and gathered all his chakra. Fortunately, this was just a clone. Otherwise, exhausting his chakra would mean certain death. However, perhaps because this clone was formed from a large amount of Three Tails chakra, it was very stable. So, even though the clone's chakra was depleted, it did not dissipate. He just didn't know if this chakra depletion would affect recovery. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Then, the scene of his previous battle with Noki appeared in his mind. Naka's strength was indeed terrifying, but I have roughly figured out his level. A glint flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. Previously, he thought Noki had the strength of a strong Kage, but now it seemed a bit blurry. He should be slightly above the mid-Kage level, which means that in the current ninja world, the only one truly possessing the strength of a strong Kage is probably Nagato. As for Obito, he is still too young. He probably won't possess the strength of a strong Kage until he can skillfully use the power of Kamui. This is undoubtedly great news for Uchiha Han. The compatibility of the Black Rhino armor is only 45%, so its strength is definitely below that of the original body. If Noki hadn't suddenly hurt his waist, allowing me to seize the opportunity, I would most likely have lost after half a move. Overall, with the enhancement of the Flame Dragon Steed, the original body should at least be able to fight Noki to a standstill. Looking at it this way, in the entire ninja world, apart from a few Kage-level figures, including Obito and Nagato, I can almost say that I am invincible. Realizing this, Uchiha Han instantly felt a surge of pride. After sneaking and developing for so many years, I can finally start to let loose. Uchiha Han was extremely excited. Now he could finally do as he pleased without having to be as cautious as before. Moreover, if several clones gathered together, wouldn't that be a new team capable of rivaling the 5 Kage? Furthermore, their cooperation would only be closer and more flawless than the 5 Kage during the 4th Great Ninja War. With such power, even against the full force of Akatsuki, he could probably hold his own. If Nagato didn't intervene, even with Deva Path Pain, Uchiha Han was confident he could defeat them. Ha! Now I can boldly let loose. At this moment, Uchiha Han had no trace of defeat on his face. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. In an instant, the exhaustion caused by chakra depletion was swept away. A surge of energy seemed to rise from somewhere within him. Uchiha Han stood up and gradually moved away from Iwagakure. Although this trip to Iwagakure still had many regrets, at least he had obtained a lot of money. Over 100 million ryo. Uchiha Han had never seen so much money before. Damn, it turns out that a clan leader can actually have so much money. When he thought about how the usually frugal Uchiha, Fugaku, might secretly have a large sum of money hidden away in some dark corner, he felt a bit depressed. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so polite with them. He had worked for the guard team for so long for free. He should have at least gotten some payment, right? Damn it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. Of course, he wasn't truly angry. After all, he appreciated Fugaku's care over the years, and he wasn't the kind of person who would forget his roots. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. Moreover, this was not just a drop of water. Uchiha Han took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. He continued walking. Next, he would head towards Konoha, hoping to find some information about Jinchuriki. He had stayed in Iwagakure for so long, without finding any news about the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. It seemed he had probably left Iwagakure. Moreover, he had also heard that the 4 Tails Jinchuriki had a big argument with Noki recently, causing quite a bit of unhappiness, and seemed to have left the village as well. In response, Uchiha Han could only say that Iwagakure really is a bit oblivious. The Jinchuriki were actually allowed to leave the village. To be honest, Uchiha Han couldn't quite understand what Inoki and Iwagakure were thinking. Logically, They should be very aware of the power of Jinchuriki on the battlefield, comparable to nuclear bombs in his past life. How could someone let such a level of weaponry leave their line of sight? However, the Jinchuriki probably hadn't left the land of Earth. Moreover, since it wasn't wartime, Inoki might feel that there wouldn't be any issues on his own territory. After all, the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had grown up and could wield the power of the tailed beasts, making them formidable. There probably weren't many who could defeat them. So, Inoki felt there was no need to worry. However, this couldn't really be blamed on Inoki. After all, the existence of the Akatsuki organization went unnoticed by anyone in the ninja world. Even the strongest Konoha had received no information before the Akatsuki made their move. TSK, TSK, TSK. Uchiha Han clicked his tongue. However, it was convenient for him to act since he wasn't in the village. Uchiha Han felt a bit pleased with himself. This way, it would be easier for him to take action, and the resistance he faced would be significantly reduced. He could first gather information on the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, and then return to Konoha. When the time came, he would be able to extract chakra from that red hook of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Han thought happily to himself. A few days later, the entire Iwagakure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of concealment, and the air felt heavy and oppressive. Inoki sat in his office with a worried expression, one side of his body wrapped in bandages. However, he was too preoccupied with his injuries to care about them now. At that moment, Kuratsuchi walked in, but he kept his head down as if he had done something wrong. Inoki shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. What is going on with the Kamizukuri clan? Inoki asked coldly. This. Kuratsuchi stammered, seemingly frightened. What this? Stop stammering and say it. Inoki suddenly roared impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Kuratsuchi's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. The Kamizukuri clan has contacted several elders and other Kekkai Genkai clans in the past few days, tried to unite to impeach. Kuratsuchi didn't finish his sentence. Inoki lowered his gaze, frowning deeply. The Kamizukuri clan could be considered the most powerful clan in Iwagakure. The first Tsuchikage came from the Kamizukuri clan. Therefore, even if they didn't have a Kekkai Genkai, they held a significant position in Iwagakure and the entire land of Earth. It would be a lie to say they weren't coveting the position of Tsuchikage. However, until now, Inoki had not given them any leverage. But now was different. Inoki was gravely injured. Although he could recover after a period of rest, the Kamizukuri clan didn't think so. Moreover, they deliberately created public opinion, exaggerating the battle from a few days ago among the villagers. Now, the entire village was spreading rumors that Inoki had been defeated by a mysterious person, causing several major Kekkai Genkai clans to suffer heavy losses. For a time, the entire Iwagakure was in a state of panic. The villagers and ninjas who had originally trusted Inoki immensely began to waver and feel confused. The absolute faith and admiration they had built up for Inoki seemed to show signs of crumbling under the influence of certain individuals. This was not good news for Inoki. These guys really have a persistent greed. Inoki slammed his hand on the table angrily. When he first ascended to the position of Tsuchikage, the Kamizukuri clan obstructed him in various ways. Inoki had to exert a lot of effort to suppress them. However, the Kamizukuri clan was a prestigious family with considerable strength, an indispensable force for Iwagakure. So, as long as the Kamizukuri clan didn't go too far, Inoki didn't target them excessively. However, these days, those guys had started to act up again. Inoki was no longer as young as he used to be. Back then, he was full of confidence in his dust release and felt that the Kamizukuri clan couldn't stir up any trouble. Now, he was older and felt somewhat powerless, and the previous battle had made him less confident than before. The current head of the Kamizukuri clan was indeed a remarkable individual. Even Inoki had to admit that the other party was among the elite in Iwagakure in terms of talent and means. Inoki wore a worried expression, and Kuratsuchi stood there obediently, not daring to breathe a word. After a while, Inoki slowly raised his eyebrows, his gaze landing on several documents on the table. After hesitating for a moment, Inoki reached out and opened them. He breathed slowly, seemingly unable to make a decision. However, thinking about the current situation in the village, he realized he had no better option. Finally, Inoki made a decision. He quickly signed his name on those documents. Kuratsuchi, immediately send my response to the Reikage and the Kazekage. Kuratsuchi felt a shiver run down his spine as he stepped forward to take the two confidential documents. He became a bit curious and nervous. He guessed what it was about. This is... Inoki glanced at him, then nodded heavily. Let us go to war. Inoki coldly uttered those three words. Konoha village. Tsunade's house. Who? Uchiha Han was sweating profusely on his forehead, and a slight flush appeared on his face, as if he had just finished exercising. He felt somewhat exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained. Who? Uchiha Han slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, sat down, and took a small sip of tea to calm his nerves. At this moment, Tsunade, who was sitting beside him, suddenly opened her eyes wide. A look of fear appeared on her face, and her cheeks flushed deeply. Who? Tsunade's previously dazed eyes quickly regained clarity. How long did I last this time? Tsunade slowly stood up and walked to Uchiha Han's side to ask. Much improved from before, nearly an hour. Uchiha Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied. In recent days, he had been helping Tsunade experience the illusion that had caused her to develop blood phobia, gradually reconstructing it so that she could adapt to her fear. At first, Tsunade could only hold on for a few seconds before her mind began to collapse. But with the comfort of everyone, she gradually gathered her courage and began to face it calmly. Over the past few days, she went from a few seconds to a minute to over 10 minutes, and now to an hour today, making rapid progress. The main reason was that Tsunade was willing to overcome this fear. However, she had previously been unable to find a suitable and effective method, which made her feel hopeless. But now, Uchiha Han's method had given her hope, and naturally, her confidence was restored. After all, Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin, and as long as there was a suitable method combined with her own will, overcoming blood phobia was not difficult. In the original work, Tsunade ultimately overcomes her hemophobia largely due to her own small universe's explosion. Of course, it is also because of Naruto. After realizing her progress, a hint of joy appeared on Tsunade's face. She desired to heal her hemophobia more than anyone else. Now, she finally saw hope. She could really free herself from hemophobia. At this moment, she carefully recalled the two incredibly familiar faces that had disturbed her countless nights in the past. This time, she would not be terrified like before. The faces that had appeared in her nightmares were covered in blood and had grotesque expressions that terrified her. This time, those two faces were finally free of blood. Instead, they wore bright smiles. Cat Dan and Zue looked at her with cheerful expressions. Instantly, a warm current surged in Tsunade's heart, and that long-lost feeling made her whole body feel soft. Done? Zue, Tsunade instinctively murmured. Suddenly, she clenched her fists, opened her eyes, and a firm light flashed in her eyes. Well then, let today's treatment end here. Uchiha Han stood up and left. After all, it was getting late, and his body couldn't hold up any longer. Shortly after Uchiha Han left, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in with a pipe in his mouth, his expression somewhat grave. Tsunade, what have you decided? Chapter 231. Tsunade's Succession, the Fifth Hokage. Tsunade, what have you decided? Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. He felt very heavy-hearted, his face almost written with the word worry. Recently, the borders of the Land of Fire had been quite unstable, and he could sense the brewing turbulence. This was not a good sign. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad premonition in his heart. His intuition told him. This time, the situation might be somewhat dire. The entire ninja world, especially among the major countries centered around the Land of Fire, had a tendency towards impending stormy weather. At this time, Konoha needed a strong leader. Otherwise, if any changes occurred, they would be ill-prepared. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already thought it through. If Tsunade still could not succeed the Hokage position, he would have to step up temporarily himself. The Hokage position could not be taken lightly. Not just anyone could hold it. Currently, the only candidate for succession was Tsunade. If Tsunade couldn't do it, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to return, he would have to step up himself and wouldn't choose anyone else. After listening, Tsunade's expression became somewhat complicated. She lowered her head and did not immediately answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. However, this time, her hesitation was different from before. "Old man, do you really think I am the most suitable for this position?" Tsunade raised her head and asked very seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to understand something, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily. Tsunade smiled. Then, I'll do my best. Tsunade clasped her hands behind her back, and a smile like that of a young girl appeared on her face. Tsunade walked to the door and looked outside. At this moment, the sun was slowly setting, and the afterglow of the sunset shone on Tsunade's face as it passed through the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Tsunade's hair on both cheeks. The cool dusk unexpectedly made Tsunade feel a bit warm. The hazy light reflected off the various objects in the courtyard, creating a dazzling display. That was, in a daze, Tsunade seemed to see two hazy figures, one tall and one short. It seemed like the two figures were gazing at Tsunade, and then they broke into very radiant smiles. Seeing this, Tsunade also instinctively smiled from a heart. She hadn't smiled like this in a long time. She couldn't even remember the last time she smiled like this. In her heart, it seemed that a warm current suddenly surged, flowing through her entire body. Tsunade felt as if her body had become a bit lighter. Everything around her became very clear. Her five senses became more acute. Her entire state of mind became extremely ethereal, feeling as if she was in a fairyland. However, in just a moment, Tsunade retreated from this feeling. Tsunade opened her eyes again, and everything around her returned to normal. The earlier two figures had disappeared. However, a smile slowly blossomed on Tsunade's face, like a rose blooming in the cold winter. Dan, Zue, I will definitely do my best as Hokage. Tsunade clenched her fist, as if holding something very precious. After a while, Tsunade slowly relaxed her palm. That's really great. Seeing Tsunade agree, Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally overjoyed. The worries in his heart were greatly alleviated. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over, gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, his eyes full of relief. After all, she was his disciple, soon to become Hokage, and he was very excited. Thank you, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very seriously. How could he not know what kind of person Tsunade was? For her to settle down and be Hokage, it required her to make significant sacrifices. Old man, why say that? Tsunade smiled. At this moment, she felt very relaxed, like a rainbow appearing after the rain. Besides, Konoha was also founded by my grandfather and the others. Taking care of the village and the villagers is something I should do, right? Tsunade smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled back. Thus, Konoha began to prepare intensively for the succession ceremony of the 5th Hokage. At the same time, the news of Tsunade's succession to the 5th Hokage spread throughout the ninja world. However, it seemed a bit late. Because, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock as he slammed the documents on the table. Damn it! Hyumogekyure, Tsunagekyure, Iwagekyure have actually united to pressure our borders. Are they planning to start another war? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt both shocked and angry. He had guessed that the other major countries would have some small thoughts during this time. However, he did not expect them to take such a massive action. It should be known that recklessly starting a war comes with enormous pressure and consequences that cannot be easily borne. What are Noki and those guys thinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry. He was not surprised by Raikage's bad temper. Moreover, after what happened with Hinata, the other side must have been holding a grudge. He could understand Kumogakure's actions. However, Noki should not be such an irrational person, unless Noki could ensure that he would gain considerable benefits from this war. Old man, what should we do now? Tsunade asked with some concern. Your succession ceremony needs to be expedited, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Thus, the next day, under the pressure of the war situation, Tsunade's Hokage succession ceremony was held. Although it was very rushed, it generally went smoothly. Really, in just one day, I haven't even woven a sleeve for this outfit. An elderly woman sat in a room, stitching a piece of clothing and muttering, seemingly a bit displeased. Perhaps due to her anger, she accidentally pricked her finger. Everything is going wrong. I won't do this work anymore, the old woman said angrily, not sure if she was just sulking. On the other side, work had also begun on Hokage Rock. Seriously, so rushed. I haven't even perfected this model yet. The master craftsman complained as he started to carve. His young apprentice, helping out, saw his master's face full of complaints and began to console him. Master, I heard the situation at the border is very urgent right now. There's no way to be anxious at a time like this. However, the master shot him a glare. You knew, didn't you? Didn't need to say that? I was just venting a couple of words. When it comes to major matters like this, I definitely understand it better than you. The apprentice smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Chapter 232. A New Ninja World War? I open my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2756, Shadow 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 431. Taijutsu, 453. Jinjutsu, 511. Master de Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Body Flicker Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet Lightning Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 8. Due to continuously using Jinjutsu to heal Tsunade during this period, Although it was a huge drain on Uchiha Han, it greatly improved his Jinjutsu abilities. With the Sharingan evolving to 3 Tomo, his Jinjutsu value directly surpassed both his Taijutsu and Ninjutsu values by a large margin. I must say, this Sharingan is indeed impressive, Uchiha Han thought as he lay in bed. Although Tsunade had actively cooperated with him during these Jinjutsu applications, it also allowed Uchiha Han to make significant improvements. Uchiha Han roughly estimated that even a Jonin might not be able to evade his Jinjutsu, and even shadow-level powerhouses would be somewhat affected. This made Uchiha Han start to look forward to the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. Techniques like Tsukuyami, Kimyui, and Shursue's amazing Kodo Amatsukami, which were often highlighted in the original work, could almost elevate someone to shadow-level power. This was most evident in Ibido, with the fusion of armors. I already possess shadow-level strength. If I acquire the Manjiki, wouldn't that make me a definite super shadow? Uchiha Han felt even more excited. The Manjiki can also lead to eternal Manjiki and then to Rinnegan. Furthermore, there's still plenty of room for improvement in armor compatibility, especially with the yet-to-be-unlocked Imperial armor. Uchiha Han still has a lot of room for growth. At the border of the Land of Fire, in a small village, nearly 20 IWA shinobi surrounded the village. Captain, should we continue the pursuit? One IWA shinobi asked. The IWA ninja captain looked at the dead silence of the village, seemingly struggling with indecision. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Pursue." Instantly, over 20 figures dashed into the village. Silence, desolation. But looking at the surroundings, it was clear that there had been human activity previously. It seemed that for some reason, everyone had suddenly hidden away. As for the reason, just yesterday, IWA shinobi had officially attacked the borders of Konoha. There were quite a few defensive ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire. But faced with the well-prepared IWA shinobi, they were caught off guard and continuously retreated. The villagers in these border towns had not yet managed to evacuate. At this moment, some of the pursuing IWA shinobi rushed in. The villagers had no choice but to hide. However, the reason the IWA shinobi had chased here was largely due to the ninjas stationed at the border of the Land of Fire fleeing here. Although generally, ninjas should protect these villagers, the Konoha ninjas had been away for a long time and their discipline was already quite lax. Moreover, seeing that they were about to be caught by IWA shinobi, their lives were at stake, so they disregarded any principles. Fleeing into the village increased their chances of survival. Drip. The kitchen faucet continued to drip water, so clear in the dead silence of the house. An IWA shinobi carefully raised his head, meticulously searching every corner around him. At this moment, 2 figures were curled up inside a cupboard in the kitchen. A mother tightly covered her child's mouth, afraid that the child would scream out of fear. However, she herself was also very scared. The 2 of them had faces full of terror, peering through the gap in the cupboard at the approaching IWA shinobi. The long knife in his hand occasionally reflected sharp light, further frightening them. At this moment, the increasingly large shadow in the gap seemed to transform into a ferocious devil in their eyes. The IWA shinobi entered the kitchen and looked around. After confirming safety, his eyes shifted as if he had an idea. He put away his knife and gently pressed his stomach a few times. Then, he began to search around the kitchen. He was a bit hungry. He had been eating soldier pills for days and was about to vomit. Now that he was in the village, he wanted to find something good to eat. However, the villagers in the village were also living in poverty, so the food was quite ordinary. After searching around, he found only a few leftover plates of vegetables. With some disdain, he muttered but still picked up a pair of chopsticks, wiped them, and started to eat. Although it was just vegetables, it was much better than soldier pills. Soon, he finished off 2 plates of vegetables. Bang! He accidentally dropped the chopsticks on the ground. So, he bent down to pick them up. However, at that moment, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the cupboard. The gap. There were 2 pairs of extremely terrified eyes. The IWA shinobi's mouth suddenly curled into a wicked and cruel smile, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! 2 miserable screams instantly pierced through the dead silence of the village. Soon, the earlier IWA shinobi captain rushed in with his men. What happened? Did you find those Konoha ninjas? The IWA shinobi captain rushed into the kitchen, on high alert, thinking he had discovered Konoha's ninjas. However, upon entering the kitchen, he saw 2 bodies, one large and one small, lying in a pool of blood. Their faces were full of terror, their eyes wide open. These are villagers? A surge of anger instantly flared up in the IWA shinobi captain's heart, filled with shock and rage. What are you doing? He questioned sternly. Captain, these two villagers suddenly attacked me. In a moment of panic, I accidentally killed them. The IWA shinobi quickly wiped the blood from his hands and lowered his head to admit his mistake. You're really? The IWA shinobi captain was so angry he couldn't speak, glancing at the bodies in the pool of blood, feeling deeply pained. However, he had no choice. So, he walked out of the room. Chapter 233. Fugaku's worry in Konoha village. The situation at the border was urgent, and everyone was shrouded in a layer of gloom. In the past few days, almost every moment, several teams of fully armed ninjas have been seen hurriedly leaving the village. Damn it, Iwagakure, Kumobikure, and Sunagakure are actually launching simultaneous attacks on our borders. It's obvious they have conspired together. Tsunade's temper flared as she looked at the various terrible reports from the front lines, feeling a surge of anger. Bang! Tsunade slammed the battle report on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting across from her, was startled, nearly dropping his pipe. Cough, cough. Tsunade, you need to calm down. In times like this, you must not lose your composure, Hiruzen advised. As the Hokage, Tsunade must ensure her emotions remain stable. Otherwise, in a moment of panic, she might make a wrong decision that could lead to immeasurable harm. I understand. Tsunade knew her current position was different from the past. She slowly sat down, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm her emotions. What should we do now, old man? Tsunade asked. After all, she had just become Hokage and was feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially in such a critical period with war about to erupt. Hiruzen had naturally considered this situation, which is why he had been helping Tsunade with various matters in recent days. It was similar to when Minato had just taken office. But this time the situation Tsunade faced was even more severe. Currently, the Umbu had retained some basic defensive forces, while the rest had already been dispatched. Hiruzen said, particularly, all the members originally from Root had already been sent out. Therefore, the next step would be to mobilize the forces of the various clans in the village. However, historically, various clans often disobeyed the village's orders for their own interests, although ordinary clans generally wouldn't dare to do so. In wartime, if some rebellious clans dared to defy orders, the village's higher-ups would not be merciful. The only option now is to mobilize the ninjas from those clans. But how to arrange this needs careful consideration. Hiruzen lowered his eyelids and began to think. Different battlefields require different types of ninjas. Moreover, different countries' ninja villages have ninjas skilled in different jutsu. The clans of Konohagakure, whether in terms of ability or jutsu attributes, are very comprehensive, unlike other countries, which have obvious characteristics. This is why Konoha has been able to maneuver continuously in past wars. For example, in previous wars, the Shimura clan has always been the main force on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. The Shimura clan is skilled in wind release, which is effective against lightning, making them perfectly suited for the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. However, there are exceptions. For instance, the Uchiha clan. Logically, since fire is effective against wind, the Uchiha clan should be mainly deployed to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. However, in reality, the Uchiha clan has mostly been on the battlefield in the Land of Water in recent years. Historically, the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the higher-ups largely stemmed from this. As for why the village arranged this, everyone knows the reason. At this moment, outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku stood at the door, hesitating for a long time without knocking. He knew the situation at the border was urgent, and it was time for the clans to step up. Originally, when Minato was around, the reputation and status of the Uchiha clan had greatly improved, and the clan members lived more comfortably. But now, with the village facing turmoil, Minato in a coma, and the fifth Hokage hastily taking office, it was clear that Tsunade, being a descendant of the Senju clan, might harbor some prejudice against the Uchiha clan. As a result, more and more voices of concern began to emerge within the Uchiha clan. This was not a good sign. Uchiha Fugaku had to quickly suppress these voices. After all the effort to get the Uchiha clan back on track, he absolutely could not let it all go to waste. Fugaku took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened with determination, and lightly knocked on the door. Come in. Tsunade's voice came from inside the office. Fugaku pushed the door open and entered. Fugaku, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat surprised. Lord Third, Lady Fifth. Fugaku's tone was very respectful. I came because of the current situation at the border. Fugaku stepped forward. I would like to volunteer to lead a team to the battlefield for support. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade were slightly taken aback. In such a large-scale war, some cowardly individuals had deliberately hidden away. Generally, the heads of major clans seldom volunteer for the battlefield so early. Therefore, Both Tsunade and Hiruzen were somewhat surprised. However, Hiruzen quickly began to understand the reason. Cough, cough. Hiruzen shook off the ash from his pipe, his eyes gleaming with insight. Tsunade, seeing Hiruzen's demeanor, did not immediately respond to Fugaku's request. Regarding the Uchiha clan, she certainly did not share the same views as Hiruzen and Danzo. However, as a descendant of the Senju clan, she still had some lingering prejudice in her heart. Seeing this, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But he had anticipated this. He did not show any signs of tension on his face, maintaining his serious expression. After a moment, Hiruzen placed the pipe back in his mouth and slowly exhaled. The office suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was subtly tense. Even Tsunade was somewhat unclear about what Hiruzen was thinking. For a long time, influenced by the second Hokage, Hiruzen had been covertly suppressing the Uchiha clan along with Danzo. However, in recent years, Minato's management style had been vastly different, allowing Hiruzen to see a more harmonious and stable Konoha. Hiruzen began to question the beliefs he had held onto for so long. Finally, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Fugaku, there is no need to be too nervous. It's not that serious yet. We could just select some people from the clan to support. Hiruzen said slowly, his tone not harsh. On the contrary, it was somewhat gentle. Hearing this, the heavy stone that had been pressing down on Fugaku's heart finally fell. He understood the implication and attitude behind Hiruzen's words, and he knew very well what that meant. Originally, seeing Tsunade still being influenced by Hiruzen, he had lost hope. He hadn't expected that the Third would change his long-standing hardline policy this time. Thank you, Lord Third. Hiruzen nodded. The Uchiha clan will go to support the battlefield in the Land of Wind. That's where your strengths can be best utilized. Chapter 234. Departure. Uchiha Han was lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Now that Tsunade's condition had stabilized, he no longer needed to use Jinjutsu for treatment, which made him feel much more relaxed. After working hard for so many days, he could finally take a good rest. Uchiha Han stretched out lazily. Suddenly, a crow flew out from under the eaves, its hoarse voice somewhat eerie. Uchiha Han frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. He glanced over and saw it was just an ordinary crow, not Itachi's summoning crow. Can it fly to Itachi's house instead? Seriously. Uchiha Han subconsciously didn't particularly like crows. Just as he was mumbling, the big gate of the yard was suddenly pushed open. Uncle Fugaku? Uchiha Han stood up, a bit surprised. Xiaoan. Fugaku walked in, with Itachi following closely behind him. Uchiha Han noticed that Fugaku's expression seemed a bit heavy and serious, unlike his usual gentle demeanor. Is there something going on? Uchiha Han felt puzzled. Fugaku sat down. After thinking for a moment, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Xiaoan, the situation at the border of the Land of Fire is critical, and our Uchiha clan is sending some elite members to provide support. Uchiha Han instinctively furrowed his brows. He immediately understood what Fugaku meant. This meant he was being sent to the battlefield. Are you sending me? Uchiha Han pointed at himself and asked. Fugaku nodded. Although the battlefield is dangerous and fraught with peril, it is also a place for rapid honing. You and Itachi are the most outstanding young generation of our Uchiha clan. The battlefield is undoubtedly the best training for you. I also believe that with your strength, you will return safely. Fugaku said earnestly, gently patting Uchiha Han's shoulder. All right, Uchiha Han did. The battlefield wasn't particularly dangerous for him. With his current strength, how many people in the ninja world could pose a life threat to him? However, Uchiha Han just found it very troublesome. It would be better to lie in the yard and bask in the sun. Since Fugaku had already spoken, he didn't want to refuse. That's good. Fugaku nodded. That night, Fugaku returned home and walked into his study. There was a very inconspicuous small compartment at the top of the bookshelf. Fugaku took out a key and opened it, carefully retrieving a box from the small compartment. He gently wiped the dust off the box, and a complex emotion surged in his eyes. After a long time, Fugaku carefully placed the box aside without opening it. I'll give this to him when Xiaohan returns. After locking it up, Fugaku left the study. The next morning, at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, the clansmen preparing to head to the battlefield in the Land of Wind had gathered. This time, Uchiha Ryui was leading the team. Ryui, I'm counting on you this time, Fugaku said earnestly. After all, this dispute probably wouldn't easily settle. With so many clansmen, he was indeed somewhat worried, especially about Uchiha Han and Itachi. Don't worry, brother Fugaku, leave it to me. Ryui patted his chest confidently. War, while very dangerous, is also filled with opportunities and achievements for them, especially for someone at Ryui's level. he still needed to do a bit more to solidify his position as the second in command of the Uchiha clan. So Fugaku specifically entrusted this task to Ryui Itachi. At this moment, Izumi hurried over, looking around nervously behind the assembled troops. Although she was about the same age as Uchiha Han and Itachi, she was a bit shorter. In front of the many ninjas heading to battle, she appeared particularly small. She tried hard to stand on tiptoe, wanting to find Itachi's figure. It seemed she was tightly clutching something in her hand. Uchiha Han yawned. He had trained seriously all night and hadn't slept well. He was not particularly interested in these pre-battle mobilizations. Oh, at this moment, sharp-eyed Uchiha Han caught sight of a figure jumping up and down behind the crowd. That is. Uchiha Han stared for a moment before recognizing that figure. Isn't that Izumi? Uchiha Han quickly understood and gently elbowed Itachi. Itachi, have you said goodbye to everyone? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Yes. Itachi nodded. Before leaving home, he had already said a proper goodbye to his mother, Sasuke. However, worried that Sasuke would cry, Mikoto stayed at home to comfort him and did not come to send him off. Are you sure? Uchiha Han slightly furrowed his brows. Seeing this, Itachi also frowned. Soon, a figure appeared in Itachi's mind. However, he shook his head, wondering what Uchiha Han meant by suddenly saying this at this time. Look, is she looking for you? Uchiha Han pointed in Izumi's direction. Itachi looked over and immediately recognized Izumi, who was on tiptoe behind the crowd. Izumi? Itachi walked over. At this moment, Shursui also approached. That girl, is that Izumi? Usually, Uchiha Han often teased Itachi about Izumi, and Shursui had heard that name many times. Yes. Uchiha Han nodded. Ahem, then let us not stare at them anymore. Shursui awkwardly withdrew his gaze. After a little while, Itachi returned. His face seemed to show no emotional fluctuations. However, sharp-eyed Uchiha Han still noticed that Itachi seemed to have hidden something. Uchiha Han smiled, but did not point out. Soon, the team was fully assembled and left the village under the watchful eyes of many clansmen. The departing ninjas were all feeling quite tense. Some were excited, while others were fearful and worried. At the border of the land of fire and the land of earth, Uchiha Han had just returned from the land of earth. However, he had gathered some intelligence about the Four Tails Jinchuriki Old Purple and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. Along the way, he learned that a Wagakure had launched an attack. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Uchiha Han deliberately concealed his presence. Damn, I remember there weren't any large-scale military activities in the original work. What's wrong with this Inoki? Uchiha Han felt a bit confused. But in reality, Inoki ultimately agreed to ally with Sunagakure and Kumogakure to attack the Land of Fire, and Uchiha Han had played a significant role in that. Chapter 235, The Sin of Lust. Ahead was a small village. Uchiha Han concealed his presence and quietly sneaked in. Suddenly, the presence of ninjas? Uchiha Han's brows furrowed immediately. Generally speaking, wars between ninjas would try to avoid involving ordinary civilians as much as possible. Deliberately harming civilians would be met with strong condemnation internationally. Therefore, even in previous large-scale battles, efforts were made to avoid involving civilians. Damn it, these guys can't be so unprincipled, right? Uchiha Han felt a bad premonition rising in his heart, along with a surge of anger. Concealing his presence, Uchiha Han entered the village. Captain, we've caught these villagers. A fat IWA ninja threw a little girl to the ground. The little girl looked terrified, tears streaming down her face, and she crawled fearfully to the side of several other villagers. There were probably only 5 or 6 IWA ninjas. But the villagers they surrounded numbered at least 10, all tied up. Every one of them wore expressions of fear and terror. Even those who looked strong and sturdy were curled up in fear. After all, even if they were physically strong, they were utterly vulnerable in the face of powerful ninjutsu. Captain, what should we do with them? One of the IWA ninjas asked. The squad leader glanced around the villagers and finally set his gaze on a village woman. The village woman had slightly dark skin, but her features were still quite delicate. Beneath her simple clothing, one could still see her somewhat impressive figure. Although she was nearly in her 30s, she could still evoke desires in many. For example, this rock ninja squad leader. At this moment, his gaze was completely drawn to the village woman. His wife at home was of average looks and aged quickly, leaving him little interest. But she could still barely satisfy his needs. However, after days of raiding the Land of Fire and spending so long with a group of rock ninjas, he didn't have the face to solve it himself, so he had been holding back a lot of frustration. The village woman naturally felt the hungry gaze directed at her. Instinctively, she pressed her legs together and shrank back in fear, like a small white rabbit in a hand. But this appearance only made the Rock Ninja Squad leader more impatient. Cough, cough. The Rock Ninja Squad leader coughed loudly twice. The few people around immediately understood. Captain, this doesn't seem right. A nearby Rock Ninja showed a hesitant and troubled expression. Suddenly, the expressions of the surrounding Rock Ninjas changed. They knew that they were just ordinary middle ninjas, while this squad leader was a seasoned Special J-Nin. It was said that if he accumulated a little more military merit this time, he could be promoted to J-Nin. Therefore, hearing the middle ninja's words made them shudder. The village woman slowly raised her head, her pitiful eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Oh! The squad leader's brows immediately furrowed, and he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. What's wrong? The middle ninja swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. I didn't mean it like that. He waved his hands repeatedly. All right, you'll be second in line in a bit. Is that okay? The squad leader said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the middle ninja's face immediately brightened, revealing a lewd and fawning smile. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Immediately, the other Rock Ninjas around scoffed and rolled their eyes. This guy really got lucky, they murmured to themselves. After all, everyone wanted to be promoted sooner. When the village woman heard this, the spark of hope in her eyes was instantly extinguished. She originally thought that the middle ninja was going to save her, but unexpectedly, they were all the same, a group of devils. Her heart sank into silence. It doesn't matter anymore. She felt hollow inside. Her husband had tried to resist when these Rock Ninjas first entered the village, but was ruthlessly killed by them. Let's just leave it at that. She turned her head to the side, her gaze vacant. Her previously tightly pressed legs lost their strength, and her hands, which were covering her chest, went limp. The squad leader paid no attention to the people around him and directly pounced on her, extending his large, rough hands. The surrounding villagers turned their heads away, looking in the opposite direction or simply closed their eyes. Those usually rugged men lost their usual bravado, shrinking back in fear, trembling, and not daring to make a sound. Let go of my mom. Suddenly, a small figure rushed over and knocked the Rock Ninja to the ground. It was the little girl from earlier. She protected the village woman and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, her body was trembling, although she was trying hard to overcome her fear. She found it hard to control her physical reactions. Oomph, you little brat, you're asking for death. The Rock Ninja frowned, a cruel look flashing across his greasy face. Then, he pulled out a shuriken from his bag and aimed it directly at the girl. The little girl's pupils contracted, and she immediately closed her eyes in fear. Seeing her mother about to be violated, she instinctively rushed out. However, she was still just a weak little girl. No matter how brave she was terrified at this moment. The village woman's gaze was still quite dazed, but she instinctively hugged the little girl tightly. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. A tremendous force suddenly hit the ninja's hand, and the shuriken was directly knocked away. Who? He turned angrily, yelling, How dare someone ruin my good deed? Do you know how powerful a Special J-Nin is? He quickly looked around, but saw no signs of movement. He immediately became alert, his brows furrowing. At that moment, he noticed that his hand was numb, and there was a cut bleeding. At that moment, he realized that the newcomer was not simple. Could it be a leaf ninja? His pupils contracted, and he became vigilant. The surrounding middle ninjas also pulled out their weapons, getting into a defensive stance. I'm right here. Just as they were scanning the area and found no one, a mocking voice came from behind. The squad leader's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and he quickly turned around. He saw a figure clad in black, cold armor standing in front of him. Chapter 236. Exploding Rock Ninjas, Saving Villagers Who are you? The Rock Ninja squad leader immediately retreated more than 10 meters. Anyone who could silently approach him from behind would definitely not be weaker than him. Moreover, that black armor looked incredibly strange. These people had not witnessed the battle between Uchiha Han and Noki. Those who were nearby had been injured and were still recuperating in the village, while those further away had not seen Uchiha Han's appearance clearly. At this time, the originally curled-up villagers also looked over at Uchiha Han's back. Their expressions varied. You dare to attack these ordinary villagers? Have you abandoned the principles of ninjas? Uchiha Han said coldly. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, directly enveloping the few Rock Ninjas. Although Uchiha Han did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Land of Fire, he could not tolerate this group of people committing such inhumane acts. Captain, what should we do? Several middle ninjas, holding shurikens, began to tremble uncontrollably. They could also feel the tremendous pressure and naturally understood the strength of the opponent. The Rock Ninja Squad leader carefully examined Uchiha Han's head. Although he found Uchiha Han's attire somewhat strange, he did not see a leaf forehead protector, and subconsciously felt that Uchiha Han might not be a leaf ninja. If you're not a leaf ninja, I hope you don't meddle in our affairs. Our main force is not far from here, so please don't seek trouble. The Rock Ninja Squad leader's tone was still somewhat tough. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly added, if you're interested in that village woman, we are also willing to share. You can enjoy her first. How about that? His tone softened. Huh, don't project your filthy thoughts onto others. Uchiha Han shouted angrily, feeling a deeper disgust towards him. How dare he think of himself as such a filthy person? Upon hearing this, the Rock Ninja Squad leader frowned and felt a tightening in his heart. He knew that the person in front of him was not easy to deal with, and it would be best to avoid a confrontation. However, their main force is not far from here, so they are naturally quite confident. Since he refused to drink the toast, don't blame us for being impolite. He snorted coldly and then pulled out a kunai, charging at Uchiha Han with great speed, which was indeed top-notch among special jonin. However, he was facing Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han simply raised a hand, flicked a finger, and the kunai that was thrust at him was directly knocked away. How is that possible? The Rock Ninja Squad leader's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated 10 steps. It was understandable that his kunai was knocked away when he was ambushed earlier. But this time he was holding on with all his strength, yet the opponent casually flicked it away. How could he not be shocked? At this moment, he understood that the gap in strength between him and the opponent was immense. So, he immediately reached into his bag. Oh, do you want to send a signal? Uchiha Han understood perfectly well what the other party was trying to do. It was nothing more than firing a signal flare to call for help. Although Uchiha Han was not afraid of them, they were just a group of cannon fodder. However, he didn't want to alarm too many people right now. With a thought, Uchiha Han's body instantly appeared in front of him. The meteor spear instantly pierced through his chest. Thud! The Rock Ninja Squad leader fell stiffly to the ground. Suddenly, the other middle ninjas widened their eyes, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. They stared in disbelief at the fallen corpse. In their eyes, the squad leader was incredibly powerful. After all, he was a special jonin. Even in the entire rock-hidden village, he was not to be underestimated. Yet, he was so easily pierced by someone. Gulp! The sound of several people swallowing was clearly audible. Then, they immediately turned and ran. However, in front of Uchiha Han, how could they escape? Uchiha Han moved, instantly transforming into an afterimage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A second later, Uchiha Han's body returned to its original position, while the few rock ninjas fell to the ground one after another, blood gushing from their chests. The meteor spear was also stained with a few drops of blood. Uchiha Han gently wiped the bloodstains on the squad leader's clothes. At this moment, the villagers behind him brightened their eyes. The previously blank and dazed gaze of the villager woman gradually regained its spirit. The villagers stood up one after another, cautiously walking to Uchiha Han's back. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you for saving our lives. It was unclear who took the lead, but the villagers immediately knelt down with a thud, bowing repeatedly. Everyone, please get up. Uchiha Han helped them up. At this time, the little girl widened her sparkling eyes, full of spirit. Her eyes seemed to have a different glint. Big brother, you were so amazing just now. The little girl tiptoed carefully to Uchiha Han's side, looking up at him with admiration. Ha ha. Uchiha Han smiled and gently patted her head. Then he said, the main force of the rock ninjas is not far from here. You all should hurry and leave. Uchiha Han said with some concern. Originally, he and T had much dislike for them after staying in the rock-hidden village for a while. But unexpectedly, this group of people could do such inhumane things. Although these few rock ninjas were probably among the very few, he could not guarantee that there were no other people. Therefore, Uchiha Han felt it would be better for these villagers to leave as soon as possible. But, we don't know where to go, said an older villager. He was probably one of the more respected figures in the village. For these ordinary villagers, it was not easy to abandon the village they had lived in for a lifetime. Most of them, especially the women, had hardly ever left the village. Uchiha Han thought for a moment. How about I take you all to Konoha? Uchiha Han said. Konoha? They were taken aback. As villagers of the Land of Fire, they all knew that Konoha was one of the most prosperous places in the Land of Fire, and also the strongest power. Will Konoha take us in? The elder said with some concern. It definitely will, Uchiha Han said. The villagers now had immense trust in Uchiha Han, and upon hearing this, they did not say anything further. Thus, under Uchiha Han's lead, more than 10 villagers set off on the road to Konoha. Chapter 237. Encounter Big Brother. What is that thing on you? It looks so cool. Along the way, the little girl seemed very curious about Uchiha Han. Ha ha, this is a powerful ninjutsu. Uchiha Han said with a smile. He originally wanted to say it was a bloodline limit, but these ordinary villagers probably didn't know what a bloodline limit was. So cool. The little girl's big eyes sparkled with endless admiration as she looked at Uchiha Han. The power of ninjutsu depends on the ninja's strength. Uchiha Han said with a smile. Perhaps because the little girl was innocent and adorable, Uchiha Han was also happy to talk to her. As for the other villagers, it wasn't that Uchiha Han didn't want to engage with them, but they had a certain degree of awe towards him and didn't dare to come over and chat. Only the innocent child like the little girl would not have various worries. Uchiha Han gently patted her head while quietly channeling chakra. Uchiha Han was taken aback. He was somewhat surprised. He found that the chakra in his body was actually reacting. It seemed to be resonating. Could it be? Uchiha Han had a guess in his heart. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the little girl should not have extracted chakra right now. However, the fact that she could resonate with the chakra in his body should be due to having water attribute chakra. This was the only explanation. Although ninjas generally cannot actively sense their chakra, otherwise there would be no need for chakra test paper. Perhaps the chakra in Uchiha Han's body contained the power of armor, allowing him to sense similar energy. For example, the Black Rhino armor could sense water attribute chakra. After thinking about it, Uchiha Han suddenly smiled. Little sister, do you want to become strong, like me? Uchiha Han asked gently, in a tone like that of a friendly older brother. Yes, of course I want to. The little girl nodded vigorously. In the past, she had heard various stories about ninjas and had always longed for it. Plus, Uchiha Han's invincible demeanor earlier had deeply imprinted in her heart. I want to be like Big Brother, so I can protect my mom from being bullied. The little girl clenched her fists, her big eyes shining with determination, pure as only a child could be. This sight suddenly struck a soft spot in Uchiha Han's heart. Ha ha ha, good, I believe you can definitely do it. Uchiha Han smiled. Then he gave the little girl a thumbs up. Uchiha Han took out a summoning scroll, which contained some basic water attribute ninjutsu. There are also some methods for refining chakra mentioned above. For the little girl, this is the most suitable. The girl looks about 8 or 9 years old. At this age, if she were in Konoha, she would have already been studying at the ninja school for 2 years. It's not too late to start practicing now. Moreover, starting to refine chakra at her age won't harm her body. Here, this is for you. The little girl was taken aback for a moment, and then stretched out her small hand to take the scroll. What is this? The little girl had never seen such a thing before. I think this thing should be able to help you. Uchiha Han smiled and patted her head. Then he stood up. All right, let us continue on our way. Everyone stood up and began to move forward. The village woman walked over and took the little girl's hand. At this moment, the little girl's gaze was entirely drawn to the scroll. However, they still had to hurry, so she suppressed her curiosity and carefully stored the scroll away. She had a premonition in her heart that this scroll might be something that could change her life forever. Thus, they walked for nearly half a day again. Uchiha Han suddenly frovnid. Huh, are we there? Uchiha Han smiled slightly. Not far ahead, there was a large group of ninjas rushing towards them, and among them was the presence of his own. Since that's the case, Uchiha Han thought for a moment. It wasn't necessary to meet in front of so many people. With his black rhinoceros armor, they would probably become suspicious if they saw him. And at that time, Uchiha Han wouldn't know how to handle it himself. Cough, cough. Uchiha Han lightly coughed, and the villagers behind him all stopped, looking puzzled. I'll take you this far, Uchiha Han said. This. The faces of the crowd instantly showed difficulty. They had barely traveled half the distance. What if they encountered some danger along the way? They were just powerless villagers. What would they do if they ran into any danger? Uchiha Han certainly understood their concerns. Don't worry, there are Konoha ninjas right ahead. In a moment, you can go find them. They will arrange everything properly, Uchiha Han said, and then with a point of his toes, his figure instantly disappeared. This. The villagers looked at each other, feeling helpless. What should we do? Some of the more timid villagers began to feel frightened. The old man leaned heavily on his cane, his expression also becoming quite worried. But he was not as panicked as the others. That gentleman just said that there are Konoha ninjas not far ahead. Why don't we go have a look? All right. So, the villagers cautiously continued walking forward. Perhaps due to the cruel appearance of the rock ninjas earlier, they felt a bit scared of ninjas, even Konohas. The little girl looked around, trying to find Uchiha Han's figure. However, she was quickly pulled away by her mother. There was no way around it. I wonder if I will see that big brother again. Throughout the whole time, she had never seen Uchiha Han's appearance, but listening to his voice, she imagined a gentle neighbor big brother in her mind. The little girl tightly clutched the scroll that Uchiha Han had given her, withdrew her gaze, and walked forward with her mother. Sunlight filtered down through the dense leaves, dappling the little girl's face. Her petite figure suddenly stretched long under the light. Perhaps she could also become a good ninja in the future, Uchiha Han thought. Chapter 238, Sarutobi Shino. Captain, we spotted a group of villagers ahead. The Uchiha clansmen, who were rushing at high speed, suddenly stopped. Villagers? Ryui frowned. At this time, in such a remote place, how could a group of villagers suddenly appear? Ryui had to be cautious. It was a special period now, and he couldn't be careless about any potential threats. You guys, come with me to take a look. Ryui called a few stronger chunin to follow him forward. The Uchiha looked at each other, feeling puzzled and at a loss. Why would there be villagers here at this time? Itachi frowned, finding it very strange. Meanwhile, Shursui also sensed ahead. Uchiha Han naturally knew what was going on. He carefully sensed the surroundings. However, Uchiha Han's purpose was to find a suitable way to meet up with the shadow clone. It was getting late, and he estimated that they might have to camp nearby for the night. However, they could also travel through the night, considering the urgency of the situation. After a while, Ryui returned, followed by a group of villagers. Ryui hesitated for a long time before finally dispatching 2 chunin to escort these villagers to Konoha. Then, they continued on to the battlefield. Night fell, and they found a relatively safe place to rest. While most people were sleeping, Uchiha Han concealed his presence and avoided the few on night watch. After moving a considerable distance away, his shadow clone slowly emerged from the darkness. Uchiha Han raised his hand, and the clone Beihai transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Subsequently, Uchiha Han turned to leave. After returning, Uchiha Han began to meditate while considering the next arrangements for his clone. Open my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2778. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 446. Taijutsu, 463. Jinjutsu, 520. Master Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This is not a technique, Naraka Path Technique. Water Disruption Wave, Water Bullet Lightning Blade, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Fitting Degree 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Fitting Degree 50. Black Rhinoceros Armor, Fitting Degree 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Fitting Degree 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Fitting Degree 9. Uchiha Han withdrew his clone into his body, and the Black Rhinoceros Armor returned as well. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Han decided to first increase the fitting degree of the Black Rhinoceros Armor to 50 before sending it out to team up with the Easternwood clone to search for the Jinchuriki. According to Uchiha Han's estimation, due to some of his reasons, the Akatsuki organization might implement their capture plan ahead of time. If they encountered them, it would be unstable with just one clone. If they ran into pain, it would likely be the end. So, having 2 clones together would be safer and more efficient. After all, Uchiha Han didn't lack money now. He estimated he wouldn't lack money for a long time to come. Adding his previous savings, he had nearly 200 million. A huge sum. Uchiha Han, now, felt he had a chance to make it onto the Forbes Konoha rich list. However, the more money he had, the more worried he felt. He couldn't let Kakuza know about this. Otherwise, who knows what he might do. Uchiha Han thought. Then he focused his mind. Uchiha Han once again entered the virtual battle room. This time, he aimed to increase the fitting degree of the Black Rhinoceros Armor as quickly as possible. This time on the front lines, Uchiha Han didn't know how long it would last. However, the Black Rhino Armor was only 5% away from reaching 50. It shouldn't take too long. Before dawn on the second day, Lu Wei woke everyone up and immediately set off for the front lines. Soon, in less than half a day, they finally arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Lu Wei went to hand over responsibilities with the person in charge here. And then someone took Uchiha Han and the others to their assigned accommodations, small tents, with about 3 or 4 people squeezed together. Uchiha Han, Itachi, and Shursui were assigned to one tent. After the 3 of them quickly tidied up, they strolled around the camp. Most of the ninjas here were either civilian ninjas or from small clans. The only one with a notable status was the commander, Sarutobi Shino, son of the 3rd Hokage. He had previously served in the 3rd Hokage's Umbu, but was later transferred outside when Minato rose to power. With the outbreak of war and the lack of strong figures on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, particularly someone with both strength and intellect to serve as commander. Sarutobi Hisashi brought Shino over. However, overall, the defensive strength on the Land of Wind side was still quite weak. Thus, the arrival of the Uchiha clan support was like a timely assistance. Originally, Sarutobi Shino had some prejudice against the Uchiha clan due to the influence of Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo earlier, but at this moment, he genuinely felt delighted about their arrival. After all, facing several waves of attacks from the Sand Ninjas in recent days, Shino felt increasingly strained. What was worse, he could sense that the Sand Ninjas seemed to be testing the waters and had not brought out anything truly substantial. Great, with the Uchiha clan support, there should be nothing to worry about this time, Shino thought to himself as he took out a somewhat wrinkled photo from his bag. It was clear that he had flipped through this photo countless times. In the photo was a baby still in swaddling, with a rosy, chubby little face that looked incredibly cute. It had been a long time since he had seen Konohamaru. He didn't even know how tall he'd grown now. At 2 years old, he should be able to walk by now, right? A happy smile appeared on Shino's face. Since the child was born, it had been nearly 2 years without returning to the village. He wondered what Konohamaru looked like now and if he could still recognize him. With the support of the Uchiha clan, things should stabilize here, Shino thought, feeling a bit impatient to return to the village and reunite with his family. When his father transferred him away from the village, it was perhaps partly to avoid suspicion, but also to train him. Therefore, he had never doubted his father's arrangements. Shino carefully placed the photo back in his bag, unconsciously smiling slightly. What toy should he buy for Konohamaru this time? What do 2-year-old children generally play with? Chapter 239, The Vanguard Team's Sand-Hidden Base. So, the Leaf's reinforcements have arrived? Ebizong looked worriedly at the ninja in front of him. Yes, sir. Moreover, judging by the clan emblem, it seems to be from the Uchiha clan. Hearing his subordinate's report, Ebizong's brows furrowed even tighter. He knew very well how powerful the Uchiha clan was. Their immensely powerful bloodline limit, Sharingan, and the fire release talent that almost every Uchiha possessed could counter most of the Sand Ninjas. This was particularly relevant since most ninjas from Sunagakure primarily trained in wind release. You quickly pick out the ninjas skilled in water release from the ranks and form a special team, Ebizong ordered, then seemed to remember something and added, and include those skilled in earth release as well. While earth release doesn't restrain fire release as effectively as water release does, it can still significantly mitigate its power. Furthermore, among the sand-hidden, ninjas skilled in water release are extremely rare, whereas earth release ninjas are much more common. By the way, who is leading the Uchiha clan this time? Ebizong asked. Although he knew that the Uchiha clan had long been oppressed in Konoha, they still produced many talents. Many powerful ninjas emerged during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, though some of them had perished. A rebellious youth with spiky hair suddenly flashed through Ebizong's mind, and for a moment, the fear that had enveloped him before returned. He immediately sneered and shook his head, pushing away that fear from his heart. Luckily, that guy is dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stand here coordinating the attack on the borders of the Land of Fire. This is still unclear, but it can be confirmed that it is not the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, the Sand Ninja replied. That's good. Ebizong sighed in relief. If Fugaku were personally leading, it would indeed be very troublesome. As for the others, Ebizong didn't pay much attention to them. However, Ebizong suddenly recalled something and pulled out several pieces of information. These were the talented ninjas from the Uchiha clan they had gathered intelligence on. The earliest was Shursui, who had been famous for a long time and was somewhat well known in the ninja world. Then came the new generation, Itachi and Uchiha Han. Itachi, being the clan leader's son, had exceptional talent, which was no surprise. However, looking at the photo of Uchiha Han on the information, Ebizong squinted, his brow instinctively furrowing. How does this kid resemble the guy so much? The figure of that youth gradually surfaced in his mind, slowly overlapping with Uchiha Han's face in the photo. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. It seems that all Uchiha have this hairstyle. Ebizong shook his head and chuckled lightly, feeling he had thought too much. After so many years, there was still some shadow in his heart. Armor. Is it some new and unusual bloodline limit? Ebizong scoffed lightly. The information briefly described Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor, mainly mentioning its powerful defensive capabilities. However, Ebizong dismissed it. He didn't believe it could be stronger than his puppets. The puppet technique was invented by the genius second Kazekage of Sunagakure, greatly enhancing the strength of Sunagakure and the Land of Wind. Originally, the Land of Wind was resource poor, which greatly limited Sunagakure's development. However, this puppet technique allowed them to have the capital to compete with Konoha on barren land. The power of the puppet technique is self-evident. In the previous Shinobi World Wars, he and his sister Chiyo had made a name for themselves in the ninja world with their puppet techniques. However, due to the deaths of his sister's son and daughter-in-law at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Chiyo had been in a depressed state for a long time. Even now, she was unwilling to come out of retirement. Ebizong put the materials away and began to think. The Uchiha support this time was formidable and should not be underestimated. Relying solely on some water and earth release ninjas to resist them would definitely be wishful thinking. It seemed like there was no other choice. Ebizong sighed helplessly. He immediately called for the puppet master from the troops. Yes, the ninja left quickly. The puppet master can transcend the limitations of chakra attributes. To maximize the suppression of the Uchiha clan's advantages, Ebizong planned to use these puppet masters for a surprise attack. Moreover, although Sunagakure had been attempting to launch an offensive recently, they had not made any substantial moves. Ebizong had also been concealing his presence. Until now, the other party still did not know that he was the overall commander this time. Ebizong smiled with a hint of pride. In the current Sunagakure, Ebizong could be considered the second in command among the higher-ups. The Konoha side would never expect that he would personally intervene at such an early stage of the conflict. This was definitely an opportunity to deliver an unexpected fatal blow to them. Ebizong began to imagine that if he could annihilate the Uchiha clan support troops and achieve a great victory, his prestige in the village would surely reach its peak. Once this generation of Kazekage stepped down, he would have a solid foundation to compete for the position of Kazekage. After a simple arrangement, Ryui began discussing strategies with Shino. So, the overall commander from the other side still hasn't shown himself yet? That's right, Shino nodded. Ryui frowned, feeling that something was amiss. We should arrange them as soon as possible. I'm worried that Sunagakure might take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on us, Ryui said. Shino nodded in agreement. However, we currently lack a vanguard team to scout Sunagakure's deployment, Shino said. The puppet masters from Sunagakure are quite tricky. Our previous vanguard teams have been intercepted by them several times and have not been able to obtain any important intelligence from the enemy. Ryui nodded, thinking, such a vanguard team usually requires some sensory-type ninjas. However, it seems that there aren't many here. In that case, I'll select a few people from our clan to form a vanguard team. With the Sharingan support, it should work much better, Ryui said. This was exactly what Shino had in mind. IQ. Suddenly, Uchiha Han, lying in a tent, sneezed. Chapter 240. Only the Kodoame Tsukumi will do what? You want us to form a vanguard team? Uchiha Han frened at Ryui. What's wrong? Ryui looked puzzled, wondering if there was any problem. Cough, cough. It's nothing. Uchiha Han shook his head. Mainly, Uchiha Han felt that the vanguard team shouldn't involve him, as he wasn't a sensory-type ninja. Ryui guessed Uchiha Han's thoughts and explained. It's because there are no sensory-type ninjas here. So, comparatively, our Sharingan can play a huge role. Alright, Uchiha Han nodded. However, he hadn't informed anyone else about his activation of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Among the support team, there might not be many with 3 Tomos, but there are still quite a few clan members with 2 Tomos, not to mention a certain Shursui, who appears to have 3 Tomos but is actually a Mangeki Sharingan user. Why was he being sent to the vanguard team? However, Uchiha Han didn't plan to press further. Although he was usually lazy and didn't like trouble, it was war after all, and he felt he needed to contribute in some way. Additionally, there was Itachi and Shursui. Ryui mentioned a few other names. As fellow clan members, although they weren't familiar, Uchiha Han had heard their names. Good. Itachi and Shursui nodded in agreement. Soon, a few others came over. After some preparation, the group quietly infiltrated Sunagakure's base. Along the way, with the presence of the Sharingan, Uchiha Han and the others easily broke through layer after layer of defenses around Sunagakure's base. However, they only used Genjutsu to eliminate those people, which would surely be discovered in no time. So, time was limited. At this moment, they had already sneaked into Sunagakure's base. Tents appeared before their eyes. What should we do next? Itachi asked Shursui. In this team, Shursui was undoubtedly the strongest on the surface. With body flicker technique and 3-Tomo Sharingan, everyone unanimously agreed to follow Shursui's lead. Much smoother than we imagined, Shursui murmured. He thought, after all, this is a military stronghold. How could we have infiltrated so easily? Uchiha Shursui sensed something was off, but if they could directly penetrate the enemy's main camp, this opportunity might not come again. For a moment, Shursui was deeply troubled. Shursui-san, Itachi cautiously asked. I'm fine. I just feel that something is a bit off. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Itachi immediately reacted. You mean this might be a trap? Uchiha Han said. Yes, Shursui nodded. Uchiha Han and Itachi had no battlefield experience. Even Itachi, when he was brought to the battlefield by Fugaku, only experienced the brutality of direct combat. They had never gone through tasks like this. Only Shursui had. Thus, Shursui was the first to sense something was wrong. After his reminder, everyone instantly realized. They had easily controlled those sand ninjas with Jinjutsu along the way. It had gone too smoothly. Should we withdraw? Itachi said. He was always more cautious. After Shursui's hint, he felt that this mission was likely to encounter traps deliberately set by the enemy. Shursui was still conflicted. The group fell silent, watching Shursui and waiting for him to make the final decision. Uchiha Han was not in a hurry. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Sunagakure? Sorry, it's not that I'm targeting anyone from the Uchiha clan. What I mean is that everyone from Sunagakure is trash. Forget it. Let's retreat for now. In the end, Shursui still gave the order to withdraw. Thus, the group carefully planned to leave. However, a sudden change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. Kunai suddenly shot out from all around. Everyone's pupils contracted as they immediately drew their weapons to defend themselves. What the hell? Uchiha Han frowned, feeling extremely puzzled. He had sensed the surroundings earlier and didn't detect any chakra presence. Could be puppets? Uchiha Han murmured. If the enemy used puppets to lurk nearby without activating them, it was indeed possible not to have any chakra presence. Sure enough, soon, puppets began to appear all around. Everyone be careful. Shursui immediately went on guard. Facing the puppet masters, their advantages would be significantly reduced. Because puppets are inanimate objects, their Jinjutsu would be ineffective. Moreover, fire release had only average lethality since most puppets were made of various metals. Not only Uchiha, but any ninja would find puppets quite troublesome. The most effective method was to directly attack the puppet master himself. However, Shursui realized that he couldn't sense where the puppet master controlling these puppets was. It seemed that the enemy's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Shursui couldn't help but feel tense, instinctively wanting to cover his eyes with his right hand. At this moment, dozens of sand shinobi gradually emerged around them. Each of them held sharp weapons, with expressions of excitement and cruelty on their faces, as if they were eyeing lambs ready for slaughter while scanning Uchiha Shursui and the others. Finally, the sand shinobi slowly made way for a path over a meter wide, and a man wrapped in bandages stepped forward. It was Kabuto. Oh, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Han, Uchiha Itachi. Kabuto's face lit up with joy as he recognized the three. These three were the most outstanding geniuses of the Uchiha clan, and he didn't expect them to walk right into his hands. Ha ha ha! Kabuto laughed excitedly. If he could eliminate Uchiha Han and the others all at once, his achievements would increase significantly. Shursui tightly gripped his kunai, sweat starting to bead on his palms and forehead. He naturally recognized Kabuto and knew of his strength. He was not someone he could easily defeat. It seemed he could only use couple.Minato. Shursui murmured to himself. Then, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Chakra flowed and quickly gathered in his brain. Next, it surged into his eyeballs. Uchiha Shursui's eyes instantly turned blood red, with 3 black tomo prominently visible. Then, the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin. Chapter 241. My strength no longer allows me to be low-key swish. The scarlet eyes suddenly burst forth with a terrifying blood-red light. Shursui felt a bit guilty. It was normal for Itachi and Uchiha Han to not notice the enemy's trap, since it was their first time on such a mission. However, as someone experienced, it was a low-level mistake for him to make. He thought it necessary to reflect on himself. Now, trapped in the enemy's snare, relying solely on his 3 tomo Sharingan would probably not be enough to break free. However, the Manjiki Sharingan was too extraordinary, and he could not use it lightly. He thought about trying to find an opportunity to use couple.Minato on Kabuto. Shursui thought, while the 3 tomo in his eyes continued to spin slowly. At this moment, Kabuto was in a great mood. He had prepared accordingly as soon as he learned that the Uchiha clan was coming to assist. Intelligence gathering before battle was extremely important. Previously, due to the puppet master and the relatively weak forces of the Land of Fire in this area, the enemy had not been able to infiltrate. Now that the Uchiha had arrived, they would definitely try to gather intelligence again. So he had the puppet masters set up ambushes in this vicinity ahead of time. Although a few inconsequential patrolling ninjas had been sacrificed, capturing Uchiha Han and the others was definitely worth it. With Kabuto's appearance, the other puppet masters also emerged from the shadows. Each of them held several nearly invisible fine threads in their hands. Shursui-san, we are surrounded. Itachi immediately activated his Sharingan. The others also revealed their Sharingan, holding kunai and cautiously surveying their surroundings, ready for battle. Of course, Uchiha Han also activated his 3 tomo. Itachi, using his peripheral vision to observe his surroundings, suddenly noticed that Uchiha Han's eyes also had 3 black tomo, and he was taken aback. Han-kun, you actually activated 3 tomo. Itachi exclaimed in shock. It was known that he had already shaken the entire Uchiha clan by activating 2 tomo at his age. He never expected that his peer, Uchiha Han, had quietly activated 3 tomo. You know, I'm a rather low-key person, Uchiha Han smiled. Hearing Uchiha Han's words, Itachi suddenly felt a bit ashamed. All along, in the words of his father and clan members, he was the genius of the Uchiha clan, and this feeling peaked after he activated his 2 tomo Sharingan. Others in the clan also favored him, and some even mentioned him as the future clan leader. Although Itachi was not someone who liked to show off, seeing everyone like this made him somewhat happy. Because of Uchiha Han, many things had changed from the original story, and as a result of a series of chain reactions, Itachi gradually became a normal boy, not as obsessed as he was in the original work. Of course, since the Uchiha clan was still doing well, and Sasuke was also fine, if this balance were to be broken, Itachi's latent feelings might erupt just like in the original story. He never expected that Han-kun's talent was so high, far surpassing his own, yet he could still maintain such a low-key attitude. He was truly a model for their generation. It seemed he still lacked composure and needed to learn from Han-kun. Itachi thought. Then he stopped looking at Uchiha Han's eyes. There were more urgent matters that required his attention. However, if Uchiha Han knew that Itachi truly believed in his low-key nature, he might not be able to help but burst into laughter. Would Uchiha Han really be a low-key person? Previously, he had been developing cautiously, fearing being targeted. Now that he had grown, he was no longer afraid. Indeed, Uchiha Han's mind was already contemplating whether to show off later. Low-key? Sorry. My strength no longer allows me to be low-key. The corner of Uchiha Han's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a somewhat mischievous smile. At this moment, Kabuto's gaze was drawn to Uchiha Han's eyes, completely oblivious to his expression. 3 tomo. And that Uchiha Itachi has 2 tomo. The intelligence he had seen earlier indicated that both of their Sharingan were just 1 tomo. The talent of these 2 brats was surprisingly high. At such a young age, they had already progressed to 2 and 3 tomo. Kabuto was deeply shocked. However, he was glad that he could capture them all this time. Otherwise, their future growth would definitely bring endless troubles. Kabuto felt fortunate and proud of his foresight. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Oh, are you losing your composure already? Kabuto's lips curled slightly as he raised his hand, and his fingertips suddenly flickered, sending out several fine threads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 puppets appeared around them, their sleeves raised, and 4 gleaming blades shot forward. Bang! Uchiha Shursue's blade clashed with the 2 puppets. The force unleashed by the mechanical operation of the puppets made it difficult for him to defend. Uchiha Shursue's own strength was only that of a J-nin. Combined with his ghostly body flicker technique, he could reach the level of an elite J-nin. He was indeed Shursui of the body flicker. His talent was not inferior to Kakashi's. Both of them were of similar age. However, before the Third Great Ninja War ended, Shursui had already established a reputation as Shursui of the body flicker. But he was still young. In contrast, Kabuto, as the second-in-command of Sunagakure, undoubtedly had strength that reached the level of a Kage. Of course, at most, he was only at the level of a weak Kage. But even so, Shursui could not be his opponent. Shursui forcefully blocked the attack, and then retreated, his expression becoming extremely serious. He tightened his grip on the long blade. No wonder he was one of the powerful puppet masters of Sunagakure. It seems I need to think of a strategy, Shursui murmured, and then began to contemplate his next move. If he wanted to use the illusion of a Sharingan, it would be best to get close. Moreover, he is now using the Kodoamatsukami, which has many real-world implications. At this distance, trying to control someone who is more powerful than oneself is extremely difficult. Itachi Han, can you 2 cover me? Shursui said. He could only hope that Uchiha Han and the others could entangle the opponent's puppet. If that were the case, he would have complete confidence in getting close to Kaizoku. Once Kodoamatsukami is unleashed, he didn't believe he couldn't solve the predicament. All right. Itachi immediately stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Shursui nodded. He didn't think Uchiha Han would refuse, so he began preparing to launch the next round of attack. Suddenly, a strong hand gently patted him on the shoulder. No need to be so complicated. Chapter 242. I alone can sweep away everything. No need to be so complicated. Uchiha Han gently pressed down on Shirsue's shoulder, restraining his movements. Han, Shirsue looked puzzled. Even Kaizoku and the others looked at Uchiha Han with confusion, wondering what this kid meant. They certainly didn't think that this 13-year-old could stir up any waves. Wasn't he just asking for death by sticking his head out now? Or was it? The surrounding rock shinobi sneered, thinking that this kid had already given up on resisting, realizing he would die sooner or later. Wanted to end it quickly to avoid physical suffering. Kid, are you so eager to die? Watching Uchiha Han gradually walk a few steps in front of Shirsue, Kaizoku smirked, his face full of mockery. Han, stop messing around, come back quickly. Shirsue said anxiously. Kaizoku wasn't even his match, and Uchiha Han going up was just pure suicide, right? The other Uchiha behind him also looked puzzled. Instead, Itachi only slightly furrowed his brows. Itachi understood Uchiha Han very well. He knew that Uchiha Han would not be so reckless and foolish. Han wouldn't act without reason. Could it be that Han has a strategy to defeat the enemy? This thought suddenly popped into Itachi's mind. Thus, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Han. Don't worry, Shirsue. Uchiha Han turned his head and smiled at Shirsue, signaling him not to worry. Seeing this, Shirsue also lowered his hand that wanted to stop Uchiha Han. For some reason, he felt that Uchiha Han seemed to have some confidence. I said, why do you have bandages wrapped around your head? Uchiha Han looked at Kaizoku's head, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing this, Kaizoku's eyes widened in anger. Why were bandages? It's because of early hair loss. He had started wrapping his head with bandages long ago, afraid of other strange looks. Therefore, he hated it the most when others commented on the bandages on his head. Is your head amputated? Or did you learn from that guy Danzo and transplant a few eyes? Uchiha Han's eyes widened, looking like a curious child. Stinky. Little. Brat. Kaizoku was furious. Under the circles of bandages on his forehead, it seemed like something was about to explode. It seemed that if the bandages were broken, a volcano would erupt. However, Uchiha Han merely smiled disdainfully at this. Originally, I felt that forming this vanguard squad was somewhat unnecessary, because I alone can sweep away everything. Uchiha Han's voice was firm, echoing in everyone's ears. At that moment, it seemed to carry a certain powerful authority. Stinky brat. This is your first time on the battlefield, right? You might be invincible among your peers in the village, but this is the battlefield. How do you want to die? Kaizoku sneered. Then his face revealed a very cruel smile. He had seen too many self-important genius ninjas. On the battlefield, some geniuses gradually grew and made a name for themselves. But more often than not, they perished before they could grow. Such things were far too common. Kaizoku always looked down on such arrogant geniuses. He even found them somewhat distasteful. There are always some people who rely on their little talent, disregarding respect and hierarchy. Just like that previous Yakura, who, relying on her exceptional talent, had no fear of others. So Kaizoku simply found an opportunity to sell her out. And now nobody even knew where her body was. Uchiha Han chuckled lightly, puffing out his chest, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. He slowly took a step forward. In an instant, a powerful sense of oppression spread out, enveloping everyone. Kaizoku's gaze instantly shifted from disdain to shock. The momentum emanating from Uchiha Han actually made him feel a tremor in his heart. How could this be? Kaizoku couldn't believe it. In front of him was just a kid. Uchiha Han's expression was indifferent as he walked slowly, each step seemingly carrying a terrifying power. Then, fiery energy enveloped Uchiha Han. Flame dragon armor. Kaizoku was suddenly startled. In an instant, he recalled the information regarding the armor. Initially, in his impression, armor should be worn by the warriors of the Land of Iron. But the armor on Uchiha Han was clearly different from those lifeless ones. It seemed that this armor itself carried an incredibly strong power. Just the overwhelming aura approaching him was already making Kaizoku feel breathless. Shirsue behind him was also extremely shocked. Such a powerful aura had far exceeded him. He never expected Han to be this strong already. Looking at that fiery silhouette and the terrifying power, Shirsue's heart was also stirred with waves of astonishment. Han-kun, Itachi felt the same way. He then raised his hand, and a wave of flame-wrapped energy erupted instantly from his palm. With a loud bang, Kaizoku's two puppets were instantly reduced to ashes. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Uchiha Han said lightly. His tone sounded very casual, as if he didn't care at all. Gulp. In an instant, The sound of people swallowing their saliva filled the air. Even Kaizoku, controlling the puppets, couldn't help but tremble. Those two puppets, although not his strongest trump cards, were made with great effort and consumed countless materials. Yet, they were so easily destroyed by Uchiha Han. Kaizoku couldn't believe his eyes. Gulp. Kaizoku's heart was filled with fear. However, he was a battle-hardened veteran, so he wouldn't easily fall into fear. Soon, he adjusted his breathing, and several transparent threads appeared between his fingers again. The summoning scroll opened. A somewhat weak puppet appeared in front of him. This was Kaizoku's most powerful puppet. It was his confidence and capital to match against shadow-level powerhouses. Hey, is this it? It's as thin as a bamboo pole. Uchiha Han scoffed disdainfully. His right hand gently raised, and the flame blade instantly appeared in his hand. The moment the flame blade appeared, everyone around felt as if they were engulfed in raging fire. Uchiha Han lowered his center of gravity slowly, then suddenly swung out a slash. In the dimness, it seemed as if a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 243. I alone can sweep away. To roar. A blade of fiery light instantly slashed out from the flame blade. Wherever the massive blade of light passed, everything was annihilated. Hai Lao Zhang's strongest puppet was directly cut in half, as if it were made of paper. The flame spread, and in just 2 breaths, it turned to ashes. However, the blade of light did not stop and continued to slash towards Hai Lao Zhang. The sand ninjas beside Hai Lao Zhang's eyes widened in shock, all trying to flee. However, the speed of the blade of light was incredibly fast. They simply had no time to dodge. Even Hai Lao Zhang couldn't react in time. Earth-style rock wall. The group of Earth-style ninjas that Hai Lao Zhang had summoned earlier quickly formed hand seals almost simultaneously. And then a massive rock wall suddenly rose from under Hai Lao Zhang's feet. They were all at least Jonin or special Jonin level. And the ninjutsu they performed together had formidable defensive power. The blade of light slashed down and struck the thick rock wall. Zzz. However, just 1 second later, cracks appeared on the rock wall. The moment the cracks appeared, they immediately spread outwards, filling the rock wall with dense fissures. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock wall was instantly shattered into dust and debris. The blade of light also dimmed noticeably, but its power and speed remained terrifyingly strong. Not good. Hai Lao Zhang was horrified. The previous rock wall had bought him enough time. The problem was, he was a puppet master. His strongest trump card had already been destroyed in 1 strike by Uchiha Han. He wasn't strong in ninjutsu at all. If he hadn't been mediocre in ninjutsu talent, how could he have chosen to practice puppet techniques? He wasn't like Sasori, although puppet masters were quite popular in Sunagakure and had formidable strength. Most people wouldn't consider specializing in puppet arts unless they had exceptional talent in it. Therefore, almost all puppet masters had shockingly low proficiency in ninjutsu. After all, even a genius like Sasori couldn't balance both ninjutsu and puppet techniques. Of course, Sasori's puppet techniques had become so powerful that he could completely abandon ninjutsu. But Hai Lao Zhang couldn't do that. In the current situation, his puppets had no place to be used. His strongest puppet was less useful than Earth Style in the face of Uchiha Han's blade of light. In that moment, Hai Lao Zhang suddenly felt a deep regret. If he had focused on ninjutsu back then, perhaps he wouldn't be so helpless today. But unfortunately, there was no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. The blade of light was suddenly within reach. At this distance and speed, there was no chance left. Hai Lao Zhang's pupils dilated to the extreme, almost squeezing out all the white in his eyes. The blade of light reflected in his pupils grew larger, the brilliance intensified, and the flames became more ferocious. Boom! With a loud crash, the blade of light finally fell. The powerful impact instantly tore Hai Lao Zhang's body to shreds, turning him into a mist of blood. Following that was the incredibly intense fire. Like an unquenchable flame of divine retribution, it instantly ignited everything around. Hai Lao Zhang's blood mist was quickly evaporated completely. The flame spread, engulfing all the surrounding rock ninjas. Amid the cries of pain, the rock ninjas fell one by one, meeting the same fate as Hai Lao Zhang. Uchiha Han slowly straightened up, watching this scene and listening to the screams, feeling little emotional turmoil inside. Previously, Uchiha Han had not killed anyone. In Konoha, he had been methodically carrying out various missions. His understanding of the ninja world's cruelty was still based on the feelings he had seen in his past life. But what he could see from the original work was concentrated on the protagonists and those antagonists. Those great hatreds, great evils. However, It wasn't until he personally participated in the war that he understood the cruelty of this world, or rather, the cruelty of the ninja world, especially for those ordinary people. In this kind of war, what difference was there from being an ant? The various rules that seemed to be established on the surface could still be easily trampled under the weight of power. Uchiha Han began to understand Nagato's thoughts. War is cruel, but is peace really possible? In the world of Naruto, in just a few dozen or 100 years since the founding of the major ninja villages, there had been 4 wars that nearly engulfed the entire ninja world, not to mention various smaller, local wars and frictions. If we go further back, before the establishment of the ninja villages, the various clans were also constantly at war, accumulating grievances and hatred against each other. Even in his past life, he was lucky enough to be born in a stable and peaceful country. Although not wealthy, he had no worries about food and clothing, and he didn't have to live in constant fear. However, looking at the entire world, war had not ceased. Someone had done a rough calculation, and, throughout human history, there had only been 292 days without war. 292, what a minuscule number in the grand timeline of human history. If we convert that into an extreme limit, it would be 0. In an instant, Uchiha Han felt a sense of melancholy wash over him, filled with an indescribable emotion. Uchiha Han felt uncomfortable. He thought these things shouldn't be what he considered. Previously, he had never thought about these questions, but this time on the battlefield, the sights and sounds had left him somewhat confused. Han-kun, Itachi walked up, his face still unable to conceal the shock. The power contained in that previous slash, the tremendous force it unleashed, left all of them in awe. Itachi really didn't expect that Uchiha Han's armor had become so powerful. Behind him, Shursui and others were also dumbfounded, especially Shursui. They had often trained together over the years, and Shursui had frequently taken on the role of a teacher to guide the two. But he never expected that Uchiha Han had grown to such a degree, already surpassing him. At this moment, Uchiha Han slowly put away the flame blade, then turned to look at Shursui. Shursui, should we continue deeper? Uchiha Han asked. This. Shursui looked around. The surrounding fire blazed fiercely, with one tent after another igniting. Everyone was engulfed in a sea of flames. Meanwhile, the other sand ninjas were trying to extinguish the fire, leaving only a portion of ninjas outside the flames, holding their weapons, looking at Uchiha Han with fear on their faces. Chapter 244. Orochimaru and Danzo this. Shursui glanced at the surrounding sand ninjas. After Uchiha Han's slash, those sand ninjas were already filled with fear. After all, even their commander, Hai Laozong, was dead. Let's go for now, Shursui said. Although Hai Laozong was dead, this was still the base of Sunagakure. Uchiha Han had just killed the sand ninjas around, but there were countless more sand ninjas in the base. If they got entangled in a fight, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage could easily overwhelm them. Since their commander was dead, as long as the main force came over, they could easily annihilate them. Therefore, Shursui decided to return to the base as quickly as possible and let Ryui and the others bring the main force to eliminate the sand ninjas. All right, Uchiha Han nodded. Then, everyone immediately rushed toward the Konoha base. The sand shinobi, watching Uchiha Han's back, still had the earlier scene lingering in their minds. Who would dare to chase after them? Sigh. The sand shinobi withdrew their gazes and hurriedly joined others to extinguish the spreading fire. Otherwise, before the Konoha ninja arrived, their base would be burned down. Fortunately, the flames that spread from Uchiha Han's flame slash were not truly unquenchable. They were just more intense and powerful than ordinary flames. With their numbers, they managed to control the fire before it spread too severely. However, their commander, K-Eyes, was dead. Moreover, nearly all the puppet masters and earth-style ninjas he had gathered were killed under Uchiha Han's blade light. What now? Most of the surviving sand shinobi were relatively weak. Those who were slightly stronger and could speak up in the large group were mostly taken by K-Eyes. So, nearly all of them were dead. This led to the situation where no one capable of making decisions was left. I don't know. The person next to him shrugged and shook his head. Then, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Speaking of which, with Lord K-Eyes dead, those Konoha ninjas will be back soon, and the main force from Konoha would probably arrive, right? Exactly. They can't let such a good opportunity slip away. That's right, we can't defend ourselves at all. The puppet masters are almost entirely wiped out, and our top combat power has suffered heavy losses. Once the Konoha army arrives, we are undoubtedly doomed. Panic spread among the crowd as they felt like ants on a hot pan. What if we immediately go back to request reinforcements? One person suggested. That makes sense. I'll go back to the village and request reinforcements. One person grinned slyly and rushed towards Sunagakure. However, he was quickly pulled back by several others. Everyone understood that Konoha's forces would probably arrive soon, and going back to find reinforcements would be too late. By the time the reinforcements arrived, their bodies would have long been cold. What if we all just run away? In this situation, we definitely can't win, someone said. One person took the lead, and everyone quickly echoed. Almost everyone wanted to flee. They exchanged glances, unsure of who would dare to make this decision. Retreating in battle is a grave sin. It's a ninja's taboo. If pursued, the consequences would be dire. So, everyone remained hesitant, still only discussing it verbally. When it came to taking action, no one dared to be the first to run. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Silence lingered for a long time. Only the sound of sparks crackling could be heard around them. Damn it, I can't sit here any longer. If we keep sitting here, the Konoha ninjas will be here soon, and we'll be doomed. Since we're all going to die anyway, it's better to die early than late. Finally, someone exploded first. What that gentleman said is very true. If we don't break the silence, we will perish in it. With someone leading the way, the fear in the hearts of the others naturally lessened significantly. People are like that. Thus, many sand shinobi quickly packed their things and hurriedly fled towards Sunagakure. With so many of them, they didn't believe the village would really punish them severely. After all, the law does not punish the masses. At most, they would just deal with the one who led the charge first. Not far from the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure, Orochimaru and Danzo were weaving through the woods. I didn't expect the wind, thunder, and earth nations to unite and declare war on Konoha. This is quite interesting. Orochimaru smirked, and with his pale face, the smile looked quite eerie. This is quite normal. Danzo's expression remained mostly unchanged. He was used to these things. Konoha's strength was greatly diminished, and many years had passed since the Third Great Ninja War. Those who needed to recuperate had already done so. The three nations naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Danzo said coldly. However, inside, he was not as calm as he appeared. Minato was injured and unconscious. The Hokage position cannot be left without a leader for even a day. If he were still in Konoha, wouldn't this be an excellent opportunity? Danzo felt a deep regret. Why didn't he keep a lower profile back then and not be so anxious? If he had, he would have had a great chance to compete for the position of 5th Hokage at this moment. Instead, it fell to that brat Tsunade. Thinking of this, Danzo felt a surge of anger. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Now he was dependent on the leader of the Akatsuki organization. This feeling made him feel a bit uncomfortable and uneasy. It's all Uchiha Han and Uchiha Itachi's fault. And that white-eyed wolf, Uchiha Shursui. The Uchiha clan truly has no good members. Danzo thought viciously, gripping his bandaged right hand tightly. During this time, with Orochimaru's help, the Hashirama cells had adapted even better. The power of his wood release was even more formidable. At the same time, he had also implanted Orochimaru's cloned Sharingan. Now, Danzo was extremely confident in his strength. He believed that if he encountered Uchiha Han again, he would definitely be able to redeem himself and give him a good beating. No, only by killing them can he relieve the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Danzo's hatred for Uchiha Han and the others had reached its peak. All right, let's first go capture the one-tail Jinchuriki, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Danzo withdrew his thoughts and nodded. Now it can't be changed. They can only obediently complete the tasks assigned by the leader. Chapter 245. The pursuit of Shinobu Uchiha Han and the others returned to the base at the fastest speed. How is it? Did you find out about the enemy's combat deployment? Sarutobi Shinobu asked. Shursui took a few breaths and quickly calmed down, saying, "We fell into their trap." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinobu immediately became nervous, his expression a bit confused. Shursui quickly added, "Their commander is K-Eyes, leading a team of puppet masters. But they were all killed by Han." Shursui finished speaking at lightning speed. "What? K-Eyes?" Sarutobi Shinobu exclaimed in shock. K-Eyes is the second or third in command of Sunagakure and one of the most powerful puppet masters. To mobilize him to the front line at this time is quite significant. Compared to him, Sarutobi Shinobu's status is much lower. You just said they were all killed by Han. Shinobu's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he looked at Uchiha Han beside him. Uchiha Han smiled slightly and nodded. This? Shinobu couldn't believe it. Isn't this just a 13-year-old kid in front of him? Able to kill K-Eyes? Shursui. Ryuei walked over, frowning. To be honest, he didn't believe it either. If it were someone else who heard Shursui's words, their first reaction would probably be to suspect that Shursui had failed the mission and was deliberately lying. However, Ryuei knew Sure Sui and the others well. Then, Ryuei looked at Itachi and Uchiha Han. Uncle Ryuei, it's true. Itachi nodded. Anjuin's bloodline limit has become incredibly powerful. With a single strike, he shattered the puppets of Hachiro. Uchiha Han still wore a faint smile on his face. However, in Lu Wei's eyes, it seemed that Uchiha Han was saying, "That's right, I am this strong." Shui was right, that Hachiro and his group of puppeteers had indeed been killed. Uchiha Han said lightly, appearing as if it were just a trivial matter. "That's right. So, this is a perfect opportunity. Now, the morale of the Sand Village must be shattered. If we take the initiative, we can definitely break through in one strike." Shui hurriedly said. Shino thought for a moment and then looked at Lu Wei. If what Shui said was true, then this was indeed a great opportunity to annihilate the enemy forces. Moreover, facing a disheartened army, their losses could be minimized. Lu Wei nodded at Shino. He chose to trust Uchiha Han and the others. All right, immediately pass down the order. Aside from the necessary remaining ninjas, the rest will follow me to attack the Sand Village base. With Shino's command, the ninjas in the base quickly gathered together. What the hell? Hachiro could be killed by that brat? What kind of wind is Lord Shino blowing to believe such a thing? Right, I could also say I killed the Kazekage. Let us just directly raid the Sand Village and take over the Land of Wind. After hearing this, they shook their heads in disbelief. They did not understand Shino's decision. Although these voices were small, there were many of them. Shino and Lu Wei naturally heard them clearly. Shino felt a bit awkward and glanced at Lu Wei. Seeing that the latter's expression was calm, he said nothing. Shino's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he scanned the surroundings. The ninjas gradually fell silent. Everyone, attack at the fastest speed. We must capture the Sand Village base. Soon, the mighty Konoha forces surged forward under the leadership of Shino and Lu Wei, leaving only a small portion of logistics personnel and remaining ninjas behind. Uchiha Han did not follow. He told Shui and the others that he had consumed too much chakra earlier and needed a rest, so he stayed behind. Uchiha Han felt that he had already killed Hachiro and those puppeteers. Having exerted so much effort was enough. If he had to deal with the remaining defeated soldiers himself, then Shino and these Konoha ninjas would be too useless. Of course, the main reason was that Uchiha Han simply did not want to move. Isn't it nice to lie in the tent? Uchiha Han thought as he lay down. Soon, his consciousness entered the virtual battle room. Now, he needed to quickly improve the compatibility of the black rhino armor. With Hachiro dead, the fighting on the Wind countryside might come to a pause. By the time he returned to Konoha, he would have to figure out how to send his clone out. Going back and forth would be quite troublesome. Of course, with Hachiro dead, Chiyo and the others might go crazy, desperately wanting to avenge him. Regarding Chiyo, Uchiha Han had some. How should he put it? Although many people in his past life played the meme of Swimsuit Chiyo, your favorite, he felt she was quite a pitiful person too. Her son and daughter-in-law died in war. Her only grandson defected from the village, and in the end became an enemy, dying at her hands. And in the end, Chiyo sacrificed her life to save Gaara. The ninja world is always full of pitiful people. However, everyone has blood on their hands to some extent. Hatred and killing intertwine in everyone. He couldn't help but wonder what expression that old lady would have when she learned her brother died at his hands. Uchiha Han felt mixed emotions. However, he did not regret it. In the past, he was in a god's perspective. But now he is a Konoha ninja, and the Sand Village is the enemy. Feeling pity for the enemy? Sorry, he's not that saintly. Just, a scene suddenly flashed in Uchiha Han's mind. A refreshing beach, Chiyo, in cool clothing squeezing her wrinkled face and smiling, saying, "This summer, let me take good care of you." Uchiha Han got goosebumps all over. This image is indeed a bit scary. He couldn't think about it. It would be bad if he got scared stiff. Uchiha Han slapped his head, shaking off the terrifying image. Battle, battle, black rhino armor, here I come. Soon, Shino and the others arrived at the Sand Village base. At this moment, the charred tents came into view, along with numerous corpses, scattered shurikens, and battle flags. The Sand Ninjas must have fled. Shino's eyes sharpened, and he immediately shouted, "The Sand Ninjas shouldn't have run too far. Chase after them immediately." Right now, this was the best opportunity. If they could kill those Sand Ninjas, then the strength of the Wind Country would suffer a heavy blow. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Moreover, chasing after a panicked, defeated army wouldn't take too much time and effort, and they wouldn't suffer significant losses. Chapter 246. The death of Shino. The Konoha forces split into several groups and rushed toward the Sand Village. Of course, they wouldn't go too deep. They just wanted to catch up and annihilate the scattered Sand Ninjas if they hadn't run far. Sarutobi Shino, Lu Wei, and Jishui each led several teams. If they spotted the sand ninjas, they would signal with flares. They would gather at the fastest speed. Thus, Shino led a team of ninjas, sprinting in a certain direction for over 10 minutes. At this moment, Shino suddenly sensed 2 chakra presences ahead. Huh? Why only 2? Shino instinctively frowned. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming that in the chaos, some sand ninjas had scattered. So, Shino immediately quickened his pace and rushed forward. Someone was rushing over. Orochimaru slightly frowned. However, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Moreover, it seemed somewhat familiar. Danzo murmured. He also sensed a group of ninjas charging toward them, and their speed increased slightly. What do you say? Danzo asked, looking at Orochimaru. No matter. Let's complete the leader's task first. It must be said that whether in Konoha or the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru's attitude towards tasks was extremely serious, unlike others. However, it seems they can't avoid it either. Danzo sneered. At this moment, Shino's figure had already burst out from behind them. Stop! Shino shouted loudly, trying to crush the fleeing sand ninjas with his momentum. However, it was only then that he saw the 2 figures ahead clearly. Black clothing with red clouds. Both wore conical hats that obscured their faces. Who are you? Sarutobi Shino's heart tightened, and he immediately pulled out a kunai, looking warily at the 2 figures before him. The Konoha ninjas behind him also rushed over, all with extremely vigilant expressions. Orochimaru laughed ominously. Slowly turning his head, a cold wind suddenly blew, lifting the hat on Orochimaru's head and revealing his deathly pale face. Oh, Orochimaru! Yamato Shinosuke's expression instantly shifted to one of dissatisfaction, shock, and fear. Shocked that Orochimaru was here, and terrified because this was Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Long time no see, Shinosuke. After all, they were old acquaintances, and Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. However, to Shinosuke, this was enough to send chills down his spine, making his skin crawl. Long time no see, Shinosuke. A somewhat hoarse voice came from beside him, and Shinosuke turned to see Danzo slowly turning around. Danzo! Shinosuke's heart surged with waves of panic. The 2 S-rank rogue ninjas from Konoha were actually together. The earlier incident involving the attack on the Fire Country's daimyo had not leaked out. The higher-ups in Konoha had deliberately suppressed it. Naturally, Shinosuke, being outside, was unaware of this. However, he didn't know about Danzo's defection. Danzo's face still bore that cold expression, but there were faint hints of displeasure. Perhaps it was because of Shinosuke's attitude upon seeing him? Should he call him uncle? Shinosuke instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Konoha had inexplicably suffered a joint attack from 3 great nations. Now, at this moment, the 2 S-rank rogue ninjas had gathered together, which was another thunderclap for Konoha. However, Shinosuke also noticed that the 2 seemed to be heading towards Sunagakure. Could it be they were going to seek refuge in Sunagakure? This thought immediately arose in Shinosuke's mind. Although there were various regulations in the ninja world, such as major ninja villages being forbidden from accepting rogue ninjas from other villages, covert dealings were not uncommon, especially in times of war. Who would care about such things? If Orochimaru and Danzo teamed up in the Wind Country, then the recently favorable situation in battle would likely reverse in an instant. Thinking of this, Shinosuke's eyes sharpened, shooting forth a determined gleam. He had to stop them. Shinosuke knew he was not a match for either of them. However, he was confident he could hold out against them for a few rounds. Moreover, he had more than 10 Konoha ninjas behind him. There was strength in numbers. Send up the signal flare. Shinosuke shouted to those behind him. Immediately, a ninja behind him hurriedly took out a signal flare from his pack. Whoosh! A sharp sound echoed through the sky. Now what do we do? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru. What a hassle. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, flicking his agile tongue over his lips. He seemed to exude an ominous and chilling killing intent. Shinosuke and the others felt the temperature around them drop significantly. TSK, TSK, TSK. After all, he is the son of Hiruzen. Danzo understood that Orochimaru had developed a murderous intent. However, his ties to Sarutobi Hiruzen were. Therefore, in facing the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he should be killed even more. Danzo's face twisted in an instant. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and he forcefully threw it. Danzo was not someone who showed mercy. Even if Shinosuke was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, so what? The bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Nonsense. If he truly cared about that, he wouldn't have sent people to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original story. His obsession with power and the position of Hokage had reached a terrifying level. Now, His hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen had also reached a profound depth. He never considered that if it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen showing mercy before, he would never have been able to leave Konoha alive. Bang! Shinosuke immediately defended himself while forming hand seals to release a ninjutsu and began to counterattack. Although he knew Danzo was powerful, he was old after all. Yamato Shinosuke still had the confidence to engage Danzo for a while. At least he wouldn't be defeated in just a few rounds. Oomph. Danzo snorted coldly, and then the bandages on his right hand began to swell. With a loud bang, the bandages exploded into fragments. Wood release, tree root explosion. In an instant, a massive dead tree suddenly appeared in the forest. Shinosuke's pupils widened to the extreme, as the monstrous dead tree seemed to reach out with claws, gradually swallowing his sight. Chapter 247. The Pursuing Uchiha Flows Might Bang. A tremendous sound echoed as a giant pit appeared in the center of the forest. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru's hat had shattered, and he stood somewhat disheveled not far away. I say, could you give me a heads up before you self-destruct? What if I got caught in it? Orochimaru said. TSK. A white smoke dissipated, revealing Danzo's body. He snorted coldly. Get caught in it? What joke? I think that even if the leader died, you wouldn't die. Danzo shot a glance at Orochimaru. Hit him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight, meaningful smile. But is it necessary to waste a Sharingan to kill Shinosuke and these few people? Orochimaru asked. The wood release, tree root explosion that Danzo had just used was unbelievably terrifying, and it could also consume the user themselves. Every time it was used, it had to be paired with Danzo's Izanagi. Thus, it consumed a Sharingan each time. I just wanted to take this opportunity to test the effect, Danzo said. Since the assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo, Orochimaru had enhanced the fusion of Hashirama's cells for him. He was still unclear about what level his strength had reached. He was very satisfied with the results of this experiment. Besides, don't you have plenty of those clone Sharingans? Danzo said. Orochimaru felt somewhat speechless. Although these copied Sharingans had little value, they were indeed quite suitable as consumables for Izanagi. However, even if they were copies, they shouldn't be wasted casually. So you don't care about using them up, huh? Orochimaru shot a few more glances at Danzo, thinking that although Danzo had become his teammate now, he hadn't really been much help to him. On the contrary, he had cleaned up his mess several times. Moreover, during the assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo, Danzo had left him behind to flee. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, unable to discern his emotions. Let's go capture the Jinchuriki of One Tail first, Orochimaru said. He then brushed off the dust from his clothes and continued forward in the direction of Sunagakure. A few minutes later, Shirzue and Ryui, along with other ninjas, hurried over. They only saw a massive pit left behind. What happened here? Looking at the surrounding forest that had been flattened, everyone was filled with shock. Look! Suddenly, a ninja shouted. Everyone turned to look, and at the bottom of the pit, a hand was exposed beneath some rocks. They hurried over and began to move the rocks aside. However, to their disappointment, beneath the rocks, there was not a body as they had expected, but only a severed hand. This is Lord Shinosuke's hand. Suddenly, a ninja burst into tears. He pointed to the diagonal scar on the palm of the severed hand and said, "That was left by Lord Shinosuke when he saved me." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Shinosuke. Afterwards, Liu Wei immediately sent people to carefully search the surroundings. In the end, they only found a few severed hands and feet under the rocks. It was clear that the explosion had almost completely destroyed their bodies. Only a very few remnants of limbs remained, making it nearly impossible to identify them. I'm afraid the ninjas led by Lord Shinosuke are completely wiped out. Finally, Shirzue had no choice but to announce this painful fact. Damn! Liu Wei clenched his fists fiercely. The death of Shinosuke was devastating news for them. It would not only affect the battlefield situation, but more worryingly for Liu Wei, it would also influence the third Hokage's attitude toward the Uchiha clan. Originally, the third Hokage, allowing them to support the battlefield in the Land of Wind, represented a shift in his attitude. However, with Shinosuke's death, the third Hokage would surely blame them for their incompetence. By then, the previously improved attitude would likely drop back to freezing point. Thinking of this, Liu Wei felt extremely anxious. This mission could be considered a failure. The Uchiha clan had hoped to perform well in this war to minimize losses during the next reshuffle of the Konoha upper echelons. However, the death of Sarutobi Shinosuke would definitely implicate their Uchiha clan. Damn, if only I had known not to split up and chase. Liu Wei regretted deeply. Or rather, they shouldn't have pursued deeply in the first place. Now, to salvage the situation to the greatest extent, they could only take revenge for Shinizuke. Lu Wei's eyes sharpened, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. Shurshui, Itachi, and you guys, come with me to pursue. Lu Wei stared ahead. He never expected Sunagakure to leave such a terrifying trap behind. Lu Wei was quite shocked. But no matter what, he must take revenge for Shinizuke. Otherwise, upon returning, the Uchiha clan might fall back into the dire circumstances they faced before the fourth Hokage. This was something he absolutely could not accept. All right. The others understood the severity of the situation and nodded, preparing themselves. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and return to the base immediately, being careful of the traps left by Sunagakure. Yes. After that, Lu Wei and the others rushed out at the fastest speed. Tap, tap, tap. Danzo and Orochimaru walked leisurely through the forest. Suddenly, Danzo sensed the chakra presence behind him. A few annoying bugs had followed them again, truly troublesome. Danzo frowned, feeling a wave of irritation. He wasn't sure if it was because he had killed Shinizuke that his heart felt somewhat unsettled. He couldn't quite put his feelings into words. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He felt that presence was very familiar. It seemed to be the Uchiha's chakra. Danzo beside him also nodded. And that guy Shurshui. Danzo was naturally familiar with Shurshui's chakra. Finally, several figures caught up. Stop! Lu Wei shouted loudly, looking at the two in front of him. They were not from Sunagakure. This thought immediately arose in his mind, making him even more vigilant. Thus, Danzo and Orochimaru slowly turned their heads. Without the conical hats, Lu Wei and the others immediately saw their faces clearly. Danzo, Orochimaru, everyone was taken aback, especially Shurshui and Itachi. They were not unfamiliar with Danzo. They had personally experienced Danzo's defection. Lu Wei's pupils contracted, without a hint of hesitation. Retreat. With a command, several figures immediately vanished without a trace. Boring. Orochimaru licked his lips, a faint smile playing on his lips, looking as sinister as ever. Let's go. They turned around and continued walking towards Sunagakure. Chapter 248. Fourth Kazekage Raza what? Sarutobi Shinizuke is dead. Uchiha Kid Hokid. What on earth happened? Didn't I kill almost all the strong ones in Sunagakure? Uchiha Han quickly asked. He couldn't believe what Itachi said. It was Danzo and Orochimaru. Itachi recounted the events to Uchiha Han in detail. Uchiha Han felt very angry. Those two cold-blooded guys, Danzo and Orochimaru. Uchiha Han said indignantly. Although he had never liked the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen had truly poured his heart into caring for Danzo and Orochimaru. If it weren't for Hiruzen's leniency, those two would never have been able to defect from the village so smoothly. Yet, these two not only did not show gratitude, but also killed Hiruzen's son. Uchiha Han felt a bit sympathetic towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, it could be said that Hiruzen brought this upon himself. After all, if he had been ruthless back then and not shown mercy, they wouldn't have defected, and naturally, today's tragedy would not have occurred. However, this could be considered somewhat good news for them. Uchiha Han murmured, "Hey, Xiao Han." Lu Wei's expression turned serious, immediately covering Uchiha Han's mouth while looking around. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his guard, and removed his hand from Uchiha Han's mouth. Don't be nervous, Lu Wei uncle. Uchiha Han smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he turned his head away, disdainfully spitting. Although Lu Wei uncle was already married, before he got married, his hands must have often helped him. Thinking of that scene, and then recalling how Lu Wei just covered his mouth, Uchiha Han felt a wave of nausea. See, Han, you can't say such things randomly. What if someone hears it, and it reaches the third Hokage's ears? What should we do then? Lu Wei said with great seriousness. He could clearly hear what Uchiha Han meant. If Shinizuke fell into an enemy trap while pursuing Sunagakure ninjas, then the third Hokage would definitely hold Uchiha Han and the others responsible. After all, if it weren't for Uchiha Han and the others claiming they had killed Kiruzong and others, Shinizuke wouldn't have ordered a pursuit. Even if they did indeed kill Kiruzong, with Shinizuke's death, the third Hokage's anger would also fall upon them. But since Shinizuke died at the hands of Danzo and Orochimaru, the target of hatred would shift entirely to them. In fact, the third Hokage might even regret and blame himself for being lenient back then. This way, the third Hokage's anger towards Uchiha Han and the others would significantly decrease. However, to be honest, no matter what, Uchiha Han did not feel he should bear responsibility for this tragedy, but it was more or less also due to his reasons. Then what should we do next, Lu Wei uncle? Uchiha Han asked. He wanted to know the next combat arrangements. I have already sent someone to relay the news back to Konoha as quickly as possible. For now, let's rest in place for a few days and wait for the village's orders, Liu Wei said. Okay. Uchiha Han nodded. However, a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. At this moment, although Konoha effortlessly uprooted the Sand Village's base, they did not pursue the scattered Sand Shinobi due to the death of Shino. Furthermore, with the death of the commander, their morale significantly plummeted. Fortunately, Ryui had been actively training and boosting their spirits in recent days. Soon, a directive came from the village appointing Uchiha Ryui as the temporary commander on the battlefield of the Wind Country. This surprised Uchiha Han and the others. They initially thought the third Hokage might blame them, but instead, Ryui was promoted. This left them puzzled. However, it was not bad news. The Sand Village showed no intention of ceasing hostilities, and it seemed their reinforcements would arrive soon. Ryui sat in the command tent, furrowing his brow. Having been given this urgent assignment, he felt quite nervous. After all, it was his first time solely responsible for such a large battlefield, commanding thousands of shinobi. However, the village would likely send someone to take over soon. He was just a temporary stand-in. Ryui furrowed his brow. Since he was now the commander, he needed to respond to the upcoming situation. Then, let's advance step by step and enter the territory of the Wind Country, Ryui said. Originally, they had been pushed back over 10 miles due to the surprise attack from the Wind Country. But after the previous battle, with the Sand Shinobi scattered, they had returned to the border. For various reasons, Ryui did not lead the troops into the Sand Village territory. However, since the Sand Village showed no intention of stopping the war, the conflict would continue. They needed to seize the opportunity and further expand their advantage. Thus, the orders were quickly given. Many Konoha shinobi prepared to cross the border between the Wind Country and the Fire Country. In the Sand Village. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. How dare they shamelessly come back? Fourth Kazekage Raza slammed the table in anger. Just thinking about those who had fled from the front made him want to rush over and kill them. However, there were too many of them. And if he killed them, what would the Sand Village use to fight against Konoha? Damn it. Hirazang is also useless. The traps I set were actually turned against me. What armor? Can it be as hard as my gold sand? Rasa showed that. However, he lowered his voice. With Hirazang's death, Chiyo, who had been in seclusion, returned to the upper echelons of the Sand Village. Even as the Kazekage, Raza did not dare to look down on Chiyo. It was truly frustrating. Raza calmed his anger and sat down to think about the upcoming battle situation. Undoubtedly, they had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Hirazang was still one of the top experts in the Sand Village, and he had died in battle. Who else in the village could replace him? His subordinates lacked reliable, sufficiently strong individuals. In the entire Sand Village, besides himself, there was probably only Chiyo. Should he send Chiyo? Rasa hesitated. He was worried that if Chiyo succeeded, her prestige in the village would naturally soar, possibly threatening his position as Kazekage. Raza lowered his head, caught in hesitation and turmoil. After a long while, he finally slowly raised his head and spoke to the air in front of him. Yashimaru. Here, a young man with sandy-colored hair suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of him. What is guard doing? Chapter 249, Itachi's Dilemma Huff. Uchiha Han slowly exhaled. He opened his eyes and walked out of the small tent. In recent days, their main force had crossed the border, advancing a full 10 kilometers into the Wind Country. Ryui had not pushed further, concerned about potential traps and ambushes. Instead, he had dispatched a vanguard team to continuously scout the situation. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2820. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 469. Taijutsu, 491. Jinjutsu, 551. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not. Underworld Sight Technique, Water Chaos Wave. Water Stream Bullet, Lightning Stream Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 50. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 9. Since the Black Rhino Armor had been reclaimed, the Three Tails Chakra had returned to his body. Additionally, through Uchiha Han's hard work during this time, the compatibility of the Black Rhino Armor had finally reached 50. This was the third armor to reach 50 compatibility after the Wind Eagle Armor. Now, he had some assurance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. However, he soon relaxed, planning to check on Itachi and Shursui. As for regaining the black rhino armor clone, he would do it later when there were fewer people around. Hey, Han! At that moment, Ryui spotted Uchiha Han and called out. What's up, Uncle Ryui? Uchiha Han walked over. I was just looking for you. Ryui smiled, then looked at Uchiha Han with concern. How's your recovery going? In recent days, Uchiha Han had said he needed to recuperate, specifically asking Ryui to set up a tent for him. In reality, Uchiha Han just wanted to avoid being disturbed in the virtual battle room. I estimate it should be about done. Uchiha Han was reluctant to say he was fully recovered because he knew that once he did, Ryui would immediately assign him a task. Sure enough, I'm still not cut out to be a ninja. The system made the right choice for me. My personality is more suited to being an armor warrior, Uchiha Han thought. After all, in the first season of Armor Warriors, the character Xi Nan was always slacking off, much like himself, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him he still had no power or influence? All right, don't think I don't know you, kid. Ryui smirked and immediately pulled Uchiha Han over. When Itachi gets back, you gather a few people to form a vanguard team and scout the front lines, okay? Okay. Uchiha Han had no choice but to agree. Soon, Itachi and Shui returned. However, Uchiha Han could clearly see that Itachi's face was filled with worry. What's wrong, Itachi? Uchiha Han asked. Itachi seemed a bit unstable, making Uchiha Han somewhat concerned. Han-kun, we passed through several villages earlier, and most of the villagers have fled, but some remain. When those villagers saw us, they immediately knelt and begged us not to kill them. Itachi lowered his head, seemingly not wanting Uchiha Han to see his pained expression. Is there really no way to avoid war? Why is there no peace? Itachi asked. Beside them, Shui could only sigh in response. He doesn't have such a high level of thought as Itachi. He just wants to manage Konoha and his family well. Therefore, he is also powerless against Itachi's troubles. Haha. Uchiha suddenly looked at Han-kun. Itachi and Shui looked at Uchiha Han with puzzled expressions, wondering why he suddenly laughed and what he was laughing about. Itachi, have you ever thought that this problem is actually quite easy to solve? Uchiha Han said, putting away his smile and speaking seriously. Easy to solve? Itachi frowned, looking confused. If it were really easy to solve, it wouldn't have troubled countless generations. The anti-war ideology has not been absent in the ninja world. Think about it. From the Warring States period to now, what was the longest period of peace? Do you know? Uchiha Han asked. The longest period of peace. Itachi began to ponder. After a moment, he slowly spoke the answer. It was during the time of the first Hokage after Konoha was established. That's right. Uchiha Han did. So think about it. Why was there no war during that time? And the leaders of the 5 great nations could gather at one table to discuss. Facing another question from Uchiha Han, Itachi fell into deep thought. Why? He was very clear about the deeds of the first Hokage. He was a strong, kind, and peace-loving ninja. It can be said that he single-handedly changed the pattern of the ninja world from the Warring States to now. Uchiha Han smiled, knowing that Itachi couldn't be that oblivious. However, some things he couldn't dare to express actively. It's simple because the first Hokage had absolute power to suppress the ninja world. Uchiha Han said, absolute power is the only possibility to guarantee peace. So, in this regard, the first Hokage was actually mistaken. Uchiha Han deliberately lowered his voice. If others heard this, they would definitely be dragged by that old man, the third Hokage, for severe indoctrination of the will of fire. If it got serious, they might even be thrown into the umbu for heavy brainwashing. Political positions cannot waver. However, it was not a big problem to say these things in front of Itachi and Shui. If all the tailed beasts were in our Konoha's hands back then, there wouldn't be so many ninja world wars now. Therefore, necessary military deterrence is the only path to achieve peace. After hearing Uchiha Han's words, Itachi's heart couldn't be calm and began to ponder carefully. Of course, it might not be right. This is just my personal opinion. Uchiha Han smiled. The serious expression on his face disappeared completely. But Itachi, Uchiha Han suddenly changed his tone. What's wrong? Itachi asked. Isn't it a bit too early for you to consider these things now? Uchiha Han said. Too early? Itachi looked a bit confused. Uchiha Han walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Some things, even if you find the answer, you don't have the ability to execute it. And you can only become someone else's pawn, acting according to someone else's will. So, what you should do now is accumulate strength and keep getting stronger. As for peace, Uchiha Han turned around, his figure reflected in Itachi's eyes, becoming a bit deeper. You can ponder this matter carefully when you become Hokage. After saying this, Uchiha Han turned around, facing away from Itachi. Become Hokage. Itachi murmured unconsciously, looking at Uchiha Han's back, his gaze becoming a bit clearer. Uncle Lue assigned me a mission. I'll take my leave now. Uchiha Han waved his hand and left. Uchiha Han followed the designated route, exploring forward for a few kilometers, carefully searching the surroundings, and found no traps. By evening, he returned to the camp. After handing in his mission, Uchiha Han returned to the small tent. When night fell, except for the patrolling ninja, everyone gradually rested. Uchiha Han began to reassemble the black rhino armor clone. It went smoothly. It took less than half an hour to complete the assembly. Moreover, it completely repaired the damage left from the battle with Noki. At that time, the chakra of the black rhino armor clone was completely exhausted, and subsequent recovery consumed the chakra of the three-tailed clone. If the time dragged on, the black rhino armor clone might become increasingly unstable until it dissipated. Therefore, the clone hurried towards Uchiha Han's main body. Uchiha Han calmed his breathing, looking at the clone beside him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. Orochimaru, Danzo. He chuckled, according to Itachi and the others' descriptions. Both Danzo and Orochimaru were wearing Akatsuki uniforms. If Uchiha Han guessed correctly, their appearance in a land of wind should be for the one-tail Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki's plan to capture tailed beasts indeed came early. Unfortunately, the Wind Falcon armor clone was still in the land of lightning, far too distant to make it here in time. Facing both Orochimaru and Danzo, relying solely on the black rhino armor clone would obviously not be enough. However, if he were to deploy the Earth Tiger armor, its combat power would also be low, at most at the elite Jainin level. It wouldn't be of much help and could even be a hindrance. Of course, Uchiha Han wasn't saying the Earth Tiger armor was inadequate. He was merely stating that the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor was too low at the moment. This was a conclusion he arrived at after carefully comparing the data. Back when he was at the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Han had checked the combat data of the two. Orochimaru's stats were similar to Jiraiya's. But aside from ninjutsu, his taijutsu and jinjutsu values were slightly lower than Jiraiya's, and his chakra was also lower. However, the overall difference was small. As for Danzo, he was clearly lower than both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Just looking at the stats, Jiraiya's average was about 950. Orochimaru was around 930 to 940, and Danzo was only about 850. Moreover, his chakra was significantly lower. Danzo's chakra value was only over 5,000. However, this was normal. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were in their prime, with chakra at its peak. Danzo, being older, had a declining chakra year by year, and being able to maintain over 6,000 at his age was already quite remarkable. Uchiha Han estimated that in Danzo's prime, his chakra should have been around 6,000 to 7,000. After all, Danzo had been able to hold the second-in-command position in Konoha for so many years. Uchiha Han thought for a long time and finally made a decision. This time, both the main body and the clone would act together. The clone could hold its own against Noki with only 45 compatibility. Of course, considering Naki's unexpected situation, the clone shouldn't be too weak compared to Noki. The main body had a compatibility of 55, and with the Flame Dragon Steed, its overall combat power was outrageous. Even if pain from the Deva Path came, Uchiha Han wouldn't be afraid. Besides, even if there were situations where he couldn't win, he could just ride the Flame Dragon Steed and escape. When it comes to fleeing, who in the entire ninja world could catch up to him? He had that much confidence. However, he needed to find a good excuse. Otherwise, Uncle Lue would definitely not let him leave. Sunagakure. Young Gaara was playing alone in a pile of sand, his face showing the innocent joy unique to children. With his delicate little hands, he gently patted the mound of dirt, smiling contentedly. Gaara looked around and suddenly noticed Temari and Kankuro standing in the shadows at a distance, watching him with expressions of vigilance and disdain. Gaara's heart sank instantly, and his eyes became slightly moist. However, it wasn't the first time. Gaara tried to refocus his attention, digging vigorously in the sand with his small hands. In another shadow, Danzo and Orochimaru were staring intently at him. This little brat is a Jinchuriki, looks a bit pitiful, Orochimaru said coldly. Both being sons of a Kage and Jinchuriki, the fourth Kazekage's approach is undoubtedly the right one. Jinchuriki should be the village's weapon. As for feelings, that would only bring countless troubles to the weapon. Danzo said. He had always disagreed with Naruto's treatment, but with Minato in power, he dared not say anything. When are we moving? Danzo asked. Don't rush. Orochimaru smiled. We need to find a way to avoid the fourth Kazekage Sandai. Otherwise, There will be many unnecessary troubles. Orochimaru turned around, his shadowy face gradually disappearing into the darkness. Danzo said nothing and followed. He was right. That thing is indeed quite troublesome. After all, in Sunagakure, we are outnumbered, and acting recklessly is unwise. Danzo thought for a moment and continued. But isn't Chiyo already at the front lines? Orochimaru suddenly stopped, a thoughtful look crossing his face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's true. It seems like Sunagakure only has the Kazekage left. Chapter 251. Chiyo's attack the next day. After several rounds of preliminary investigations, the main force advanced another 2 kilometers into the Land of Wind. After watching for a while, they still hadn't seen Sunagakure's troops. This is very odd. In the command camp, Uchiha Han furrowed his brows. He was increasingly puzzled about what was going on in Sunagakure. Logically, after so many days, they should have been able to dispatch new troops for defense. Or the ceasefire agreement should have already been placed on his desk. But neither was the case. They neither obstructed defense nor chose to cease fire. In that case, their army could charge into the Land of Wind as if it were uninhabited, and by then, it would be too late for Sunagakure to stop them. This would definitely cause immeasurable losses to the Land of Wind. If the situation continued, the destruction of the country wouldn't be impossible. Therefore, Ruiai was even more confused about what Sunagakure was doing. They couldn't possibly be unaware of such serious consequences. Soon, a realization dawned on Ruiai. This group of guys, could it be that they want to deliberately lure us deeper and have actually set a trap waiting for us to take the bait? The more Ruiai thought about it, the more he felt it was true. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, Sunagakure's strange behavior couldn't be explained. Consequently, the Konoha forces, who had initially planned to advance further, were immediately halted by Ruiai. Stand still. This was Ruiai's directive. Therefore, they stayed in place for another 2 days. Seeing no signs of the war restarting, Uchiha Han began to have other thoughts. Sunagakure is basically the weakest among the 5 great nations. Only after Kirigakure experienced the Blood Mist era, with a bunch of clans being exterminated and ninjas defecting, did the village's strength decline significantly, placing it on the same level as Sunagakure. It was also because Gaara had many scenes in the original work that Sunagakure's presence was much stronger. Now, with the death of the Elder, Sunagakure only had the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and Chiyo's strength worth noting. The Kazekage couldn't leave the village, so the worst-case scenario would be Chiyo personally going to the front lines. Just one Chiyo, not to mention Uchiha Han. Even Shursui alone could easily take her down. So, this battle was almost a sure win. However, Ruiai did not think so. After all, Shursui's Kodoa Mitsukami was only known to Uchiha Han, the time traveler. Night fell. Uchiha Han lay inside the tent. He could clearly hear the snores coming from the surrounding tents. Anyway, under the current circumstances, whether I am here or not one team make much difference. Uchiha Han murmured, then made a decision in his heart. He still needed to find Orochimaru and Danzo. Uchiha Han sat cross-legged and immediately began to mobilize the chakra in his body. Previously, when dealing with the Push, Uchiha Han had already prepared a shadow clone, but hadn't used it, because he hadn't anticipated the situation with Minato and Jiraiya. He didn't need to rely on the clone to distract people. This time it came in handy. Soon, the shadow clone was formed. It was also constructed using the chakra of the 3 tails. However, it did not have the energy of the armor infused, and its combat power was similar to the originals under normal circumstances, just at the level of AJ Nin. Perform well these days. Uchiha Han smiled at the clone, instructing it to be proactive these days and not a slack off like himself. A clone is just a tool anyway. It doesn't require his effort and can help Ruiai earn a few more credits on the merit list. So why not? Really? Why did I only think of this method now? Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. If he had thought of this idea earlier, he wouldn't have had to trouble himself with the patrol tasks for the past few days. Forget it. Uchiha Han slapped his forehead, then carefully sensed the outside. After concealing his presence, Uchiha Han quietly left the camp, leaving the clone without the armor energy inside the tent. Afterwards, moving away from the camp. Confirming he wouldn't be discovered, Uchiha Han released the Black Rhino armor clone. Thus, the 2 rushed at full speed towards Sunagakure. Their direction of advance was a straight line from the camp to Sunagakure. However, at this moment, a crisis quietly descended on both sides of the camp. Chiyo, leading many from Sunagakure, deliberately avoided the direction directly from the Konoha camp to Sunagakure, circling around from the other 2 sides, attempting to surround the Konoha ninjas. To avoid being discovered, they had maintained a distance. Now, Chiyo planned to tighten the encirclement. Lord Chiyo, shall we proceed now? A nearby ninja asked. Chiyo squinted her eyes, gazing at the distant camp with its scattered lights, her heart filled with anger. Her brother was killed by Konoha. This grudge must be avenged. At that time, when Konoha's white fan committed suicide, she had no chance to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. So, upon receiving the news of the death of the elder, she immediately rushed over with her troops as quickly as possible. Uchiha Han. Chiyo gritted her teeth while muttering this name. From the descriptions of the returning ninjas and comparing them with other information, she quickly identified the person who killed the elder. The genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Han. She also had many doubts in her heart. After all, no matter how talented Uchiha Han was, he was ultimately just a 13-year-old kid. It shouldn't be possible for him to have killed the elder. So, Chiyo believed that it was mostly the Konoha ninjas who secretly used despicable means to plot against Izaz. And those sand ninjas, being relatively weak, failed to detect the opponent's tactics. But regardless, Uchiha Han was already on Chiyo's kill list, and he was ranked first. In this regard, Chiyo wanted to say to Uchiha Han when facing him, "Do you know what happened to the last person who ranked first on my kill list? Hee. His corpse is already rotted." However, if Uchiha Han really heard her say this, he would probably burst into laughter on the spot. The death of White Fang had hardly circulated in Konoha. This incident was not a glorious matter for the village or for Kakashi Hatake himself. Even for a prominent family like the Uchiha, such matters were kept under wraps. Aside from that generation, very few people would mention or understand it. But Uchiha Han was well aware. The death of White Fang had nothing to do with Chiyo. It was already deep into the night, and the autumn wind was gradually carrying a hint of biting cold. Chiyo stopped thinking about Uchiha Han and refocused her gaze on the distant flickering lights. Net. Chapter 252, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Net. Chiyo commanded. Immediately, the sand ninjas behind her rushed out like arrows released from a bow. One of the ninjas released a signal flare. Thus, the sand ninjas who had been waiting on both sides of the Konoha camp charged out together. What happened? The Konoha ninja on night watch was startled by the sound of the signal flare. Someone fired a signal flare, it seems. It's not ours. Not ours. Then it could only be... Oh no! Sand ninjas are launching a surprise attack. Several Konoha ninjas were alarmed and immediately ran to report to Uchiha Rue. Soon, the entire camp was illuminated. Not only the lights of Konoha, but also a large area of fire released by the sand ninjas. Fortunately, Rue had been cautious, and the sand ninjas were still several miles away, allowing enough time for the Konoha ninjas to react even at full speed. Therefore, by the time the sand ninjas rushed into the camp, most of the Konoha ninjas were already prepared for battle. Maki, you go entangle that Uchiha Rue, Chiyo said to those behind her. Maki was a trusted J-nin under Chiyo. Although he had only become a J-nin a few years ago, he had great talent, and Chiyo had invested a lot of resources in him. Maki was considered an upper-tier J-nin in the currently talent-depleted Sunagakure. Therefore, Chiyo sent him to entangle Rue. Got it. Maki nodded without hesitation. He didn't hesitate at all because he knew he couldn't match Rue. However, to be honest, he felt that he could hold off Uchiha without much problem. He also knew what Chiyo wanted to do. She naturally wanted to kill that little brat named Uchiha Han. It shouldn't take too long. So, Maki immediately charged toward Rue with a few people. For a time, the camp was filled with the clash of firelight and blades, accompanied by screams and wails. Blood mixed with the cold autumn wind, dyeing the desolate night under the moonlight with a thick layer of blood mist. Soon, Chiyo found Uchiha Han. At this moment, Uchiha Han's clone was standing with Itachi, jointly resisting the continuous onslaught of the sand ninjas. Finally found you. A fierce look appeared on Chiyo's face, her gaze fixed tightly on Uchiha Han. At the same time, she glanced at Itachi beside him. Chiyo knew that the death of Izaz also had this little brat present. Just right, then let's kill them together and bury my brother, Chiyo said fiercely, then opened her hands, and her fingertips gleamed with several fine threads under the moonlight. The cold light of the blades sent chills down one's spine. Itachi's heart trembled. He naturally had basic information about Chiyo and immediately recognized her. It's actually Chiyo. Is she here specifically to avenge Izaz? Itachi murmured. With her status, Chiyo directly bypassed Uncle Rue and headed straight for them, undoubtedly wanting to avenge Izaz. In this case, Chiyo's target was undoubtedly Uchiha Han. Thinking of this, Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He didn't know how well Han's injuries had recovered. He absolutely couldn't let Han get hurt. Itachi's eyes were filled with a determined light. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Han's intervention earlier, they might have fallen into Iza's hands. The injuries Uchiha Han sustained made Itachi feel somewhat guilty. But if Uchiha Han knew this, he could only pat his head and say, "You're overthinking it." Seeing Itachi still refusing to back down, Chiyo couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Then, her wrinkled face suddenly twisted into a fierce expression. "Everyone die." Chiyo suddenly pulled her hands. Puppet Master, Manipulation Blade. In an instant, Itachi heard the sound of mechanical gears turning from all directions. After all, Uchiha Han was just a clone and did not have armor energy, making it difficult to react quickly against a Chiyo at a weak shadow level. Two puppets suddenly lunged at Uchiha Han and Itachi. Bang! Uchiha Han and Itachi immediately drew kunai to defend, clashing fiercely with the sharp blades of the puppets, creating a shower of sparks. The power of the puppets was immense. It was somewhat challenging for Uchiha Han and Itachi at their current levels. The gap between ordinary J-Nin and shadow-level ninjas, even weak shadows, was like the difference between clouds and mud. Moreover, Chiyo had more than just these two puppets. Chiyo's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly pulled her finger, sending two more puppets flying out from behind her. Oh no! Uchiha Han and Itachi were startled. They were already struggling with two puppets, and now there were two more. Their eyes instantly turned crimson. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 2 Tomo Sharingan. It's actually 3 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sharingan. In all my years, I've never seen such talented Uchiha. Seeing their eyes, Chiyo couldn't help but acknowledge their high talent. At the same time, she felt a bit envious. Why could this single family in Konoha produce so many geniuses? In contrast, it was hard to find even one exceptionally gifted young ninja in their Sunagekure. However, what uses it to be talented? Regardless, you will all die here today. Whether it was because Chiyo felt she was about to avenge her brother, or because she was about to torture two geniuses, a perverse excitement appeared on her face. However, she was also fully aware of the original underestimation. She was well aware of the power of the Sharingan. Just a pair of 3 Tomo could grant an ordinary ninja the strength of a J-Nin. Therefore, Chiyo would not underestimate Uchiha Han and Itachi. Plus, Maki would definitely not be a match for Uchiha Rue, so Chiyo wanted to resolve this side quickly. So, Chiyo took a deep breath, and her expression returned to the usual seriousness. Then, she forcefully pulled her hands, crossing them over her withered chest. White secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. This was Chiyo's most powerful puppet technique. 10 fingers, each controlling one puppet, pushing the puppet technique to its limit. A single machine can take on 1,000. During the last Shinobi World War, Chiyo relied on this secret technique to single-handedly conquer a city. 10 white figures instantly surrounded Uchiha Han and his companions. Chiyo's gaze slowly fell on Uchiha Han. Accompany my brother in death, she shouted angrily. Then the 10 puppets revealed various weapons and attacked Uchiha Han. The two immediately defended themselves, unleashing a barrage of fire-release ninjutsu. However, 2 couldn't match 10 puppets. Even with the Sharingan, they couldn't bridge the gap. The 2 quickly fell into a disadvantage. Bang! Most of the firepower from the 10 puppets focused on Uchiha Han. His kunai was soon knocked away, and his body was sent flying back from a massive impact, losing balance. Thud! A blade instantly pierced through Uchiha Han's body, and another puppet swallowed him whole. Han-kun, Itachi's pupils trembled as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, the puppet that devoured Uchiha Han began to swell violently, with blinding light bursting forth from within. Bang! A loud explosion instantly filled Itachi's ears, and dazzling flames danced in his pupils. Clang! Blood streamed from the corners of Itachi's eyes, and 2 black Tomo spun rapidly. The Tomo disappeared, replaced by a sinister black spiral, shuriken pattern. Chapter 253. Han-kun is dead. Han-kun. Itachi lowered his head slightly, allowing the blood from the corners of his eyes to flow down his cheeks and onto the ground. The eerie gaze emitted a terrifying aura, like a devil dancing in hell. Even Chiyo felt as if she had fallen into the depths of hell at that moment. A powerful, cold aura surrounded her, rendering her unable to move. It felt as if some indescribable, terrifying existence was watching her. Chiyo swallowed hard. Her fingers controlling the 10 puppets had already stiffened and stopped. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Itachi's eyes. However, the more she looked, the more frightened she became. The more she didn't want to look directly into Itachi's eyes, the more she felt a pair of powerful hands gripping her head, preventing her from looking away. What the hell is this? Is this really the Sharingan? Chiyo murmured, her heart already filled with fear. The existence of the Mangeki Sharingan was something very few knew about in the entire ninja world. After all, among the Uchiha clan, probably only the clan leader Fugaku knew that the Sharingan could evolve before awakening the Mangeki. As for these outsiders, they knew even less. Itachi slowly raised his head, the blood from the corners of his eyes being scattered by the cold wind onto his hair. Coupled with Itachi's somewhat emaciated figure, under the moonlight, he appeared even more eerie. Finally, Itachi opened his eyes again, revealing his crimson, eerie Mangeki Sharingan. As his eyes opened once more, a powerful ocular power radiated clearly. Chiyo felt a tightening in her heart and finally regained control of her stiff body. She immediately commanded her 10 puppets to charge toward Itachi. Amaterasu, a dark flame, ignited instantly. The 10 white puppets were engulfed in flames. Chiyo controlled the puppets through chakra threads and could naturally feel the terrifying nature of the flames on the puppets. No, this kid suddenly seems like a different person. Chiyo gritted her teeth and tightened the threads between her fingers. Puppets are ultimately lifeless and do not feel pain. Otherwise, they would have fallen and screamed the moment they were hit by Amaterasu. As long as the puppets were not completely burned by Amaterasu, they could still make some attacks. Thus, under Chiyo's control, several puppets continued to attack Itachi. At this moment, Chiyo immediately turned and fled. "Retreat!" Chiyo shouted, and her figure disappeared. Maki was left in a daze. What is going on with Lady Chiyo? It seemed like the ministers were ready to fight to the death. But the queen suddenly retreated. However, despite his many doubts, Maki immediately obeyed the order and turned to flee. The other Sand Shinobi saw this and also retreated. Rie frowned, looking puzzled at the retreating Sand Shinobi. He then turned to look in Itachi's direction. He had just sensed that Chiyo had come from that direction. In other words, Chiyo had secretly flanked behind while he was fighting Maki to attack Itachi. This is bad. Uchiha Rie realized. Chiyo's target was obviously Uchiha Han. She wanted to avenge her brother. This is terrible. This is terrible. Rie hurried over, repeatedly scolding himself. If something really happened to Uchiha Han and Itachi, how would he explain it to Fugaku? Before setting out, he had confidently patted his chest. Soon, Rie rushed over with a few people. He saw Itachi half kneeling in the small crater left by the explosion, his head lowered. Blood, whether tears or blood. What is clothes and hair? The moonlight was hazy, and they were a bit far away, so they couldn't see clearly. Itachi. Rie rushed over and hugged Itachi tightly. After carefully checking, Itachi had only exhausted chakra and was slightly weak, with no other injuries. This relieved Itachi. What happened? Rie asked urgently. However, Itachi still kept his eyes tightly closed, not speaking, as if he was still immersed in some great pain. Rie looked around and saw scattered corpses nearby, mostly killed by Chiyo. However, Rie did not find Uchiha Han's body. Suddenly, he began to feel anxious. Logically, Uchiha Han and Itachi should have been together. Could it be? A terrible thought rose in Rie's heart. Could it be? Little Han was captured by that old hag Chiyo? In an instant, Rie became extremely nervous and quickly lifted Itachi's head. Itachi, where's little Han? Was he captured by that old hag Chiyo? Rie quickly stood up, wanting to lead people to chase after Chiyo, but suddenly his sleeve was grabbed. Rie was taken aback and looked down. Itachi lifted his head, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze filled with crimson. However, it was not the crimson of the Sharingan, but an utterly ordinary pair of eyes. The reason they were red was that his eye sockets were filled with crimson blood. Itachi, Rie's heart trembled, and a sense of foreboding rose within him. Little Han wouldn't be. Itachi's mouth, stained with blood, slowly opened. Han-kun is dead. What? Rie's eyes widened, his face instantly filled with fear and disbelief. Achoo! At this moment, Uchiha Han, traversing the desert, sneezed. The desert nights were indeed cold, and he felt like he was catching a cold. Chapter 254. The One-Tail Capture Plan, No Bad Ending. Soon, Uchiha Han arrived at Sunagakure with his shadow clone. The barrier of Sunagakure was far inferior compared to Konoha. The barrier of Kirigakure was much stronger. However, it seems that Sunagakure does not have anyone particularly skilled in barrier techniques. Therefore, Uchiha Han and his shadow clone slightly concealed their presence and silently entered Sunagakure. Orochimaru and Danzo were likely targeting Gaara. Calculating the time, Gaara should have already become the host of Shikaka by now. After entering Sunagakure, Uchiha Han noticed that while the atmosphere in the village was somewhat heavy and oppressive, the internal defenses were not strong. This meant that there shouldn't have been any trouble in the village, and Gaara should be safe for now. However, Uchiha Han was also unsure when Orochimaru and the others would strike. He needed to find Gaara quickly. If Orochimaru managed to capture him, Uchiha Han would miss out on sharing Shikaka's chakra. Gaara, being the son of the Kazekage, was relatively easy to locate. Uchiha Han and his clone hid outside Gaara's home, while continuously sensing their surroundings to see if they could detect the presence of Orochimaru and Danzo. At this moment, during the day, the dry air made Uchiha Han feel a bit stifled. In comparison, the environment in Konoha was much better. Unlike the Wind Country, which was cold at night and hot and dry during the day, Uchiha Han didn't want to stay in such an environment for even a day longer. He thought it might be better to just beat up Raza and make him behave so he could return to the village. This idea emerged in Uchiha Han's mind, and he felt it was feasible. If he could successfully deal with Orochimaru and Danzo, he could consider giving a try. However, after carefully sensing, Uchiha Han did not detect any sign of Orochimaru or Danzo. This shouldn't be these two guys. Uchiha Han felt a bit puzzled. Did Orochimaru not scout the area before trying to capture someone in the village? Just as Uchiha Han was contemplating this, suddenly, an explosion reverberated throughout Sunagakure. What's going on? Did Deidara attack Sunagakure? Uchiha Han had developed a conditioned reflex from spending too long in Iwagakure and was startled by Deidara. However, he soon chuckled softly. How could that be? That kid Deidara was probably still locked up by Inoki. But this explosion didn't sound like a small commotion. Especially during this special period, Uchiha Han felt there was something off. You go take a look. Thus, Uchiha Han sent his black rhino armor clone to investigate while he continued to keep an eye on Gaara. The clone wasted no time and dashed towards the center of the explosion. What is going on? The explosion sound also reached Raza in the Kazekage's office. A sand ninja rushed in and half knelt on the ground. Raza asked what happened outside. Where did the explosion come from? The sand ninja momentarily fell silent, paused, and shook his head, saying, I've already sent someone to check Kazekage. Raza was not satisfied with his answer. He then sat back down and closed his eyes. Chakra circulated. Somewhere in Sunagakure, the sand on the ground suddenly gathered upwards in a reverse gravity manner, and then an eyeball emerged from the sand. The eyeball scanned the surroundings and then flew towards the explosion site. This was Raza's sand eye. It quickly arrived at the center of the explosion, a large pit. The surrounding buildings had been reduced to ruins. The sand eye was observing all of this and transmitting the images back to Raza. Just then, a black and red figure flashed by. Following that, a powerful force struck down, instantly shattering the sand eye into countless tiny grains of sand. Raza in the office suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling a jolt of fear, instinctively clutching his chest. Who is that? Raza gasped for breath, lightly patting his chest to calm himself. The fact that someone could evade his sand eye and silently destroy it indicated that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. Could it be that the Konoha guys have already infiltrated the village? To dare to create such a huge commotion, how audacious. They completely disregard me. Raza was furious and immediately burst out of the door, stepping on a sand cloud, swiftly flying towards the explosion site. Meanwhile, the black rhino armor clone was also secretly observing this scene. They directly crushed Raza's sand eye, but wouldn't this action draw Raza over? Uchiha Han's clone watched the figure slowly walking into the ruins, feeling quite confused. Why was Orochimaru here? Wasn't he their target Gaara, the host of Shikaku? Strange. Wasn't it said that Orochimaru and Danzo were together? So then the Uchiha Han understood. This was a strategy to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Although Sunagekyure's strength was weak now, it was still one of the 5 great ninja villages. If they wanted to capture Gaara, it would inevitably alert Raza and the others. At that time, with the elite sand Umbu ninjas surrounding them, it would be difficult for Orochimaru to complete his mission. Therefore, Orochimaru deliberately created such a big commotion to attract most of Sunagekyure's attention. In other words, Danzo should be nearby Gaara, ready to act. The clone and the main body share information in real time. Therefore, Uchiha Han's main body immediately became alert. He concealed his presence and focused entirely on Gaara. At this moment, as more and more sand ninjas rushed towards the explosion site, Gaara merely glanced up and then continued to play with his sand. Suddenly, a shadow completely blocked the sunlight above his head. Gaara looked up in confusion. He saw a man wrapped in bandages standing in front of him, his face lined with many wrinkles, looking rather old. However, his gaze showed no kindness. On the contrary, it was incredibly gloomy, which startled Gaara. Why you? Who are you? Gaara stammered, instinctively backing away. Hey, hey, hey. Danzo smiled ominously. Perhaps because he had spent too long with Orochimaru. Danzo, who usually didn't like to smile, also began to mimic Orochimaru's expression, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It looked quite eerie and terrifying. I'm here to capture you. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo raised his hand and branches suddenly shot out from his sleeves, clawing towards Gaara. Chapter 255. The second battle with Danzo, taking a day off tomorrow. Bang. Just as Gaara looked at the tree-like, dry branches in terror, a sharp blade suddenly sliced through. The piercing sound of air being cut surrounded him instantly. Flame spike. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him. Gaara's pupils contracted as he watched a fire-red, graceful trajectory pass before him, and a slight stirring arose in his heart. A very faint fluctuation, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, creating a ripple. However, if it were to encounter a storm, this tiny ripple might eventually stir up turbulent waves in the ocean. This is... Danzo raised his brow, instinctively retreating several steps. He felt that familiar scorching, fiery aura. Uchiha Han. Danzo turned his head, looking in the direction from which the flame spike had returned. On the roof nearby, Uchiha Han had already summoned the flame dragon armor, inserting the fiery spear back into his chest. His tall figure stood like a towering mountain, the bright and somewhat scorching sunlight reflecting off the armor, casting a mesmerizing halo. Uchiha Han's shadow was stretched long and large by the sunlight, just enough to cover Danzo beneath it. For a moment, Danzo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Uchiha Han, making him momentarily dazed. However, soon after, all that remained in his eyes was endless fury. Long time no see, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Han said with a hint of mockery in his smile. This only fueled Danzo's anger, causing him to snort as if he could see the hot air coming out of his nostrils. I was planning to complete the task and then see if there was a chance to find you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door today. Danzo's mouth slightly curled up and his wide Akatsuki cloak suddenly swelled up like a balloon being inflated. Bang! Danzo's cloak instantly exploded, pieces of fabric scattering in the wind. Danzo covered the bandage on his right arm, staring intently at Uchiha Han, a smirk appearing on his lips. However, Uchiha Han was indeed somewhat astonished. Danzo actually exploded his own clothes? Doesn't he know the first law of the Akatsuki? Undressing means death. Oomph. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. He had long been displeased with Danzo. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had already formed a deep-seated enmity with Danzo. Moreover, Danzo's treatment of Shursui and his instigation of Tenzo to attack him suggested that there were likely more underhanded schemes behind the scenes. Did you kill Sarutobi Shino? Uchiha Han questioned sternly. He had later visited the place where Shino died. The large pit looked very much like the traces left by Danzo's root burial. Thus, Uchiha Han's first reaction was that Danzo was behind it. That's right. I killed that brat, so what? Are you planning to avenge him? Danzo raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly, continuing, when did you Uchiha get so close to the Sarutobi clan? Danzo's words were dismissive, but more so, they were mocking. After all, it was Danzo and Hiruzen who led the attack against the Uchiha clan. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were naturally very hostile towards the Uchiha clan in their daily dealings. There had been almost constant friction between them. So what? Uchiha Han coldly retorted. No matter what had happened before, he will have plenty of time to settle accounts with the third Hokage in the future. Although he had only met Sarutobi Shino a few times, Uchiha Han didn't harbor any ill feelings towards him. Moreover, he was now a ninja of Konoha. Right now, he was on the battlefield. Therefore, Sarutobi Shino was his comrade. What was wrong with avenging a comrade, especially against Danzo, whom Uchiha Han had always despised? Want to take revenge? I think you should go accompany him instead. Danzo's eyes widened, bloodshot veins suddenly appearing in his eyes, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. Sexy son, brother. Danzo suddenly spat, and a massive vacuum ball shot towards Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han didn't even flinch, raising the flame blade and effortlessly deflecting Danzo's vacuum ball aside. Boom! The deflected vacuum ball struck the neighboring building. In an instant, the building collapsed, turning into ruins. Damn, this brat seems to have gotten stronger again. Danzo furrowed his brows. However, the main forces of Sunagakure had already been attracted by Orochimaru. I still have some time, Danzo murmured. Although he said he still had time, in reality, he was under immense pressure to deal with Uchiha Han and take Gaara away. Thus, Danzo made up his mind and immediately unwrapped the bandage on his right arm. There were a total of 10 Sharingan on it. His originally pallid arm appeared even more terrifying under the crimson eyes. Without hesitation, Danzo charged towards Uchiha Han, while simultaneously, enormous branches began to sprout from his right arm. Would release, root burial. However, before Danzo could reach him, Uchiha Han raised the flame blade. You didn't think I was using my full strength last time, did you? Uchiha Han snorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, the flame blade lit up, with flames dancing along the blade. Slash! Uchiha Han shouted loudly, and a blade of fire, like a dragon, instantly howled out. Danzo's pupils shook, and the branches that had been clawing forward instantly converged to form a wooden shield in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon instantly engulfed Danzo. The flame spread, igniting the surrounding dry sand and gravel. Gaara quietly shrank behind a pillar in the distance, timidly peeking out, watching this scene with gleaming eyes. The raging flames filled his entire field of vision, deeply imprinting in his heart. Bang! A plume of smoke suddenly appeared. Danzo's body reappeared at his previous position, completely unharmed. However, he was still in a state of exploding clothes. Damn, this brat is even stronger than before. Danzo muttered in disbelief. During this time, even though the compatibility with the flame dragon armor hadn't increased, his own strength was still steadily growing. Moreover, Uchiha Han had easily overpowered Danzo before. Danzo's heart began to waver. He originally thought his strength had greatly increased and that he would definitely be able to take down Uchiha Han, but the result, Danzo caught a glimpse of Gaara from the corner of his eye, feeling extremely conflicted in his heart. Chapter 256. The humiliation of Danzo. Danzo caught a glimpse of Gaara from the corner of his eye, feeling extremely conflicted in his heart. Let's try it out first. So, Danzo immediately charged towards Gaara, shooting out curved branches from his right arm. Gaara's eyes widened, wanting to dodge, but in the face of Danzo's speed, he couldn't react at all. Help me. Gaara was tightly bound by the branches, instinctively letting out a groan. To silence Gaara, Danzo delivered a heavy blow, instantly knocking him unconscious. Then Danzo intended to escape immediately. Heh! Uchiha Han chuckled lightly. Wanna run? Is that possible? Uchiha Han lightly flicked his right hand forward, and a red fishing rod instantly shot towards Gaara. In an instant, before Danzo could react, the red hook struck the branches entangling Gaara. A somewhat eerie red light flashed. Danzo felt as if the chakra in his right arm was draining away, and then the branches that had grown from his right arm gradually disappeared. The fishing rod became soft, wrapping around Gaara and pulling him back into Uchiha Han's hand. What is this thing? Danzo looked at the red hook in Uchiha Han's hand in shock. He could clearly sense that his chakra had seemingly been absorbed by that thing. Uchiha Han ignora danzo, focusing on tirelion Gaara. At this moment, Gaara had not yet darkened. His chubby little face, in a sleeping state, looked somewhat cute. In the original work, Gaara was quite popular. Therefore, Uchiha Han hesitated on how to deal with him. If he absorbed all of the one-tail's chakra, the tailed beast would be extracted from the Jinchuriki, and Gaara would undoubtedly die. After all, it is a time of war, and they are in a hostile relationship with Suna. There is no need for him to show mercy. Sigh. Forget it. At worst, he could just pin Gaara down on the table and make him sign the surrender agreement. Uchiha Han sighed, and the fishhook slowly pierced into Gaara's body. TSK. Suna's sealing techniques are really poor. Uchiha Han couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Konoha, the sealing techniques of other countries are far inferior. However, Cloud and Mist had received some sealing techniques from the land of whirlpools, which had significantly improved their abilities in this area. So, as mentioned in the original work, Gaara often suppressed the rampaging Shikaku. Regardless of how much exaggeration there is in this, doesn't it precisely indicate that their sealing techniques are inadequate, leading to Shikaku frequently rampaging? Like before, when Shin captured Naruto, it was delayed because of the sealing inside Naruto. But Gaara had no such worries. That little bit of sealing was almost like having none at all. Within Gaara's body, Shikaku could naturally feel the powerful suction. What's going on? Shikaku suddenly sat up, looking around in shock at the pitch-black surroundings. In an instant, a red light appeared. What is that? A strong, attractive force erupted from the red light. It was like a terrifying vortex. Accompanied by Shikaku's somewhat miserable groans. Its chakra was split into two parts. The larger portion was sucked away by the red light fishhook, leaving only a small remnant. This little bit of remaining chakra was enough for Gaara to survive. Moreover, although this chakra was not as much as before, it was still considerable. Enough for Gaara to unleash his tailed beast transformation. After the Akatsuki organization, they probably wouldn't target Gaara anymore. This bit of Shikaku's chakra might even help Gaara's strength improve further. Immediately, Uchiha Han gently placed Gaara on the ground. The chakra of Shikaku had been obtained, and next. It was time to kill you. Uchiha Han's eyes turned fierce. At this moment, Danzo had already taken the opportunity to escape while Uchiha Han absorbed Shikaku's chakra. But could Danzo really escape? Is it even possible? Fire Dragon Steed. With a whoosh of fire-red light fell from the sky. As if heavenly fire had descended to the human realm. Uchiha Han lightly tapped his toes and mounted the Fire Dragon Steed. Whoosh! The Fire Dragon Steed transformed into a red streak of light. At this time, Danzo had just escaped from Suna village along the planned route. He leaned against a rock, panting for breath, glancing back in fear. He didn't expect that little brat to be so strong. Even with the cells of Hashirama in my body strengthened, I am still not his opponent. Danzo muttered in fear. He couldn't accept it, but now he could only flee in panic. He was a guy who valued his life immensely. Just then, he suddenly felt a wave of intense heat coming from behind him. Oh no, that little brat caught up. Danzo took off running. But how could two legs outrun something that flies? So, Danzo immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Dream Taper. He summoned his summoning beast again. The Dream Taper opened its large mouth and created a huge tornado. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Han, riding the Fire Dragon Steed, shot out two high-speed condensed light bullets. They instantly hit the Dream Taper's mouth. Woo-woo. The Dream Taper howled in pain, rolled on the ground a few times, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Danzo, where are you running? Uchiha Han shouted loudly. Then he leaped, jumping off the Fire Dragon Steed. With a front flip, he landed directly in front of Danzo. Uchiha Han slowly turned around to look at Danzo. Sweat instantly beaded on Danzo's forehead. Kid, you want to kill me? Then you will pay an extremely painful price. Danzo roared, seemingly trying to intimidate Uchiha Han. However, it was probably too late to say such things now. An extremely painful price? You mean wasting a few minutes of my time? That's true. After all, my time is very precious. Danzo's face darkened instantly. He couldn't win, and now he was being insulted like this. So, Danzo gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight to the death. Immediately, Danzo unleashed all his abilities. Various wind-style jutsu came forth, mixed with several powerful wood-style techniques. However, none of them caused any damage to Uchiha Han. Enough already. Have you had your fun? Uchiha Han said somewhat impatiently. Fun? Danzo instantly felt like a man who had exhausted all his strength, finally erupting, but the woman below just casually asked, why hasn't he come in yet? Wood-style, tree root explosion. Danzo couldn't take it anymore and directly activated self-destruct mode. Chapter 257, Danzo, D. Tree root explosion. As the voice fell, a terrifying explosion descended. It directly shattered all the surrounding sand, stones, and earth. After the dust settled, only a nearly 10-meter-deep pit remained. As the white smoke dissipated, Danzo's body appeared once again. Unharmed. However, one of his Sharingan had closed again on his right arm. Danzo raised his head and looked at the leisurely figure not far away, instantly gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, Danzo cursed. The tree root explosion was almost his most powerful jutsu, and after being reinforced by the cells of the first Hokage, its power had increased further. Yet even so, he could not injure Uchiha Han at all. Why is this? Danzo was perplexed. Why was Uchiha Han's speed so fast? Every time he got close, he could instantly jump out of the explosion's range. Even if he was affected by the explosion, that little residual force couldn't penetrate his armor. This reality was simply unacceptable for Danzo. He was extremely anxious. Now he couldn't run, couldn't fight back, and there were only a few Sharingan left. If they ran out, would he just be at the mercy of others? So, Danzo could only try to buy time, shifting from offense to defense. He could only hope that Orochimaru would catch up and help him soon. Seeing Danzo start to defend, Uchiha Han could naturally guess his thoughts. However, even if Orochimaru arrived, Uchiha Han was not afraid. After all, his clone had been secretly following Orochimaru. It would still be 2 against 2. Forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. Uchiha Han shouted loudly. He still needed to find Gaara and resolve the war here as soon as possible. Uchiha Han raised the flame blade high, channeling all his chakra into it. Sizzle. The flame blade ignited. Flames wrapped around the blade. Uchiha Han held the flame blade horizontally in front of him, crouching slightly to lower his center of gravity. The flame blade slowly moved to his back. With a powerful slash forward, the flames surged, accompanied by the overwhelming blade aura howling out together. The flames danced, gradually condensing into a fire dragon. Danzo's eyes widened. Then, that fire dragon instantly transformed into a sky full of flames. Bang! The blade aura descended. The wooden shield formed by the branches and vines in front of Danzo was instantly shattered by the blade aura. Pooh! The blade aura struck Danzo's body. A deep gash instantly appeared on Danzo's chest. His body seemed to show signs of breaking in half. However, at that moment, his body was once again shrouded in white smoke. At the same time, another Sharingan I closed on his right arm. But Uchiha Han's attack was not over yet. The raging flames surrounded Danzo, sealing him off for hundreds of meters. Like an unquenchable heavenly sin fire, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. Danzo was once again engulfed by the flames. He used water release, trying to extinguish the surrounding fire. However, the little water he spat out not only failed to weaken the flames, but actually caused them to burn even more fiercely. Danzo exerted all his strength. Unfortunately, he had already consumed a large amount of chakra earlier, and Izanagi was also a significant burden. Danzo was already very weak. Let me see. Uchiha Han sat on a rock, resting his chin on one hand as he watched Danzo struggle in the flames. His gaze lingered on Danzo's right arm. Counting, there were still 7 Sharingan left, including the transplanted Sharingan in Danzo's right eye. He had only 8 Sharingan left. In other words, Danzo had only 8 chances remaining. Uchiha Han shook his head and chuckled softly. Then, he commanded the Flame Dragon Steed to continuously unleash powerful energy waves towards Danzo. Whoosh, 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 waves of light traversed the sea of fire, and the terrifying energy struck Danzo, exploding with immense power. Within these waves of light, Danzo consumed Izanagi again and again. Soon, even Sharingan in his right eye closed. He could no longer use Izanagi. At this moment, Danzo's heart sank to the bottom. However, after dodging numerous attacks, he finally escaped the encirclement of flames. But what good was that? Danzo kept looking towards Sunagakure. He had never yearned for Orochimaru's presence so much. Yet no matter how much he strained his senses, he could not detect Orochimaru's aura. Danzo's body suddenly stiffened and twitched a few times, as if stimulated by something. Uchiha Han instinctively frowned, thinking, what new trick is this old hidden guy up to? After all, I am also one of the first shadows of Konoha. How can I be so insulted by a brat who hasn't even fully grown hair? Danzo roared, his eyes bulging with excitement. Shadow. Uchiha Han curled his lips, thinking that this old hidden guy really knows how to flatter himself. The shadow is indeed shadowy. As for the shadow, I think it's better to forget it. After all, Danzo was ultimately an extremely selfish person. Everything he said was for the benefit of the village. But looking at the entire Hokage history, if it weren't for Danzo, many issues could truly have been avoided. Both Konoha and the ninja world would have become much better. Uchiha Han stood up, raising his flame blade, wanting to finish Danzo with one strike. However, at that moment, Danzo pressed one hand firmly against his chest. Inner 4 symbols sealing technique. Danzo shouted loudly. Suddenly, his body instantly swelled up, and veins became increasingly visible beneath his skin. Bang! With a loud noise, Danzo's body exploded and blood shot out in all directions. Then, the inner 4 symbol seal within Danzo transformed into a spherical shape, beginning to expand outward, rapidly devouring everything around it. Soon, this massive black sphere swelled up right in front of Uchiha Han. TCH, Uchiha Han snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Uchiha Han slowly lifted his foot and took a step back. The expansion of the black sphere just stopped. Boom! With a loud explosion, the black sphere detonated. Everything that had been devoured by the inner 4 symbol seal was completely annihilated. Uchiha Han looked at the void before him, feeling the dry wind blowing against his face. The desolate and hoarse sound of the wind reached his ears, and Uchiha Han seemed to faintly hear some reluctant cries. TCH. Uchiha Han walked to the center of the explosion, the place where Danzo had stood earlier. Uchiha Han was just about to drop his pants to show Danzo his weapon, comparing who truly hadn't fully grown hair. However, he then realized he was still wearing armor. At that moment, Uchiha Han suddenly looked up, gazing at a rock ahead. Have you been watching for so long and still not come out? Chapter 258, The Power of Technology? Have you been watching for so long and still not come out? Uchiha Han murmured softly, his eyes shifting from earlier mockery to coldness. Orochimaru slowly walked out, still wearing that somewhat eerie smile. Long time no see, Orochimaru said, his gaze fixated on the flame dragon armor on Uchiha Han, filled with a burning desire. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Uchiha Han replied coldly. Orochimaru had arrived a few minutes earlier. However, he concealed his aura and did not come to help Danzo. Uchiha Han only sensed his presence through the black rhino armor clone. This surprised Uchiha Han. After all, Orochimaru was now a companion of Danzo. Yet, Orochimaru chose not to intervene. This was rather intriguing. I didn't expect your growth to be so astonishing. Orochimaru extended his long, flexible tongue to lick his lips, his eyes scanning Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor like a thirsty man seeing a naked beauty. So, Uchiha Han appeared somewhat indifferent. After all, Danzo was dead, and he still had the black rhino armor clone, so crushing Orochimaru would be quite easy. Of course, if he truly wanted to kill Orochimaru, Uchiha Han didn't have much confidence. After all, Orochimaru's life-saving resurrection methods were numerous and truly troublesome. Thus, Uchiha Han didn't want to completely become enemies with Orochimaru. However, what worried Uchiha Han was that Orochimaru must have his eyes on him now. Being targeted by such a person was indeed uncomfortable. Fortunately, Uchiha Han had grown stronger now. Otherwise, he would definitely be restless. Do you want to make a move on me? Uchiha Han sneered. Of course not. Orochimaru smiled, trying to appear harmless. But his face, when he smiled, only seemed to make one feel eerie and terrifying. I just think your armor bloodline limit is very powerful, Orochimaru said, subconsciously licking his lips again, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han chuckled and said, I actually think you have something even more powerful than a bloodline limit. Orochimaru was taken aback. He didn't expect Uchiha Han to say such a thing. At the same time, he frowned, thinking, is there something more powerful than this bloodline limit? How come I didn't know? What do you mean? Orochimaru asked in confusion. The bloodline limit is innate and difficult to change afterwards. However, technology can greatly compensate for innate gaps, and even surpass them. The corners of Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly. He had expected Uchiha Han to say something shocking, but it turned out to be this. Cough, cough. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Uchiha Han felt a bit awkward. Technology, Orochimaru muttered. Although Uchiha Han's words were straightforward, Orochimaru still grasped the key information. He roughly understood what Uchiha Han was referring to. Over the years, he had been conducting various experiments, especially on the first-generation cells and various special physiques. However, all of this was based on existing bloodline limits and physiques. He could only transfer this power to others. He could not create it. Therefore, Orochimaru still didn't fully understand Uchiha Han's meaning. Could it be that Uchiha Han wants to collaborate with me to develop his bloodline limit? Orochimaru thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Although Uchiha Han was a bloodline limit holder, this was a brand new bloodline limit that had never appeared before, and he surely had many areas he didn't understand. Thus, he needed a research-type talent like himself to help him. Orochimaru nodded and then smiled knowingly. Han-kun, do you want to collaborate with me? Orochimaru forced a smile that he considered friendly. He even changed the way he addressed him to Han-kun. Collaboration? Uchiha Han frowned, feeling a bit wary. Collaborating with someone like Orochimaru was not something to be taken lightly. However, it wasn't impossible. Uchiha Han began to ponder. He hesitated in his heart. It could be done, but upon closer thought, there seemed to be no necessity. Did he really need Orochimaru right now? Uchiha Han asked himself. Aside from the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, for which he had not yet found a solution, Orochimaru didn't provide much help to the current Uchiha Han. Moreover, Orochimaru was still a member of the Akatsuki organization. Sorry, I don't have that thought for now, Uchiha Han said slowly. Orochimaru's sinister smile instantly froze. He thought Uchiha Han was interested in collaborating with him. However, if you were to leave the Akatsuki, I could consider it. Uchiha Han continued, then smiled meaningfully at Orochimaru. However, Uchiha Han's words surprised Orochimaru greatly. The Akatsuki, these three words truly shocked Orochimaru. How did this guy know about the existence of the Akatsuki? Even he, before defecting, had never heard of the Akatsuki and didn't know that there were such powerful leaders in the ninja world. How did this little brat know? There's a problem. This little brat is probably not as simple as I thought. Orochimaru shivered, thinking that Uchiha Han not only had high talent and a powerful bloodline limit, but also might have some unknown background and hidden cards. In an instant, Orochimaru became vigilant. How did you know about the Akatsuki? Orochimaru asked gravely, his thoughts no longer lingering on the flame dragon armor. You don't need to worry about that. Uchiha Han smiled, not intending to explain anything. However, Orochimaru's expression became even more cautious. Seeing this, Uchiha Han slowly took a few steps forward. Do you want the armor? Uchiha Han said softly. Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils shook. Want it? Isn't that a given? The power Uchiha Han displayed made Orochimaru feel that this armor bloodline limit might even surpass the Sharingan, making him incredibly fascinated. How could he not want it? What do you mean? Orochimaru took a deep breath, calming himself down, and asked seriously. Do you remember what I said earlier? Let us try the power of technology. After saying that, Uchiha Han bypassed Orochimaru and walked straight towards Sunagakure. If you're interested, you can contact me after you leave the Akatsuki. Chapter 259, Raza, what is your identity? If you're interested, you can contact me after you leave the Akatsuki. After saying that, Uchiha Han leaped and transformed into a red streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru looked at the fleeting figure, his eyes seemingly flickering with unusual fluctuations. Technology, armor, bloodline limit. Sounds quite interesting, Orochimaru murmured. Sunagakure. Raza covered his injured right hand and returned to the Kazekage office. Damn, why did Orochimaru suddenly come here? Isn't he already a rogue ninja from Konoha? Logically, he shouldn't be considered an ally, but he shouldn't be an enemy either. I hope it's not what I think. Raza thought anxiously. Kazekage-sama. At that moment, Yashimaru appeared in front of him. Is Gaara okay? Raza asked anxiously. What he was worried about was that Orochimaru was using a strategy to lure them away and was actually targeting Gaara, because he had clearly felt earlier that Orochimaru was deliberately stalling for time. But even so, the various traps laid by Orochimaru made it impossible for Raza and the others to escape quickly. Raza himself had even been injured. Gaara is fine, but Yashimaru did not continue, looking very hesitant. But what? Hurry up and say it. Raza was already furious and became even angrier seeing Yashimaru hesitating. However, Gaara seemed very weak, and he collapsed next to a sand pile, where there were also signs of fierce fighting. Yashimaru quickly said, What? Raza immediately shot up, panic evident on his face. Then, Raza hurriedly stepped on the flying sand and left. Damn, that damned Orochimaru. Raza was filled with rage. He never expected that Gaara would still have an accident. He now only hoped that Shikaku was still within Gaara. And those guys are truly useless. Raza glanced at the group of sand shinobi outside the Kazekage building, a surge of anger rising in his heart. It was precisely this group of incompetent fools that allowed Orochimaru to set so many traps right under their noses. And what about the situation at the front? After Ai's death, so many sand shinobi just turned and ran back. If this gets out to the ninja world, how can our Sunagakure and I as the Kazekage keep our face? It seems the village needs reform. If this continues, how will Sunagakure maintain its standing among the 5 great nations? At this point, Raza had already arrived home. Father, Temari, and Kankuro were cautiously hiding at the door of Gaara's room. Seeing Raza return, they hurried over. Raza hugged the 2 siblings and then walked straight in. Gaara was still asleep, so he was just sleeping. Raza checked, and although Gaara's breathing was stable, he looked somewhat weak overall. This was because Gaara's own chakra had decreased significantly. However, Raza didn't care about that. He immediately checked the tailed beast seal. Oh no! Raza's brows instantly furrowed. The seal indeed showed signs of being damaged. But soon, Raza breathed a sigh of relief, because he sensed the chakra of Shikaku within Gaara. Phew! Thank goodness. However, Raza also felt something strange. The chakra of Shikaku seemed to be unusually docile, especially in the case where the seal had been damaged. Logically, Shikaku should have gone berserk by now. Forget it. Luo Sha didn't think too much about it. The fact that he could sense the presence of the One Tail meant that there should be no major issues. It was likely that the One Tail had also been beaten up, resulting in a weakened aura. Luo Sha quickly reinforced Gaara's seal. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a very powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Just had Orochimaru leave, and now another guy is coming. Luo Sha frowned. He could sense that this newcomer was definitely not to be underestimated. That terrifying aura made him want to retreat. Luo Sha immediately flew out of the window and hovered in the air. At that moment, a flame stopped in front of him. Luo Sha looked at the fiery armor and felt it seemed a bit familiar. Armor? Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's armor had been exposed several times in the ninja world, especially in Konoha, where many people had seen it. Therefore, intelligence agencies from various nations had basically collected information on the appearance of the flame dragon armor. Coupled with the previous incident of the death of the sea-old song, Luo Sha paid special attention to Uchiha Han's information. Luo Sha crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Uchiha Han with a serious expression. Initially, He thought there was something suspicious about Old Song's death. But now, facing Uchiha Han and feeling his aura, Luo Sha understood. It was no surprise that Old Song died at Uchiha Han's hands. He never expected that Konoha would indeed produce such talent. Just a 13-year-old boy already possessed strength comparable to his own. Luo Sha said. However, there was a tone of superiority in his voice. Perhaps because he felt Uchiha Han was young, even though he could sense his impressive momentum, Luo Sha still did not think the other party could win against him. After all, he was the Kazekage. Orochimaru was one thing. His strange methods were numerous, and getting caught off guard was nothing to be ashamed of. But Uchiha Han was ultimately just a rising star. Could he really defeat him in Sunigakure? Ridiculous. It's getting late, so I'll be straightforward, Uchiha Han said, sounding a bit anxious. After all, he was used to going to bed early and getting up early. Nothing was more important than his sleep. Let's cease fire. You Sand Shinobi need to honestly submit a letter of surrender and sign a ceasefire agreement. Understood? Uchiha Han said, although his tone was somewhat casual. It was exceptionally firm, resembling a command. This immediately infuriated Luo Sha. What is your identity? How dare you speak to me like that? Ceasefire? Absolutely ridiculous. Luo Sha felt that this kid, after killing Old Song, had become extremely arrogant. This yellow-haired brat really didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Today, you've come to my door. It's just right for me to take revenge for Old Song. Luo Sha's eyes instantly filled with a fierce look as he slowly raised his hands. The ground quickly gathered a massive amount of sand surrounding him. Chapter 260, Luo Sha's Crushing Defeat. TCH, Uchiha Han snorted coldly. Luo Sha's performance in the original work was only during the Edo Tensei, and was only on par with Gaara. To be honest, Uchiha Han found him quite average. He was probably only a bit stronger than Danzo. Magnet Release, Sand Gold Spear. A large number of golden sand particles gathered around Luo Sha. With the guidance of his chakra, the sand gold rapidly condensed and formed a huge, sharp drill that shot toward Uchiha Han at high speed. Uchiha Han raised the flame blade and swung it forward fiercely. A massive flame instantly roared out. The blade's light carried an overwhelming might, causing the world to change dramatically. Luo Sha's pupils trembled. Earlier, he had only felt that the chakra aura emitted by Uchiha Han was incredibly strong, almost on the same level as his. However, Uchiha Han's flame slash contained a terrifying power that far exceeded what he could withstand. How is this possible? Luo Sha gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push forward into the void. The massive sand gold spear began to spin even faster. Boom! With a loud bang, the sand gold spear instantly shattered into pieces. However, Uchiha Han's flame slash seemed to remain unaffected, still rushing toward Luo Sha with overwhelming force. My god, that guy in armor is so strong. Han Kurai and Kankuro, who were hiding in the house, couldn't help but exclaim as they watched this scene. Exactly, and Kankuro's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Han, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked up and down at the flame dragon armor. That armor is really cool, he instinctively said. Oh no, he suddenly cried out in pain, covering his head. Sis, why did you hit me? Kankuro looked at Han Kurai in confusion. Han Kurai glared at Kankuro with a look of disappointment. Why did I hit you? Didn't you see that person was fighting with Dad? Why are you still looking at whether the enemy is cool or not? Han Kurai said fiercely. Oh. Kankuro lowered his head and didn't say anything more. He knew Han Kurai was right. But Kankuro stole a glance at that fiery red figure, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. It's really cool. At that moment, Kankuro suddenly felt that the puppets he had always liked had become incredibly boring. Those lifeless objects were not as good as a single strand of this armor. However, if my puppets could also produce such armor, wouldn't that be cool too? A spark quietly took root in Kankuro's heart. However, he didn't know if it could sprout or how long it would take to grow strong. Magnet Release, Sand Gold Burial. Facing the overwhelming aura rushing toward him, Luo Sha could only use his most powerful ninjutsu. The chakra within him began to circulate, and substantial gas surrounded him, looking immensely powerful. This ninjutsu was powerful and had a strong sealing effect. Luo Sha had relied on this ninjutsu to suppress Shikaku during its rampage. In the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, Luo Sha also shocked the ninja coalition with this ninjutsu, causing Gaara much trouble. Compared to Gaara's Sandstorm Burial, Luo Sha's Sand Gold was denser and heavier, and its power was much stronger. However, it lacked a bit in flexibility. Luo Sha himself had Magnet Release, so he could avoid this issue well. Gaara, on the other hand, couldn't, so he had always preferred to use ordinary sand. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Look, that's Dad's sand gold burial. Han Kurai exclaimed excitedly, her face full of joy as she watched Luo Sha's figure in midair. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Among the two siblings, Han Kurai admired her father the most. Of course, perhaps it was also because Luo Sha spoiled her the most. Luo Sha would always affectionately pat her head, looking at her rosy little face and saying, Han Kurai, you look more and more like your mother. At the same time, a hint of melancholy would flash in Luo Sha's eyes. Because of this, Temari also felt some rejection towards Gaara. If it weren't for Gaara, their mother wouldn't have died. But, can this be blamed on Gaara? Temari had not thought about this question. She was still young. Children don't understand these things. They can only sort out the simplest cause and effect relationships. They also tend to accumulate the most straightforward and direct resentment. Father, go for it. Temari began to cheer for Raza. However, in reality, her voice couldn't reach Raza at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame dragon suddenly flew out from behind Uchiha Han. It directly shot out two terrifying waves of light. Then, Uchiha Han gathered half of his chakra onto the flame blade. With a whoosh, the blade ignited instantly. Slash! Uchiha Han swung the blade fiercely. The blade's aura seemed to possess the might to pierce through heaven and earth. The flames swirling around the blade coalesced into a massive dragon hovering in the air. The flames soared, and the dragon roared. Raza looked at the terrifying blade aura coming towards him. The bone-chilling, scorching flames and the heart-stopping fire dragon filled him with dread. At this moment, he deeply sensed the power gap between himself and Uchiha Han. This was no longer a level he could reach. Powerful, powerful, incredibly, terrifyingly powerful. Raza gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart. Sand gold burial. The surrounding sand gold surged more violently. The sky above Sunagakure seemed to be shrouded in a golden ocean. In the desert environment of Sunagakure, Raza could summon even more sand gold, making its power even stronger. But even so, Raza had already lost all hope. He knew he couldn't win. Boom! A loud noise reverberated throughout Sunagakure. A terrifying shockwave erupted, instantly shaking the entire village. The sand gold in the air fell like rain, hitting the ground and finally turning into ordinary gravel. Temari looked up nervously at the sky. However, the dense falling sand gold completely obscured her vision. She couldn't see the two figures from before at all. This made Temari very anxious. She had clearly felt Uchiha Han's overwhelming might earlier. That aura far surpassed her father's sand gold burial. Gulp! In the dead silence of the air, a sound of swallowing echoed. Raza's pupils had dilated to the maximum, his face filled with terror. In his peripheral vision, he saw the blade pressed against his neck. Chapter 261. Refinement. The sharp blade pressed tightly against his neck. The blade brought two completely opposite sensations of cold and heat, which made Raza feel even more afraid. Uchiha Han slightly turned his head, glancing at him with his peripheral vision. Now have you changed your mind? Uchiha Han said. His tone was neither warm nor cold, but it made Raza feel a chill run down his spine. Raza instinctively swallowed, but still didn't speak. A truce? Raza was extremely conflicted inside. If he really made this decision, his prestige in Sunagakure would likely plummet. Moreover, the Konoha side would definitely take advantage of this, not resting until they had taken a significant bite out of them. But now the opponent had a knife at his throat. Seeing this, Uchiha Han also felt a bit impatient. Why is this guy dragging things out? Uchiha Han glanced at the Kazekage building, then directly grabbed Raza and charged over. Raza raised an eyebrow, not having reacted yet when his head already collided with the outer wall of the Kazekage building. Father, seeing the scene, Temari was filled with worry and immediately ran out of the house, sprinting towards the Kazekage building. Kankuro, seeing this, could only follow. At this moment, a dozen or so sand ninjas with Jonin-level strength had gathered in the Kazekage's office, watching Uchiha Han warily. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking your Kazekage to write a few words, Uchiha Han said with a smile. However, these sand ninjas did not believe for a second that Uchiha Han had no ill intentions. Uchiha Han pressed Raza's head down onto the desk. Earlier, Uchiha Han had already released his pressure, temporarily sealing Raza's chakra. In Uchiha Han's eyes, Raza was now no different from a chick. Let go of Kazekage-sama. Seeing this, a young Jonin immediately shouted angrily. In his mind, Kazekage Raza was the person he respected the most. But now, the Kazekage was being pressed down on the desk in front of him. How could he accept this? His heart was instantly filled with rage. Uchiha Han frowned and slowly looked at that guy. His gaze turned cold. In an instant, the temperature in the entire office seemed to drop significantly. Many people instinctively shivered. Everyone suddenly became tense. They glanced at the earlier Jonin, their eyes filled with anger. Didn't he see that even the Kazekage was being pressed down on the desk by one hand? Why is he jumping out? That Jonin swallowed, feeling the surrounding gazes, and slightly lowered his head. Uchiha Han snorted coldly. Then, with his other hand, he quickly positioned it in front of his chest, preparing to unleash the flame dagger. This action made everyone take several steps back. They looked at the powerful wave emanating from Uchiha Han's chest, feeling that if that flame dagger was unleashed, none of them would be able to withstand it. Wait! Suddenly, Raza shouted loudly, quickly stopping Uchiha Han's action. Don't attack them. The truce agreement, right? I'll write it right away. For a moment, Raza's tone gradually became subdued. He no longer had the previous sharpness. It seemed as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Han gently released his grip. Raza slowly stood up. He glanced around at the sand ninjas. All right, then stop dragging it out. Hurry up and write. Uchiha Han said hastily. His commanding demeanor was quite reminiscent of a former farmer urging slaves to pick cotton. Raza felt an immense reluctance in his heart. After all, he was the Kazekage. But being outmatched, he was now like a fish on the chopping block, with no means of resistance. Therefore, Raza could only choose to bow his head. Raza sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to sit down to start writing, Uchiha Han suddenly pulled the chair over and placed it under him. Uchiha Han sat there with his legs crossed, watching him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and write. A flicker of malice flashed in Raza's eyes, but quickly vanished. After all, someone who could sit in this position could also conceal his emotions well. Then, Raza immediately took out paper and pen and began to write quickly. At this moment, the surrounding sand ninjas didn't dare to breathe. Watching this scene, they felt an immense humiliation. Even Kazekage-sama had to lower his voice in front of the other party. Such a great humiliation. Where would their Sunegaku's face go? But what could they do? If even the Kazekage was no match, they were even more useless. Raza felt an overwhelming weight on his heart. He experienced a profound sense of humiliation. The hand holding the pen began to tremble involuntarily. However, Luo Sha gritted his teeth and finished writing a letter of surrender. It was done. Luo Sha took a deep breath and handed the letter to Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han nodded, took it, and looked it over. He was immediately furious. Uchiha Han threw the letter of surrender right back in Luo Sha's face. What is this that you wrote? A bunch of dry, empty words. Feelings. Feelings. That is the most important thing. Uchiha Han was livid. A letter of surrender without feelings. Could it even be called a letter of surrender? I can't see an ounce of sincerity. How can I believe that you genuinely want to surrender? Hearing this, Luo Sha lowered his head, his expression darkening as he instinctively clenched his fists. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, who the hell surrenders sincerely? Isn't it all forced by circumstances? However, Luo Sha slowly relaxed his grip, carefully took the letter off his face. Let me revise it a bit more, he said softly, his attitude becoming respectful. Seeing the scene, the surrounding sand shinobi felt even more frustrated, especially the previous Jonin, who began to feel guilty. At that time, Uchiha Han was clearly provoked by him and wanted to attack. Lord Kazekage had to compromise to save him. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, quietly raised his head, filled with anger, looking at Uchiha Han, who was sitting with his legs crossed in the Kazekage seat. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young just because they are poor. He vowed to wash away today's humiliation in the future. After a while, all right, let's polish it up a bit more. Uchiha Han looked at the revised letter of surrender and finally nodded reluctantly. Chapter 262, Uchiha Han's return. All right, let's leave it at that. Uchiha Han placed the letter of surrender on the table. He then stood up from his chair and stretched. I must say, this Kazekage's chair is indeed comfortable. Uchiha Han stood by the window, facing away from Luo Sha and the others. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Make sure to polish it well. Tomorrow, this letter of surrender must be placed in front of the Hokage, otherwise. Uchiha Han didn't continue, leaping out of the Kazekage building. Soon, a red streak of light flashed by. The flame dragon steed. It just happened to land beneath Uchiha Han. Thus, Uchiha Han rode the flame dragon steed and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. That speed is too fast, Luo Sha murmured. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this scourge was sent away. Lord Kazekage, are you all right? The surrounding sand, Shinobi hurriedly approached, concerned. I'm fine, I'm fine. Luo Sha waved his hand, pulled the chair back, and sat down. However, Luo Sha still felt a bit awkward. Ahem. Can you give me a new chair tomorrow? Yes. Before long, Uchiha Han flew over the Konoha camp. However, from a distance, he noticed that the atmosphere below was somewhat off. Moreover, there were signs of battle damage. Oh no! Uchiha Han suddenly realized his shadow clone had died. But Itachi and the others didn't know that it was his clone. This meant that Itachi and the others must think he was dead. Damn it. I have to hurry back. Otherwise, Konoha will be putting up a monument for me in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Uchiha Han did not want to see that scene. Thus, he accelerated and dove toward the camp. What is that? Someone was the first to spot Uchiha Han's figure. However, they could only see a red light. Boom! The flame dragon steed dove down at high speed, then smoothly stopped 10 centimeters above the ground. Little Han, a member of the Uchiha clan, recognized Uchiha Han when he saw the flame dragon armor. Aren't you already? Uchiha Han smiled and immediately removed his armor. I'll go explain to Uncle Ryui now. Uchiha Han awkwardly smiled and, seeing the surrounding ninjas closing in, swiftly ran into the main command tent. Uncle Ryui, Uchiha Han followed. At that moment, Uchiha Ryui, who was looking at the map with a worried expression, suddenly looked up. How could he not recognize that voice? Little Han? Ryui raised his head and looked at Uchiha Han, who was beaming with joy, unable to believe his eyes. What on earth is going on? Itachi said you. Uchiha Han scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, he had not expected that old hag Chiyo would crazily attack their base directly, causing his clone to be taken out. That was a full 1,000? Chakra. Hon-kun. At this moment, Itachi rushed in with an anxious look. He must have heard the news about Uchiha Han's return from those people earlier. Oh, Itachi. Uchiha Han flashed a brilliant smile. Itachi looked at Uchiha Han's face, momentarily stunned, his eyes glistening. Han-kun, what on earth is going on? Itachi smiled through his tears, wiping the corners of his eyes. Yeah, you better explain this clearly. What is going on? Ryui hurriedly asked, filled with curiosity. Uchiha Han smiled and continued. Actually, that was my clone. A clone? The two were taken aback. If it were a shadow clone, Itachi would naturally be able to tell. Cough, cough. I used some rather special methods to create this clone, which is why Itachi didn't notice. Uchiha Han explained. I see. Itachi nodded. He still had some doubts in his mind, but did not press further about what kind of clone it was. As long as Han-kun was fine, that was all that mattered. Ryui suddenly furrowed his brow. Since Uchiha Han left a clone at the camp, where did he go for a whole day and night? You brat, honestly explain yourself. What did you do during this day? Ryui questioned. He thought Uchiha Han was too restless, running around alone. This was a war, not a stroll in the village. If something happened, what would they do? Cough, cough. I want to do something big. Itachi, Uncle Ryui, you better be mentally prepared. Don't let me scare you. Uchiha Han said mysteriously. What was it? Hurry up and tell me. Where did you pick up that old lady's bad habits? Ryui shot a glare at Uchiha Han. I want to take revenge for Uncle Shin's. Uchiha Han said. What? The two exclaimed in unison. Uchiha Han smiled proudly and then nodded. Danzo has already been killed. The two couldn't calm down for a long time. Danzo, that was an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Moreover, he was alongside Orochimaru. You brat. You're not lying to me, are you? Ryui couldn't believe it. Of course not. Uncle Ryui, when have I ever joked about something this important? Uchiha Han said seriously. Seeing this, Ryui finally accepted the reality. But it was simply too shocking. Lu Wei clutched his chest, feeling like his heart was about to jump out. He hurriedly sat down in a chair. Oh right, there's one more thing. I went and beat up the 4th Kazekage. I estimate that the surrender letter from Sunagakure will arrive tomorrow morning, Uchiha Han said. Oh, you beat up the 4th Kazekage, Lu Wei murmured, still immersed in the shock of Uchiha Han killing Danzo, hardly paying attention to what Uchiha Han was saying. What did you say? You beat up the 4th Kazekage? Lu Wei suddenly stood up again. His eyes widened, and the look of shock on his face deepened. Yes, that's right. The 4th Kazekage didn't seem that strong, and it seemed like he was also played by Orochimaru, Uchiha Han said. Lu Wei's face fell immediately. What do you mean the 4th Kazekage didn't seem that strong? He felt that Uchiha Han was deliberately showing off. However, he couldn't say anything, which made him very angry. All right, it's a bit late, so I'll head back to sleep. Uchiha Han yawned, waved his hand, and left. Hey! Lu Wei wanted to call out to Uchiha Han, but Uchiha Han vanished in a flash. Lu Wei actually wanted to tell Uchiha Han that since they thought Uchiha Han had died before, the tent had already been arranged for someone else. In other words, Uchiha Han had no place to sleep now. Chapter 263. The heart of the Divine Mountain, there was no other way. In the end, Uchiha Han ended up squeezing into a small tent with Itachi to sleep. For some reason, that night, Uchiha Han quickly fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness sank into the deepest depths. In a daze, Uchiha Han found his consciousness entering a gray, misty space. Where's this? Uchiha Han was a bit confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, he noticed 5 bright lights appearing in front of him. Red, green, blue, yellow, and white. 5 colored light spots. Uchiha Han cautiously walked forward. The 5 bright lights gradually became clearer. Upon closer inspection, 5 figures appeared beneath the bright lights. Flame Dragon Armor, Wind Eagle Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor. The 5 armors stood tall, all their gazes fixed on him. Uchiha Han Kirtihusli approved. However, just as Uchiha Han was about to reach out to touch them to see if they were real, the 5 armors instantly turned to dust and dissipated in front of him. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Han was completely bewildered, unable to make sense of it. He looked around in confusion. The surroundings were filled with a gray chaos. Suddenly, a white figure reappeared in front of Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han focused his eyes. It was an old man with a white beard and white hair, dressed in a plain white robe. This is the heart of the Divine Mountain? Uchiha Han was taken aback. In the original work, the heart of the Divine Mountain was a fragment of the Emperor Armor's consciousness, a collective consciousness of all the descendants of the 5-element bloodlines. The summoners of the Armor Warriors would enter the virtual battle room to receive guidance from the heart of the Divine Mountain, thereby increasing their strength. Finally meeting you. The heart of the Divine Mountain said with a gentle and kind smile, his voice soft yet resonant, striking Uchiha Han's mind and making his heart tremble. Hello. Uchiha Han replied, somewhat flustered. The next morning, Uchiha Han slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Congratulations to the host for unlocking training of the Emperor Armor. Uchiha Han let out a long breath. Finally able to unlock the Emperor Armor. This time, the training for the Emperor Armor was different from the training for the previous 5 armors. First of all, there was a basic requirement to meet. That is to raise the compatibility of all 5 armors to 60%. This would just unlock the final seal of the ultimate technique. However, this time, unlike the previous training, based on a night of communication with the heart of the Divine Mountain, Uchiha Han learned that what he needed to improve now was the basics. Apart from the abilities of the armor itself, the most important thing was the strength of the summoner. The most direct aspect was Uchiha Han's physical skills. This was Uchiha Han's weakest area. Although his physical data was quite decent, in terms of ninjutsu, Uchiha Han knew quite a bit and was proficient. But what about physical skills? Aside from steadily improving his physical condition, his combat techniques were all taught by Shursui. In comparison, his proficiency in physical skills was quite weak. The upcoming training would focus on improving this aspect. At the same time, the conditions for using the virtual battle room had also changed. Before, he could only enter 3 times a day, but now there were no restrictions on usage, because Uchiha Han now needed to undergo long-term, sustained training. The upcoming training would mainly revolve around enhancing the armor's compatibility through basic physical combat training. For example, the Southern Fist learned by Sinan in the original work. Uchiha Han couldn't help but frown. This would require a lot of time. But now he had so many tasks to balance between the village and the special training for the armor. The only solution was to frequently use shadow clones. Uchiha Han began to think. If he were to secretly enter seclusion, he would need to separate the Flame Dragon armor to avoid being detected by the village and those around him. In that case, soon, Uchiha Han made a decision in his heart. At the same time, Sunagakure also sent representatives to Lu Wei to submit the surrender letter. They were also a bit anxious, hoping that Lu Wei could send someone to deliver the surrender letter to the Hokage as quickly as possible. The next day, Konoha immediately sent representatives to the border to meet with Chiyo and sign a ceasefire agreement. Chiyo's expression along the way was quite gloomy. It seemed she was not very in favor of it. However, under the pressure of Raza's tough stance, she had no room to refuse. But what angered Chiyo the most was being sent to sign the ceasefire agreement. When she returned to the village, most of Sunagakure's anger would probably be directed at her. Raza, Chiyo, gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. However, she also learned the truth that Uchiha Han was not dead and understood just how powerful Uchiha Han was. Revenge, it seemed there was no hope. However, what surprised Raza was that Konoha did not make excessive demands. They even proposed friendly diplomatic relations, which made him feel a bit strange. But upon reflection, after the incident with the fourth Kazekage, Konoha was probably still under the control of that old guy, the third Hokage, and his way of doing things was indeed normal. The battlefield in the Land of Wind had ended, and Konoha had more strength to support the other two battlefields. In an instant, the pressure on Iwagakure and Kumogakure increased significantly. Noki quickly chose to cease hostilities, because after all, Naka's reason for choosing to go to war was different from that of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. The latter two were more inclined to take advantage of Konoha's significant turmoil to bite off a piece of flesh. But Naka's purpose was different. He just wanted to use the war to divert the internal conflicts within the village. However, now that his injuries have mostly healed, he can spare some time to deal with the restless members of the Shimokawa clan. Therefore, after seeing the surrender of Sunagakure, Noki knew that there was no suspense left in this war. He decided to surrender immediately as well, to focus on dealing with those unruly guys. Upon receiving this news, Reikage was furious. Sunagakure and Iwagakure, what a bunch of cowards. They surrendered so quickly. Mabui stood by looking worried. Lord Reikage, should we also consider a ceasefire? Chapter 264, War Hero, Uchiha Han. This time, the joint attack on Konohagakure by the three countries ended rapidly during an extremely strange period. Whether it was Konoha or the Wind and Lightning countries, most people were still a bit dazed. They started fighting inexplicably and ended just as inexplicably. However, whether it was instigating the war or ending it, the root cause ultimately came down to someone. The war that lasted for over half a month finally concluded with a ceasefire agreement signed between Kumogakure and Konoha. Uchiha Han and the others quickly returned to Konoha. This time, among the three battlefields, only the Wind Country battlefield had been a real fight, achieving a great victory. Therefore, Uchiha Han and his group received a warm welcome from the villagers of Konoha. Liwei walked to the front, feeling the enthusiasm of the villagers, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of Konoha's higher-ups to greet them joyfully. However, Uchiha Han noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face seemed a bit gloomy. Nevertheless, Uchiha Han did not pay much attention to it. He only wanted to increase the compatibility of his armor as soon as possible and unlock the Imperial armor. That was the most important thing. Konoha held a grand banquet to celebrate the victory of the war. However, Uchiha Han had little interest in it. As the greatest contributor to this war, Uchiha Han naturally became the focus of the banquet. In no time, the heads of various clans came over with wine glasses, their faces full of cheerful smiles. Little Han, I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Even the four Kazekage is no match for you. It's truly astonishing. Several heads of medium-sized clans kept flattering him. Uchiha Han just smiled and nodded, responding casually. Little Han, do you have a girl you fancy? I tell you, my youngest daughter is about your age. Her talent is decent, and she should be able to reach CH Neen in the next couple of years. How about? Get lost. Do you even know what your daughter looks like? Little Han, don't listen to him. I tell you, my younger brother's youngest daughter is about the same age. Although her talent isn't outstanding, she's quite beautiful. And most importantly, at such a young age, she's already very impressive. That person had a lewd smile on his face, and his right hand couldn't help but gesture in front of him. Uchiha Han glanced at it and estimated it should be a C-cup size. Ahem. Well, I haven't considered these things yet. Uchiha Han waved his hand, feeling quite embarrassed. Hey, you can't say that. You might be a bit young now, but in a couple of years, you'll understand. It's good to cultivate feelings now, right? That's right, that's right. Little Han, you're already so strong. It's time to enjoy life a bit. These clan heads surrounded Uchiha Han tightly. His eyelids kept twitching, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Even when facing strong opponents like Noki and Rashi, he had never felt this helpless. Can someone come to save me? Uchiha Han couldn't help but shout in his heart. Ahem. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. Fugaku slowly walked over. Everyone, please make way. Fugaku stepped past the crowd and came to Uchiha Han's side. Little Han, the Hokage wants to see you. Uchiha Han nodded and followed Fugaku away from the crowd. When they arrived in front of Tsunade, Fugaku then withdrew. Hey, little brat, long time no see. Tsunade's cheeks had a slight flush, looking like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Han said. Sit down. Tsunade gestured for Uchiha Han to take a seat. What level has your strength reached now? Tsunade asked curiously. It's just average. I managed to defeat Rashi by luck. Uchiha Han replied with a smile. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be humble. Tsunade chuckled. Since Uchiha Han didn't want to reveal too much, she didn't pursue the matter further. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade trusted Uchiha Han a bit more. Thanks to you this time, Tsunade suddenly said, her tone becoming somewhat serious. I'm also a Konoha ninja. There's no need for you to thank me, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Han quickly replied. Ha ha, you little brat. Tsunade laughed heartily and then took a big sip of her drink. It was evident that she was in a very good mood. These days, the war had kept her busy day and night, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha Han looked around and found that Sarutobi Hiruzen had seemingly disappeared. Logically, he shouldn't be absent from such an occasion. Although a bit puzzled, Uchiha Han didn't think too much about it. Tsunade also pulled Uchiha Han to drink with her. Since Uchiha Han was still underage, he shouldn't be drinking. However, as the greatest contributor to this war, he was given an exception to drink tonight. Perhaps because of this reason, Tsunade became even more spirited in pouring drinks for Uchiha Han. Lady Tsunade, I can't take it anymore. Dumb. Uchiha Han was drinking for the first time in this body and had no resistance, becoming tipsy in an instant. However, seeing Uchiha Han like this made Tsunade even more excited, forcefully pushing the bottle to his lips. Tsunade also got drunk. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to break. Uchiha Han groaned. The dark graveyard. Compared to the brilliant noise of the banquet, this place was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen unusually did not carry his pipe. He stood in front of a brand new tombstone, looking desolate. Shin no Suk. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He reached out his hand, wanted to touch the name on the stone. However, he suddenly stopped. Immediately, a look of resentment filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. That little brat Uchiha Han is clearly so strong. Why didn't he follow Shin no Suk's actions? If Uchiha Han had been there, Shin no Suk wouldn't have died. And those Uchiha, I generously let them go to the Wind Country battlefield. Yet Shin no Suk had to face Danzo alone. Uchiha, truly cannot be trusted. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen said fiercely. He then turned his head to look in the direction of the banquet. Although it was far away, the brilliant and grand light still reflected in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Creak! Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 265. Father's Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Han's reputation quickly spread throughout Konoha, the land of fire, and the entire ninja world. Even the reclusive Kirigakure had heard of Uchiha Han's achievements and was shaken. The esteemed Kazekage was defeated by a 13-year-old Uchiha. Such a thought would have been unimaginable before. At the same time, the news of Inoki engaging in battle with a mysterious armored figure and sustaining serious injuries also circulated. Upon comparison, they found that while Uchiha Han and the mysterious armored figure were clearly different, they shared some similar traits. In no time, the powerful bloodline limit of the armor was known throughout the ninja world. During this period, Sarutobi Hizashi also came to inquire about the mysterious figure who fought Inoki. Uchiha Han shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Hizashi did not press further, as the previous Light Emperor had mentioned searching for descendants with their bloodline in the ninja world. If they could help Uchiha Han awaken his bloodline limit, it wouldn't be strange to find other descendants as well. To handle various post-war tasks, the Umbu and the guard team were quite busy during this time. Itachi and Shursui were diligently working in the guard team, while Tenzo was assigned by Tsunade to her direct Umbu unit. Additionally, Tsunade thought the name given to him by the third Hokage was too unpleasant, so she changed it. From now on, Tenzo would be called Yamato. However, at this moment, Fugaku unexpectedly took the time to visit Uchiha Han. Uncle Fugaku? Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised, given how busy the guard team was. Fugaku's expression was serious, which made Uchiha Han feel even more curious. Han, I came today to discuss something very important. Let's go inside. Uchiha Han nodded, closed the yard gate, and led Fugaku into the house. I came today mainly to give you something your father left behind, Fugaku said, carefully placing a small box on the table. Your father's belongings? Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on a box. He sensed a strong aura emanating from it, one that felt somewhat cold, yet also connected to his bloodline. What is this? Uchiha Han asked, though he already had an inkling. That cold aura was very familiar, Sharingan. However, the strength of that aura was not something a regular 3-tomo Sharingan could possess. In other words, it was a Mangeki Sharingan. No way. My old man actually awakened a Mangeki? Uchiha Han found it hard to believe. Although he had heard from his uncles over the years that his father was exceptionally gifted, in the entire Uchiha clan, those with extraordinary talent were not uncommon. Yet, those who could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan were few and far between, each leaving a significant mark in the original story. If he had the Mangeki, his dad shouldn't have died so easily, right? Uchiha Han thought. Han, do you know to what extent the Sharingan can evolve? Fugaku asked. Of course, I'm aware. From 1 Tomo to 3 Tomo, then to Mangeki Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and finally evolving into Rinnegan, Uchiha Han replied honestly. However, he still looked puzzled, as if questioning Fugaku why he suddenly asked such a simple question. Heh. Fugaku smiled meaningfully. You're mistaken. He shook his head. In fact, 3 Tomo is not the end of the Sharingan. What? Uchiha Han exclaimed in shock. Above 3 Tomo, there is actually a whole new form, Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Han's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Seeing Uchiha Han's expression, Fugaku felt it was a bit exaggerated, but didn't dwell on it. If others knew, they would probably be so shocked their jaws would drop to the ground. Your father possessed such eyes, Fugaku said gravely, pushing the box in front of Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was taken aback, not expecting his father to indeed have the Mangeki Sharingan. How'd he pass it on? Could it be that he awakened the Mangeki and then lost it? That would be such a pity. You awakened 3 Tomo at such a young age, and there's a high chance you can awaken the Mangeki in the future. Your father's eyes may help you, Fugaku said seriously, then stood up. Han, you must keep this safe. It is the only thing your father left behind. Fugaku's words were filled with melancholy. Uchiha Han's expression became serious as he nodded heavily. Don't worry, Uncle Fugaku. I will take good care of Dad's Sharingan. Uchiha Han said firmly. Fugaku nodded and then left. Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Han looked at the box, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the box. With a sudden flash, a pair of crimson eyes came into view. A powerful mental force struck Uchiha Han with great impact. After a few seconds, he barely adapted to the pressure and saw the pattern in the eyes. It was a diamond-shaped Mangeki Sharingan. It really was a Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Han murmured. If they were father and son, the bloodline connection would not be inferior to that of brothers, so this should solve his problem of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, right? Uchiha Han thought to himself, though he couldn't be entirely sure. Stepping out of the yard, Fugaku paused for a moment. He slowly raised his head and looked at the bright sunlight above. He let out a long breath, feeling much lighter inside, as if a heavy shackle on his back had suddenly been released. Fugaku turned back and glanced at Uchiha Han's courtyard. Although the scene he saw at that time was very blurry, that figure was most likely Han. This meant that the future of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku turned back and walked towards the guard team. There was still much work to do, and he needed to hurry, otherwise, he might have to work overtime until midnight. Chapter 266. Board game Hall. The aftermath of the war gradually calmed down. Konoha slowly returned to its usual routine. After assisting Tsunade for a while, Sarutobi Hizashi returned to his fishing pond, fishing every day. However, his fishing rod had not been as peaceful as before. Tsunade also gradually adapted to her duties as Hokage. With the help of Nara Shikaku and Shizen, she was no longer as flustered as before, and she found herself with much more free time. She would frequently visit Uchiha Han, dragging him along to play Ninja World Kill. Uchiha Han found this to be quite a headache. He still needed to train. Where did he find the time to play this with Tsunade? Uchiha Han is currently planning to first raise the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 60%, and then create a clone of the Flame Dragon armor to replace himself in the village. This way, he can quietly and safely focus on his training. However, the current progress is slower than Uchiha Han had imagined. Uchiha Han, hurry up. Tsunade urged him to play his card. Got it. Uchiha Han reluctantly played a card, causing the Leaf Village to collapse. Tsunade's eyes widened, and she was momentarily speechless. Just then, the cards in her hand had neither a kill nor a dodge. She thought she had some armor and wouldn't have to worry, but Uchiha Han played this card. Extremely unwilling, Tsunade covered her last chakra. Eliminated. Faced with Tsunade's occasional harassment, Uchiha Han thought this wouldn't do. He had to come up with a solution. How about opening a board game, CAF? Uchiha Han suddenly thought. Coincidentally, he now had money, so renting a storefront in Konoha to open a board game CAF wouldn't be difficult. First, it would provide a suitable reason to keep Tsunade out. Second, it would allow him to promote his Shinobi World Kill to Konoha and even the entire Shinobi world. Let us do it. That night, Uchiha Han went out to scout. He happened to see a storefront just outside the Uchiha clan area. The street across from that storefront was Konoha's commercial street. The location was pretty good, and the storefront was quite large, with several hundred square meters. The owner was a member of the Uchiha clan, and upon seeing that the visitor was Uchiha Han, he was so excited he could hardly speak. After all, Uchiha Han was a war hero and very popular in all of Konoha. He was also regarded as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius within the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Han signed his name, the owner happily gave him the lowest price. Uchiha Han was also very satisfied. After all, signing his name was effortless. It saved him a lot of money, so why not? The next morning, Uchiha Han brought Yamato over. What? You want me to decorate it for you? Yamato looked incredulous. He was a full-fledged wood release user, not a decorator. Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Han frowled. He then pulled out a large stack of cash from his bag. Here. Yamato stared at the stack of cash, momentarily stunned. Ahem, just this once. In the blink of an eye, Yamato stuffed the cash into his pocket. Following Uchiha Han's instructions, Yamato added quite a few green plants in the room, rearranged the layout, and did some simple decoration. Look, isn't this looking pretty good? Uchiha Han said with a grin. I think you could turn this into a side business. Yamato was quite displeased. He thought this was insulting. He was determined to become as powerful as the first Hokage. All right, I need to go train at Miyaboka Mountain. I'm leaving. Yamato waved his hand and left. Since Minato and Jiraiya both fell unconscious, Yamato had become the only communication bridge between Konoha and Miyaboka Mountain. With Yamato's strength now at a decent level, the two great sages decided to pass on the sage techniques of Miyaboka Mountain to him early. However, Yamato was not Naruto and did not possess the luck of a protagonist. As of now, his progress in training sage techniques was still quite slow. Well, you go train first. Uchiha Han nodded. Then, it was time to recruit staff. Uchiha Han took out the flyers he had prepared in advance and posted them in areas with high foot traffic. To quickly recruit enough people, Uchiha Han was generous and offered salaries higher than the average wage of Konoha civilians. Soon, Uchiha Han had enough staff and also trained them well. Meanwhile, Uchiha Han made dozens of sets of the corresponding Shinobi World Kill. Not for sale yet. Before long, the board game CAF opened. Tsunade frequently brought people there, creating a strong promotional effect. In no time, Shinobi World Kill became all the rage in Konoha. To prevent everyone from quickly getting bored, Uchiha Han consecutively launched games like Werewolf, Ludo, Shinobi Monopoly, and numerous other board games. Faced with these novel and fun board games, most people had little resistance and became fascinated. The board game CAF completely became the hottest place in Konoha, even impacting the long-standing taverns and casinos significantly. Phew, finally I can train in peace. Uchiha Han sat cross-legged on his bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been busy for a while, it meant he wouldn't be easily disturbed in the future. He needed to raise the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 60% as soon as possible, so that after creating a clone, he would have to worry about being detected by others. Uchiha Han murmured. Additionally, he had not yet recalled the clone of the Black Rhino armor. Instead, he handed over the red fishhook and sent it to meet with the clone of the Wind Eagle armor. The Akatsuki organization had already started implementing the tailed beast capture plan ahead of time. Uchiha Han had to find a way to sabotage it. At the same time, he also wanted to conveniently harvest some tailed beast chakra. Ahem, I assure you, I'm just taking a little. After all, if those Jinchuriki were captured by the Akatsuki to absorb their tailed beasts, they would be doomed. Uchiha Han was actually saving their lives. Collecting some protection fees isn't too much, right? And recently, I've seen people asking if this is going to end abruptly. Although the data has been declining this month, and the number of readers has decreased significantly, I am still writing. There will be no interruptions. I won't stop updating. Laughs and cries. Chapter 267. Undercurrents flowing the land of rain. Danzo is dead, and Hiruzen is also dead, leaving us short-handed all of a sudden. Conan said with some worry. They had implemented the tailed beast capture plan early this time. However, at the very start, there was a huge loss of personnel. This made her feel quite troubled. Let us have Zetsu handle this matter. Let him see if there are any strong rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations that could be recruited. Nagato's voice sounded somewhat weak. If it really doesn't work, then we'll have to take action ourselves. Nagato coughed a couple of times and continued speaking. No way, Conan said nervously. Given your current condition, what if you encounter danger after leaving the land of rain? Although Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain and was incredibly powerful, he had a significant weakness. His original body was extremely fragile. If someone got close to him, it could almost be declared a death sentence. In the original story, when pain invaded, Conan was right beside Nagato as his close guard. How fragile was Nagato's body? His entire body was filled with black tubes. making it almost impossible for him to move. Plus, he was emaciated and incredibly weak. Even the red hair of the Uzumaki clan had turned snow white due to the power of the Rinnegan. Even after being reincarnated with impure world reincarnation, Nagato, who had no pain and an infinite chakra body, still needed Itachi's support. He was basically just standing in place to release skills. Only after being completely controlled by Tobi could Nagato gain the ability to move freely. The Land of Rain is now their stronghold, having been completely transformed into an impregnable fortress by them. With Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique, he could detect outsiders entering the Land of Rain at the first moment. Therefore, Nagato's true body is very safe in the Land of Rain. However, once he leaves, it comes with considerable risk. This is something Konan does not want to see, even if the risk factor is very low. I understand, Nagato said slowly. Let's have Zetsu gather information first, especially about. Nagato seemed to suddenly recall something. That mysterious armored man who fought against Inoki. One Uchiha, one mysterious black armor, both formidable, especially the latter, who can fight Inoki to a standstill, definitely not simple. If we can recruit him into the Akatsuki organization, it would be a tremendous boost for us. Konan nodded in agreement. I will have Zetsu focus on this. By the way, I recently heard about a special individual. Konan suddenly thought of something. A special individual? Nagato asked with mild curiosity. If it is someone Konan finds special, it must not be simple. Apparently, it's said to be an immortal. Konan said seriously. An immortal? Does such a thing really exist? Nagato was not very convinced. After all, the unparalleled power granted by his Rinnegan cannot achieve immortality. On the contrary, it accelerates his life deterioration. Even the legendary sage of six paths died due to the passage of time, right? However, that said, but this matter wouldn't be without basis. Konan, you should take Kakuzu with you to check it out. If it is truly an immortal, it would be just right to match Kakuzu with that troublesome guy. An immortal should not be able to be killed from behind by that guy. Nagato murmured. Whether it was this time's Hashigaki Kisame or Kakuzu's previous early teammates, they were all stabbed in the back by Kakuzu. Nagato felt quite helpless. The requirements of the Akatsuki organization are still very high, but it's not easy to fill the ranks. Konan nodded. All right. Land of Water. Kirigakure. What? Oh, say that again. Wanshi stood up in shock. His old eyes were filled with disbelief. Wanshi, it's true, I'm not joking. Ao said with a serious expression. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked. How is that possible? Terumi, Mei beside him, was also stunned by this explosive news. Wanshi slowly sat down, his eyes filled with confusion. But soon, his gaze regained its previous sharpness and depth. No wonder the Mizukage has changed so much over the years. Acting stubbornly as if he were a different person, Wanshi thought of all the unexpected actions taken by Yagura in recent years and finally understood. Insi, what should we do next? Ao asked anxiously. Let me think carefully first. Wanshi signaled Ao not to lose his composure. Such a big matter cannot be taken lightly. Can you find out who used Genjutsu to control the Mizukage? Wanshi pondered and asked. Ao shook his head. Logically speaking, to control someone for a long time, the caster cannot be too far away. But at that time, I carefully observed the surroundings with my Byakugan and searched the village thoroughly, but found no suspicious traces. Ao said. Wanshi thought for a moment, and suddenly asked Terumi Mei, have you found the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hashigaki? Terumi Mei shook her head. Their strength is already not below mine. Plus, they have the ninja swords. It would be too easy for them to leave the Land of Water. We currently have very few people outside the Land of Water, making it difficult to find them. Terumi Mei said somewhat helplessly. Recently, Zabuza and Kisame defected one after another. At the same time, they took away the beheading sword and the Samahata, 2 of the 7 ninja swords. This undoubtedly dealt another significant blow to Kirigakure. With the disappearance of the 4 ninja swords along with the demise of the Hozuki clan, now, the only one left in the hands of Kirigakure is the twin swords. The Shibi. Sigh. Since we can't find them, then forget it. The defection of the 7 ninja swordsmen is, for us, a somewhat good piece of news. Wanshi said slowly. If the 7 ninja swordsmen did not defect, they would definitely be the Mizukage trusted subordinates, and the possibility of them being subverted is very low. Plus, they are quite strong, and the ninja swords are powerful, not to be underestimated. After defecting, it can also relieve a lot of their pressure. So Ao, Terumi Mei, do not spread this matter for now. Keep a close watch on the Mizukage's movements in secret, and then quietly contact the remaining families. Understood? Terumi Mei and Ao nodded heavily. They also understood the importance of the situation now. In the Mizuki's office, Obito sat with his legs crossed in a chair. However, he seemed somewhat worried. It seemed that the guy had noticed something. Zetsu poked half of his body out from the floor and said, "Forget it. I've been in Kirigakure for so long, I've had enough fun." Obito stood up and stretched his back. What about him? Zetsu glanced at the wooden figure that was Shimizu. Anyway, since the tailed beast capture plan has been advanced, let's absorb the three tails first. Chapter 268, Pain's Invasion 1, Border of the Land of Water. Outside a small wooden house, there sat a man whose lower face and neck were wrapped in bandages. He was sharpening a stone axe. Zabuza, big brother. Haku walked out of the house, followed by Jimuru. Zabuza stopped his movements, stood up, and looked at Haku with some confusion. What's wrong? Haku walked over. We're planning to find Brother Domo. It's been so long, and he still hasn't returned, Haku said with some worry. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes inevitably dimmed. Haku and the others are leaving. After all, he would still have to lead that aimless life. All right. Zabuza silently put down the axe and picked up the beheading sword that stood beside him. He turned to leave. Haku looked puzzled. Big brother Zabuza, what are you going to do? Don't you want to come with us? Haku quickly blocked Zabuza's path and asked. Together. Suddenly, Zabuza felt warmth in his heart. It turned out he had been thinking too much. But, even so, Zabuza still hesitated. In recent days, he had heard a lot about that person named Dongmu from Haku and Jimuru. Zabuza was also very curious. However, he worried that the other party might not accept him. But what? Big brother Zabuza, you don't have to worry. Brother Dongmu is a really nice person and will definitely not make things difficult for you. Haku smiled sweetly, like a rose blooming in early spring. For a moment, Zabuza was mesmerized. Haku was right. Big brother Zabuza should come with us. Jimuru also came over and said. Seeing this, Zabuza did not refuse and nodded. Thus, the three of them tidied up a bit and headed in the direction where Uchiha Han had left. A year later. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4031, Shadow 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 1000. One Tail Chakra. Two Tails Chakra. Four Tails Chakra. Five Tails Chakra. Ninjutsu, 591. Taijutsu, 662. Jinjutsu, 611. Master Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not technique, Naraka Path Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun, Lightning Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Armor Unlock, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 50. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 50. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 50. After a year of hard work, Uchiha Han has raised the compatibility of the Flame Dragon Armor to 60 and the compatibility of the Earth Tiger Armor and Snow Mastiff Armor to 50. This progress is somewhat faster than Uchiha Han expected. The training during this time has revolved around armored combat techniques. This is the most basic training. However, it has also allowed Uchiha Han's taijutsu to make great strides. There has been significant improvement. However, reaching 60 compatibility for all armors will still take some time. Uchiha Han muttered. Now, he has already condensed the Flame Dragon Armor separately. He has quietly opened a secret room and is hiding inside to practice. Meanwhile, the Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor clones outside have already used the red light fishing hook to rescue several Jinchuriki. He has also taken the opportunity to obtain the chakra from the 2 Tails, 4 Tails, and 5 Tails. Although it is not much for the tailed beasts, it is a drop in the bucket, but it is enough for Uchiha Han to digest. Since the red fishing hook can only absorb chakra and cannot store it for a long time, the clones must quietly return every so often to deliver the chakra back to the main body. The uniqueness of the clones means they cannot store or absorb excess tailed beast chakra. In fact, the 2 treasures of Pushi have clear divisions of labor. The red light fishing hook is responsible for absorbing chakra, while the red light fishing basket is used to store the chakra absorbed by the hook. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han felt a bit regretful. The red light fishing basket was completely destroyed under the attack of the Emperor Armor. I'm exhausted. Maybe I should take a break today? Uchiha Han murmured, stretching and walking out of the secret room. He returned the Flame Dragon Armor clone back into his body. Uchiha Han went straight to his board game hall. It was crowded. Uchiha nu did in satisfaction. Jo-an. At this moment, someone called him from behind. Uchiha Han turned around to see it was Yamato. How did this guy have time to come here? Yamato? Uchiha Han walked over. Have you mastered Sage Mode yet? Uchiha Han asked directly. Sure. Yamato looked nervous, quickly signaling Uchiha Han not to say it out loud. There's so many people here, don't speak so loudly. Yamato rolled his eyes at Uchiha Han. All right, my bad. Uchiha Han leaned closer to Yamato's ear. So, have you mastered it? Yamato's lips curled up slightly. Almost. Uchiha Han was slightly surprised. Almost. It seems Yamato is doing well. Uchiha Han thought, if Yamato really mastered Sage Mode, then when pain invades, it will be up to Yamato, right? Uchiha Han flipped slowly. Seeing Uchiha Han's expression, Yamato frowned, thinking this guy is probably up to no good again. You go ahead and play. I'll head back first. Uchiha Han yawned and started walking home. After wandering around, it was time to go back and continue training. Uchiha Han condensed the Flame Dragon armor clone again and then returned to the secret room to continue training in the virtual battle room. Outside of Konoha Village, Six Paths Pain stood on a cliff, gazing down at Konoha Village. The autumn wind blew, gently lifting their robes, revealing their pale arms. They looked lifeless, sending chills down one's spine. Let us begin. A sound wave echoed in their minds simultaneously. Immediately after, the six of them leaped down. In an instant, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in a layer of gray haze. However, no one in the bustling Konoha village paid any attention. Chapter 269, Pain's Invasion 2, at the Fugaka household. Sasuke and Naruto were sitting in the yard, playing together. Flame Dragon Armor. Mirji. Naruto once again strapped the Flame Dragon Armor to his wrist, repeatedly shouting the lines. For the entire afternoon, Naruto had basically wasted his time on the summoning tool. Since Minato fell into a coma, Uchiha Han specially found someone to make another summoning tool for Naruto to comfort him. Now, Naruto was much more cheerful. Kushina also encouraged Naruto to come play at Sasuke's place often. Hey! Sasuke propped his head on his hand, looking coldly at Naruto. You've been playing all afternoon. Aren't you tired of it yet? Sasuke asked coldly. He thought that after Naruto had played for so long, it was about time for him to play for a bit too, right? Tired? Naruto frowned. Why would I be tired? Naruto was quite puzzled. He then shook his wrist with the shiny summoning tool. This scene seemed to Sasuke like Naruto was showing off. But the innocent Naruto had no such thoughts. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit angry, then suddenly turned his head and walked into the house. I'm going to get something to drink. Naruto looked puzzled. He noticed that Sasuke seemed a bit unhappy, but he didn't quite understand why Sasuke was angry. Naruto lowered his head, looking at the summoning tool on his wrist, suddenly realizing. So it turns out Sasuke doesn't like the summoning tool. I thought he liked Hananai's armor just as much as I do. Naruto muttered in surprise. He originally wanted to let Sasuke play for a while, but now he thought better of it. Since Sasuke didn't like it, he might as well put it away and play at home later. As Naruto spoke, he took off the summoning tool and put it away. When Sasuke returned, he was holding 2 cups of orange juice. Sasuke was slightly taken aback. He noticed that the summoning tool on Naruto's wrist was missing. What's going on? Naruto, where's the summoning tool? Sasuke handed the orange juice to Naruto and asked. Oh, I put it away. Naruto took it and finished it in one gulp. Naruto contentedly wiped the leftover orange juice from the corner of his mouth. Why did you put it away? Sasuke frowned. Oh, you said you didn't like it. So, what did I say? I didn't like it. You idiot. Sasuke shouted. With Sasuke's shout, Naruto was instantly taken aback. Then why were you angry just now? Naruto suddenly realized. So, Sasuke must actually like Hananai's armor, just like he does. I knew it. Sasuke isn't a girl. How could he not like it? Then, Naruto understood the reason why Sasuke was angry. It was probably because he had played for so long, and Sasuke hadn't had a turn yet. Speaking of which, it seems Sasuke hadn't played with the summoning tool at all for quite some time. Naruto suddenly thought, Sasuke, do you want to play for a while? He quickly took out the summoning device again. Sasuke's eyes lit up. However, he didn't immediately show any excitement. Sasuke slightly turned his head away, displaying a tsundere expression, glancing at it from the corner of his eye from time to time. Ahem. Since that's the case, I guess I'll reluctantly. Sasuke said, slowly extending his hand. He could slow down his movements just to avoid appearing too eager. However, inside, Sasuke was extremely ecstatic. He was already so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and his outstretched hand, despite his best efforts to control it, was still trembling slightly. Finally, Sasuke could no longer suppress his excitement. His fingers were getting closer to the fiery summoning device. His breathing became increasingly hurried. Finally, it was getting closer. Sasuke's fingertips seemed to be able to clearly feel that scorching aura. But in reality, the summoning device was just an ordinary toy. Finally, Sasuke's palm gently descended toward the summoning device, just a hair's breadth away from grasping it. A smile finally broke out on Sasuke's face, unable to be contained. However, at that moment, the ground shook violently. Naruto lost his balance and fell to the ground. The summoning device also fell to the floor. Seeing this, Sasuke was about to bend down to pick it up, but the tremor intensified. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground as well. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? Naruto looked confused. Sasuke, should we go inside and hide? Naruto instinctively said. Idiot, in an earthquake. You should run to an open area. Sasuke was truly speechless. How could Naruto say something so foolish? Oh, sorry, I forgot, Naruto said with an awkward smile as he got up and picked up the summoning device. The sudden earthquake left both of them bewildered. Naruto instinctively carefully put the summoning device away, fearing that if it fell again or got hit by something, it would be bad if it broke. He completely forgot that he had intended to give the summoning device to Sasuke. Hey, seeing Naruto put the summoning device away, Sasuke immediately panicked. Didn't you say you would let me play? Why did you put it away again? However, at that moment, two black and red figures suddenly leaped down from the sky and landed on the roof. Who were they? The two were stunned for a moment. Naruto, Sasuke, run. Fugaku and Itachi rushed over with anxious expressions, followed by several teams of guards. Seeing this, Sasuke and Naruto immediately ran toward the yard. Ridiculous, Devapath Pain coldly said, then slowly raised his arm. Would release. Thousand Pillars Wall. Yamato quickly arrived, slamming his palms on the ground. A solid wooden wall immediately rose behind Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing this, Devapath slowly lowered his arm. Itachi, take Naruto and Sasuke away immediately, Fugaku urgently said. Father, Itachi hesitated. He could sense the aura emanating from Devapath. It was unfathomable, especially those Rinnegan eyes. Just one glance made Itachi feel as if his mind was sinking into an abyss. Terrifying. This kind of enemy. His target is Naruto, and he must not succeed. Fugaku shouted sternly. Yes. Itachi nodded heavily. Father, be careful. After speaking, Itachi immediately pulled Sasuke and Naruto in the opposite direction to escape. Devapath watched this scene, seemingly unfazed. His imposing and terrifying gaze was fixed on the fleeing Naruto. After a while, when Naruto's figure completely disappeared, Devapath Pain slowly shifted his gaze to Fugaku and the others beneath him. Let us clean up these ants first. Devapath Pain raised his hand again slowly. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from his body. Fugaku frowned, his expression grave. The Crimson Sharingan, with 3 tomo around the pupil, began to spin slowly. Chapter 270, Pain's Invasion 3, This Guy. Fugaku looked at Devapath Pain with utmost seriousness. He gripped his kunai tighter. He sensed the terrifying power emanating from Devapath Pain. The strength of this attack was probably unimaginable. Therefore, he could not allow the opponent to gather strength. Strike first. Everyone attack together, Fugaku commanded. Immediately, more than a dozen members of the guard team rushed forward together. Foolish, Devapath scoffed coldly. At the same time, the Hell Path leaped down, maintaining a safe distance from Devapath. The guard members took out their kunai, surrounding Devapath from all sides and thrusting at him. Shinra Tensei, a massive repulsive force erupted from Devapath, forming a gigantic spherical area. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the crowd were instantly sent flying, the tremendous impact shattering their internal organs. Many of the weaker ones directly vomited blood and fainted. The surrounding houses turned into ruins in an instant. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so bizarre. Fugaku was extremely shocked. Even under the 3 tomo Sharingan, he could not discern the opponent's technique. This ninjutsu was very special, not something that could be copied by the Sharingan. He could only see the general flow of the opponent's chakra. However, this guy's chakra flow seemed a bit off. Fugaku's expression became more serious as he stared at Devapath's body. He noticed that the chakra flow within the opponent was different from that of ordinary people. Normally, a ninja's chakra flows through the meridians to various parts of the body. However, Fugaku observed that the chakra of this guy was dispersed, mostly concentrated in several specific areas on his body. This was illogical. Fugaku's expression grew more grave and worried. He then looked around. Many members of the guard team were lying in the ruins, some unconscious, some struggling. Only he and Yamato still had combat effectiveness. At this time, in the center of the village, the giant summoning beasts summoned by the animal path were wreaking havoc in the streets. The first ninjas to arrive had average strength. and they had no ability to resist against the attacks of the Animal Path and the Azura Path. Kakashi quickly arrived with a team of Umbu members. Looking at the various summoning beasts in the street, three-headed dogs, chameleons, Kakashi was very shocked. It was his first time seeing such summoning beasts. Soon, Kakashi's gaze fell on the Animal Path and Azura Path in front of him. Those clothes are from the Akatsuki organization. Over the past year, the Akatsuki organization had implemented several plans to capture tailed beasts, although most had ended in failure. Their powerful strength and mysterious background had made the high-ranking officials of various countries take them very seriously. Konoha naturally collected the corresponding intelligence. After all, the Akatsuki organization had a clear target, the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, and Konoha had the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which was definitely among their targets. However, Kakashi didn't expect them to come so quickly. Moreover, they dared to directly attack Konoha. Kakashi carefully examined the Animal Path in front of him. With orange-yellow long hair and several black protrusions on his face, it looked as if something had been directly inserted into it. This Animal Path wasn't the later version made with the purple flower, but rather the original ninja from the Wind Demon Clan. In the original story, this Animal Path from the Wind Demon Clan was destroyed by Jiraiya, which led to the creation of the new Animal Path using the purple flower. Raikiri. Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately activated his Sharingan, instantly unleashing Raikiri. Zzz. The harsh sound of electricity crackled continuously. The Animal Path reacted incredibly quickly, immediately pressing into the air. Summoning technique. Smoke suddenly appeared. A gigantic crab appeared in front of the Animal Path. Water release. Bubble wave. Instantly, a massive bubble beam shot out from the crab's mouth. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, immediately leaping into the air, and the crackling electricity in his hand dissipated. If he were hit by this bubble beam, the electricity would conduct through his body, which would be disastrous. In that moment, Kakashi suddenly thought it would be great if Raikiri could be used as a ranged ninjutsu. That way, he would have to worry about the opponent's water ninjutsu accidentally harming him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi stabilized himself and immediately pressed both palms against the ground. A massive earth wall rose up in front of him, blocking the incoming bubbles. Roar! Suddenly, a gigantic shadow loomed over Kakashi's head. Not good. Kakashi immediately retreated. Upon closer inspection, it was the three-headed hellhound. Each head was baring its teeth, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it. Kakashi immediately used the summoning technique as well. As soon as Pakin and the others saw the hellhound in front of them, they were momentarily stunned. We're all dogs. Why are you so huge? Kakashi, are you serious? Pakin frowned and rolled his eyes at Kakashi. What are you thinking? Quickly go find Naruto. You must protect him, Kakashi said anxiously. Understood. Pakin and the other dogs immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then disappeared in a flash. Roar. The hellhound roared again, and then another bulge appeared beside its head. After some movement, another ferocious head emerged. Kakashi's pupils shook. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaku covered his right arm, looking somewhat disheveled. Uncle Fugaku, are you okay? Yamato asked. Compared to Fugaku, Yamato's wood release was still quite powerful in defense, so his injuries were much lighter. Mifine. Fugaku shook his head. His gaze remained fixed on the face of Pain. The latter's expression hadn't changed at all. This guy. Fugaku gritted his teeth, steeling himself. I can only use that now. Fugaku instinctively covered his eyes. Yamato, you should go to Itachi's side and protect Naruto, Fugaku said. Yamato was taken aback. But Fugaku interrupted him. Their target is Naruto. Besides, I have a trump card, so don't underestimate me, the Uchiha clan leader. Fugaku forced out a confident smile. This? Well then. Yamato hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. He knew Fugaku wasn't an impulsive person. So, Yamato ultimately left. Oh, seeing this, Pain became a bit curious. At this point, he actually chose to resist alone. Does he have any backup? Pain remained expressionless. Even if he had a backup, so what? Ants would still only be ants. Heh. Fugaku slowly straightened up, covering his eyes. Blood slowly oozed from the corners of his eyes. Zing. Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes, and three Tomo quickly rotated, forming a strange pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 271. Fugaku's Kaleidoscope. Omniscient. This is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Pain murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nagato also knew about the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but he didn't have much information on it. But even so, to think he could defeat me? Ridiculous. Without Yamato's would release as defense. Pain could easily destroy all the surrounding buildings without needing to consider the cooldown time of Shinra Tensei. Universal pull. Pain slowly raised his hand, palm facing up. Instantly, a massive pulling force enveloped Fugaku. However, to Pain's astonishment, Fugaku strangely dodged it. Looking at Fugaku's movements, he seemed to have reacted in advance. Evading the area Pain aimed to pull him into. What's going on? Pain began to feel confused. He felt as if Fugaku could predict his attacks. Pain raised his hand and used Universal Pull several more times. However, Fugaku was able to jump out of the range just before being pulled in each time. Pain lowered his hand, his emotionless eyes slowly looking at Fugaku, landing on his strange eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Could it be his Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Pain murmured. Who? Fugaku was panting heavily, the breath escaping from his mouth and nose forming a mist. His movements were incredibly fast, and the range of the technique was also extensive. Even with the Omniscient, he could only barely dodge. Fugaku felt his left eye starting to ache, and blood began to seep from the corners. Omniscient. This is Fugaku's Kaleidoscope ability. His left eye can foresee his situation in a very short time. This period can foresee up to 5 minutes. In other words, with his left eye, Fugaku can sense everything about himself in the next 5 minutes. This is extremely terrifying in battle. Fugaku can make predictions based on what he foresees. Therefore, he could dodge Pain's Universal Pull several times. However, this also consumed a large amount of his chakra and ocular power. His body was already subtly starting to feel the strain. The pattern in Fugaku's left eye kept rotating, and the blood leaking from the corners was increasing. Damn it! Fugaku kept looking ahead, trying to find a flaw to break through Pain's defenses. But within 5 minutes, all he could see was himself getting pierced by several black rods and dying in the ruins. What to do? Sweat was continuously beading on Fugaku's forehead. He originally thought that with the capability of Omniscient, he could defeat the opponent. But he didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Even with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was helpless. Fugaku's Kaleidoscope was, in essence, quite powerful. But it wasn't inclined towards enhancing attacks, so it couldn't directly elevate him in battle. This more auxiliary ability often played a greater role at other times. Thus, facing Pain's overwhelming power, Omniscient could only allow Fugaku to buy time. But Fugaku's stamina was continuously being consumed, and unless something unexpected happened, he would ultimately die at Pain's hands. There's no choice but to stall for time, hoping something will change later. Fugaku murmured. At this moment, he had no other options left. So, Fugaku could only predict situations within a minute or even shorter. The further ahead he tried to predict, the more chakra and ocular power it required. He had to conserve them to last a little longer. At this time, the Hell Realm slowly stood beside the Heavenly Realm again. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Through the one-word God, he saw the abilities of the Hell Realm. He would be controlled by the Hell Realm, and then a bizarre Yama would appear behind the opponent. Damn, what the hell is that thing? Fugaku thought to himself, and immediately retreated, creating a distance of several dozen meters. At this distance, he should not be controlled by that guy. The further away he was, the better he could dodge the Heavenly Realm's Universal Pull. However, the speed of the Hell Realm was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Fugaku. So fast, Fugaku's pupil shook. He immediately pulled out a few shurikens from his bag and shot them out. Then, fire release. Great fire destruction. Although it was not as powerful as Uchiha Madara's in the original work, Fugaku's power was not to be underestimated. For a moment, the Hell Realm could only dodge the attack. However, just as Fugaku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his left eye suddenly saw a horrifying scene. Oh no! Fugaku was shocked. At the same time, the Heavenly Realm's body appeared behind Fugaku without him noticing. In its hand was a pitch-black iron rod. Universal Pull. The Heavenly Realm raised its hand, and the powerful attraction instantly enveloped Fugaku. There was no time to react. Fugaku immediately formed hand seals, wanting to use ninjutsu to counter the opponent's attack. But in just an instant, before he could complete the hand seals, his body had already lost its balance. At the same time, in the face of that immense attraction, Fugaku could not react at all. It felt like falling from a great height, that sense of weightlessness. Oh no! Fugaku's kaleidoscope was gradually dissipating, turning back into normal eyes. The previous battle had consumed too much ocular power. Although Fugaku awakened the kaleidoscope long before Itachi was born, his ocular power had not increased much over the years. Until now, Fugaku had not mastered the power of Susanoo, because for so many years, he had hardly ever used the kaleidoscope actively. He knew that the power of the kaleidoscope would gradually lead to his blindness. It's over. Fugaku's hands fell, and he had already lost all hope. He had seen too many times in the one-word God how he died. In the end, he still couldn't escape. Fugaku couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Familiar faces kept appearing in his mind. Makoto, Itachi, Sasuke, Han. Suddenly, he seemed to see a blazing light flash across the horizon. A meteor-like flame fell from the sky, and the fiery light turned into a colorful halo under the sunlight. It looked dreamlike. They say that people can see strange things before dying. Fugaku murmured. Chapter 272, Super Shinra Tensei Flame Slash. Suddenly, a loud and resonant voice came from the horizon. Fugaku's body trembled. That voice. Fugaku suddenly looked up, his eyes regaining clarity. A blade of flame wrapped in fire descended from the sky, carrying an overwhelming momentum. The heavenly realm immediately abandoned the universal pole. Fugaku's body landed on the ground with a whoosh. Shinra Tensei. The heavenly realm raised both hands, bracing itself in front of him. The flames fell. The blade of light was blocked by Shinra Tensei, but the residual flames still fell around the heavenly realm. In an instant, sparks ignited as if they had encountered dry grass. Boom! In an instant, it ignited into a sea of flames, enveloping the heavenly realm within. Boom! A fiery red figure fell from the sky, landing in front of Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, you should leave first. Leave this to me. Uchiha Han turned her head and said slowly, Han, this guy is very strong. Fugaku covered his bleeding eyes, feeling extremely weak. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Uchiha Han replied. However, Fugaku still felt uneasy. After all, even with the use of the kaleidoscope, he was no match for the heavenly realm. Moreover, there were two of them. The other guy's abilities were also incredibly bizarre. At this moment, Tsunade also leaped down, standing beside Uchiha Han. Clan leader Fugaku, you should leave first. I will take care of this, Tsunade said. Seeing Tsunade arrive, Fugaku felt a bit more at ease. All right then. Fugaku finally nodded. Then, he dragged his weary body away. The heavenly realm pain watched this scene and did not stop them. However, too much time had already been wasted. The heavenly realm murmured. After all, his purpose in this visit was to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Who exactly are you? Tsunade questioned sternly. Pain. Pain of the Six Paths. I am a god, the heavenly realm said coldly. At the same time, the other five figures appear behind him at some point. Pain. Tsunade murmured. Naturally, she looked down on the so-called god mentioned by Pain. However, the power displayed by the opponent was indeed terrifying. That clothing belonged to the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade knew this, but the current information indicated that the members of the Akatsuki organization were all rogue ninjas from various major ninja villages. Yet, the six people in front of her were very unfamiliar, but they possessed powerful and bizarre abilities, shocking Tsunade greatly. The battle between the heavenly realm and Fugaku had nearly destroyed the area around the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the other four figures of Pain were rampaging and destroying in Konoha. Tsunade felt immense anger. Why are you attacking Konoha? Tsunade questioned again. In the face of absolute strength, what is the point of discussing these matters? Just like you great nations casually invading our small country, the heavenly realm said coldly. At the same time, he found Tsunade's words quite ridiculous. He didn't even want to answer. Just like back then, when the three major nations instigated war in the Land of Rain. They also wanted to know why they were being attacked. But would the people from the three major nations care about them? What nonsense are you talking about? We in Konoha are also victims of war. We also yearn for peace. How could we casually invade other countries and provoke war? Tsunade retorted. Ridiculous. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the heavenly realm's cold tone finally showed a hint of anger. You Konoha, as the beneficiaries and initiators of war, can now claim to be victims. How shameless. You only immerse yourselves in the pleasure of seizing benefits from war, completely unaware of the pain that war brings. Killers will eventually be killed. Those who do not know pain will never understand what true peace is. The heavenly realm was enraged. Or rather, Nagato was enraged. Originally, his attack on Konoha was just to capture the Nine-Tails and vent the anger he had accumulated in his heart for many years. However, hearing Tsunade's arrogant attitude, showing no reflection on Konoha's crimes in war, but still pretending to be a victim, only fueled Nagato's anger further. Whether it was the war from a year ago or the Third Shinobi World War, although all countries suffered heavy losses, the ultimate winners were Konoha and the Land of Fire. The victims? They were clearly the winners and beneficiaries of the war. How foolish. Ridiculous. Pain slowly turned around. At the same time, the other 5 members of the 6 Paths of Pain leaped away. Originally, Nagato had some respect for Tsunade, his teacher's former companion. But now it seemed that not everyone could possess the vision and wisdom of Jiraiya-sensei. However, even Jiraiya-sensei was ultimately wrong. Those who do not understand pain cannot know true peace, Pain said. Then his body slowly floated up. Wait, Pain, Tsunade shouted. However, Pain ignored her and soared higher into the sky. This is bad. Tsunade didn't know what Pain was planning, but Uchiha Han definitely knew. Damn it, Tsunade, don't provoke him. Uchiha Han felt speechless in his heart. It was also his fault for forgetting this detail. In the original story, when Pain learned that Naruto was in Miyaboka Mountain, he felt that being in Konoha was a waste of time. As a result, after a pointless exchange with Tsunade, Nagato became enraged. That was when he recklessly used the almighty push. He shouldn't have let Tsunade talk earlier. Uchiha Han felt a bit anxious. Although the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor had reached 60%, unlocking the final ceiling ultimate move, he still felt uncertain facing the almighty push. Pain might only have shadow-level strength, but the almighty push, which unleashed the energy of all 6 paths, would definitely have power no less than that of a super shadow. No, I must stop him. Uchiha Han's heart tightened. Lady Tsunade, the jutsu he is about to unleash is likely to have an extremely large range and destructive power. Uchiha Han said to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. She could also feel that Pain seemed to be brewing some powerful move. All right, I will immediately summon the slug and disperse it across the village. Tsunade said. On one hand, the destruction caused by the 6 Paths of Pain had already injured many ninjas and civilians. Uchiha Han looked up at the increasingly small figure of Pain in the sky. I must stop him. Chapter 273, Demon Ceiling Slash. I must stop him. After saying that, Uchiha Han summoned the Flame Dragon Steed and flew directly toward Pain. However, at this moment, Pain had already stopped in midair. He slowly glanced down, looking down upon the entire Konoha like a god. Feel pain, experience pain, accept pain, understand pain. Those who do not know pain will never know what peace is. Finally, a look of determination flashed in Pain's Rinnegan. Similarly, the other 5 paths beside Konan instantly collapsed. Nagato. Konan looked at the figure in the high sky, which was no longer visible to the naked eye. Then she glanced at the disguised giant tree behind her. Her eyes were filled with worry. However, she also knew that once Nagato had made up his mind about something, no amount of persuasion would yield results. She could only silently support him from behind. Immediately, Konan walked into the paper-like tree. Almighty push, Pain shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Centered around him, that energy filled with brutality and tearing instantly transformed into an ever-expanding spherical space. This is bad. Uchiha Han's heart trembled at the sight. Facing such a terrifying jutsu as the almighty push, even he felt uncertain about enduring it. Enduring it wouldn't be worth it. If I couldn't withstand it, that would be the end. Uchiha Han thought, and immediately turned to flee. After all, with Yamato around, the reconstruction of Konoha wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, Yamato's current strength was significantly stronger than in the original story, and the technique of the 3 rooms and 2 halls might even be stronger. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Han's figure vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the people below all looked up at the dazzling light in the sky. What is that? They said in a daze. A few seconds later, the almighty push finally struck the ground. That terrifying aura exploded. People wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. There was nowhere to hide. The almighty push enveloped the entire Konoha. The densely packed houses, like paste, offered no resistance in the face of the almighty push, and in an instant, they were completely destroyed. Streets, trees, houses, all kinds of buildings were obliterated. Many people died directly under the impact of the almighty push. Not even complete corpses could be seen. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade crawled out of the ruins, looking a bit disheveled. She scanned her surroundings. The once bustling and lively Konoha had turned into a wasteland in an instant. Tsunade felt an immense sorrow in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of the self-introduction of the 6 Paths of Pain earlier. Is he a god? Such a powerful attack could only be done by a god. Is he really a god? Tsunade murmured, feeling a bit lost. Lady Tsunade. At that moment, a slug crawled onto her shoulder. Immediately summoned clones to help treat the villagers. Tsunade said anxiously. All right. The slug said softly, then split into multiple slugs and spread out in all directions. Tsunade looked up, constantly searching for that figure. Lady Tsunade. At this time, Uchiha Han flew over on the flame dragon steed. You go help treat the villagers first. I'll deal with that guy, Uchiha Han said, then flew off on the flame dragon steed. That kid. Tsunade watched his back. Uchiha Han flew in the air, looking down at the tragic state of Konoha, feeling a bit desolate. It's fine. After all, if Nagato uses the Rinne rebirth technique, these people can be revived. As for the village, Yamato is here anyway. While thinking, Uchiha Han soon discovered Pain's trace. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, Pain, who had just unleashed the almighty push, still felt a bit weak. Seeing Uchiha Han flying over in the blink of an eye, Pain couldn't help but frown slightly. He could naturally sense the aura emanating from Uchiha Han. Although somewhat restrained, it was definitely not to be underestimated. With the other 5 paths absent and unable to cooperate, Pain's strength had greatly diminished. However, the power of the Rinnegan still allowed him to look down on everything. Do you dare to challenge a god? Pain lightly brushed off the dust from his clothes, stood tall, looking extremely imposing. That cold expression and indifferent gaze could cause some who were not resolute to instinctively kneel and submit. The power of the Rinnegan is evident. A god? Just you. Uchiha Han jumped down from the flame dragon steed, scoffing disdainfully. You're just a corpse controlled by someone else. Yet you dare to call yourself a god? That's the most ridiculous thing, isn't it? As soon as Uchiha Han finished speaking, Pain's body shook violently. Outside Konoha, Nagato, connected to the 6 paths of Pain, felt a tremor in his heart, shocked beyond measure. This guy, does he know something? But Nagato quickly shook his head. How could that be? Besides Conan, who else would know about this? At this moment, Uchiha Han faced Deva Path Pain alone and felt no significant pressure. The Deva Path, using the Super Shinra Tensei, was at most at the level of a shadow. Relying solely on Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, Uchiha Han truly had no fear of Deva Path Pain. Uchiha Han slowly raised his flame blade, and with a whoosh, the blade and his arms ignited in fierce flames. In an instant, the flames surged. A giant fire dragon formed behind Uchiha Han. Deva Path's brow tightened. The scorching wave of heat was merely a build-up. Yet the overwhelming aura made him feel a tremor in his heart. If that blade came down, even he had no confidence to withstand it. At this moment, Deva Path Pain was already in a weakened state. Uchiha Han felt that he could directly use his ceiling-killing technique. With a whoosh, the flames around him burned even more fiercely. Uchiha Han gently twisted the knob on his belt. Sealing magic slash. A light shadow sticker appeared in front of him. Uchiha Han lightly tapped the light shadow sticker with his flame blade. Instantly, the light shadow sticker transformed into specks of brilliance, merging into the flame blade. The flame blade instantly burst forth with a dazzling red light. The sealing slash of the flame blade, slaying evil and eliminating monsters, melting in flames, disappearing in the dawn. In an instant, Deva Path suddenly found that the space around him seemed to be solidified, rendering him completely unable to move. What is going on? Deva Path was very shocked. Finally, he began to panic a bit. The flames rising behind Uchiha Han, like the hellfire of heaven, shook his heart. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain immediately wanted to resist. However, he suddenly realized that not only was his body and the surrounding space sealed, but even the chakra within him was solidified. Those black rods were unable to transmit Nagato's chakra. How? Is this possible? However, there was no time for Nagato to be shocked. Flames surged, and the scorching air turned the entire world into a realm of fire. A massive phantom rose slowly behind Uchiha Han, leaping like flames and resembling a dragon. Uchiha Han took a deep breath and then directly swung his blade. Sealing slash. A blade light that pierced through heaven and earth erupted instantly. At the same time, the raging flames enveloped the blade light, creating a terrifying aura. That overwhelming momentum made Deva Path instinctively consider giving up. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the howling blade light struck down upon Deva Path Pain's body. The sealing-killing technique, sealing slash, inherently possessed powerful sealing abilities. Uchiha Han did not want to destroy Yahiko's corpse. So, with one slash, Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan instantly vanished, returning to normal eyes. However, the eyes were incredibly dull, devoid of any vitality. Then, the black rods inside Deva Path Pain's body instantly turned to nothingness. Nevertheless, Uchiha Han was quick and pulled out one black rod in advance. Deva Path, no. It should be Yahiko. Yahiko's body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Nagato slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Conan asked worriedly beside him. She also felt that Nagato's aura had suddenly become chaotic. That guy is probably coming, Nagato murmured. However, his tone was neither anxious nor afraid, possessing a special calmness. Nagato, Conan murmured, becoming even more worried. But in the end, she did not say anything further. Uchiha Han held the black rod. The black rod was used to channel Nagato's chakra into the 6 paths of Pain's body. Similarly, Uchiha Han could also use the black rod to sense and track Nagato's location. There, following the sense chakra, Uchiha Han looked over. In the woods at the edge of the village, there was a relatively tall tree. Uchiha Han lifted Yahiko's corpse and rode the flame dragon to fly directly over. Soon, Uchiha Han landed and placed Yahiko's corpse to the side. Looking at the large tree in front of him, Uchiha Han knew without thinking that this was formed by Conan's paper flower technique. He still had some impression of this. Uchiha Han raised his hand, gently rubbing the blade of the flame blade, instantly igniting a fierce fire. Uchiha Han then slashed down violently. In an instant, the flames fell, instantly burning a hole. At this moment, the flames rapidly spread outwards. Just then, the tree sprouted layers of paper like fish scales, floating in the sky. The ashes burned by the flames fell down. Uchiha Han did not pay attention, his gaze fixed directly on the 2 figures in the tree hollow. Nagato, Conan. Although Nagato looked weak, emaciated, truly just skin and bones, his expression showed no signs of panic. At this moment, Nagato could still be so calm, which made Uchiha Han somewhat admire him. Beside him, Conan appeared tense and instinctively positioned herself in front of Nagato. Uchiha Han slowly walked in. "It seems you are not as simple as I thought," Nagato said slowly. The speed of this battle was very fast. Konoha had not even gathered information about itself. Yet this person in front of him had consciously tracked him down using the black rod. Moreover, Uchiha Han's earlier words further confirmed for Nagato that this guy seemed to know something. "Do you know how many innocent villagers your Shinra Tensei has killed?" Uchiha Han asked, putting away the flame blade. "Countless," Nagato coldly spat out 4 words. "What I do is also to let them personally feel pain. Only by understanding pain can one know what true peace is. Moreover, were those villagers truly innocent?" Nagato suddenly sneered, slowly raising his head, his snow-white hair looking quite desolate. "Although they did not directly participate in the war, when you returned victorious, those villagers joyfully and excitedly welcomed you. Wasn't that also an affirmation of war? In the end, they were also supporters of the war, and not a single one of them was innocent. It's just that this time, they have transformed from the victorious side of the war into the victim side." Uchiha Han fell silent. Nagato's words were actually not without merit. The first 3 Shinobi World Wars, although on the surface it was said that Konoha was passively defending, the depths of the matter were not something Uchiha Han would delve into. Yet those villagers, including the ninjas, their thoughts could easily be controlled and exploited by the higher-ups. Through incitement, the lower levels could easily breed the thoughts and beliefs that the higher-ups desired, regardless of whether it was in the ninja world or... But what is the point of what you're doing? Is the real problem with them? What you're doing is merely transferring the pain onto them, Uchiha Han continued. Nagato's head lowered again, seemingly mocking Uchiha Han's question. Then he suddenly raised his head. "That's right, I want them to feel pain. Only then can they understand peace." Nagato roared. It seemed as though a powerful force erupted from his weak body. "Peace? How do you plan to achieve peace?" Uchiha Han asked. At the mention of this topic, Nagato's eyes suddenly lit up. "I think you should know that I am collecting the power of the tailed beasts as the strongest weapon, independent of the 5 great countries, to achieve peace through the deterrence of the tailed beasts." Nagato raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked directly at Uchiha Han, his face full of determination. "Do you really think that can achieve peace?" Uchiha Han asked. "Of course." Nagato nodded. "Peace?" Uchiha Han pondered, feeling a sense of melancholy. Can peace really be achieved? Take the world of the previous life, for example. Achieving peace was almost a false proposition. The ninja world is similar. And Nagato's ideology is actually based on absolute military force as a deterrent. Isn't that what the peace of the Naruto and Sasuke era was about? There will never be permanent peace in this world. Human greed and desire cannot be completely eradicated. Wherever there are people, there will be contradictions and frictions. With more people, these contradictions and frictions will evolve into war. Permanent peace is impossible. What meaning does temporary peace have? Uchiha Han said. Chapter 275. The truth: what meaning does temporary peace have? Uchiha Han said. Nagato fell silent. Uchiha Han actually denied his ideology, which made him feel somewhat unwilling. However, he felt that Uchiha Han's words were not without reason. But, moreover, Collecting the tailed beasts as weapons is a scam. Uchiha Han suddenly said sternly. A scam? What do you mean? Nagato frowned. Uchiha Han thought for a long time. At this point, he no longer needed to worry about Obito. Some insider information. Although hard to explain, he could now say directly. He had the power now, and didn't need to explain. This story starts with your eyes. Uchiha Han walked straight up to Nagato. Konan wanted to stop him, but Nagato gestured for her to step aside. It's fine, if he really wants to make a move. We can't stop him now, Nagato said. Seeing this, Konan moved aside. That said, Konan still watched Uchiha Han closely with great vigilance. Uchiha Han glanced at Konan. Elegant yet aloof. A perfect mature woman vibe. TSK. In the previous life as Naruto, Uchiha Han's favorites were Konan, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi. Unfortunately, if he had come a decade earlier, he would definitely have won over both her and Tsunade. Konan couldn't see the expression on Uchiha Han's face beneath the armor, but her sixth sense told her that Uchiha Han's gaze towards her was a bit off. Uchiha Han glanced and then withdrew his gaze. Your eyes are the legendary Rinnegan. I know that, but do you know how this eye came to be? Nagato was taken aback. How did it come to be? In his impression, this eye. Actually, this eye does not belong to you. Not mine? Nagato frowned, feeling that Uchiha Han was talking nonsense. The Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths and requires the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths to awaken. This condition is very strict. In fact, only one person has met this condition. That is Uchiha Madara. To this, Nagato scoffed. No logic. Uchiha Han continued. When Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he was already too old, and his body could no longer handle the power of the Rinnegan. However, he was unwilling to die just like that. He still had a special plan that he had not executed. So he secretly had his eyes transplanted into you when you were young, because you have the Uzumaki clan S bloodline, which can barely adapt to the enormous burden of the Rinnegan. At the same time, he also arranged various contingencies to secretly observe your movements, making you into what they wanted at the necessary junctures. Finally, through your hands, he aimed to use the Rinnegan technique, Rinne Tensei, to resurrect Uchiha Madara. After saying this, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Nagato furrowed his brows tightly. Are you saying that every move I make is being watched by Uchiha Madara's people? That's right. Uchiha Han did. You can think carefully about who has interacted with you before and after you started using the Rinnegan's power. Isn't it obvious? Nagato's mind immediately conjured up that masked figure. He had always thought that figure was Uchiha Madara. That figure also claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Then, scenes from the past resurfaced in his mind. Nagato felt a sense of unease. You might want to think carefully about your partner. Wasn't his death a bit strange? Uchiha Han continued. Strange. Nagato continued to recall. At that time, they had fallen into a trap set by Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. Later, he discovered that other members of the organization had died mysteriously. But at that time, he was still immersed in immense pain and did not delve deeper. With that said, Nagato truly felt as if there had always been a hidden hand silently pushing everything from behind him. After a long time, Nagato slowly raised his head. Who are you? How do you know all this? Uchiha Han smiled lightly, turned to the side, raised his hand, touched his forehead, and then pointed at Nagato. I'm just a passing armored warrior. Armored warrior. Nagato muttered. Moreover, there's one very important point. Uchiha Han suddenly said seriously. Nagato raised his head and listened carefully. You've been deceived. Collecting tailed beasts as weapons. This matter, someone must have been subtly hinting at you from the shadows, right? Nagato nodded. Indeed, it was Uchiha Madara who had hinted at him, whether intentionally or not. Gathering the 9 tailed beasts cannot achieve the peace you speak of. This is just a part of Uchiha Madara's plan, conveniently using you to achieve it. Nagato lowered his head in silence. At this moment, his mind was a bit chaotic. Had he been used by someone all these years? He found it hard to accept. That's all I have to say. You should think about it carefully. Also, the person behind you should know about today's events, so take care of yourself. Uchiha Han didn't say anything more. Nagato was also a pitiful person. Because of his interference, he prevented Nagato from making the most controversial mistake, killing his master. If he could help, he would help a little. However, this was ultimately his own matter. Without any kinship, Uchiha Han felt it inappropriate to intervene too much. You may leave. Of course, you can take your partner's body, but the other 5 I must take back to report. Uchiha Han said. After all, it was unreasonable to let the mastermind behind the destruction of Konoha go free. There had to be some explanation. Thank you. Nagato was certainly not a fool. After being pointed out by Uchiha Han, he naturally understood many things. However, he still insisted on his own regarding peace. Suddenly, Nagato clasped his hands together, and the chakra within his body began to operate. Nagato, you, Conan said anxiously. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow. What is? The technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, a large portion of the chakra within Nagato was drawn away. Not only chakra, but also his vitality. It's fine, Conan. They're just ordinary people with little chakra. They won't consume much. Nagato became even weaker. However, he did not die directly as he did in the original work. Chapter 276. The technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's fine, Conan. They're just ordinary people with little chakra. They won't consume much. If following the trajectory of the original work during the Pain Invasion, many civilians and ninjas died in Konoha. Most of the capable ninjas died at the hands of Pain's 6 paths attacks. For example, Kakashi and Shizen, not to mention the numerous Umbu ninjas. The civilians suffered heavy losses under the Super Shinra Tensei. The technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed somewhat of a bug. In the original work, Obito resurrected Uchiha Madara without dying. Fortunately this time, because Uchiha Han and others arrived in time, Deva Path was entangled. The casualties were mostly due to the final Super Shinra Tensei, and most were civilians. Although the number was large, the combined chakra might not even be as much as that of a shadow-level expert. Therefore, Nagato did not die. He was also aware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it. In Konoha, the rescue team was working hard to search for villagers, and stretchers were being carried to temporary medical points. Disaster. Thick gloom shrouded the sky above Konoha, suffocating everyone. Beneath the ruins, there were still many villagers. The air was filled with deathly silence and desolation. A gentle breeze blew through, carrying a slight coolness. Suddenly, the layer of gloom in the sky gradually dissipated, and beams of bright light broke through the clouds and fell down. Finally, the entire Konoha returned to the sunlight. Among the ruins, the dead civilians and ninjas miraculously came back to life. They looked around in disbelief. The ninjas searching the area also looked at this scene in astonishment. What is happening? Tsunade looked at everything with a serious expression, suddenly having a premonition. Glancing into the distance. Is it that kid Uchiha Han? Tsunade murmured. It seems that the kid should have taken care of the enemy. At this moment, everyone unconsciously stepped out, looked up, and gazed at the bright sunlight falling from above. The long-lost warmth slightly restored a bit of warmth in the hearts of those still in sorrow. At this time, a figure as warm as the sun streaked across the sky. Moments later, it flew over. Kid, not bad. Tsunade waved her hand, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Uchiha Han jumped down from the flame dragon steed and walked up to Tsunade. That is, Uchiha Han smiled. At this moment, many villagers and ninjas from all directions came over. They surrounded Uchiha Han, and every face was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Uchiha Han specifically brought back the remaining 5 corpses. Here, they're all here. Uchiha Han threw the corpses on the ground. Tsunade glanced over and suddenly frowned. Where's that guy? But soon, Tsunade's frown relaxed. At this time, she should let the villagers calm down. The rest of the questions could wait. Not bad. Tsunade gently patted Uchiha Han's shoulder. Ouch! Tsunade suddenly withdrew her hand, looking at the hard armor on Uchiha Han's shoulder. She hadn't noticed before, and patting it down hurt a bit. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the villagers cheered, their eyes full of reverence for Uchiha Han. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto also arrived. Han brother. So cool. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Although there was still some arrogance on Sasuke's face, his eyes also sparkled with admiration. Haha. Uchiha Han laughed and ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto also took the opportunity to touch the flame dragon armor on Uchiha Han. Han-kun, are you okay? Itachi walked over, concerned. Don't worry. Dealing with this level of enemy is still a piece of cake. Uchiha Han smiled, quite proud. Of course, he did this to reassure everyone. Although Konoha was completely destroyed by the Super Shinra Tensei, there were no casualties. Moreover, there was a special surprise. It was unclear whether it was due to Nagato's large-scale technique, but even Minato and Jiraiya, who had been in a coma, showed signs of chakra recovery. It was like a tender sprout suddenly emerging from the dry ground. After Tsunade checked, her heart filled with joy. Minato and Jiraiya's chakra began to recover, and the next treatment could start. Tsunade placed 2 leeches on the 2 of them. With the leech's assistance, they should wake up in no time. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. After this incident, Uchiha Han's prestige in the village reached its peak. Although he was only 14 or 15, he still commanded the respect of many. Uchiha Han was also crowned with the title of hero. The following days began the reconstruction of Konoha. With Uchiha Han's strong recommendation, Yamato became the main force in this reconstruction. Would release 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Yamato pressed his hands heavily on the ground, and in an instant, a tall building rose from the ground. Phew! Yamato wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Turning around to look at the row of houses behind him, Yamato felt a great sense of satisfaction. Although he was initially quite reluctant, seeing the grateful and joyful villagers and the rows of wooden houses filled him with pride. Keep it up. Yamato encouraged himself in his heart. A lot of time was still needed to complete the reconstruction work. Uchiha Han's house was also set up, and he secretly condensed his shadow clone. His main body continued to train stealthily in the virtual battle room. As for the Akatsuki organization and Obito, after this incident, it was likely that an unexpected conflict would arise sooner than expected. However, Uchiha Han did not intend to intervene. Nagato's matter could just be handed over to Jiraiya to handle. As for Obito, Uchiha Han shook his head. Obito's ideology was even more extreme than Nagato's, and it wouldn't be easy to persuade him back. Love is indeed something that can easily lead one to downfall. Moreover, with Kaguya Black Zetsu around, even if Obito awakens, he would probably not be able to escape easily. Therefore, the best approach was still to improve his own strength. Once his strength was sufficient, even if Kaguya were resurrected, he would be able to cope. By that time, would there still be a need to consider these matters? Thus, Uchiha Han continued to immerse himself in training. Chapter 277, The 5 Kage Summit Land of Water. Uchiha Han was visiting the daimyo's mansion. Because the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor and the Snow Mastiff armor is already close to 60%. Plus, Nagato has already learned the truth and has obtained a considerable amount of tailed beast chakra. The Black Rhino armor and the Wind Eagle armor are ready to return to Konoha for the handover. Coincidentally, they passed through the land of hot water. Unexpectedly, they encountered an acquaintance. Previously, when the daimyo of the Land of Fire held a banquet inviting leaders from other countries, Orochimaru and Danzo killed and impersonated the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. Now, the only one left with the daimyo bloodline in the Land of Hot Water is Takariro. Her brothers all died in the struggle for the daimyo position. Thus, Takariro returned to the Land of Hot Water and inherited the daimyo position. This matter received quite a bit of criticism in the ninja world at the time. When Takariro saw Uchiha Han, she smiled happily. Money. At the first glance, Uchiha Han extended his hand with a serious expression. Takariro's smile instantly froze. Oomph. She puffed her cheeks, snorted coldly, and then had someone bring out a full 20 million ryo. Is that enough? Do you want me to give you a little more? Takariro looked quite cute with her puffed-up cheeks. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Han counted the money and had to admit that Takariro was indeed a wealthy lady. So generous. No, this is enough. Uchiha Han smiled. Ha! Takariro rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this guy really hasn't changed at all. A miser. But she also found it quite cute. Takariro's cheeks involuntarily turned a bit rosy. Do you want to rest at the daimyo's mansion for 2 days? Takariro clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and softly said. Her little heart was pounding. While speaking, she occasionally stole glances at Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han was around 14 or 15 years old. He had basically grown up. He was nearly 1 meter 80 tall, with deep-set eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and sharp eyebrows. As he aged, his face gradually became more defined, coupled with his tall and proportionate body. Uchiha Han's looks could be said to stand at the peak of the ninja world alongside his strength. Whether it was a love-struck girl or a mature woman, seeing Uchiha Han's handsome face made them unable to resist feeling enchanted. That's not necessary. Uchiha Han refused while putting the money away. Takariro's face immediately drooped. Are you very busy? Takariro asked, thinking that staying for 2 days wouldn't delay him too much. After all, it's just 2 days, and there are many fun things in the Land of Hot Water. Last time I interrupted you while you were soaking in a hot spring. As compensation, I'll take you to our country's best hot spring, which is only available to those of the daimyo bloodline, Takariro said, blinking her big, watery eyes. With a hopeful expression. Soaking in a hot spring. Uchiha Han stroked his chin and muttered. It's not impossible. However, I have a few friends. Seeing this, Takariro immediately nodded. It's fine, your friends are my friends. Let's all go together. Takariro would not let go of this opportunity and hurriedly said. Uchiha Han's friends referred to the Black Rhino armor clone outside the daimyo's mansion, as well as Kimimaro, Haku, and Zabuza, who found him a year ago. So, Uchiha Han and the others settled down. Why do we have to soak separately? And why is a girl like you in my pool? Uchiha Han looked at Takuro, who walked into the hot spring with a confused expression. As for the black rhino armor clone and the three, they were arranged by Takuro to another hot spring pool. Ahem. Their side is the men's pool, and this side is mixed bathing. Takuro's face was flushed, like a ripe apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Uchiha Han wasn't foolish either. Although he really wanted to get up and run to the bath where the black rhino armor clone and the others were, he thought about it and decided against it. It's still all because I'm too charming. Uchiha Han thought helplessly. He was also quite troubled. Domu, can I ask you something? Takuro squatted down in the hot spring, seemingly trying to cover her body as much as possible. The hot spring water had already reached her lower lip. What? Uchiha Han looked to the other side. Even though it was mixed bathing and there was steaming mist, the faint scene was still somewhat inappropriate for Uchiha Han, a young man full of vigor. What do you think of me? Takuro's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, timidly asking. Very shy, I think. Konoha Village. Hokage's temporary office. Tsunade looked at the documents in her hand and instantly frowned. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in and asked. The Reikage said that his Jinchuriki brother is missing, most likely related to the Akatsuki organization. Plus, over the past year, the Akatsuki organization has been rampant, almost attacking all Jinchuriki. So the Reikage wants to hold a 5 Kage summit to discuss plans to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said, a 5 Kage summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The other 3 countries are fine. Their losses are not significant. The main concern is that the Reikage is very anxious. And upon learning that Konoha was invaded by the Akatsuki organization, he immediately sent someone to contact us. Once both parties reach a consensus, the other 3 countries will likely agree to participate in this 5 Kage summit. The Akatsuki organization is indeed a bit rampant, and their strength is formidable. They cannot continue to develop like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. So, old man, this time the 5 Kage summit. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. All right, then I'll send someone to reply. After speaking, Tsunade sat down and began to write a letter. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said, What's wrong? Tsunade raised her head. If you want to participate in this 5 Kage summit, besides Shizen, you need to bring another bodyguard. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. All right. However, Tsunade quickly made a choice in her heart regarding this person. Do you have someone in mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Tsunade's expression and instinctively frowned, asking. Tsunade nodded. It wouldn't be Uchiha Han, would it? Tsunade nodded heavily. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned cold. His hand holding the pipe tensed up. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately did not say anything further. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left. Watching this scene, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. There were several unusual ripples in her eyes. She roughly knew her teacher's current thoughts about Uchiha Han, but she felt that it was ultimately just prejudice. Chapter 278, Tava, Land of Rain. Due to using the Rinnegan's Heavenly Life technique, Nagato was very weak. He wouldn't be able to create new Pain's 6 paths in a short time. Are you ready? Nagato asked. Almost. Conan nodded. Nagato sighed deeply. The once large organization now only had a few of them left in the operation to capture the tailed beasts. Most members had perished. Some died at the hands of various ninja villages, while others died at the hands of those 2 armors. That is Uchiha Han's 2 clones. Only Orochimaru's whereabouts are unknown. Nagato suspects this guy has already defected. The only ones left are the 2 of them, along with the masked man Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. Nagato can now confirm that these 2 are in cahoots. Suddenly, the space around them became a bit chaotic. The 2 immediately tensed up. He is coming. Amidst their serious expressions, the masked man slowly appeared before them. It seems you 2 are planning to betray the Akatsuki's ideals, Obito said coldly. At this moment, he had actually taken the initiative. No, the Akatsuki's original intention has never changed. It is to change the world and create peace. However, I realize I've been deceived and used. Nagato glared at the masked man. Heh. Obito chuckled disdainfully, his indifferent voice filled with mockery. In that case, I can only take back these Rinnegan. In the land of fire, in a quiet laboratory, Orochimaru smiled as he led Uchiha Han inside. Of course, this was the Flame Dragon armor clone. 4 huge test tubes were filled with liquids of different colors. The liquid inside was very murky, but one could barely see something inside. According to what you said, combining fire, wind, water, and earth elements, Orochimaru walked to a button and pressed it. ZZZZ. Instantly, The liquid in the test tubes vanished. 4 armors appeared inside the test tubes. They were Navarre, Tornado, Zenati, and Kurebo. The shapes of the armors were strictly manufactured according to the blueprints he provided. How does it feel? Orochimaru proudly showcased his results. Not bad. Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he was quite surprised. After all, this technology was perfected by Orochimaru in just a year. One could only say, as expected of Einstein. Where's the summoning device? Uchiha Han asked. Here. Orochimaru handed the Navarre summoning device to Uchiha Han. The summoning device was also made according to Uchiha Han's blueprints. One had to admit, Uchiha Han's memory was really good. It looked almost identical to the original. For now, I've only made this one, Orochimaru said. Don't be fooled by the shapes of the armors. In reality, apart from Navarre, the other 3 armors are just shells. The natural energy hasn't been infused into the armors yet. Navarre was Orochimaru's first experiment. Then let me try it. Uchiha Han imitated General Dama's posture. Flame of Navarre. Devour the power of the blazing flames. Then, Uchiha Han inserted the key into the belt. Fusion. In an instant, like a ball of raging fire, it ignited. The Navarre armor fused. Uchiha Han looked at it and gently clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. How is it? Orochimaru immediately leaned in. If anyone was concerned about the power of the Navarre armor now, it had to be Orochimaru. After all, this was the result of his hard work. Not bad, Uchiha Han murmured. Then, he suddenly threw a punch at the wall. A fiery punch shot out, leaving a small charred pit on the wall. If it's just pure power, it's actually pretty good. However, for me, it doesn't provide much of an enhancement. Uchiha Han retracted his fist and said slowly. After all, his own strength was already close to that of an elite Genin. Moreover, the armor was somewhat unstable. If the summoner's strength wasn't strong enough, it might not be able to hold up for long. Uchiha Han added. Orochimaru's face dimmed a little. Seeing this, Uchiha Han continued, however, I can clearly sense the natural energy within the armor, which indicates the armor development is quite successful. Uchiha Han smiled and gently patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Consequently, Orochimaru's face returned to its previous smile, though he still seemed a bit eerie. How about this? Should I find someone to try it out for you? What do you think? Uchiha Han asked. Well, should I just ask Kagaya and the others to come and give it a try? Orochimaru said. After all, he had quite a few trustworthy subordinates here. Uchiha Han was aware of this. At that moment, Uchiha Han was a bit surprised. After all, in the original work, Orochimaru found these subordinates later on. Perhaps it was because of his own influence. All right, let them come test it out, Uchiha Han said, handing the belt and key to Orochimaru. Good luck. Uchiha Han then left. Orochimaru placed the key and belt on the table and began to think about how to improve it. Come out, you guys, Orochimaru said. Then Kabuto, Suigetsu, and Karen stealthily stepped out. Lord Orochimaru, can I try this armor? Suigetsu volunteered. They had naturally heard the previous conversation between Orochimaru and Uchiha Han. Orochimaru glanced at him. Suigetsu immediately shivered all over. He instinctively shrank his head and quickly covered his mouth, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Kabuto, do you want to give it a try? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto. Surprisingly, Kabuto shook his head. During this time, Orochimaru had been engrossed in the research of the armor, and the previous research on the Edo Tensei had been put aside. However, Kabuto had taken it over and was wholeheartedly focused on it, so he naturally wouldn't be interested in other things. In that case, let Suigetsu try it first, Orochimaru said slowly. Suigetsu was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly ran excitedly in front of Orochimaru and directly picked up the belt and key. Orochimaru watched this scene without saying anything. Suigetsu was full of excitement. He had also clearly seen Uchiha Han's movements earlier and quickly began to imitate. Flame of Navarre, devour the power of the blazing flames. Suigetsu inserted the key into the belt. He mimicked Uchiha Han's movements, eyes fixed ahead, but the key was inserted at an angle. Ahem! Suigetsu felt a bit awkward and immediately corrected it. His movements lacked even 1,000th of Uchiha Han's elegance. Chapter 279, Journey to the Land of Iron in the Early Morning. Uchiha Han was lying in bed bare-chested. His right hand was digging at the dirt in the corner of his eye. This was what had accumulated while he was sleeping. Now, Uchiha Han felt it was quite inappropriate to let this thing remain in his eye, but treating it roughly was also unreasonable. Therefore, Uchiha Han dug quite elegantly. Sigh. This Taki Lilo is a bit of a hassle. Uchiha Han thought about the situation with the Wind Eagle armor clone and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't consider it. He was almost 15. After all, he was also an Uchiha. Once the ninja world stabilizes, strengthening the Uchiha. Who else could do it but him? Uchiha Han turned over and got out of bed. While getting dressed, he glanced at his current information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4211. Shadow, 5000. 3 tails chakra, 1000. 1 tail chakra. 2 tails chakra. 4 tails chakra. 5 tails chakra. Ninjutsu, 633. Taijutsu, 691. Jinjutsu, 664. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not Technique, Naraka Path Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Stream Bullet, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlock Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60. Windhawk Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 50. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 59. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 58. The compatibility of both Earth Tiger Armor and Snow Mastiff Armor has reached 59. When the Windhawk Armor and Black Rhino Armor clones return, it should be able to increase to 60. Then I'll send out the Earth Tiger Armor and Snow Mastiff Armor clones. Hinyun. At this moment, Yamato walked in. You brat, can't you knock? Uchiha Han glared at him fiercely. Oh, I will next time, Yamato replied. What's up? Uchiha Han asked. Lady Tsunade wants us to go over. Us. The Hokage's temporary office. 5 Kage Summit. Uchiha Han Frulvnid. But then again, in the original story, the 5 Kage Summit was held after the Pain Invasion, discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization and Sasuke. Judging by Uchiha Han's estimation, that guy Killer Bee should be fine, most likely using this opportunity to sneak out and have some fun. The Reikage thought he was captured by the Akatsuki. That's why he got anxious. Yes, the 5 Kage Summit. Since Shizen has to stay behind to treat those patients, I plan to have you two serve as this time shadow guards. How about it? Tsunade looked at the two. Guarantee the mission will be completed. Yamato was somewhat excited. After all, being the Hokage's personal guard is a great honor for him. However, Uchiha Han didn't want. This is definitely going to be a troublesome matter. Besides, Sasuke is still just a kid, and the Akatsuki organization doesn't pose much of a threat now. Plus, there's no Edo Tensei from the Master of Dreams. What's there to worry about? Yamato should be fine going alone. Uchiha Han, don't even think about sneaking away. Tsunade gled åt Uchon. Okay. Uchiha Han helt plötsligt frugit. Tsunade's attitude was surprisingly firm, and Uchiha Han didn't know what to say. All right, you two go back and prepare. We'll head to the Land of Iron together tomorrow morning. Yes. So, the next morning, Uchiha Han and Yamato set off to the Land of Iron with Tsunade. Hey, Uchiha Han, I see your summoning beast is pretty fast. Why don't we take a ride? Tsunade said with a mischievous smile, resting her hand on Uchiha Han's shoulder. Lady Tsunade, that would put me in a bit of a predicament. Uchiha Han smiled avkvadli. Just kidding. Can anyone ride that flame dragon horse? Besides, where would 3 people fit? TCH. So stingy. Tsunade huffed, then quickened her pace. Land of Rain. On the water's surface. Waves were rising. The rain that never stopped became even more intense under the influence of the strong wind. The masked man stood on the water's surface, tightly gripping something in his hand. Blood continued to spill from his palm. Similarly, there was a layer of blood floating on the water's surface around his feet. It looked like he had gone through a fierce battle. So, are we just going to ignore those two? At this moment, Zetsu walked over, his gaze landing on a masked man's tightly clenched hand. The Rinnegan has been retracted. Nagato is now a useless person. No need to waste time on him. The masked man said coldly. True, Zetsu muttered. Then he continued with some worry, but now with 9-tailed beasts, aside from the 6 tails and 3 tails, the others have not been captured yet. The Akatsuki organization is gone, and the major ninja villages have raised their alertness. Trying to capture the tailed beasts again would probably. However, in response, the masked man just snorted coldly. Then let us directly start a war, forcing them to hand over the tailed beasts. War? Zetsu was taken aback. Anyway, the Rinnegan is in hand, plus some tailed beast chakra extracted before. We can also create a large number of white Zetsu. Starting a war is more than enough. The masked man continued. But Zetsu was very worried. He knew very well the level of these mass-produced white Zetsu. But ultimately, they're not top-tier combatants. Facing the elites of the 5 great ninja villages, just relying on him and Obito, how could they be a match? By the way, don't we have a friend? His technique might be of some help to us. The masked man said slowly. Zetsu was stunned for a moment, then realized who he was talking about. You mean Orochimaru? A year ago, due to the forced advance of the tailed beast capture plan. Obito and Zetsu were worried about insufficient preparation, and the plan might not go as intended. So, they began to pay attention to other potentially powerful ninjas. Orochimaru entered Obito's sight this way. According to Zetsu's intelligence, Orochimaru was following Orochimaru, working on improving a technique called Edo Tensei. It can resurrect the dead and control their thoughts and actions. All right, I'll go make contact with him, Zetsu said, then his figure disappeared. Chapter 280. Gathering of the Five Kage. One day later, Uchiha Han and his group arrived at the Land of Iron. Under the warm hospitality of the Land of Iron, the group temporarily settled down. Since the Land of Iron is an absolutely neutral country in the ninja world, they chose to hold the Five Kage summit here. Uchiha Han found a well-known forging master and commissioned him to forge a better sword. Although the power of the armor is already quite strong, having a suitable sword is also excellent. The previous few ninja swords he received, while strong, ultimately didn't suit Uchiha Han. The other party looked at the blueprints Uchiha Han provided and said to come back in 2 days to pick it up. Uchiha Han then gave him a deposit. Returning to the residence. Lady Tsunade, why don't you stop drinking? The Five Kage summit is tomorrow. Yamato was trying to persuade Tsunade from the side. Ahem. You're right. Tsunade helplessly put down the wine jug. Although she had a penchant for alcohol, she also knew the importance of the Five Kage summit. There must be no mistakes. At this moment, Uchiha Han happened to return. Yo, you're back? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, looking at him. The Five Kage summit doesn't start until tomorrow. There's still a day. How about we play for a bit? Tsunade said with a smile. Play what? Uchiha Han asked. Tsunade pulled out a deck of playing cards from her bag. Come on, let us play big name. The next day, Five Kage summit. The Five Kage took their seats in order. The people were similar to those in the original story. However, since it was nearly 10 years earlier, a few shadow guards were different from the original story. Inoki brought Yellow Earth and Red Earth. The Reikage brought Mabui and Darui. The two people brought by Raza were completely unknown to Uchiha Han. It seems that one of them is Madara. As for the Mist Village, the one who came is Yuan Shi. A year ago, Qing discovered that the water shadow had been controlled. After Obito realized he had been exposed, he absorbed the three tails and left the mist. Shi Sui died because the tailed beast was extracted. He did not take on the role of water shadow, but the mist is now under his control. Obito's two bodyguards are Terumi Mei and Qing. Terumi Mei has been keeping a close eye on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han, feeling a bit shy, shifted his gaze elsewhere. During the meeting, the Reikage was the most agitated, eager to immediately unite the 5 great nations to attack the Akatsuki organization. Reikage, calm down, Inoki said, being the oldest among the 5 Kage present, his tone was quite mature. The Akatsuki organization has become a tumor in the ninja world. If we don't eliminate it soon, it will only lead to endless troubles. The Reikage shouted angrily. Inoki understood. Previously, someone from the Akatsuki had attempted to capture Otsutsuki and Han, but they were stopped by the suddenly appearing mysterious armored figure. However, Inoki felt that the guy's intentions were not pure. The Akatsuki is indeed mysterious and powerful, but precisely because of this, we should discuss it carefully. If we strike rashly, it will only put us in a more passive position, Inoki said. As far as I know, all the Jinchuriki have already suffered attacks from the Akatsuki, right? They failed, and they definitely let it go easily. Moreover, after Pain's failed invasion of Konoha, the Akatsuki also suffered losses. So we should take this opportunity to eliminate them once and for all. Otherwise, once they catch their breath, it won't be so easy to wipe them out. The Reikage reasoned. His words were not without merit. But Inoki knew that the Reikage's urgency was largely due to the disappearance of Killer Bee. Inoki wanted to take this opportunity to irritate him. After the 3 kingdoms attacked Konoha and failed to cooperate, they had become somewhat hostile towards each other. All right, you two. Mifune stepped forward to stop the escalating argument. Both of them gave Mifune face and sat back down, no longer speaking. The other 3, what are your views on the current situation? Mifune directed his gaze towards Tsunade and the others. Hokage, didn't your Konoha just suffer an invasion from the Akatsuki? I heard the entire village was destroyed. The Reikage said. News of Pain's invasion had spread throughout the ninja world. Konoha's destruction shocked everyone who heard it. Indeed, the leader of the Akatsuki has unfathomable power and used a terrifying ninjutsu to destroy the entire Konoha, Tsunade said slowly. Mentioning this made her mood very heavy. However, that technique also had significant side effects. After using it, the leader of the Akatsuki was defeated by Uchiha Han. Everyone was aware of this information. But hearing Tsunade speak it out loud was still shocking. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Han. Inoki narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing Uchiha Han. He had received some information about Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor and felt that it was quite similar to the armor he had fought against. Terumi Mei, standing nearby, had her beautiful eyes shimmering as she secretly observed Uchiha Han. After just a few glances, her face turned rosy. Ahem. Uchiha Han felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of so many people. Without Sasuke and Danzo, the 5 Kage meeting proceeded smoothly overall. On the issue of dealing with the Akatsuki, the 5 great nations' attitudes were unanimous. However, some were more hardline, while others felt they shouldn't act rashly. Thus, they could not reach a consensus on when to send troops to eliminate the Akatsuki. Suddenly, a somewhat mocking and comical voice broke the tension. Immediately, everyone became alert. A crack of swirling energy appeared, and a masked man dressed in Akatsuki robes sat down at the table. Everyone immediately retreated dozens of steps. Mifune quickly drew his sword, looking vigilant. At the same time, a group of Iron Country warriors rushed in. "Who are you?" Mifune demanded sternly. The sudden appearance of that figure made everyone's hearts tense. "Is that a space-time ninjutsu? Who am I?" "Hit out." The masked man chuckled coldly. "Aren't you discussing how to deal with me?" Everyone raised their eyebrows. It turned out he was the leader behind the Akatsuki organization. "Since that's the case, I won't waste time with you. Hand over the tailed beast voluntarily, and I might consider not making things difficult for you. Otherwise," Obito's gaze instantly turned cold, and the look from beneath the mask seemed to drop the temperature of the entire conference room by several degrees. Chapter 281. The 4th Great Ninja War begins. "Huh, bluster." Rashi scoffed disdainfully, then pushed his hands forward. The sand on the ground instantly gathered, forming a sharp spear that shot towards the masked man at incredible speed. Hiss! The masked man's eyes formed a massive vortex, instantly absorbing Rashi's attack. "What is this?" Rashi looked at this scene in disbelief. His ninjutsu was so easily resolved. Everyone's pupils contracted. What ninjutsu is this? Then, Inoki immediately released Dust Release. The masked man's body instantly became ethereal, dodging the attack. Seeing this, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. Rashi's attack was manageable for the Kage present, but Inoki's Dust Release was different. Yet even so, the opponent's bizarre ability could still easily evade it. It was truly strange. Everyone remained extremely vigilant, not daring to let their guard down as they stared at the masked man. "So, hand over the tailed beast obediently," the masked man said, solidifying his body again and casually sitting at the table with a look of indifference and disdain. "You're just dreaming." The Reikage stepped forward angrily. "Quickly release my brother. Otherwise, I will immediately send people to wipe out your Akatsuki." The Reikage shouted. Uchiha Han looked at the Reikage's demeanor and felt. Although the Reikage in the original work was hot-tempered, he wouldn't be this reckless. Of course, perhaps it was just that the original work did not showcase the Reikage's character well. Stubborn. Obito sneered. "Even if you're powerful, you're just one person, along with a few members. That's no more than a handful. What gives you the confidence to challenge the 5 great nations?" Inoki asked in confusion, feeling that the masked man's confidence was quite strange. "I command an army of 100,000 white Zetsu. Dealing with your 5 great nations' forces is naturally no problem," the masked man said with a cold smile. 100,000? White Zetsu. In the previous operation to capture the tailed beasts, the white Zetsu had made an appearance, and the various nations had some corresponding intelligence. Although their strength was average, they were indeed quite tricky. 100,000. That number might be a bit exaggerated, Uchiha Han thought to himself. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Obito created over 100,000 white Zetsu, primarily using Hashirama cells. Aside from their exceptional disguise capabilities, they are not particularly useful. Generally, a Chunin could handle them. However, there are some powerful ones among the white Zetsu. In the original work, a notable character is Tobi. But if Uchiha Han is not mistaken, the batch of white Zetsu that Tobi has should be the ones created by the Outer Path Golem, which are the original 10 Tails. These are made when Kagaya cast the Infinite Tsukuyami. Uchiha Madara likely discovered them unintentionally from the Outer Path Golem after awakening the Rinnegan. No, it seems that Black Zetsu made Uchiha Madara believe that both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were created by him. Yes, 100,000. The masked man nodded. However, it seems you are still unwilling to surrender the tailed beast Jinchuriki voluntarily. In that case, I hereby declare, the 4th Great Ninja War has begun. In an instant, The entire conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone was shocked, instinctively opening their mouths with somewhat dazed expressions. Then, see you on the battlefield. The masked man chuckled lightly, seemingly very confident about this war. Then his body became intangible and vanished from the conference room. The crowd snapped back to reality and returned to their seats. So what do you all think? Mifune asked. He has declared war, so we naturally have to respond with all our might. But this guy is really too arrogant. Reikage slammed the table angrily. 100,000 white Zetsu. Could there really be that many? Beside him, Rasha remained expressionless, arms crossed over his chest, looking somewhat inexplicably arrogant and annoying. You don't believe it? Tsunade frowned, looking at Rasha. I'm just expressing doubt. Rasha replied coldly. However, his gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally avoid the direction of Uchiha Han. Just the Deva path from the 6 paths of pain alone can unleash a technique that could destroy the entire Konoha. You shouldn't underestimate the Akatsuki's strength, Wind Shadow. Tsunade shot him a glance and said, Of course, I won't underestimate the Akatsuki, but even if there are 100,000 white Zetsu, do we really need all 5 great nations to join forces? Isn't that a bit overkill? Rasha said. Instantly, all eyes turned to Rasha. Tsunade only has one tail beast. And initially, when Orochimaru and Danzo made their move, they were intercepted by Uchiha Han. Therefore, compared to other nations, the Wind Country has suffered the least from the Akatsuki's invasion. Thus, everyone felt that Rasha had not yet realized the true strength of the Akatsuki. Wind Shadow. The strength of the Akatsuki is beyond doubt. Onoki spoke up. That masked man earlier had incredibly strange methods. If a fight breaks out, there might not be many among us who can handle it. Especially, Onoki looked at Rasha. In terms of presence alone, Rasha and Jinjetsu are definitely the weakest among the 5 Kage. Ahem. I know that, of course. Rasha said somewhat awkwardly. No one opposed. And coupled with the sudden appearance of the masked man, everyone quickly reached a consensus. The Ninja Alliance is officially formed. By the way, at this moment, Onoki suddenly remembered something and slowly turned his gaze to Uchiha Han, who was behind Tsunade. Besides the Akatsuki, several mysterious individuals have also emerged in the ninja world over the past year. Onoki said quietly. The Wind Eagle armor and Black Rhino armor have also been exposed during confrontations with the Akatsuki this year. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's armor should be the same as theirs, belonging to the same bloodline limit. Onoki said, his gaze becoming somewhat sharp. Ahem. I'm not sure about that. After all, I've been honestly staying in Konoha for the past year and haven't gone out. Uchiha Han waved his hand and said, looking indifferent. Is that so? Onoki squinted his eyes, his expression seemingly not very good. What? Are you doubting Uchiha Han? When you lost to that black armor, Uchiha Han was still in Konoha playing poker with me. Sundara slammed the table and stood up, speaking quite rudely to Onoki. Chapter 282. The meeting ends, the war begins. However, that doesn't mean Uchiha Han has no connection to those two. After all, the sudden emergence of such a special bloodline limit in the ninja world is bound to make people associate them together. Onoki said coldly. So what? A bloodline limit doesn't mean anything. Sundara glared angrily at Onoki, showing no intention of backing down. Standing behind Tsunade, Uchiha Han felt a warm feeling in his heart seeing this scene. Although Tsunade had been squeezing him like a juice extractor before, she would still support him in critical moments. Uchiha Han felt a bit moved. Onoki slowly leaned back in his chair, saying no more. However, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Han. So, what do you all think about these armors? Onoki said. It seems he does not intend to let the matter of the Black Rhino armor go easily. Rasha instinctively glanced at Uchiha Han. The terrifying aura from before still lingered in his mind. To be honest, he felt it was quite embarrassing to lose to this little brat Uchiha Han. However, knowing that Onoki also suffered a significant loss at the hands of that black armor made Rasha feel a bit better. But those two armors haven't shown hostility towards us. Now that we already have the Akatsuki as an enemy, we don't need to create another one, do we? Jinjetsu said slowly. Right, that is also true. Tsunade nodded in agreement. No hostility? Then why did they attack our Wagakure? Onoki questioned. I think you should consider your own issues. Reikage said coldly, arms crossed. You. Onoki immediately frowned, his anger rising. All right, both of you calm down. Mifune once again stepped in as a mediator. Our discussion this time is about the Akatsuki. Regarding the armor issue, we can discuss it later. Mifune said. Tsunade and the others nodded. Seeing this, Onoki said no more. The meeting continued until evening. Finally, it came to an end. Tsunade stretched and returned to her room. Uchiha Han, Yamato, come, let us play poker together. Uchiha Han, Yamato. What is wrong? Do you have an opinion? Tsunade looked at them in confusion. No, let us play. Uchiha Han waved his hands repeatedly. In a quiet, dim cave. Did you give him everything? The masked man said slowly. Yes, I did. Zetsu emerged from the ground, nodding. Additionally, he had previously collected many ninja corpses with Orochimaru, and I also gave him the bodies of Kakuzu and the others. With that technique, our power has become even stronger. Zetsu said excitedly. Obito nodded, his tone seemingly not very happy. However, if we had killed Nagato earlier through the Edo Tensei, we could have gained another powerful ally. Zetsu suddenly said. Obito slowly turned his head, his gaze becoming very cold. I was just casually mentioning it. Zetsu instinctively shrank back. My decisions don't need your input. Obito said coldly. Why spare Nagato? Obito had considered this question as well. At that time, although Nagato had used the Rinnegan technique, which was a huge drain, the power of the Rinnegan was not to be underestimated. Therefore, Obito initially targeted Konan, forcing Nagato to hand over the Rinnegan. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Konan took the opportunity to escape his control and used her paper jutsu. Afterward, she took Nagato with her. Konan's paper jutsu was indeed very strong. However, in the original work, the 600 billion explosive tags that countered Obito were actually transformed from her paper jutsu, which took a lot of time to prepare in advance. When Nagato and Konan returned from the Hidden Leaf Village, it wasn't long before Obito directly ambushed them, giving them no time to prepare. At that time, Obito had not sustained any injuries, and if he wanted to pursue, he could definitely have wiped them out. Zetsu also realized this, so he was very confused. At the same time, he began to feel a strange doubt. That earlier remark was probably not just casual talk. Obito slowly stood up and walked to the cave entrance. The dim light hit his spiral mask, reflecting a few hazy glimmers. In the desolate, silent cave surroundings, everything seemed somewhat lonely and bleak. Obito stood at the entrance for a while, and Zetsu followed him. Zetsu poked his head out and looked around, as if curious about what Obito was watching outside. Obito glanced at him coldly. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Zetsu moved closer to Obito, asking with concern, but his voice, like a duck's quack, was quite unpleasant. It only made one feel annoyed. No, Obito didn't want to pay attention to him, but for some reason, he coldly replied. At the same time, he shifted slightly to the side. Don't worry, we have 100,000 white Zetsu army, plus the cooperation of Kabuto. This time, we will definitely be able to gather all 9-tailed beasts. Zetsu said excitedly, even struggling to free his hands from his Akatsuki robe. Kabuto, Obito murmured. He slowly lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Is there a problem with Kabuto? Zetsu asked, confused by Obito's demeanor. How much do you know about Kabuto's information? Obito asked. He's Orochimaru's confidant, once worked for Danzo, and is one of the most outstanding spies in the roots of the Hidden Leaf. What's wrong? Zetsu relayed the information he had gathered. He thought to himself, Kabuto was someone Obito had sent him to contact. Could it be that Obito is doubting something now? Why do you think Kabuto wants to cooperate with us? Obito asked. Why? At that time, he said he wanted us to provide him with the experimental materials he needed after the war. After all, the experiments he conducts are certainly not tolerated by the 5 great nations. Zetsu said. Obito chuckled lightly, his tone seemingly very playful and disdainful. He slowly sat at the cave entrance, watching the evening glow that had turned a line of red at the horizon. But I feel that this reason seems insufficient. Chapter 283. 8 Extremes Fist. After returning to the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade immediately arranged matters regarding the ninja allied forces. Uchiha Han found an opportunity to recall his 2 shadow clones. Meanwhile, Kinshiki and his companions had long been arranged outside the Hidden Leaf Village. A few days later, Uchiha Han finally raised the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor to 60%, and then he condensed the 2 shadow clones. The 4th Great Ninja War finally began. However, it was not as urgent as in the original work. According to the discussions from the 5 Kage Summit, each ninja village would first send a portion of their elite to lead the army to the battlefield, while another part would protect the various feudal lords. The 5 Kage would not need to mobilize for now, remaining stationed in the rear. At the same time, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the major ninja villages also needed to send people to separately protect the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Han was unsure how Tsunade would arrange him. Anyway, Uchiha Han had already thought things through. His main body would continue to hide and secretly cultivate, leaving all matters to the Flame Dragon Armor Shadow clone. Now that the ninja war had begun, Obito had also obtained the Rinnegan. His strength would likely rise to another level, probably reaching the Super Kage level. Relying solely on the Flame Dragon armor, he would probably only have a 50-50 chance, or maybe even a 40-60 chance. Uchiha Han would be the 6. However, with Black Zetsu around, if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, it would be a bit troublesome. Moreover, the worst-case scenario would be the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. That would be at the true Sage of 6 Paths level. Currently, the 5 armors combined would not be a match. Only the Emperor armor could break the deadlock. Therefore, unlocking the Emperor armor was the most important task at hand. After all, in the early stages of the war, the battle situation would not be so intense, and the Flame Dragon Armor Shadow clone would be enough to handle it. In the virtual combat room, the Earth Tiger armor had the strongest explosive power among the 5 armors. Next, I will take you to learn the 8 Extremes Fist. The God Mountain Heartmaster stroked his long white beard and smiled kindly. Then, he rolled up his long sleeves and demonstrated in front of Uchiha Han. The 8 Extremes Fist exerts force from the heels, moves at the waist, and flows through the fingertips. Hence, its explosive power is immense and rich in combat characteristics. A. Squeeze, help lean, collapse. Although it seems like just a physical combat technique, in every punch and stomp of the God Mountain Heartmaster, there's an imposing momentum that shakes the heavens and quakes the earth. The flowing, crashing momentum far exceeds the strength of the physical body. In the entire void space, a powerful energy is still being drawn. Under the movements of the God Mountain Heartmaster, a strong might erupted. This is no longer martial arts. It's not even kung fu. This is more like martial prowess. It resembles the power seen in the martial arts films and television shows Uchiha Han had seen in his previous life. Those that can leap across rooftops and shatter mountains with a punch. Uchiha Han watched the set of punches demonstrated by the God Mountain Heartmaster, feeling the momentum he invoked from the heavens and the earth. It is no exaggeration to say that even the most proficient in taijutsu, Might Guy, could not replicate the techniques the God Mountain Heartmaster just displayed, even after opening the 8 gates. The God Mountain Heartmaster is terrifying indeed. However, this was not the first time Uchiha Han felt the God Mountain Heartmaster's power. It's just that previously he had only taught softer techniques like Tai Chi. Uchiha Han could feel the soft and subtle essence like water, but this fierce explosive attack was the first time he had encountered. Finally, the God Mountain Heartmaster slowly retracted his fists and took a deep breath, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. In literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, and in martial arts, there is 8 extremes to establish the universe. This is the 8 Extremes Fist. The God Mountain Heartmaster said slowly. Uchiha Han did. Then, the God Mountain Heartmaster began to teach the 8 Extremes Fist. Just as Uchiha Han had thought, this was not just the kind of body-refining martial arts from his previous life. It truly could invoke the power of heaven and earth. Simple moves contained incredibly terrifying energy. If Uchiha Han can master it, combined with the power of the armor, he would reach a terrifying level. This level of energy directly strikes at the origin of the world. And the only one who can master world-level power in this world is the Otsutsuki. Uchiha Han felt a bit excited. Although Tai Chi is also very powerful after learning it, Uchiha Han felt that this balance of yin and yang leans more towards using strength against strength, which is not quite suitable for him. After all, Uchiha Han is also young and impetuous, preferring simpler and more brutal techniques. Bajikwan feeds Uchiha Han's mindset perfectly. He mimicked the movements of the Divine Mountain Heart practitioner with each move, push, thrust, strike. He practiced the form first, then refined the spirit. However, he has been training here with the Divine Mountain Heart practitioner for quite some time. Uchiha Han quickly became familiar with the basic moves of Bajikwan. He grasped the key points of the movements. Next comes the most core and important part, the intent and spirit of the fist. These are quite elusive and require personal insight. This is the most time-consuming part, but once understood, subsequent improvements will come naturally. At this moment, the Divine Mountain Heart practitioner suddenly disappeared. Uchiha Han found himself in a stone forest. Surrounding him were densely packed stone pillars, each as thick as 7 or 8 people could embrace, soaring into the clouds. Uchiha Han looked up and couldn't see the top. Then he focused his gaze ahead. Every pattern on the stone pillars was clearly visible. Uchiha Han reached out and gently touched one. A wave of icy coolness reached his palm. "Let's try my Bajikwan then," Uchiha Han murmured. Finally, he raised his right arm, muscles tensed, using his waist and abdomen to drive the power of his right arm, and suddenly threw a punch. This punch could shatter rock. However, in reality, the stone pillar remained completely unmoved. Uchiha Han felt a bit embarrassed. Because this training was different from before. Uchiha Han couldn't mobilize his chakra now. This punch was entirely his physical strength. Hiss! It actually couldn't break through. Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. Although he knew he couldn't reach the level of the Divine Mount Heart practitioner, he thought he should at least be able to do 1/10 of it. 1/10 should easily break this stone pillar, right? It seems I overestimated myself. Uchiha Han murmured. Then, he closed his eyes, breathing slowly and steadily, carefully sensing the power within his body and the flow of air around him. The great power contained within the void of the world. Bajikwan. Fist intent. Form. Spirit. An S. After so many years of the Naruto mobile game, the protagonist finally has an S-level form, which is very much anticipated. However, with Guanggu at the helm, it feels like the underworld team can't be avoided. Haha. Chapter 284. Asuma's worries the war has begun. Although this war has affected almost the entire ninja world, even a neutral country of iron chose to participate against the same enemy, the Akatsuki. However, the daimyos protected by ninjas from various countries were not affected at all. On the contrary, to unify the protection of the daimyos and save manpower, the daimyos of the 5 great nations were arranged together. They gathered together quite harmoniously. Is this the tabletop game that has recently become popular in your Konoha village? The 5 daimyos sat together, looking at the ninja world kill laid out on the table. This was specially brought by the Konoha ninjas, fearing they would be bored. The tabletop game has gradually spread to other parts of the Fire Country. The daimyos have heard of it. However, this was the first time they had seen it. Come on, tell us how to play this. The daimyo of the Fire Country immediately called Asuma over. He thought Asuma was from Konoha. However, Asuma had not returned for several years. Sir, this has also become popular in the past year. I've been by your side and haven't returned to Konoha, so I don't know how to play either. Asuma said with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, feeling a bit bitter. He was still extremely respectful towards the daimyos. You don't know how to play this. The daimyo of the Fire Country shot him a glance. Then, he quickly waved his hand, sending someone outside to find a few Konoha ninjas who knew how to play. Yes. Asuma nodded and turned to leave the room. However, as he turned, his face fell, looking somewhat displeased. Everyone don't worry. I'll find a few who know how to play right away. The daimyo of the Fire Country smiled, waving the fan in front of his face, clearly acting like the host. Soon, a few ordinary J-nin from Konoha walked in and patiently began to teach. Outside the room, Uchiha Han leaned against the wall yawning. The Flame Dragon armor clone was sent here by Tsunade to protect the daimyos. Ahem, I'm sorry about your brother's situation, Uchiha Han said to Asuma. What are you apologizing for? This matter isn't your fault. Asuma waved his hand repeatedly. Besides, you killed Danzo, so you avenged my brother. I should thank you. Hearing Asuma say this, Uchiha Han felt much better. Although Uchiha Han didn't think it was his problem, his relationship with Asuma was okay. They had cooperated a few times. Ahem. By the way, I want to ask you for a favor. Asuma's face suddenly turned a bit red, seeming a little shy, and he started to speak a bit awkwardly. What is it? Uchiha Han looked at him with some confusion. Asuma is usually quite straightforward. When did he become so shy? It's just that. Could you help me find out where Kurenai is? Asuma asked with a red face. Kurenai? Uchiha Han frowned slightly, recalling. Well, I'm not really sure. However, she is likely at the front lines. Uchiha Han said. He vaguely remembered that Kurenai seemed to be applying to become a J-nin recently. But she didn't have any remarkable talent or achievements, so to be promoted to J-nin, she would need to achieve military merit in the war. Therefore, Uchiha Han estimated that Kurenai was most likely at the front lines. The front lines. Asuma gently pinched the corner of his mouth's cigarette, then let it droop. Crossing his arms, his face was filled with worry. War front lines. The level of danger is the highest. Moreover, Kurenai is skilled in Jinjutsu, which is hard to utilize in a large-scale war. Kurenai's physical skills are relatively weak, and her ninjutsu is average, giving her no advantage in war. Asuma was naturally very worried. Han, I'm a bit worried about Kurenai's safety. Asuma said somewhat shyly. However, Asuma is now an adult and wouldn't shy away from such matters anymore. Just say it. Uchiha Han patted his shoulder. It's just that. Can you find a way to have Lord Hokage transfer me to the front lines? Asuma said. Transfer you to the front lines? This. Uchiha Han felt a bit troubled. After all, Asuma is now one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, a trusted aide to the daimyo. Even if Tsunade wanted to transfer Asuma to the front lines, she would have to consult the daimyo first. Moreover, from his observations over the past 2 days, Although that daimyo is quite arrogant, he still trusts and relies on Asuma very much. It seems a bit unrealistic for the daimyo to let Asuma go to the front line. Well, I think it might not be realistic. After all, the daimyo probably wouldn't let you leave, Uchiha Han said. That's true. With Heima and the others gone, the 12 guardian ninjas have lost their significance. Asuma sighed dejectedly. Now, he also felt that being a guardian ninja was meaningless, especially after the intense conflict with Heima and his group not long ago, which led to a physical fight. In the end, Heima and the others left the guardian ninjas. This means that now there are only 5 or 6 of them left. But because of this, the daimyo would be even less likely to let Asuma leave. Heima. Upon hearing Asuma's words, Uchiha Han frowned immediately. Uchiha Han lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. In that case, Asuma, you should find an opportunity to sneak away and go directly to the front line, Uchiha Han said. Asuma raised his head, looking confused. As for this side, I'll handle it well. You don't have to worry. Uchiha Han patted his shoulder. Han. Asuma looked up at Uchiha Han, his eyes filled with gratitude. All right, you should hurry up and pack, Uchiha Han said. Thus, Asuma stopped overthinking. After all, the red is the most important. Before long, Asuma took the opportunity to slip away. Afterwards, Uchiha Han used a transformation technique to change into Asuma's appearance. Uchiha Han walked into the room. Asuma, why are you lingering outside for so long? The daimyo of the Land of Fire said, somewhat displeased. After playing a few rounds, the daimyo had basically figured out how to play. By the way, I have a question. The daimyo of the Land of Fire waved his hand, signaling Uchiha Han to come over. Uchiha Han walked over. You see, these characters are all ninjas like Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but why aren't we included? Not only the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but the other daimyo's gazes also fell on Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han felt speechless inside. He thought to himself, you bunch of useless people, can't you take a look at yourselves? Besides being born well and having the identity of a daimyo, what else are you useful for? How can you shamelessly ask me why your characters aren't included? However, there was not a trace of anger on Uchiha Han's face. I think if your noble image were to be depicted on such game cards, it would indeed tarnish your image. The identity of a daimyo is noble and should not be casually used by others, Uchiha Han said. The faces of the daimyo then showed smiles as they nodded in agreement. Indeed, that makes sense. Chapter 285, The Deception Technique of White Zetsu. Helpless coalition as night fell. The daimyo were still enthusiastically playing Ninja World Killing in the room. They had just started playing, full of novelty, and were having a great time. Uchiha Han, now in the form of Asuma, had to protect him closely. Uchiha Han quietly yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. Being a bodyguard is really boring and tiring. Asuma, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, suddenly called him. Uchiha Han walked over. I'm a bit thirsty, go give me a glass of juice. Yes. Uchiha Han walked out. These daimyo are really lazy pigs. They even want juice. Where am I supposed to find juice in this remote place? Uchiha Han complained as he walked out of the house. This place is very remote, but it is precisely because of this that the daimyo were relocated here for protection. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and then headed into the woods to find some fruit. However, at that moment, a few eerie eyes suddenly appeared in the jungle outside the daimyo's house. On the battlefield, Darui led the first unit, entangled with many white zetsu. Lightning release. A lightning dragon, interwoven with electric currents, suddenly erupted from Darui's hands. It shot out, instantly defeating several white zetsu in front of him. TCH. Although there are indeed many white zetsu, they are really too weak. After clearing the white zetsu around him, Darui couldn't help but feel a bit complacent. It's really not interesting. Darui stretched and yawned. Then he looked at the others. Only those slightly weaker chunin would be unable to withstand the white zetsu's attacks. Most ninjas could manage. It seems that this war is not as serious as I thought. Just as Darui was thinking this, suddenly, a scream came from behind. Heima, why did you attack me? A ninja shouted, clutching his chest. The ninja in front of him, named Heima, was gripping a bloodied kunai. I'm right here. When did I attack you? A confused voice came from the other side. Then, that person hurriedly ran over. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. What is going on? Two identical Heimas. Seeing this, Darui rushed over. Darui was very shocked, but soon, he swung his sword at the Heima holding the kunai. Bang! That Heima fell instantly, transforming into the appearance of white zetsu. So it's this thing? Darui's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that these seemingly weak white zetsu had such abilities. They could actually transform into someone else's appearance. The key point is that he couldn't tell which one was real. If it weren't for the fact that this white Zetsu attacked first, Darui wouldn't have acted so quickly. At this time, more startled cries echoed through the troops. More and more people discovered that there was another identical version of themselves around. Darui's brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Retreat immediately, Darui ordered without hesitation. In this situation, continuing the fight was no longer possible. While retreating, they also had to keep an eye on those who had been copied by white Zetsu. After all, they couldn't tell which was which. They could only keep an eye on both. Trust me, I'm the real one. Nonsense, he transformed into white Zetsu. I'm the real one. Such conversations continued throughout the camp. Darui also looked troubled. He had even specially asked the sensory ninjas in the unit to check. They couldn't distinguish either. Damn, how are we supposed to fight like this? Darui angrily pounded his thigh. Command center. Every unit was experiencing this situation. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka and Noichi had worried expressions as well. The Byakugan and Sharingan can't see through white Zetsu's disguise. What should we do? Inoichi asked anxiously. Shikaku frowned, lost in thought. What do the 5 Kage say? Aoi came over to ask. Inoichi shook his head. The Kage also couldn't come up with a countermeasure for now. At this point, the entire command center fell into silence. Damn, I didn't expect white Zetsu to have such a troublesome ability, Aoi said angrily. The joint forces are currently facing a situation where everyone is hesitant to take action. If the enemy attacks now, the joint forces will likely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, our top priority is to quickly find a way to see through white Zetsu's disguise. Lucio said. Uchiha Han had just returned with some wild fruits when he heard a scream coming from inside the daimyo's house. Not good. Uchiha Han rushed over immediately. He saw bloodstains around the house, but no sign of the guarding ninjas. Other ninjas in the camp also rushed over after hearing the commotion. Uchiha Han dashed into the house and saw several ninjas with kunai attacking the daimyos. Earth style, earth flow wall. Uchiha Han pressed his palms to the ground. Instantly, a massive earthen wall rose up under the daimyo's feet, separating them from the attackers. Uchiha Han drew his sword forged in the land of iron and walked over slowly. Uchiha Han finally saw the faces of the attackers. They were the same ninjas who had been guarding earlier. However, Uchiha Han noticed that there was no sign of life or vitality in their eyes. They're dead. Could be Edo Tensei. Uchiha Han was shocked. Then, the ninjas charged at him one after another. Uchiha Han raised his long sword. Block slash. With a few strikes, these ninjas fell to the ground, their bodies turning into a puddle of mud. Uchiha Han crouched down and observed carefully. It's not Edo Tensei. It's so hot. And it's only April. How hot will it be in summer? I still have military training during the summer. Speechless. Chapter 286. The Resurrected Shino? It's not Edo Tensei. Ninjas resurrected by Edo Tensei cannot be killed. They can only be sealed with sealing techniques. Uchiha Han. But it was clear that these ninjas had been killed and then resurrected and controlled by some technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Han recalled what Asuma had said earlier. In the original work, besides Edo Tensei, there's a low-tier version of a similar technique. Earth-style, ultimate creation, soil of the dead. It also revives the dead. However, once killed, they cannot be regenerated like Edo Tensei. And with Homa, Uchiha Han murmured, "You all protect the daimyos. I'll go check outside." Uchiha Han said to the arriving ninjas and then immediately went outside. Homa had just killed these ninjas not long ago, and couldn't control them from a distance like Kabuto. So, Homa must be nearby. What about that guy Homa? Obito asked coldly. Ju paused for a moment. According to his request, I also gathered quite a few corpses for him. However, compared to the batch given to Kabuto, this one is considerably weaker. But precisely because it's weaker, there are more of them. Ju said, finding corpses is quite easy for Ju. However, it seems you want to find those daimyos. Ju said gloomily, what about the battlefield over there? Obito's tone seemed a bit angry. He said he already sent some to the nearby battlefield, and he would come to support other battlefields as soon as he has done. Ju added, Obito snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Let us see how effective his ultimate creation is. If it's useful, we'll keep it. If it's useless, he doesn't need to be kept alive. Obito said coldly. It seems that in his eyes, Homa is just an expendable ant. Life and death are all under his control. Fine. Ju nodded, agreeing with Obito's words. At this moment, on all battlefields, everyone remained on guard, vigilantly watching those around them because of White Zetsu's presence. Second Division. Captain. At this moment, A ninja rushed into Kakashi's tent in a panic. Kakashi is the captain of the second division. Kakashi instinctively became alert upon seeing the rushing ninja. What happened? Kakashi asked. A group of ninjas appeared in front of the camp. Ninjas? Kakashi frowned immediately. At this time, there hadn't been any news of reinforcements. Who could be? Could it be members of the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi rushed out immediately. Soon, Kakashi saw the ninjas approaching the camp. Others received the news and gathered around. The others were not allowed to move, maintaining the previous strategy. Kakashi quickly instructed the surrounding ninjas to stop. After all, white Zetsu might still be mixed in among them. Kakashi focused his gaze. The faces of those people had cracks, and their skin had a yellowish hue, resembling clay. That is, Kakashi furrowed his brow, carefully examining those faces. Then, Kakashi's expression suddenly filled with shock. That is, Shino? Kakashi looked at the figure in front, incredulous. This, Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. Similarly, others in the division recognized the identities of several other figures. Isn't that teacher Riku? He clearly died in battle 2 years ago. That is Kyoyama, who also died last year. Kakashi's expression turned very serious. Listening to the discussions around him, Kakashi understood that these people were all already deceased. In other words, they had been resurrected by some technique. Immediately notify the command center. Kakashi shouted. Soon, the command center received the news, and the 5 Kage also learned of it. Everyone was shocked. Tsunade even specifically sent someone to notify Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hizashi was very excited. He immediately set off to the battlefield of Kakashi's first division. The battlefield of the first division was relatively close to the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly arrived. When he saw Shino's figure, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Lord Third, what should we do now? Kakashi was already somewhat injured at this point. The ninjas in the division also had to guard against the white Zetsu mixed in. Therefore, Kakashi was facing Shino and the others alone. However, Kakashi noticed that these people were likely all at the Jonin level when they were alive, with Shino being even stronger. But their eyes were very hollow, lacking any vitality, resembling mindless puppets. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't be able to hold them off for so long alone. Sarutobi Hizashi frowned. He also noticed that Shino's eyes were very hollow, clearly indicating that he was a thoughtless puppet. Damn it! A surge of rage ignited in his heart. His son had died young, and now he was being controlled by this forbidden technique. How could Sarutobi Hizashi endure this? He instinctively clenched his hand. But after all, that was his son, and he hesitated a bit. Lord Third, Kakashi asked beside him. First, let us clear the few people around. Sarutobi Hizashi said, then charged forward. Sarutobi Hizashi was also an experienced powerhouse. Teaming up with Kakashi to deal with a few mindless Jonin was quite easy. 2 minutes later, those Jonin turned into a puddle of mud. It seems to be some kind of earth escape ninjutsu, Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his gaze fixed entirely on Shin Nosuke. Seeing this, Kakashi also deliberately quieted down. At this moment, Shin Nosuke looked like a puppet that had received orders, mechanically attacking the two. With no other choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to temporarily use a sealing technique to restrain his movements. Finally, Shin Nosuke calmed down. However, his expression was still somewhat twisted, his eyes vacant. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a complex expression and sighed softly. Shin Nosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously walked in front of him, a gentle look appearing in his eyes as he instinctively reached out his hand. Kakashi behind him wanted to warn Sarutobi Hiruzen to be careful, but just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to touch Shin Nosuke's face, cracks suddenly appeared on Shin Nosuke's body. Zzz. The cracks quickly spread across his entire body. Shin Nosuke's body shattered, turning into a puddle of mud. Shin Nosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shook, and he crouched down, trembling hands cradling the puddle of mud. Chapter 287. An unexpected encounter with Hama a few minutes earlier. Uchiha Han found Hama, who was hiding not far away. It really is you. Uchiha Han's eyes turned fierce as he looked at Hama. Long time no see, Asuma. Hama smiled playfully, looking at Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han had now used a transformation technique to take on Asuma's appearance. Uchiha Han couldn't be bothered to waste words with Hama. He directly drew the long knife from his waist. Seeing this, Hama's expression darkened. Huh, then don't blame me for being rude, Hama said coldly. Immediately, the earth beneath his feet gathered together and transformed into two ninjas. Earth release, ultimate creation, soil of the dead. Uchiha Han roughly estimated that these two ninjas were also at the level of Jonin in life. A year ago, without summoning armor, facing three Jonin-level enemies would definitely have been very tricky for Uchiha Han. But now, after training for so long with the heart of the Divine Mountain, the most noticeable change was the growth in physical skills. Uchiha Han tightened his grip on the long knife. His body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. So fast, Hama was immediately shocked. He hadn't even had time to react when two cold flashes flickered past his eyes. In an instant, the two ninjas around him turned into puddles of mud. Hama's pupils shook, and his body instantly stiffened. He immediately began to circulate all his chakra, wanting to unleash ninjutsu to defend against Uchiha Han's attack. However, the training over the past year had brought Uchiha Han's physical abilities to an extremely terrifying level. Even just his sheer physical strength was enough to crush Hama. Therefore, Uchiha Han's speed was something Hama couldn't dodge. Whoosh! Another cold flash passed by. Hama's pupils dilated instantly. Then, the expression on his face stiffened. A warm flow of blood began to trickle down his neck. Blood burst forth. Thud! Hama's body fell straight down. The expression on his face remained frozen in shock. Of course, his unblinking expression also seemed full of reluctance. However, all of this was irrelevant to Uchiha Han. This knife isn't bad. Uchiha Han looked at his reflection on the blade, nodding in satisfaction. Uchiha Han lifted Hama's clothing corner, wiped the blood off the blade, and then sheathed the knife and left. After Uchiha Han returned and calmed down several daimyos, he also received news from the command center. The issue with White Zetsu was indeed somewhat serious. Uchiha Han also forgot about this matter. In the original story, it was ultimately Naruto who solved this major problem. But now, Naruto had just entered the ninja school. However, the natural sensing ability of the armor should be able to see through White Zetsu's disguise, right? Uchiha Han murmured. After all, he had previously detected White Zetsu's tracks. After the armor combined, the sensing ability greatly improved. Moreover, because it is the embodiment of the power of natural laws, the armor could easily see through White Zetsu's disguise. Thus, the main body in Konoha immediately dispatched the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor clones to the battlefield. On the other side, Obito was somewhat angry. This Hama is really useless. Such a waste of materials. I should have given everything to that guy, Kabuto. Beside him, White Zetsu also nodded in agreement. Forget it. Let Kabuto act immediately. Obito slowly stood up, adjusted his collar, and straightened his mask. All right. Zetsu nodded and then disappeared into the ground. Huh. Obito let out a long breath. These people are ultimately untrustworthy. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. Beneath the mask, a sharp gaze shot out like a sword. Vanishing, Obito also disappeared. Second unit. After Shin Nosuke disappeared, Kakashi immediately reported to the command center. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit sad. However, since he was also on the battlefield, he planned to stay and help Kakashi. But looking at the identical pairs of ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He couldn't distinguish them either. Third Hokage, we can't find any flaws in the ones White Zetsu copied. If that's the case, we will be very passive in this war. Kakashi couldn't help but worry. What about the command center? What strategies have the five Kages come up with? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Kakashi shook his head. Captain, not good. A large group of White Zetsu is charging towards us. At this moment, a wave of panicked shouts erupted from camp. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rushed out of the camp, looking into the distance. Sure enough, a large mass of white creatures was rushing towards them. Damn, so many. Kakashi frowned tightly. It would have been fine earlier. But now that White Zetsu has infiltrated the troops, once a chaotic battle breaks out, they not only have to defend against the White Zetsu attacking head-on, but also be wary of those around them who might be disguised as White Zetsu. How can we fight like this? There's no other way. Kakashi immediately stood up and shouted to the people behind him. So those who have been disguised by White Zetsu, all stand still, monitor each other in pairs, and be allowed to attack if you notice the other person moving. The rest of you, follow me to confront the enemy. Then, Kakashi took the lead and charged out. Sarutobi Hiruzen closely followed. In the entire unit, only about a quarter to one-fifth of the people identified the White Zetsu imposters. Kakashi's arrangement would at least allow the unit to temporarily exert its maximum combat power. Lightning Blade. Kakashi instantly transformed into a blue streak of light, cutting a huge gap through the White Zetsu army. The Crimson Sharingan emitted an extraordinarily eerie light. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also unwilling to show weakness. Although he was old and his body was not as strong as it was in his youth, his strength still far surpassed that of Kakashi, the elite Jonin. In an instant, he unleashed several different types of ninjutsu, each of which was extremely powerful, and he shattered a large area of white zetsu. However, there were simply too many white zetsu. It was as if a never-ending stream of termites were pouring out of a hole. Relying solely on the two of them, they would eventually be consumed by the chakra and perish. Fortunately, Kakashi's temporary decision allowed the main force to exert their combat power and fend off the white zetsu army for the time being. Meanwhile, in the camp, the ninjas watched the chaotic battle ahead, feeling a sense of worry. At the same time, they glanced at the identical figures beside them, feeling even more indignant. If it weren't for the white zetsu disguising themselves as them, they could have fought alongside their comrades now. They maintained their composure. If they couldn't help but act, they would definitely be mistaken for white zetsu, and then surrounded. Chapter 288. The assistants of Uchiha Han and ninjas of the allied shinobi forces were afraid of being mistaken for white zetsu, so they dared not act recklessly. However, the white zetsu had no such concerns about being misidentified. After all, they were the ones in disguise, taking advantage of some of the people's focus being drawn to the battle ahead. Some of the white zetsu in disguise couldn't hold back any longer and launched a surprise attack. In an instant, the camp was filled with screams. Damn! Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly noticed the situation behind them. However, it was difficult for them to free themselves to deal with the white zetsu in the camp. What to do? Kakashi was in a state of urgent anxiety. If this continued, in less than half an hour, their second unit would likely be completely overwhelmed here. Of course, those with stronger abilities like Kakashi would surely be able to break free from the white zetsu. But what about the others? Would they just watch as their comrades died at the hands of these white zetsu? In no time, screams began to echo across the battlefield. More and more ninjas were knocked down by the white zetsu, blood flowing profusely. Everyone, retreat immediately! Kakashi shouted loudly. Given the current situation, retreating was the only way to preserve combat power and minimize casualties. Thus, under the cover of Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the main force began to withdraw continuously. The earlier camp had to be temporarily abandoned. However, at that moment, the dense white zetsu suddenly stopped their advance. Then, they slowly parted to create a path. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, their eyes fixed on the scene. That was, several figures slowly emerged from the white zetsu army. They wore different forehead protectors, some from the mist, some from the sand, and, of course, some from the leaf. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shook. Their faces were filled with shock. Each of those figures exuded a presence close to elite Jonin. These were the powerful beings resurrected by Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. This is bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious. Although he was a genuine Kage-level powerhouse, facing so many elite Jonin's attacks would likely make it difficult for him to escape. And Kakashi was currently only at the elite Jonin level. The two of them would instantly be at a disadvantage against these individuals. However, just then, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. It was like a tiger's roar or a dragon's roar. Then, a massive silver blade of light descended from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent wave of energy erupted from the blade. The white zetsu army was instantly shattered like tofu. As the blade fell, a terrifying force, akin to a great mountain, struck down on the few individuals who had been resurrected. Zizizizi. Their bodies instantly shattered into pieces. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retreated dozens of steps, barely avoiding the terrifying aura that erupted from Blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the overwhelming aura rushing toward him, his heart filled with shock. Even he knew that if he were at the center of that blade, he would likely meet a fate of being reduced to ash. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, scanning the surroundings, trying to find the source of the blade. Just then, the few individuals who had been smashed by the blade reformed. What kind of technique is this? Kakashi's shock was hard to calm down. At that moment, a white figure descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Kakashi. Snow Mastiff armor. This is... Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at the figure before them, observing closely. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. The third Hokage. You should be aware of it, Uchiha Han said, not turning around, but slowly raising the thunder axe in his hand. Impure world reincarnation. This is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shook. He had seen most of the forbidden techniques, and he had a deep impression of the impure world reincarnation technique. After all, this technique somewhat goes against human ethics. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze became even more serious. However, he had no time to delve into who was behind the use of the impure world reincarnation technique. Uchiha Han said nothing more, his gaze fixed on the few individuals that had reformed ahead. Uchiha Han gently turned the knob at his waist. Thunder slash. A massive light shadow appeared in front of him. Uchiha Han raised the thunder axe and gently tapped the light shadow. Thunder axe S thunder slash. Break the evil and destroy the calamity. Slice through like mud. Chaos dissipates. The light shadow instantly transformed into countless light points, merging into the thunder axe in Uchiha Han's hand. The thunder axe emitted a dazzling brilliance. At the same time, the surrounding air became chaotic, continuously converging toward Uchiha Han. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi's attention was instantly drawn to it. They could also sense that within the dazzling thunder axe, there seemed to be an incredibly powerful force gathering. Once this power erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Thunder slash. Uchiha Han shouted. Then he swung the axe heavily downward. The terrifying energy erupted instantly. This swing shattered the surrounding space. The few resurrected ninjas instantly froze, as if an extremely strong force had tightly bound them in place. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder slash struck them. Their bodies returned to dust. However, this time, unlike before, they did not reform again. Thunder slash. Asiding killing technique. It sent them back to the Pure Land directly. Huff! Uchiha Han let out a long breath, then turned to look at the two. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had serious expressions, fully alert. It's fine, don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to dodge that axe just now. Uchiha Han said. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Uchiha Han walked straight past Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring him. These white Zetsu's disguise techniques are indeed troublesome, but I can help you identify them. Uchiha Han said as he walked into the main force. Earlier, many people in the camp took advantage of the chaos to escape into the retreating troops. Uchiha Han glanced around, then moved his body. He transformed into a gust of wind. 2 seconds later, Uchiha Han's figure returned to the original spot. However, there were now more than 10 ninjas under his feet. Uchiha Han swung his blade down. These people instantly turned into white Zetsu. Chapter 289. Protecting Naruto, seeing that white Zetsu had been dealt with. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Great, we've finally gotten rid of these disgusting things. The crowd cheered. Even Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had smiles on their faces. Thank you for your assistance, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely as he walked up to Uchiha Han. All right, I need to go to other units. Uchiha Han waved his hand and leaped away, a white flash passing by, instantly disappearing. Everyone looked up at the streak of light left in the sky, their emotions complex. Even the 5 Kage had been helpless, unable to see through white Zetsu's disguise technique. Yet this mysterious armor could identify it at a glance. Moreover, the earlier earth-shattering blade light was terrifyingly powerful, something they had never heard of before. Perhaps even the 5 Kage were not a match for it. Thus, with the speed of the light shadow steed, the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor clones quickly helped the ninja allied forces resolve white Zetsu's disguise technique. The 5 Kage looked at the intelligence returned for the command center, each with different thoughts. How did 2 armors suddenly appear? Inoki frowned. His previous encounter with the Black Rhino armor had left him with no good feelings about armors, only deep disdain. Regardless, they have indeed helped us greatly this time, Tsunade said, glancing at Inoki. Oof, these armors must be in cahoots. How could it be so coincidental? And helping us? I think they probably have some ulterior motive, Inoki said coldly. Suddenly, he looked at Tsunade, his eyes narrowing slightly. As for that Uchiha Han from your village, I suspect he is also in league with them. Hokage-sama, you better send someone to investigate this guy carefully. Tsunade was immediately enraged, slamming her hand on the table. Inoki, we don't need you to meddle in our village's affairs, she scolded. Her temper was already quite fiery, and seeing Inoki daring to point fingers at her made it hard for her to stay calm. Cough, cough. Mifune stood up, acting as a mediator. Our urgent task is to deal with the Akatsuki organization, not these armors. Inoki and Tsunade both sat back down, still giving Mifune some face. Moreover, the Hokage was right. So far, these armors had not shown any hostility and had even helped us. Then we should show goodwill. Perhaps we can recruit a powerful ally. Mifune said slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the two behind Inoki, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, nodded repeatedly. Inoki turned his head and shot them a glare. According to the intelligence from the command center, the two armors that appeared this time, one white and one yellow, were even stronger than the previous black and blue armors. Raza looked at the information in his hand and murmured. Tsunade also nodded in agreement. Exactly. Uchiha Han probably isn't a match for these two guys either. However, as soon as Tsunade said this, Raza's expression froze instantly. Raza felt a bit awkward. He can't even beat Uchiha Han. Why did I bring this up? Since White Zetsu's disguise technique had been resolved, the subsequent war should proceed more smoothly, Mifune said. However, at that moment the Raikage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up. But there is a problem. Everyone's gaze focused on the Raikage. Where are the Akatsuki members? Also, that masked man has yet to appear. Upon hearing this, everyone thought the same and furrowed their brows. It's been so many days, and we've been entangled with White Zetsu, yet we haven't seen a single Akatsuki member. Some Akatsuki members have died at Uchiha Han's hands, and the 5 great nations haven't received any news. I think that masked man is probably plotting something in the shadows, Inoki said, stroking his chin. Then he raised an eyebrow, thinking of something. Can you guarantee the safety of the Jinchuriki? Inoki asked. Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Although the masked man said he would use war to force us to hand over the tailed beasts. He could also take advantage of the fact that our main forces were on the battlefield to secretly attack the Jinchuriki, Inoki said gravely. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among them, only Mifune and a few others didn't need to worry since their village Jinchuriki were already gone. And the 2 tailed beasts had probably fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade thought for a moment and decided to strengthen the protection around Naruto. Hokage-sama, how about we send more people to protect Gaara and Naruto? Raza said to Tsunade. Before the war broke out, Raza and Tsunade had discussed bringing Naruto and Gaara to the same location for protection. Raza knew the strength of his own village well. They had suffered heavy losses in the last war and could not spare enough powerful ninjas to protect Gaara. That's exactly what I mean, Tsunade nodded. Konoha Village. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4619, Shadow 5000. 3 Tails Chakra, 1000. 1 Tail Chakra. 2 Tails Chakra. 4 Tails Chakra. 5 Tails Chakra. Ninja Technique, 691. Taijutsu, 791. Jinjutsu, 701. Master Techniques, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Art of Distortion, Art of Naraka, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Lightning Flowblade, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo, Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60, Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 56, Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 56, Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 60, Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 60, 56. Uchiha Han sighed in relief, a hint of joy appearing on his face. However, he soon frowned. Just earlier, a clone received a command from Tsunade to go protect Naruto. But now, all 3 clones had already been dispatched. The Flame Dragon Armor clone still had to disguise itself as a Suma and couldn't break away. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped the Suma. That technique of his is pretty weak anyway. I could have dealt with it, Uchiha Han muttered. Ah, forget it. I'll just send the Snow Mastiff Armor clone over, Uchiha Han said. Chapter 290, Naruto. I want to combine with armor since it has come to this point. It doesn't matter if I hide my armor identity or not. 5 armor clones are already enough for me to stand at the peak of the ninja world. Moreover, there is also the soon-to-be unlocked Emperor Armor. The Emperor Armor. Just thinking of the power I felt from the 3 previous experience cards makes Uchiha Han's heart burn with excitement. The Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor are only 4 compatibility away. I will soon be able to permanently unlock the Emperor Armor. At that time, hey. Uchiha Han couldn't help but show a goofy smile. Time to train. Uchiha Han perked up and continued to immerse himself in the virtual battle room, returning to that place where he had fought countless days and nights with Kamiyama Kokoro. At the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, there was a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was heavily guarded, with more than 10 sand ninjas and leaf ninjas stationed around it. At the forefront were several jonin from Konoha and Sunagakure. Inside the courtyard, Naruto and Gaara were lying on a stone table. How is it? Cool, right? Naruto proudly flaunted the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner in his hand. Beside him, Gaara's eyes widened as he stared obsessively at the summoner. I'm telling you, Hananai's transformed flame dragon armor is super cool. Naruto couldn't help but jump onto the stone table, mimicking Uchiha Han's mannerism, lightly spinning at his waist. Flame blade. Naruto reached out and grabbed the air in front of him, then struck a battle pose. The flame dragon armor. Gaara realized that what he had seen that day was indeed Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor. So, looking at Naruto's pose, he recalled the image that had been etched in his mind that day, as hot as flames. It was like a brilliant shooting star suddenly streaking across the dark night sky. Gaara came back to his senses and focused on Naruto in front of him. Can I take a look at that summoner? Gaara asked carefully. After all, he had never had friends before, but seeing Naruto's lively and enthusiastic demeanor warmed his heart, and he inadvertently said this. Perhaps Gaara himself couldn't resist the charm of the summoner. Of course, Naruto beamed with a bright smile and handed over the summoner. Gaara was momentarily stunned. The smile on Naruto's face instantly imprinted itself in his heart. At that moment, it was as if a warm flame had burst forth in the cold winter filled with wind and snow. In Gaara's pupils, Naruto's smiling face was reflected. Thank you, Gaara said softly as he took the summoner. How is it? Cool, right? Naruto asked excitedly. Gaara nodded. He. Naruto smiled, watching Gaara play with the summoner. Suddenly, a rebellious and proud face floated into his mind. Speaking of which, Sasuke seems to have never touched the summoner until now. Naruto said, Sasuke? Is he your friend? Gaara asked. TCH. He's a really annoying guy. Not a friend at all. Naruto frowned instantly. Annoying? Next time I see him, I'll definitely help you teach him a lesson. Gaara said. His voice was still a bit childish, but there was a hint of fierceness in his tone. No. Naruto quickly waved his hands, shaking his head. That guy's just a bit full of himself, but he's actually not bad. Naruto said. He could see that Gaara was serious and didn't he want him to really fight with Sasuke. All right, Gaara nodded, somewhat understanding. He didn't quite grasp what kind of relationship it was. Then, Gaara turned all his thoughts to the summoner. The two were having a great time playing. This is so much fun. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. A swirling, ethereal figure slowly appeared before Naruto and Gaara. Who are you? The two's pupils jolted, instinctively shrinking back. Long time no see. Naruto the masked man said slowly. You know me? Naruto looked puzzled. He was sure he had never seen this guy before. Of course, I held you before your father did when you were just born. The masked man's voice held a hint of amusement. At this moment, the outside ninjas also heard the commotion and rushed in. However, the masked man merely glanced at them. Then his body instantly appeared in front of them. SSS. Kamui. A powerful suction instantly enveloped everyone. No bones left. This. Naruto and Gaara's eyes were instantly filled with fear. The masked man gently adjusted his swirling mask and then turned, slowly walking towards Naruto and Gaara. Gulp. Naruto and Gaara instinctively swallowed. What do you want? Naruto adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself as much as possible. Of course, to capture you. Before his words fell, the masked man's body instantly appeared in front of the two. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto immediately hand-signed. The vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan erupted in an instant. Countless Naruto shadow clones instantly filled the entire courtyard. Child's play. The masked man scoffed disdainfully. Fire style, exploding wind dance. He then immediately used a ninjutsu. The raging wind carried flames, sweeping through the entire small courtyard. Bang! One by one, Naruto's shadow clones disappeared. Soon, only the three of them remained in the courtyard. Naruto gasped for breath. His only trick was completely ineffective. Now he was a loss. Now, do you still want to resist? The masked man looked at Naruto with interest, not in a hurry at all. After all, what kind of storm could two kids who barely knew any ninjutsu stir up? Even if they were Jinchuriki. What to do? Naruto's brain raced. Suddenly, he noticed the summoner tightly gripped in Gaara's hand. Naruto quickly took it. Hananai said that the power of the heart is the strongest. By communicating with nature with the heart and resonating, one can summon armor with the power of the heavenly way. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Oh, the masked man sneered at the sight. Could it be that you can summon armor for me? Looking at the summoner, the masked man said mockingly. He directly sat down at the stone table, propping his head with his hand and watching him with interest. Naruto snorted coldly. Then, he pressed the summoner against his wrist. Flame dragon armor. Merge. In an instant, the entire courtyard suddenly shook violently. Naruto was startled. Could it be that he was really going to merge with the armor? Chapter 291. The The first battle with Obito, this is. The masked man stabilized his stance and quickly looked around. This fluctuation was not caused by Naruto at all. Then, a yellow stream of light fell from the sky, standing tall in front of Naruto. Earth Tiger armor. Another armor? The masked man frowned instantly. This. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the Earth Tiger armor, filled with excitement and curiosity. Gaara beside him felt the same. Uchiha Han looked at the masked man and gently turned the knob at his waist. Earth Splitter Blade. Oomph. It seems that you armors are sincerely trying to oppose me. The masked man said coldly. The previous tailed beast capture operations by the Akatsuki organization were also disrupted by the Black Rhino armor and Wind Eagle armor. Now let me see what abilities your armors have. The masked man snorted coldly. A strange light reflected from the hole in his left eye, which was the Rinnegan. Is this your confidence? Uchiha Han chuckled lightly. Indeed, the Rinnegan was incredibly powerful. However, given Obito's current situation, how much power could he truly unleash from the Rinnegan? Moreover, his armor compatibility had already reached 60%. He was not worried at all. Immediately, Uchiha Han took the initiative. He swung the Earth Splitter forward violently. The ground instantly erupted with sharp, massive spikes. Each Earth spike was as tall as an adult. In the blink of an eye, they spread to Obito's feet. Thud! Under the effect of Kimui, Obito's body instantly became intangible. The spreading Earth spikes passed right through him. TSK. This intangibility ability is indeed a bit of a bug. It seems that I can only take advantage of him when he attacks, Uchiha Han thought to himself. That being said, controlling the timing would still be quite difficult. Minato also had the Flying Thunder God, another bug-level ninjutsu, to defeat Obito and break his intangibility technique. As for Uchiha Han, his eyes lit up. Although he didn't have the Flying Thunder God, he had other methods. What a terrifying attack. Obito chuckled sarcastically. Then, his body moved. In an instant, the masked man appeared right in front of Uchiha Han. He threw a punch. His fist transformed into a giant wooden spike, bursting forth with terrifying, penetrating power from the inside out. If this punch landed on flesh, the resulting wooden spike would likely cause blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Uchiha Han blocked the masked man's attack with the Earth Splitter held horizontally in front of him. A massive amount of chakra gathered at the tip of the masked man's fist. Thanks to the Earth Splitter's obstruction, the wooden spikes could not explode. The accumulated chakra was also blocked at the point of contact between the fist and the sword. Oomph! The masked man snorted coldly. Although his attack was easily blocked, he showed no surprise. The masked man's eyes sharpened. Kamui, intangibility. Then, the chakra accumulated at the tip of his fist erupted instantly. A terrifying momentum shook the entire courtyard. The shockwave rolled like a sea of clouds. Gaara and Naruto were directly blasted against the wall of the courtyard. Uchiha Han was also pushed back a few steps, but he was not seriously harmed. The masked man stepped back to create distance. He gazed at the armor on Uchiha Han, which reflected dazzling light under the sunlight. The masked man knew that the opponent's physical defense was nearly maxed out. It would be extremely difficult to break through the opponent's defenses violently. So let us try something else. The masked man quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, instantly filling the courtyard with a scorching heat. Uchiha Han immediately plunged the Earth Splitter into the ground. A tall earthen wall rose up from beneath his feet. The great fireball collided with the earthen wall. The powerful flames exploded and spread out to the sides of the wall. Uchiha Han, positioned behind the wall, remained unscathed. It's my turn. Uchiha Han immediately raised the Earth Splitter and charged forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to the masked man's face. So fast, the masked man's pupils widened. He didn't expect Uchiha Han's speed to be this incredible, almost catching him off guard. But it was only almost. Just as the Earth Splitter was about to strike his mask, his entire body became intangible. The Earth Splitter struck the ground instead. Oomph! The masked man snorted coldly, then stepped forward, his intangible body passing right through Uchiha Han. Then he materialized. Kamui, a terrifying and sharp pulling force erupted from his right eye like a vortex. Uchiha Han's body began to warp under this powerful suction. This Kamui is indeed impressive. Uchiha Han frowned. He didn't expect Obito's Kamui to pose a threat to his armor. Uchiha Han had been very confident in the defensive power of his armor. However, experiencing the terrifying, distorting, pulling force of Kamui firsthand, Uchiha Han realized that his armor seemed to be becoming unstable in the face of Kamui. If he allowed Obito to suck him in without resistance, his armor might really disintegrate. But how could Uchiha Han possibly have no means of resistance? With a thought, Uchiha Han's internal elemental powers began to operate at high speed. The power of the earth element, combined with the massive chakra within him as a guide, quickly formed a thick barrier under his feet, isolating him from the masked man. At this moment, Uchiha Han slightly raised the corner of his mouth. In fact, with his reaction speed, it would be quite easy to dodge Obito's Kimui's range. The reason Uchiha Han deliberately showed this flaw was to force Obito to materialize. He wanted to seize this opportunity. Earth Tiger. Whoosh! A yellow streak of light suddenly appeared around the masked man. It was the Earth Tiger. Then, the Earth Tiger gathered a massive energy sphere in its mouth, with energy converging from all around. Not good. The masked man raised an eyebrow, sensing the sudden, terrifying aura behind him. I've been tricked. Chapter 292. The masked man now understood that Uchiha Han had deliberately exposed this flaw to force him to materialize. However, it was too late for him to switch to intangibility. Boom! A terrifying shockwave shot out from the Earth Tiger, landing squarely on the masked man's body. The masked man screamed in agony. Then, he used his right eye to activate Kimui again. His body became intangible, disappearing into the distorted space. Are you guys okay? Uchiha Han hurried over to Naruto and Gaara. Naruto and Gaara, with pained expressions, slowly stood up. Earlier, they had been knocked unconscious against the wall by the shockwave from the masked man. Naruto rubbed his eyes and then fixed his gaze tightly on Uchiha Han. Is that Big Brother Han? Naruto asked cautiously. How did you recognize me? Uchiha Han smiled and then removed the Earth Tiger armor. Big Brother Han, it really is you. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, rushing into Uchiha Han's embrace. I just heard your voice, and it felt like Big Brother Han's. Naruto looked up with a happy face. Gaara beside him also widened his eyes and cautiously walked over. Big Brother Han, why does your armor look different from the Flame Dragon armor? Naruto quickly asked. This armor isn't the only type, Uchiha Han replied with a smile. All right, Uchiha Han stood up, cutting off Naruto's further questions. You two continue playing. I'll arrange for someone to protect you again shortly. Uchiha Han said, then summoned the Earth Tiger again, transforming into a yellow streak of light and disappearing. After receiving the news, Tsunade immediately dispatched more personnel to protect the two. Everyone, that masked man has indeed secretly targeted the Jinchuriki. Tsunade solemnly shared this news with the other 5 Kage and Mitsuba. The group fell into a brief silence. Wait, are you saying that Uchiha Han drove away that mysterious masked man? Inoki squinted at Tsunade, his tone seemingly displeased. What? Is that not possible? Tsunade also couldn't stand this old geezer. That mysterious masked man's abilities are incredibly strange. Even I am at a loss. Do you think a teenager can defeat him? What a joke. Inoki snorted coldly. He didn't believe it all. How is that not possible? Didn't you also fail to defeat that black armor guy? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table again. Inoki was momentarily speechless. It was indeed hard to refute that statement. The Hokage's words did have some merit. Reikage nodded. His mood had improved a lot because just moments ago, the people from Kumovikure had found Killer Bee. It turned out that this Killer Bee guy had used the 8 Tails clones to confuse the Akatsuki members. In fact, Killer Bee had secretly slipped out of the village during this time, enjoying himself for quite a while. He only returned to Kumovikure after realizing that the 4th Great Ninja War had broken out. Reikage was furious, but also relieved. Now, he had the time and mood to tease Inoki. Speaking of which, Tsuchikage, I can't help but feel that you're projecting your personal emotions onto a teenager. Huh? TSK. Could it be because you lost to that black armored guy, and thus you particularly reject Uchiha Han, who has a similar armor? Reikage crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the show. Meanwhile, Raza also saw the opportunity to speak up. I think Uchiha Han's armor might not be weaker than that black armor, so it's not impossible for him to have driven away that mysterious masked man. Raza said slowly. Inoki immediately became a bit angry upon hearing Raza's words. Wind Shadow, don't deliberately elevate his power just because you lost to that kid, Inoki said coldly. Raza's face turned red instantly. His intentions had been seen through by Inoki. Raza felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was someone who could sit in the Wind Shadow position, so he naturally had a thick skin. He cleared his throat a couple of times and returned to normal. All right, everyone. Mitsuba, with a worried expression, had to step in as the mediator again. Since we have already formed the Ninja Alliance, can't we discuss things amicably? As a longtime neutral country, Mitsuba was somewhat in a position to speak freely. Well then, I'll tentatively believe that Uchiha Han drove away the mysterious masked man. Reluctantly, Inoki had to make concession. However, he still looked down on it in his heart. One black armored guy is one thing. But how could a teenager possibly be above him? Do you think you're Uchiha Madara reincarnated? Inoki thought to himself that he would definitely find a chance to settle the score later. He had to vent his anger on those two. One black armored guy, one blue giant with crimson eyes. They could be said to be the most detested individuals in his life. Coincidentally, Uchiha Han had intricate connections with these two. Inoki regained his focus and turned his gaze forward. In that case, the Akatsuki organization was no longer a threat. Have all units speed up and wipe out the White Zetsu army completely. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Obito slumped in a stone chair, a pained expression on his face. His left hand held the broken pieces of the whirlpool mask. Zetsu stood beside him, a mix of shock and worry on his face. He hadn't expected that Obito, who possessed the Rinnegan, would suffer such a huge loss at the hands of that mysterious armored guy. He never imagined that this armor would be so troublesome. It was ultimately my carelessness. Obito slowly raised his head, his right hand covering his torn chest. One black, one blue, and now a yellow and a white armor have emerged. And each one is formidable. This yellow armor even managed to take me down a notch. Obito's eyes were filled with fierce determination. He was extremely frustrated. Why are all these armors popping up to oppose me? Immediately, have Kabuto bring out the Edo Tensei army. Obito said fiercely, tossing the fragments of the whirlpool mask aside. All right, I'll go urge him right away. Zetsu quickly replied, his body swiftly sinking into the ground. Wait a minute. Obito suddenly called out to him. Zetsu paused, looking at Obito. Obito slowly stood up and walked to the several clothing racks behind him. If they could still be called clothing racks. Obito took off the tattered Akatsuki robe and put on a black and purple outfit. Then, he donned a white whirlpool mask. Obito slowly turned around, and his sharp, piercing gaze shot out from beneath the mask like an eagle. How Kabuto bring that guy back with Edo Tensei as well? Chapter 293. Edo Tensei Army, the White Zetsu's deception technique was resolved, and various major forces continued to advance. Meanwhile, the several Edo Tensei ninjas that Kakashi had encountered earlier were not taken seriously by everyone. The five Kage also began to relax their vigilance. At Tsunade's suggestion, the five Kage, along with Mitsuba and their respective bodyguards, started playing a game of Ninja World Kill. Ahem, I feel like this might not be very good. Yuan sure coughed a few times, his eyes twitching. Get lost. You only say it's not good when you're almost out of health. Sun Dade said irritably, immediately pulling out a kill card and throwing it directly in front of him. Yuan Shi's old face instantly stiffened. Ahem. Yuan Shi glanced at the side where Terumi Mei was. Since he was down to only a little chakra and couldn't dodge, Terumi Mei shook her head helplessly. Sigh. Yuan Shi sighed helplessly and flipped over his identity card. It really is a rogue ninja. Tsunade exclaimed in delight, quickly placing her hand on the card pile. Yuan Shi's expression was not good. He was actually the first to be eliminated. What a demotivating game. Yuan Shi cursed as he walked out. To cool off. Keep going. Tsunade was all smiles. Right now, whether it was her equipment cards or health, she was the best on the field. Her chances of winning were the highest. Therefore, Tsunade was particularly excited at this moment. However, at that moment, the command center suddenly received news. Everyone frowned and immediately put down their cards. What? So many Edo Tensei ninjas. Everyone was taken aback. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire room plummeted to a low point. Yuan Shi returned to his seat, looking troubled. He hadn't expected there to be so many. Inoki was somewhat surprised. On the front lines, various units encountered a large number of Edo Tensei ninjas. Moreover, many of them were once famous ninjas in the ninja world. What did the command center say? According to the intelligence analysis from the front lines, these Edo Tensei ninjas cannot be killed with conventional attacks, so it is recommended to use sealing techniques. Immediately mobilize all sealing teams to rush to the battlefield with full force. Soon, the five Kages made their decision. The command center also issued orders to various locations. On the various battlefields. That is, a member of the Akatsuki organization? That guy in the yellow clothes looks a bit familiar. Seems like it's teacher Tsukumo. In an instant, various troops encountered the reanimated army, erupting in waves of exclamations. There were feelings of excitement and joy, as well as fear. On the battlefield of the first unit, on a stone pillar, 3 sharp figures slowly appeared. The crowd and some reanimated ninjas in front of them were caught in a melee. Fortunately, these reanimated ninjas were not particularly strong, and soon fell into a disadvantage due to their absolute numbers. TSK, TSK, TSK. The guards' forehead protectors seem to have formed a single unit. Indeed. However, their clothing can still clearly distinguish them as coming from different villages. So, did they form a coalition? This is a bit unexpected. The three people standing on the stone pillar looked down at the ninja coalition with great interest. The three had very different appearances and builds. One was a long-haired, muscular man, looking rugged and bold. The second was a man wrapped in bandages, with slender limbs. Lastly, there was a man without eyebrows, sporting a handlebar mustache. At this moment, the ninja coalition below finally noticed the three figures. That is, Huangtu raised his head and carefully examined the three figures. His gaze finally landed on the man completely wrapped in bandages. That is, the second Suchikage Lord Mu. Huangtu couldn't calm the shock in his heart. But more than that, it was fear. He never expected that even the second Suchikage had been reanimated. Huangtu murmured. Then he looked at the two people beside him. Who are those two beside you? Does anyone recognize them? Huangtu asked the ninjas behind him. Everyone stared for a long time before a few voices finally came through. Okay, it seems like it's Lord Third Rakage. That one without eyebrows seems to be Lord Second Mizukage. Several ninjas from a mist and cloud villages confirmed several times before speaking. Upon hearing this, Huangtu's heart sank. These three people were all powerful figures who once dominated the ninja world. He was certainly most familiar with the reputation of his own Suchikage, but the other two were equally renowned. Immediately notify the command center and the 5 Kages. Huangtu hurriedly said to the ninja in charge of communication. Yes. In the virtual combat room, Uchiha Han and Kamiyama Shinsha had been fighting day and night. Tired, yet happy, because Uchiha Han knew that his compatibility was increasing. With a 60% compatibility, he could unlock the Emperor armor. Anyone would be excited and unable to sleep, right? Ha! Kamiyama Shinsha calmed his stance and let out a long breath. Uchiha Han followed suit, adjusting his constantly rising and falling breath. With a thought, Uchiha Han withdrew from the virtual combat room. He checked his information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4711. Shadow, 5000. 3 tails chakra, 1000. 1 tail chakra. 2 tails chakra. 4 tails chakra. 5 tails chakra. Ninjutsu, 703. Taijutsu, 798. Jinjutsu, 713. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Here is Not Technique, Nariku Sight Technique. Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlock Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60%. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 59%. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 59%. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 60%. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 60%. The compatibility of the Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor has both reached 59%. Haha. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel very excited. Steady. Steady. Uchiha Han silently reminded himself to calm down. If nothing goes wrong, tomorrow he would be able to unlock the Emperor armor. Excitement and joy shone in Uchiha Han's eyes, which he couldn't hide at all. Chapter 294, The Proud Legend. Uchimadara on the battlefield of the 4th Unit, Fugaku, as the captain, led Itachi, Yamato, and a group of ninjas to fight against the reanimated army. The opponents they faced were members of the Akatsuki organization Reanimated. Sasori, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakazu, Danzo, and Ten. Very tricky. Fugaku frowned. His Sharingan slowly spun into the form of a Manjiki. TSK. It's been a long time, clan leader Fugaku. Danzo slowly walked up, fixing his gaze tightly on Fugaku's eyes. I didn't expect to give me such a big opening right away. Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo's expression suddenly became somewhat deranged, but soon it fell back into despondency. What a pity. I'm already dead now, so this Manjiki is of no use. Fugaku stared at him, his expression extremely serious. Although he had the Manjiki, he dared not let his guard down in front of Danzo. Moreover, behind Danzo were other members of the Akatsuki organization. Each of them had extremely powerful and bizarre abilities. Danzo-sama, we will let you rest in peace. At this moment, Yamato stepped forward and said solemnly, "Oof, arrogant." Danzo looked at Yamato with a contemptuous smile. It's been a few years, and you think you've grown wings? What a joke. Danzo seemed to become somewhat angry. He immediately released a gigantic vacuum sphere. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Boom. A huge wooden wall rose straight up from the ground. Danzo's vacuum sphere appeared so small in front of this wooden wall. What? Danzo was suddenly startled. He didn't expect Yamato's would release to have improved to such a degree. Dust flew everywhere. After it settled, Yamato slowly opened his eyes. He had two dark shadows appearing at the corners of his eyes. At the same time, Itachi stood beside Yamato, suddenly opening his eyes. The crimson Mangeki emitting a strange light. I didn't expect even Lord Mu to be reanimated. The Akatsuki organization is truly despicable. I must teach them a lesson. Noki angrily slammed the table. The second Tsuchikage Mu was someone Noki revered highly. Noki planned to go to the front lines. Everyone, I will take my leave now. After speaking, Noki walked out of the room. At this moment, Jinkai also said to Terumi Mei beside him, "You should go with Lord Tsuchikage as well." All right. Terumi Mei nodded and turned to leave. In a pitch-black cave, Kabuto sensed the battlefield in various places, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a pleasant surprise. Behind him stood a huge coffin. However, it constantly emanated a powerful aura. Since they are urging, let's give them a surprise soon. I hope you won't be too angry then. Yakushi Kabuto smiled ominously, then formed hand seals, and the enormous coffin sank into the ground. Oh dear, this is going to be fun. Yakushi Kabuto eagerly looked at the dark chessboard in front of him. He then picked up a chess piece from the side and gently placed it in the center of the board. I never expected this great battle would end in my hands. How exciting, Yakushi Kabuto murmured. The Ninja Alliance was once again caught in a stalemate. Fortunately, the sealing team arrived at each battlefield in time. Under the unified command of the headquarters, they methodically sealed each of the reanimated ninjas. Huff huff. Anoki was panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Anoki, you're getting old. Mu floated in midair, looking down at Anoki on the ground. Watching his most talented disciple grow old and frail as time passed made Mu feel a bit melancholic. But at the same time, he felt a sense of pride. The pride came from Anoki's performance far exceeding his expectations. Despite his old body, he could still unleash power that was not weaker than his own. Moreover, he had developed unique insights into the use of dust release. Indeed, entrusting the village to you was an incredibly wise decision, Mu said slowly. Thank you for the compliment. Anoki took a deep breath and began to float slowly. However, Lord Mu, this time I must seal you myself. Anoki's eyes shone with determination. Good. Then don't let me down, Mu said with a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, under the cooperation of Anoki and Kuratsuchi, they barely managed to control the second Mizukage. However, it was a bit tricky with the third Reikage. The reanimated body was immortal and indestructible. Its chakra was also limitless. The other ninjas could not use a rotating strategy to exhaust him. Just then, the second Tsuchikage suddenly trembled. Ah! Mu's eyes instantly lost their luster. What is this? Anoki furrowed his brow, wondering what had happened this time. He could not afford to be careless and immediately released dust release. Boom! The second Tsuchikage's position was instantly obliterated. However, Mu's body had long since disappeared from the spot. Similarly, the third Reikage leaped back. Their bodies appeared on top of that stone pillar. Their eyes turned pitch black. What is going on? The crowd frowned, looking at the scene in confusion. Although they did not understand what was happening, there was a premonition in their hearts that what would happen next would definitely not be simple. Seal the second Mizukage first, Kuratsuchi said. No matter what, resolving one person first is definitely more advantageous for them. Yes. The sealing team rushed up and quickly sealed the controlled second Mizukage. Summoning technique. Mu's eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ground. Summoning technique. A huge coffin slowly emerged from behind him. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixated on the coffin. Without a doubt, the being inside this coffin was stronger than the three deceased Kage. But these three Kage were already standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Who could possibly be stronger than them? Bang! The coffin lid was instantly kicked off. Dust and mist dissipated, and a figure stepped out of the coffin. Reanimated? The figure made a somewhat puzzled sound, seemingly quite surprised. What is that brat Nagato doing? Then, he emitted a voice that seemed somewhat irritated. As the dust cleared, his figure was finally fully revealed to the Ninja Alliance. Who is this guy? Do you know him? I don't know. I don't think I've seen him before. I don't know either, but looking at the armor on him, it seems to resemble styles from the Warring States period. The crowd discussed among themselves. However, no one could name this person. Yet, Anoki's gaze was fixed on that figure, his face filled with shock. That is. The two beside Kuratsuchi and Anoki quickly asked, Lord Tsuchikage, do you know this guy? However, Inoki was already in a state of great shock, his body stiffening. Sweat was pouring from his forehead, instantly dampening his clothing. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He is Uchiha Madara. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Kuratsuchi and Inoki both became as shocked and fearful as Inoki. The lofty legend, Uchiha Madara. He actually wears a unified forehead protector. How interesting. Uchiha Madara wore a proud expression, crossing his arms and casually scanning the crowd below. Then, he looked at the two beside him, the mouse hiding in the back. Who are you? Mu's body stiffened and moved twice. Since I am hiding in the shadows, I won't tell you even if you ask, came the voice of Kabuto from within Mu. However, are you satisfied with my ninjutsu? After all, the reanimated body keeps you at your peak state. Kabuto's voice was somewhat excited. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced at him with a look of disdain and indifference. Have you ever seen my peak period? No. So please let me witness the power of the Uchiha legend. Uchiha Madara turned his head, looking down at the Ninja Alliance. Then he leaped down. Good. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, stretched his joints, and slowly stepped forward. Just meet brothers, charge. Someone shouted, and then rushed out. Following that, the entire Ninja Alliance charged towards Uchiha Madara. One person, against thousands. Virtual combat room. If the other does not move, I do not move. If the other moves slightly, I arrive first. If the later person strikes, the earlier person punches. If the other is calm, I am chaotic. If the other is chaotic, I am calm. Use chaos and stillness and chaos. Never remain in a single thought with intent. Do not forget form. With form, you will not win. Elbows close to ribs, hands close to heart. Rise like a steel file. Fall like a hook rod. Intent manifests and spirit transfers. Heart moves and form follows. I don't know how long it has been. Uchiha Han's consciousness gradually regained clarity from a chaos. He took a deep breath. Looking around again, it was a void. However, Uchiha Han could feel that both his spirit and body had undergone tremendous changes. This change deepened his understanding of the world. He felt a closer connection with nature. This feeling. Is it the unity of man and nature? Strange. Where is the Shinshan Shinja? Uchiha Han looked around, but could not find the figure of Shinshan Shinja. How strange. In the past, Uchiha Han was often lost in enlightenment, and the heart of the divine mountain would wait for him here. But this time it was different. Forget it. Since he isn't here, I won't train today. Uchiha Han murmured, then closed his eyes and exited the virtual battle room. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Uchiha Han's ears. Congratulations, host, for increasing the compatibility of the 5 elements armor to 60%. Successfully unlocked. Emperor armor. 60%? Uchiha Han was taken aback. So that's it. He then realized that the system had just notified him of successfully unlocking the Emperor armor, and not some trial related to it. Let's check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4724, Shadow 5000. 3 Tails Chakra, 1000. 1 Tail Chakra. 2 Tails Chakra. 4 Tails Chakra. 5 Tails Chakra. Ninjutsu, 709. Taijutsu, 811. Jinjutsu, 719. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Gale Palm. Great Breakthrough. This is not the place technique. Hell Viewing Technique. Water Chaos Wave. Water Gun. Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit. Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armors. Flame Dragon Armor. Compatibility 60%. Wind Eagle Armor. Compatibility 60%. Black Rhino Armor. Compatibility 60%. Earth Tiger Armor. Compatibility 60%. Snow Mastiff Armor. Compatibility 60%. Emperor Armor. Compatibility 1%. Emperor Armor Compatibility 1%. Uchiha Han's pupils contracted, and in that moment, he was overwhelmed with extreme excitement. It felt as if he was on cloud 9. That wonderful thrill and pleasure filled his entire body. 14 years. Finally unlocked the Emperor Armor. Uchiha Han got up and kicked the door open. The dazzling sunlight poured directly onto Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han let out a long breath. Then he stretched. Let's feel the power of the Emperor Armor first. Uchiha Han murmured. Then, with a thought, he sensed an indescribable aura of energy within him. It gave him an incredibly majestic and powerful feeling, as if facing the might of the heavenly way. Emperor Armor. Mirji. Uchiha Han shouted. Boom. In an instant, Uchiha Han seemed to hear a rumbling sound. It came from all directions from the entire world. Everything in the universe seemed to resonate in unison for him, like soldiers celebrating the ascension of an emperor. In that moment, Uchiha Han felt waves of energy crashing towards him like a tide, instantly filling his entire being. In an instant, every cell in his body was infused with a powerful strength. The world was in turmoil. The weather shifted between sunny and cloudy. The sunlight suddenly became incredibly intense at one moment, as blinding as the light produced at the moment of an explosion. The energy of the world converged. Sunlight swept over Uchiha Han's body. A golden armor, as majestic as an emperor, attached itself to Uchiha Han. Emperor armor. Merge. An S. Let me ask a question. Have you guys read the Beastmaster genre books? Are you interested? Chapter 296, Heaven Obstructing Star. Emperor armor. Merge. This all-powerful strength filled his entire being once again. It was such a long-lost feeling. Uchiha Han was extremely excited. Then, he quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. He began to silently sense the power within him. Just as Uchiha Han had anticipated, the current Emperor armor was much weaker than the previous experience card. A compatibility of 1% and a compatibility of 50% had a difference that was not simply 50 times. It was more like a difference close to 2 raised to the 50th power. Therefore, Uchiha Han was initially worried that the 1% compatible Emperor armor would be much weaker than the 60% compatible Flame Dragon armor. However, Uchiha Han quickly realized that his worries were unfounded. Although the compatibility was 59% lower, the Emperor armor was still the Emperor armor. It was on a whole different level compared to the 5 elements armor. This was a qualitative difference, not something that a multiplicative increase in strength could compensate for. The Emperor armor contained the power of the universe. In contrast, the powers of the 5 elements armor were merely one of the things contained within. Therefore, even with a 1% compatibility, the Emperor armor still surpassed the 5 sets of Flame Dragon armor. Creak! Uchiha Han clenched his fists. The vast, overwhelming power surged within him, seeking an outlet. Uchiha Han slowly raised his head. Under the bright sunlight, the sky was clear, like a spotlight. It shone down on Uchiha Han. Looking towards the battlefield, Uchiha Han seemed to sense the fluctuating strengths around him. Because of my arrival, so many changes have occurred in the ninja world. The 4th Great Ninja War has also been brought forward, and Naruto and Sasuke have not yet grown. Then this time, I will have to be the savior of this world. Uchiha Han murmured. Then he took a step forward. Yet with just that gentle step, Uchiha Han's body instantly disappeared. On the front lines of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara looked indifferent, with countless bodies of the ninja coalition lying beneath his feet. Looking at the disheveled Inoki and others not far away, Uchiha Madara slowly spoke. The ninjas nowadays are really getting weaker and weaker. His tone was full of disdain and indifference, reflecting the disregard and coldness of a high-ranking individual towards the weak. This was quite normal. After all, he was Uchiha Madara. Aside from Senju Hashirama, he had never regarded anyone else highly. Then, Uchiha Madara scanned the area. Although countless corpses lay beneath his feet, there were simply too many ninja coalition members. Too many ants can be quite annoying, Uchiha Madara said impatiently. Although the reanimated body has unlimited chakra, killing everyone would still take a lot of time. Uchiha Madara had little interest in this tedious one-sided slaughter. Then, let's settle this all at once, Uchiha Madara said coldly, clenching his hands and raising his index and middle fingers. The Rinnegan instantly emitted a captivating aura. At the same time, the chakra within Uchiha Madara erupted, forming substantial streams of energy that blew his armor and hair into disarray. This is... Inoki frowned, his heart sinking. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Madara. This must be an incredibly powerful technique. However, several seconds passed, and there was still no movement. Inoki couldn't help but feel puzzled. At the same time, his heart sank even further. However, just a moment later, Inoki noticed something was off. It seemed that something had appeared above his head. Inoki looked up. In an instant, his expression froze, and his body became completely rigid. Soon, everyone else also raised their heads. Is this a lie? A ninja murmured with a blank stare and vacant eyes. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the emotion of fear. With a clang, the kunai in his hand fell to the ground. How can we fight like this? This isn't even human strength anymore, right? For a moment, the morale of the entire ninja alliance plummeted to rock bottom. They couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Suddenly, the clouds above parted as if something heavy had struck from above. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a gigantic meteorite. Inoki's vacant gaze suddenly regained focus, his eyes flickering with determination. Now he was the Tsuchikage. He was no longer that little kid who trembled in front of Uchiha Madara. Behind him was the entire ninja alliance. He had to shoulder the responsibility of being one of the 5 Kage. If even he lost confidence, how could this war be fought? How could they win? He couldn't fall here. Witty hook technique. Inoki immediately flew up, his palms lifting the bottom of the meteorite. The weighty rock technique could significantly reduce the weight of an object. However, this was ultimately a meteorite. No matter how much he reduced it, it was still beyond human capability to contend with. Inoki's wrinkled face burst with dark veins. He exerted all his strength. Yet, the gigantic meteorite would not be affected by Inoki's desperate effort at all. Earth release, giant stone pillars. Inoki gritted his teeth, slamming his palms onto the ground. Chakra surged out of his body, and 4 massive stone pillars rose from beneath his feet, supporting the meteorite from below. Upon seeing this, many of the ninjas who had originally felt weak in their legs regained their clarity. They looked at the figure beneath the meteorite, and their hearts trembled. They regained their fighting spirit and began to unleash ninjutsu to resist. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the massive meteorite noticeably slowed its descent. Inoki's heart suddenly filled with joy. They had managed to hold back the meteorite. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing this. Although the shadow above them still loomed over them, it had ultimately stopped advancing. A sense of joy at having survived the catastrophe appeared on everyone's faces, as if they had already achieved victory in the war. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, a playful smile appearing on his face. That boy with the scales. So how will you defend against this second one? Above the clouds, atop the massive meteorite, another even larger meteorite suddenly fell. Bang! Inoki's smile instantly froze on his face. Then, the palms he had raised above his head seemed to suffer a heavy blow. A tremendous force that was beyond description surged from above. Not only that, but the countless stone pillars created by Inoki and the other ninjas instantly appeared with numerous cracks. Boom! With a loud explosion, the meteorite that had been held back suddenly plummeted at high speed. The immense impact engulfed everyone. The entire battlefield was instantly flattened. Chapter 297, The Worried Command Center. Boom. In the battlefield of the 3rd Division, Deidara, riding on his clay owl, happily unleashed clay birds and clay spiders below. Explosions erupted wherever he went. Perhaps due to Uchiha Han's influence, Deidara did not leave the village as he did in the original story. Ever since Inoki was defeated by Uchiha Han, he had devoted himself fully to the war and maintaining his prestige. He had left Deidara in a corner of the village without further supervision. This allowed Deidara to act like a wild horse, recklessly engaging in explosions. The 3rd Division had the fewest ninjas among all divisions. Therefore, Inoki transferred Deidara over. After all, this kind of explosion was extraordinarily effective in war, and Deidara could finally showcase his abilities. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly creating clay bombs day and night. He couldn't even count how many clay birds and clay spiders he had amassed. This kid is really quite impressive. A group of ninjas in the back stood by and watched Deidara's solo performance. With each white that fell, intense explosions erupted on the ground. The White Zetsu army suffered heavy losses under Deidara's explosions. Similarly, the reanimated army on this side did not have particularly strong ninjas, nor did they have any ninjas with aerial capabilities. Faced with Deidara flying high on his clay owl, they were utterly helpless. This kid is really annoying. Can't someone take him down for me? The reanimated ninjas, who were constantly being blown up and then resurrected, angrily shouted. They kept getting blown up, then revived, then blown up again. Although the reanimation technique grants them an immortal body, it can't withstand the impact of those explosions. As a result, they couldn't launch any attacks at all. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to be revived anymore. Just blow me up and be done with it. So began to break down. After working hard to be revived once, they had hoped to enjoy the experience. But instead, they were tortured like this. It would be better not to be revived at all. These guys seem to be unable to withstand the torment. Meanwhile, the Ninja Alliance watched the spectacle with glee. There was nothing they could do. Deidara's explosion range was too vast. If they rushed in, they would also be indiscriminately attacked. Moreover, Deidara alone, with countless clay bombs, had trapped the White Zetsu army and the reanimated ninjas. They were quite pleased to have a moment of leisure. Woo! Deidara rode on his clay owl, his face full of excitement. At this moment, he felt incredibly refreshing. The last time he felt this way was when he secretly blew up a bunker with his older brother in the North Sea. At this moment, the command center had learned about the situation on the desert battlefield. Ching walked up to Lugio with a serious expression. He didn't expect that even the legendary Uchiha Madara had been reanimated. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. Ching couldn't help but exclaim. Then, seeing Lugio frowning in deep thought, Ching asked, "What should we do now? How do we deal with this Uchiha Madara?" Lugio pondered for a long time, and finally could only shake his head helplessly, sighing softly, "I don't know either. However, the other 5 Kage have already gone to deal with it. Uchiha Madara can only be entrusted to the 5 Kage." At this moment, Lugio suddenly thought of something, turned his head sharply, and looked at Yama Nakamura. "Yama, have you found the traces of those 2 armors?" Yama Nakamura shook his head and said no. Previously, Uchiha Han's 2 clones helped them resolve the White Zetsu's disguise technique. After that, they immediately disappeared. Lugio immediately instructed Yama Nakamura to keep an eye on their traces. Unfortunately, the traces of the armors were not something they could sense. "Are there any issues with those 2 armors?" Ching asked with some confusion, although he also felt that the 2 armors that suddenly appeared to help them and then suddenly disappeared were quite mysterious. But why is Lugio placing so much importance on them at this time? Shouldn't all the energy be focused on how to defeat Uchiha Madara? No, Lugio shook his head. "I just feel that even if the 5 Kage work together, the chances of winning against the legendary Uchiha Madara won't be particularly high. Moreover, let's not forget that the masked man behind the Akatsuki organization has yet to appear on the front lines." Upon hearing this, Ching frowned. "Are you underestimating the 5 Kage? Even Uchiha Madara might not have the upper hand against the combined forces of the 5 Kage, right?" Lugio shook his head and slowly took out a document. "This is an urgent report sent by the Uchiha clan leader. It states that Uchiha Madara possesses the legendary 3rd power, Susanoo." "Susanoo?" Ching frowned and took the document with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, his only exposed pupil trembled violently. This is too abnormal." Ching couldn't believe it. Lugio gently patted his shoulder. At a time like this, clan leader Fugaku wouldn't be joking. Lugio said helplessly. He also hoped it wasn't true. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had records of Susanoo within the clan. However, because so few people had awakened it before, there were only detailed records of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Fugaku was also unclear about how to awaken Susanoo. Otherwise, he would have tried to awaken it long ago. However, if Fugaku had been able to use the Mangeki Sharingan a few times over the years, he might have already been able to awaken it. Looking at the brief description of Susanoo in the document, with its terrifying attack power and defense, it could almost nullify all ninjutsu attacks. Ching suddenly lost confidence. "I also informed the 5 Kage about the situation, hoping they could be a little more cautious." Lugio murmured. After pondering for a moment, he slowly raised his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "However, I suddenly feel that the armor that appeared out of nowhere might." Chapter 298, Gathering of the 5 Kage. The fragments slowly converged, reshaping into the form of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara still held his arms crossed over his chest, indifferently looking at the chaos below. "There are a few tenacious ants," Uchiha Madara said lightly. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, but it quickly relaxed. "More ants have come. But what use is that?" Uchiha Madara glanced over. He saw the dust slowly dissipating, revealing Naka's small figure struggling to rise. Beside him, Terumi Mei, Tuchi, and a few others also stood up one after another. Their faces and bodies were covered in wounds and injuries, looking extremely disheveled. In the entire battlefield, only these few survived beneath the 2 meteorites. Looking around, Noki and the others felt a deep sense of desolation. The gap is just too great. Noki slowly raised his head to look at the figure standing high on the stone pillar, feeling a bit lost. Can he really defeat Uchiha Madara? Such a kid. Terumi Mei wanted to say something. However, Noki didn't let her speak, saying, "You all should leave first." Tuchi and Terumi Mei were taken aback. "In front of Uchiha Madara, you have no ability to resist," Noki said. Terumi Mei and the others clenched their fists unwillingly. Noki is right. They are indeed too weak in front of Uchiha Madara. Moreover, even Noki is not a match for him. But Tsuchikage is right. You should go back first. At this moment, Reikage, Tsunade, Mifune, and Rashi rushed over. "We'll take care of this," Tsunade said. "Terumi Mei, you all retreat first." Mifune also spoke up. Thus, Terumi Mei and Tuchi cautiously left. Interesting. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, taking a keen interest in the 5 below. "Uchiha Madara is too powerful. Everyone must be careful," Noki said solemnly. "We know. However, Noki, don't be too pessimistic. After all, we're the 5 Kage." Tsunade and Reikage began to crack their knuckles, looking somewhat excited. The corners of Naka's mouth involuntarily curled up. "Yes, We are the 5 Kage. In an instant, Naka's previously somewhat despondent heart reignited with fighting spirit. Haha, Mifune beside him laughed. He hadn't originally planned to take the position of Mizuki's. It seems I need to solidify my position as Mizuki's when I return. Otherwise, it would be a bit anticlimactic. Mifune stroked his beard and smiled. After all, he was already the actual ruler of Kirigakure, so having the title of Mizuki's didn't matter much. Good. Noki slowly floated back up, just a bit higher than Reikage beside him. Let's show Uchiha Madara the power of the 5 Kage. At this moment, Noki regained his confidence. In this atmosphere, the 5 felt a long-lost surge of blood boiling within them. This moment brought them back to their passionate youth. All 5 of them emitted sharp gazes. At this moment, they were no longer the high-ranking figures they used to be, shedding their previous airs. They resembled 5 warriors fighting for their lives. Uchiha Madara sneered contemptuously at the sight. The 5 Kage? Uchiha Madara looked down on them. In the past, the first generation of 5 Kage, aside from Hashirama Senju, the other 4 were nothing but ants in his eyes. Even the later second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was the same. The 5 Kage, just a few slightly larger ants. But to Uchiha Madara, there was no difference. With a single step, he could easily crush them. Very well. I'll play with you a bit, stretch my muscles. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and leaped down from the stone pillar. Madara, since you are dead, don't interfere in the affairs of the living. Tsunade shouted. Dead? Living? Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly. It's hard to say who will be the dead and who will be the living soon. Everyone must be cautious. This enemy is not to be underestimated, and we must not hold back or conceal our abilities. Noki said gravely. Understood. The other 4 nodded. Immediately, the group S chakra began to circulate rapidly. Reikage's body crackled with intertwining electric currents, like snakes wrapping around him. Rashi summoned gold sand from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Mifune thrust his snake-shaped staff down, causing a stream of water to appear out of nowhere, encircling him. Tsunade concentrated her chakra, revealing several black stripes on her face. Noki crossed his arms, his body seeming to become as light as paper, floating in midair. The 5 Kage, huh? Uchiha Madara straightened his body, his gaze sweeping over the 5 who were ready to strike. Don't let me down. At this moment, the 5 Kage moved. Tsunade charged forward first, a massive amount of power gathering on her right fist. The Reikage's right hand tightly gathered its 5 fingers, with crackling electricity continuously flowing between them. The 2 surrounded Uchiha Madara from left and right. It could be predicted that if this punch struck, it would almost be able to destroy a small mountain. Similarly, Inoki's hands also gathered in front of him. Dust release. The original master raised his staff, and the water flow rapidly circulated, instantly transforming into a gigantic water dragon. Carrying a tremendous momentum, it surged towards Uchiha Madara. TCH. Uchiha Madara smirked coldly. Looking at the 4 people rushing towards him, his expression was extremely disdainful. Such trivial techniques were nothing to him. Uchiha Madara only needed to make a slight move to know the limit of the 5 Kage. Just as he planned to retreat to dodge their attacks, something suddenly grabbed his ankle. Uchiha Madara looked down and saw 2 enormous sand arms emerging from under his feet, gripping his legs. It was the sand of Raza. It turned out that the previous overwhelming attack from the 4 Kage was meant to attract Uchiha Madara's attention. Then, they took the opportunity to let Raza control Uchiha Madara's movements, which would significantly enhance the effectiveness of their attacks. The 5 Kage were overjoyed. Indeed, even a powerful enemy like Uchiha Madara could only fail under their combined efforts. TCH, you don't think this petty trick can control me, do you? Uchiha Madara's face had lost its earlier mockery. It returned to his usual indifference and coldness. Just as the attacks from the 4 Kage were almost upon him, Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his hand. Then, blue skeletal structures appeared around him. Susanoo, first form. Chapter 299, The Despair of the 5 Kage Susanoo, first form. Then, the Uchiha Madara, encased in the skeletal structure, had a sharp glint in his eyes. Instantly, a giant skeletal hand condensed and directly repelled all 4 Kage. Is this the legendary Susanoo? Tsunade murmured as she looked at the blue skeletal structure surrounding Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for the information provided by Fugaku, she wouldn't have known that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit could possess such powerful abilities. No wonder someone like Uchiha Madara could emerge. The 5 Kage frowned tightly. Although Susanoo's defense was astonishing, if it were us, we still might have a chance to break through his defense. The Reikage said as he rolled up his sleeves to his shoulders, looking ready for a big fight. All right then. Tsunade nodded. Among the 5 Kage, if purely discussing offensive power, Tsunade, the Reikage, and Inoki were definitely the strongest. Therefore, even without much verbal discussion, the 5 had already made their decision in their hearts. Tsunade, the Reikage, and Inoki would be responsible for the main attack, while Raza and the original master would restrict Uchiha Madara's movements and divert his attention. 3 attackers and 2 supporters. Thus, the 5 Kage charged forward again. After a fierce battle, Inoki's dust release successfully created a breach in Susanoo. Meanwhile, both the Reikage and Tsunade managed to shatter parts of the skeleton. After all, it was merely the first form of Susanoo, which was indeed somewhat insufficient against ninjas of the level of the 5 Kage. Uchiha Madara took a step back, lightly dusting off the dirt on his body, as if he had just cleaned a room. Don't think we're 5 against 1, bullying you with numbers. Raza continued to fold his arms, maintaining his cold demeanor. Oh, that's a fair point. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, looking at Raza with interest. Raza instinctively trembled. After all, you're the 5 Kage. Uchiha Madara murmured, then formed hand seals. He directly created 24 wooden clones. At the same time, both Uchiha Madara's main body and the wooden clones released the second form of Susanoo, a half-body blue skeletal giant. No, it was 25 half-body blue skeletal giants. Now, it was 5 against 1. Uchiha Madara stood on a rock, looking down at the 5. The 5 looked at this scene, instinctively swallowing hard. Previously, they had exerted great effort just to barely break through Uchiha Madara's skeletal structure. And this blue skeleton was clearly far more powerful than the previous skeletal form. Moreover, it had transformed from 5 against 1 to 1 against 5. This, a sense of despair, almost simultaneously rose in the hearts of the 5. Then, more than 20 clones unleashed a massive fire release, completely surrounding the 5. The original master was the best at water release among the 5. However, even as he desperately exerted himself and channeled chakra to the utmost, facing the overwhelming flames was ultimately futile. However, the more desperate situation was not just the engulfing flames. Wood release, flowering tree world, in a sea of fire. A vast forest appeared, strangely, covering the 5 completely. At the same time, numerous beautiful flowers bloomed on the enormous trees. A floral fragrance permeated the fire. Why? Why does Madara have wood release? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. However, after a while, the 5 noticed their limbs growing weak and their consciousness began to fade. This pollen is problematic, but by the time they realized it, it was too late. The few of them knelt on the ground, their hands propping them up. Chakra rapidly circulated within their bodies, trying to counteract the effects of the pollen. Damn, I never expected that after so many years, facing Uchiha Madara again, I would still feel so powerless. Inoki felt extremely confused. Memories of when he first witnessed Uchiha Madara's power surfaced in his mind. That deep sense of powerlessness. But unexpectedly, this time, that feeling once again enveloped him. At that moment, a stone suddenly rolled out from the sea of fire, landing at his feet. Inoki instinctively picked up the stone. This small stone remained unchanged amidst the blazing fire. In a daze, Inoki recalled his memories from the past. That was in his youth. The will of stone. A few seconds later, Inoki's hand holding the stone suddenly clenched tightly. When he opened his eyes again, the previous confusion had vanished. His gaze regained its former determination. Even more so, he had a confidence he had never had before. Inoki slowly stood up, raising his hands. The chakra within him surged once again. Dust release, limit removal technique. Inoki raised his hand towards the enormous trees surrounding them. A terrifying aura gathered in his palm. This time, Inoki had regained the initial will of stone. The intense firelight illuminated his wrinkled face. However, it appeared so resolute and powerful. Within his small stature seemed to be the strength to hold up the sky. On the massive tree vines, Uchiha Madara sat there, propping himself up with his hands. Looking down below, when he saw that Inoki had actually stood up again, he was slightly surprised. This little guy, 2 scales, actually has some substance. Not much, though. Uchiha Madara murmured. Although he still didn't regard Inoki highly, he gave a very high evaluation. After all, in the entire ninja world, only that man could make him take notice. Unfortunately, you are already dead. The entire ninja world seemed to have become exceedingly boring. This world is not interesting at all. Uchiha Madara began to feel a sense of melancholy. A familiar face unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Leaves danced in the wind. Uchiha Madara picked up a leaf that had a hole in its center. He slowly placed the leaf against his eye, gazing through the hole. Once, he had seen a vibrant and flourishing village this way. But now, all he could see was an endless sea of flames. Immediately, Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and threw the leaf away. It floated down slowly, eventually landing in the sea of fire, where it instantly turned to ashes. Hashirama, it has been proven that you were ultimately wrong. After your death, the wars in the ninja world never ceased, and the scale of the wars has only grown larger. I am the one who is right. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in a certain direction. Heavenly tsunami kill. Shapta Daihondat. Musktman. Abito. Heavenly tsunami kill. At this moment, a loud shout echoed across the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a surging wave descended from the sky, crashing down like a cataclysm. In an instant, it extinguished the sea of flames created by Uchiha Madara. What is this? Uchiha Madara stood up, raised his head, and stared at the several auras he sensed. 5 people again. Who could they be? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel curious. Each of those 5 auras was not inferior to the 5 Kage, and was even stronger than the auras of the original Sage and Rasha. It is known that the 5 Kage stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet suddenly, 5 even more powerful individuals emerged. Even Uchiha Madara could not help but feel intrigued. Similarly, Noki, who had originally planned to unleash all his power with the dust release disintegration technique, also stopped. The massive wave extinguished the sea of flames entirely. The flowers on the trees were scattered by the impact of the waves. The pollen in the air was also dispersed. As a result, Tsunade and the others managed to recover some strength and struggled to get up. What is going on? The group looked around in confusion. However, Noki raised his head. That voice and this technique felt somewhat familiar. It was that guy. 5 figures descended from the sky and landed before the 5 Kage. They were the 5 armored clones of Uchiha, Kansas, Uchiha, Kan. Tsunade shouted anxiously at the flame dragon armor. Lady Tsunade, don't worry. The flame dragon armor turned around and said to Tsunade, signaling her not to be too concerned. Leave Uchiha Madara to me. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, the 5 armored figures leaped directly toward Uchiha Madara. The 5 Kage looked at the backs of the 5 armored figures, their expressions grave. Could they defeat Uchiha Madara? Do you think they can win? The original sage asked. Perhaps there's a chance, Noki replied slowly. At this time, on the battlefield of the first unit, Kakashi and the others had nearly cleared the white Zetsu army. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku led a group of Uchiha clan elites to provide support. Itachi and Shursui were among them. They had successfully sealed the Akatsuki's Edo Tensei, so they split into 2 groups to support other battlefields. Yamato went to another team. However, just as they were about to finish clearing the white Zetsu army, an unexpected change occurred. A hazy voice slowly approached from behind the white Zetsu army. That was Kakashi, and the others furrowed their brows. As the figure gradually came closer, it became clearer. A white mask. Muskman? Kakashi thought, is that guy from the Akatsuki organization? Why has he suddenly changed his mask? However, just then, Kakashi suddenly felt something strange about his Sharingan. Masked man, the white Zetsu army and the Edo Tensei army are about to be cleared. Your momentum has faded. It's best to surrender soon. Kakashi shouted loudly. Momentum has faded? Surrender? The masked man couldn't help but sneer, as if he had heard a joke. Don't celebrate too early. The masked man clasped his hands together and formed a seal. Summoning technique. Outer path. Heavenly statue. Instantly, an immense amount of chakra gathered behind him. What is this? Kakashi and the others instantly frowned. How powerful would the being summoned be? Boom! With a loud bang, an enormous figure rose from behind the masked man. The outer path. Heavenly statue. It was a humanoid being with a tree trunk-like body, towering over everything. The crowd looked up in fear at the colossal outer path, heavenly statue. In front of this gigantic figure, the Ninja Alliance resembled a swarm of ants. Although they were many, a single step from the outer path, heavenly statue could cause countless casualties. Roar. The outer path. Heavenly statue let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. At this moment, the command center was filled with worry. The masked man finally appeared on the battlefield. But how were they to deal with this suddenly summoned creature? Kakuzu, what should we do now? Ao asked. Kakuzu furrowed his brows, beginning to think strategically. He then instructed Yamashiro Aoi to relay his words to everyone. Everyone use earth release and water release to restrict the movements of that outer path. Heavenly statue. Kakuzu formulated the strategy. The Ninja Alliance immediately executed it. Although the ninjutsu they unleashed was minuscule against the outer path, heavenly statue, their numbers were overwhelming and combined. It could not be underestimated. The combination of water and earth formed a solid mass like concrete, quickly solidified using fire release or wind release techniques. Thus, the gigantic outer path, heavenly statue would be restricted in its movements. The Ninja Alliance continued to unleash ninjutsu in an unending stream. Kakashi and the others planned to attack the masked man. After all, the outer path, heavenly statue was also summoned by him. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. As long as they subdued the masked man, both the outer path, heavenly statue, and the war could come to an end. Let's go. Fugaku charged ahead first. After all, among them, the third Hokage was old, and Itachi and Kakashi were too young. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others followed closely. The masked man, wearing a mask, concealed his emotional changes. He gently held the large fan from his back. First, I'll deal with you, and then I'll capture the remaining tailed beasts. The masked man's voice was ruthlessly cold. Of course, he was equally merciless in his actions. Kamui. His body instantly appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku, raising the large fan high and bringing it down heavily. Although this attack was not as flashy as other ninjutsu, the fan itself was a powerful artifact. Coupled with the masked man's terrifying strength, if it struck Fugaku, it would likely cause immense internal damage. Amaterasu, Itachi, not far away, immediately opened his right eye, blood trickling from the corner. Pitch-black flames instantly ignited on the masked man's outstretched right hand. The masked man had no choice but to retreat. Amaterasu, the masked man murmured. Then, his right eye opened to reveal the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kamui, it absorbed all the burning black flames on his right hand. That is, Kakashi was incredibly shocked upon witnessing this scene. That is Kamui. Why does he also have Kamui? Soon, Kakashi saw the kaleidoscope pattern in the masked man's right eye. That is, Obito's eye. Chapter 301. The Confidence of Shursui. That is, Obito's eye. There's no mistake. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. The kaleidoscope pattern was exactly the same as his. But wasn't Obito already dead under the rubble? Could it be? Kakashi's gaze turned somewhat cold. In other words, this guy dug out the Sharingan from Obito's corpse. Instantly, an unquenchable anger surged within Kakashi. His most trusted comrade and partner had his eyes taken from his corpse. No one could accept that. Kakashi clenched his fists, anger almost erupting from his eyes. Fugaku also stepped back, his expression extremely serious. This guy's space-time ninjutsu is truly bizarre, Fugaku murmured. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern. One word, Kamui. Faced with such a strong enemy, he could not afford to hold back. Fugaku, you are. The nearby Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly shocked to see the change in Fugaku's eyes. Yes, third Hokage, my Sharingan has also evolved into a kaleidoscope. Fugaku nodded. With Fugaku's affirmation, Hiruzen was even more shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. He never expected that Fugaku was hiding so much. At this moment, Shursui's expression was extremely grave, as if he was struggling with something. If there are 5 Kage on Madara's side, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Shursui's heart was indecisive. He couldn't be sure that the 5 Kage could defeat Uchiha Madara. His Kodo Amatsukami can forcibly rewrite a person's will. However, it consumes almost all of his ocular power, so he can only use it once. This one opportunity must be taken seriously. After all, Madara is ultimately just a reincarnation of the dirt. The mastermind of this war is still the masked man. As long as they successfully subdue the masked man, they can end this war. Soon, Shursui clarified his thoughts. He had made up his mind. Thus, Shursui slowly stepped forward. Clan leader, third Hokage. The gazes of several people instantly gathered on Shursui. Can you help me cover and let me get close to him? I have a way to deal with him, Shursui said. At the same time, his three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate, and it also transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. Shursui, Fugaku was taken aback. He never expected that among the younger generation. Shursui had also opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. With this, along with Itachi and himself, the Uchiha clan now possessed 3 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Similarly, the shock in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was no less than Fugaku's. At first, he could barely accept 1 pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, but then Fugaku opened his. And now here comes another. Hiruzen suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his heart filled with mixed feelings. It turned out that not only was Uchiha Fugaku deeply hidden, but the entire Uchiha clan was extremely deep in concealment. Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Uchiha Han. That little brat often hung out with Itachi and Shursui, Could he be hiding some trump card as well? All right, then please, third Hokage, help me cover for Shursui as well. Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen could only nod. After all, he didn't understand the abilities of the kaleidoscope. Perhaps Shursui really has the ability to defeat that masked man. Fugaku knew that everyone's kaleidoscope had different abilities. Shursui's confident demeanor likely indicated he had a surefire plan. Therefore, Fugaku had no doubts. Have you finished discussing? The masked man coldly watched the group from a distance. He was very confident. Where did your eyes come from? Kakashi stepped forward to question. Everyone was momentarily stunned, wondering why Kakashi suddenly asked this. But soon, Itachi noticed that the kaleidoscope pattern in the masked man's left eye seemed. Kakashi removed his eye patch. The eerie kaleidoscope was exposed to everyone. It had the exact same pattern as the masked man. Itachi and Shursui were confused, not knowing the origin of Kakashi's Sharingan. This is Obito's eye. Only then did Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen realize that the kaleidoscope patterns of the masked man and Kakashi were exactly the same. Could it be? A thought that they couldn't believe flashed through their minds. Impossible. I watched Obito get crushed under the rubble. Kakashi naturally understood their thoughts. The masked man couldn't possibly be Obito. In that situation, Obito had no chance of survival. Moreover, even if Obito really survived, how could he not come looking for them? How could he not return to Konoha? It was even less likely that he would become the mastermind behind Akatsuki and initiate this war sweeping the entire ninja world. Who am I? What significance does that question have? The masked man gently raised his hand to adjust the mask on his face. Then, he slowly tightened his grip on the fan. I am no one, and I have no interest in being anyone. The only thing I care about is completing the Eye of the Moon plan. This world has long lost its value. All that remains is pain. Compared to this war, all the past, all the future, and all existence have no meaning. Obito said. He spread his arms, his robes billowing in the gale. The crowd frowned, their expressions growing more serious. The Eye of the Moon plan? Could it be that this masked man initiated the war, not just to capture the tailed beasts? Itachi kept pondering. Meanwhile, Shursui began to feel worried. This guy is too dangerous. He must be dealt with quickly. Then, he said to Kakashi regarding the eye issue, once I control him, there will be plenty of time to clarify. All right. Kakashi nodded. Immediately, Kakashi charged forward. Seeing this, Fugaku, Hiruzen, and Itachi followed closely. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. Fugaku was the first to unleash a fire release technique. Several massive fire dragons charged toward the masked man. Sarutobi Hiruzen then threw a huge shuriken, forming 5 shadow clones instantly. Facing the overwhelming attack, the masked man seemed to have no intention of dodging. He slowly raised the fan in his hand to block in front of him. Uchiha rebound. The attacks from Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen struck the fan, but seemed to sink into a quagmire. The chakra contained within was instantly absorbed by the fan. 1 second later, that chakra gathered on the surface of the fan and then erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying chakra shot out from the fan. Chapter 302, The Armor Assembly. Armor. What is a bloodline limit? Uchiha looked at the 5 figures rushing towards him, feeling somewhat puzzled. He could sense that the power emanating from these 5 figures had indeed surpassed that of the 5 Kage. Moreover, he had a strange feeling that the power contained within these armors seemed different from his own. Well, since Hashirama isn't here, these guys should pique my interest a bit. A smirk appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips, and he charged directly towards the 5 armored figures. Madara, don't just rush in and attack, the flame dragon armor quickly said. Uchiha Madara paused, surprised. Madara? It was the first time he heard someone call him that. Kid, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Madara noticed that the voice coming from the armor sounded quite youthful, probably around 17 or 18, which shocked him a bit. At that age, he certainly didn't have such a powerful aura. Unconsciously, Uchiha Madara's attitude became much more serious. Ahem. I'm also from the Uchiha clan. After all, we are still relatives. Uchiha said. The Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara immediately scoffed disdainfully. Back in the day, when he wanted to lead his clan away from Konoha, not a single person was willing to follow him. Since then, in his heart, the Uchiha clan had been marked as traitors. He had no feelings left for the Uchiha clan. If you think this will win my favor, you might be disappointed. Uchiha Madara's gaze gradually turned cold. At the same time, chakra slowly flowed into his hands. Wait. Uchiha hurriedly said. I just want to talk to you. Talk. Uchiha Madara frowned, thinking about what this kid could possibly want to discuss with him. Don't waste my time. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and charged forward. Uchiha can quickly raise his armor block. Simultaneously, the other 4 armors rushed in as well. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch from Uchiha Madara was incredibly powerful, and his speed was astonishing. Furthermore, every attack was aimed directly at vital points. If it were a year ago, Uchiha would have probably been defeated in less than 10 moves. However, after training for a year in the virtual combat chamber with God Mountain Shin, Uchiha Han's taijutsu had undergone a qualitative leap. Not bad. Uchiha Madara retreated a bit and said, the taijutsu of these guys in front of him was indeed exceptional. Even 5 against 1, he found it somewhat difficult to handle. Madara, can we talk properly? Uchiha asked again. He wanted to tell Uchiha Madara the truth. After all, whether it was Obito or Uchiha Madara, they ultimately wanted to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. But this Eye of the Moon plan was just a scam from beginning to end. Uchiha really wanted to save Uchiha Madara. After decades of effort, to end up empty-handed and become the biggest clown among the Hokage was truly tragic. However, Uchiha Madara had no intention of listening to Uchiha Han's words. There's nothing to talk about, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Then, the chakra within him erupted completely. Blue skeletal frames gathered around him. Next, the chakra solidified further based on the skeletal frames. A blue giant rose into the sky, Susanu's 3rd form. Then, the chakra on the blue giant condensed again, forming a suit of armor. The blue giant wielded dual swords, and 2 wings appeared on its back. It resembled a divine warrior. The towering figure soared into the sky, leaving the 5 Kage below in awe. The 5 Kage widened their eyes, unable to express their shock at this scene. At this moment, they truly felt the gap between themselves and Uchiha Madara. Ants were no longer just a metaphor. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, they were truly ants. Is this still a human? Tsunade murmured instinctively. She suddenly thought about how her grandfather managed to defeat such a powerful enemy. This was far beyond their comprehension. Do we still have a chance against such an enemy? Rashi murmured. At this moment, his confidence had been completely shattered. Uchiha Madara's power was on a completely different level from theirs. The pride of being the Tsuchikage was utterly crushed. However, facing the final form of Susanoo, Uchiha was not too shocked. After all, he had mentally prepared for it. Indeed, it's huge. Uchiha couldn't help but praise as he looked at the rising Susanoo. However, Uchiha felt no fear. The 5 elements armor, with only a 50% compatibility, was already capable of possessing the power of a strong shadow. So what about 60% compatibility? Wouldn't that be a surefire super shadow? Moreover, there were 5 of them. No matter how one looked at it, facing Uchiha Madara, it shouldn't be so easy to fall into a disadvantage, right? Uchiha conservatively estimated in his heart. Kid, didn't you want to talk to me? Uchiha Madara said with a playful smirk. If you can break my Susanoo, then I'll consider it. After pretending to be dead in front of Senju Hashirama for decades, Uchiha Madara had found it extremely boring. Although today's situation was somewhat unexpected, at least it brought him a bit of enjoyment. He crossed his arms and looked down at the 5 armored figures beneath him. He no longer regarded the 5 Kage as a concern. That's what you said, Uchiha Han replied. Then, the 5 armors charged directly forward. The 5 figures transformed into 5 different colored streams of light. The complete Susanoo was probably not something that ordinary attacks could break through. So let's just unleash our ultimate moves and give it a try. Uchiha made up his mind. Thus, the 5 armors simultaneously turned the knobs on their belts. Demon Sealing Slash, Wind Piercing Thrust, Raging Waterfall Stab, Earth Splitting Slash, Thunder Shattering Cut. 5 ultimate techniques unleashed simultaneously. The energy between heaven and earth surged instantly. Centered around the 5 armors, violent tornadoes of thunder and lightning formed in an instant. The sky and earth changed color, and fierce winds roared. Dark clouds enveloped everyone. This aura is terrifying. The 5 Kage instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the howling winds, squinting their eyes to see the 5 figures in the sky. They never expected that these guys could unleash such astonishing power. Inoki couldn't help but exclaim. He thought that the black armor had merely matched him before, but now it had become this powerful. Similarly, Rashi looked at the aura emanating from the flame dragon armor, feeling deeply shocked. It turned out that this kid had held back. Interesting. Watching the 5 figures gathering their strength, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It had been a long time since he encountered such a strong opponent at this level. Although not as good as Hashirama, as an appetizer was enough. Uchiha Madara gathered all his chakra, and Susanoo immediately drew its long sword from its waist. However, At that moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became hollow. In an instant, the enormous Susanoo transformed into specks of light and dissipated. Uchiha Madara's body also fell to the ground. What happened? The five Kage frowned in confusion. Uchiha Sarada was equally perplexed. Chapter 303, Impure World Reincarnation, Release. However, in just a few seconds, Uchiha Madara's eyes regained their clarity. Want to control me? How ridiculous. Uchiha Madara sneered twice. In that brief moment, his mind was invaded. Someone attempted to control him. Who could it be? Without a doubt, it was the one manipulating impure world reincarnation. Inside a dark cave. Damn it, this guy is actually uncontrollable. Kabuto Yakushi was very shocked. The impure world reincarnation technique, after years of research between him and Orochimaru, had almost reached perfection. He thought it was foolproof, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara managed to break free from its control. Could it be that the impure world reincarnation technique still has flaws? Kabuto Yakushi fell into deep thought, trying to figure out what went wrong. Tick, tick. The sound of dripping water echoed in the cave. Meanwhile, a figure slowly approached Kabuto Yakushi from behind. It's not a problem with the technique. Kabuto raised his head and looked at the pale face in front of him. Lord Orochimaru, why are you here? What if that guy Zetsu finds out? It doesn't matter. The war has reached this stage, and besides, Uchiha Madara has broken free from control. I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the task you assigned. Kabuto lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty. This isn't your fault. Orochimaru slowly stepped forward and gently patted Kabuto's shoulder. Lord Orochimaru, you just said it's not a problem with the technique. So why couldn't I control Uchiha Madara despite concentrating all my thoughts? Kabuto asked in confusion. It's simple, because Uchiha Madara is too powerful. To be honest, I underestimated Uchiha Madara's strength. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken the risk of sending you to complete this task. Orochimaru said. From the beginning, Kabuto's cooperation was under Orochimaru's instruction. Initially, Orochimaru just wanted Kabuto to feign compliance. Then, during the war, control the army of impure world reincarnation to counterattack Zetsu. This way, after the war, he could also use this to shake off his identity as a rogue ninja and even have the opportunity to deepen cooperation with Uchiha Sarada. When Zetsu brought Uchiha Madara's corpse, Orochimaru was overjoyed at that moment. He also changed his mind. He wanted to control Uchiha Madara at the most critical moment to defeat Tobi, thus becoming the greatest contributor to this war. Although Orochimaru did not care much for fame and fortune, once the plan succeeded, his cooperation with Uchiha Sarada would definitely receive strong support. So, Orochimaru did not hesitate at all. However, he was overly confident in his modified impure world reincarnation technique and underestimated Uchiha Madara's power. So, Lord Orochimaru, what should we do next? Kabuto asked. Let's wait and see. Besides, our partner is not as simple as he appears. Orochimaru said meaningfully. A glint of brilliance flickered in his eerie eyes. Then, Orochimaru turned and walked toward the cave entrance. Release the impure world reincarnation technique. Yes. Immediately, Kabuto began to form hand seals. Impure world reincarnation. Release. In an instant, on all battlefields, whether the impure world reincarnation ninja were still fighting or had already been sealed, they began to dissipate, their souls soaring into the sky, returning to the Pure Land. What was happening? The ninja coalition was left in confusion. However, they could understand that the impure world reincarnation technique should have been lifted. As for the reason behind it, they had no way of knowing. Similarly, Madara felt the effects of the impure world reincarnation's release. His body, reincarnated from impure earth, emitted a glow, and a beam of light descended from the sky, attempting to draw his soul upward. This is, the impure world reincarnation technique has been released. The five Kage were instantly overjoyed. This meant that Uchiha Madara, the enemy they had been helpless against, was finally going to disappear. However, Uchiha Sarada knew that this had no effect on Madara. Uchiha Madara felt the changes in his body and was not in the least bit anxious. He glanced at the five Kage, naturally noticing the uncontrollable joy on their faces. Thus, he found it somewhat amusing. Seeing Uchiha Madara's playful expression, the five Kage couldn't help but feel puzzled. Especially Tsunade, who had a bad premonition in her heart. Impure world reincarnation. It's truly detestable. Only that annoying guy would come up with such a technique. Uchiha Madara muttered, then slowly clasped his hands together. Tell the caster, forbidden techniques cannot be misused. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful chakra erupted from within him. Impure world reincarnation, release. In an instant, The beam of light descending from above disappeared. The force that attempted to draw Uchiha Madara's soul also vanished in an instant. Uchiha Madara's previously somewhat disjointed body became solid again. The five Kage were taken aback. They had thought they could finally deal with Madara, only to realize their joy was premature. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, but this time he did not bother with the shocked gazes of the five Kage. Instead, he stared intently at the five armors slowly descending. Cough, cough. Madara, didn't you just say that as long as I could break your Susanoo, you'd agree to talk to me properly? Uchiha Sarada said. He had already thought about how to speak in his mind. He needed to make Uchiha Madara understand the Black Zetsu scheme without being too direct. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would surely have doubts about him. TCH. It's not like you broke it. Besides, I said I would consider it. Uchiha Madara turned his head and smiled. Chapter 304. The Five Armored Battle with Madara. Besides, I said I would consider it. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head, looking at the flame dragon armor. His gaze was resolute yet cruel. I made up my mind, and that is, I don't want to waste time talking to you. As soon as the words fell, the complete body Susanoo rose again from the ground. Damn! Uchiha Sarada couldn't help but curse. He thought how stubborn Uchiha Madara was. But in reality, Uchiha Madara was not being stubborn. He simply did not regard anyone other than Senju Hashirama. For Uchiha Madara, communicating with others was purely a waste of time. Moreover, since Uchiha Madara was now in the form of impure world reincarnation, he did not intend to waste any more time. Let's settle this all at once. Uchiha Madara said coldly. He wondered what was going on with Obito and Nagato. Such a perfect plan of his had actually gone awry. He needed to find a way to quickly correct the plan. Thus, Uchiha Madara decided to deal with this group of people in front of him all at once. After playing around for so long, it was time to end it. Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Immediately, the gigantic Susanoo drew its long sword from its waist again and slashed fiercely forward. The terrifying blade cut through the air, as if even the sky were about to be torn apart. It seems, for now, I can only knock Uchiha Madara down. Suddenly, 5 sets of armor shot straight into the sky. They once again unleashed their sealing ultimate techniques. Sealing Demon Slash, Wind-Piercing Stab, Crazy Waterfall Stab, Earth-Splitting Strike, Thunderclap Cut, the 5 sealing ultimate techniques. Uchiha Han held nothing back. A terrifying turbulence erupted between heaven and earth once more. At the same time, a powerful force locked onto Uchiha Madara, even solidifying the space around me. Uchiha Madara was taken aback by the changes around him. He never expected the 5 sets of armor to possess such abilities. Well, let me see how much these ninjas of this era can match up against me and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara roared, and immediately, the enormous wings of Susanoo began to flap. The armor like feathers stood upright, wrapping around Susanoo's body like a giant cocoon. Susanoo's defense was incredibly strong. Even Senju Hashirama could barely break through it with his true 1,000 hands. Uchiha Madara was, of course, extremely confident. However, when the 5 sealing ultimate techniques were unleashed, he truly felt the terrifying essence of those 5 energies. That sharp offensive was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. So strong, Uchiha Madara was deeply shocked. He thought he had given enough attention to these 5 sets of armor, but he never expected them to be this powerful. Proud as he was, Uchiha Madara had to take it seriously at this moment. His face turned grave. A strong force erupted from his eyes, carrying the powerful chakra within him, flowing towards the armor on Susanoo. Originally solid as a fortress, Susanoo now emitted faint blue glows, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Slash! Uchiha Han floated loudly. The 5 sealing ultimate techniques shot out and instantly struck Susanoo. 6 streams of terrifying energy collided violently. Ziz! A crack appeared in Susanoo's enormous wings. Not good. Uchiha Madara felt a sense of foreboding. However, at this moment, he could not turn the tide. The cracks on Susanoo rapidly spread, and with a bang, the wings instantly shattered. A massive shockwave erupted outwards. The 5 Kages immediately used all their strength to resist. However, they were still pushed back several hundred meters. The likes of Inoki and Rashi, being somewhat weaker, were directly blown away and fainted. Tsunade hurriedly went forward to heal them. It seems I really underestimated you. The wings turned into blue light spots, scattering in all directions. However, Uchiha Madara's face showed no signs of tension or fear. On the contrary, he became extremely excited and manic. Then, I should use my full power. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands tightly together, and the immense chakra within him surged out, forming powerful waves of energy that blew up his hair and armor. In an instant, his pupils trembled. An invisible power instantly condensed. Planetary devastation. Uchiha Madara raised one hand. A black energy sphere appeared in his palm. It then rapidly flew towards the 5 sets of armor. Planetary devastation. Uchiha Han. This ninjutsu was incredibly powerful, especially against strong-tailed beasts, possessing a strong sealing effect. It should be known that the moon in the current ninja world was formed by Sage of 6 Paths to seal Kaguya using planetary devastation. Even a simplified version should not be underestimated. Uchiha Han was momentarily at a loss. When he faced Pain of the 6 Paths before, he had directly killed him before he could recover. Pain hadn't even had the chance to use this technique. The black energy sphere approached the 5 sets of armor, simultaneously emitting a powerful gravitational pull. The ground instantly cracked open, and massive slabs of rock flew up, attaching themselves to the black energy sphere. The 5 sets of armor also felt the powerful suction, as if countless hands were pulling at them. Once sucked in, their movements would be completely sealed, and these clones might end up falling here. Uchiha Han did not hesitate, and immediately spun the dial as waste. The other 4 sets of armor did the same. Flame Dragon Steed, Black Rhino Steed, Wind Eagle Steed, Earth Tiger Steed, Snow Mastiff Steed. The 5 sets of armor immediately mounted their respective Shadow Steeds. Boom! The Shadow Steeds erupted with intense waves of energy, immediately charging in the opposite direction of the black energy sphere. The immense gravitational pull of the black energy sphere clashed with the powerful traction of the Shadow Steeds. 2 opposing forces began to pull against each other. The black energy sphere continuously absorbed rocks and soil from the ground, growing larger and larger. Its mass and gravitational pull kept increasing. Charge! Uchiha Han gritted his teeth, mobilizing all the power within the armor. The Shadow Steeds suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Finally, after a stalemate of several seconds, the Wind Eagle Steed broke free from the gravitational pull of planetary devastation first, shooting out like an arrow. After all, among the 5 sets of armor, the Wind Eagle armor was the fastest. It leading the charge was no surprise. Next, the other 4 sets of armor also successively broke free from the gravitational range. They actually escaped the attraction of planetary devastation? How surprising, Uchiha Madara murmured. Then, he slowly lowered his hand, and the continuously gathering planetary devastation in the sky came to a halt. However, the power in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan eyes continued to gather and operate. In Level 6 377 didn't pass, feeling awful. Listening score only 90. Chapter 305. Rinnegan Grave Edge. How you are 5 people. Speaking of which, it's still a case of many against the few. Uchiha Madara murmured. Immediately, his Rinnegan trembled violently. The 5 sets of armor instantly tensed up. However, after a few seconds, Uchiha Han found that there seemed to be no changes. Huh? What does this mean? Uchiha Han looked around with confusion, thinking that he had indeed sensed Uchiha Madara's power operating at high speed. He must have unleashed some powerful ocular technique. Could it be an illusion? Uchiha Han quickly mobilized all his chakra. However, he did not detect anything unusual. The essence of illusion is to interfere with the enemy's chakra. No, it seems that the Rinnegan in the original work has never used any illusion techniques. Uchiha Han thought. At the same time, he continuously recalled the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan in his mind. However, just at the moment Uchiha Han was thinking, the black rhino armor suddenly took a heavy hit. Bang! With a loud noise, the black rhino armor was instantly sent flying. What happened? The other 4 sets of armor immediately retreated several steps. The black rhino armor steadied itself and stood up. It was not severely damaged. After all, the black rhino armor had one of the strongest defenses among the 5 sets. Oh, its defensive power actually far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Uchiha Madara stood in place, somewhat admiring the black rhino armor. How did he launch that attack just now? Uchiha Han was somewhat shocked. He had been focused on Uchiha Madara, not daring to blink. He hadn't noticed any movement from Uchiha Madara at all. What on earth is going on? Uchiha Han was puzzled. TSK. He could only separate out a shadow. Uchiha Madara murmured with some helplessness. Indeed, the power of the Edo Tensei body was ultimately too inferior. No, it should be said that the power of the Rinnegan was too extraordinary. Uchiha Madara gently lowered his hand from in front of the Rinnegan, a hint of pride appearing on his face, along with a hint of indifference. After all, such extraordinary power was in his hands. If it were someone else, they would have long been lost in delight. However, Uchiha Madara would naturally not lose himself in pride. He had come this far through countless efforts. He still had a plan that needed to be completed. It was time to end this farce, Uchiha Madara said in a low voice. And then the Rinnegan erupted with a powerful ocular power once again. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The Snow Mastiff armor was unexpectedly blasted away. However, the Snow Mastiff armor also had exceptionally strong defenses, and it was not significantly harmed. TSK. These armors have quite good defenses, Uchiha Madara muttered. I remember now. Uchiha Obito finally recalled the technique that Madara was using. This was a Rinnegan ocular technique that only Uchiha Madara had used. Rinnegan, border hell. This was a world that could only be entered by those who possessed the Rinnegan. Shadows produced in this world could neither be seen nor sensed by those without Six Paths power. Physical attacks were ineffective against the shadows. While the shadows could harm people in the real world, these shadow clones possessed nearly equal abilities to the person with the Rinnegan, and like shadow clones, the shadows produced by Rinnegan could also perform the techniques that the main body excelled at. Moreover, only those who also possessed the Rinnegan could see the shadows, and only those with Six Paths chakra could sense the shadows. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Obito and the others' clones could not see the shadows. But could they sense them? According to the original work, only Naruto, who possessed Six Paths chakra, could sense them. And Six Paths chakra. Could the power of the Deva path within the armor do it? Immediately, Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and calmed his mind. It was as if he was standing on the surface of water, with ripples continuously spreading around him. Time stood still. With his eyes closed, everything around him was chaotic. However, just for a moment, Uchiha Obito sensed that the surrounding things gradually became clear. Black Rhino armor, Wind Eagle armor, Earth Tiger armor, Snow Mastiff armor. And Madara. No, that was Madara's shadow. Uchiha Obito suddenly opened his eyes. That shadow of Madara was standing not far in front of him. Moreover, a powerful chakra was gathering in its palm, heading towards him. Sure enough, deep perception through the armor could detect Rinnegan. Border hell. Uchiha Obito thought to himself. After all, Six Paths chakra is the most fundamental power of this world, and the power that the armor possesses is also the power of the Deva Path's origin. It is on the same level as Six Paths chakra, the Ten Tails, Otsutsuki, and so on. It might even be on a higher level. Therefore, being able to sense the shadow of Rinnegan, border hell, is also reasonable. Uchiha Obito immediately retreated several steps. Then he suddenly swung the flame blade forward. A blade of light, at least 10 meters wide, instantly sliced through the air. The flames enveloped within emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. Shinra Tensei. Madara's shadow immediately raised its arm and used Shinra Tensei to block Uchiha Obito's blade light. However, after Shinra Tensei dissipated, a portion of the blade's momentum still remained, forcing the shadow back. Uchiha Madara was quite shocked. How could this guy sense my shadow? Uchiha Madara did not understand why, but he knew that relying solely on one shadow would be a bit difficult to deal with the several armors in front of him. I never expected that after several decades, the ninja world could actually give birth to beings that are not weaker than me and Hashirama, Uchiha Madara said appreciatively. Even he did not realize that the 5 figures before him were actually just clones. Madara, can we talk properly? Uchiha Obito said again. He swore this would definitely be the last time. The title changed from Lord Madara at the beginning to just Madara. If Uchiha Madara still refused to communicate, Uchiha Obito would no longer put his warm face against the cold backside. However, it seemed that Uchiha Madara did not hear Uchiha Obito's words. Instead, he frowned slightly. Indeed, the power that the Edo Tensei Rinnegan could exert was too limited. It seems I need to find Nagato and Obito quickly. Chapter 306. Obito in a disadvantageous position fire style. Dragon Flame Song. Fujitake pointed a finger to his mouth and instantly unleashed several fire dragons. Fire style. Exploding Wind Dance. The masked man did not back down and instantly released a fierce airflow, wrapping it in a fiery vortex. The two ninjutsu collided instantly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched a surprise attack from the other side of the masked man. He tightly gripped the Vajra staff transformed by the Monkey King. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly threw the Vajra staff towards the masked man. He then clasped his hands together to form hand seals. Diamond Prison. In an instant, the Vajra staff split into a dozen clones, surrounding the masked man from all directions. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's most powerful sealing technique. Once the enemy was bound, there was absolutely no possibility of escape. A cage as hard as diamond could not be broken. Experience the humiliation of defeat in the diamond cage. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a bit proud. At this distance, the masked man was sure to be unable to dodge. TSK. A faint laugh came from beneath the mask. It was filled with disdain. The masked man tightened his grip on the fan and blocked it in front of him. Even the Vajra staff coming from all sides instantly stopped in midair. Monkey King. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. The surrounding Vajra staff clones instantly disappeared, and from the remaining Vajra staff, a hand suddenly reached out towards the masked man. TSK. He left a backup. The masked man murmured in surprise. However, seeing the arm about to touch him, he immediately activated intangibility. There was no choice. At this distance, he could not make any other response. Now, facing the siege of several people caught in a wheeled battle, the masked man would also avoid using Kamui if he could. After all, his ocular power was also limited. However, just as he retreated and released the Kamui intangibility, Fujitake appeared beside him like a ghost. Nanny? The masked man's pupils contracted. When did this guy appear here? Remembering the previous encounter with Fujitake, the masked man increasingly felt that this guy seemed to be able to predict his movements every time. Fujitake tightly gripped a kunai and, in close quarters, directly thrust it at the masked man. The masked man instinctively raised the fan in his hand to block. Bang! The kunai struck the fan, instantly sparking flames. Amaterasu. Not far away, Itachi immediately unleashed the flames of Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames ignited on that white mask in an instant. The masked man forcefully pushed Fujitake away and then took a large step back. Creak! The flames of Amaterasu were incredibly fierce and could not be extinguished. Once it spreads to the flesh, it will be a pain that pierces the heart and erodes the bones. Bang! The mask split under high temperature and then fell to the ground. Everyone stopped, their eyes all focused on the masked man's face. Everyone wanted to know who was behind the mask. However, when they saw the face exposed to the air, no one recognized it. It was as if it was someone they had never seen before. Yet, only Kakashi seemed somewhat moved, as if he thought of something, standing there in a daze. He stared intently at that face. In his mind, a youthful and sunny smile gradually surfaced. The two faces began to overlap. How is this possible? Kakashi said in a daze. Although the appearance had changed significantly, Kakashi could still be certain that the man under the mask was a Beto. But, why is it a Beto? The others quickly noticed Kakashi's unusual behavior. Kakashi, do you know him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Kakashi came back to his senses and forced down the turmoil in his heart. He might be a Beto, Kakashi said, still not entirely certain, adding a might. He couldn't accept this fact, but he knew that the one controlling the Akatsuki organization before him, the instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War, was his once most trusted comrade, Uchiha Beto. A Beto. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku raised their eyebrows, their faces instantly filled with shock. Then, the two turned their heads again and carefully examined the masked man. No, it should be Uchiha Beto. Itachi was also taken aback. Obito seems to be the owner of Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, and I heard he was once Kakashi-sensei's teammate. But didn't he die in the Third Great Ninja War? He gave his Sharingan to Kakashi-sensei just before his death. I am no one, Obito said coldly, raising his head and lightly waving his hand in front of him, perhaps trying to fan away the lingering scent of Amaterasu. Why bother with my identity? What does it matter? I am no one. I don't want to be anyone. All I want is for the Eye of the Moon plan to be completed, and that is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Beto instantly rushed forward. He raised his palm, and a long, thin wooden spike protruded sharply from his palm. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Shursui immediately released a ninjutsu attack upon seeing this. However, Obito instantly became intangible and directly passed through the Phoenix Fire. Take him down first, we can confirm his identity later, Fugaku said. He then activated all of his chakra and ocular power. The Manjiki Sharingan continued to activate, blood constantly oozing from the corners of his eyes. But right now, Fugaku didn't have time to worry about that. The others also unleashed their full strength and began to engage in battle with Uchiha Beto. Meanwhile, Shursui was constantly looking for an opportunity. Faced with the attacks of several people, Uchiha Beto finally began to feel fatigued. Anyone present had elite-level strength, along with 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. In contrast, while Obito possessed a Rinnegan, it had only recently been transplanted. Aside from receiving that powerful ocular power, he was still unable to master the techniques of the Rinnegan. After a round of wheel battles, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. Damn it! Obito also sensed that the situation was gradually turning against him and began to think constantly in his heart. He previously thought that relying on Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique would greatly hinder the Ninja Alliance. But now it seemed that reviving useless ninjas still resulted in useless ninjas. Moreover, he had no idea where that guy had run off to. It seems I still have to rely on Madara's power. Obito muttered. According to the original plan, he intended to use the Akatsuki organization to collect all 9-tailed beasts and then cast infinite Tsukuyami. However, now there were only the chakras of the 3 tails and 6 tails in the Geto statue, and the rest were just a little chakra from a few tailed beasts. They couldn't even evolve the Geto statue into the 10 tails. Is Madara not resolved yet? Obito frowned. Logically, even if all 5 Kage gathered, they shouldn't have allowed Uchiha Madara to be delayed for so long. He should have come to support me long ago. Damn it. Obito cursed angrily in his heart. However, Fugaku and the others would not give Obito any chance to breathe. Even as blood flowed more and more from his eyes, Fugaku would not stop attacking. However, Fugaku also felt that his ocular power was depleting more rapidly. He noticed that his vision seemed to be gradually blurring. Has there already been a sign so soon? The Manjiki Sharingan is incredibly powerful, but it also has a significant drawback. As it continues to be used, the ocular power consumed by the Sharingan increases, and the eyes will gradually go blind. Fugaku knew this. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he was still aware of some secrets. Many of the things that were passed down in the Uchiha clan were destroyed and disappeared on the night of the clan's extermination. I can't worry about that anymore. Fugaku accelerated the operation of his ocular power and began to use the one-word God. He wanted to extend the time of foresight from the original 10 seconds to 1 minute, then to 3 minutes. But because of this, the blood flowing from the corners of his eyes increased even more. It was as if 2 rivers of blood were flowing down his face. Father, Itachi, seeing this, was very worried. Now is not the time to talk about this. We need to find a way to create an opportunity for sure sway, Fugaku said hurriedly. At this moment, there was no time to think about these things. Yes, Itachi had always been an excellent ninja, both in strength and temperament. So he didn't say anything more and focused on coordinating with the others to attack Obito. Among the crowd, only Kakashi seemed somewhat distracted and absent-minded. Is it really Obito? But why? Kakashi released ninjutsu, while his gaze remained fixed on Obito's face. Scenes from the past resurfaced in his mind, especially during the Third Great Ninja War, when Obito was pinned under a massive rock. I've thought for a long time and finally know what to give you. Don't worry, it's not something useless. I want to give you my Sharingan. No matter what the people in the village say, you are an outstanding Jonin. That youthful and tender voice echoed in his ears again. However, the scene before him instantly shattered his memories. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that Kakashi was still somewhat restless and wanted to persuade him. It's okay, third Hokage. Kakashi immediately replied. He then tightened the kunai in his hand. First, let's capture him, and we can talk about the rest later, Kakashi said, and then immediately rushed out. He understood that the Obito now was no longer the Obito he once knew. Only by defeating him could he uncover what had happened over the years. Roar! The Geto statue, under the attacks of the Ninja Alliance, became like it was stuck in a quagmire and unable to move. Therefore, the Geto statue became extremely furious. However, the Outer Path Golem is ultimately just the shell of the 10 tails. It only possesses the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails, which is not even 1/10 of the 10 tails. In the original work, without Madara and Obito's control, even the complete 10 tails was restricted in its movements under the attacks of the ninja allied forces. Moreover, it is merely a shell now. Bang! Obito raised his fan in front of him, blocking the fire dragon flame bullet released by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha's counterattack. A massive chakra rebounded out. Its power was terrifying. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared for this move, having retreated to a safe distance early on. Who? Everyone paused for a moment, catching their breath. After battling for so long, everyone's chakra was nearly depleted. Similarly, Uchiha Obito was struggling as well. Even with Hashiroma's cells, his chakra was almost exhausted. Furthermore, more critically, his ocular power was also running low. It was estimated that he could only use his intangibility a few more times. Damn it! Obito glanced at the Outer Path Golem trapped in the swamp, feeling somewhat unwilling, and clenched his fists. Everyone put in more effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged everyone. Meanwhile, Fugaku covered his left eye and slowly stood up. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted into an almost imperceptible arc. Fugaku slowly lowered his hand, tightly closing his left eye, and the blood from the corner of his eye seemed to have stopped flowing. Great, Fugaku murmured to himself. He had finally seen the scene a few minutes later through the ability of his left eye. Thus, following what he saw, Fugaku immediately charged out again. Here he comes again? Obito muttered, then flipped his palm, and a massive black rod pierced out from his palm. To reduce chakra consumption, Obito planned to use the black rod to suppress and disrupt the opponent's chakra. It should be noted that this black rod is infused with the outer path power of the Rinnegan, which in the original work could suppress the 8 tails and 9 tails. So, Obito rushed forward as well. The two engaged in combat. The seemingly ordinary black rod was exceptionally hard, shattering Fugaku's kunai with just 2 strikes. However, every time Obito aimed the black rod at Fugaku's vital points, Fugaku always managed to dodge at the last moment. Damn it, Obito couldn't help but feel anxious. While he was engaged with Fugaku, the others were not idle. In movies and comics, those who rush in one by one to fight are merely for the sake of making the scenes look more intuitive. In a serious battle, who would engage in a one-on-one fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped up with his adamantine staff and smashed down towards Obito's head. On the other side, Itachi and Kakashi also blocked Obito from 2 other directions, leaving him nowhere to dodge. Seeing this, Obito had no choice but to use intangibility again. His ocular power was further depleted. However, at that moment, Fugaku suddenly leaped down in front of him. Obito was somewhat surprised. But before he could react, a figure suddenly darted in front of him. Obito did not dodge because he was still in the intangibility state, which made him immune to all attacks. However, Obito overlooked one issue. His intangibility allowed part of his body to enter Kimui's space, making physical attacks ineffective. But Jinjutsu does not work that way. The figure in front of him was sure sway. A scarlet light flashed. Kurama'sTailed. Chapter 308. Subduing Obito. Kurama'sTailed. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan erupted completely. That eerie red light was absorbed entirely into Obito's eyes. An inexplicable force surged within Obito's body. Suddenly, memories of the past surged to the forefront of his mind. Kakashi Rin. Every little moment, fragmented images slowly coalesced. The cracks were smoothed out. I will always be watching over you, Obito. The smile etched in his heart reappeared before him. The gentle and lovely girl seemed to stand in front of him once again. Rin. Obito instinctively reached out his hand. However, the girl seemed not to see him at all and walked straight through his body. Obito was stunned. Then Obito suddenly clutched his head, as if his brain contained a bomb, causing him immense pain. Obito let out a painful scream. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately pulled out the adamantine staff of the Monkey King. Adamantine prison. In an instant, Obito was trapped by the split adamantine staff. However, Obito remained in immense pain, showing no signs of resistance. What happened to him? Fugaku looked at Shursui and asked. At that moment, Shursui was covering his eyes. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, covering his entire face. Itachi hurriedly stepped forward to support Shursui. Shursui-san, are you okay? I'm fine, Shursui replied. But consuming so much ocular power at once will likely require some time to recover. Then, Shursui slowly walked up to Fugaku. My Kurama'sTailed can forcibly alter a person's will. What I implanted was the will to protect Konoha. The reason he is in so much pain now, I believe, is because the ocular power within him is struggling against my ocular power. Everyone frowned. However, there is no need to worry too much. Even if he has a Rinnegan implanted, his ocular power has been so depleted by us, and my ocular power is abundant, so he cannot resist now. Shursui said. Everyone nodded. In the previous battle, even with a Rinnegan, it could not withstand such consumption. After all, this Rinnegan ultimately does not belong to Obito himself. Logically speaking, a Rinnegan should be immune to the Genjutsu of a Manjiki Sharingan. But Obito's Rinnegan is Madara's, and he only transplanted it. He cannot even use the Rinnegan's powers like Nagato. Coupled with the fact that his ocular power is almost depleted, he naturally cannot withstand Shursui's Kurama'sTailed. Then, let's wait for him to recover before we ask. Fugaku said, slowly putting away his kunai. The outer path golem nearby, having its master controlled, naturally fell silent. Who? Everyone breathed heavily, looking at the battlefield, feeling somewhat desolate. Even though they responded in a timely manner, many lives were still lost. After all, this is war. I wonder how the 5 Kage are doing? Fugaku felt worried about Uchiha Madara, but for now, he still didn't dare to confirm if Obito could be controlled by Shursui. So he couldn't feel at ease and had to stay here for the time being. After all, being one of the 5 Kage, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Fugaku said. However, for some reason, he always felt a bit uneasy in his heart. His one-eyed ability could only foresee his own future. and he could not see what was happening with the 5 Kage, unless he used the ocular technique in his other eye. The one-eyed ability in his other eye has no limitations on its foresight effect. But there is a major issue. He cannot actively foresee, nor can he control the range of his foresight. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had only foreseen twice. The first time was when Sasuke was born. He saw a scene. The entire Uchiha clan was shrouded in a blood-red night. Itachi wielded a long knife, causing a river of blood to flow through the entire Uchiha clan, while the young Sasuke awakened his Sharingan at that moment. At that time, he couldn't sleep day or night. However, not long after, he passively activated his one-eyed ability again. This time, the scene he saw was completely different. The Uchiha clan was harmonious and thriving in Konoha village. On top of the Hokage building, a man dressed in the robe of the 6 Hokage stood on the rooftop, gazing at the entire village of Konoha. Fugaka couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he saw one eye. A Mangekyo Sharingan. He memorized the pattern of that Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, Itachi and Shisui had also awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, but the patterns didn't match. Fugaka suddenly remembered that Kakashi also had a Mangekyo. However, upon closer inspection, the patterns didn't match either. From this perspective, it should be Uchiha Bito, the Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Fugaka felt very excited in his heart. Every time he thought of that scene, he became uncontrollably thrilled. At this moment, in a dark corner of the battlefield, a shadow slowly emerged its head, looking at a Bito trapped in the adamantine prison. I didn't expect a Bito to be subdued so quickly. As expected, the Eye of the Moon plan still needs Madara to be realized. I should inform Madara about the situation first. Black Zetsu murmured, then disappeared into the ground. He then hurried towards Uchiha Madara's direction at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was entangled in a fierce battle with 5 armored figures. Uchiha Madara was in a reincarnated body. Although he had limitless chakra and was immortal, it also limited the power of his Rinnegan. In comparison, it greatly weakened his strength. If he couldn't barely use the Rinnegan's outer path, Uchiha Madara would have probably been sent back to the Pure Land by the sealing killing move of the 5 armored figures. Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara sensed Black Zetsu's presence. Before long, Black Zetsu emerged from beneath Uchiha Madara's feet. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's demeanor was extremely respectful. Then, Black Zetsu recounted Obito's situation in detail to Uchiha Madara. Waste. After listening, Uchiha Madara coldly spat out 2 words. Nagato is the same, truly disappointing. Uchiha Madara murmured. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head to look at Black Zetsu, his eyes full of coldness. Since that kid is of no use anymore, let us proceed according to the original plan. Use the outer path, Samsara technique, to revive me. The Eye of the Moon plan ultimately requires me to realize it. Uchiha Madara said coldly. However, there was also a glimmer of eager expectation in his eyes. Black Zetsu nodded, then immediately sank back into the ground. However, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. This scene was not seen by Uchiha Madara. Chapter 309. No matter, I will make my move. Black Zetsu left. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, staring intently at the 5 armored figures in front of him. The strength of you 5 has already gained my recognition. It's surprising. I didn't expect that this era could produce such geniuses as you. But it's a pity that you have not fully grown up yet. If you had another 10 years, you might surpass me and Hashirama. Unfortunately, I will not give you that time. Uchiha Madara said slowly. As long as Black Zetsu controlled Obito to perform the outer path, Samsara technique, he would be able to revive. At that time, he would be able to restore his peak battle power, rather than the broken and inferior reincarnated body he had now. You're so arrogant. Right now, we hold the advantage, Uchiha Obito said, his tone unwilling to concede. To be honest, Madara's strength exceeded Uchiha Obito's expectations. He originally thought that Uchiha Madara's strength was at the peak of the Kage level. However, after this battle, Uchiha Obito realized that even in his reincarnated body, Madara already possessed strength at the peak of Kage level. It seemed that Uchiha Madara had already touched the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. After all, the chakra of the 6 Paths is essentially a conglomeration of attribute changes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, and the 2 natures of yin and yang. The Sharingan itself contains yin attribute chakra, while Hashirama's body contains yang attribute chakra. The combination of the 2 allowed the Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan itself belongs to the level of the 6 Paths. However, with the Sage's Eye, Uchiha Madara still lacked the sage's body. Once he gathered all 9-tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara could completely become the second sage of 6 paths. Unfortunately, under Uchiha Obito's control, the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts was completely thwarted. On the contrary, Uchiha Obito had gathered the chakra of 7-tailed beasts. Except for the chakra of the 6 tails and the 8 tails, he had even secretly acquired a bit of the 9 tails chakra. Previously, when the seal in Naruto's body loosened, Uchiha Obito took the opportunity to extract a little bit during the reinforcement. Just a little bit. Arrogant? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. Ridiculous. The Rinnegan produced by the reincarnation of dirt is less than 1/10 of a true Rinnegan. Otherwise, with your 5. Do you think you can stop me? Uchiha Madara remained extremely arrogant, but in reality, there was some exaggeration in his words. The 5 armored figures in front of him, although not as strong as he was at his peak, were not too weak either. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's main body had found Orochimaru. In the laboratory, Orochimaru showcased his latest research results to Uchiha Obito. Hurricane Minato. Looking at the green armor filled with raging winds, Uchiha Obito nodded in satisfaction. Since unlocking the Imperial armor, Uchiha Obito's sensing ability had risen to another level. He could clearly feel the natural energy within Minato. Although it couldn't compare to the 5 elements armor, it was already taking shape. Just relying on the power of this armor was enough to surpass some Jonin. Moreover, with the summoner's own strength added, it could rival Kaga-level power as well. Furthermore, as Orochimaru continuously advanced his experiments, the abilities of the armor would surely enhance over time. At that time, these 4 sets of armor would become 4-peak Kaga-level powerhouses. Uchiha Obito admired in his heart. Orochimaru truly lived up to his reputation. How are the other 2 sets of armor coming along? Uchiha Obito asked. Orochimaru cautiously put away the key to Minato that had been manufactured. The energy for the howling armor has been collected, but the energy for the steep armor is still being gathered. So, it might take some time to finish these 2 sets of armor, Orochimaru said. To this, Uchiha Obito simply nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about when the 4 sets of armor would be completed. What he truly cared about was another aspect. I have a question. How do you plan to use these 4 sets of armor? Uchiha Obito asked, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not shy away from Uchiha Obito's gaze, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems that your strength has grown again, Hankuin. Orochimaru felt a slight tremor in his heart under Uchiha Obito's piercing gaze. After a period of time, seeing Uchiha Obito again, Orochimaru distinctly sensed that his aura seemed to have subtly increased. Don't change the subject. Uchiha Obito shot him a cold glance. He. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and smiled. These 4 sets of armor will naturally be handled by Hankuin. I only need Hankuin to help provide some experimental materials. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he was not afraid of any tricks from Orochimaru. By the way, Hankuin, there is something that might require your intervention. Orochimaru immediately informed Uchiha Han about the Edo Tensei. Goodness, I was wondering how there could be Edo Tensei. It turns out that this guy, Orochimaru, is behind it all. Uchiha Han maintained his calm demeanor. I see. Uchiha Han pretended to nod thoughtfully. Hankuin, I'm very sorry. Orochimaru slightly bowed in apology. However, at this point, there's no use in saying these things. Uchiha Han didn't want to blame him for anything. The remaining Edo Tensei army didn't stir up much trouble. In the original work, Kabuto had spent many years traversing the entire ninja world to gather so many powerful individuals. This time, however, it was collected in a hurry by White Zetsu. And besides the members familiar to the Akatsuki organization, there were only a few renowned Kage. Therefore, compared to the original work, the pressure on the ninja coalition this time was much less. As for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Han believed that even if he wasn't brought back through Edo Tensei, with Black Zetsu around, he would eventually be revived using the Rinne rebirth technique. Rinne rebirth technique. Oh no, Uchiha Han had forgotten about this. Esu, Han-kun, this Uchiha Madara is quite tricky. Do you have any plans? Orochimaru frowned. He had deep knowledge about the Sharingan. Just the Manjiki Sharingan alone possessed tremendous power, and that Uchiha Madara actually had the legendary Rinnegan. Wasn't he that just like the leader of the Akatsuki? Remembering the feeling of helplessness when facing the leader, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit scared. However, Han-kun should. Uchiha Han turned around and walked towards the base's gate. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Chapter 310. Rinne Rebirth Revive. Sorry. Obito calmed down and said slowly. His gaze turned towards Kakashi, filled with guilt. Kakashi stepped forward. Obito, is that you? Obito nodded. But what exactly is going on? Since you're not dead, why didn't you come back to find us? Kakashi was incredibly shocked, directly stepping forward to grasp the diamond cage, trapping Obito, shouting hoarsely. Obito chuckled coldly. Then, he slowly began to speak. After the third great ninja war ended, I didn't die. I was saved by Uchiha Madara. He trained me and constantly instilled his ideals in me, wanting me to inherit his will. At first, I just wanted to return to Konoha as soon as possible. Until I saw you kill Rin with my own eyes. At these words, Kakashi's body shook violently. Rin? In an instant, the bloody and tragic scene surged back into his mind. That beautiful smile seemed to reappear before him. Obito, Kakashi didn't know how to explain, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, the fact was indeed true. He had killed Rin with his own hands. The others, including Shursui, immediately became tense. Shursui thought that Obito should have had his will altered by Kurama'sTailed. Why did it seem he still harbored great resentment toward Kakashi? Could it be that Kurama'sTailed had failed? No need to explain. I know, this isn't your fault. Obito slowly raised his head, his expression looking somewhat pained. Later, I roughly guessed that it was Madara who intentionally designed this, to make me identify with his ideals and become the inheritor of his will. It's really laughable. I actually used the exact same method to turn Nagato into what he is today. Obito suddenly felt like a complete clown. Obito. Kakashi's expression was incredibly complex. Unsure of what else to say, the anger he had felt earlier dissipated completely. Obito didn't want to say anything more. He felt immense guilt inside. What had he done all these years? He had even summoned the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, nearly putting his teacher Minato and Kushina in a dire situation. Fortunately, he had not caused irreparable consequences. Obito closed his eyes. He didn't want to resist anything anymore. He suddenly remembered that he had once fought with the goal of becoming Hokage. Rin had supported him too. I will always watch over you, Obito. Obito's emotions calmed down. Do as you wish with me. I don't care anymore. After all, I have caused such great harm to Konoha and the ninja world. No matter how you deal with me, I have no complaints. Obito slowly said. Fugaka sighed helplessly and then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was also very concerned about Obito's situation. After all, he was part of the Uchiha clan. However, Obito had committed such a grave mistake that he did not have the authority to judge him. Lord Third, what do you think? Fugaku cautiously said, wanted to see what Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude was. Kakashi also quickly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes filled with hope, hoping that the third would not impose too severe a punishment. Kakashi felt that Obito's transformation was largely his fault. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow. To be honest, he felt no sympathy for Obito, only disgust. To create such chaos in the ninja world for a woman, such a person was truly extreme. He couldn't understand. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Everyone present was from the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi had a deep connection with Obito. If Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to execute Obito on the spot, they would definitely obstruct him. This matter was no longer just about Konoha. So, it's better to hand Obito over to the 5 Kage for judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Fugaka nodded. TSK. Judgment? At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Everyone immediately became alert. A shadow suddenly emerged from nowhere, passing through the diamond cage and climbing onto Obito's body. Obito, you dare to betray Lord Madara, Black Zetsu said. However, there was no anger in his tone. Obito's expression became extremely panicked. What do you want to do? Obito tried to struggle, but his body was locked by the diamond cage. What I want to do? Of course, to execute Lord Madara's plan. Black Zetsu cackled. At this moment, Fugaku and the others rushed forward, trying to drag Black Zetsu away. However, Black Zetsu had already completely fused with half of Obito's body. Oh no! Quick! Stop him! He is going to revive Uchiha Madara. Obito shouted. He had already realized what Black Zetsu was trying to do. He had failed for the Moon Eye plan. He was now useless. But the Rinnegan was still in his possession. Black Zetsu wanted to control him to use the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Uchiha Madara. What? Revive Uchiha Madara? Everyone was immediately shocked. Revive? How to revive? However, they had no time to dwell on this issue now. The most urgent thing right now is to stop that black figure. Damn it, my adamant in prison can't even stop its actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in shock. What on earth is that thing? The crowd felt a sense of panic. Looking at Obito, half of his body controlled by Kagaya, they were momentarily at a loss. They couldn't attack, or else they would hurt Obito as well. Quick, kill me. We absolutely can't let it succeed. Obito shouted hoarsely. We must not let Uchiha Madara be resurrected. He has made too many mistakes already, and he cannot continue to help Madara. But Kagaya had already taken over his body. His consciousness was slowly becoming hazy. Obito. Kakashi felt an immense heartache. Back then, he had personally killed Rin for the greater good. Now, was he really going to stand by and watch his friend die? It has to be done. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, his hands tightly clasped together. He had none of Kakashi's concerns. On the contrary, killing Obito was exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted. Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, and then several powerful hands extended from the adamantine prison rods, trying to control Obito's limbs. However, it was too late. Obito's eyes lost their luster. His hands instantly clasped together. The remaining chakra of the Rinnegan exploded forth. Rinnegan, Heavenly Life Technique. Chapter 311. You truly disappoint me, Obito Rinnegan. Heavenly Life Technique. At the same time, on the other side, Uchiha Madara underwent a tremendous transformation. The body that had been reanimated from the dirt began to emit wisps of smoke. Then, the visible cracks on his body gradually began to heal due to the steam. The gaps and scars completely disappeared. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had shed the dirt reanimation body. Now he was truly reborn. Now I am in my peak state. Uchiha Madara felt the vigorous life force within him, and a rare excitement and pride appeared on his face. He extended his hand and clenched it into a fist. Stepping forward, he glanced around with a look of disdain. Finally, his gaze settled on the 5 armored figures. Because from the beginning, only the armored avatar had been talking to him. Rinnegan, Heavenly Life Technique, revived? Uchiha stared at him, tightening his grip on the flame blade. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable pressure, but shouldn't be. After Uchiha Madara's revival, the aura felt much more vigorous, but it seemed to have weakened. Uchiha felt confused, but he remained alert, not daring to let his guard down. Even though Uchiha felt they had the advantage, after all, their opponent was Uchiha Madara, the most domineering character in Hokage. Without a doubt, among all the villains, Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly the one with the most charisma. What? Do you still want to resist? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly as he looked at the 5 armored figures gripping their weapons. Mere grains of sand, not even worth my time. However, as soon as his words fell, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly shattered. What happened? The Rinnegan shattered. TSK, it seems I need to get my Rinnegan back. Uchiha Madara murmured. Then, he slowly stood up and looked in Obito's direction. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed an aura coming from the 5 armored figures. It felt somewhat familiar. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and carefully scrutinized the 5 armored figures again. This aura seems to be the chakra of tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Earlier, Kagaya had mentioned that the plan to capture the tailed beasts had been disrupted by these armored figures. So you guys are also after the tailed beast chakra? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. He had originally thought he would have to capture the remaining 7 tailed beasts himself, which he found tedious. But now, 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. I didn't expect there to be so many tailed beast chakras. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that these few people had collected so many tailed beasts. The 5 armored avatars were all formed from tailed beast chakra. As Uchiha extracted more and more tailed beast chakra, the 5 newly formed avatars had infused most of the tailed beast chakra into them. As a result, the 5 avatars became more stable and less detectable. This guy, Uchiha frowned, thinking that Madara was actually eyeing the tailed beast chakra within him. However, with Madara's strength, it was a fool's dream to defeat the combined strength of the 5 armored figures. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and then leaped towards Obito. Going to get the Rinnegan, huh? Uchiha muttered as he watched his back. Then, Uchiha turned to look at the 5 Kage behind him. Aside from Tsunade, who had thick blood, the other 4 Kage were significantly injured. Lady Tsunade, you all should go heal. I'll take care of things here. Then, the 5 armored figures rode the light shadow steed and chased after him. I really didn't expect these armored figures to be so strong. Yuan Shi, with Tsunade's support, struggled to stand upright and sighed. After all, the 5 of them working together seemed so vulnerable before Uchiha Madara. However, Tsunade was still reminiscing about Uchiha Kan's earlier words. Me? Obito. Kakashi looked at the barely conscious Obito on the ground, filled with sadness. I'm sorry. Obito was immensely weak. as if he had exhausted all his strength just to utter those two words. He had already exhausted almost all of his eye power, and forcibly using the Rinnegan, heavenly life technique had further drained his life force. His life now was like a weak flame. It would extinguish with just a gentle blow. The others were also somewhat at a loss. Madara, really revived? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked gravely. For him, compared to Madara, Obito's life seemed insignificant. Yes. Obito's voice grew fainter. His eyes became more and more unfocused. His vision blurred. Gradually, he suddenly saw a girl. That figure had haunted his dreams through countless nights. Rin, I'm coming to be with you now. However, the girl slowly pushed him away, still wearing that rose-like smile. Obito, keep going. Just as a flame suddenly surged in Obito's heart, a terrifying force descended from the sky. Kakashi. Fugaku rushed forward and pulled Kakashi back. The crowd staggered back several steps. Long time no see, Obito. A mature and authoritative voice slowly echoed. As the dust settled, Uchiha Madara's figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. He is. The crowd instinctively swallowed hard. The aura emanating from that figure made it hard for them to breathe. Moreover, they had just experienced a fierce battle, and their chakra was nearly depleted, with injuries still on their bodies. If this person were to attack now, it was likely that none of them would last even 5 rounds. Ban. In Obito's eyes was filled with fear, his voice weak and trembling. You really disappoint me. Ban murmured. The tailed beast capture plan had failed. Capturing only 2 tailed beasts, and combined with his performance in this ninja world war, Uchiha Ban was extremely disappointed in Obito. He was simply not worthy of the training Ban had given him. Immediately, a cruel look flashed across Ban's face as he swiftly grabbed down. Obito let out a painful scream. Everyone's hearts trembled instantly. Kakashi rushed out in an instant. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stepped forward to pull him back. TSK. Uchiha Ban slowly stood up, his bloodied hand gently pressing against his left eye. Lord Ban, this is the remaining eye. Kurizetsu handed over a Rinnegan. Ban took it and pressed it against his right eye. Note, after sitting on the bus for the whole afternoon, and it's still raining today. Happy May Day to everyone. Chapter 312, 10 Tails. Uchiha Ban slowly opened his eyes, gently clenched his hands, feeling the powerful ocular power emanating from his eyes. A trace of excitement appearing on his face. This power has returned to my hands. Only I can unleash the strongest power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Ban slowly raised his head, his gaze cold and contemptuous, sweeping over everyone. Fugaku and others instinctively trembled, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. You are, Ban? Fugaku forced himself to calm down, staring intently at Uchiha Ban. Mangeki Sharingan. Looking at Fugaku's eyes, Uchiha Ban murmured with interest. He then noticed Itachi and Shursue's Sharingan, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this generation of Uchiha would actually have 3 pairs of Mangeki. It should be noted that, even during the Warring States period, when talents emerged like a spring in the entire Uchiha clan, only he and his brother Izuna had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. However, unfortunately, the power of the Mangeki Sharingan is not even half of mine, Uchiha Ban said disdainfully. He then turned his head to look at the outer path golem. Is it only the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails? Uchiha Ban frowned, but then thought of something, and his brows relaxed. The tailed beast chakra within those guys is just right. At this moment, Uchiha Ban raised his head. He saw 5 streams of light falling from the sky. It was 5 sets of armor. Han-kun, Itachi exclaimed upon seeing the flame dragon armor. Isn't Han-kun protecting the daimyos? How did he suddenly come to the front lines? At the same time, Itachi also noticed the other 4 sets of armor. What's going on? Everyone was also puzzled. Just in time, Uchiha Ban smiled lightly, flexing his wrists, ready to take action. Seeing this, Uchiha Han and the 5 sets of armor immediately took a defensive stance, preparing for battle. Trying to persuade Uchiha Ban with words was definitely futile. Since Ban also did not intend to listen to Uchiha Han, they had no choice but to seal him first. Uchiha Ban immediately raised his hand, and the outer path golem, which had already calmed down, instantly became violent again. Then, Uchiha Ban leaped onto the head of the outer path golem. This amount of chakra is not enough for it to evolve into the 10 tails, but absorbing the tailed beast chakra's power is still very strong. Uchiha Ban murmured, then clasped his hands together. In an instant, the chakra within Uchiha Ban surged out, forming a substantial airflow. Subsequently, the outer path golem beneath his feet seemed to be stimulated, becoming even more frenzied. Roar. The outer path golem let out a series of angry roars. The massive sound waves forced the ninja alliance to retreat, while they all covered their ears. Uchiha Ban's gaze fell again on the 5 sets of armor. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If I were to capture the tailed beasts all at once, it would be a bit troublesome, but the dispersed tailed beast chakra within you could be easily absorbed back. Uchiha Bon murmured. Then, the outer path golem beneath him suddenly erupted in chaos. With a loud bang, it instantly stood up from the massive mire. Next, 5 gigantic wooden arms burst forth from its surface, flying towards the 5 sets of armor. Oh no! Uchiha Ban wants to extract the tailed beast chakra from the clones. Uchiha Han felt an ominous premonition. The outer path golem evolving into the complete 10 tails relies on the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Although Uchiha Han was unsure if the scattered tailed beast chakra within him could allow the outer path golem to evolve, he absolutely could not let Ban succeed. Immediately, the 5 sets of armor erupted with overwhelming power, and visible light shields appeared in front of them. However, to Uchiha Han's surprise, a sudden turmoil erupted within the 5 clones. The tailed beast chakra that originally formed the clones began to flow. It was as if a house that had already been built suddenly started to shake violently. In this way, the house would collapse in an instant. What's going on? Uchiha Han frowned tightly, shocked. The next second, the 5 clones suddenly became uncontrollable. The 5 clones collapsed to the ground as if they had been electrocuted. However, with their current strength, even if struck by heavenly lightning, they wouldn't feel intense pain. Hon-kun, Itachi, beside him, immediately became extremely anxious. Fugaku and the others were also very worried. Altogether, Fugaku said. Then the several of them jumped and rushed in front of the flame dragon armor. Earth style, earth flow wall. The group pressed their palms against the ground, instantly raising a tall earthen wall. However, the arm struck down violently, directly shattering the earth flow wall. Then with a sweep, it immediately sent Fugaku and the others flying. Uncle Fugaku, don't come. Don't worry, this is just my clone. Uchiha Han said. Fugaku and the others got up, then frowned. Clone? Looking at the 5 sets of armor, a shocking guess suddenly surged in their hearts. Could it be? Uchiha Ban crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at the crowd below. Then he further activated his chakra. The outer path golem beneath him became even more frenzied, and those 5 arms grew even thicker. At the same time, the 5 clones became increasingly unstable, their forms flickering continuously. Oh no! The tailed beast chakra inside is becoming more and more chaotic. It's completely uncontrollable. Uchiha Han was alarmed. This was something he had never anticipated. He never expected that at this moment, the tailed beast chakra would actually become his hidden danger. Immediately, streams of differently colored chakra flowed out from the 5 sets of armor. They transformed into rainbow-like chakra streams, entering the body of the outer path golem. The 9-tailed beasts all originated from the 10 tails, and the outer path golem was the shell of the 10 tails. If this chakra were to condense within the tailed beasts, it would still be very stable, even within a Jinchuriki. Special techniques would be needed to extract it into the outer path golem. But now it was different. The tailed beast chakra was drifting outside, being condensed into clones by Uchiha Han. Once summoned by the entity, these tailed beast chakras would automatically be drawn towards it. Oh no! All the tailed beast chakras were attracted into the body of the outer path golem. The 5 armored clones began to flicker, gradually becoming more and more indistinct. Roar! The outer path golem let out a thunderous roar. Then, its massive body underwent a tremendous transformation. The trunk-like body became filled with resilience, as if a stump left after being cut down had returned to its lush form before being chopped. Ding! A gigantic scarlet eyeball suddenly sprouted on the head of the 10 tails. Countless long, soft arms grew and waved in the air like an excited child. It was time. Uchiha Madara murmured. Chapter 3:13. Sage of the 6 Paths Madara. It was time. Uchiha Madara murmured. He spread his arms and then suddenly pressed them together. 6 Paths 10 Tails Sealing Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive 10 tails under his feet surged into his body. Seconds later, the enormous figure of the 10 tails disappeared. Everyone present was left speechless at the sight. How could such a large entity fit into his body? The ninja coalition erupted in gasps of astonishment and fear. However, the frontmost Thurtobi Hiruzen and others had serious expressions, remaining silent. Is this the power of the 10 tails? It's dozens of times more powerful than before. Just as recorded on the stone tablet, Uchiha Madara felt the sudden surge of power within him, excitement building in his heart. Then, that power rapidly spread throughout his body. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's clothes transformed into a white robe adorned with several black tomo. This was the white cloak of the sage of the six paths. His hair also turned snow white. Then, 8 black orbs of the truth-seeking balls appeared behind him in succession. A black Zen staff, six-path staff, also appeared in his left hand. Is this the realm of the sage of the six paths? Truly powerful. Uchiha Madara felt the changes within him and was filled with joy. Subsequently, his body slowly floated into the air, overlooking the ninjas on the ground. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the ninja coalition looked like a swarm of ants. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, then gently extended a hand and shook it downward. A terrifying wave of energy erupted instantly. The entire ninja coalition was instantly crushed. Like mounds of dirt on a beach, they were obliterated beneath the tide. A few minutes later, the momentum gradually dissipated. Among the ninja coalition, those with weaker abilities were almost shattered internally by this force, their lives hanging by a thread. Only some stronger ninjas barely managed to stabilize their injuries. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others reacted quickly, using ninjutsu to evade. Although their movements were somewhat awkward, they fortunately sustained no serious injuries. Are you kidding me? How can he be this strong? This is too strong. Just a light shake, and such a powerful attack erupts. Even if the 5 Kage came, they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves in front of him. For a moment, a sense of despair spread once again throughout the ninja coalition. This scene did not stir any waves in Uchiha Madara's heart. He had only one thought: to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Thus, Uchiha Madara turned around, intending to fly towards the bright moon hanging in the sky. Just then, Uchiha Madara suddenly frowned. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed ninja coalition below him. He looked towards the end of his vision. He sensed a mysterious yet immensely powerful aura. This aura even made him feel a hint of threat. Finally, Uchiha Madara saw a tiny figure, a minuscule black that was steadily approaching the battlefield. Uchiha Madara held his breath, his eyes fixed on that black dot. Under his gaze, the dot slowly transformed into a boy around 178 meters tall. It was Uchiha Han. This time it was the main body. Han-kun. Itachi looked at the figure approaching from behind, momentarily stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Han-kun had become very different at this moment. Somewhat unfamiliar, yet exuding an endless aura. Uchiha Han's expression was stern, his youthful face gradually starting to show its angles. He appeared both youthful and exuded a mature charm. Little Han. Fugaku stepped forward, his expression mixed with worry and confusion. Everyone noticed Uchiha Madara's unusual demeanor, and their gazes shifted to Uchiha Han. They were curious as to why a boy suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Why was the immensely powerful Uchiha Madara suddenly staring at this boy with caution? For some reason, looking at Uchiha Han's determined figure, the ninja coalition felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. At this moment, all eyes were on Uchiha Han. Next, leave it to me. Uchiha Han stepped forward, crossing over the crowd. At this time, the 5 armored clones, having had their tailed beast chakras extracted, were becoming increasingly ethereal. Uchiha Han approached, and the 5 clones instantly transformed into 5 light orbs, merging into Uchiha Han's body. Indeed, they were little Han's clones. Fugaku murmured. Although he had suspected this earlier, seeing it with his own eyes was still quite surprising. So, they were just his clones? Uchiha Madara was greatly shocked. It should be noted that the 5 armored clones were quite troublesome, and he had found it very difficult to deal with them. However, Uchiha Madara quickly calmed down. He had now become the second sage of the 6 paths. He was far beyond what he was before. It was not an exaggeration to say that even 10 of the previous Uchiha Madara would not be a match for him now. Uchiha Han slowly walked towards Madara. His steps were slow but incredibly determined. With each step, a powerful aura erupted. Moreover, this aura continued to rise. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed slowly. Finally, Uchiha Han stopped, slowly raising his head to look at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I give you one last chance. Immediately abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. It's just a scam. Otherwise, I will take action to seal you. Upon hearing this, the entire battlefield erupted in an uproar. Can he really defeat Madara? Regardless, having the courage to say such words is a model for our generation. At the same time, Fugaku and others were also deeply shocked. They never expected that Uchiha Han would dare to say such things in the face of such a powerful Madara. Does he really have that strength? Ridiculous. It seems you still don't understand the gap between us now. Uchiha Madara sneered. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Uchiha Han's gaze turned icy as he slowly raised his hand. Imperial Armor, Merge. NS. Today's update is 10,000 words. Consider it a boost for everyone's May Day. Chapter 314. 5 Elements Unite. Ultimate Imperial Armor. Imperial Armor Merge. Uchiha Han's voice became incredibly authoritative and resonant. It instantly echoed through heaven and earth. In an instant, the originally dark sky suddenly became bright. Uchiha Madara turned his head in surprise. The bright moon that had been hanging behind him had long since disappeared. In its place was a gigantic fireball that was impossible to look at directly. The sun. What is happening? Wasn't it just night? Yes. How did it suddenly become a big sun? The ninja coalition was also in shock. At the same time, the 5 Kage, dragging their weary bodies, arrived just in time to witness this scene. The 5 of them were once again dumbfounded, especially Noki and Rashi. They never expected that Uchiha Han's power would once again exceed their imagination. Meanwhile, a brilliant light erupted from within Uchiha Han. An indescribable, terrifying might burst forth from him, causing everyone to instinctively dodge. A few seconds later, the light gradually diminished, and the terrifying aura slowly calmed down. Everyone cautiously directed their gaze over. They saw a golden armored figure standing there. Majestic, solemn, powerful, like a god that no one could compare to. Just a glance at the back made them feel an urge to kneel and submit. If there was only one ruler in this world, without a doubt, it would be the person before them. This is the Emperor of Light? Could it be that all the armors were created by Uchiha Han alone? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Similarly, the others felt the same way. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's brows were tightly knitted. This. His expression visibly showed signs of panic, because the aura emanating from Uchiha Han was already above his. How is this possible? I am now the Sage of 6 Paths. How could he be stronger than me? Uchiha Madara could not accept this, anger and madness flashing across his face. Then, Uchiha Han slowly flew into the sky, stopping in front of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Han suddenly felt something was off. He realized that the Emperor armor he was wearing was much stronger than when he had just unlocked it. What is happening? 5 Elements Unification. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Ultimate Emperor Armor. Ultimate Emperor Armor. So that's it. Uchiha Han was very excited and looked down to see that there was indeed an additional golden Aurora shield on his chest. Just now, when the 5 clones were about to dissipate, Uchiha Han had absorbed the energy of the 5 armors back. 5 Elements Unification. The power of the Ultimate Emperor is incredibly strong, beyond what a mere percentage of compatibility can measure. Then, Uchiha Han slowly raised his head and looked at the white figure in the air. Stop it, Uchiha Han said calmly. Because of the summoning of the Emperor armor, Uchiha Han's voice had become increasingly authoritative and solemn, making people unable to resist the urge to obey. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara let out a somewhat manic laugh. I have been planning for decades, and just as I am about to succeed, how could I give up? Uchiha Han sighed helplessly and said, but your plan will not go as you wish, because the Moon Eye plan has been a deception from the beginning. However, upon hearing this, Madara felt a surge of anger in his heart, thinking that Uchiha Han simply wanted to obstruct him. Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Madara glared at Uchiha Han and asked angrily. Previously, he had not regarded everyone at all because he knew that these people posed no threat to him. But now, the aura emanating from Uchiha Han was already on par with his own. Madara had a premonition. If this guy in front of him truly wanted to stop him, then the Moon Eye plan would most likely fail. Uchiha Madara had worked hard for so long. How could he easily give up? Having come this far, he had to complete the plan no matter what. For the dream in his heart. For true peace. To end this world filled with suffering. Uchiha Madara immediately mobilized all his chakra. The power of the 6 paths surged rapidly within him. Sage Art. Wind Release. Light Fong. A laser-like beam shot out from his mouth. Its momentum was incredibly powerful. This move had directly cut through Naruto's truth-seeking orbs in the original work. Uchiha Han saw this and merely shook his head as if lamenting something. Then, Uchiha Han slowly raised his hand. The Aurora shield appeared instantly in his hand. Madara's attack struck directly against the Aurora shield, yet the Aurora did not show a single scratch. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of how powerful this attack was. Even his once proud, complete body Susanoo would collapse instantly under this beam. Yet, such a powerful move could not leave a single mark on the opponent's shield. Uchiha Han would not give Madara time to be astonished. He immediately rotated the knob at his waist. The Aurora sword instantly appeared in his right hand. Then, Uchiha Han rotated the knob at his waist again. 5 elements, ultimate kill. 5 light shadows appeared before him. Uchiha Madara's pupils trembled. From those 5 light shadows, he sensed an incomparably terrifying power. The strength of that power was something he could not withstand. Not good. Uchiha Madara instinctively tried to dodge, but found that the surrounding space had solidified. No matter how he exerted his power, he could not break free from the spatial confinement. It was as if he was trapped in a giant block of ice. 5 elements of metal. Metal's purge. The metal light shadow fell. Countless huge light spheres fell from the sky. Each light sphere contained immense power, like meteorites. Uchiha Madara looked up at the increasing number of light spheres above him. Fear surged in his pupils. 5 elements of wood. Wood's extension. The wood light shadow fell. Huge vines descended and instantly bound Uchiha Madara's limbs, rendering him completely immobile. At this moment, the ninja coalition erupted with exclamations. My God, that guy's actually this strong. If this attack fell on us, we would probably be finished in an instant. Look, even Madara has been restrained. The ninja coalition, having swept away their previous despair, all had faces filled with excitement and thrill. They finally saw a glimmer of hope. What kind of power is this? Why can't even my 6 paths power move? Uchiha Madara's face was full of fear. In his life, he had never experienced such a feeling. Therefore, Uchiha Madara was particularly terrified. He used all his strength to struggle. However, not only his physical body, but even the 6 paths chakra within him felt like a stagnant pool. No matter how he tried to mobilize it, there was no response. 5 elements of water. Water's concealment. The water light shadow fell. The sky seemed to split open, and a turbulent river poured down. Just as the waves were about to fall on Uchiha Madara, they suddenly transformed into sharp ice spikes. A dense array of ice spikes fell, piercing directly into Madara's body. Uchiha Madara still possessed the body of the 6 paths, so no matter how severe the injury was, he could easily recover. However, the wounds pierced by these ice spikes instantly turned a shade of crimson, blood gushing out. At the same time, Madara's body was enveloped in frost. Uchiha Han held the Aurora sword in one hand, hovering in midair, coldly watching Madara, who was pinned to the ground. Then, Uchiha Han gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and thrust it downward violently. Earth of the 5 elements. Fire of the 5 elements. Fiery lava. Imperial lava. Fire and earth shadows fell down. A terrifying energy surged from all directions towards Uchiha Han, instantly enveloping him in a violent hurricane. In the blink of an eye, a massive meteorite coalesced, with scorching magma erupting from the cracks on its surface, resembling a burning stone. Boom! A loud explosion resounded as the meteorite crashed down heavily. The intense impact and the scalding magma caused Uchiha Madara to emit a mournful scream. His body instantly turned charred black, and only a trace of life remained within him. The 6 paths body indeed had a strong vitality, Uchiha Han said indifferently. He then gently lifted the Aurora sword in his hand. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth, causing everyone to shudder. The Aurora sword was enveloped in a faint halo, which gradually solidified, eventually forming a spiraling giant dragon. It continuously spiraled upward, with the dragon's head reaching the sword's tip, its momentum condensed to the extreme. Go! Uchiha Han pushed forward with one hand, and the Aurora sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, piercing towards Madara. Roar! Another high-pitched dragon roar followed, and then a powerful energy exploded instantly. Centered around Uchiha Madara, dozens of miles were flattened to the ground. Fortunately, the ninja coalition had retreated to a safe distance in advance. My God, this final explosion is terrifying. How powerful must that be? Yes. Luckily, the Hokage-sama ordered us to evacuate early. Otherwise, if we were caught in it, we would surely have no chance of survival. The ninja coalition erupted in exclamations of shock. Fear, relief, excitement, and exhilaration. Various emotions filled the air. But no matter what, they all knew. The war was won. Uchiha Han descended, standing at the center of the explosion, the very place where Uchiha Madara was previously suppressed. At this moment, Madara's body had turned to ashes. His soul had returned to the Pure Land. However, some things were still left behind. a pure white orb slowly floated into Uchiha Han's hand, emanating a powerful fluctuation. This was the chakra of the 10 tails, containing the complete chakra of the 3 tails, 6 tails, and a portion of the remaining tailed beast chakras. It was of no use to me now, Uchiha Han murmured. He then gently sent it upward. The orb instantly split into 9 parts, with 2 portions being quite distinct. Then, the 9 orbs dissipated into the world. The 3 tails and 6 tails would recoalesce after some time, while the remaining tailed beast chakras returned to their Jinchuriki. Who? Uchiha Han let out a long breath. Suddenly, he thought of something. Almost forgot about you. Uchiha Han abruptly turned around and slashed in a direction with his sword. No. A hoarse and mournful voice rang out. Behind the rocky ruins, a mass of black substance slowly collapsed. Uchiha Han disdainfully glanced at it, then slashed again. This time, the sword light was engulfed in flames, instantly burning the black mass to nothing, leaving not even a trace of ash. Black Zetsudai. Uchiha Han then lifted his head. At this moment, a sun was hanging high in the sky. Due to the power of the Imperial armor, the sun and moon had been forcibly inverted. Kaguya was still sealed within the moon. How should I deal with this woman? Uchiha Han found himself in a dilemma. Forget it. Let us go check out the moon first. Thus, Uchiha Han rode the Imperial steed and flew towards the moon. Pure Land. Feeling the events unfolding in the ninja world, the Sage of 6 Paths furrowed his brow. After much contemplation, he decided to forcibly communicate with Uchiha Han's spirit. The Sage of 6 Paths consciousness traversed the Pure Land, heading towards Uchiha Han. However, at that moment, a powerful mental fluctuation ejected him from Uchiha Han's body. The Sage of 6 Paths was taken aback. He then found his consciousness pulled into a mysterious space. At the same time, an old man in white robes and white hair appeared before him, smiling kindly. After some conversation, the Sage of 6 Paths' expression grew serious, and he slowly stood upright, bowing to the heart of the Divine Mountain. Thank you. N.S. The grand finale stayed up all night in suspense. Chapter 315. Now is the era of armor. Upon arriving on the moon, Uchiha Han indeed met Sharon. He was the only living being on the moon. Sharon had been observing the ninja world. I believe you can turn the ninja world into an ideal world, Sharon said respectfully. He had witnessed Uchiha Han's power and knew that this person had the ability to bring peace to the ninja world. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the ninja world. Just stay on the moon from now on, Uchiha Han said coldly. Sharon nodded in response. Uchiha Han then stopped talking to him. Subsequently, Uchiha Han directly entered the core of the moon. Indeed, he found Kaguya sleeping. Due to being sealed, Kaguya's consciousness could not awaken, and the chakra within her showed no response. Uchiha Han then gently pointed, and a light point entered Kaguya's body. The war ended. Uchiha Han became the hero of the entire ninja world. At the Hokage building, I'll get straight to the point. Will you take the position of the 6th Hokage? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Han shook his head, but then he asked, You know I'm not suited to be Hokage. However, I think Itachi would be a great fit. Why not let him take the position? However, Tsunade just chuckled lightly and shook her head. With your current strength and prestige, you're the only one fit for the 6th Hokage. If it were anyone else, it would likely cause criticism throughout the ninja world, Tsunade said. Uchiha Han nodded in agreement, but his brow furrowed tightly. Indeed. However, if you become the 6th Hokage, at that time, with your status, you can appoint anyone to succeed you, and no one would dare to oppose, Tsunade continued. Uchiha Han's brow then relaxed. All right. A few days later, Uchiha Han assumed the position of the 6th Hokage. However, most of the work was handed over to Itachi and Kakashi. Tsunade, on the other hand, spent her days immersed in board games, enjoying herself, but still frequently went to treat Jiraiya and Minato. After a while, Minato and Jiraiya finally woke up. Upon learning about the events that transpired during this time, it took them several days to fully digest it. I didn't expect that the Emperor of Light was Xiao Han all along, Minato smiled. The doubts in his heart were buried deep. There was no point in dwelling on them now. Thus, Minato also stepped into retirement life early, occasionally going fishing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, he was often complained about by Kushina. However, while Kushina complained verbally, her heart was warmed. Obito's vitality is also tenacious. After a period of treatment, he came back to life. The Rinnegan was taken back by Madara, so he completely lost the ability to resist Shirsue's Kodoama Tsukumi. He has now fully become an inheritor of the will of fire. At the same time, he often feels regret for his past actions. However, he has committed war crimes and killed countless people. Therefore, In the end, Obito put on the Umbu mask and will no longer walk in the sunlight. Because of his Uchiha lineage, the ninja world did not make things difficult for him. The ninja world has finally entered an era of absolute peace. Thanks to the presence of Uchiha Han, people have become kinder, especially Inoki and Rashi, who show overly flattering expressions when they see Uchiha Han. As a result, the countries have also become more open, without worrying about various military spies. The trade development in the ninja world has also become very rapid, and so has technological advancement. Why are you here? Looking at the red-haired beauty in front of him, Uchiha Han was a bit puzzled. Kirin Mei's cheeks were flushed, but she still placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What? Am I not welcome?" "Of course not." Uchiha Han waved his hand, his gaze slowly falling on Kirin Mei's rosy face. To be honest, she really looks quite good. 10 years later, Valley of the End. Boom! Naruto and Sasuke's fists collided violently. A splash of water erupted around them instantly. "Oomph! Sasuke, give it up, the Thunder Yata is mine," Naruto said triumphantly. Then, a terrifying chakra erupted from his body. 9 tails. Following that, this terrifying chakra materialized, condensing into a giant fox spirit. "TCH, you should just play with your true armor." Sasuke smirked, then suddenly retreated. The kaleidoscope in his eyes emitted an eerie light. Then, a tall Susanoo rose from the ground. "Which path are you taking?" "Sasuke." In the distance, Uchiha Han leisurely watched this scene, casually playing with a few differently colored keys in his hand. Itachi, wearing a Hokage hat, looked a bit worried beside him. "Don't worry, Itachi, those two won't get hurt." Uchiha Han smiled and said, "I know, but I still can't help but worry." Itachi murmured, "Worry about what?" "You should be more concerned about how to get Izumi pregnant. Otherwise, I think Sasuke will become a dad before you do." Uchiha Han said irritably. Cough cough. Itachi's face turned red, and he awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. "Hon-kun, it sounds like you're saying that Mei and Takiri will get pregnant." Itachi shot him a glare. "Ha ha ha. It'll happen soon. It'll happen soon. Uchiha Han Lord. Several years later, Konoha has once again turned into a ruin. The 9 Hokage rocks were damaged beyond recognition. Bang! In a clash of weapons. 2 figures intersected and stopped, slowly gazing at each other. Boruto supported himself with his sword, kneeling half on the ground, his expression serious as he glanced at Danmaku. "Is this all we can do?" Kawaki stood to the side, indifferently watching Boruto, who was kneeling in front of him. He then suddenly pulled out a phone-like device and attached it to his belt. "That's right. The era of ninjas has ended. Now it's the era of armor." As soon as he finished speaking, Shura armor, combine. Even so, Boruto slowly tied the forehead protector around his forehead. "I'm still a ninja." As soon as he finished speaking, Boruto tightly crossed the long knife in his hands in front of him, and a powerful force instantly spread throughout his body. A red and white armor covered his body. Xingqian armor, combine. The main text ends here, chapter 316. Conclusion and epilogue. I encountered web literature in the 6th grade. The first book I read was Zhu Xian, which I borrowed from the Shaoxing City Library through a classmate. Of course, I was completely immersed in that story and that world, unable to extricate myself. Following my classmate's recommendation, I subsequently read a series of books, including Perfect World, The Great Ruler, and I Want to Seal the Heavens, and fully stepped into the world of web literature. My first thought of writing came in the first year of junior high. At that time, I wrote in a notebook, and later, after getting a mobile phone, I gradually wrote a bit more. However, it was all just for my own enjoyment, and I didn't have the time to persist with it. Now, in my second year of university, because I didn't do well in my first year and have no hope for graduate school, I thought about finding some part-time work to earn some living expenses and reduce the burden on my family. To be honest, in the first 3 to 4 months, I wrote 400 to 500,000 words and didn't earn a penny, which made me want to give up. Fortunately, I stuck with it and wrote this book Naruto. Although it still flopped, at least I could earn my living expenses. I'm quite happy about that, and it has brought a smile to my mother's face. One that she hasn't had in years. I'm very pleased, grateful, especially when I see the handsome guys here. Sincere thanks. However, there is still a bit of regret. The title test performed poorly, leading to a sharp decline in later data, and the earnings were not even enough for living expenses. So I cut some of the main plot. The handsome guys should have noticed that the latter part was rushed. Even the protagonist Sharingan and the protagonist's father Sharingan didn't make an appearance. It's a pity, after all, they are Uchiha. Initially, I planned to write up to 1,000,000 words, but I ultimately stopped at 650,000 words. As I mentioned before, I wouldn't stop updating. So I persisted for over a month, speeding up the pace to try to write the story as completely as possible. There are many shortcomings. So I hope the handsome guys can be understanding, and I will do my best to avoid them in the next book. Regarding the next book, I originally planned to write a beast taming story, but the editor said the market for beast taming stories is average, so I decided to put that on hold for now. I changed it to an urban supernatural story, temporarily titled All People, Awakening S-Class Golden Crow Totem at the start, since the editor is on holiday for May Day. I haven't signed a contract yet. I hope this book performs better. If the handsome guys are interested, you can come and take a look by clicking on my homepage. If you're not interested and don't want to read, that's fine too. One more thing. Why aren't you handsome guys following me on Douyin? Is it because you don't want to? Douyin ID 3306-27606. Another thing, 2 short side stories. 1. My Naruto Father, the annual painting competition at the ninja school, has come to a successful conclusion. At the same time, a showcase of award-winning works has been held. Jingjin stands in front of the first-place work, frowning deeply. There are actually 5 first-place works. Jingjin, what's wrong? The teacher asks as they approach. Teacher, isn't there supposed to be only 1 first place? Why did it suddenly increase to 5? And Jingjin looks at those 5 works, hesitating to speak. All 5 works depict one person, but the lines are messy and the colors are unclear, somewhat abstract. One can only vaguely discern a golden silhouette in the picture. The teacher's eye twitches a few times, feeling a bit awkward. Jingjin, the teacher knows you paint very well, but the second place is also quite impressive, isn't it? The teacher comforts him a bit and then immediately turns to leave, seemingly unable to face Jingjin and fleeing. Sigh. Jingjin sighs softly. Dad shouldn't be angry, right? I, who learned the Super Beast pseudo painting since childhood, actually lost to 5 hasty drawings. Jingjin feels a bit flustered, and his expression becomes helpless as he turns to leave. In the first place works section, all 5 award-winning works share a common title, My Sixth Hokage Father. Looking at the signatures, Uchiha Xanan, Uchiha Ban Dong Shan, Uchiha Bei Miao. 2. The heir's problem, how long are you planning to stay? Uchiha Han asks as he holds Takaroro in his arms. Takaroro closes her eyes, her long eyelashes resting on her fair eyelids, and a few rosy hues appear on her pretty face. After all, Takaroro is still the daimyo of the land of hot water. She can't stay in Konoha forever. Takaroro gently raises her arm, wrapping it around Uchiha Han's neck. Husband, why not come to the land of hot water with me? Takaroro says in a spoiled manner. Now a married woman, she still exudes a playful cuteness, like a youthful girl. Takaroro gently sits up, wriggling a bit in Uchiha Han's embrace. Then she leans close to Uchiha Han's earlobe, softly blowing a few breaths of fragrance. By then, we can soak in hot springs together every day. Her voice carries a hint of mature charm. If it were Uchiha Han from over a decade ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. But now, he has somewhat desensitized to it. Forget it. If I go to the land of hot water with you, Mei Ming will probably throw a tantrum again, Uchiha Han says. Oh, just invite sister Mei Ming to come along, and we can all enjoy that happy life together. Takaroro leans closer to Uchiha Han, her luscious red lips almost ready to kiss him. Besides, husband, don't you also enjoy being together? Takaroro's face suddenly flushes red, as if recalling something extremely embarrassing. Uchiha Han can't help but smile, curling his lips into a charming grin. Forget it. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Han still declined, because Koza Mei Ming would definitely not stay in the land of hot water for long. A couple of years ago, when the original master fell ill and was unable to continue serving as Mizukage, Koza Mei Ming had to return to Kirigakure to take over the position of the 6th Mizukage. Generally, she would only come to Konoha for a few days for her children's birthdays or similar occasions. And Takaroro, after all, is the daimyo. So she has considerably more free time compared to the Kage. Then husband, what do you think? Kuin Zhong and Shi Zhao are also getting older. Who do you think would be better suited to be the daimyo? Takaroro asks. After all, these 2 are her biological children, and the future daimyo will only emerge from among them. Whatever, but I estimate they probably don't want to be daimyo. Uchiha Han murmurs. That's true. Takaroro's expression suddenly becomes somewhat melancholic, but there's also a sense of comfort. At least, her 2 children won't fight over the daimyo position. All right, you just lie down, Takaroro says gently, then leans down. In no time, a look of comfortable enjoyment appears on Uchiha Han's face. Ahem. At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly rings out. Mei Ming, why are you here? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Uchiha Han looks at the graceful figure entering the room with some surprise. It is none other than Koza Mei Ming. I was going to give you a surprise. Koza Mei Ming seems to blush furiously at the scene before her. Haha, it is indeed a surprise. Uchiha Han laughs. Kozum, Mei Ming lowers her head, shyly mumbling, and then turns around to tightly close the room door. Sharingan, Heavenly God. In the room, a scarlet light flickers. Annoying two shy voices echo again in the room. And then, it gets busy. Introduction. Uchiha Han, male, accidentally carries the Armor Warrior system and travels to the world of Naruto. On the night of the Nine Tails, Uchiha Han summons the Emperor's armor, successfully subduing the Nine Tails, and helps Minato Namikaze seal it, preventing the tragedy of the death of the Namikaze couple. The Watergate looked at the imposing figure before him, clad in a magnificent golden armor that seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth with every movement. May I ask who you are? I am the Emperor of Light.